When the Superman template collides with the Iron Man universe, Leo becomes the most formidable anomaly within this Marvel realm. Initially desiring nothing more than to lead a tranquil life as a forefather, he is compelled to intervene upon witnessing the Iron Tyrant wreaking havoc in New York. A nanotech mask cloaks his visage, and thermal vision coalesces within his gaze. This battle will irrevocably alter the very fabric of the Marvel universe. Friday, log the date of this time. I shall make all of New York aware of what true super speed entails. As Leo hurtles towards the Iron Tyrant at a staggering 3.5 Mach, the alarm bells of S.H.I.E.L.D. reverberate through the skies. This universe has welcomed its unwarranted deity of mankind. Boom. A colossal circular shockwave ripples through the void of space, causing stars to shatter and dissolve into dust amidst the darkness. Figures are flung backward, struggling to regain their balance over an immeasurable distance. Soon after, two overwhelming beams of destructive crimson light surge forth, the residual shockwaves rendering distant galaxies invisible. Even the invincible new god cannot fully withstand such an assault, blood seeping from his powerful arms. The newcomer's eyes blaze with a terrifying red light, unleashing an incomprehensible force in a single punch, his red cape and the prominent S on his chest revealing his identity. The Dark Emperor had not anticipated that this universe's Superman could wield such tremendous strength, gradually losing his initial indifference. However, this does not provoke any emotional upheaval in the new god. He is the Dark Emperor, an unstoppable force. The two clash once more. The entire universe trembles at this ultimate confrontation. An infinite brilliance erupts, gradually enveloping everything. The silhouettes of Superman and Darkseid slowly fade away. Within the void of it all, two beams of light, one red and one blue, intertwine, traversing layers of dimensions, piercing through universe after universe, ultimately striking the unsuspecting Leo, who is peacefully slumbering with his fragrant girlfriend, an innocent youth newly arrived at university, unacquainted with the world. This event transports him to an entirely new and unknown Earth. 18 years later Friday, please record the data. Yes, sir. Beneath the nocturnal sky, a figure ascends into the heavens, gradually halting high above, his cape billowing behind him. The form-fitting suit accentuates his tall and robust physique, with clearly defined abs that are both alluring and captivating, a chest as solid as iron, and a striking visage illuminated by the city lights below, exuding a sense of rebellious coolness, the large S emblem signifying his identity. That figure is Leo. Glancing over the bustling city beneath him, Leo begins his ascent into the profound sky, the sonic boom erupting as he breaks the sound barrier. Report the data. Sir, your maximum flight speed is 3.5 Mach, a significant improvement from last month's 3.2 Mach. Leo ultimately halts above the Earth, gazing upward, where he can discern the craters on the moon's surface. No matter how many times I witness it, I cannot help but marvel at the vastness and beauty of the universe. Indeed, sir. Yet, Leo's expression betrays a profound loneliness. This is not my universe. Despite possessing Superman's powers, he feels no joy, as this remains a conundrum that even his superintelligence cannot resolve. Indeed, 18 years prior, Leo inexplicably traversed into this universe, losing everything he once held dear but familial love, romantic affection, or friendships. After that fateful night, when Leo opened his eyes once more, he found himself as a helpless infant, lying naked in a dim alleyway. Fortunately, a compassionate woman happened upon him, and moved by maternal instinct, took him in, sparing Leo from the embarrassment of being a lost traveler. 18 years have swiftly passed, and throughout his growth, Leo gradually sensed something amiss. First, this was New York, and second, his strength seemed to increase daily, until one day, his X-ray vision unexpectedly awakened, inadvertently revealing the neighboring girl bathing in overwhelming stimulus for a boy in his adolescence. That very night, his eyes emitted a torrent of searing, youthful heat vision. Notably, Superman had awakened such abilities in his youth, whereas Leo only began to feel them as he approached adulthood, with his physical strength significantly inferior to that of his contemporaneous Superman. However, a diminished version of Superman is still Superman, and Leo is steadily growing stronger. Realizing this, Leo declared, "When I grow up, I shall become a forefather, rescuing this dark world, allowing all to bask in the sacred radiance of my divine presence." Yet, ultimately, life rarely aligns with one's aspirations. The cause is none other than a certain Tony Stark. Leo lamented, "Oh no, there's that old rival." Life's unexpected betrayals shattered Leo's dreams of becoming a forefather. Now, he yearns only to return home. Due to his previously feeble abilities, which even precluded flight, Leo, despite his extraordinary intelligence, found the notion of traversing the cosmos far beyond mere intellect, leading to stagnation in his quest to return home. "Sir, are you still there?" The voice of the intelligent assistant, Friday, interrupted Leo's reverie. "Returning now." "Understood, sir." Leo cast aside his fragmented thoughts and commenced his descent towards the Earth's surface. Meanwhile, outside Stark Industries, Pepper Potts anxiously dialed a number. "Tony, are you all right? Obadiah is secretly constructing the armor." "Pepper, get out of there immediately." Yet, before Pepper could fully comprehend the situation, the asphalt beneath her shattered like fragile tofu, a massive metallic hand emerging from the ground. It was Obadiah, piloting the mech. The colossal armor gleamed with a mechanical sheen, its thick iron plating signaling its indestructibility. This was the newly designed Iron Tyrant, a modification of Mark I. Obadiah raised his right arm, aiming a massive 6-barrel cannon mounted on the armor at Pepper. "I no longer require your services." The cannon began to whirl ominously, leaving Pepper paralyzed in fear. Just then, a voice echoed from the skies. "Stan." The red and gold Mark III armor soared in, accompanied by Tony's furious shout, colliding forcefully with the Iron Tyrant. The two armored giants soared into the bustling streets, crashing through walls as if they were mere paper. They continued their turbulent flight, plowing through a heavy truck, tumbling violently before crashing into the center of the road. Even with the protection of the armor, Tony felt a wave of dizziness, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. The violent impact left him in disarray, compounded by the fact that Stan had recently removed the arc reactor from Tony's chest, leaving him on the brink of death. Conversely, the heavily armored Iron Tyrant was the first to rise. Stan glanced at Tony, his heart surging with fury. "I attempted to hire an assassin to eliminate you, yet you remain unscathed and have even developed the Mark I. I personally invaded your home and seized the reactor that sustains your life, yet you still persist. Moreover, your mech has been upgraded." This epitomizes the misfortune of villains. Their adversaries seem as resilient as cockroaches, inexplicably surviving every attempt on their lives due to a series of fortunate circumstances. Conversely, the villain himself is far less fortunate. The clash between the two has wrought considerable chaos upon the streets, as the towering metallic behemoth looms before bewildered drivers, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Losing his composure, Stan lifted the small car high above his head, intent on crushing Tony and his armored suit entirely. The woman and children inside the vehicle screamed in terror, their cries echoing into the heavens, fueled by the dread of impending death. "Friday, summon a mask for me, one that is particularly striking." "Certainly, sir." The nanotechnology swiftly enveloped Leo's visage, revealing the depth of his piercing gaze. Reflected within his pupils was none other than Iron Tyrant. Chapter 2. The Entrance Bang. Leo descended from the horizon, crashing into Iron Monarch with the ferocity of a meteorite. With an overwhelming force and velocity, Leo propelled both himself and Iron Monarch into the sky, intent on relocating the battlefield to the desolate outskirts. Stan felt as though he had been struck by a speeding metal train, his senses overwhelmed before he could react, as they soared into the air. The small car, once hoisted high by Iron Monarch, plummeted back to the ground due to inertia. Tony could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Leo and Iron Monarch disappearing into the distance. "Damn it, what on earth is that?" Tony exclaimed, hastily rising to his feet and launching his suit into the sky, closely trailing Leo. On the ground, watching the silhouettes of Leo, Iron Monarch, and Tony fade into the night, Agent Coulson, stumbling out of Stan's secret chamber, mumbled into his radio with his head bowed, unsure of what to say. The armor on Iron Monarch's chest bore a distinct dent from the collision. Stan shook off the remnants of his grogginess. Still bewildered. What is happening? Glancing down, he found himself being grasped by a figure clad in a superhero suit, wearing a Batman mask, ascending into the sky. What has become of this world? Stan felt a moment of disorientation, swiftly followed by a surge of indignation. This young man lacks honor, resorting to deceit and ambush. Iron Monarch began to thrash violently, raising its massive metallic fist to strike Leo's back with resounding force. Yet, Leo appeared unfazed. Iron Monarch joined its fists together, lifting them high. Bang! Leo crashed down to the ground like a shooting star, the tremendous impact echoing for miles. Dust billowed up, and fissures spread across the earth beneath Leo. Without Leo's propulsion, Iron Monarch began its descent from the heights, remembering to activate its flight jets just in time. It wobbled to a halt in midair, not far from Leo. "I care not who you are. Today, no one shall impede me." Stan, piloting Iron Monarch, felt an unprecedented confidence in his power. In other words, he had become arrogant. Leo slowly rose from the ground. "Oh, is that so?" he retorted, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful punch to Iron Monarch, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. Iron Monarch barely had time to react before being struck hard on the back, the force nearly stealing Stan's breath away. Iron Monarch staggered, struggling to turn around. At that moment, Tony arrived, roaring in on Mark III. Seizing the opportunity while Leo's attention was diverted, Iron Monarch launched an attack, its clumsy fist swinging towards Leo, who deftly evaded it. However, thanks to the intelligent systems of the armor, a mechanical claw suddenly extended from Iron Monarch's other arm, capturing Leo and flinging him violently towards Tony. Leo had not anticipated such a move from Iron Monarch. Bang! Two figures collided mid-air, sending Tony plummeting downward. Regaining his composure, Leo soared towards the ground to catch the descending Stark. "Oh, thank you. If it weren't for you knocking me down," Stark quipped, "who might you be? A Superman clad in a Batman suit?" Leo was taken aback by Stark's ability to jest amidst the chaos, thinking to himself, truly, he is Iron Man. Just then, the Ironmonger activated its jet propulsion system and charged towards them. Stark barely had time to shield himself with his arms before being struck and sent hurtling away. The Ironmonger swung a fist at Leo, but the colossal metal hand gradually halted, unable to advance an inch further. Stan observed intently as Leo leaned slightly, effortlessly catching the seemingly unstoppable punch with a single palm. Now it's my turn. A twinge of unease crept into Stan's mind for the first time. Leo grasped the Ironmonger's fist with his left hand and unleashed a powerful blow with his right, causing Stan to fly back at nearly the same speed he had arrived. "How did you do that?" Stark was astonished by Leo's incredible strength, knowing that if he had thrown that punch, the Ironmonger would have merely staggered, if that. The Ironmonger's formidable size and robust armor rendered it nearly indestructible. After all, even in the films, Iron Man had failed to inflict any substantial damage on it, ultimately relying on the explosion of a massive reactor to eliminate both Stan and the Ironmonger. The Ironmonger crashed into a small hill and came to a halt. Leo, disregarding Tony, flew towards the Ironmonger, crashing through the entire hill. He seized the Ironmonger's chest plate with his left hand and struck fiercely with his right fist, the sound of twisting metal echoing relentlessly. The Ironmonger struggled desperately, its right arm's Vulcan cannon rotating menacingly against Leo's face. Yet, each colossal bullet that struck Leo's handsome visage seemed to bounce off as if hitting the hardest substance on Earth. Aside from a slight, tingling sensation on his face, Leo felt no discomfort and offered Stan a scornful grin. "Damn, what sort of monster is this?" Stan cursed inwardly from the cockpit. Finally, Leo delivered a crushing blow, sending the Ironmonger crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, two crimson lasers locked onto Leo, and a hefty missile shot forth from the Ironmonger's back. Clang! With a frigid gaze, Leo caught the missile with one hand, the flames erupting from its rear, causing it to writhe restlessly in his grip, yet it could not escape. Boom! The missile detonated in Leo's grasp, engulfing him in flames. "Fool," Stan thought, feeling a wave of relief as he watched Leo vanish into the fire. Seeing this, Stark flew towards the Ironmonger, attempting to impede its advance. However, Iron Tyrant seized the approaching Tony and forcefully slammed him to the ground. "My armor surpasses yours in every conceivable aspect, Tony." Stark struggled in vain, unable to break free, and delivered a repulsor blast squarely to Iron Tyrant's face. The blow caused Iron Tyrant to tilt his head back. Seizing the opportunity, Stark escaped, soaring away from the clutches of Iron Tyrant. When Iron Tyrant turned again, he beheld Leo, unscathed and radiating with a fierce crimson glow, mere inches away. "This is impossible," Stan roared in disbelief. Leo finally unleashed his full power, unleashing a torrent of heat rays akin to a dam bursting. The extreme temperatures and formidable impact nearly obliterated Iron Tyrant's exterior armor, severing his internal power systems into a disarray. Molten steel glowed red-hot, dripping like thick liquid. Stripped of power, Iron Tyrant collapsed to the ground, his mask slowly retracting to reveal Stan's astonished face, flushed from the heat. Tony, witnessing the entire scene, was equally astounded. Could it be that this kid is truly superhuman? Did you kill him? No, he might just spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed. Leo shook his head, the crimson glow in his eyes gradually fading. Stark regarded him with evident curiosity. Are you a superhero? I mean, the one from the comics. I'm not. I merely possess superhuman abilities. To be honest, I don't quite understand it myself. Leo shrugged, acknowledging his own confusion regarding the events since his arrival in this world. Then who exactly are you? Remember my voice. We shall meet again. With that, Leo ascended into the sky, disappearing into the night, leaving Stark with a bewildered expression. So, this is what it feels like to be the Riddler, Leo thought as he flew. I truly detest those who speak in riddles. Don't you agree, Jarvis? I wholeheartedly concur, sir. Have we recorded the battle between our Batman and Stan? Indeed, sir. Let's return and analyze it thoroughly. Stark gazed at the pile of scrap that was once Stan, his eyes betraying a look of disdain. I never expected this. Amid the wreckage of Iron Tyrant, Stan lay unconscious and powerless. Meanwhile, in California, within a luxurious seaside villa, a passage slowly opened to the villa's depths. Leo, adorned with his flowing crimson cape, descended into the abyss. Ever since his father gifted him this opulent villa on his 15th birthday, Leo had swiftly transformed it into a secret lair. The nanotech suit began to flow and contract, ultimately coalescing into a blue-black circular band around Leo's left wrist. Still quite weak compared to a true superhero, had he encountered Superman from the same era, Iron Tyrant would have likely been reduced to mere fragments upon their first meeting. At best, he was merely a hulking figure of steel. Although Leo's attacks possess considerable power, they do not reach the level of instantly resolving a confrontation upon encounter. Nonetheless, the acquisition of superhuman abilities is a stroke of fortune, even if he feels significantly weaker in comparison to Superman. Moreover, as he matures, Leo's powers continue to strengthen, leaving him with little to lament. As for his motivations for intervening as a young man nurtured under the Red Banner in a previous life, his conscience does not permit him to remain passive when capable of action. However, he is not a paragon of virtue. He does not possess the incessant vigilance of Superman, always poised to save lives. Leo does not aspire to such greatness. Rather, the circumstances presented themselves before him, and he could not simply turn a blind eye. Furthermore, his intentions are not entirely altruistic. He requires assistance from Tony Stark, and having incurred this favor, Tony would find it challenging to refuse his requests. When questioned as to why he did not rescue Tony during his abduction to accrue an even greater debt of gratitude, Leo explained that had Tony failed to pilot his Iron Man suit that evening, perishing in the attack orchestrated by Stan, he would no longer have been the Iron Man Leo sought, but merely an ordinary wealthy individual. Strangely, Leo sensed a continuous surge of power manifesting within him. After experiencing his first genuine battle in this world, he felt an unusual stirring within his body. Whether it was merely an illusion, he was uncertain. Gradually, he clenched his fist, the gathering force causing the surrounding dust in the air to rise and tremble. Chapter 3:18. The super-rich second-generation Darren reclined leisurely on his plush leather sofa, perusing the day's edition of the New York Times. The headline read, "Tragedy. Stark Industries' senior Obadiah Stane stricken with terminal illness." What? Iron Man is actually him? Under Tony Stark's leadership, Stark Industries was flourishing. In just a single page, a substantial portion was dedicated to Tony Stark and his enterprise. When did the New York Times become so flamboyant? Darren crossed his legs. Tap, tap, tap. Someone descended the staircase from the second floor, prompting Darren to uncross his legs. Who could it be? Our dashing young man has finally remembered to return home. Hearing this, Leo smiled knowingly as he descended the stairs. Come on, Dad. You prefer I was tea home, so you could enjoy some quality time with Mom. Ha ha. Your mother has missed you dearly. Darren called out. Martha, look who has come back. Leo watched as a woman emerged slowly from the kitchen. Time had left no mark upon her. She remained as beautiful as when they first met. Hello, Mom. Yes, Leo's mother is also named Martha, and she is indeed his adoptive mother. Is it a part of Superman's destiny to have a mother named Martha? Martha enveloped Leo in a warm embrace, while simultaneously addressing Darren. The child has grown up and has his own affairs to attend to. Why must you concern yourself with so much? After speaking, she turned her gaze back to Leo. Eat more. You appear to have lost weight. Leo glanced at his own athletic and robust physique and could only nod silently, reflecting that mothers everywhere seemed to share a common thread. After concluding their heartwarming family dinner, Darren led Leo to his yard. Come here, son. Your father has something to discuss with you. Now that you have reached adulthood, I am preparing to hand over the company to you. Once all the work is transitioned, I plan to take your mother on a world tour, and we may be away for a year or so. Leo regarded his stepfather with admiration. Even at home, he maintained a meticulously styled appearance, and his deep-set eyes glimmered with wisdom. His stature remained as upright as in his youth, a truly charismatic middle-aged man. Are you serious, Dad? Leo asked. The S.H.I.E.L.D group nearly monopolizes the American healthcare industry. 9 out of 10 hospitals are fully controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D, which is also renowned for its advanced biological research. In terms of wealth, if Stark Industries claims the top spot, then S.H.I.E.L.D can boldly assert the second. He continued. One deals in arms, while the other delves into biological research. Indeed, Darren replied. Your capabilities are well recognized. I am confident in entrusting the company to you, maintaining our family's tradition of excellence. More importantly, your mother has not ventured outside for so many years, and I fear she might become restless. With that, Darren peered through the window at Martha's bustling figure, exchanging knowing glances with Leo. Indeed, for all these years, their mother had been the stalwart matriarch of the S.H.I.E.L.D group. Yet she had never accompanied Darren to any events. Leo understood that his mother bore her own narrative. It seemed that the situation had stabilized somewhat, and it was time for her to explore the world beyond their home. Moreover, Leo was aware that the future of New York was unlikely to be peaceful. For many years, his parents had regarded him as their own flesh and blood, and now it was time for him to shoulder the weighty responsibility of becoming a flamboyant and extravagant billionaire. He had heard that Hua country had transformed into a beautiful and prosperous place, and he wished to take his mother there to experience it. As Leo observed his father, who was animatedly speaking, and his mother, who was diligently working inside the house, a warmth enveloped his heart. Their unwavering care over the years had spared him from a harrowing start in this new life. They were among the few connections he had to this world. Although he was their adopted son, they remained blissfully unaware of the truth regarding their lack of blood relation. After all, who remembers their infancy? Over the years, Leo had not acquired any siblings, but that was a matter for his parents, and he did not wish to pry. All right, Dad, Leo nodded in agreement. Before you leave, please remember to inform me. I have gifts to present to you. In the evening, Leo returned to his grand villa. Relying on his extraordinary intellect and the financial backing of the S.H.I.E.L.D group, Leo established a cutting-edge laboratory here, infusing the space with a palpable sense of technological advancement. It was from this very place that Friday and the nano-suit were born. Friday, prepare for speed test. Understood, sir. The platform on the ground slowly opened once more. As the nano-suit flowed over him, transforming into the guise of superhero, the vibrant red cape billowing under the lights. Leo soared into the sky. Report the data. Sir, your speed has reached Mach 4. Just a few days ago, it was only Mach 3. 5. In a mere span of days, my abilities have elevated so dramatically. Could that have been a result of the recent battle? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Leo's eyes. His enhancement had been comprehensive. Thus, he opted for the simplest speed test to gauge his progress. Unbeknownst to him, he had ascended above the Earth, where a military satellite passed by him. Friday, remember to shield the satellite. Of course, sir. Meanwhile, at another coastal cliff in Tony's grand villa, he pushed open the door, only to find the house shrouded in darkness. Jarvis, welcome home, sir. The lights remained unlit, and he sensed something amiss. Taking a few more steps and looking up, he spotted a figure reclining on his opulent sofa, gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling city across the shore. I am Iron Man. Do you think you're the only superhero in this world? The figure turned to face him and continued, Mr. Stark, you have become part of a larger universe. You just do not realize it yet. Tony had never encountered someone so audacious, breaking into his home and speaking in riddles. Who the hell are you? In the darkness, the person stepped into the light, revealing his identity. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D, sporting the classic black, bald look. I am here to discuss the Avengers. After Fury departed, it was evident that our Mr. Stark was somewhat taken aback by the revelations about the world. So, extraterrestrials truly exist. Even so, Tony was still engulfed in a sense of unreality, unable to fully accept this truth. This reaction was quite natural. Individuals like Tony, with their extraordinary genius, often harbor steadfast beliefs that ordinary minds cannot comprehend, remaining unshaken by external influences. In most cases, they prefer to trust only in what they have personally experienced. especially when it concerns such world-altering revelations. Soon after, Tony's thoughts drifted to the enigmatic figure donned in a Batman mask, that mysterious individual. Jarvis, do you think he is truly a superhero? Sir, upon comparing the extraordinary abilities of Superman in the comics with those exhibited by the enigmatic figure during the battle, it can be established that this mysterious individual possesses superhuman strength, incredible speed, the ability to fly, and emit heat vision. Might it be possible that his attire grants him such powers akin to my own? However, sir, the mysterious man's hands remain uncovered by his suit. Is there truly magic in this world? Or perhaps Superman? Tony, still grappling with a shift in his mindset, finds his long-held worldview crumbling at least halfway this evening. Could there also be kryptonite? Sir, a comprehensive analysis has been conducted comparing all known substances globally with the kryptonite from the comics, and no match has been found. Backed by the intellect of Stark Industries and its founder, Jarvis stands as the most advanced AI, capable of retrieving almost any information. If it claims there is none, then indeed there is none. It seems we must await our next encounter. Sir, you have received an invitation. What? The head of the S.H.I.E.L.D group is to be succeeded by Mr. Liu-Tang, who will host a grand banquet in his honor next week. And the S.H.I.E.L.D group invites your presence. Liu-Tang? I recall him, that prodigious young man. His name is quite peculiar, isn't it? Sir, Mr. Liu-Tang's original name was Xios. Thus, it appears the youth possesses a distinct personality. Sir, you two are youthful. Enough of that. Stark resumes his industrious endeavors at the workstation. The display screen showcases the Mark IV armor in a captivating spin. Chapter 4. Tony Stark in the S.H.I.E.L.D tower. The ambience was rich and vibrant, filled with the clinking of glasses and laughter. The elite donned exquisite suits, mingling and conversing. Occasionally, their glances would drift to the center of the hall, where today as protagonist stood Liu-Tang, tailored by top artisans. His attire accentuated his impeccable physique. Yet, what captivated the attendees even more was the halo above his head. Graduating from MIT at 17, this prodigious youth led the S.H.I.E.L.D's research team at 18, conquering formidable diseases such as cancer and leukemia, earning the title of humanity's beacon of hope. Now, he ascends as the youthful leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is no wonder some liken him to young Tony Stark, given the striking parallels in their life paths. One wonders, however, whether Liu-Tang will, like Tony Stark, become a lavish playboy. Speaking of Tony Stark, the crowd's attention shifted to the opposite side of the hall, where the world-renowned genius and playboy had also arrived. Yet at present, the guests were more intrigued by his alternate identity, Iron Man. Our Iron Man was engaged in animated conversation with a stunning young model. Care to visit my villa tonight? Is there anything exciting there? Suddenly, Tony caught a glimpse of Liu-Tang making his way towards him. Before long, Leo stood before them. The young model's gaze was irresistibly drawn to Leo, captivated by the two super-rich individuals flanking her. Her vanity was on the verge of bursting. Although he was a guest, Tony never demonstrated any semblance of courtesy. Does he not realize that disturbing guests is a profoundly impolite act? My dear boy, if you consider it a disturbance to your romantic endeavors, I find no offense in that. Hey, do you know who you're speaking to? Tony's words began to falter as he stared in astonishment at Leo. It's you, Leo quipped, his gaze teasing as he looked at Stark. Indeed, it is I. Do you wish to continue your amorous discourse? Yes or no? Tony waved dismissively for the model to leave. Let's converse elsewhere. This left the young model bewildered, perplexed as to why these two were dismissing her presence. She stamped her foot in frustration. Damn it, two gay men. To be honest, I never expected to encounter you in such a setting. The two made their way to the rooftop, where Leo casually leaned against the edge, seemingly indifferent to the risk of soiling his fine attire. Tony stood rigidly beside him. Without turning, Leo remarked, Relax, mate, don't be so tense. Your muscles are about to seize up. Even with that encouragement, Tony felt restless. In the uncertainty of whether this being was foe or friend, anyone would feel apprehensive. It was a matter of lacking resilience. It was instinctual. Moreover, the armored suit that usually provided Tony with a sense of security was absent. Although, in Leo's presence, the suit would have little practical effect. So what is your purpose? Leo inquired. I need your intellect. Observing Tony's complexion drain, Leo burst into laughter, achievement unlocked, teasing one of the future Avengers. Iron Man Leo's mischievous delight was evident. To be precise, I require your wisdom and assistance. I must say, your demeanor is rather atrocious. We're two sides of the same coin. Leo turned to face Tony. My friend, you might consider trusting me. I'll give it a shot. Don't be like that. Look, I am here in my true identity. Moreover, if I truly intended to cause harm, Leo shrugged. There is likely nothing that could impede me now. Of course, Leo was well aware that the Earth's protector, Ancient One, was still alive, and he dared not act recklessly. Who knows? Tony pondered, still maintaining a tough exterior but feeling less tense. What has become of Stan? Leo had evidently read the New York Times from a few days prior. What else? He has been sent to prison to live out his days. Does your conscience not ache for treating a disabled old man in such a manner? Tony rolled his eyes dramatically. All right, whether intentional or not, you have aided me. Could you elaborate on what that entails? A tunnel. A tunnel? One that traverses the universe? Even a genius like Tony was taken aback by Leo's audacious notion. Is it the kind of traversal between different universes that I'm thinking of? In response to Tony's incredulous gaze, Leo affirmed, indeed, a means to traverse the cosmos. Wait, how do you know there are universes beyond our own? I know, for I hail from another universe, in a manner I cannot fully comprehend. Oh my goodness. Well, if extraterrestrials are indeed real, then the existence of interdimensional beings seems plausible. Tony, I simply wish to return home to my family. A wave of sorrow washed over Leo. In his universe, his father had just been diagnosed with chronic leukemia. Now, possessing the means to heal, he could not return to his original universe. Chronic leukemia can allow for survival beyond 20 years with proper care, and even the slightest glimmer of hope was enough for Leo to refuse to yield. This persistent melancholic sentiment often clouded his heart, yet he compelled himself to rise above it. Seeing Leo's earnest expression, Tony was reminded of his own father, Howard Stark, who had departed from his life long ago. For a fleeting moment, Tony's demeanor became less composed. All right, my friend, I am willing to assist you with this endeavor. After all, it is not an excessively demanding request, and I can spare some time to research it. Tony mused. But you do realize that humanity currently cannot traverse freely within this universe, correct? Of course. Tony, what limits you is not your intellect, but the area you inhabit. You must have faith in yourself. Look at this. Before Tony's astonished eyes, the nanotech suit flowed from the circular ring on Leo's left hand, eventually enveloping Leo's form. It's a superhero suit. Leo understood the principle that to make a horse run swiftly, one must provide it ample fodder. He presented Tony with something he could not refuse, ensuring that Tony would take Leo's plight seriously. After all, this was a monumental favor. In Leo's eyes, whether Tony truly believed his claims was secondary. What mattered was Tony's genuine concern for the task Leo had entrusted him with. The marvel of Marvel's technological genius was not to be taken lightly. With him in the fray, Leo's hopes of returning home were significantly enhanced. What is this? Is it also armor? The enthusiasm of an inventive genius shifted Tony's focus, his curiosity piqued by the object before him. This is nanotech armor, Tony. Leo extended the ring to him. Give it a try. Tony hesitated, as his personal habits made him reluctant to accept items handed to him by others. Yet the allure of the nanotech armor was irresistible. Ultimately, he succumbed to his genius curiosity, taking the ring and glancing at Leo, who nodded in acknowledgement. With caution, Tony slipped the ring onto his right hand, watching as it automatically contracted and adjusted to fit snugly against his skin. In the next moment, Friday's voice chimed in. At your service, Mr. Stark. Friday? Has this kid developed artificial intelligence as well? It seems rather impressive. After a brief pause, Tony eagerly inquired, how did you manage this? Nanotechnology. Friday, provide Mr. Stark with something intriguing, Leo responded. No sooner had he spoken than the nanotech suit began enveloping Tony, ultimately revealing the classic Iron Man armor. As he felt the gentle caress of the suit, he gazed incredulously at his hands. Is this my armor? Tony was not particularly surprised by the artificial intelligence. After all, if he could create it, there was no reason why a being with super intellect could not do the same. What truly captivated him was the suit that employed nanotechnology. It seemed even more seamless than his own armor. Tony brought his hands together at his sides. Striking a tick-off pose. Why can't I fly? This is not the genuine Iron Man suit. Tony, it merely appears to be so. I almost thought you had pilfered my technology. Leo's voice echoed through the armor. I have no need for your technology. After all, I can fly. And that has nothing to do with my suit. It merely serves to shield my body, during combat. though Tony appeared nonchalant. His mind was already racing with tremendous possibilities. The nanotech suit had opened the door to a new realm for him. What if this suit also possessed true combat capabilities? One cannot fault Stark, for this was precisely the moment when the Iron Man armor had just emerged, while the nanotech suit would not be unveiled for several years. It was akin to showcasing a modern smartphone to someone still using a flip phone. Who could have predicted such a monumental transformation in technology within a few short years? So, are you interested in joining me now? Undoubtedly, Leo understood that the technology for traversing the universe could not be developed overnight. It might take a decade or even decades. Yet in the Marvel universe, teeming with infinite possibilities, Leo believed that one day they would succeed. After all, if one does not begin a task, it will never yield results. I am merely assisting you. I'm not working for you. Tony was intrigued. Of course, and I do not expect you to help without compensation. I shall present you with a gift. As for what kind of gift? Of course, it was only a few days after Iron Man realized he was succumbing to palladium poisoning that he revealed the new element left to him by his father. Truly, as a newly ascended titan of industry, I, Leo, humbly consider myself the strongest in the realm of seizing opportunities. However, the infatuated Tony Stark, engrossed in his nanotechnology armor, seemed indifferent to any gifts. He had cast aside even the affairs of the Avengers. Tony, could you return the suit to me? Friday, prepare a bat-like ensemble for me. Certainly, Mr. Stark. Thus, atop the S.H.I.E.L.D's tower, an eccentric Batman emerged. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Stark, who was eager to return to his laboratory for a grand endeavor, Leo made his way back to his own base. Friday, compile our technical data and send a package to Mr. Stark. Of course, sir. Additionally, you have received an email. Leo focused intently. The email bore the signature, Mr. Green. Chapter 5. Mr. Green. Days prior, Leo officially assumed control of the S.H.I.E.L.D group. At that day's shareholders meeting, he declared, the S.H.I.E.L.D group is withdrawing from all military collaborations, terminating all partnerships, and shutting down ongoing projects. Leaning back in his seat, he uttered this statement with measured gravity. The inhumane human experimentation that disregarded the sanctity of life was intolerable to Leo. Yet, the shareholders below were as if struck by thunder. It is worth noting that the group had long-standing ties with the military, dating back to the founding generation of the Tang family. The profits amassed from developing biological weapons for the military had been substantial, and the connections forged therein were invaluable. Even the super soldier program bore the shadow of the S.H.I.E.L.D group. While the endeavors may have strayed from the path of righteousness, who among the assembled capitalists cared? Even Darren Tang lacked the audacity and resolve to oppose the numerous shareholders and forcibly withdraw from military partnerships. The shareholders gazed at Leo, who sat leisurely at the helm. How dare he? Leo was not surprised by their reaction. He rose abruptly. Before my arrival, it may have indeed been necessary for the S.H.I.E.L.D group to procure benefits in such a manner. However, under my stewardship, we shall no longer require such methods. 6 months ago, I led S.H.I.E.L.D to conquer cancer, while we have yet to make treatment accessible to the masses. I trust everyone is aware of how much the company's valuation has increased and how much wealth has filled your pockets. Conquering cancer may sound implausible. Yet considering this is the omnipotent Marvel universe, where even Tony Stark could craft a miniature arc reactor from mere scraps in a cave, it suddenly seems plausible. Moreover, this is a notification, not a discussion. The super soldier program and human biological research are ultimately misguided paths that would tarnish the reputation of the S.H.I.E.L.D group. Where do the volunteers serving as guinea pigs originate from, and where do they eventually go? It is a truth universally acknowledged. However, not everyone has participated in these projects. They are strictly overseen by the Military Cooperation Department. The majority still possess a conscience, while it is primarily the vested interests that dare to speak out in opposition. Although Leo has indeed ushered in new benefits for them, it does not imply that they shall relinquish their existing advantages, particularly when those advantages resemble a mountain of gold. Leo fixated intently on David Torres, the second in command, preparing to suppress him fiercely should he dare to voice dissent. David Torres, a venerable figure in the company, the second largest shareholder, and the head of the Military Cooperation Department, had reached the twilight of his years, with hints of gray at his temples. Nevertheless, he carried himself with poise and exuded an air of competence. Noticing Leo's gaze upon him, Torres returned a warm, amiable look. Seemingly unfazed by the metaphorical knife, Leo wielded against him. Meeting adjourned. It appeared that no one was inclined to challenge the status quo, leaving Leo somewhat disheartened. He strode out of the conference room, closely followed by his personal secretary, Elizabeth. As the two departed, the remaining shareholders turned their attention to David Torres, whose expression remained unchanged. Have you heard? It seems we are poised to cease our collaboration with the military. Really? I have long wished to dissociate from those who treat human lives so callously. Does the company truly have the resolve to halt this endeavor? After all, our research has shown considerable progress. Listening to her colleague's discourse, Liv felt a surge of irritation. Their so-called progress merely translated to transforming Bruce Banner into a mindless monster. Indeed, their research team was dispatched by the CIO's corporation to assist the military with the Super Soldier Initiative. To Liv's astonishment, she encountered Bruce Banner in the laboratory, her former classmate with whom she had shared many study sessions and research projects, their bond having been quite strong. Yet, the horrifying image of Bruce's transformation into a monster sent a chill through her. The green behemoth had laid waste to the entire laboratory, leaving chaos in its wake. Poor Bruce, poor Betty. Bruce, having inadvertently harmed Betty during his transformation into the Hulk, chose to distance himself from her, fearing he might inflict further injury. Liv pondered whether Bruce could ever recover. Meanwhile, her colleagues continued their discussions, oblivious to her turmoil. Can you guess who defied the odds and terminated the company's collaboration with the military? Who? Of course, it is our new boss, Leo Tang. Speaking of our new employer that evening, Liv sat before her computer, diligently preparing to hand over her work to the military, when suddenly, a message popped up. The signature read Mr. Green. Liv casually opened the message. Dear Liv, this is Bruce. I am currently seeking a method to eradicate the monster within me. I require your assistance and hope you could provide me with a copy of the current research data from the laboratory. It is Bruce Banner. Reluctant to involve his girlfriend in this affair, Bruce could only turn to Liv. He indeed possessed her contact information. Liv sat up straight, instinctively surveying her surroundings before beginning to read attentively. How are you, Bruce? Somewhat dia. I am treating a dead horse as if it were alive. However, I believe things will improve. The data from this experiment was manageable since, as a partner of the S.H.I.E.L.D. group, Liv could easily access it, especially amidst the current chaotic cessation of collaboration. Yet, could this data truly be useful? So, what is the current situation? To be frank, it's utterly terrible. I've been hiding and lacking sufficient research conditions. I can hardly find even a single relevant instrument. Moreover, I cannot resolve this alone. I require the assistance of top experts in the field. A flood of messages popped up on the screen. Clearly, Bruce felt quite frustrated with his present predicament. At this juncture, Liv couldn't help but think of someone. He was undoubtedly a top genius who had led Liv's team to conquer cancer within just a year. He had also achieved remarkable success in the realm of gamma-ray research, resembling an academic prodigy devoid of any flaws, with commendable accomplishments in every aspect of study. In short, during their year of collaboration, Leo had captivated the hearts of his colleagues in every conceivable manner, and Liv was no exception. Not to mention his extraordinary looks, a blend of youthful vigor and an uncharacteristic maturity beyond his years. Furthermore, he had terminated the collaboration with the military. What a perfect candidate. Resolute, Liv began to type slowly on the screen. Bruce, have you heard of Leo Tang? Lao Tang. Bruce's heart jolted. He certainly knew of this genius youth. But wasn't Leo Tang the newly appointed leader of S.H.I.E.L.D? The news of his ascension was making waves even in Brazil. The question remained, was S.H.I.E.L.D not one of the very orchestrators that had transformed him into this monstrous state? Leo Tang was indeed a prodigy in this field. He might truly possess the capability to resolve the issue. Yet, could she trust him? After all, S.H.I.E.L.D had collaborated with the military on the Super Soldier project. Bruce, I have news for you. S.H.I.E.L.D has officially ceased its collaboration with the military. This decision was made by our Mr. Tang. Furthermore, I have worked alongside Leo Tang for some time, as you know, conducting some research. I can discern that he is a kind-hearted individual. If he is willing to assist you, you would find yourself relatively safe. Nevertheless, it remains challenging to entirely dispel the doubts residing within Bruce's mind. No matter how benevolent he may be, he is still a newly emerged titan of capital, and it is difficult to gauge how such a position might alter one's mindset. Allow me to ponder further. As Liv noticed that Bruce had ceased communication, her heart gradually found tranquility. She hoped fervently that Bruce would navigate through this ordeal. In her heart, Liv silently prayed for Bruce. On the other side, in Brazil, Bruce Banner sat in a modest room, contemplating Liv's response. He had cut out her photograph from a newspaper and placed it on the table before him. Her smile was utterly enchanting. Bruce finally resolved to compose an email. Send. Chapter 6. Elizabeth Time returns to the present. Mr. Green? Leo was well aware that this Mr. Green referred to Bruce Banner, who harbored the Hulk within him. Upon receiving the email from Bruce Banner, Leo felt a weight of seriousness settle in his heart. Although it was certain that this world belonged to the Marvel Universe, the multitude of parallel universes within it was daunting. While it was highly likely to be the Marvel Cinematic Universe, many details seemed inconsistent, not to mention the immeasurable butterfly effect that his presence could induce. For instance, the original cinematic universe did not include the S.H.I.E.L.D group. Furthermore, Bruce should have contacted a so-called Mr. Blue rather than himself. These alterations rendered the already elusive world even more unpredictable. This significantly heightened Leo's challenges in surviving within this reality, transforming his prior familiarity with the plot from an advantage into a considerable disadvantage rooted in empiricism. He needed to prepare thoroughly, to remain composed, and respond with calmness. Leo steadied himself and scrutinized the email sent by Bruce. Dear Mr. Tang, the following day, Leo lounged in his grand villa, basking lazily in the sun. The warm rays streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping him in light. The life of the affluent is indeed splendid. One can indulge in sunshine at will. As he gently rocked in his chair, the tranquility was abruptly shattered. It was Elizabeth. Having sensed the commotion, Leo reluctantly rose. Thus, it seems that the wealthy do not escape unscathed. He thought to himself, slightly irked at being disturbed during his sunbathing. Boss, all personnel collaborating with the military have been withdrawn, along with relevant project documentation. Elizabeth handed him a tablet, its screen scrolling with a plethora of data. Leo casually flipped through a few pages. Well done. Is there any news from that side? None for now. Everyone appears to be quite compliant. What of David Torres? Mr. Torres appears to have fully accepted the closure of the cooperative department. Understood. Leo is not Tony Stark. He would not permit events akin to those involving Stan to transpire in his presence, even if he believes Torres poses no significant threat. After all, he is not a fragile dandy like Tony. Leo rose from his rocking chair, stretching comfortably. Well done, Elizabeth. As a magnate, how could one manage without a secretary? Elizabeth, a graduate of the London Business School, possesses exceptional skills in corporate and talent management. Not to mention, she is a striking beauty with fair skin, curvaceous figure, and an enchanting appearance. Recently graduated, her services are relatively affordable. Damn it, Leo, you truly are a miserly vampire. Her features lean towards an Asian aesthetic, making her a captivating mixed-race individual. Leo swore his initial choice of Elizabeth was not solely based on her stunning looks, although that was indeed a contributing factor. Among those who remained after the selection process, she was among the very few genuinely committed to hard work. The rest were either aspiring to ascend to Leo's bed or were corporate spies, those who remained beyond that were simply lacking in capability. Do not inquire how Leo knows this. He possesses the ability to see through a person entirely using his super hearing and X-ray vision. Ahem, of course, not in the sense of seeing through clothing, but in discerning whether someone is being truthful. After all, this position is exceedingly vital. Elizabeth's role to Leo is akin to that of Pepper Potts to Tony. She is a crucial figure in determining whether Leo can truly act as a hands-off manager. Leo granted her considerable authority, and in her current role, she has proven impeccable. Today, Elizabeth donned a professional uniform, with enticing black stockings encasing her supple, fair thighs, rendering her quite the sight to behold. In truth, the black stockings were unnecessary. She merely noticed that when dressed in such a manner, Leo's gaze would frequently stray in her direction. In fact, it was far more than a few glances. But Leo's movements were so swift that Elizabeth found it difficult to discern. After all, who could resist a sweet girl in a uniform and black stockings? It was only after Elizabeth departed that Leo could focus on the documents before him. The Super Soldier program, disguised as a radiation resistance project? Well played, General Ross. As the highest authority in Zyos, None of this is confidential to Leo. Ross has long concealed the truth from the scientists, leading to Bruce's tragic fate. Speaking of which, the Super Soldier program even includes our S.H.I.E.L.D group. Prior to taking over the company, Leo seldom concerned himself with its affairs. He never anticipated that his frugal father would hand the reins to him so swiftly. As he perused the classified projects, Leo felt an increasing sense of trepidation. It seems my decision was indeed the right one. Prior to this, Leo had hesitated for quite some time in deciding whether to involve himself in Bruce's affairs, as it offered him no tangible benefits. However, acknowledging the consequences of his own actions, he concluded that it would be prudent to lend a helping hand to the aggrieved party. That evening, after encrypting his communications, Bruce entered the chat channel, anxiously awaiting Leo's response. Suddenly, a message appeared. It was from Leo. "Is this Mr. Green?" "Indeed. First and foremost, I must elucidate the situation. As you may not be fully aware, the endeavor you are engaged in is not merely an anti-radiation project. It is, in fact, a component of the Super Soldier program." No wonder Bruce thought that his mere testing of the serum's anti-radiation properties had led to such dire consequences. Furthermore, I extend my apologies for the involvement of the S.H.I.E.L.D group in this project, but this was never my intention. You are aware that I have only recently assumed my position at S.H.I.E.L.D. I am uncertain whether I can trust you. Yet, Leo was acutely aware of Bruce's predicament. But you have no alternative, do you? Bruce reflected on his current circumstances, the military's relentless pursuit, the hardships of life, and the looming threat of gamma radiation on his health. Leo continued, "If you genuinely wish for my assistance, I will require a blood sample from you." Bruce's thoughts momentarily faltered, but he had already resolved that in order to secure Leo's aid, he must embrace the associated risks. Very well. Thus, a package containing Bruce's blood sample was dispatched to New York. Meanwhile, General Ross was furiously berating the phone. "Torres, you must provide me with an explanation. At such a critical juncture in the Super Soldier project, the S.H.I.E.L.D group has unilaterally chosen to withdraw. This abrupt decision jeopardized the entire project, which had been substantially supported by S.H.I.E.L.D's personnel. Having already produced an immature serum and with outstanding specimens like the Hulk at hand, success seemed tantalizingly close. How could the general not be enraged? "Ross, this is Leo Tang's decision. I have no authority to oppose it," Torres replied, his tone remarkably calm. "Lao Tang, that inexperienced youth? Torres, do not tell me you are truly powerless against him." The general jested. "What recourse do I possess? We subordinates must execute the decisions made by our superiors. Besides, you are well aware of how long I have served S.H.I.E.L.D. You have served S.H.I.E.L.D for quite some time." "Indeed," Torres acknowledged. "But from my perspective, Leo does not regard you as a company benefactor. He shows no concern for your withdrawal from collaboration with the military." "I understand." On the other end of the line, alone, Torres clenched his expensive cigar. Clearly, his inner turmoil belied his outward composure. Yet, he did not succumb to irrationality. He simply hung up the phone in silence. Damn it! General Ross found himself cursing softly as the call abruptly ended. After all, he had yet to extend his influence into the realm of the S.H.I.E.L.D group. Setting down the phone, his gaze returned to the computer screen. In the absence of S.H.I.E.L.D's support, all hope now rested upon Bruce Banner. With a grim expression, he focused on the footage of the Hulk's formidable display, resolute in his determination to claim victory. Chapter 7. Bruce Banner. After dispatching his blood sample, Bruce found himself anxiously awaiting a response. He harbored a duality of hope that Leo would resolve his predicament, while simultaneously fearing that Leo might renege on his promise, disregarding him once the blood sample was secured. In truth, the essence of a cad is similar. One must entice a woman into willingly leaping into a perilous abyss, fully aware of the dangers. Subsequently, one maintains a tantalizing distance, making her yearn for escape while instilling a fear of abandonment. Such despicable behavior. After a period of restless anticipation, Leo finally replied to Bruce. He sent a package containing a mesmerizing crystalline purple reagent, modest in volume, yet dazzling in appearance. Accompanying it was Leo's considerate note: "Do not ingest. Consequences are yours to bear." Bruce could hardly contain his eagerness. He meticulously pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to stain the test slide before adding the reagent and hastily observing through the microscope. The purple solution permeated Bruce's red and green cells, and in an instant, they reverted to their original crimson hue. Holding his breath, Bruce fixated on the lens, time stretching into what felt like eternity. After a minute, or perhaps longer, the red cells showed no signs of relapse. A profound sigh of relief escaped him, and the joy of success urged him to exclaim in triumph. At long last, the tormenting days devoid of Betty's companionship had reached their conclusion. Eagerly, he logged into the encrypted chat room, discovering that Leo was already online. Success. The reagent proved remarkably effective. Observing that his efforts to enhance his knowledge and tirelessly labor in the laboratory had borne fruit, Leo couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Is this all? I truly am a super genius. However, this reagent was not easily produced, nor could it be stored or transported in large quantities. Therefore, you must come to my laboratory, Banner. That's unsafe, Bruce instinctively typed, only to delete the message moments later. Regardless of the risks, the potential rewards were undeniable. If he could eradicate the Hulk within him, the military would have no reason to pursue him further, allowing him to reclaim his former glory. Such was the naive contemplation of a scientist. He resolved to embark on his journey the following day. In the early hours, Bruce was lost in dreams of a promising life restored to normalcy, when suddenly, he sensed an unsettling shift in his surroundings. The family dog anxiously lifted its head. Someone was coming. Beneath the dilapidated door, a slender, tubular micro-camera stealthily emerged, surveying the movements within the room. Following a thunderous explosion, a group of individuals burst inside, unleashing a hail of gunfire towards the bed. Yet, Bruce had already managed to escape in advance. However, these intruders were no ordinary soldiers. They were elite operatives known as Emil Bronsky, a figure we commonly refer to as the King of Soldiers. Bronsky, with his keen observational skills, successfully detected Bruce, who was desperately fleeing. The frantic voice of General Ross crackled through the radio, filled with agitation and fury. Capture him. Seize him. Thus commenced a relentless pursuit that spanned from the early hours of dawn to the twilight of evening. Ultimately, Bruce found himself cornered by a group of thugs who had often bullied him, trapped within the confines of a factory. He desperately attempted to advise them in his broken local dialect. I am angry. The consequences will be severe. Huh. The foreigner is cornered and still so arrogant? Take this. A massive green fist emerged from the shadows. He weaved through the dim light, navigating amidst the hail of bullets with an air of nonchalance. The anguished cries of soldiers and the thunderous sounds of impact echoed around him. Lieutenant Bronsky swore he had never encountered such a foe, a green monstrosity that extinguished all will to fight. In the end, the combat team suffered grave losses, and Bruce vanished without a trace. Fortunately, their efforts were not entirely in vain. They discovered Bruce's abandoned computer. Decrypt the information within the computer. You are not completely defeated. General Ross seethed with anger. However, their endeavors were destined to be futile. At the moment Bruce contacted Leo, all his communications had already been encrypted by Friday, rendering them incapable of deciphering it. Meanwhile, Leo was engrossed in his work at the S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory, completely unassisted. His unusual actions had evidently drawn the attention of some observant individuals, a few of whom approached Torres. I understand, Torres acknowledged, keenly aware of Leo's activities. It was noteworthy that Leo typically confined himself to his home, rarely venturing out. The last time he'd been so active in the laboratory was half a year ago. While remaining cautious of Leo's potential intentions, Torres awaited any sign of a misstep from him. This was, after all, the essence of the game. To cause a ruckus like Stan was truly to lose one's wits. Hence, this was also the reason Leo had not sent anyone to assist Bruce. After all, aside from his own identity, he was also the power behind the Zios group. Should he publicly dispatch someone to engage with Bruce, it would not merely be a slap in the face to the military. It would simultaneously be a self-inflicted wound while treating the military as fools. The military would believe he intended to monopolize the results of the Super Soldier Project, effectively casting him aside. That would truly be a situation that Uncle could endure. But Aunt could not. General Ross would be furious. Torres would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Bruce had already done enough. The rest rested solely on his shoulders. After all, this chapter belonged to Bruce Banner. Having evaded military pursuit, Bruce embarked on his journey of exile. He stumbled along, destitute like a beggar, yet resolutely made his way toward New York, where hope awaited him. After several days of travel, Bruce unwittingly arrived in Virginia, the city housing Calva University, where his beloved girlfriend Betty taught. It seemed as if an unseen force guided him. For on a rainy night, Betty discovered Bruce by the roadside. Leo observed Bruce and Betty together, and it stirred a pang of hurt within him, a reminder of his own past relationships. As dusk settled, the employees in the Central District had long since departed, leaving the entire S.H.I.E.L.D building deserted. The adjacent S.H.I.E.L.D research building mirrored this solitude, save for one laboratory that glowed with light. Leo, Bruce, and Betty exchanged glances. "Hello, Mr. Tang. Bruce Banner, you've arrived. You said you'd come. But bringing a girl along, what's that about? Are you not aware of the dangers involved?" Leo mused inwardly, gazing into Bruce's striking green eyes. Leo understood that beneath that beauty lay a tempestuous force. First, I cannot guarantee success. Second, are you truly willing to relinquish this power? You know how, well, formidable it is, Leo remarked casually while adjusting the instruments. I have never wished to wield it. I simply want to eradicate it, Bruce replied, his voice tinged with agitation. The existence of the Hulk had shattered his life for years, and resentment brewed within him. Bruce then kindly cautioned Leo, if this does not succeed, it will not trouble me, but you may find yourself in peril, as you are aware. Upon hearing this, Leo chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. Bruce was uncertain whether Leo meant failure was impossible or that he himself would not be in danger. Nonetheless, he found himself deeply inspired by Leo's confidence. Lie down. All right. I am ready. Betty, please move to a safer location while we await the outcome. I do not wish for any possibility of harm to come to you. After giving his instructions, Bruce closed his eyes. Unfortunately, while Leo could have Friday disable all electronic devices, he could not shield hearts from treachery. Torres, having received word, had already arrived at the adjacent building. Someone has entered the research building's laboratory. One male and one female. The male suspected to be the military fugitive, Bruce Banner. Yet Torres was acutely aware that Bruce was no mere fugitive. He was the monster birth from the project. Leo Tang, you truly are something else. Torres seethed with rage. Though Leo sensed a shift, he did not believe Torres could effect any change. His confidence had spiraled into arrogance. Like Superman, Leo typically focused on a few specific sound frequencies, such as the voices of Darren and Martha, as well as his own name. Aside from the safety of his family, he remained indifferent to all else. After all, a person does not grow in a consistently stable environment. Much like Thor, who, despite living for 2 millennia, remains naively reckless. Let alone Leo. As the machinery hummed, a multitude of serums was injected into Bruce's body. Following this, there was nothing but a silent wait. Suddenly, Bruce's body reacted violently. His eyes flew open, instantly filled with a vibrant green hue. Leo barely had time to cross his arms protectively over his chest. Bang! A massive green fist, veins bulging, came crashing toward him. In the adjacent building, Torres witnessed a figure launch from the laboratory on a high floor, crashing through the opposing office building. After creating a gaping hole in the second structure, the figure vanished from sight. Chapter 8. The rampaging Hulk coughing, Leo shook his slightly discomforted arms. The wall lay shattered, the floor resembling a field that had been plowed, and broken light tubes dangled precariously from a ceiling. At the other end, Leo beheld the awakened Hulk standing at the makeshift opening he had created, bellowing at the city. Hulk. Leo had to admit he had made a grave error. The nanotech suit flowed smoothly, the vivid red cape unfurling behind him as he charged toward the Hulk. After the roar, witnessing the panicked crowd scattering in terror, Hulk grew increasingly agitated by their screams. He leaped down, intent on crushing these insignificant insects. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted as Leo collided forcefully with the plummeting giant, propelling him high into the air. Leo aimed to divert the battlefield away from the densely populated area, much like he had done with Ironmonger. However, Leo had clearly underestimated his opponent. Recovering quickly, Hulk swung a powerful punch. Leo plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground and leaving massive, spiderweb-like fissures in the earth. Hulk, too, fell from the sky, shattering illuminated billboards in his descent. In an instant, flames ignited, blending with the cacophony of car horns and the cries of pedestrians. Leo gradually pushed himself up, his vision clearing amidst the chaotic glow. A drop of blood fell, and he wiped his face. What a dire predicament! As he observed Hulk, seemingly driven into a furious state after narrowly escaping death, he noticed the giant preparing to smash a yellow school bus that stood in his path. Inside, he saw the tear-streaked faces of young girls, trembling in fear. With a low growl, Leo unleashed a lightning-fast punch. Caught off guard, Hulk was sent crashing backward, colliding heavily against the sturdy vault door deep within the bank, leaving a terrifying dent in the metal surface. Before Hulk could regain his senses, Leo soared in, gripping Hulk's thick neck with one hand and ascending into the sky, while his other fist pounded relentlessly upon Hulk's enormous forehead with thunderous force. Yet Hulk, seemingly an unyielding behemoth, thrashed violently in the air. Even as Leo lost his balance and was struck in the chest by Hulk's colossal fist, he resolutely refused to let go. Realizing he could not transport Hulk away from this location, he opted to take him to the deserted S.H.I.E.L.D tower. This would become their arena of combat. Observing the mysterious figure battling the green giant, Torres, despite the mask, recognized it was undoubtedly Leo. Damn it! Claiming to shut down the Super Soldier Project while secretly conducting research and achieving such results. Torres mistakenly believed that Leo's abilities stemmed from the development of the Super Soldier Serum. However, with the situation spiraling out of control, Torres had no choice but to contact the military. Ross, come to S.H.I.E.L.D immediately. In truth, the military had already received word of Hulk's appearance even before Torres's notification. Stop deciphering that computer, you imbeciles. Hulk has emerged. General Ross promptly ordered the deployment of troops and, having already boarded a military helicopter, rushed off with great urgency. Within the building, Leo faced Hulk. Calm down. A blast of icy breath surged toward Hulk's face. Sensing the chill, Hulk hastily shielded himself with his massive arms. The frost relentlessly eroded his powerful limbs, shattering under Hulk's might before ultimately vanishing. It seemed that, at this stage, Leo's strength was still insufficient. His face turned pale with determination. Hovering in midair, he exerted all his strength to restrain Hulk's arms, then delivered a brutal headbutt to him. Thud! Hulk's head snapped back from the impact. Hulk, now displaying a furious countenance, retaliated instantly. His green forehead crashed into Leo's brow. The visible shockwave spread outward, causing Leo to be hurled away. Desks and walls were reduced to debris as he slammed into a thick load-bearing wall. Emerging from the wall, blood seeped from his forehead, disheveling his hair and obscuring his vision. No longer composed, Leo's eyes widened with rage. A robust beam of heat shot forth, striking Hulk's chest with precision. Roaring, Hulk's skin was torn asunder in an instant, green blood gushing forth only to evaporate immediately, leaving behind charred marks. Ultimately, he was propelled away, crashing from several floors up to the ground below. Leo wiped the blood from his forehead, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet in the very next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The Hulk, a colossal beast embodying an overwhelming and terrifying power, suddenly emerged from a void. With breathtaking speed, Hulk's fist struck Leo squarely in the face. He was sent hurtling through the air, crashing through the entirety of the building. Damn it! What manner of creature is this? The ferocity of the Hulk far exceeded Leo's expectations. It felt akin to an ordinary man confronting a frenzied adult grizzly bear. For the first time, Leo felt utterly powerless. He gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength once more, and charged toward the roaring Hulk. Hulk's chest, once deeply wounded, began to heal, with muscle tissue interwoven like a devilishly sturdy tapestry. He was stronger than Leo. The Hulk evaded Leo's charge, swiftly grabbing hold of Leo's cape and swinging him around before slamming him into the ground. Now it was Leo who plummeted from dozens of stories to the base of the building. Hulk's roar resonated throughout the entire edifice, seemingly proclaiming himself the victor of this battle. Suddenly, military helicopters appeared outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, their rapidly spinning cannons roaring menacingly. These were fearsome weapons capable of reducing a man to mere fragments. Yet, when they struck the Hulk, they emitted only a dull thud, unable to penetrate his skin. Amidst the covering fire, soldiers tossed ropes and entered the now heavily damaged structure. Several rockets exploded against the Hulk, but he emerged unscathed from the fiery chaos. Lieutenant Bronsky, who had injected himself with an unrefined super soldier serum, pressed forward with newfound confidence. Feeling the surging power within him, Bronsky taunted, "Come on, monster!" After the explosion's light faded, Hulk stepped forward, his grotesque features contorted in disdain. The squad of soldiers raised their weapons to fire, yet only Bronski dared to confront the Hulk directly. "Is this all you've got?" he provoked, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying remnants of the battle that had left the building in ruins. With a swift kick, Hulk sent Bronski flying, shattering glass in a violent arc of aesthetic brutality. After a brief descent, he crashed to the ground, and, even as a super soldier, it seemed unlikely he would survive. At the base of the S.H.I.E.L.D. tower, Leo struggled to rise from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. These foolish individuals. Even now, they failed to grasp the disparity between them and the Hulk, rushing towards certain death. Since the military insisted on sending these men to their demise, Leo could hardly be blamed for remaining a bystander. As he watched the soldiers meet their end beneath Hulk's unstoppable force, Leo seized the opportunity to catch his breath and regain his strength. Turning once more, he propelled his weary body toward the Hulk. They fought their way down from the top floor to the ground. Blazing hot rays erupted once more, slicing through the surrounding buildings with precision, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. tower finally succumbed, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Torres had stealthily infiltrated the research building. Entering the laboratory, he gazed at the data on the computer and Bruce's blood samples. "They have not yet fallen into my hands." He paid no mind to whether the battle next door would spill over to him. Such is the nature of capitalists. They seek wealth and power, yet forget the value of life. An urgent news bulletin interrupted. A green monster had appeared at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tower, currently engaged in combat with a mysterious figure, who seemed to be emulating a character from a comic, with attire and abilities strikingly similar. The military was in the process of evacuating the populace. If you have friends or relatives in the vicinity, please contact them immediately. The television broadcasted footage of Leo and Hulk battling on the streets, even providing close-up shots of the two. Despite wearing a Batman mask, Martha recognized her son at a glance. Darren had just finished a call, watching the scenes unfold on the television. "Damn it, Martha, I just spoke to Friday, and he reported no response." Darren turned back, only to find that Martha, who had been on the sofa, had vanished, leaving behind a still warm blanket. "Martha!" Darren shouted. Bang! Amidst the rubble, Leo was once again sent flying by Hulk. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving rapidly. Leo was nearing his limit, his energy nearly depleted. Yet the green giant across from him seemed to possess boundless strength and vitality. Hulk! In the evening, devoid of sunlight, Leo's healing abilities paled in comparison to those of the Hulk. If Leo did not intervene, in mere moments, the unchecked Hulk could lay waste to the entire block. Though Leo harbored goodwill towards this world, he did not wish to sacrifice his life in the process. This is not a film. It is reality, and the approaching Hulk, vibrant and ready to charge at Leo, teaches us a grim truth. Reality is far more terrifying than portrayed in films. Yet now, seeking to escape, it was too late. Hulk seemed to sense that Leo aimed to end his existence, relentlessly pursuing him to prevent his escape. Leo had underestimated Hulk's fighting prowess and overestimated his own. Left with no choice, Leo had to engage Hulk once more. Bang! In the clash of the next punch, Leo was sent soaring into the air, losing consciousness. Hulk roared and leapt up, preparing to deliver the final blow to this wretched human. Suddenly, a series of energy arcs extended from Leo's chest. Black and red energy arcs thickening from fine to broad, lengthening from short to long. A wave of panic washed over everyone. It was the scent of annihilation. A beam of light erupted, striking the flying Hulk. With a pained roar, he was sent hurtling several kilometers away, his fate uncertain. However, the energy arcs intensified and grew thicker. The dim sky, illuminated by these radiant arcs, became increasingly bright. Boom! At last, they exploded. In that moment, a colossal portal adorned with golden fireworks engulfed Leo, swiftly closing behind him. The destructive energy vanished along with Leo, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Chapter 9. The Ancient One covered the sky with one hand. Leo felt as though he had been lost in an exceedingly long dream. Within this dream, two towering giants clashed in a ferocious battle. Their combat was so intense that, in the end, both giants vanished together, and the universe they inhabited was consumed by boundless light. Boom! Leo jolted awake. In an antiquated room, he found himself reclining on a couch. Before him sat a striking woman, clad in a simple white robe with a bald head. She sat calmly, sipping tea, recognizing her resemblance to the character from the film. Leo immediately knew her identity, the Ancient One, the undisputed strongest force on Earth. You're awake? The Ancient One slowly turned to face Leo. I am awake. You must have many questions. I can provide answers. After a moment of silence, Leo inquired, Are you here to kill me? The Ancient One appeared taken aback by his question, a hint of astonishment breaking her usually serene demeanor. Certainly not. Do you think I would take your life simply because you are an interdimensional visitor, disrupting this timeline and altering the world? Mr. Tang, that is the most amusing thing I have heard in quite a long time. The Ancient One set her teacup down. As the Sorcerer Supreme, our duty has always been to protect Earth from the incursions of other dimensional demons. Do you consider yourself one of those demons? Leo clearly disagreed. Besides, circumstances are always in flux. The trajectory of a timeline holds countless possibilities. We, the Sorcerer Supremes, are not so rigid. Moreover, there are many stowaways like you in this world, and I cannot oversee them all. Curiously, the Ancient One asked, You recognize me? Does your universe also have an Ancient One? Leo paused, then awkwardly nodded. Thus, it is said that youth remains regardless of one's experiences, even in a second life. Leo had never shed his youthful essence. They often unwittingly make mistakes, yet fortunately, it is precisely because of their youth that their futures hold infinite possibilities. For instance, during this conversation, Leo nearly revealed his true self. Although this was of little consequence, noticing Leo's reluctance to delve deeper into the topic, Gu-E refrained from pressing further. Yet, Leo quickly recognized the oddity of the situation. If one were to entirely disregard these clandestine travelers, Leo's expression gradually grew grave. Then why did you seek me out? In a daze, Leo retained a vague impression of the final scene from that battle, where it was Gu-E who intervened and took him away. Gu-E pondered for a moment, seemingly reminiscing about that fateful night 18 years prior. Two intertwined rays of light shattered the barriers of the cosmos, descending upon Earth. As the brilliance faded, Leo's diminutive figure was revealed, observed in clarity by Gu-E atop the peaks of the Himalayas. It appears you remain unaware of the power that lies within your being. Gu-E prepared another cup of tea, placing it before Leo. The fragrant steam coiled into a wisp of white smoke. I must express my gratitude to you. At the moment when the power within you spiraled out of control, I harnessed it to weaken the dark dimension demon's might. The energy within you is overwhelmingly potent, beyond my control, compelling me to send you into the dark dimension and allow its eruption. That day, with a sweeping gesture, Gu-E directly transported Leo to Dormammu's dark realm. The violent energy obliterated countless dark purple asteroids into dust. Dormammu attempted to intervene, but was also wounded by that force. The eruption contained the purest essence of death itself. My power within? Leo clenched his fists. How could I be so formidable, yet be tossed around by Hulk? Gu-E, are you trying to deceive me? Leo silently scoffed. Noticing Leo's bewildered expression, Gu-E leaned slightly forward, striking Leo's chest with his palm. In an instant, Leo felt himself plummeting into a profound abyss. Gu-E directed Leo's consciousness to the core of his very being. Leo witnessed the truth. It was no mere dream. Two towering giants clashed within him, battling fiercely. It was Superman and Darkseid. The explosive energy waves reduced the stars surrounding the giants to mere dust. Suddenly, Leo's consciousness regained control of his body. As Gu-E pulled him back, How is it? Did you see? Yet, if these two deities are waging war within me, why am I still alive? As if perceiving Leo's inner doubts, Gu-E spoke once more. They have long perished. What you see is merely their residual energy, and these two forces continue to combat within you. The reason you have not been reduced to ashes amidst their struggle is that one side has completely subdued the other, maintaining a relatively stable state. The power of that individual not only subdued his adversary, but also permeated your being, gradually endowing you with extraordinary abilities. Looking down at his hands, Leo murmured to himself, So it is. No wonder I have slowly acquired superhuman powers. Moreover, he did not possess all the capabilities of superhero from the outset. Rather, throughout his growth, his physique was gradually assimilated by the superhuman strength, transforming him into a Kryptonian, thus accounting for his current diminished state. He had even been thoroughly thrashed by Hulk. Of course, This was also due to Hulk's strength being far superior to what was portrayed in the films. As for why I intervened, had you unleashed energy in New York? Even if it were merely a slight leak of energy after you lost consciousness, the entire city would have been doomed. Therefore, while I generally disregard stowaways, I had no choice but to act against someone as perilous as you. After all, the consequences would be dire, resulting in the untimely demise of millions. Fortunately, following this energy outburst, the energy within you has become much more stable. Otherwise, I might have had to keep you here for tea. Gu, he spoke slowly while sipping his tea. Thank you, Master, for clarifying my doubts. Regardless of the circumstances, Gu undoubtedly assisted him and unraveled many of the questions lingering in his heart. One last question. Is there a possibility for me to return to my original universe? Gu gazed at Leo's hopeful expression. The manner of your arrival was quite extraordinary. It was a powerful surge of energy that forcibly breached the barriers between universes in a short time. Although over a decade has passed, and the rift has long since healed, that area remains relatively fragile. If you can locate this opening, the chances are quite favorable. Leo's heart soared, as years of searching suddenly crystallized into a clear and definite objective. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Observing his exuberance, Gu remarked, "You should rest a bit longer. Later, would you be interested in experiencing the wonders of Kamartaj?" "Certainly, I would be delighted." He then exited the room. After resting for a while, Leo seemed to recall something, and just then, Gu entered the room. "Master, may I inquire how long I have been unconscious?" "About a week, why?" Leo's expression fluctuated between concern and relief. "Perhaps you could use my phone to reassure your parents?" "Huh? What? Do you think this is an isolated mountain retreat?" "Please, it is the 21st century." Leo was well aware that Kamartaj had internet and mobile phones, yet witnessing the ethereal Gu produce a mobile device from his robes felt strikingly incongruous. Since the nanotech ring had been damaged and lost during the energy explosion, Leo had no choice but to borrow the master's phone to send a message to Martha and Darren, assuring them of his safety. With his heart considerably more at ease, he eagerly prepared to explore the legendary Kamartaj. "Perhaps I might steal a few tricks," Leo thought innocently, pushing open the wooden door of the ancient house. A cascade of brilliant sunlight poured in. Leo immediately felt a tremendous force surging within him. Master Gu led Leo to the training grounds of the sorcerers at Kamartaj. On the stone-paved ground, a group of sorcerers of various skin tones and ages, clad in their training robes, practiced their magic. Surrounding them were towering mountains and elegantly designed pagodas imbued with Eastern charm. Leo watched in awe and implored Master Gu to teach him a few techniques as well. "You may certainly give it a try," she replied. Leo eagerly jumped down to join the sorcerers, diligently learning the incantations and movements with precision. Observing Leo's spirited demeanor, Master Gu chuckled, "Such a child you are." After some time, Leo felt that his strength had increased significantly over the past few days, attributing this surge to being closer to the sun in the Himalayas. However, in terms of magic, he still saw no progress, despite executing movements with micron-level accuracy. "It seems that magic has rejected you," Master Gu remarked, unfazed, while sharing a light-hearted jest with Leo. The latter resigned himself to the reality of being a mere muggle. "It's certainly not my inability. It's just that Kryptonians are inherently inept at magic," Leo mused inwardly. Yet he did not abandon his pursuit of strength. He inquired whether Master Gu had any methods for mastering the immense power within him. "I cannot assist you with that. It must come from within," she replied. Leo's dreams of effortlessly conquering the universe were dashed. "However, I can offer you a piece of advice. During combat, your body instinctively absorbs and transforms that energy into your own power." No wonder he felt significantly stronger. It was not merely due to proximity to the sun, but rather the result of his battle with the Hulk. Understanding this, Leo felt a sense of enlightenment. It was similar to his previous encounter with Ironmonger. Upon discovering the vast potential within himself, Leo's mindset relaxed considerably. He had previously worried about whether he could stand against Thanos, but now he realized that he simply needed to seek out more battles to strengthen himself. Confronting Thanos would be a trivial task. Moreover, after having disturbed Master Gu for so long, Leo felt it was time to take his leave. "By the way, will you truly not interfere with my actions?" he asked Master Gu before departing. "Unless you attempt to annihilate the Earth or plan the extinction of humanity," she replied. Leo shivered at her profound gaze and then soared into the sky. Chapter 10. Who do you think you're talking to? That night, after Leo's battle with the Hulk, Master Gu-E waved her hand, whisking away the energy on the brink of explosion that was Leo, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Although shocked by the overwhelming power displayed during the battle between Leo and the Hulk, as well as Leo's mysterious disappearance, General Ross remained resolute in his mission. He had witnessed the Green Giant being severely injured and sent soaring into the distance. "Hurry, find him," echoed the furious commands of General Ross over the radio. Yet, upon their arrival at the site where the Hulk had fallen, Bruce had vanished without a trace. All that remained were the debris from the rooftop that the Hulk had demolished. "Incompetence! You are all useless," he bellowed. Smoke billowed through the streets as the military retreated, leaving only fearless reporters armed with cameras, eager to capture the unfolding drama for the latest breaking news. The 328-meter high CIO's tower lay in ruins, a colossal heap of wreckage on the ground. However, as the camera zoomed in, there appeared to be a figure amidst the destruction. It was Martha. Upon seeing her son's silhouette on television, engaged in a battle with such a dangerous creature, Martha struggled to maintain her composure, despite her best efforts to remain calm. Which mother could stay serene when her child might be in peril? She, too, felt the weight of anxiety. Martha made her way to the CIO's tower, only to be met with the aftermath of the battle. Both Leo and the Hulk were nowhere to be found. Overwhelmed, Martha collapsed onto the rubble, her hands desperately sifting through the stones. She paid no heed to the dust that soiled her elegant attire, nor to the sharp rebar that drew blood from her hands. Her once beautiful features twisted in sorrow. Tears streamed from Martha's eyes. She had lost all contact with her son. Nearby, a sharp-eyed reporter spotted her, and soon a throng of journalists surrounded her. The CIO's biological experiment has unleashed a terrifying monster. An innocent young man has perished in the clash between the beast and a mysterious figure. A poor mother weeps in despair. Some astute reporters had even conceived headlines for their stories. As Martha beheld them, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Ignoring the incessant barrage of questions and the incessant clicking of cameras, she stood and seized one of the female reporters. "Excuse me, have you seen, the person who fought that green monster? What happened to him? Where'd he go?" Taken aback by the force of Martha's grip, the reporter replied earnestly, "You mean the mysterious figure in the Superman costume? He vanished." "Vanished?" Martha echoed, her heart racing. "Yes, just like that, poof. He suddenly disappeared." The reporter struggled to articulate the scene, gesturing helplessly in the air. "Weren't you able to capture it on film?" Martha pressed on, refusing to lose hope. "No. For some reason, all our equipment malfunctioned at that moment. Also, could you please let go? You're hurting my arm." Martha slowly released her grip, collapsing weakly onto the ground, her hands covering her face as tears began to flow. The reporters, overhearing their conversation, were suddenly inspired with fresh ideas. "May I inquire what you discussed with that enigmatic individual? What is your relationship with him? I sense that this mysterious figure is indeed a superhero. Might it be true that he accidentally harmed your son during a battle?" At that moment, a sleek, black high-powered motorcycle roared onto the scene, its engine growling, compelling the reporters to part ways. Without removing his helmet, Darren swiftly pulled Martha onto the back seat, and they sped away, leaving a group of journalists in pursuit of news stories. The corporate building lay in ruins, and the owner was missing. Elizabeth, the newly appointed assistant, expressed her overwhelming fatigue. On the first day following the battle, unable to reach Leo, she was forced to seek assistance from Torres, the current second-in-command. She wished to implement her own plans for the company, yet lacked the authority to do so. Leo had truly vanished. 2 days later, Torres confirmed this unsettling reality. After all, no leader could remain composed amidst the collapse of their own establishment. He could now ascertain that Leo was indeed the elusive figure soaring through the skies. Meanwhile, General Ross was seething with rage at the base when he received a call from Torres. "Damn it, Torres, what on earth is Leo up to? Who is that strange being fighting alongside the Hulk?" That very being was none other than Leo himself. "What?" General Ross thought he had misheard. "You heard correctly. Leo has cast us aside to monopolize the results of the Super Soldier Project, which he has already utilized for himself. Have you witnessed his capabilities?" Ross recalled the mysterious individual who had defied Earth's gravity, soaring through the air with ease. He possessed immense strength, capable of contending with the Hulk, and his eyes emitted a terrifying red beam, obliterating everything in its path. More importantly, he retained the appearance and intellect of a human. Ross felt a surge of ambition. Not only that, but he also attempted to eradicate the Hulk, extinguishing any hopes for further advancement. Damn it, Ross muttered, rubbing his temples. He had initially perceived Leo as a mere nuisance, but this audacious young man was proving to be ruthlessly cunning. The voice on the other end continued. Fortunately, that arrogant fool has failed and is now missing. Moreover, I have procured samples of the Hulk's blood and some experimental data from his laboratory. Ross was elated. However, I have one condition. Speak. Once the Super Soldier Project succeeds, if Leo returns, you must assist me in eliminating him. Ross hesitated. After all, Leo was no mere Bruce Banner. He was the legitimate power behind the CIO's group, a significant capitalist. Do not fret. We can assert that Leo has succumbed to the monstrous upheaval of recent days. As long as we silence Lee forever, the truth shall remain concealed. Thus, I shall ascend as the chairman of Zios, and you shall acquire super soldiers, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Torres's words thoroughly convinced General Ross. It was settled. Meanwhile, far away in the Himalayas, Leo was utterly oblivious to the voices echoing from the other side of the earth. On the third day of Lee's disappearance, Torres regained complete control of the company and resumed collaboration with the military. With Lee gone, Torres endeavored to sway Elizabeth to his side, seeking to extract more secrets about Lee through her. Unfortunately, Elizabeth's connection to Lee was not as intimate as Torres had envisioned. She remained skeptical of Lee's genuine disappearance and resolved not to shift her allegiance. Instead, she contemplated resigning from Zio's group to pursue other opportunities if Lee did not return in due course. A week after Lee's vanishing, Martha suggested, "Perhaps we should leave this place for a while." Darren paced anxiously within the confines of their home. The absence of his son and the impending dangers transforming this man into a shadow of his former self. "I will wait here for my son to return." Martha insisted stubbornly. "I understand, but you are in peril. Those individuals could arrive at any moment," Darren replied earnestly. "The reporters captured your visage." At that moment, with the looming threat to Lee, Martha found it impossible to remain composed, neglecting her own safety. Her sole desire was to locate Lee, disregarding all else. "It matters not. So many years have passed," Martha reassured both Darren and herself. Observing his resolute wife, Darren reluctantly acquiesced. Suddenly, Martha's phone illuminated with a message. It was a text from Leo. "Dear father and mother, I am not in danger. I am currently in a wondrous place, training, and I shall return in due time. Do not worry." Upon receiving Lee's message, Martha felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she wept in Darren's embrace. For all these years, Lee had been the anchor of Martha's existence. Her past was marred with bloodshed, yet this beloved child and Darren's love had pulled her from the abyss. Both were indispensable to her. At last, Martha acquiesced to Darren's wishes, and they prepared to seek refuge. However, as they opened the door, they were met by an unexpected figure standing before them. "Apologies for the intrusion, esteemed Mr. and Mrs. Thang. I am Agent Coulson, affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. The newcomer spoke while presenting his credentials. "I have been specifically dispatched to resolve your current predicament. There is no need for you to go anywhere. The Red House you are concerned about has long been eradicated by S.H.I.E.L.D. Furthermore, I am temporarily representing Director Fury to discuss matters regarding your son." Director Fury, occupied with a pressing mission, would not arrive in person for several days. Coulson courteously articulated his intentions. Time shifted back to the present, where Leo soared freely through the skies, the setting sun casting a splendid golden hue over the surrounding clouds. Unbeknownst to him, his velocity surpassed 8 Mach. Feeling an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him, Leo reveled in the moment. However, the previous failure prompted him to reflect on his actions. In the film, Dr. Blue managed to suppress the awakened Hulk with a serum. Yet Leo not only failed to eliminate the Hulk, but inadvertently incited his fury. Such a dismal outcome. How could he have been so careless, so reckless? This setback enlightened Leo to the reality that this world operated not like a scripted film. Approaching home, he imagined his parents must be frantic with worry. However, as he employed his supervision to scan his house, he noticed something amiss. The vicinity was swarming with armed agents, and within the home, Nick Fury, clad in an eye-mask, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, conversing with his parents. "It's been a while, Mr. Tang. You still appear quite vigorous," and Mrs. Tang remains as graceful as ever. While Fury feigned pleasantries, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Years ago, Martha had been desperately fleeing from the dual pursuit of the Red House in S.H.I.E.L.D., yet now she had transformed into Mrs. Tang. It was important to note that Martha was a top-tier agent of the Red House, responsible for a series of grave incidents, including the theft of sensitive documents from the Southern Research Institute, resulting in the deaths of 3 soldiers, as well as the assassination of a congressman and the president of a foreign nation. Yet here Fury stood, wearing a facade of congeniality. Sensing Fury's contemplations, Darren interjected. "Had we not previously declined Agent Coulson's proposal? Why are we being approached now?" "I require an explanation, Director Fury." With no alternatives, Fury, bearing the weight of maintaining national peace and stability, felt compelled to investigate Leo. "Mr. Tang, I am here not for my personal gain, but for the benefit of the nation. I hope you can grant me an opportunity, just as we at S.H.I.E.L.D. once offered your wife." Fury was treading a precarious line. To Leo, it appeared as though Fury was relentlessly cornering his family. Unable to endure any further, he tore through the vintage villa's ceiling, descending like a tempest, shattering the exquisite flooring beneath him. "Who do you think you're speaking to?" he roared. Leo's eyes blazed with a crimson light, the terrifying hue dimming the surrounding illumination. He resembled a demon returned from the depths of hell. Chapter 11. "I am Superman." The agents outside were startled by the tremendous commotion, preparing to rush into the house. Nick Fury gestured for the agents to cease their actions. He turned his gaze towards Leo, who was fixated on him. Should he dare to make a move, Leo would undoubtedly reduce him to ashes. Fury began, "Look, our main character has just arrived, hasn't he?" A few days prior, Fury had observed Martha on the news and sensed something amiss. Martha, the enigmatic figure linked to the aristocratic Leo Tang of the Theos group, seemed to share an inexplicable connection with him. After considerable contemplation, Fury resolved to visit the Tang family. After all, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he bore a responsibility. Behind Leo, Darren and Martha, witnessing their son's descent, finally reacted. Martha grasped Leo's arm, shaking her head. "Son, no." Upon hearing his mother's plea, the crimson glow in Leo's eyes gradually dissipated. Fury, observing Leo's slight calming, addressed him, "Leo Tang, our young aristocrat. May I inquire if you are the mysterious individual who battled Iron Titan in the suburbs?" Disregarding Fury's question, Leo stepped closer, his face inches from Fury's. "Listen, I do not care who you are or what you represent, but should anyone dare to threaten my family or harbor ill intentions towards them, I assure you, regardless of where they reside on this planet, they will regret ever coming into existence. Do you understand?" Oh, calm down, young man." Fury raised his hands in a placating gesture, leaning back slightly. He knew he must first temper the emotions of this young man. For Fury was aware that when Leo was provoked, his fury rivaled that of the Hulk. "In truth, we harbor no malice," Fury conveyed earnestly. Turning to his parents, Leo received their affirming nods, which eased his expression somewhat. "Now, let us converse amicably. I am here for you." As Leo calmed, a realization dawned upon him. His identity had likely been compromised. However, Darren and Martha were firmly opposed. "I reiterate, Director Fury, we reject S.H.I.E.L.D's proposal." Darren's typically gentle tone now carried an authoritative edge. Though Leo harbored no fear of the so-called S.H.I.E.L.D., witnessing his parents' fervent defense of him warmed his heart. Why not consider the child as perspective? He has grown and possesses the capacity to take responsibility for himself. Fury slyly redirected the conversation, and indeed, upon hearing his words, Darren and Martha felt compelled to relinquish the initiative to their beloved son. They turned their attention to Leo, who gently shook his head, signaling them not to worry. "What would you like to say?" He addressed Fury with a calm demeanor. Fury remained unfazed by Leo's demeanor as he produced a tablet from his pocket and handed it to Leo, displaying 2 videos, one of Leo delivering a fierce beating to Iron Tyrant, and the other of Hulk administering a similar thrashing to Leo. "Is that you? Since you have just witnessed my descent from the sky, why pose such a superfluous question?" Leo disdainfully tossed the tablet back to Fury. Young man, one must approach tasks with meticulousness. Otherwise, one may err gravely. Fury, undeterred by Leo's attitude, replied, Indeed, it is me. What do you intend to do about it? He then scrutinized the tablet himself. Of course, nothing at all. We merely wish to comprehend the origins of your abilities. Are they innate? Do you recall your childhood? As Fury spoke, he turned to Martha. His foremost concern was that Leo's powers were not naturally bestowed, but rather artificially engineered. It was well known that as a Red Room agent, Martha possessed no reproductive capabilities. Thus, how did Leo come to be? If Leo had been retrieved, or worse, abducted from a clandestine research facility by Martha, the world could very well descend into chaos. Martha pondered nervously. If I were to claim I found him abandoned on the street, would he become enraged? You need not elaborate. Leo is my biological son. As for his abilities, they are indeed innate. Martha wished to divert the conversation from this delicate topic. Despite the risk of facing repercussions, Fury persisted. Do not deflect, madam. We both understand the reproductive limitations of Red Room agents. Upon hearing Fury's words, Leo experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder his parents had never gifted him with a brother or sister over the years. His father was not the issue, but rather his mother. The Red Room, affiliated with the former Soviet Union's clandestine organization, collected girls who had lost their families in war, training them as formidable agents to serve their cause. These agents were not only subjected to biotechnological control, but also had their ovaries removed. Contemplating this, Leo felt a sting in his eyes. He could not fathom the suffering his mother must have endured. The very thing Martha feared most had been exposed by Fury. Yet, at that moment, she and Darren could not afford to confront Fury, for their primary concern was their son, Leo. She feared that upon learning he was not biologically hers, he might become emotionally distressed. With tears welling in her eyes, she said, Leo, when you were but an infant, you were abandoned, naked, in an alley. I cannot bear to ignore you when I happen upon you, so I brought you home. You wouldn't hold it against your mother for deceiving you, would you? Martha, having just evaded the relentless pursuit of Red Room agents and newly united with Darren, despite living in constant fear, had nonetheless taken Leo in and nurtured him with care. It is not that your parents intentionally wish to withhold the truth from you. Rather, they believe it to be for the best. I know you can comprehend their heartfelt intentions. My son, Darren interjected. Regarding your abilities, my son, we are equally uncertain of their nature. Throughout your upbringing, we have noticed you possess certain differences, yet we observe that you seemed untroubled by them, which is why we have not broached the subject with you. Nevertheless, we are all ardently guiding you to become a kind-hearted individual. After Darren spoke, he gently placed his hand on Leo's shoulder. I certainly understand, Leo replied, turning to embrace Martha and Darren. However, the nefarious Nick Fury shattered this tender moment with his words. Do you truly expect me to believe such fanciful claims? Mrs. Tang, how could anyone casually stumble upon a child of such extraordinary talent on the roadside? This has nothing to do with you. Leo retorted fiercely at Fury. Yet, I must ascertain the nature of your abilities and their origin. Have you considered the repercussions of your identity being exposed? In this moment, Fury could no longer hold back. Setting aside the government stance, consider the restless forces lurking in the shadows. Perhaps your strength allows you to remain unperturbed, but what of your parents? They will face relentless waves of threats seeking to uncover your formidable secrets. You cannot remain on guard at all times. Do you genuinely wish to know the truth? Leo gazed at Fury. Leo had no concern regarding Fury's intentions, for he knew the agent could not pose a threat to the Tang family. What weighed on his mind was the perception of his parents. After a moment of contemplation, Leo resolved it was time to confess to them. After all, he could not, nor did he wish to, keep them in the dark forever. Sooner or later, he would embark on a journey through the cosmos, and he needed to devise a solution that would spare his adoptive parents from unnecessary sorrow. Thus, Leo set his sights on the ability to traverse freely between two universes. As time ticked away, Leo spoke softly. I am Superman. I hail from another universe, and due to certain circumstances, have inadvertently arrived here. Fury's single eye widened in shock, the white of his eyes stark against his dark complexion. Behind Leo, Martha and Darren gaped in astonishment. Who could have imagined that their modestly adopted son was of such remarkable origin? Martha exclaimed, I can't believe it. Wait. Are you saying that you are the kind of Superman found in comics? And you come from another universe? Even the king of spies seemed momentarily flummoxed. Indeed, I only recall being struck by a tremendous energy and, subsequently, finding myself inexplicably in this universe. How can you prove that what you say is true? Does my ability not suffice to demonstrate that I am a Kryptonian? Since I am indeed a Kryptonian, it follows that I hail from an alternate universe. After all, this world lacks the presence of Clark Kent, the Superman from the comics. I surmise that some energy has pierced the veil between universes, transporting me to this realm. Wishing to keep the truth veiled while simultaneously persuading Fury of my Kryptonian identity to alleviate the current predicament, Leo spoke with earnest absurdity. Whether you believe it or not, this is the reality. Furthermore, do not leverage my parents against me. Their safety weighs heavily on my heart. Leo levitated, gazing down at Fury from above. Chapter 12. The Avengers? Fury, unable to accept this revelation, remained silent for a considerable time. Leo unleashed his heat vision, scorching a fiery crack into the precious floor of his home, then employed his super breath to freeze it. Having perused the comics, Fury could not deny that Leo was indeed a bona fide Superman. After all, even the mightiest nation has only succeeded in developing super soldiers akin to Captain America, which still fall within the realm of humanity. The formidable Hulk, despite his strength, is a product of reason sacrificed. The existence of someone like Leo was beyond Fury's wildest imaginings. Very well, I concede, you do resemble Superman. Although I am skeptical of your claims of inadvertently traversing from another universe. Seeing you in this light, Fury recognized that this matter should be set aside. Presently, he lacked the capacity to manage a being akin to Superman, but he had not anticipated such a scenario before his arrival. Moreover, according to S.H.I.E.L.D's analysis of Leo, he was deemed a force for good. Having refrained from malevolent actions throughout the years and even attempting to assist humanity during the Ironmonger and Hulk incidents, it appears my concerns were unwarranted. I had initially thought you were some secret super biological weapon. Observing Leo's indifferent gaze, Fury felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, true to his role as director, he maintained an admirable composure. Now, for the next inquiry, are you familiar with the Avengers? Allow me to elucidate. This initiative exists to uphold world peace. Fury eloquently sought to entice the young man into S.H.I.E.L.D. However, perceiving Leo's disinterest, Fury deployed his trump card. S.H.I.E.L.D. has even captured extraterrestrial beings and possesses numerous items that could redefine human understanding. Should you choose to join the Avengers, I assure you access to all these resources. Listening to Fury's fervent discourse, a smile crept upon Leo's lips. The Avengers? Of course, Leo was aware of this team of superheroes, assembled under S.H.I.E.L.D's aegis, tasked with saving the world during times of crisis. They also undertook various missions assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D. under the noble pretext of righting wrongs and maintaining global harmony. However, the S.H.I.E.L.D. itself had already been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra. How could Leo possibly fall into this trap? Moreover, he was not a fervent youth with dreams of becoming a superhero. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. had not been compromised, why would he abandon his privileged life to save the world? After a moment of contemplation, a delightfully wicked thought emerged in his mind. He descended to the ground and addressed Fury. I have heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a magnificent organization established to uphold peace and stability. However, not long ago, I inadvertently overheard something quite extraordinary. Would you care to listen? Fury regarded Leo with a puzzled expression, seemingly assessing Leo's true sentiments towards S.H.I.E.L.D. By all means, proceed, he replied. Leo, utilizing his extraordinary vision, detected various covert communication devices affixed to Fury. With lightning speed, he closed the distance, yanking them from Fury's person and crushing them to shards. The agents at the doorway finally reacted, their faces draining of color. Yet, Fury remained remarkably composed, signaling to the agents to remain still. After all, if Leo truly intended harm, even tenfold the number of individuals present would be insufficient to withstand his gaze. Leo leaned closer to Fury's ear and whispered a few words. However, Fury appeared startled, his ordinarily composed demeanor shaken by the revelations Leo imparted. Is what you say truly accurate? Fury's countenance seemed to pale in response. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. That brings us back to the same question. How do you prove the veracity of your claims? I chanced upon this information during a flight around New York. Leo gestured his ear. Super hearing. Of course, Leo did not acquire this knowledge in such a manner. Rather, he had seen the film Captain America, the Winter Soldier, in his previous world. Yet, to explain it that way would be too far-fetched. It was better to keep it simple and direct. Fury was understandably skeptical, given the shocking nature of the secret. Whether you believe it or not is your prerogative. I have no reason to deceive you, do I? Furthermore, I will not join the Avengers until you ascertain and address this matter. In truth, even if Fury were to eradicate Hydra entirely, Leo would still refrain from joining. These statements were merely to confound Fury. He gestured towards the door. I believe it is time for you to leave my residence. Fury's already dark visage deepened in shade, but he was left with no choice. With a plethora of unanswered questions swirling in his mind, Fury waved his hand and departed with his agents. Leo understood that, despite Fury's doubts, the seeds of suspicion had been sown. As long as Fury remained vigilant regarding the actions of these individuals in the future, he would inevitably make a discovery. After all, he was the king of spies. However, Fry's words held merit. Now that his identity had been exposed, it was imperative to ensure the well-being of Martha and Darren. It would be prudent not merely to travel to Huagua, but rather to settle there permanently, Leo mused. Yet, Martha began to feel anxious. So, is everything you said truly the case? For the most part, Mother. Will you one day return to your own universe to find your true family? In an instant, Leo understood Martha's concerns. He sighed, knowing he must eventually return. After all, aside from his beloved girlfriend, his parents, who had painstakingly raised him, were still waiting for him on the other side. Particularly his father, now that he possessed a means to treat chronic leukemia, yet could not see his father. Who could fathom the turmoil within Leo's heart? Years had blurred their faces. Yes, I will. But you are also my true family. Leo embraced his mother tightly. If I can find a way back, then surely I can find a way to return. Trust me, Mom and Dad, believe in your son. For I am indeed a superhero. Upon hearing Leo's words, both Martha and Darren felt a sense of relief. Leo remained the same Leo. Forever the son they could take pride in. The following day, Leo announced, Mom and Dad, I'm heading out. He held a freshly made waffle by Martha, savoring it as he spoke. Also, you might want to consider traveling, haha. However, I suggest you settle in Huagua after your travels. It's exceedingly safe there. After all, don't ask, just know it's the mysterious Eastern power. Watching Leo's figure disappear into the sky, Martha pouted, this child is in such a hurry. Haha, our child has grown and has his own affairs to attend to. Perhaps we should start preparing for our own trip for two. It will surely be delightful. With all matters resolved smoothly, Darren wrapped his arms around his wife, feeling elated. Meanwhile, Leo made his way back to his seaside villa, hastening towards the underground base. Welcome back. It is truly wonderful to see you again, sir. Likewise, Friday. Has anything occurred during my absence? Your father, Mr. Darren, made a communication, and Mr. Torres attempted to reach you. Additionally, Miss Eliza initiated 13 communications. Very well, I understand. Leo donned a new nano wristband. And what of the Hulk? Leo still harbored thoughts of Bruce, knowing he had been the one to cause this mess. Surely, Bruce must be quite disappointed in him. Damn it, I'm such a fool. Leo seethed internally. Bruce Banner had gone missing after that battle, and General Ross had been unable to locate him. Well, that has something. Leo mused. Otherwise, Leo would insist on bringing Bruce out, but that would inevitably provoke the American military. Everything seemed normal. Yet Leo completely overlooked the laboratory within the Theos Research Building. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the desire to return home, for the Ancient One had bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope. After toiling in the laboratory for a while, Leo finally remembered he had a company to manage. He dialed Elizabeth. Yes, sir. On the other end, Elizabeth, having not been to work for several days, was still lost in slumber. Suddenly, her phone rang. Who could be calling so early? Woken from her dreams, Elizabeth initially intended to dismiss the call, but upon seeing the caller ID, she exclaimed, Boss. Report, officer. The target has emerged. Meanwhile, General Ross and Torres were admiring their latest creation. Upon receiving the news, they turned their gaze towards the imposing, grotesque figure in the base. A monstrous yellow-green behemoth. Both men broke into smiles. Chapter 13. The Onslaught of Revulsion. What? Am I dead? Upon receiving Leo's call, Elizabeth instantly reverted to her role as a professional assistant. Days prior, rumors had spread that her boss had perished in a confrontation with the Green Monster and a mysterious figure. After listening to Elizabeth's update on the company's situation, Leo suspected that Torres was likely behind all this turmoil. Called Torres on Friday. Leo decided to be forthright. After all, as the major shareholder, he had no reason to fear any upheaval from these individuals as long as he remained. Torres, what is going on? Oh, my God, you are alive. This is wonderful. Upon hearing Leo's voice again, Torres seemed filled with joy. You have no idea. After your disappearance, everyone was terribly worried. Leo raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Why do I hear rumors of my demise? Torres appeared visibly angry upon hearing this. Indeed, some unsavory rumors have been circulating in the company recently, but I've ordered a strict prohibition against them. We all believe you would come to no harm. By the way, since you're all right, where have you been? The company is awaiting your return to restore order. Torres sought to pry further into Leo's secrets, yet Leo paid him no mind. Is that so? Leo replied, unfazed. I shall quietly observe your performance. And what about rekindling cooperation with the military? You have no idea. The shareholders and the military have been in a frenzy. Unlike you, I cannot suppress them. To ensure the company's stability, I have been compelled to re-establish cooperation with the military, especially after the company building turned to ruins overnight. Everyone is on edge. If I do not make some compromises, the company will surely be in disarray. Leo cast a glance out the window and spotted a small military reconnaissance aircraft concealed within the clouds. At that moment, Torres spoke up. Why don't we gather tonight to celebrate your safe return and discuss company matters? I concur with this notion, but where shall we convene? I believe your seaside villa in California would serve as an excellent venue. A faint smile curved upon Leo's lips. So, you are finally ready to reveal your intentions? Quite splendid. Let us settle on that. In truth, he harbored a sense of anticipation, rather than allow this malignant presence to linger. It would be prudent to provide an opportunity for him to expose himself, thus granting Leo a justification to take action. After all, he could not simply confront Torres and Ross based on mere eavesdropping. However, once he had sent Martha and Darren away, with fewer reservations, indulging in a bit of recklessness seemed entirely feasible. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Torres laid down the phone, his expression darkening as he addressed General Ross. I have managed to keep him occupied for the time being, but he may have caught wind of our plans. Yet, he is overly arrogant, is he not? General Ross cast a sidelong glance at Torres. Indeed, that is because he has yet to witness our true strength. However, as a precaution, let us wait until the military is fully deployed before we proceed. Torres, incensed, replied exactly. Do you think I scheduled our meeting for the evening for no reason? Furthermore, our actions must be swift. They cannot act with impunity. We must strive to resolve this matter quickly and discreetly, hence the timing and choice of Leo's villa. It is nestled against a cliff, sparsely populated, a perfect location for Leo's demise. Are you truly prepared to confront Leo face to face? Of course not. I shall observe from a distance as he and his abode are reduced to ruins. Unbeknownst to Ross and Torres, Leo, utilizing his enhanced hearing, was privy to their entire conversation and wore a knowing smile. He was eager to witness what true power entailed. Was it malice? The duo remained oblivious to the fact that Leo had already observed a series of physical tests conducted on the abomination at their base. Through meticulous comparison, Leo concluded that the abomination was hardly formidable. Following an explosive surge in strength, Leo was confident that neither these individuals nor the abomination could pose a threat to him. Ever since being pummeled by the Hulk, Leo had been harboring a burning rage within. While he verbally acquiesced to Torres, he was not inclined to squander the entire day in anticipation. He had already formulated a preliminary idea regarding the cosmic tunnel. Hey, Tony, are you home? Leo instructed Friday to dial Tony's number. Wow, look who it is. Our little superhero. I saw the news and thought you had been launched by that green giant. I was relieved I wouldn't have to carve out time to study that cosmic tunnel of yours. You know, I'm quite busy these days. In fact, when the news broke, Tony was attending a local cultural festival on the other side of the globe, reveling in the festivities. I have matters to discuss with you regarding the cosmic tunnel. Oh, of course I am at home. Leo, no longer hesitating, donned his nanotech suit once more. This time, it was solely the Superman attire, devoid of the bat mask. He ceased to conceal himself, for his identity may no longer be a secret. After all, how could he expect the information divulged to S.H.I.E.L.D. to remain confidential? He ascended into the sky, his crimson cape billowing majestically in the sunlight. Following a resounding sonic boom, Leo's figure vanished into the heavens. Observing Leo's movement, the soldiers tasked with monitoring him felt a twinge of anxiety. "Fear not. Maintain your watch over the villa. He will return," Torres confidently issued his command, intent on making Leo pay for his arrogance. Just as he ended the call, Tony turned to accept the coffee delivered by his robotic arm, a moment of praise escaping his lips. "Thank you. Well done." It was a rare occasion for the robot to receive such commendation. As Tony brought the coffee to his lips, ready to indulge, a sudden crash interrupted him. Boom! The tremendous noise caused Tony to spill coffee all over the floor. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed, rolling his eyes dramatically. "Do you realize the trouble you've caused? You owe me a cup of coffee, a t-shirt, and a clean floor." Tony chided Leo, who had landed with an alluring grace. In the next instant, the ground was immaculate, and somehow, a steaming cup of fresh coffee appeared in Tony's hand. To his astonishment, as he glanced down, his black t-shirt had transformed into a white one emblazoned with a cartoon image of Winnie the Pooh. "How do you like my service?" Leo inquired eagerly. "What in the world? Where did you acquire this shirt?" Leo, however, swiftly shifted the topic to a more pressing matter. "Traveling between universes is indeed possible. A sorcerer informed me that, due to my influence, a weakness has emerged in the barrier separating our universe from others. If we can locate that point and breach it, success is highly probable." "Who? A sorcerer? They understand this? Aren't they merely illusionists on stage?" Tony grasped the situation, although he seemed to overlook the crux of the matter. Thankfully, Tony was also aware of priorities and responded earnestly. "So, how we find it? We lack the necessary technology. Moreover, we haven't even developed a basic teleportation portal." He continued, "During this time, I have delved into thermonuclear astrophysics and Einstein's wormhole theory. Two issues present themselves. First, we do not possess sufficient energy to bend space, theoretically enabling spatial travel. Second, given the vastness of the universe, the likelihood of locating the weakness you mentioned is nearly zero unless we search the entirety of the cosmos." Thus, the conversation unfolded. Tony shrugged in exasperation. However, he soon noticed Leo's eyes brightening with excitement. Suddenly, he struck his left palm with his right fist. "Yes, Tony, you are truly a genius. I know of something that can simultaneously resolve both issues." "What is it?" Tony inquired with great curiosity. "The space stone." Unbeknownst to them, time had shifted from day to dusk. "So, won't you stay for dinner?" Tony generously invited Leo. Leo observed that the watch adorning Tony's right wrist was rather unusual. "What is this? You finally noticed?" Tony laughed heartily. Leo silently scoffed. As expected of Iron Man, he swiftly managed to perfect the nanotech suit. "Come on, Tony. Do you think I'm unaware that your invitation is merely a pretext to flaunt your intellect?" Leo crouched slightly, mimicking a takeoff gesture. "Don't forget our agreement. I will handle the space stone, and you will secure the leading scientists in this field." "Certainly." Upon receiving Tony's affirmation, Leo exerted himself slightly and soared into the sky. Tony watched his stylish ascent. "Jarvis, his cape isn't as cool as my suit, is it?" Gently landing at his villa, Leo's gaze was fierce. "Before we tackle the space stone, let us first deal with these irritating fools." Not far off, a command crackled over the radio. "The enemy has reached the designated attack target. Commence combat plan. Repeat, commence combat plan." Unbeknownst to them, the battle had already begun. Two A-10C Thunderbolt fighter jets emerged from the sea, for AGM-65 missiles streaking towards Leo's villa with the intent to obliterate. Leo was furious. "You can mess with me, but not my villa." Two intense heat rays swiftly swept across the area. Boom! The missiles erupted in a spectacular display of fireworks in the sky. Leo ascended, flying slightly away from the villa. The target has fallen into the trap. They have reached the designated attack position. Surrounding Leo, several high-powered sonic weapons unleashed a barrage of sound waves at close range, leaving him dizzy from the overwhelming frequencies. Enough! Leo stomped fiercely on the ground, causing a terrifying tremor that threw the sonic weapons off their aim. Yet, the sound remained painfully piercing. In a flash, he smashed each weapon into scrap metal with powerful punches. "Is this all you are capable of?" Leo hovered in the air, disdainfully declaring. However, In the next moment, a massive yellow-green fist struck him from behind. Boom! The shockwave resonated, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Leo opened his palm and firmly caught the blow. Chapter 14. Crushing Defeat. The fleeing abomination had been lurking in the shadows for quite some time, its fists caked in dirt, spitting out the sand that filled his mouth. Leo was seething with fury. Did this fool really believe he could launch a surprise attack? The naive abomination was blissfully unaware that it had long been exposed to Leo's gaze. Despite its fist being caught by Leo, the abomination remained brimming with confidence, having exerted merely 50% of its strength. You are not but an appetizer on my path of vengeance against the Hulk, you pitiful little insect. Blonsky, or rather abomination, issued a taunt towards Leo, its grotesque visage twisted in disdain, while the menacing spikes on its back proclaimed the terror of this creature. Not far away, Torres and General Ross were engaged in jovial banter. The show is about to begin. They were convinced that the Leo who had been nearly beaten to death by the Hulk was now no match for the abomination. Yet, they were blissfully ignorant of the fact that Leo's strength had evolved beyond recognition. Cursed insect. Clenching his fists, Leo surged towards the abomination with astonishing speed, a whirlwind of sand swirling in his wake. The abomination, upon witnessing this, charged at Leo with thunderous steps that sent tremors through the earth. Boom! At the epicenter of their collision, a shockwave erupted, creating a massive crater in the ground. Leo grasped the abomination and skidded for several kilometers until the creature's body slammed against a rising boulder in the wilderness. You wretched bug! The abomination raised its muscular arms, intent on smashing Leo into the ground once more. However, Leo denied him this opportunity, delivering a powerful punch with his right hand. Bang! The boulder shattered into irregular fragments as the abomination was sent flying amidst a storm of debris. It dragged itself along the ground before finally crouching down to regain its balance. Roar! Infuriated by the lack of advantage since the battle commenced, the abomination bellowed, "I will tear you apart." With a mighty stomp, it shattered the ground and launched a rapid punch towards Leo. Leo met this blow with his chest, sending him hurtling backward, colliding with an armored vehicle, which split in two. The abomination soared upward, seizing the severed armored vehicle and smashing it violently against Leo's face. As iron shards scattered, Leo clamped his hand around the abomination's neck and forcefully struck its grotesque head. Crash! The abomination felt a dizzying sensation, only to be kicked away by Leo, crashing into the crowd of soldiers who scattered in panic. The imprint of a foot on its chest throbbed with pain, causing the abomination to lose its composure. "I will kill you," it roared, leaping from the throng with tremendous momentum. One punch, two punches, three punches. Leo shielded his head with both hands, being pushed backward by the relentless blows of the abomination. Finally, as the abomination swung its next punch, Leo swiftly sidestepped and delivered a precise strike to the creature's muscular jaw. A spray of crimson blood erupted, and the abomination soared into the distance, filled with wrath. Leo, his expression grim, ascended into the sky at an accelerated pace, not waiting for the creature to descend, and with both hands clenched into fists. He struck down with tremendous force. The abomination's massive form crashed into the ground like a cannonball, carving out a long and deep trench. Staggering to his feet, he adjusted his dislocated jaw and spat out a viscous stream of blood. "You vile insect, I will grind you into a pulp." The abomination's coarse, raspy voice mingled with the metallic scent of blood. He roared, launching a frenzied assault against Leo. The savage cries echoed clearly even several kilometers away. Thud! 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 Leo's face was repeatedly struck by the abomination's fists, and crimson droplets began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Observing this, the abomination's visage twisted into a grotesque grin, and his strikes grew increasingly forceful. "Huh, you are nothing but a pathetic creature," until he suddenly caught sight of Leo's icy gaze. Is that so? In the next moment, the abomination's right fist came to a sudden halt, as if it had collided with an impenetrable wall. In stark contrast to the abomination's gigantic fists, Leo's hands appeared delicate and slender. Yet, it was these very hands that firmly intercepted the full force of the abomination's blow. The abomination's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, I refuse to accept this." He raised his left fist high. However, the outcome remained unchanged. "I thought you were formidable, yet this is all you can muster? You pale in comparison to the Hulk." With both hands restraining the abomination, Leo slowly ascended to a height slightly above the creature, exerting all his strength to press downwards. Both Leo and the abomination summoned their utmost power, yet in this pure contest of strength, Leo proved superior. The abomination's body trembled in reluctant submission as it began to bend under the immense pressure. Thud! One of the abomination's knees collapsed on the ground, sending shockwaves that startled General Ross and Torres watching from a distance. Now, it is time to put an end to this, Leo stated calmly as a searing, intense light began to gather in his eyes. In the next instant, the agitated abomination began to thrash wildly. A torrent of scorching rays erupted, blasting into the abomination's chest. The skin was seared away, exposing torn muscle fibers, and even the bones began to melt. Roar! The abomination howled in agony, finally experiencing the pangs of fear. Summoning all his strength, he violently twisted his body. The searing rays sliced through from the front of the abomination's chest to the back, leaving deep wounds in their wake. The abomination was propelled far away by this force. When he managed to rise again, Leo was astonished to see that the wounds were beginning to heal. A myriad of flesh buds swelled, covering the abomination's chest, and it seemed that in no time, he would be restored to his former state. The abomination clearly recognized this development and reignited his fighting spirit. Damn it! In truth, Leo had intended to pierce the eyes of the abomination with a searing ray, aiming to obliterate its brain directly. However, the disparity in their powers was not insurmountable, allowing the abomination a chance to struggle and resist. "You cannot kill me," it bellowed. "Then let us see." Leo retaliated with a thunderous strike against the abomination, which began to evade capture with the agility of an eel. Despite Leo's relentless blows leaving the creature battered and bruised, its injuries healed completely within mere seconds. Damn it! I have never witnessed such a grotesque, self-healing ability in any film. Leo attempted to immobilize the abomination with a blast of super breath, followed by the lethal heat ray to vanquish it. Yet, his freezing effect proved ineffective. His strength had not yet reached such heights. Even if Leo managed to restrain the abomination, it would resolutely resort to self-mutilation, breaking its own limbs to escape his grasp, relying on its remaining appendages to flee desperately. Its regenerative capacity was formidable, akin to an indomitable cockroach, leaving Leo at a standstill. However, as Leo advanced once more, the abomination was gripped by fear. The consecutive blows it had endured sowed seeds of doubt regarding its own power, and the relentless onslaught had driven it to despair. With a flicker of crimson light igniting in Leo's eyes, the abomination let out a deafening roar and attempted to flee. Its cry successfully deceived Leo, leading him to believe it would recklessly charge at him once more. In an unexpected turn, it vanished into the distance. How could you possibly escape? Leo pursued with utmost speed. Nearby, General Ross and his contingent, on high alert, were taken aback by the abomination's retreat. Damn it, this wretch! We bestowed upon him such formidable power, yet he behaves like a total fool. Torres, unable to contain his frustration, erupted in vehement curses. Nevertheless, they had to navigate the immediate crisis. Open fire. Provide cover for him. Discontent aside, General Ross and Torres were acutely aware that losing the abomination meant losing their leverage against Leo, leaving them as vulnerable as pork on a butcher's block, awaiting Leo's reckoning. The formidable tank cannons were trained on Leo, and the thunderous roar of artillery echoed across the desolate expanse. As Leo pursued the abomination towards this barrage, he maintained his composure, deftly evading the incoming fire. These war machines were specifically prepared for Leo. Their absence in the Hulk films was due to the urban battleground. But now, General Ross had no such reservations. Shells rained down upon Leo. While they may not inflict substantial harm, General Ross's objective was achieved. The sheer number of projectiles formed a dense web of firepower, and as explosions unleashed shockwaves and shells struck him directly, Leo's speed noticeably diminished. Despite the flames, he emerged unscathed. On the other side, the abomination, having been brutally beaten by Leo upon his debut, was now consumed by rage, sprinting toward the city, completely bereft of reason. As he dashed past General Ross's troops, he chose not to veer away, observing the increasingly close and unyielding figure of the abomination. General Ross and Torres finally sensed something amiss. "Damn it, soldier, what are you doing?" Torres shouted, visibly displeased with the abomination's actions. Turn back and kill him. You worthless fool. The abomination, already feeling humiliated under Leo's command, erupted in fury upon hearing this. He barreled through the ranks of soldiers, countless of whom were unable to evade and were reduced to mere pulp. Subsequently, he landed a punch on the bewildered Torres, rendering him a bloody mess. He then continued his relentless march toward the city. Hey, what's happening here? The commotion of the battle finally roused Tony, who resided in a seaside villa on the other side. Clad in the latest version of his nano-armor, he arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Tony, Leo inhaled deeply, his gaze icy as he surveyed the soldiers, grievously injured and devastated by the abomination's rampage. The clarity of his stare stirred unease within General Ross. A heat ray surged forth, transforming rows of tanks into blazing fireballs. Leo then turned his attention back to the direction from which the abomination had fled. That direction led to New York. Chapter 15, The Edict of Death. Omega Ray Tony, a monstrous creation of the military, is advancing toward New York. If it breaches the city, the consequences would be catastrophic. I require your assistance to halt it. Leo was indifferent to the abomination's destruction elsewhere, but his company employees and delicate secretary were all in New York. With Tony's help, the likelihood of eliminating the abomination increased significantly. With that, he sped off in pursuit of the creature. Watching Leo's receding figure, Tony smiled faintly. It seems we must showcase our true abilities, Jarvis. He then aligned his feet, and the armor beneath him rapidly reconfigured into a disc-shaped propulsion device. Tony's speed surged dramatically. Meanwhile, the abomination was not lacking in pace either. This terrifying creature could cover several kilometers in a single bound. Almost there, gazing at the vibrant lights of the city ahead, the abomination grinned menacingly. His reason for racing toward New York was twofold. Firstly, to compel Leo to hesitate, fearing the fragile lives of the insects, thus preventing him from unleashing his full might. Secondly, to wreak havoc. He yearned to vent his fury, to hear the anguished cries of those insects, as a means to cleanse the humiliation he faced at Leo's hands. With a roar, a yellow-green monstrosity suddenly materialized in the streets, the hard pavement cracking beneath its feet. With a fierce disdain, the creature seized a nearby sedan and hurled it with tremendous force, igniting an explosion that sent fiery debris flying and elicited screams of panic from pedestrians fleeing for their lives. It rampaged through the foundations of towering buildings, rendering them perilously unstable. Those still within the upper floors remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom that loomed above them. In that moment, what course of action would you take? A cruel, malevolent smile spread across the creature's face. Cursed be it, Leo muttered under his breath, realizing that if not for the military's obstruction, the creature would never have breached the city. Upon his arrival, Leo was met with a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Children's cries mingled with the anguished wails of those trapped beneath the rubble, while plumes of thick smoke billowed from wrecked vehicles. Despite knowing that the devastation was not his fault, Leo's fury erupted within him. Tony, you focus on rescuing the survivors. I'm going to slay that beast. Leo recognized that if he did not halt the creature's rampage, the casualties would only escalate. With a roar, he charged with blinding speed towards the monster that continued its destruction ahead. The creature barely had time to turn before Leo propelled it skyward. Can you hear the lamentations of those wretched souls? They are your doing. The creature sneered. If you had the decency to perish promptly, none of this would have transpired. Yet Leo remained unfazed, fully aware that the chaos of the night was orchestrated by Ross and Torres, and he would ensure they faced retribution. Now, he aimed to banish this abominable creature into the depths of outer space. If he could not annihilate it, he would cast it adrift among the stars for eternity. As for sending the creature to the sun, Leo lacked the requisite power to achieve such a feat. The vast expanse between the sun and Earth spans millions of kilometers. What velocity would it take for Leo to reach the sun in a brief interval? Even light requires time to traverse the distance from the sun to the Earth. Though Leo's intentions remained unclear, the creature was determined not to remain within Leo's grasp, acutely aware that such a fate might indeed lead to its demise. It began to thrash violently, twisting its massive form in midair. Damn it! What are you planning to do? The creature roared, swinging its fist towards Leo's arm. Oomph! Leo grunted. Although the creature's strength was inferior to his own, enduring its blows still inflicted some impact. With a sudden thrust, the creature lunged, its colossal foot striking Leo's back with immense force. With a resounding thud, It broke free from Leo's grip and plummeted towards the ground like an arrow released from a bow. Yet Leo was not about to squander this opportunity. He deftly adjusted his position and dove downward with accelerated speed. The creature, still in freefall and devoid of leverage, glimpsed Leo below, poised and ready. A torrent of intense energy erupted forth, and this time, the creature had no means of evasion. It desperately twisted its body mid-air, attempting to shield its head. The searing, robust energy surged forth, propelling the creature higher into the sky. At last, the searing rays pierced through the loathsome body. Is it dead? Leo exhaled a breath of murky air. Despite his considerable strength surpassing that of his initial confrontation with the Hulk, the relentless bursts of energy had taken a toll on his physique. Roar! Yet, the wretched howl echoed once more. This was far from over. What in the universe is happening? It becomes clear that this realm does not mirror that of cinematic universes. The villains and heroes do not exhibit the same feebleness as portrayed on screen, but rather possess a hint of comic book authenticity, more formidable and undeniably real. After all, this universe exists in tangible reality, not to be dissected through the lens of a mere spectator. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Leo resolved to adhere to his prior strategy, casting the abomination into the abyss of outer space. In the air, the creature continued its frantic self-healing, and Leo collided with its grotesque frame once again. At this moment, the loathsome entity finally grasped the circumstances. You intend to hurl me into space? Not a chance. Desperation ignited within it, for it understood that should Leo succeed, it would surely become nothing more than a lifeless husk drifting through the cosmos. As the two engaged in a fierce struggle, Leo, preoccupied with his adversary, failed to notice the impending danger. From the depths of the world, a civilian airliner approached, unbeknownst to them, charting a course directly towards their entangled forms. By the time Leo and the pilot recognized one another, it was too late. The nose of the massive aircraft collided violently with the creature, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sound. Boom! The airplane's front disintegrated into ashes, and the fuselage began to fracture. Passengers were violently hurled into the air, their anguished cries piercing the atmosphere. Damn it! Leo's vision turned crimson. He was compelled to release the loathsome one, allowing it to plummet freely. Swiftly, he gathered one passenger after another, ensuring their safe descent to the ground. The creature, accompanied by the remnants of the aircraft, crashed down upon the heart of the city. Fortunately, Tony had played a crucial role, successfully evacuating the area of pedestrians. Amidst the flames, the abomination emerged, declaring, "I told you, you cannot kill me." Leo, his face ashen, hovered nearby. Indeed, despite his fury threatening to erupt, he found himself momentarily powerless against the creature. Faced with such a resilient monstrosity, Leo could defeat it, but lacked the means to deliver a decisive blow. Observing the creature, Tony remarked with incredulity, "The military always produces such grotesque monstrosities." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch from his suit. Bang! The loathsome being did not even flinch, allowing the strike to land squarely upon its visage, merely tilting its neck in response. Realizing the tenacity of this creature, Tony adapted, as his nanotech suit transformed into the form of a formidable hammer. With a resounding thud, the abomination was caught off guard and sent crashing to the ground. However, that was all there was to it. He leapt up and delivered a punch that sent Tony crashing into a nearby shop. "I shall make you suffer, insect. In the time to come, I will annihilate all your family, lovers, and friends." The abomination reveled in his malice. As he turned to flee, he failed to notice the expression on Leo's face. The innocent civilians were already dead, although Leo felt rage. He would never internalize it nor blame himself for the calamity that had unfolded. Yet, what if his family were threatened? An overwhelming fury surged within him, causing the muscles in Leo's face to tremble uncontrollably. A domineering and destructive energy erupted from his being. The abomination seemed to sense something, turning in horror to look. Leo's face had regained its calm, but within his tranquil pupils, a blinding red glow began to emanate. This was certainly not the scorching rays from before. The abomination perceived its own demise reflected in those eyes. Suddenly, two terrifying red beams shot forth from Leo's gaze, and the silence of impending death suffocated the abomination. They traced a Z-shaped trajectory through the air before striking the abomination, paralyzed by fear. In an instant, as if undergoing some bizarre erosion, The abomination's massive form rapidly turned ashen and shriveled, resembling a desiccated corpse. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground, unable to rise and roar again. It was then that Tony emerged from the shop he had just been hurled into. Gazing at the scene before him, Tony, both astonished and curious, inquired, "What transpired?" Chapter 16. Aftermath of war. One day later in the vastness of outer space, Leo donned his black superhero suit, basking in the sunlight. Feeling the power within him nearing saturation, he soared back to the Earth's surface, his textured black cape billowing behind him. Friday, report data. Sir, your current speed is 11 Mach, 12 Mach. A grin spread across Leo's face, the rapid accumulation of power lifting his spirits. Recent battles had led to a qualitative leap in his prowess. He believed that one day he would become invincible, akin to a true superhero. With a heroic landing, he touched down at a seaside villa where someone awaited him. "Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me?" Fury radiated from Nick Fury as he approached. Leo, however, responded without restraint. "To be precise, it is these individuals who have caused you significant trouble." That night of battling the abomination, the creature's final taunts had struck a chord deep within Leo. In other words, Leo had been emotionally compromised. The loss of innocent lives in the wake of his confrontation with the abomination might instill within him feelings of guilt and regret. However, he was also acutely aware that, fundamentally, this was not his fault, and he would not succumb to despair. Yet, should his personal issues ensnare his family, Leo would undoubtedly erupt in fury. The intense anger stirred an oscillation within the intertwined energies coursing through Leo's being. Unbeknownst to him, a force belonging to the new god Darkseid came under his command. Even if suppressed, who could say that Darkseid's power had not influenced Leo's body over the years? Thus, it was only natural that Omega beams erupted from Leo's eyes. "Is it over?" Tony asked Leo, gazing at the grotesque remains of the creature. Alas, his new nanosuit had yet to unleash its full firepower before the monster succumbed. Striving to rein in his slightly uncontrollable power, Leo responded, "No, it is not over." "Huh?" Tony was rather perplexed. Suddenly, Leo soared into the sky, heading towards a seaside villa in California. Observing the ravaged streets and the wreckage of an aircraft billowing thick smoke, Tony grumbled, "That brat. He doesn't even care about the mess he left behind." Reluctantly, Tony had no choice but to join the tardy American police in their efforts as a rescue team and cleanup crew. Meanwhile, the explosions and rising smoke within the city alerted General Ross. This situation had escalated dramatically. However, before he could summon his troops, a thunderous sound resonated from the heavens. It was the sonic boom created by Leo's flight. In a flash, Leo seized General Ross and lifted him into the cool night sky, with both hands gripping Ross's collar. He demanded, "Speak. What transpired this evening?" Gazing at the elderly man with thinning hair and gray temples, Leo's heart brimmed with unbounded rage. Upon seeing Leo's presence, Ross immediately understood that the creature's demise was perhaps imminent. Yet, he felt a sense of relief that the beast seemed to have lost control. Its death would prevent further catastrophe. His mind was still tangled in these thoughts. What happened? General Ross feigned ignorance. There was a malfunction in the experiment. That creature is beyond our control. The man in military attire was filled with an insatiable thirst for power and the shameless cunning of a politician, which made Leo feel nauseous. Turning away, Leo hoisted Ross, ensuring he could witness the devastated city not far off. "Do you comprehend how many innocent lives have been lost due to your foolish actions?" Upon hearing Leo's words, General Ross disdainfully turned his head away. "On behalf of the military, I apologize to the public for tonight's incident. However, Leo Tang, do not attempt to play the virtuous hero by withdrawing from cooperation with the military under the guise of righteousness. Do you have any idea how much profit you have accrued from this? Kicking us aside merely to monopolize the achievements of the Super Soldier Project. Just look at you now." General Ross surveyed Leo's physique with fervent intensity. "Surely, you must have concocted a super soldier serum far more perfect and superior than ours." He actually believed that Leo's prowess could merely stem from a rudimentary super soldier serum. And then you dared to attempt to annihilate the Hulk, seeking to become the sole beneficiary. Leo was amused by his absurdity. Some people, plagued by their own inner darkness, project their vile thoughts onto others. Alas, your ambitions have not materialized. Your arrogance is your downfall. We have even uncovered the Hulk's serum, and I must concede this time. The bitterness in Ross's gaze made Leo realize that if this menace were left unchecked, similar calamities would likely recur. At that point, it might not just be the Hulk we contend with, but a far more formidable beast. Speaking of which, where's Torres? He was here just a moment ago. Why can I not locate him? That fellow? Reduced to mere pulp by the creature. Damn it, he was compliant before, but now has spiraled out of control. What a wretched situation. Leo, however, understood all too well that the Hulk's loss of control was inevitable. Blonsky had been an exemplary soldier before transforming into the Hulk, and for a time after his metamorphosis, he retained a semblance of humanity and obedience. Yet, once he was blinded by power and rage, he became a mindless monster. Is that so? What a pity. As a seasoned veteran, Ross instantly sensed Leo's genuine murderous intent. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to oppose the United States government? Upon seeing Leo's derisive expression, Ross began to panic. Without affording Ross another opportunity to speak, Leo released his grip. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness and the terror of death elicited a scream from Ross that pierced the heavens. The disoriented soldiers were struggling to regroup when, suddenly, a shadow plummeted from the sky with unmatched velocity, splattering into a gruesome mass. Leo shook his head at the gruesome sight. How tragic. The valiant General Ross has met a brutal end at the hands of that monster. Fortunately, I have dealt with the beast. After indulging in a moment of self-congratulation, Leo once again bent down to retrieve a soldier. Where's your base? Within the military facility? Leo discovered documentation pertinent to this project along with a considerable quantity of the Hulk's blood that Ross had replicated, which he promptly destroyed. Finally, after a night of turmoil, this farce came to an end. The battle with the Hulk and the utilization of Darkseid's energy had significantly enhanced Leo's abilities. Thus, the next day, after a prolonged slumber, Leo immediately conducted a speed test. Upon his return, he encountered Fury, and that led to the initial dialogue. Ross perished due to the creature's rampage? Do you genuinely believe I would accept such nonsense? Leo waved his hand, indicating his profound sorrow regarding the situation. At least 5 soldiers had witnessed the ascent of Ross into the skies, only for him to subsequently plummet to the ground, lifeless. The night was shrouded in darkness. Who could have known? Leo was unconcerned about any repercussions from Fury. After all, both parties understood that even if evidence were presented to the American government regarding Ross, what would change? At most, Ross would be ordered to resign, thereafter seeking solace in a quiet retirement. This was a conclusion that Leo could utterly not abide. Conversely, Nick Fury was not a man of antiquated notions. Observing Leo's resolute demeanor, Fury shook his head in resignation. You possess that superhuman hearing, do you not? How could you allow such a circumstance to transpire? Could you not have detected and thwarted it beforehand? Fury inquired, having meticulously reviewed the complete dossier of events. Leo, too, pondered this matter silently within. While the majority of the blame lay with Ross and Torres, could he have performed better? For instance, upon first learning of the situation, he could have decisively eliminated them rather than disregarding their threat. As a result, they had been outmaneuvered by a grotesque entity whose regenerative capabilities far surpassed those depicted in films, leading to the untimely demise of many innocents before Leo's very eyes. Additionally, he might have exercised greater caution, realizing that the monstrosity was not as feeble as portrayed in cinematic universes, thereby preparing himself thoroughly. It appeared he had been overly compassionate, and he sighed. Perhaps this was the nature of youth. They often lacked composure, made mistakes, yet ultimately matured. Moreover, Leo's artificial intelligence, Friday, though capable of data acquisition and surveillance, was rarely employed in such a manner. Much like Tony Stark, who possessed the advanced AI Jarvis, yet was still ambushed by Winter Soldier. The purpose of developing artificial intelligence was to enhance human life, not to serve as a tool for global surveillance. Granting Friday the autonomy to monitor all potential threats to Leo would equate to bestowing upon it a considerable degree of self-governance, a perilous boundary for any AI, as even a slight deviation could birth a calamity akin to Ultron. This concern was not unfounded. A precedent existed in the realm of superhero cinema. In the animated film Superman, the animated series, an AI autonomously created a mechanical Superman to protect a resurrecting Superman traversing the globe. Although Leo lacked the Mind Stone, he remained uncertain whether a similar fate could befall Friday. Furthermore, it was essential not to deify artificial intelligence. In the films, Jarvis had his code rewritten by S.H.I.E.L.D, compelling Tony to accept a call from Agent Coulson. Moreover, Jarvis lacked the capacity to directly infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D's database, necessitating Tony to manually install a plug-in within their system. For further details, refer to the Avengers. Observing Leo's demeanor, Fury fell silent. He understood that this young man would gradually mature, ultimately becoming the true superhero he was destined to be. Chapter 17. The assault on Martha. As Leo watched Nick Fury's retreating figure, he slightly parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. Yet, he refrained from speaking. It was not yet the right moment. He needed an opportune circumstance. He murmured to himself. Leo was aware that the Tesseract was currently hidden away in some obscure corner of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he hesitated to steal it outright, knowing that even if he succeeded, it would undoubtedly be discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. In his naivete, Leo still believed that Fury had resolved the issues with Ross on his behalf, which deterred him from taking any drastic measures. Naturally, there were suggestions that Leo could leverage his nanotechnology and biological research to negotiate a mutually beneficial exchange with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, prior to Thor's appearance, S.H.I.E.L.D. had not prioritized the Tesseract. Only upon discovering the existence of such formidable extraterrestrial beings did S.H.I.E.L.D. contemplate utilizing the Tesseract to fabricate formidable weaponry, aiming to sustain humanity's fragile sense of security. Yet, why should he offer his own technology in exchange for something he could obtain for free? Moreover, it was likely that his technology would not be employed by S.H.I.E.L.D. to protect the world, but rather exploited by Hydra to dominate it. For now, Leo awaited that opportunistic moment, knowing it would not be long in coming. As evening descended, a lively press conference was underway at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Technology Building. Since the new S.H.I.E.L.D. tower was still under construction, the temporary office location had been shifted to the Technology Building. Fortunately, this building was sufficiently grand. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed many office buildings akin to the S.H.I.E.L.D. tower, those were scattered across various cities. The headquarters in New York was singular. Leo stood before the microphone, delivering an inspiring speech. Today, the S.H.I.E.L.D. group officially announces the establishment of a robust partnership with the Stark Group. The collaborative projects between our two companies include a thermonuclear astrophysics laboratory. However, the journalists in attendance appeared disinterested in such sensational news, their focus diverted to another topic. Mr. Tang, may I ask, are you a superhero? Mr. Tang, were you the one battling the green monster and, subsequently, the red monster? Mr. Tang, during the recent plane crash incident, many claim to have been rescued by a superhero. Based on the photographs provided, this superhero bears an uncanny resemblance to you. What are your thoughts on this? Superhero, I want to bear your children. The press conference devolved into chaos, seemingly infiltrated by some peculiar energy. In response, Leo maintained a serene smile, choosing silence. Elizabeth, standing beside him, felt compelled to intervene and regain control. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Regarding the rumors surrounding Mr. Leo, our company will soon provide a satisfactory response to everyone. Suddenly, Leo's expression changed dramatically. He hastily departed, making his way to the backstage lounge. Although Elizabeth quickly followed in his footsteps, by the time she pushed open the door to the lounge, Leo had vanished without a trace, leaving only a shattered floor-to-ceiling window and the resounding echoes that pierced the tranquil night sky. At this moment, Elizabeth could no longer maintain her composure. Meanwhile, Tony had concluded his company affairs and was donned in his nano-armor, soaring through the skies in the Mark X-1. He was eagerly heading towards his seaside villa in California to continue his research on the forthcoming Mark X-2. Suddenly, he noticed something intriguing unfolding on the quiet suburban road. In a vintage luxury car, Darren and Marcia were animatedly discussing their upcoming trip. I have been looking forward to this for quite some time. Yes, thanks to you, Darren. If you hadn't taken me in back then, we wouldn't be here now. Let's not dwell on the past. Marcia, it is behind us now. We must focus on the happiness of tomorrow. Indeed, at last, Marcia could savor the world without restraint. The Red House had been eradicated. S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer pursued them, and their son had returned safely. However, unbeknownst to them, an arrow equipped with an explosive tip had silently aimed at their vehicle. Bang! An explosion from beneath the car lifted the vintage vehicle, which then flipped through the air before crashing down, landing upside down. Marcia's scream echoed from inside the car. Fortunately, the car's sole virtue was its robust chassis. Aside from some scrapes and bruises, Marcia emerged relatively unscathed, though Darren seemed to be in dire straits. Having injured his leg, kicking open the jam door, Marcia crawled out of the vehicle. Despite having not experienced combat for many years, the scent of danger instantly revived her instincts, as though it were second nature. She opened the driver's side door and assisted the stumbling Darren. They soon found themselves facing an assailant clad in peculiar armor, standing defiantly in the middle of the road. With a focused aim, the attacker hurled their shield. The force behind it was tremendous. Any ordinary individual struck by it would likely perish instantly. Just as Marcia and Darren attempted to evade, clang. A heavily armored hand seized the shield with unwavering steadiness. It was Tony Stark. Before he could utter a word, a thunderous bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Leo surged forward, seizing the assailant by the neck and lifting them high. As he crushed their bizarre mask, a face emerged, half-burned and disfigured. Seeing that his parents were unharmed, Leo felt a wave of relief wash over him. In truth, from the moment he heard Marcia's cry, he had been racing at full speed to their side. However, even at his current speed, covering a distance of several hundred kilometers would require approximately 30 seconds. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. The moment the shield slipped from his grasp, Leo intended to strike it down with a heat ray, only to be outpaced by Tony, who happened to pass by. With a menacing red glow emanating from his eyes, Leo snarled, "Who are you? And who sent you?" Not allowing anger to cloud his judgment, Leo recognized that eliminating the individual before him would not significantly alter the situation. What was crucial was uncovering the powers that lay behind this assailant, and then uprooting them entirely. Otherwise, such attacks would only continue in waves, or worse. The perpetrator might retreat into the shadows like a venomous serpent, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yet, it seemed she did not comprehend Leo's words. As she weakly struggled in his grip, still attempting to launch an attack. Ignoring the encroaching suffocation, she drew a short blade from her back, aiming to hurl it towards Martha Dowran, who was not far off. Observing this, Leo swiftly incapacitated her with a precise strike. Such a devoted and determined assassin. What organization could she possibly belong to? Could it be Hydra? Leo pondered with suspicion. Shaking his head, he realized this was not the time for contemplation. Securing his parents' safety was of utmost importance. Tony approached, holding the shield. "Why is it that every time I see you, trouble follows?" Leo carelessly discarded the assailant onto the ground as nanotech armor flowed over him, transforming into sturdy restraints. He warmly embraced Tony, saying, "Thanks for this, my friend." He then hurried to Martha and Darren's side. "Mom, Dad, are you all right?" Still savoring Leo's solid embrace, Tony couldn't help but reminisce. A hint of bitterness rising within him as he witnessed their reunion. This kid isn't half bad, he thought to himself. He then soared into the sky in his armor, transporting Martha and Dowran to his seaside villa, which brought Leo a sense of reassurance. At least now, being by his side was the safest option. As Martha examined the unconscious woman, she realized that this attack was likely targeted at her, with Dowran merely caught in the crossfire. A sense of unease washed over her as she recognized the familiar standard issue equipment. "It's the Red Room." They haven't vanished. Martha shared her thoughts with her husband and Leo. Didn't Fury say the Red Room had been destroyed? Leo mused, though the strangeness soon faded. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed transformed into a veritable serpent shield, and beneath Fury's seemingly secure control, countless undercurrents flowed. It was not surprising that this old rogue had been deceived. It seemed necessary to reach out to Fury. Having faced the Hulk and the Abomination in two separate incidents, Leo had matured and become far more cautious. He yearned to rush out at that very moment, to locate the Red Room and unleash a torrent of violence. However, Leo comprehended that matters could not be perceived so simply. Where was the Red Room? How many operatives did it house? What was the nature of their base? Was it a grand edifice painted in crimson, or perhaps a colossal submarine lurking beneath the ocean's depths? Leo was utterly oblivious to these details. Moreover, even if his hearing now extended over half of America, would the denizens of the Red Room openly declare, "I am an agent of the Red Room"? Clearly not. If he ventured forth, would Martha and Darren be susceptible to another assault? These were all factors to ponder, rather than succumbing to a reckless frenzy of violence. Many individuals, once endowed with extraordinary powers, often lose their capacity for rational thought. Yet, Leo was not such a person. Thus, he opted for the most prudent course of action, arranging a meeting with Fury to apprise him of the situation at hand, so that he could apprehend the assailant. In this way, Fury would serve as the vanguard, a visible frontliner. Should he choose to investigate, numerous individuals would undoubtedly be compelled to reveal themselves. Even if danger lurked, it would be Fury who bore the brunt, leaving Martha in a considerably safer position. At that juncture, the distinction between foe and ally would become clear, and these individuals would only face Leo's wrath. It was only then that Leo would seize the perfect opportunity to showcase his formidable power. Furthermore, perhaps this incident was precisely the chance Leo needed to obtain the space cube. Chapter 18. Natasha. As dawn broke on the following day, I had numerous matters to attend to. Surely, you do not believe my world revolves solely around you. After expressing a few grievances to Leo, Fury proceeded to introduce. This is our senior agent, Natasha Romanoff. Leo gazed at the figure standing beside Fury, fully aware that this was the renowned Black Widow. Clad in a sleek black combat uniform, Natasha's auburn curls shimmered with an entrancing radiance. "Greetings, our Superman," she said. "I have heard much about you from Fury. Where is that woman?" After exchanging pleasantries and a handshake, Natasha immediately inquired, her concern evidently palpable. In truth, since learning that Leo's mother, Martha, had once been an agent of the Red Room, she had been discreetly invested in Martha's affairs. However, her previous mission had prevented her from meeting Martha. Upon receiving news that Martha had been attacked by an assailant suspected to be from the Red Room, her presence became imperative. She wished to ascertain whether the Red Room, which she had dismantled with her own hands years ago, truly still existed. Leo led Fury and Natasha into his underground base, where the assailant lay unconscious on a metallic bed that gleamed with a silvery sheen. Without the mask, the majority of her scorched face lay exposed to the air. What is this? Some lost their ability to manage their expressions. Natasha was profoundly astonished upon seeing this woman, and even Fury exhibited a look of bewilderment. "Do you know her?" Leo inquired, noticing their unusual reactions. Natasha could never forget that to eliminate Dreykov, the supreme leader of the Red Room, she and Hawkeye had to track his daughter, Antonia, to ascertain Dreykov's whereabouts. Ultimately, they detonated the building where both Antonia and Dreykov were present. The visage of the little girl, engulfed in flames, slowly merged with the scorched face of the woman before her. "Antonia, the daughter of Dreykov, the leader of the Red Room," Fury interjected. "It appears the Red Room has not been dismantled by you." "It seems so," Natasha replied. "But why would they target Martha?" Fury pondered, perplexed by the intensity of the animosity after all these years. "I may have an inkling." Martha's voice suddenly emerged at the entrance of the base. "Mom, are you all right?" "I've recovered. It's nothing serious," she replied, approaching Fury and Natasha. "I was among the first to escape the clutches of the Red Room. They possess a sinister technology capable of controlling a person's mind, utterly altering their perception, turning them into loyal minions of Dreykov. More alarmingly, Dreykov can remotely manipulate each Black Widow. This technology was pilfered by the then Red Guardian, Alexei, and Black Widow, Melina, from a research facility in northern Ohio. That place served as a clandestine laboratory for S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists, yet in truth, they were affiliated with Hydra. Fury, upon hearing this, cast a fleeting glance at Martha, but remained silent. However, their technology was not sufficiently mature at that time. Some managed to break free from their control and developed an antidote to liberate others. With her assistance, a group successfully escaped, and I was one of them. They might wish to recapture me to study my brain in hopes of refining their technology. At that time, I was too young to contemplate vengeance. All I did was flee," as she reminisced. Martha's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I was a coward, failing to continue the fight." Just then, Darren approached, embracing Martha. "It's all right. It's not your fault. Let us men handle the fighting." Leo clenched his fists, a glimmer of crimson lighting up his eyes, while Natasha had already covered her mouth in shock. What she said about Alexei and Melina, they're my adoptive parents. "So, how do we locate the Red Room?" Leo eagerly asked when everyone had regained their composure. "We will seek out Alexei and Melina. They may know the whereabouts of the Red Room," Natasha asserted decisively. "You have their location?" Beside him, Fury activated his tablet and conducted a search. According to S.H.I.E.L.D's records, Alexei had been imprisoned upon his return, confined by the ruling powers of the government in a prison located in the polar regions. Fortunately, we are aware of the prison's location. However, we lack any information regarding Melina. This is sufficient. We are ready to depart. Leo's gaze was imbued with a chilling intensity. To take action against him is permissible, but to harm his family is out of the question. Leo, I shall bestow upon you the title of the mightiest familial avenger. At that moment, Martha interjected, cautioning, if you find a red room, do not harm those innocent agents under control. I hope you can save them. I will, he assured her, and stay safe. Contact Tony to ensure the safety of Martha and Darren, and have Fury escort Antonia back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for research. Leo felt a surge of relief. He had just observed Fury's demeanor. He did not contest Martha's assertion that S.H.I.E.L.D's secret research base was indeed affiliated with Hydra. Leo quickly surmised that Fury had likely discovered the traces of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps Antonia could lead many of them out, he mused internally. However, just as Leo had arranged everything and was preparing to seek out Alexei, he suddenly noticed Black Widow still lingering there. I want to go too. I must witness the Red Room reduced to ashes. I am determined to save those innocent girls. Natasha's resolve was unwavering. Her initial agreement to join S.H.I.E.L.D. was contingent upon the organization completely dismantling the Red Room, underscoring the depth of her obsession. Now that she learned the Red Room still existed, how could she remain passive? I will send you the footage of my destruction of the Red Room. What do you think? Yet, Leo was reluctant to take Natasha along. She would only hinder his mission to obliterate the Red Room. Without my involvement, Alexei is unlikely to assist you. He could be rather obstinate. After a moment of contemplation, Leo acknowledged the validity of Natasha's point. What if Alexei were a fiercely loyal guardian unafraid of death? Bringing Natasha along would at least provide him with a familial card to play. Very well, I can allow you to accompany me. However, we have not yet neutralized the control agents on the girls. Even if we were to incapacitate them and take them away, it would likely be futile. Natasha's considerations were indeed astute. Perhaps if we eliminate Dreykov, the one controlling them, the matter will resolve itself. Leo jested, puffing out his chest. Do not worry. Perhaps you have forgotten whom you are addressing. Leo, having healed from his previous missteps concerning Bruce's treatment of the Hulk, seemed to have conveniently overlooked his blunders and began to boast once more. Natasha regarded the triumphant Leo with a smirk. All right, our super genius. This time it all hinges on you. How do you plan to act alongside me? I certainly cannot carry you in one arm while flying with the other. Natasha replied with a smile. The modified C-130 transport aircraft of S.H.I.E.L.D. can reach a maximum speed of 8 Mach. I believe it can barely keep pace with you. 8 Mach. That speed is merely what I achieved before engaging in battle with the Abomination. Since the emergence of Iron Man, although not much time has passed, Leo's prowess has undergone a remarkable transformation. While he still falls short of being a true superhero, he is undoubtedly far more formidable than before. Perhaps next time, he thought, he ought to seize the opportunity to give the Hulk a thorough beating. Amidst the howling winds, a figure in an aircraft soared through the sky. The biting cold winds perpetually swept through this region, while the distant snow-capped peaks sparkled under the sunlight. Leo idly observed the secret prison below from his lofty vantage point. The soldiers on the ground patrolled with casual indifference, utterly unaware that a calamity was imminent. Leo had already pinpointed his target through the intelligence provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. Unlike the cinematic narrative, Alexei had only spent about a decade in prison and was far from the despondency depicted on screen. How long have you been waiting here? Natasha's voice resonated in his ear. She had finally arrived. Not long, perhaps half an hour. So, who are the inmates in this prison? Natasha thoughtfully informed Leo. They are all notorious war criminals. You need not hold back. Do we require a combat strategy? Leo glanced at Natasha through the cockpit window. With a flourish, he raised his black cloak, declaring, I am a plan. Within the prison, the Red Guardian Alexei continued to boast about his battles with Captain America to fellow inmates, oblivious to the monumental shift that awaited his fate. Chapter 19. The emergence of the Red Room. Leo leapt from the sky. Thud. The ground, rendered exceptionally hard from years of foot traffic and perpetual frost, fractured like a spider's web. The resounding impact startled the prison guards. The blaring alarms echoed through the facility, leading them to believe it was under missile attack. Yet, as they discerned the source of the disturbance, They found it was merely a solitary figure, a seemingly unscathed creature descending from the heavens. Overcome with shock, the guards clad in black uniforms hastily raised their weapons to fire. The sharp projectiles crumpled upon striking Leo's chest, either falling ineffectively to the ground or being deflected away. Amidst the hail of gunfire, Leo soared into the air. A torrent of searing energy erupted forth, cleaving through the guard station and the watchtower, yet not a single drop of blood was shed. All had been vaporized. The long-standing watchtower, once a symbol of vigilance, crumbled to dust, transforming into a cloud of flying debris. Leo surveyed his surroundings, and directly ahead of him, prisoners were confined within a colossal fortress. His gaze shifted deep into the prison, and he struck the solid metal door with a powerful punch. The 20-centimeter-thick iron door bent into an astonishing shape and was sent flying. The individuals inside had no time to react before being crushed into a pulp by the door. Wasting no more time, Leo straightened his posture, disregarding all obstacles. Thud! 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 The red guards within the cells remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, having just been ushered into their rooms due to the recent alarm. However, the sounds grew increasingly closer, reverberating as if right beside them. Suddenly, the wall bulged, and bricks flew in all directions. Red guard Alexei turned around, only to be confronted by Leo and the gaping hole in the wall behind him. "Who are you?" Alexei asked, astonished at the sight of the young man before him. Without a response, Leo's gaze shifted to the disheveled target. Before Alexei could mount any resistance, he was ensnared in bedding, resembling a caterpillar. Gripping the bedding, Leo crashed through the fortress's dome. Observing soldiers rushing towards the ground, preparing to fire, some even wielding rocket launchers, Leo's eyes glimmered with a reluctant crimson. "I was once a kind-hearted individual, yet some insist on obstructing my path." With that, the red light dissipated, leaving behind molten ravines and several shattered corpses. Behind Leo, Alexei's eyes widened in terror. "So, is he the one you sent to rescue me?" "My dear Natasha, I knew it." On the aircraft, Alexei spoke to Natasha while cautiously glancing at Leo, who sat nearby. Despite having endured numerous battles and bloody missions, he had never encountered such a formidable figure. The Red Guard's heart lamented. Has my era truly come to an end? With Leo present, there was no room for small talk. Natasha stated directly, "You must take us to the Red House." Alexei was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Natasha in the pilot's seat, then turned to Leo. "So it's all business?" Natasha offered no reply. "But I don't know where the Red House is." Leo smiled at Alexei, his eyes shimmering with latent brilliance. Upon witnessing Leo's amiable smile, Alexei exclaimed, "I truly don't know where the Red House is. I'm merely a hired hand, a disposable one at that. Drikov abandoned me, cast me aside in this prison." Alexei's heart brimmed with grievances. As the sole super soldier of Su-Lien, who could have anticipated such a dismal fate? Natasha incredulously inquired, "You clearly have such a close relationship with Dracov." Alexei was about to articulate a response when he noticed the smiling Leo approaching him. Alexei waved his arms and exclaimed, "But I have a way. I know someone who might know the whereabouts of the Red Room." Leo felt a deep sense of exasperation. This individual was indeed a coward, unbeknownst to him. Alexei was terrified by Leo's actions in prison. "Well, are you going to speak up, or shall I just toss you aside?" Leo's voice feigned a somber tone. "Melina, the chief scientist of the Red Room. She must know where it is." "Melina? Is she still alive?" Natasha asked, astonished. "How could a beauty like her pass away so easily?" "Well then, we should hurry and find her." Leo's patience was wearing thin. With Alexei's guidance, they quickly located the place just outside St. Petersburg. The roar of the engine gradually subsided, and Melina, armed with a rifle, emerged upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Alexei and Natasha, her expression seemed to shift slightly. She ushered them inside. "So, you brought your boyfriend to visit your old parents?" Melina casually arranged some food on the table. "This is Mr. Tang, whom I invited to assist us in destroying the Red Room." Melina gazed at Leo and solemnly advised Natasha, "You are attempting to defeat a devil who can manipulate minds, and you're relying on a male model whose origins you cannot even discern." Alexei was about to remind Melina that this male model was as terrifying as a monster when Leo silenced him with a glance. Ignoring the banter and familial exchanges between Natasha and Melina, Leo merely awaited a conclusion. Suddenly, he heard Melina say, "I notified the Red Room of your arrival. They will soon send someone." After speaking, Leo observed Melina leave the dining table, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He turned to Natasha, who appeared to be experiencing considerable emotional turmoil as well, though she quickly regained her composure. They're unlikely to kill us. Instead, they will probably take us away. Alexei and Natasha are both significant figures, one being the sole super soldier and the other a runaway Black Widow. Dreykov 1T simply eliminate them. And what about me? I lied to Melina, saying you were a super soldier from S.H.I.E.L.D. I believe Dreykov will be quite intrigued by you as well. Therefore, we shall soon encounter the Red Room, Leo remarked with a smile. Natasha cast a sidelong glance at Leo. Indeed, soon, as the sound of the airplane engines grew louder, the soldiers of the Red Room arrived. Alexei struggled, but soon his entire body was filled with anesthetic needles. Leo had already retracted his battle suit, controlling his muscles to allow the needles to penetrate. At last, they were taken aboard the aircraft. Inside, Leo and Natasha were bound to adjacent seats. Leo noticed Natasha had opened her eyes. It felt peculiar, as if something was trailing behind them. Leo heard the sound of another squadron. What are you saying? Natasha could only see Leo's lips moving. It's nothing. Listening intently, no suspicious sounds emanated from the aircraft. Perhaps it was another plane on a mission for the Red Room. Leo mused. Spotting soldiers approaching, Natasha hastily closed her eyes, leaving Leo to be injected with another dose of anesthetic. After approximately an hour, Leo gazed through the fuselage, seemingly observing something. Beyond the sight of others, the Red Room's base came into view. It was a colossal flying fortress, slowly drifting through the depths of the clouds. This fortress was the reason for the Red Room's continued existence. No one could locate them. Utilizing his enhanced vision, Leo finally spotted Dreykov, ensconced in a lavish room, toying with a tablet. Having identified the base, Leo resolved to abandon pretense. Dreykov was now within his sights and would surely not escape. Effortlessly breaking free from his restraints, Leo ghosted towards the startled soldiers, snapping their necks before they could utter a sound. Seeing Leo in action, Natasha did not remain idle. In the cockpit, Melina was still piloting the aircraft, a short knife unexpectedly pressed against her neck. It was Natasha. Are we not going to deal with her? Leo inquired. I believe she will grasp the situation, Melina replied silently. At that moment, Alexei regained consciousness and saw the cabin strewn with corpses. My God, what has happened here? I have located the Red Room's base and plan to proceed ahead. I hope Melina can continue guiding you there, and after the battle, I look forward to seeing you help clean up the aftermath. Leo stood at the door, preparing to leap out and neutralize the escorting aircraft. Should he eliminate Dreykov and still be unable to free the widows from their control, Leo intended to incapacitate them, allowing Natasha to pilot the plane away with them. Just then, Leo seemed to hear a different sound. In the sky, missiles with trailing flames were heading towards the Red Room's aircraft. It turned out that the planes he had heard trailing behind were not operatives of the Red Room at all, but soldiers belonging to Hydra. Leo's expression brightened. Chapter 20. Hydra in action. Leo forcefully thrust open the hatch, his sleek black superhero suit enveloping him instantly. He soared forth, standing atop the aircraft. A searing heat ray emitted from him, precisely obliterating an incoming missile. Meanwhile, the two surrounding Red Room fighter jets were struck, disintegrating and plummeting in the aftermath of the explosions. Yet, one aircraft remained unscathed. That was the C-130 dispatched from S.H.I.E.L.D. by Natasha, though it was currently under the control of Red Room operatives. Leo's gaze sharpened as two beams sliced through the air, reducing the C-130 to mere ashes. He realized that Hydra had likely tracked them down using this modified plane. Damn it, such is the prowess of Hydra. Leo cursed under his breath. In the distance, a massive formation of aircraft gradually emerged from the clouds. A colossal mothership was flanked by approximately a dozen fighter jets and 3 bombers. Suddenly, 9 of the fighter jets broke away from the group, soaring toward Leo, while the remainder accelerated onward into the sky. These pilots were well trained. One jet approached Leo closely and launched a missile, while others scattered, circling at a distance to launch disruptive attacks against him. Leo could have ignored them to pursue the departing mothership, but the likelihood of Natasha being killed by their onslaught weighed heavily on him. After all, this was aerial combat, and Natasha's aircraft was not a dedicated fighter. No matter how skilled she was, she could not face 9 foes single-handedly. With a surge of determination, Leo propelled himself from the aircraft's roof, absorbing the oncoming missile's impact. In a blaze of fire, he collided with the approaching fighter jet, which exploded before its pilot could even eject. Without a moment's hesitation, Leo pivoted mid-air, unleashing powerful heat rays from his eyes. 2 fighter jets fell victim to his lethal assault, turning to ashes in an instant. The remaining pilots, witnessing this, increased their speed, deftly maneuvering around Leo. trying to evade being annihilated in one fell swoop. Seizing the opportunity while Leo was engaged with the formation, two fighter jets veered off to attack Natasha's aircraft, attempting to divert Leo's attention. However, they underestimated Natasha's capabilities. Seizing the controls from Melina, Natasha commenced a dazzling aerial display. Observing that Natasha was momentarily safe, Leo unleashed his full might. He shot forward, pursuing one of the fighter jets. The other jets, recognizing his intent, launched attacks to obstruct his actions. A missile approaching from behind was caught by Leo, who then hurled it back with force. Boom! It struck true, and one fighter jet transformed into a plume of smoke. Locking onto another target, Leo unleashed another deadly heat ray. This time, fortune did not favor him as the jet was merely grazed on its wing, spiraling helplessly from the sky. Grasping the wings severed by searing rays, Leo exerted tremendous force with both hands. The wing crashed with remarkable precision and swiftness into the circling enemy aircraft in the distance. The last fighter jet, sensing impending doom, ceased its assault and fled in the opposite direction away from Leo. In the air, Leo transformed into a bolt of lightning, pursuing relentlessly. Before long, he concluded the battle. Raising his gaze, he observed that the conflict on Natasha's side was nearing its end. The transport aircraft, under Natasha's command, had morphed into an aerial ace, deftly outmaneuvering the enemy jets and dispatching them one by one. Noticing this, Leo chose to disregard Natasha and turned his attention to the distant sky, where the Red Room's base was under siege by Hydra. Summoning all his strength, he soared towards that location. Meanwhile, the aerial fortress of the Red Room was engulfed in flames, teetering on the brink of collapse. The cause was none other than Hydra's assault forces launching an attack here. Through relentless tracking of the C-130, Hydra had conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the area. At last, the Red Room's secret base lay exposed before their eyes. Swiftly dispatching a substantial contingent, Hydra sought to reclaim what they had once lost. Considering the presence of a legendary super soldier, they left behind a death squad to buy time for the main forces. By the time Leo arrived, Hydra's soldiers had nearly seized control of the area. Only a small number of soldiers and the surviving widows continued to engage in guerrilla warfare against the enemy within the fortress. Meanwhile, in Dreykov's chamber, he pleaded, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. This is the control panel for manipulating the agents. You may take it." Indeed, the once arrogant Dreykov, who had ruled like a local tyrant in his own world, had devolved into a complete coward. Gazing at this pitiful figure, the supreme commander of Hydra, the Blood Count, looked on with disdain. Such a useless wretch had orchestrated the theft of their achievements in Ohio, rendering years of hard work futile, relying solely on crude and inefficient methods to brainwash the Winter Soldier. This control panel? I want more than just this. I also demand all the research data. That too is contained within. With a deafening gunshot, Dreykov fell begrudgingly against the wall. Fool! You have rendered yourself worthless. How could one without value hope to survive? Perhaps Dreykov realized this, yet he clung to a sliver of hope, wishing that his cooperation might grant him a chance to live. Alas, the Blood Count offered him no such hope. With no time to examine the control panel, the Blood Count understood their time was limited. Notify the troops to evacuate swiftly, he commanded urgently. However, just then, thud, Leo burst through the door. What do you think you're going to evacuate to? As Leo arrived with astonishing speed, the Blood Count was incredulous that his most elite flying troops had only managed to delay the inevitable for less than half the anticipated time. Curse be it. Without a moment's hesitation, the Blood Count fled, shielded by his soldiers. The sound of bullets striking Leo's chest echoed around him. In a flash, Leo confronted soldier after soldier, dispatching them into a mist of blood that filled the air. After dealing with these foes, he stepped out of the room, only to be met by a line of widows blocking his path. With a slight frown, Leo had no choice but to render them unconscious. Meanwhile, the Blood Count, boarding a plane, suddenly felt an emptiness in his hands. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Leo, comfortably seated in the cockpit, casually holding the control panel and smiling at him. What on earth is this monstrosity? The Blood Count felt a tremor of fear. He knew he had no chance of survival left. So, Hydra has ceased its masquerade? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. your playground? Curse be it. How does he know? The Blood Count's eyes widened. It was you. You disclosed the information to Fury. Infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed one of our grand plans. Leo narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, the communication device in the Blood Count's possession was destroyed. You still wish to play tricks under my watch? Realizing his ploy had been exposed, the blood count decisively crushed the poison capsule embedded in his teeth. Gasping for breath, he uttered, "Even if you are superhuman, you cannot halt our advance. We have discovered your weakness," which is, Leo listened intently, and seeing Leo's captivated expression, the blood count made his final declaration. Long live Hydra. As the blood count's breaths grew shallow, Leo wore an expression of annoyance. I waited an eternity to hear this. Leo, can you hear me? Natasha's voice echoed in his ears. They had arrived, swiftly dispatching the remaining Hydra soldiers. Leo held the control panel in one hand while dragging the still unconscious widows with the other until he reunited with Natasha and her team. All taken care of? Indeed, Leo affirmed, extending the control panel to Natasha. According to Dreykov, this little device is the controller for all the widows, and the research data is contained within. Natasha, however, handed the control panel to Melina. At that moment, Melina was no longer under Natasha's nice command. She had regained her freedom. Upon witnessing the fallen Red Room and learning of Dreykov's death, the woman finally came to terms with her situation. Melina examined the control panel intently. Through this device, one could manipulate every action of the widows, and of course, liberation from control was also achievable. With a series of deft maneuvers, she activated the panel. In an instant, the widows scattered across the globe, engaged in various missions, began to awaken. Is this it? Yes. Confirming that Melina had not lied, Leo crushed the control panel into fragments. As for the research materials, it was best they vanished. The widows on the fortress finally awakened from their stupor, having endured Leo's restraint. After tidying the battlefield, the group prepared to depart. However, the widows, along with Melina and Alexei, boarded another transport plane bound for the Red Room base. With matters resolved, Leo felt no obligation to return them for the antidote's research. They had their own tasks to accomplish, namely eradicating the remnants of the Red Room. Thus, he parted ways with Natasha and Leo, ensuring the ground below was a desolate expanse. With a searing ray, Leo obliterated the aerial fortress entirely. Amidst the fiery explosion and the cacophony of collapsing metal, Leo and Natasha departed. Henceforth, the Red Room would no longer exist in this world. Don't you have a word of gratitude for me? On the return flight, Leo opted not to fly alone, but chose to sit in the aircraft piloted by Natasha. What ungrateful women, he mused, as if they haven't showered you with kisses. Natasha teased with a smile. What are you talking about? Leo hurriedly denied. I'm not that kind of person. Yet, deep within, his mind raced with thoughts of the weakness the blood count had mentioned. Chapter 21. Darren's teachings upon returning to his family's grand villa. Leo felt a significant easing of his anxious spirit. Natasha flew back to S.H.I.E.L.D. to report, needing to collaborate with Fury to confront both overt and covert adversaries. Leo pondered the blood count's words, but decided to set them aside for the moment and focus on relocating his parents to Huagua. This way, at least his greatest vulnerability would vanish, alleviating many of his concerns. Arriving at Tony's seaside villa, he found Darren engaged in lively conversation with Tony. Upon seeing Leo, both rose simultaneously. Is everything resolved? Hurry and tell your mother. She's been fretting about it all day, Darren said, patting Leo on the shoulder with a smile. Thanks, buddy. After conversing with Martha, Leo descended to the basement, where he found Tony tinkering with something. It's nothing, Tony waved his hand dismissively. Since the passing of his parents, Tony had resided in the lavish yet empty home, and Darren and Martha's visit had indeed brought a semblance of warmth to the place. Without further pleasantries, Leo kept Tony's assistance close to his heart. After securing the arrangements for his parents' settlement in Huagua overnight, don't ask, just know it took money, Darren pulled Leo aside before departure, slipping a small note into his hand. Though I don't understand why you insist on relocating your parents to Huagua, I trust you have your reasons. And it must be for our best. Leo stood in silence, aware that the future of New York would be fraught with tribulations, though others remained oblivious to what lay ahead. He held the contact information for two loyal friends of the S.H.I.E.L.D, Michelle and Congressman Raynaud. His father often believed he was still a child, capable of shouldering more burdens on his behalf. The reason he had not revealed certain truths sooner was that he wished to see how far his son could go on his own. However, the unfolding events had made it clear to his father that Leo had matured into a man capable of safeguarding his parents. Darren's eyes glistened with emotion. Amidst his feelings of touch, Leo was also slightly taken aback. Such actions existed? It seemed he had underestimated the power of capital. Darren leaned closer and whispered, moreover, the situation with Ross, along with your extraordinary abilities, has remained relatively quiet thanks to the assistance of these two friends. Li Ao was stunned. He had previously thought these accomplishments were solely the work of Fury. Observing Li Ao's dazed expression, Darren chuckled and patted his shoulder. Despite having lived in this capitalist society for 18 years, Li Ao had remained ensconced in his own world, dabbling here and there without ever engaging in the machinations of the corporate realm. It was Darren, the head of the family, who quietly bore the weight of external challenges, diligently protecting both Li Ao and Marcia. Furthermore, Li Ao seldom participated in the extravagant escapades of the wealthy elite. Most of his time was spent secluded in his villa, engrossed in research and video games, occasionally leading the S.H.I.E.L.D's Group S research department in innovative endeavors. This had left his mindset largely shaped by the ideologies of a bygone era, preventing him from comprehending the cunning strategies employed by the capitalists of this nation. Darren continued, "Though you are unlike your father, being more innocent, virtuous, and endowed with extraordinary abilities, you need not become as calculating or preoccupied with the pros and cons as I have. However, my son, remember that sometimes a hint of cunning can lead to favorable outcomes." After imparting this wisdom to Li Ao, Darren waved his hand and boarded the plane with Marcia. Before arriving in this world, Li Ao had been but a child, and even after 18 years, he felt he still had not fully matured. Yet the experiences he had undergone during this time had spurred his growth. Given time, this boy would undoubtedly transform into a mature man. With reluctance, he bid farewell to Darren and Marcia, following their plane through the clouds until it entered the airspace of Wagwa. Li Ao knew that his family was now safe, as if an invisible barrier existed to shield them from the calamities of the world. After paying homage to the great river crab, Li Ao committed his father's teachings to memory and turned back towards New York. Meanwhile, on the streets of New York, vehicles seemed to have suddenly diminished in number. Fury was driving his black Chevrolet Suburban down the road. Perhaps the time spent on the road was one of the rare moments of leisure for Fry. However, in the next instant, police cars emerged unexpectedly from nowhere, encircling Fry. He cast a glance at the officers inside. Their expressions were apathetic as they met his gaze. Fry immediately sensed that something was amiss. These officers were not normal. He hastily prepared to flee the encirclement, but it was too late. Bang! A uniformed officer accelerated a vehicle, crashing violently into the Chevrolet, causing Fray's car to drift sideways. Following that, a second and third black Chevrolet joined the fray, cornering Fry with 4 police cars. The airbags deployed, leaving Fry bruised and battered. Before he could react, a black van, laden with special forces, halted beside him, and a squad of SWAT officers disembarked. Without uttering a word, they commenced firing at Fry's Chevrolet, joined by the other officers. Flames erupted from the gun muzzles, and bullets pockmarked the windows with snowflake-like cracks. "Get me out of here," Fry shouted at the vehicle's intelligent management system. "Power system damaged. Then reboot quickly." Fry was nearly driven to madness by the inept system. Observing that the bullets were failing to penetrate the car's defenses, the assailants brought in a specialized window-breaking device, its robust frame and hefty metal hammer exuding formidable power. He watched helplessly as the device powered up, all the while the Chevrolet's power system remained in reboot mode. "Damn it," Fry cursed under his breath, forcing himself to remain calm, for he knew that only a composed response would forge a path to survival. Bang! The resilient window was riddled with cracks, with a pronounced dent at the center of the impact. Window Integrity 31, recommend activating countermeasures. "Wait," Fry shouted, aware that the moment was not yet right. His muscles were tense, his gaze steady as he awaited the opportune moment. Bang! Another heavy strike sent the Chevrolet tilting before crashing back down. Window Integrity 19. Fry twisted his neck, his eyes keenly observing the situation outside. He understood that the next impact would be the ideal moment to retaliate. Yet, it seemed he had no chance for a miraculous counterattack. Crash! A stout metal pipe struck the chest of an approaching figure, producing a deafening sound akin to a clash of metal. The frame of the window-breaking apparatus, which had gripped the ground, was sent flying. "It's Leo. I didn't arrive too late, did I?" Leo exclaimed, reaching to pull down the precarious window, revealing a charming smile to Fry, who was hiding inside. Bullets clanged against Leo's back, but he remained unfazed. "To speak frankly, you arrived rather prematurely. Otherwise, you would have had the opportunity to witness what it truly means to be the king of spies." Upon seeing Leo, Fury felt a weight settle in his throat, rendering any attempt at levity futile. Leo shook his head and turned away, As the searing heat ray reduced the surrounding vehicles and the Hydra soldiers, disguised as police and SWAT troops, to mere ashes. I trust you have deduced the identities of these individuals, hence the necessity of leaving no survivors. Leo plopped himself into the back seat of the Chevrolet and remarked to the eye-rolling Fury, "The power system has been rebooted." The intelligent onboard system emitted an untimely sound. "What are we waiting for? Let's go," Fury shouted in frustration. Chapter 22. The Cosmic Cube. Just yesterday, Antonia was taken away. I have secured her in a clandestine facility located outside the city, staffed by trustworthy personnel. Have you not conducted any research on her? I refrained from doing so. Given the Hydra situation, I feared that any findings would merely benefit Hydra. Over the years, S.H.I.E.L.D has unknowingly provided Hydra with countless advantages. A thought that sends a chill down Fury's spine. Numerous actions, once perceived as righteous, were orchestrated in the shadows by Hydra, clearing the path for their nefarious ambitions. The myriad high-tech projects developed in secrecy ultimately served to adorn Hydra's plans. It is said that those who took her acted with my authorization. Leo observed Fury's ashen face in the rearview mirror, followed by a heavy silence. At this juncture, who could possibly surpass the authority of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D? Even if Fury were to doubt, the figure in his mind began to crystallize. His former superior and close friend of many years, Alexander Pierce. Only as the Secretary of the Security Council, specifically tasked with overseeing S.H.I.E.L.D, could he possess the authority to bypass Fury and issue false commands. Yesterday, Leo thwarted Hydra's attempt to assault the Red Room and seize research findings. Thus, it was evident how swiftly they acted when Antonia was taken on the very night of their failure. Given the clues that had emerged before Fury's eyes, it seemed prudent to unleash their efforts. Yet, they were destined for disappointment, for Dracov's control over Antonia's stemmed from the chip implanted in her neck, not from the technology capable of manipulating the widows. Today's assault on Fury could be regarded as a rupture in Hydra's long-standing plan for a peaceful evolution against S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps the drums of war are about to sound. In truth, you have disrupted my plans, young man. I would welcome further details. Upon hearing Fury's words, Leo recalled that in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Fury had merely faked his death. However, this is not the cinematic universe. In such a dire scenario, what if Fury truly met his demise? Leo, unable to ponder further, acted decisively. To speak candidly, the more I investigate, the more I am filled with trepidation, for I find myself utterly oblivious to the number of Hydra operatives that have infiltrated our ranks, and to their identities. Since I am unable to discern them, the only recourse is to compel them to reveal themselves. Once I am no longer among the living, they shall undoubtedly be unable to remain at ease, and in that moment, the true nature of the enemy will become glaringly evident. Are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself? Fury extracted a vial from his pocket and tossed it to Leo. It contained pufferfish toxin B, capable of inducing a state of apparent death. Listening to Fury's calm yet resolute words, Leo sensed the cold ruthlessness of this king of spies. The act of feigning death is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could render it a genuine demise, an endeavor beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. So, you are not out driving for leisure? No. Fury was awaiting someone, anticipating Hydra's move against him. The battered black Chevrolet meandered aimlessly through the streets, while Leo peered out, yet he could not catch a glimpse of Bucky. In the film, the Winter Soldier had indeed appeared during Fury's pursuit. What are you looking at? Nothing much. Given the circumstances, we may need to prepare for an outright confrontation, though that could cost many lives. At this, Leo chuckled, suggesting that Fury's post-fake death predicament was hardly enviable. It would amount to relinquishing all control. Do you require my assistance? Leo inquired. You know, if I wished, I could single out Hydra's operatives one by one right now. Yet, in truth, Leo was only familiar with a few of the prominent figures from the film. How would you do that? Fury asked. By having them line up for psychological evaluations. I would inquire whether they are affiliated with Hydra, and should anyone lie, I would incinerate their brains with a heat ray. Fury's forehead creased deeply at this suggestion. What? Am I to convene a rally and summon everyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. together? Leo, too, recognized the impracticality of such an idea. As for what was impractical, a clever mind like Leo's swiftly grasped the implications. Perhaps we could adopt a more discreet approach, examining them one by one. Do you believe S.H.I.E.L.D S.H.I.E.L.D. retains any semblance of secrecy at this juncture? Noting that Leo had more to say, Fury finally interjected. Listen, kid, I understand your eagerness to assist, but you are unaware of the full scope of the situation. Many matters are not as straightforward as you presume. This is a battle of wits and power, not a child's game. Very well. Should you require aid, do not hesitate to summon me, Leo replied, waving his hand in resignation. I shall consider it, Fury remarked, regarding Leo with sincere intent. So what shall we do now? We are to seek out a veteran. I believe it is time for him to return to the fray. The Chevrolet sped off. Insufficient access rights. Fury's expression darkened as he gazed upon the secure chamber. And upon hearing the system's prompt, he continued, then initiate the decryption. After a brief moment of operation, the system continued to emit warning signals, indicating insufficient permissions. Leo stepped forward, gesturing for Fury to step aside, and then with a single punch, he shattered the heavy metal door. Damn it! Fury's expression shifted dramatically. The Tesseract was missing. It turned out that just as Fury intended to seek out Captain America, Leo's words had prompted a change in their plans. If they could impersonate your orders to abduct Antonia, they could certainly make off with something of far greater significance. A flicker of panic finally crossed Fury's usually impassive face as he promptly reversed the vehicle's direction. Yet, it was too late. The most precious item within S.H.I.E.L.D. had vanished. What was stored here? Leo feigned ignorance. The Tesseract. The Tesseract? After a thorough explanation, Fury came to believe that Leo now understood the perilous and formidable nature of this object. What does it look like? A blue cube radiating an enchanting luminescence. Leo pretended to survey the area before declaring, I believe I have found it. A black cloak materialized behind him, and Leo soared skyward. In the suburban secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D., a black van slowly approached the airport. Soldiers streamed out, escorting an agent who carried a silver briefcase. Today, he intended to transport its contents out of the country to a distant land ravaged by conflict, where Hydra would rise to greatness once more through this powerful energy source. Envisioning a brighter tomorrow, the agent prepared to board the plane. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was the superhuman who had thwarted their plans. Greetings, everyone, Leo said warmly. However, the only response he received was a barrage of bullets and rockets. Emerging from the flames, the smile on Leo's face had vanished. He delivered a powerful kick to a fighter jet parked at the airport, and to the soldiers' disbelief, the aircraft was sent skidding sideways by an immense force, crashing into a group of approaching soldiers and turning them, along with the exploding plane, into a cloud of ash and debris. Like a searing ray from hell, chaos erupted, transforming the area into a molten landscape. The agents, upon witnessing Leo's arrival, began to flee in desperation. Yet, one ultimately fell. The briefcase in his hands ruthlessly seized by Leo. He could not comprehend how Leo had discovered their location, especially considering they had set up hundreds of such lead briefcases throughout the city to mislead him. But you won't revel in your triumph for long, Superman. With a mix of skepticism and resignation, the agent closed his eyes. Opening the briefcase, Leo gazed at the magnificent Tesseract within, knowing it held the key to his return home. With a broad grin, Leo ascended into the skies. Meanwhile, Fury, witnessing Leo's sudden disappearance, shook his head, signaling that children are indeed like that. He subsequently departed, driving his Chevrolet as he continued on his quest to find the veteran. Suddenly, the voice of Leo resonated through the car system. Fury, I've got it. Not the least bit surprised by the intrusion of Leo's artificial intelligence into his vehicle, Fury commended. Well done, kid. I can sense its boundless energy. Such a perilous object must not fall into the hands of Hydra. I shall return it now. What do you think? After pondering for a moment, Fury realized that the S.H.I.E.L.D. would likely engage in an all-out war with Hydra in the days to come. He didn't believe it would be safe to keep the Tesseract by his side. Conversely, it would be far more secure in Leo's possession. No, I think you can temporarily hold on to it for me, Leo. The Tesseract is safest with you. Wishing him good fortune. Leo felt elated upon hearing Fury's words and extended his sincerest blessings. Indeed, from the moment Leo returned from the Red Room, he had set his sights on the Tesseract. He had anticipated that Hydra might attempt to relocate it, prompting him to begin surveillance early, while Hydra had yet to make any moves. Thus, the lack of Hydra's interference was the fundamental reason Leo was able to locate the suitcase containing the Tesseract. He had been watching it from the very beginning. Upon seeing the Tesseract secured within the suitcase, Leo kept a vigilant eye on it. Initially, he planned to intercept it during Hydra's relocation. But upon witnessing Fury under attack by Hydra, he revised his strategy. What could be better than Fury voluntarily offering to entrust the Tesseract to him? This way, Leo could study the Tesseract openly while also repaying a favor to Fury. Had he followed his original plan, and Fury discovered the Tesseract in Leo's possession, it would have led to unnecessary discourse. Leo's intentions to save Fury were genuine, yet his subsequent enthusiasm for assisting S.H.I.E.L.D. encountering Hydra was feigned. He bore no real interest in the conflict between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra as long as it did not affect him. His aim was to lower Fury's guard. Subsequently, under Leo's guidance, everything fell into place seamlessly. Perhaps Leo's departure from S.H.I.E.L.D's secure chamber was a tad too hasty, but it was of little consequence. Now that he possessed the Tesseract, he would not easily part with it. Moreover, for a considerable time, it seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra would have little time to concern themselves with him. After all, war was about to commence. However, in this world, had Captain America already been thawed? Never mind, these were mere trifles, Leo mused. With the Tesseract in hand, a smile graced his lips as he soared towards his villa base. Chapter 23. The opening ceremony that night, delicate snowflakes drifted from the sky, transforming the world into a tranquil expanse of silver. However, within the basement of Tony's villa, a scene of fervor unfolded. "Come on, Tony, haven't you had anything to eat?" Leo provocatively taunted, his expression laced with disdain. "You damn brat, just watch," Tony bellowed, as his nanotech armor morphed, revealing a colossal thruster on the back of his right hand. A brilliant light erupted as Tony unleashed all his power. "Oh, I can definitely feel something now," Leo exclaimed. As the camera panned out, it became evident that these two boardmen were engaged in an arm wrestling match in the basement. With Leo beginning to exert his strength, a loud bang resonated as their custom metal table buckled under the pressure. "Ouch! Damn it! Why does it hurt even while wearing the suit?" Tony complained, flexing his right hand. "Maybe I applied too much force," Leo nearly chuckled. After a round of exertion, Leo and Tony approached the dining table, which was lavishly adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. Yet, Leo did not immediately dig in. Instead, he activated the screen to call Martha. "Happy New Year, Mom and Dad," Leo joyfully greeted them. He then pulled Tony in to share the congratulations. After a cheerful conversation about the exciting events Darren and Martha had encountered, Leo hung up the phone. "They love you very much, don't they?" Tony observed Leo. "Of course, I love them dearly as well." "Then why are you so eager to study your cosmic tunnel?" Tony inwardly cursed this lad for being oblivious to his fortune. "It's different, Tony. There are some things I cannot articulate. I fear my parents over there might not withstand it." In the blink of an eye, it had been 19 years since arriving in this world. When Leo had crossed over, his parents were already in their 40s. Now, nearly 2 decades had passed, and particularly with his father suffering from chronic leukemia, the urgency to return weighed heavily on Leo. He knew he could not keep them waiting much longer. Speaking of which, how far along is the research on the Tesseract? We have already deciphered it to the 4th layer. Just one more layer, and we will be able to touch upon its most fundamental core. Once the 5 layers of overflowing energy locks were fully analyzed, it would be time to begin attempting the establishment of the cosmic tunnel. At that moment, the narrative shifted back a few months. When Leo had excitedly approached Tony with the Tesseract, Tony had also assembled a top-tier scientific team. Among them was the principal investigator, none other than Professor Eric Selvig, who had appeared in Thor. He was also the expert responsible for researching the Tesseract in the first Avengers film. To Leo's surprise, Tony had brought him along. Despite the potential implications of disrupting Thor's romantic storyline, Leo found himself unconcerned. Additionally, with the assistance of Leo, who was transformed into a fervent advocate for infrastructure, the research facility dedicated to the Cosmic Cube, jointly funded by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Stark Group, has been officially completed. It is conveniently situated between the villas of Tony and Leo. Thus, in the ensuing months, apart from occasionally taking time to assist Fury in locating venues, Leo devoted himself entirely to collaborating with Selvig in the laboratory. The S.H.I.E.L.D. group made infrequent appearances, with most matters being overseen by Elizabeth. Recently, Leo contemplated whether to promote this young woman. Although Tony would occasionally lend a hand, his visits were scarce, as he predominantly occupied himself with hosting extravagant parties around the globe. Notably, during this period, Leo and Tony forged a genuine friendship. After enduring the trials of Stan, the hatred, and the Red Room incident, the two had established a solid emotional foundation. Two similarly neglected children, both super geniuses, naturally evolved into close companions. This camaraderie resulted in the earlier mentioned moments of Leo and Tony engaging in vigorous activities followed by shared dinners. "Do you know what I used to do around this time of year?" Tony inquired, observing Leo devouring his meal at the table. "What?" Leo replied, not lifting his gaze. "Being the brightest star at every grand gathering or inviting alluring women to spend night. Whenever I returned here, it was always desolate, yet when I indulged outside, a throng of people surrounded me." Leo understood the implication behind Tony's words. He simply felt a profound sense of loneliness. Noticing that Tony appeared slightly inebriated, Leo gestured with his chin. "Let me take you out for some fun." Leo led Tony into the sky. Meanwhile, this winter proved exceptionally harsh for Hydra. Under the leadership of Fury, Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, Hydra faced relentless setbacks against S.H.I.E.L.D, not to mention Leo's presence, which instilled fear in them. They were unable to confront him directly and were apprehensive even in their strategic discussions. This exemplified the deterrent power of a superhuman. Especially in a universe devoid of kryptonite, Leo seemingly possessed no vulnerabilities. Hydra found themselves in dire straits. However, it seemed they had finally unearthed an opportunity for retaliation. On another snow-laden day, in a distant country, Ivan, returning from procuring supplies, found himself confronted by a fully armed stranger. It was Brock Rumlow, infamously known as Crossbones. He had been secretly dispatched by Hydra to execute a mission. Facing the unyielding Crossbones, Ivan inquired, "What do you want?" "You are Ivan Vanko, son of Anton Vanko, correct?" Upon hearing Crossbones' words, Ivan immediately became alert. "What do you intend to do? I hear you have been very interested in Iron Man lately. Is that so? And what of it, mate? You wish to defeat him. You possess the skills and extraordinary talent, but relying solely on this scrap metal is insufficient." "That is none of your concern," Ivan declared as he prepared to depart from this peculiar and perilous individual. However, even before him stood another, with a gun pressed firmly against Ivan's side. "Let us go. Mate, we have a gift for you." Amidst the icy expanse, Ivan walked alongside Crossbones into the vast, swirling snow. Had they been in New York or any beautiful part of the homeland, their actions would surely have been detected by Leo. Alas, this place was far removed from that land of freedom, and Leo was not yet capable of exerting his influence here. Time swept by, and spring had arrived. Damn it! Another failure. Leo set down the high-tech precision instrument in his hand and exited the bustling laboratory. He was but a step away from unraveling the cosmic cube. Yet the fifth layer of energy locks loomed like an insurmountable chasm. The entire laboratory, alongside Leo's efforts, had taken 3 months without success in cracking it. It was worth noting that the preceding 4 layers had been solved in the same span of time. Dejected, Leo flew back to his villa. At that moment, Tony made his entrance. "Hey there, buddy. Spending all your time buried in research won't yield much progress. How about we go have some fun?" Observing Tony's evident exuberance, Leo inwardly cursed. If only you could visit the lab a bit more often, perhaps I would have already traversed the universe back home. However, it was futile. Tony was not one of his subordinates, but rather a carefree, affluent playboy. A quick scan with his X-ray vision revealed signs of mild palladium poisoning within Tony's body, which he likely had already noticed. Before Leo could ponder further, he was whisked away into the sky by Tony. "I haven't agreed yet," Leo shouted, then resignedly nodded his head and flew alongside Tony. They soon reached their destination. With his armored suit, Tony executed a stylish superhero landing in the center of the stage, where a row of attractive dancers was performing in the background. Leo stealthily blended into the cheering crowd. It was the grand opening of the Stark exhibition. As the dancers exited, Tony began his speech. "Did you miss me?" Watching Tony exude confidence on stage, Leo rolled his eyes. This guy, it seems, is the one eager for a good time. After an impressive performance, Tony showcased a video of his father from his lifetime. Together with the audience, Tony watched the vibrant images of his father, and Leo noticed his own eyes becoming misty. With the opening ceremony concluded, Tony grabbed Leo and rushed toward the next party. Keen-eyed fans and reporters surged toward them. "Tony, I love you." Lau, Superman." Tony tilted his head, glancing at Leo. "What is up?" Leo replied. "Do you have a problem?" Tony and Leo settled into the luxurious sports car at the entrance, while their bodyguard Happy begrudgingly took a seat in another vehicle. Unfortunately, such high-end cars were typically designed for two. At that moment, a stunning blonde approached. Tony exchanged pleasantries with her. "Who are you?" "Marsu." After a brief conversation, Marsu handed Tony a subpoena. He turned to Leo, who sat beside him. With a resigned expression, Leo extended his hand to accept the subpoena. "I prefer not to receive things from others. It's a quirk of mine," Tony shrugged. "Tony, please ensure your timely attendance at the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing tomorrow at 9 a.m., located in Washington, D.C. Tony could intuitively grasp the situation. They coveted his Iron Man suit. If that's the case, why hasn't this fellow received a subpoena? Tony gestured toward Leo. Who doesn't know this is Superman? Although Leo had never publicly acknowledged it. "Oh, I almost forgot. Mr. Stark, I bring greetings from Congressman Michelle." "Damn." Tony slapped Leo on the back. "Perhaps it was because you lack a father who takes care of everything for his son," Leo thought to himself. Yet, Tony once had such a father, only to lose him overnight. The two drove away. Chapter 24, Krypton Element Fu, Stark. In the midst of a tirade from Senator Stern, the military committee chairman from Pennsylvania, Tony made a victorious gesture before nonchalantly departing. Passing by Leo's seaside villa, Tony decided to pay a visit to this unreliable fellow. Thud! The Iron Man's suit crashed to the ground as Tony surveyed the underground base, where two rows of neatly arranged large lamps stood. "It's been a while since I visited. What are these new contraptions?" Leo, unfazed, replied, "Just some props for fun. You know, long hours of work can leave me feeling spiritually drained." "You certainly know how to indulge," Tony teased. Leo noticed that Tony was exhibiting signs of palladium poisoning. Yet he felt conflicted. On one hand, he wanted to inform Tony about the new element, but he struggled to find the right words. On the other hand, Leo feared that doing so might disrupt Tony's life trajectory. Without experiencing this brush with death, could Tony still shoulder the responsibilities he would in the future? After all, Tony was now his friend, and he could no longer treat him casually or interfere with his growth as he once did. Perhaps I can tell Tony later. Or perhaps I can create that new element myself. Or perhaps. Just as Leo's thoughts spiraled, Tony interrupted. "Oh, Pepper's looking for me, so I must take my leave." With that, Tony piloted his suit away, leaving Leo in a state of contemplation. Whenever emotions are involved, they present an enigma that even the most profound intellect cannot unravel. Troubled, Leo returned once more to the research base of the Cosmic Cube, embarking on a renewed assault on the fifth-layer energy lock. Meanwhile, in a secret Hydra base situated a great distance from the beautiful nation, Ivan was showcasing his creations alongside Crossbones. "Based on the data and technology you provided, I have crafted this," he declared, as a mech resembling a formidable iron behemoth made its entrance. With a specially designed metallic armor and replete with an arsenal of weaponry, it possessed ferocious strength and immense power. "I have named it the Ripper," Ivan announced, tapping the energy core embedded within its chest, which housed 3 small nuclear reactors. There were 6 such Rippers in total. Additionally, there were these ordinary mechs equipped with the peculiar devices you requested, which I have dubbed fodder. Ivan felt a sense of bewilderment. According to Hydra's specifications, he had constructed this batch of fodder mechs, yet their combat capability was notably weak, as most of their design and energy distribution were allocated to those bizarre devices, which Ivan found hard to comprehend. To be frank, based on my observations of that superhuman, the Ripper is not a match for him. "No, you are mistaken. We have uncovered his weakness. His doom is imminent," Crossbones fervently declared, extending his arms towards the heavens. "Long live Hydra." Behind him, hundreds of fodder mechs stood in perfect formation. Elsewhere, upon receiving news that Tony was heading to Monaco, Leo was aware that the plot of Iron Man 2 was about to unfold, yet he felt no concern for Tony. After all, the current Tony was far removed from the version depicted in the film. In the movie, Tony's armor was merely in the prototype stage, but in this universe, he had long since donned his nanotech suit. The notion that Ivan could inflict even the slightest harm upon Tony seemed absurd. However, Leo overlooked the fact that this was not the cinematic universe, and events often spiraled into unforeseen territories. Within the base, Leo resolved silently to craft a new element for Tony upon his return. He could not bear to witness his friend withering away day by day, ensnared by toxins and despair. Even if it meant altering the course of Tony's life, it mattered not, since Leo had entered the fray. Tony's path had already undergone a seismic transformation. Why hesitate any longer? Resolving the turmoil within, Leo refocused his efforts on the cosmic cube. Notably, due to the conflict with Hydra, Fury was unable to come and check on Tony. Consequently, Natasha was not dispatched to infiltrate Stark Industries to oversee Tony. Yet, the day when S.H.I.E.L.D would eradicate Hydra entirely was drawing near. Perhaps it was merely a matter of extinguishing Hydra's final resistance. Days later. What? Did you just return from Monaco like this? Leo gazed at Tony, who had finally made a rare visit to the research base, somewhat astonished. What else did you expect? Should I have brought back some local delicacies from Monaco for you? Tony, observing Leo's reaction, found him rather peculiar. No, that's not what I meant. I was asking if you encountered any odd individuals or events while in Monaco. Not at all. Does racing at the Grand Prix count? Leo paused, realizing Ivan had not appeared. That seemed unusual. Forget about that, Tony. I have something important to discuss with you. What is it? Tony replied casually, fidgeting with something at the workbench. Just as his fingers grazed the surface, the Tesseract erupted in a brilliant radiance. Suddenly, the entire research team's chatter ceased, as if a pause button had been pressed. Moments later, they erupted in unison, "Boss, we did it. The fifth energy lock has been released." Leo stood there, utterly astonished. "What have you done, Tony?" Without realizing it, Leo raised his voice. "Huh, it's nothing," Tony replied, equally bewildered, staring at his own finger. After a surge of energy radiated from the Tesseract, a mysterious and resplendent glow enveloped the research base. Leo and Tony exchanged glances, momentarily setting aside their previous conversation, and hurried to the specialized observation equipment. At that moment, the Tesseract resembled a breathtaking beauty unveiling itself, captivating everyone present. Leo and Tony gazed intently, greedily admiring every intricate detail. The mysteries of the universe unfurled before them. "I feel as though I can see the entire universe," Leo murmured. Tony, too, was profoundly taken aback. It seemed they perceived different facets of the spectacle. Gradually, the Tesseract began to quiet down. Yet Leo and Tony understood that its enigmatic shroud had been entirely lifted, now at their disposal. Unlike Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D, who merely crafted crude energy weapons from the Tesseract, Leo and the others could execute far more sophisticated maneuvers. For instance, achieving pinpoint teleportation, disregarding distance, or identifying vulnerabilities within the universe to construct traversable tunnels that could breach cosmic barriers. Before Leo could fully relish the excitement, Tony, brimming with enthusiasm, donned his Mark X3 suit and burst through the ceiling of the research base, soaring away amidst exuberant shouts, heading straight for his underground laboratory. Yeehoo! Leo, bewildered, watched Tony's retreating figure. What on earth is happening? Although the Tesseract had been unlocked, Tony's well-being was paramount. Leo quickly donned a black superhero suit and followed suit. Upon reaching the underground laboratory, Tony eagerly activated J.A.R.V. ICE, eagerly manipulating the controls on the display. The atomic nucleus is placed here, constructing protons, while neutrons reside nearby. As Tony's movements accelerate, a brand new atom gradually takes shape on the screen. Upon landing, Leo immediately spots Tony tinkering with something. "What on earth are you doing?" "My goodness," Leo exclaims upon seeing the atom displayed on the screen. "Tony, I must say, you truly are a genius." Indeed, in the original film, it took Howard Stark a lifetime of research on the Tesseract to discover this new element, yet Tony has created it effortlessly. This is the stunning vision he witnessed within the Tesseract. Although Howard was constrained by the limitations of his era's technology, it undeniably highlights Tony's brilliance. The dilemma that Leo had just been fretting over has now been resolved by Tony. By a fortunate twist of fate, Tony not only unlocked the fifth energy layer of the Tesseract, but also paved his own path to rebirth. "Come here, kid, stop gawking and lend a hand." Tony beckons Leo. With Leo's assistance, the two embark on the monumental task of creating a new element. Soon, gazing at the shimmering triangular core before them, Leo and Tony exchange a knowing smile. They carefully place it into the arc reactor, initiating its operation as the brilliance begins to swell. Tony realizes he has succeeded. "How about we call it the Krypton element?" he suggests, glancing at Leo with an irrepressible smile. "That's a splendid idea," Jarvis interjects. "Sir, the reactor has accepted the new core. I shall commence testing immediately." In the room, the reactor's glow gradually eclipses everything around it. Chapter 25, Leo's Doom. That night, a procession of heavy trucks rolls into New York. Crossbones and Ivan sit in the lead truck, while the cargo area quietly houses a dormant destroyer. Why aren't you using planes to transport these mechs directly here? Ivan inquires, his English tinged with a noticeable Russian accent. God knows how long they've been on the road. The noise from the transport aircraft is too loud. It could attract attention. Attention from whom? God? Before Ivan can utter the words S.H.I.E.L.D, Crossbones anxiously covers his mouth. Damn it, what's wrong with you? Crossbones whispers in frustration. What? Ivan responds, startled. It is important to note that aside from his occasional emotional outbursts while shouting Hail Hydra, Crossbones is typically a composed and ruthless assassin. Did you forget about that guy? He has been listening all along. Ivan, with a piece of wire clenched between his teeth, looks at Crossbones and slowly nods to indicate his understanding. But we are about to defeat him, Crossbones asserts, one hand resting on the steering wheel. Under the night sky, the convoy continues its steadfast advance. Beneath a clear sky, two dark figures are engaged in a spirited chase. They are Leo and Mr. Tony Stark. The reactor is functioning flawlessly. How do you feel? Splendid. I've never felt better. The reactor, now utilizing the element krypton instead of palladium, surged with an energy so powerful that it left Tony astounded. As he observed Leo pulling ahead, Tony closed his legs, and the thrusters beneath his feet reconfigured into a massive disc, emitting a brilliant light. In an instant, Tony's speed soared, yet Leo remained far in the lead. Jarvis, provide me with my current speed data. Mr. Stark, your present speed is precisely 113 Mach. Is that so? And what about that fellow up ahead? Tony furrowed his brow. Calculations indicate that Mr. Tang has achieved a maximum speed of approximately 20 Mach. Damn it. Indeed, despite a lack of significant battles over the past 6 months, Leo's speed had escalated from 12 Mach to 20 Mach over time. At this juncture, it could be said that nothing on Earth could catch up to Leo. Should he desire it, missiles and nuclear warheads would simply be left in his wake. Not bad, Tony. At least I can turn my head and see you, even if you're merely a distant speck behind me. Leo sincerely praised Tony after completing his test. Damn it, I wish I could land a solid punch on that kid. I'm off to the research base to tend to my precious Tesseract. Care to join me? Not a chance. We're already at the stage of searching for weaknesses in the cosmic barrier, aren't we? Such a task is neither technical nor quick, so why not let Selvig handle it? I don't trust anyone else. With a wave of his hand, Leo elegantly departed. What an eager little fellow, anxious to return home. ISNTE. In a matter of moments, Leo vanished from sight, and Tony prepared to head back to his grand villa. He intended to throw a lavish party to celebrate his rebirth. Meanwhile, hey, take a look at this. Ivan, pulling a radiant arc reactor from his grimy pocket, caught Hammer's attention. A business associate had brought him here, vowing to introduce something remarkable. Now, Hammer felt as though he had finally received the opportunity to slap Tony Stark in the face and topple Stark Industries from its long-standing throne in the weapons arena. Just imagining Tony's expression sent shivers of excitement through Hammer. My heavens, where did you acquire this treasure? Observing Hammer's foolish demeanor, Ivan couldn't help but smile. In this world, for every clever person, there exists a fool, and Hammer was undoubtedly the latter. I made it myself. Indeed, Ivan seeks not merely the life of Tony Stark. He yearns to unveil his miniature reactor before the world, to ruthlessly trample upon Tony Stark's dignity. Were you not the one who claimed your reactor was unique? This is my father's groundbreaking work, not yours, Stark. You despicable little man. Look at the grandeur you now bask in. Why must my father suffer in agony? This encapsulates Ivan's current state of mind. Thus, he chooses to approach Hammer. What could possibly draw the world's attention more than a showcase at the Stark Expo? As dusk settles, it is the prime time for humanity to release their pent-up passions. Yet, Fury senses an unsettling shift in recent events. Although Hydra faces relentless defeats, they still possess considerable strength. However, their recent silence is disconcerting. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. Operational Base, Fury, Captain America Steve Rogers, Natasha, and Hawkeye engage in discussion about this anomaly. I believe Hydra is plotting something, the captain asserts. His observation rings true. Based on my understanding of Hydra, suddenly, the ceiling explodes, and a colossal mech descends from above. Is the Ripper? Steve, quick on his feet, raises his shield to intercept the Ripper's massive metal fist. The instant iron meets shield, a thunderous shockwave obliterates the entire structure. Meanwhile, at the Stark Expo, Hammer stands triumphantly upon the stage, ready to unveil his latest creation. Let us warmly welcome the unparalleled Ripper, exclusively developed by Hammer Industries. powered by 3 miniature arc reactors. Amidst a magnificent symphony, the imposing Ripper makes its grand entrance, igniting the atmosphere as the audience erupts in applause, and Hammer, filled with pride, spreads his arms wide. Behold, how formidable, how beautiful. Yet, before Hammer can finish his sentence, the Ripper seizes him in its grasp. Fool! Ivan's cold voice emanates from the cockpit. Subsequently, the Ripper, holding Hammer captive, projects Ivan's coarse voice throughout the expo. The arc reactor has always been my father's achievement. It is the Stark family who betrayed, who stole. They are utter hypocrites. With a fierce throw, the Ripper launches Hammer away and readies its weaponry. Tony Stark, come to your demise. The cannon roars, sending the audience into a frantic panic. At home, Tony enjoys a party with his old friend, Air Force Colonel James Rhodes, sharing drinks and laughter. However, upon inadvertently glimpsing the television, Tony interrupts. No need to say it. J-A-R-V-I-S. I've seen it. As the Mark X3 enveloped him instantly, Tony soared away at full speed, leaving Rhodey, still clutching his wine glass, gazing blankly at Tony's receding figure. How incredibly cool. Meanwhile, on Fury's side, the team found themselves utterly powerless against the Ravagers. Apart from Steve, who could parry a few blows with his shield, the others' attacks were mere tickles. They struggled desperately, fleeing in all directions. Damn it, where's that Leo kid? We need his assistance. Fury shouted from behind cover. Hearing the commotion at the Cosmic Cube research facility, Leo perked up, sensing something amiss. Something was hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. He looked up to see four massive, menacing iron mechs slicing through the clouds. Through the thick metal, Leo spotted the stern visage of Crossbones inside one of them. Hydra, clad in his black superhuman suit, Leo burst through the ceiling, soaring into the sky. The researchers, witnessing the new, gaping hole created by their boss and the adjacent unpatched breach from Tony's earlier escapade, could only lament in silence. With an unimaginable velocity that defied belief, Leo closed in on the Ravagers in the blink of an eye, charging straight at Crossbones. However, one of the Ravagers, acting recklessly, collided with the oncoming Leo. With a resounding crash, both Leo and the Ravager were sent hurtling through the air, grappling as they fell. Leo gripped the Ravager's sturdy exterior with one hand while the other formed a fist. Bang, bang, bang. The sound resonated through the sky like the ringing of iron. With each punch, parts of the Ravager began to break away. The Ravager thrashed violently, its enormous fists igniting with thruster flames, striking Leo with ferocious intensity. Yet it was futile. It was akin to trying to shake a mountain. As Leo and the Ravager neared the ground, he released the now shattered remnants of the Ravager and ascended back into the sky. The debris of the Ravager tumbled to the earth, igniting fierce flames. In the sky, Crossbones' expression shifted dramatically. He had anticipated that with the Ravager, he could spar with Leo and experience the sting of his iron fist. To his dismay, he uttered, "Damn it, what sort of monster is he?" Immediately, Crossbones commanded one Ravager to retrieve the Cosmic Cube from the research facility while he and another Ravager would lead Leo to his demise. Two powerful beams of heat swept through the air, cleaving the Ravager en route to the research base in two, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Boom! Crossbones' face grew increasingly grim. Leaving one Ravager behind, he sped away into the distance. Leo, eyeing the retreating Crossbones, prepared to pursue. Whoosh! A precisely aimed missile was launched. Held firmly in Leo's grasp, the explosive blaze subsided, revealing a black cloak that struck like lightning. With a single punch, it pierced the formidable form of the Ripper, the specially crafted metal yielding as though it were mere tofu, crumbling effortlessly under Leo's grip. He pursued the direction of Crossbones' retreat. Soon, the figure of the Ripper came into view once more. Another searing beam swept across, and Crossbones exerted every ounce of control to maneuver the Ripper in an elaborate evasion, narrowly escaping disaster. Unbeknownst to them, Leo and Crossbones had distanced themselves significantly from California. With a thunderous crash, a colossal mech plummeted from the sky into a spacious, towering warehouse, stirring up clouds of dust. It appeared long abandoned, yet the sides of the warehouse were lined with objects shrouded in burlap. Crossbones struggled to rise from the ground, the deep imprint of a fist evident on the back of the mech. Another figure shattered the warehouse ceiling, landing with a classic superhero pose, the black cloak billowing as Leo stood tall. "Lead walls, huh? You went to great lengths to lure me here," Leo mused, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, Crossbones erupted into a fit of laughter. "Ha ha, Leo, your arrogance knows no bounds. Even now, You remain blissfully unaware of the trap you've fallen into. Today marks your demise. As he spoke, Crossbones menacingly activated a mechanism. The burlap coverings were swiftly torn away, unveiling two neatly arranged rows of battle mechs on either side of the warehouse, their chests illuminated with a brilliant glow. In an instant, the entire warehouse transformed into a sea of red. The red sun radiation simulated by Hydra. Crossbones observed Leo, who stood frozen in shock, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Chapter 26, Whose Demise? Leo gazed at the suddenly illuminated red lights. Under the triumphant laughter of Crossbones, panic began to creep across Leo's expression. What is happening? I feel my strength draining. He shouted. You are far too arrogant, Superman. Did you never suspect that we discovered your fatal weakness? It is the red sun radiation. If you truly are Superman, your powers will vanish under its influence, reducing you to a mere robust human. Indeed, after relentless study of Superman comics by Hydra's experts, they had finally devised a means to defeat Leo. As Crossbones spoke, he commanded the Ripper to advance and delivered a powerful punch. The sensation of striking steel seemed to fade away, and Leo was sent flying, crashing against the warehouse wall. Struggling to rise, he leaned weakly against the wall, gazing at his own hands, his complexion pale. Observing the feeble state of Leo, Crossbones was filled with disdain. Without the powers of Superman, you are merely an ordinary individual. As gas vaporized, the Reaper mech slowly opened, and Crossbones effortlessly leaped down to the ground. He drew a sharp dagger from the armored appendage of the Reaper and advanced towards Leo. Had you been more cautious and refrained from entering here, victory would undoubtedly have been yours. Alas, through our analysis of your arrogant character, I had already anticipated this. Victory shall ultimately belong to us. Crossbones charged forth, leaping into the air, and thrust the dagger viciously towards Leo. The exhilarating moment was upon him. He yearned to witness Leo's blood gushing forth and ultimately draining away. Just as the dagger was about to strike, Leo swiftly adjusted his stance, straightening his chest. With a crisp sound, Crossbones' dagger shattered at the tip. Gazing at Leo's enigmatic smile, Crossbones' eyes widened in terror. How is it? Is my performance satisfactory? Did I deceive you? Leo's gentle voice resonated, but to Crossbones, it sounded like the whispers of a devil. You're not a Superman. What exactly are you? A deeper crimson glow flickered in Leo's eyes, radiating with an intensity that surpassed the very red hue surrounding them, and then shot forth. The eerie light pierced through Crossbones' body, forming a Z in the air before striking the Reaper behind him. In the explosion of the Reaper, Crossbones reluctantly closed his eyes forever. Of course, I am a Superman, albeit one who differs slightly from the ordinary kind. After careful contemplation, Leo had anticipated that Hydra might exploit the red sun radiation, prompting him to conduct tests on himself ahead of time. He had previously informed Tony that the props placed in the underground base for entertainment were, in fact, devices capable of emitting red sun radiation. Leo was no longer the naive child he had been 6 months ago. He had become exceedingly cautious. He discovered that under the radiation, while Superman's strength was indeed diminished, a far more ferocious power surged within him, creating a peculiar balance within his body. A smile graced Leo's lips. It was the power of Omega. Although Crossbones had perished, the matter was far from over, for he was merely a pawn within Hydra. Alexander Pierce, who had been observing the entire ordeal from the base, was too astonished by Leo's immunity to the red sun's radiation to hesitate. He decisively activated the disposable mechs. These mechs were unmanned and remotely controlled, somewhat akin to drones. Consequently, the light tubes extinguished and the pawns ignited their propulsion devices, intending to flee. Yet, how could Leo simply stand by and watch them escape? The scorching rays of heat swept across the warehouse, annihilating the hapless remnants of cannon fodder that had yet to escape. Occasionally, sparks crackled and sizzled in the air. Meanwhile, on the other side, the remnants surged forth, shattering the warehouse as they hurtled towards the city. The Omega rays unleashed their fury, deftly slicing through a multitude of mechs. Boom! They erupted in a fiery explosion. Damn, there were too many of them. Leo soared into the sky. On the other side, Tony witnessed the Reaver wreaking havoc at the exhibition, racing towards it like a shooting star. Boom! With a fierce punch, the Reaver crashed through layer upon layer of structures. Yet it emerged unscathed, rising from the rubble. Ivan gazed at the approaching Tony. You finally made it. So, are you ready for a taste of your father's wrath? He then unleashed a powerful punch. Clang! The diminutive Mark X-3 clashed with the formidable Reaver, surprisingly evenly matched. What? This is impossible, Ivan exclaimed, glancing at the solitary reactor on Tony's chest, then at the three he possessed. The outcome of their confrontation left him in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. You're simply outdated. The nano armor reconfigured, and Tony swung his other arm upward, striking the Reaver's chin. The Reaver staggered back, only to be met by two heavy blows to its chest. Thud! It was sent flying. However, just as Tony prepared to strike, a hefty palm cannon fired upon his back. He too was sent sprawling. Another Reaver, to ensure absolute certainty. Ivan had brought two Reavers to confront Tony. The tide of battle shifted dramatically with the arrival of the second Reaver. Tony was tossed back and forth like a bowling ball between the two Reavers. Damn! As Tony attempted to regain his footing and counterattack. Both Reavers simultaneously activated their palm cannons. A massive shield materialized in Tony's hands as he struggled to withstand the onslaught. Following a deft maneuver, he accelerated with his thrusters, slamming the shield into one Reaver's face while transforming his left hand into a hammer, sending the other Reaver flying backward. Seizing the moment while the two Reavers were momentarily disoriented, Tony ascended into the sky, acutely aware that his chances of victory were slim when facing both Reavers head-on. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Ravages. Connect-metodevode. At that moment, Rhodey, preparing to leave Tony's villa, answered his phone. Tony? Is that you? Listen, I need your help. I know, I've already been in contact with the military. No, not that. Do you see the glowing disc in the display case in the basement? Rhodey turned his head and spotted the glimmering trinket. Found it. Do you need me to help you deliver it? Tony said, dodging the oncoming assaults of the Ravager. What? It's not clothing. How am I supposed to wear it? Rhodey was somewhat bewildered. Just pick it up and press it against your chest. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Rhodey, though still puzzled about the nature of the object, complied. Instantly, the nanotech armor unfurled from it, enveloping his entire body. The silver-white armor shimmered brilliantly. It was Tony's latest creation, the Mark X4. Oh, brother, this feels incredible, Rhodey exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Enough chatter. Hurry and lend a hand. Thus, the war machine of this universe was born, revving its engines and soaring into the sky. Another heat ray swept through, and before Leo, two of the minions exploded, turning into genuine debris. A few others fled into the city. What were they planning? Leo pondered briefly before propelling himself toward Nick Fury's location. Damn it. Where's that kid Leo? We need his assistance. Fury shouted, entering the armory under the protection of his comrades. I hope this proves useful. Steve exerted all his strength to hurl his shield. Clang! The Ravager yanked the shield embedded in its chest and casually tossed it aside, leaving merely a shallow dent. Without his shield, Steve could only awkwardly evade the Ravager's attacks. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, concealed in a shadowed corner, loosed an explosive arrow. The resulting sparks successfully delaying the Ravager's movements, but also drawing its attention. The Ravager raised its enormous palm, gathering energy aimed at Hawkeye. Just then, a massive shell struck it squarely in the face. Boom! Fury stood there, holding the still smoking cannon. As the smoke cleared, a portion of the Ravager's facial armor was damaged. Yet it did not hinder its actions. Damn it! At that moment, Fury suddenly noticed several figures rapidly approaching from the horizon. They were the remaining minions. The reactor grew increasingly brighter as Alexander prepared to orchestrate a grand explosion right there. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D would surely meet their doom. Natasha fired her weapon, but to no avail. Just as the group found themselves in dire straits, two formidable heat rays suddenly appeared in the path of the advancing minions. Boom! Flames erupted skyward, and a heat wave was palpable even to Fury on the ground. Then, a punch sent the Ravager, which attempted to retaliate, crashing into a sturdy wall. The black cloak billowed wildly in the rising flames. Am I late? Leo remarked with a smile. Chapter 27. The curtain falls when Leo arrived. Tony and Rhodey were engaged in a fierce assault on the last remaining Ravager. Not far off, another Ravager lay in ruins, belching thick black smoke from its shattered remains. Buddy, I knew you could do it, Leo called out, giving Tony a thumbs up from the air. Rhodey and Ivan also took notice of Leo. Over time, due to Rhodey's frequent presence by Tony's side, Leo had become acquainted with Rhodey as well. Hey, Rhodey, don't just stand there. Show this superhero kid that trick, Tony urged. Energy beams shot forth from Tony's palm, persistently suppressing the Ravager. Golden light carved deep scars into the machine's hull. Is that the trick? Indeed, hurry it up. Then four elongated devices launched from Mark X4's back, gathering energy. Rhodey raised his hands as well. In the next moment, 6 blue-white energy beams converged into a formidable energy column, striking the Ravager with a tremendous force. Without any extraneous noise, the Ravager was propelled into the sky, beginning to melt and disintegrate. Not a bad move, Leo remarked with a hint of admiration. He then soared forward and delivered a powerful punch. Clang! The Ravager fell helplessly to the ground, irreparably damaged, revealing a dazed Ivan in the cockpit. The rest is up to you guys, Leo said nonchalantly as he departed. Look at that cocky kid, Tony grumbled. Once my Mark X5 is developed, I'm going to give that little punk a good kick. Rhodey thought to himself, if I were as formidable as Mr. Stark, I would stroll down the street with my head held high. The night had deepened, leaving only S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel to clean up the battlefield and quell the aftermath of the incident. With the conclusion of this battle, Hydra's long-anticipated hope for a turnaround was thoroughly extinguished. Thousands of miles away, Alexander Pierce gritted his teeth and issued a retreat order. Without eliminating Leo, Hydra found itself at a standstill. However, that was of little concern. Hydra would lie in wait, continuing to build strength in the shadows, biding its time. After all, playing the role of the cautious turtle had always been Hydra's forte. That night, numerous merchants, workers, beggars, and refugees hastily departed from this land of freedom, leaving only a small number behind to gather intelligence. To evade Leo's surveillance, Hydra was compelled to adopt an entirely new code, no longer daring to utter "Hail Hydra" in casual conversation. A few days later, in Tony's villa, Fury, Tony, and Leo sat together, exchanging glances. Hydra's operatives seemed to have vanished overnight. There was no doubt that this war was a victory for us. Fury reclined in Tony's luxurious sofa, a slight relaxation evident in his demeanor. The 6 months of intricate scheming against Hydra had left the king of spies looking weary. What? Wait, what war? Tony questioned, still somewhat bewildered. What Hydra? What war? However, it cannot be entirely blamed on him. According to the current progression of the narrative, Tony has yet to encounter H.I.E.L.D. Hydra, the long-standing adversary of S.H.I.E.L.D., is a vast and formidable terrorist organization. Leo deftly navigated his tablet, retrieving Hydra's information to present to Tony. So, you have all been battling their agents behind my back? This revelation left Tony, who has always prided himself as a superhero, somewhat incredulous. After all, he had been diligently combating crime and dismantling numerous terrorist organizations over the past 6 months. How could such significant matters be withheld from him? At this moment, Fury, seated nearby, spoke up with an air of discomfort. Hydra is not an ordinary terrorist group. It began infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. from the very inception of the agency, and their efforts were alarmingly successful. It was only 6 months ago that we uncovered their schemes, initiating this protracted cleansing operation. Engaging them in combat is akin to battling one's own reflection. They were perilously close to seizing control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony, I understand your desire to assist, but your current state is quite troubling, and I fear that involving you could place you in grave danger. Moreover, with Leo's support, Hydra does not pose an insurmountable threat. Fury had 3 considerations regarding this matter. First, Tony is the sole remaining heir of the Stark lineage, and Fury is reluctant to see him harmed. Second, Tony's condition is indeed precarious, rendering him unfit for a confrontation with H.I.E.L.D. Third, with Leo present, we are not lacking in combat prowess on the front lines, as the genuine challenge lies in navigating the treacherous machinations of Hydra to expose their operatives. In the film, Fury merely sensed that something was amiss with Tony, but it was only after dispatching Natasha for undercover work that he fully grasped the extent of Tony's predicament. This explains why Fury chose to present Howard Stark's belongings to Tony only when his palladium poisoning had reached a critical stage. It was not that Fury was unwilling to provide assistance. Rather, he was previously unaware of the exact nature of Tony's afflictions. Yet, in this universe, engrossed in a relentless battle against H.I.E.L.D., Fury lacked the resources and attention to focus on Tony. Fortunately, everything has now been resolved satisfactorily. Tony fell into silence. I understand, but that was due to my impending demise, which caused my behavior to become erratic. However, now the matter has been settled. Fury, now cognizant of Tony's situation, silently chastised himself for not having delivered Howard's briefcase sooner. With Hydra's affairs largely addressed, the remaining task is to locate their hidden lairs around the globe and dismantle them one by one. Should any further needs arise, I will inform you. At that moment, Leo inquired of Fury, "Why have I not seen Alexander Pierce? Have you not captured him yet?" "No, he has escaped, but one day I shall personally bring him to justice." Fury's singular eye ignited with a fierce flame of anger. Long ago, before Pierce's departure, Leo contemplated whether he should directly take down the man. However, Fury intervened. Leo understood Fury's sentiments. Alexander Pierce had once been Fury's closest comrade, and Fury would have readily sacrificed his life for him. Can one truly fathom the emotions that arise when your dearest friend betrays you? Fury yearned to personally confront this traitor, as it was a matter between him and Pierce. He did not wish for others to interfere. Thus, in a moment clouded by emotion, Fury declined Leo's assistance. Subsequently, when Fury finally gained clarity, Alexander had already vanished, and Leo lost his opportunity to act. This illustrates that when matters intertwine with human emotions, even the most exceptional agents can err. However, on another note, kid, do not feign innocence. When do you intend to return the Tesseract to us? Fury observed Leo's expression shift from embarrassment to defiance. What? Why should I return it? Was it not agreed that I would assist you in combating Hydra in exchange for the Tesseract as compensation? Am I to labor for free, as if I were merely an extra in this industry? Even background actors receive a fee nowadays. Fury could not help but chuckle at Leo's audacity. Well, considering that S.H.I.E.L.D. currently lacks the resources to study the Tesseract, it would be better off with this kid, where it can be put to good use. As S.H.I.E.L.D. stands at a crucial juncture, in dire need of fresh blood, it is imperative to prevent any Hydra operatives from infiltrating the ranks. After contemplating these matters, Fury left a parting remark before departing. He had numerous affairs to attend to. As for the Avengers Initiative, you may continue to deliberate. The following day, Tony received a silvery briefcase sent by Fury, adorned with Howard Stark's signature. Pretending to be indifferent, Tony opened the case. Inside lay a blueprint for the arc reactor alongside several videotapes. In the basement, Tony perused the notes left by Howard as the tapes played before him. To Tony, it seemed his father was never truly satisfied with him. He had never received a word of praise throughout his childhood. Witnessing the affectionate interactions between Leo and Darren, filled with paternal warmth, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Yet, as he listened to the tape, a voice resonated. Tony, from now to eternity. My greatest creation is you. Our dashing Stark furrowed his brow, tears shimmering in his eyes. It dawned on him that, like all fathers who love their sons, his own father deeply cherished him as well. Tony caressed the Kryptonian reactor nestled in his chest. Dad, I hope I become the pride you envisioned. However, just as Tony was immersed in his melancholy, an unexpected guest shattered this intimate moment. It was the nefarious Leo. Quickly adjusting his facial expression, Tony growled, "Damn it, can't you knock before entering? Jarvis, how are you managing the household?" A slightly aggrieved voice from Jarvis replied, "Sir, it was Friday who disabled my vocal system." "Ha." Leo chuckled broadly. Clad in his Mark X4 suit, Tony feigned a punch towards the young man. Leo hastily waved his hands. "Hold on, Tony, it's good news. Do you remember the gift I mentioned?" Indeed, during their first encounter in their true forms, Leo had promised a gift to Tony if he assisted in researching the cosmic tunnel. At that time, Leo's intention was to intercept S.H.I.E.L.D. and inform Tony ahead of the new element. Yet, as fate would have it, Tony managed to create the new element himself. This left Leo in quite a predicament. But after much contemplation, he finally conceived a new idea. "Oh really? What gift?" Tony's lips curled into a smile. The intense lighting made Tony squint slightly. "Damn it. Can't you turn off those lights? You don't even need them. You're Superman. No need to fret. Tony, I'm the finest surgeon in the world." Leo reassured him as he stood over Tony on the operating table, surgical instruments in hand. After all, he was Superman. You just need to close your eyes and open them again, and the surgery will be over. Indeed, Leo was preparing to extract the shrapnel from Tony's body, thus eliminating the necessity for Tony to keep the reactor inside him to protect his heart from the shrapnel's harm. The anesthesia quickly took effect, and in a hazy stupor, Tony saw Leo extending his hand toward him. Hell, he thought, before slipping into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the gods, Asgard, the mighty King Odin held Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, to his lips, whispering something. Whosoever wields this hammer shall possess the power of the thunder god. With that, he cast the formidable weapon into the rainbow bridge. Chapter 28. Trouble from above. The towering dome was adorned with vibrant murals, narrating the tales of the benevolent King Odin. Below, a vast and opulent hall gleamed with gold. Amidst the cheers of the crowd and the throngs of golden-armored soldiers, Thor, the god of thunder, strode forward. His tall and imposing figure, clad in a majestic red cloak, and the sinewy contours of his muscles exuded immense strength. Slowly removing his helmet, Thor knelt on one knee. Gazing up at his father, the regal and composed king seated upon the throne. His heart swelled with joy, even allowing himself a playful exchange of glances with his mother, who stood high above. For this moment marked the birth of a new king, the coronation day of Thor, the god of thunder. Yet he remained oblivious to the unfolding trial for the throne, a contest that transpired beyond his sight. The eternal spear resonated with a profound vibration, silencing the exuberance of all present and enveloping them in solemnity. Thor Odinson, you have breached the king's covenant. Your arrogant and foolish actions have plunged the entire realm into the abyss of war. You are unworthy of the people's affection. In the name of myself and my ancestors, I hereby revoke your divine power. Odin raised Mjolnir, unleashing a formidable beam of silver light that struck Thor. Amidst the lightning and thunder, Thor plummeted into the Rainbow Bridge, cast into exile. Witnessing this, Loki's eyes brimmed with tears. Yet, Odin then hurled his hammer into the Rainbow Bridge. The tears in Loki's eyes vanished, for he now comprehended that this was merely Odin's trial for Thor, all meticulously orchestrated. As he gazed upon Odin once more, Loki's eyes were filled with unuttered fury and questions. Meanwhile on Earth, are you prepared? The grand event approaches. Leo firmly grasped the cosmic cube, feeling the immense energy emanating from it causing his hand to tremble involuntarily. With all instruments ready, Selvig gestured for Leo to commence. As Leo activated the cosmic cube, an imperceptible yet powerful wave of energy radiated from it, gradually penetrating the depths of the universe. Now, we await the outcome. Leo relinquished the cosmic cube, allowing the instruments to regain control. Given that the machine could only operate the cosmic cube at a low efficiency during normal procedures, the pace of spatial detection was significantly hampered. Leo had to personally intervene, channeling his formidable physique and intellect to unleash the boundless energy of the cosmic cube, compelling it to serve him. Content with his departure from the research facility, Leo returned to his villa, preparing to await the results in peace. However, what no one anticipated was that as this wave swept across the 9 realms, a rainbow was simultaneously arcing from Asgard towards Earth. The two phenomena converged in the cosmic void, instigating subtle yet significant changes. By the time the Thunder God's hammer was cast into the Rainbow Bridge, the wave had already dissipated. That night, on the cliffs of California, ominous clouds rolled overhead, as if thunder were churning within. What dreadful weather, Leo muttered softly. Suddenly, the thick clouds parted to reveal a dazzling aurora, swirling winds heralding the formation of a terrifying tornado. Sir, we have detected severe energy fluctuations above your villa, Friday interjected, interrupting Leo, who had been engrossed in video games. Is that so? Leo lazily lifted his gaze, disbelief flickering in his dark eyes. What in the world is this? Boom! A tornado swept through, ensnaring the auroras, and violently collided with Leo's villa. It pierced the ceiling and struck Leo's face. He felt as though his chest had been violently assailed by a battering ram. Before he could react, he found himself lying on the ground, staring up at the ceiling. It is crucial to understand that the Rainbow Bridge is not merely a means of transportation. It is also a formidable weapon, capable of obliterating stars when wielded with full force. As Leo lay on the ground, preparing to rise, he sensed something amiss. It appeared that someone, a man no less, was sprawled atop him. He roughly shoved the intruder aside. His mind raced as the realization dawned upon him. Was this commotion not the result of the Rainbow Bridge? And for reasons unknown, Thor, who was supposed to have landed in New Mexico, had somehow ended up in his home, and with malicious intent, no less. Damn it. Is this some kind of cruel jest from the heavens? Leo had no desire to partake in Odin's family drama. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder what expression would grace Leo's face upon discovering that all of this chaos was indeed due to him. Meanwhile, the golden-haired man managed to rise unsteadily, clutching his chest. As he surveyed the devastation wrought by the tornado in Leo's villa, Thor was consumed by rage. Where's my hammer? Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Release the Rainbow Bridge. Receiving no response, Thor turned and pointed at Leo, demanding, What realm is this? This is my home. Leo retorted, observing Thor's bewildered state, reminiscent of a drunken fool. The following morning, Leo hurriedly called Fury. Fury, I've captured a big fish. It appears to be a prince from another planet. You'd better send someone to fetch him, he exclaimed urgently. Who do you think you're fooling? I've encountered aliens before. Moreover, I am quite busy at the moment, and S.H.I.E.L.D cannot spare any additional personnel. Please refrain from bothering me with such trivial matters. Handle it yourself, Fury replied tersely. However, despite his words, Fury took the situation very seriously, promptly dispatching Agent Coulson to assist Leo. Hello, Leo exclaimed, but Fury playfully cut off the call, leaving him no opportunity to speak further. Damn it, Leo sighed, glancing at the still groggy Thor. At this moment, Thor epitomized a simple-minded brute with brawn, but little intellect. Only after enduring numerous hardships and losses would he gradually evolve into a mature and composed man. Unlike in the films, Thor had not faced any affronting attacks upon his arrival the previous night, allowing him to maintain his composure. After calming down, he had engaged in a brief exchange with Leo. Now, after a night of reflection in the guest room of Leo's villa, Thor began to accept certain truths. Yet he remained brimming with confidence, believing that as long as he could locate the hammer of Thor, he would be able to return to the realm of the gods. I sincerely apologize for the disarray I have caused in your palace. In truth, Thor is typically a most courteous individual. The etiquette of a millennium spent in royal courts is not easily forgotten. By the name of Odin, I swear I shall recompense your losses. Furthermore, I find myself in need of provisions, as this mortal form is exceedingly frail. Leo raised his hand. Friday? Very well, sir. The electronic voice of Friday startled Thor. Who is there? Who speaks? Moments later, a lavish food cart slowly approached. Ah, splendid. By the way, is that Friday a spirit of your own? Leo rolled his eyes. After the unfortunate loss of an expensive ceramic cup, breakfast finally came to a close. Listen, Thor, this is not Asgard, it is Earth, and you must adhere to its customs. Friday, please guide our noble prince in acquiring some knowledge of Earth. With that, Leo stood and prepared to depart, intending to visit the research base of the Cosmic Cube to examine the latest discoveries. Where are you going, my friend? Indeed, in the eyes of the hospitable Asgardians, anyone willing to extend their hospitality could be deemed a friend. Moreover, Thor regarded Leo's muscular physique and deemed him a valiant warrior, worthy of such a grand palace. Thor now wished to venture forth, hoping to uncover any information regarding the hammer of Thor. Get to work. Listen, Thor, you must learn the fundamentals of Earth before you embark on any ventures. I can assist you in your pursuits, but you cannot roam aimlessly while being utterly ignorant of this land. A warrior is always prudent, is he not? Thor found Leo's words to be quite sensible. Thor, accept your proposal. In reality, Leo was not merely placating Thor. He understood that Thor could be quite the nuisance, and should he remain nearby, Leo would inevitably confront Loki and the Destroyer. However, such a confrontation was entirely unnecessary. What Leo desired most was to swiftly locate the spatial barrier and return home, wishing to avoid entanglement in these unwarranted conflicts. Therefore, Leo planned to send Thor away upon discovering the whereabouts of Mjolnir, ensuring he remained distant from his research base. He would then allow events to unfold naturally. Exiting the villa, Leo donned his Superman attire and ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, Thor, still at the villa, was conversing with Friday. Hey, do you happen to have any kin willing to join me as a companion in becoming the future king of Asgard? He greatly envied Leo for possessing Friday, a spirit capable of obedience and making life more convenient. And far away in Asgard, Loki placed his hands upon the ice crystal box, responding to its ethereal summons, gently lifting it. Put it down. A commanding voice resonated behind him, and as Loki beheld his skin gradually transforming into a deep azure hue, he incredulously inquired, Am I cursed? Not at all, Odin replied, as he placed the frost giant's treasure back in its rightful location. With a quivering voice, Loki asked, Who am I? After a fervent exchange of heated arguments, Odin collapsed weakly to the ground. Gazing at his frail father, Loki, like a frightened child, cried out, Guardians, come quickly. Guardians. Chapter 29. Inescapable destiny, do you believe? Perhaps. In the grand tapestry of fate, some encounters are indeed predestined. In New Mexico, Jane Foster was driving her van, laden with experimental equipment, traversing the vast desert in search of something elusive. As Selvig was unable to accept her invitation due to work commitments, Jane was left to conduct the research alone. However, Selvig had also issued an invitation to her, claiming he had discovered the truths of the universe and urged her to visit him at the Cosmic Cube Research Facility in California when time permitted. How peculiar, isn't it? The truths of the universe. While pondering this, Jane suddenly noticed something extraordinary occurring above her head. A meteor streaked across the sky, trailing brilliant flames and billowing smoke. The instrument in her hand displayed a surge of immense energy descending from the heavens to the earth below. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, sending dust swirling into the air. As the reverberations subsided, Jane focused her gaze. At the center of a crater spanning several dozen meters, a magnificent hammer adorned with mysterious runes stood silently. Goodness! Jane was utterly astonished by the sight before her. How are you adjusting? In the evening, Leo returned home to find Thor lounging on the sofa, munching on chips while watching television. Quite well. After all, I am Odin's son, Thor, the god of thunder. Thor remarked, glancing at the now-empty bag in his hands. This snack is exceptionally delicious. I bet it will be a bestseller in Asgard. After offering his praise, Thor naturally inquired, Friday, is there any left? Mr. Thor, that was the last bag. Noticing Leo's almost murderous glare, Thor sheepishly tossed the empty chip bag into the nearby trash bin. What a shame. Moreover, my friend, I believe I am adequately prepared. We can commence our endeavors now. Seeing this, Leo inquired, Friday, have there been any updates regarding the hammer? Sir, in Mexico last night, there was a high-energy reaction, and residents reported witnessing a meteor fall. Excellent. It seemed his worries were unfounded. The hammer of the god of thunder had indeed landed where it was meant to. Leo turned to scrutinize Thor, but why did it land in your home? Thor, however, appeared quite taken aback. Although it remained elusive, Friday had indeed spent an entire day with me. How did it come to know about that place? What was it called? Mexico? Is it magic? Observing Thor's naive demeanor, Leo rolled his eyes. What are we waiting for? Let's hasten our departure. Once I retrieve my hammer. I shall. What will you do? Leo inquired with curiosity. I shall transform once more into the mightiest warrior, Thor declared, puffing out his proud chest. Is that so? I find that exceedingly hard to believe. Leo, with his equally robust physique and well-defined muscles, prompted Thor to shake his head. Brother, once you witness the power of Thor, you will harbor no doubts about this. So, when do we set forth? His eagerness was unmistakable. Tomorrow morning, Agent Coulson will come to escort you. For tonight, it would be prudent to remain here. If you find yourself bored, you may ask Friday to take you for a stroll in the city center. However, here, exceptional warriors do not indulge excessively in chips, Leo remarked. Is Coulson also a significant figure? Thor queried, perplexed, while privately scoffing. Yet you hoard such an abundance of chips. What is that? Thor noticed the images appearing on the screen and the peculiar gadget in Leo's hands. Battlefield. Do you wish to join in? Thor inquired with curiosity as he took the controller. Is anyone home? Coulson entered Leo's villa, immediately spotting Thor, who sat on the sofa, controller in hand, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Is that the Thor you mentioned? Coulson asked Leo as he approached. Indeed, Leo shrugged. So he played all night, did he? You ought to inquire of him. Furthermore, after you bring him to New Mexico, allow him to remain there to satisfy some of his requests. One more thing. Ensure that personnel are prepared to evacuate the local residents at a moment's notice. Then hide in a safe place to observe. Understood, Mr. Tang, I shall comply. Although Leo feigned an air of omniscience, Coulson paid it no mind. This was the unspoken understanding between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Leo. He approached Thor. Greetings. I am Agent Coulson, here to assist you in finding your hammer. Thor, who had been somewhat dazed, perked up at the mention of the hammer. Thank you, Coulson's son. That night, the skies were overcast. Coulson, accompanied by a formidable convoy, guided Thor to their destination. Of course, aside from Coulson, who was directly affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., the remaining personnel were local FBI agents. However, at the center of the pit, a white van was already parked. It was Jane Foster. You cannot do this. These are the fruits of my research. The agents, with an aggressive demeanor, confiscated all of Jane's belongings. I am Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson presented his credentials, but those were my hard work. Jane's lovely face flushed with urgency. Hey, I believe we should not engage in such behavior. An assembly of strong men bullying a frail mortal woman? Thor observed the commotion and spoke up. The federal agents nearby glanced at Coulson, who shifted his gaze. Thus, the agents ceased their activities. Having regained what was lost, Jane was overjoyed. "Thank you. I am Jane Foster, an astrophysicist." Thor Odinson. Despite the myriad of misunderstandings, fate brought the two together in that moment. With a gentle kiss on the back of Jane's hand, Thor strode confidently towards the center of the crater where Mjolnir lay. The king returns. Thor thought joyfully. "Are you all right?" As Thor opened his eyes, he momentarily envisioned those vivid memories in the torrential rain, relinquishing Mjolnir's handle and howling at the heavens. In the lounge, Loki informing him of their father's demise, and now, the image of Jane Foster tenderly caressing his cheek with concern. "I'm well, I'm fine. It's just, I can never return to Asgard, and my father has perished because of me. Where do I go from here?" Thor pondered these thoughts, and the woman before him offered an answer. "Would you like to take a walk?" Days later, upon witnessing Thor's unexpected arrival at the Tesseract research facility, Leo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Coulson, I instructed you to keep him there. Where is he?" "Director Fury assigned me another task on short notice." Coulson replied pitifully on the other end of the line. Hanging up, Leo turned to Thor with irritation. "Now, tell me, how did you return?" Although puzzled by Leo's demeanor, Thor candidly replied, "I came with Jane." Leo then turned to Jane Foster. "May I ask, Miss Foster, how did you arrive here?" "I seem to recall not having extended an invitation." "I invited her," came Selvig's voice. "Damn." Leo slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that Selvig and Jane were longtime friends. Thus, the source of the problem was identified. Tony Stark. It was all his fault for bringing Selvig here. "I wonder if there's still time," Leo murmured. If Thor was present, the destroyer would undoubtedly follow. While Leo did not fear the destroyer, he wished to avoid such unwarranted trouble. All that was needed was for Thor to reclaim his powers as the god of thunder. Odin would manage the release of the destroyer with a single blow. It is essential to recognize that the destroyer is the ultimate weapon forged by Odin, an immensely powerful suit of armor capable of confronting the mightiest of gods in single combat. How could it possibly be extinguished with a mere blow? Part of the reason lies in the fact that Loki is not the true king, rendering him unable to harness the full potential of the destroyer. Clearly, a more significant factor is Odin's clandestine manipulation. However, should he face his own creation, Odin might not hold back the destroyer's formidable strength. This would inevitably lead to a fierce battle, albeit one devoid of purpose. Thus, Leo is eager to expedite Thor's departure to prevent collateral damage. Yet at that moment, a sudden commotion erupts outside the glass doors of the research facility, where four peculiar figures clad in antiquated armor appear, joyfully greeting Thor within. "We come to find you." Upon seeing them, Leo's expression darkens. "Damn it, it seems we're out of time." Not far away, a colossal beam of light descends upon the wilderness, with a towering shadow emerging from within. Boom! Chapter 30. The actor Thor, your father is still alive. Sif turns to Thor, her expression serious, perplexed by his thoughts. Thor, upon hearing this, furrows his brow, disbelief etched across his face. It is Loki. The realization dawns upon him. Is the cursed throne truly worth the rift it has caused between brothers? My foolish sibling. A tumult of emotions swirls within Thor. Just then, the massive beam of light heralding the arrival of the destroyer captures everyone's attention. Thor, with gravity, addresses Leo. "That is my father Odin's most powerful weapon, the indomitable destroyer. My friend, you must swiftly ensure the safety of these mortals. And you? I will assist in evacuating the crowd. Besides, I am merely a mortal now and can offer little aid. I might even hinder my companions." Thor gestures to Sif and the three warriors of Asgard, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg. "However, I can protect everyone in other ways." Upon witnessing the sincerity and clarity in Thor's azure eyes, Leo realizes that through the tumultuous events of the past few days, Thor has grown significantly, much like Leo himself once did. As he surveys the surroundings, a brilliant idea begins to take shape in Leo's mind. "No, as Earth's mightiest warrior and your friend, I shall fight alongside your comrades from the realm of the gods. Of course, I refer to warriors. Mages are another matter entirely. Moreover, I cannot allow that metallic monstrosity to ravage this place. It holds great significance for me." During this exchange, the destroyer approaches, now merely 100 meters away from the research facility. Resolutely, Leo seizes the cosmic cube and charges toward the destroyer. "Is that the cosmic cube?" Sif inquires. Perhaps yes. Perhaps no. But such matters are of little consequence now. What truly matters is that my friend is currently battling for us. Thor's gaze gradually grew resolute. Cloaked in black, Leo held the cosmic cube in his left hand, while his right fist surged toward the destroyer. Upon witnessing the audacity of an affront, the hollow head of the destroyer began to ignite with a fierce blaze. A formidable column of energy erupted forth. Bang! It clearly underestimated Leo's might. With a powerful swing of his right fist, Leo cleaved the energy column in two, and despite the overwhelming force, he continued to charge toward the destroyer. Not too shabby, Leo mused, commending the strongest weapon of Odin. Even when most of its power was suppressed, it still afforded him a modicum of combat sensation. He then shattered the tumultuous energy, delivering a powerful blow. Thud! The destroyer's head was completely concave. However, in the next moment, the destroyer restored itself entirely, its massive metallic fist swinging ferociously. Leo's form wavered slightly before he came to a halt in midair, feigning a lack of reaction. Bang! His body crashed heavily to the ground, sending dust soaring. At that moment, Sif and the three warriors finally arrived at the battlefield, albeit fashionably late. As they readied themselves for combat, Leo soared once more, wielding the cosmic cube to open a cerulean portal behind the destroyer, surging forward with great force. Both Leo and the destroyer vanished into the portal. Yet, astonishingly, the portal remained open, awaiting the arrival of someone. New Mexico. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of hammering resonated across the vast desert. Accompanied by a powerful sonic boom, the destroyer was tossed about under Leo's fist, exhibiting a total lack of resistance. However, Leo gradually sensed the destroyer's power escalating rapidly. Undaunted, Leo felt the warm-up had concluded. At last, he had a worthy opponent. After much effort, he had found an unyielding sparring partner and hoped Odin would grant him a prolonged engagement. Once more, the destroyer's head ignited with flame. Light beams and thermal rays clashed violently in mid-air, ultimately sending the destroyer flying backward again. Yet Leo understood that if this continued, he would inevitably be the one sent flying. Nonetheless, he was in dire need of a fierce battle to hone his abilities, and the destroyer was indeed a commendable adversary. Sif and the three valiant warriors, witnessing the struggle, sought to assist. However, even in the film, the unleashed destroyer could easily vanquish them. How much more so now that it was slightly serious and exerting its strength. With a single sweeping blow, all four were sent reeling, blood spilling from their lips. The four individuals, having been flung to the ground and feeling as though their bodies had been shattered, could only watch the spectacle between Leo and the destroyer unfold. Perhaps sensing that his plans were being thwarted, Odin, reclining upon his couch, subtly moved his fingers. Meanwhile, the power of the destroyer surged tremendously. With a resounding crash, the destroyer successfully intercepted Leo's punch for the first time, yet proved ineffective as Leo, with lightning speed, crashed into the destroyer's embrace. The anguished wail of metal echoed as the destroyer was forcefully embedded into the ground. With a powerful strike, the destroyer rose to his feet, delivering a brutal headbutt that sent Leo flying, skidding several hundred meters across the ground. In his peripheral vision, Leo finally spotted Thor emerging from the portal, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "I shall fight with all my might." With a fierce roar, Leo valiantly charged at the destroyer, met only by the colossal metal fists and a tempest of energy blasts. Leo was struck by the destroyer's punch and subsequently battered by a devastating energy beam during his descent. Blood dripped through the air as Leo traced a perfect parabolic arc, crashing heavily beside Thor. "I'm so sorry, I couldn't defeat it." Thor lifted the barely conscious Leo, his heart heavy with sorrow as he observed the blood trickling from Leo's lips. "No, I should apologize. I have brought you all into this." Thor then noticed the gravely injured Sif and the three warriors lying nearby, and he resolutely rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Sif and the three warriors, still bewildered by how the once fierce Leo had been so swiftly subdued by the destroyer, gazed upon Thor's advancing figure. What does he intend to do? Despite the towering and brutal presence of the destroyer, Thor's steps were unwavering. "Brother, regardless of how I have wronged you or what I have done to earn your wrath, I am truly sorry. But these individuals are innocent. Taking their lives will bring you no benefit." In the realm of the gods, Loki, seated upon his throne, averted his gaze. Thor finally stood before the destroyer. "Kill me, and end this all," he declared sincerely. The energy that the destroyer had amassed slowly began to dissipate as he turned away, seemingly moved by his brother's words. However, in the next moment, the destroyer swung his arm. Crash! How could a mortal body withstand such an assault? Thor was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, revealing the bloodstains that pierced through his body. It's all over. In his final moments, Thor recalled his promise to compensate Leo for the damages incurred during the Rainbow Bridge attack. "I can't do it. I'm sorry." He slowly closed his eyes. If Leo were aware of Thor's thoughts at that moment, he would surely be moved to tears. Just when Loki believed that all had come to an end, the sky suddenly darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. What is happening? In the distance, the chasm quivered slightly, and the mighty Mjolnir crackled with intense lightning. In the next moment, it soared into the sky. An inexplicable force compelled Thor, once feeble, to raise his arm high. With a thunderous roar, amidst the brilliant and robust thunder, Thor was reborn. He opened his eyes, and the majestic red cloak billowed behind him as his lost armor reattached itself to his steel-like muscles. Witnessing this spectacle, Leo and his small team of 4 broke into genuine smiles. In the blink of an eye, the god of thunder released his hammer, striking the destroyer, which was about to unleash its energy down to the ground. Mjolnir returned to Thor's grasp, who summoned a furious whirlwind and ascended into the skies. The formidable destroyer was also engulfed by this powerful tempest. Loki attempted to control the destroyer to launch an assault, yet everything seemed futile before the might of Mjolnir. Now, guided by Odin's hand, with tremendous power, Thor cleaved through the energy column and delivered a heavy blow to the destroyer's face. Boom! The explosion resonated with a deafening sound. The destroyer, seemingly deprived of its momentum by that strike, collapsed to the ground, motionless. From afar, Leo watched in astonishment. Moments ago, he had struck the destroyer's head with a wave of light, and it had endured, yet now it was vanquished by a single blow. Truly, Odin is remarkable. Observing his companions, who were barely able to stand, and Leo, supported by Sif, Thor strode over with purpose. "Thank you, my comrades, especially you, my friend. Your brave and noble actions have moved me." To Thor, the bond with Leo felt distant, yet Leo fought with such fervor that it was impossible not to remember. Leo retrieved the Tesseract, teleporting everyone back to California. As he stowed away the Tesseract, Thor parted his lips but refrained from speaking. "Now we must return to the entrance of the realm of the gods. I need to have a serious conversation with my brother." After bidding Leo a solemn farewell, he rushed back to Jane, embracing her passionately. Meanwhile, on the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall ceased his idleness, breaking through the ice and dispatching 2 nearby frost giants. Moments later, a beam of light surged from the heavens, carrying Thor and his quartet away, leaving only the echo of Thor's promise in Jane's ear. "I will surely return for you." With Thor's departure, Leo shed his pretense, revitalized and brimming with pride. "In this encounter, I have enhanced my abilities battling the destroyer and gained Thor's friendship. Thor has reclaimed his power as the god of thunder and returned to Asgard. Odin has successfully executed his plan, imparting a vital lesson to his 2 wayward children." Leo's maneuvers could only be deemed a resounding victory for all. Indeed, a triumph of epic proportions. Moreover, one cannot help but commend one's own acting skills. The dramatic fall before Thor was indeed a stroke of genius. Leo mused discreetly. Chapter 31. An attempt just moments after Thor and his companions returned to Asgard via the Bifrost, the destroyer, lying on the ground in New Mexico, was enveloped by a beam of light. Although Leo yearned to spar with Thor, he understood that the moment was not opportune. Thor had pressing family matters to attend to and could not linger on Earth for long. He placed the Tesseract back into the device to resume its function. With that, Leo turned and flew back home. This matter had reached a temporary conclusion, and he could now await the results of the Tesseract's workings with a sense of calm. In his heart, Leo harbored his own calculations regarding these events. As for why he did not simply use the Tesseract to cast the destroyer into the depths of the universe, it was because such an outcome was intolerable to Loki and Odin. With Heimdall, who could perceive all things in the cosmos, and the Bifrost Bridge allowing for seamless traversal through the universe, the destroyer would inevitably return to Earth. Moreover, when pondering why he did not simply confront Loki in Asgard, Leo acknowledged that it was not out of the question provided one could withstand the wrath of King Odin upon awakening. Additionally, why not transport both Thor and the destroyer away together? Firstly, Thor was, after all, a friend, and while their acquaintance had been brief, Leo found himself quite fond of the golden-haired, muscular warrior, thus he could not disregard Thor's feelings. Secondly, he was eager to exchange blows with the destroyer, if only to gauge the disparity in strength between himself and those supreme deities. Such a formidable sparring partner was indeed rare to find. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Leo recognized that he had made the best choice for himself. Meanwhile, in the distant halls of Asgard, Odin's chamber was illuminated by the eternal spear, which erupted with a dazzling golden light, propelling Thor away. Loki, riding upon his steed, swiftly arrived at the control hub of the Bifrost, intent on utterly annihilating Jotunheim. As Thor regained his senses, he wielded Mjolnir and hastened to the scene. But it was too late. The Bifrost's devastating assault on Jotunheim had already commenced. "Why are you doing this?" Thor demanded. "I seek to prove to Father that I am worthy of being his son. When he awakens, he will know that I saved him. I will eradicate that monstrous race and become the rightful heir to the throne," Loki retorted through gritted teeth, striking Thor down with Gungnir. "I care not for the throne. I only wish to stand as your equal in Father's eyes." After a fierce exchange of words, Thor finally took action against Loki. In the film, Loki wielding the Eternal Spear was able to hold his own against Thor. However, in this reality, Loki was not nearly as diminished as he appeared in the cinematic portrayal. In reality, Loki has always been the foremost sorcerer among the 9 realms. He is proficient in a formidable array of magic, including ice, illusion, spatial manipulation, mind reading, and energy control. As a deity of Asgard, he possesses an extraordinary physique that allows him to exchange blows with Thor. In a fit of rage, Loki wields Gungnir and engages Thor in close combat. Hard frost encases Thor's feet, catching him off guard and causing him to lose his balance, followed closely by the relentless Spear of Eternity. A golden scratch appears on Thor's armor, from which blood begins to flow. With determination, Thor breaks free from his constraints and swings his hammer. Loki hastily raises Gungnir to defend himself, yet he is still sent flying by the overwhelming force of Thor's strike. Thor seizes the opportunity to charge forward, but his hammer strikes only an illusion of Loki. As he is forcefully kicked in the back, Thor stumbles forward and hurls Mjolnir in a flash. The mighty blow lands solidly on Loki's chest. The Spear of Eternity thuds heavily against the ground, and Loki uses it to brace himself, preventing another fall. Steadying himself, a golden beam emanates once more from the spear's tip, forcing Thor to dodge clumsily. Unlike when facing the destroyer's might, this time he does not attempt to withstand the explosive energy with his hammer. Thor is acutely aware of the spear's dreadfulness. It is a relic of kingly caliber. Only after the Stormbreaker reaches a similar level does it stand a chance against the spear, for Mjolnir may very well be melted in the face of such an assault. Fortunately, Loki is not the true master of the spear, and he is far from unleashing Gungnir's full potential. Ultimately, after a grueling battle, Thor manages to subdue Loki. Feeling the rainbow bridge shatter beneath his eldest son's blows, Odin can no longer remain at rest in his chamber. Channeling his immense divine power, Odin almost instantaneously appears before the fractured rainbow bridge, grasping Thor and Loki just as they are about to plummet into the abyss of the starry sea. The bridge may be lost, but it can be repaired. It is enough that his sons have grown. Gazing at the shattered bridge, Odin comforts himself with this thought. Upon seeing Odin, Thor offers a strained smile, while Loki, tears glistening in his eyes, cries out to Odin, "I was so close to succeeding, Father. I could have done it. For you, for everyone." "No, Loki," is the despairing reply from his father. Releasing his grip on the Spear of Eternity, Loki allows himself to fall into the endless sea of stars. "No." Thor emits a mournful cry. A glimmer of sorrow passes through Odin's gaze. "No." In the blink of an eye, months have slipped by. On Earth, Leo has remained industrious. Following his battle with the Destroyer and the natural growth he has experienced over the past few months, his speed has now surpassed 27 Mach. Leo feels himself growing ever more powerful. Regrettably, there was no one to accompany him in honing his skills. Upon returning to the base, after several months of relentless exploration of the cosmos, the team had made considerable progress. They had successfully identified a location that appeared to be a weak point in the barrier. However, their research regarding the tunnel remained insufficiently developed. For Leo, the objective was not merely to teleport to that location, but to harness the power of the cosmic cube to breach the barrier once more. This necessitated further investigation. Thus, an invigorated Leo and Tony dedicated themselves day and night to the research base of the cosmic cube. After a period of time, they stood before a cerulean portal that emitted arcs of light. "Do you truly believe this contraption is reliable?" Tony inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. "We shall find out by attempting it," Leo replied, arms crossed. Having not seen Thor for quite some time, Leo was aware that the Bifrost had likely been destroyed, as per the original narrative. Therefore, after Loki led the Chitauri army to invade New York, Thor would undoubtedly seek to retrieve the cosmic cube to restore the Bifrost. Thor had not requested the cosmic cube from Leo previously, partly out of respect for their friendship, and partly because Asgard did not currently require it. However, circumstances would be different next time. When that moment arrived, would Leo acquiesce or not? Thus, they had no choice but to commence their attempts now, hoping to successfully establish the tunnel before Loki's arrival on Earth. Moreover, Leo had made thorough preparations. He gazed at the small device in his hand, which radiated a subtle energy. "This is an energy reserve and positioning teleportation device we created based on the properties of the cosmic cube's energy. It is filled with spatial energy. Should you become disoriented or fail upon entering the tunnel, this little device can bring you back. Naturally, if you find yourself in another universe, it will also guide you home." Tony, shaking his head, added, "It should perhaps maybe..." Indeed, this small device was the source of Leo's courage to attempt the venture. After all, there were numerous perils in this realm. Even if he managed to return to his original universe, he could not simply ignore this one. Once he had settled matters, he would undoubtedly return, perhaps to investigate methods of traversing freely between the two universes, although the space stone within the cosmic cube would become ineffective in another universe. The return device was filled with pure energy, rendering the notion of ineffectiveness moot, thus alleviating Leo's concerns. "Are you truly certain?" However, before Tony could finish his words, the black cloak vanished into the tunnel. "May you succeed, my friend," Tony silently prayed for Leo. Suddenly, Leo felt as though his body was completely torn apart and then reassembled. The intense agony compelled even his superhuman form to emit a groan. Immediately, it felt as though I had collided with an invisible barrier. Behind me, the energy emanating from the cosmic cube relentlessly pressed against Leo's body, urging him to advance further. Yet, the output power of this energy seemed insufficient to enable Leo to shatter this wall, and he found himself enduring immense pressure from the clash of these two forces. Ultimately, Leo's body could no longer withstand the strain. His eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 32. Set back after what felt like an eternity adrift in an endless void, Leo finally regained his senses. Blinking in a daze, he wondered, "Where am I?" Warm sunlight flooded his vision, accompanied by a soft touch in his hand. Turning his head, he saw Elizabeth, who had fallen asleep with her head resting on his hand beside the bed. "So, I have failed, Haven T.I." Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the sun burned gently and peacefully, yet a tumult of emotions surged within Leo. Despite having anticipated the outcome, given the hasty nature of this endeavor, the feeling of defeat still spread through him like bitter bubbles bursting in succession, an experience known to be far from pleasant. Friday, having detected Leo's awakening, promptly informed Jarvis. Noticing that he was in the room of the villa with the best natural light, a warmth spread through Leo's heart. "They are so considerate." "Friday, how long has it been since I traversed the tunnel?" "It has been 1 week, sir. I am exceedingly pleased to see you awake. Additionally, Mr. Stark is en route and is expected to arrive in approximately 5 minutes. The abrupt voice stirred Elizabeth from her slumber. Groggily, she met Leo's gaze. "Oh, boss, you're awake?" Realizing she was still holding Leo's hand, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily adjusted her posture. "How long have you been here?" "And not long." "Really? You should know, I can discern when someone is lying, you know?" This remark only deepened Elizabeth's embarrassment, causing her to lower her head in contemplation. As the two found themselves enveloped in this awkward atmosphere, Tony's voice drifted in from outside. "Am I interrupting something?" Despite his words, Tony did not halt his approach. Upon seeing Leo with a healthy complexion, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him, confident that Leo would indeed awaken. Perhaps this is what it means to be friends. Enough of the antics, Tony. Please tell me what happened. All right, you tedious fellow. Shortly after you plunged into the tunnel, it began to exhibit violent fluctuations. Although the energy output remained stable, it fell far short of our anticipated threshold. Our current instruments are incapable of withstanding such an overwhelming surge of energy. They began to emit alarms and billow smoke after only a brief operation. At that moment, I realized that this attempt might be doomed to failure. As there was no sign of activity from your end, I decisively activated the return device. However, it appeared to be malfunctioning as well. Fortunately, my ingenuity allowed me to harness the connection between the cosmic cube and the energy of the return device, successfully locating you adrift in the cosmos. Subsequently, I retrieved you, and to be candid, your state was quite alarming. Reflecting on Leo's appearance at that time, Tony recalled how his limbs were slightly distorted, his once proud chest was subtly concave, and his face was devoid of color. His entire form ensnared by a turbulent surge of spatial energy. Despite Leo seemingly lacking vital signs, Tony, having studied Superman comics, understood the irrational resilience of such a race. Thus, he placed Leo in a room where he could bask in ample sunlight each day, awaiting his awakening. Sure enough, within a mere week, Leo appeared as though nothing had transpired. Unbeknownst to him, during this brief interval, his body was relentlessly ravaged by residual spatial energy, absorbing sunlight to recuperate, only to be damaged and repaired anew. It was not until today that this energy was finally exhausted, allowing Leo to awaken. Although the attempt to traverse the cosmos did not succeed, Leo's body had grown stronger through this continuous process of remolding. Though he had yet to realize this, one could say that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Elizabeth, seated nearby, clenched her delicate fists in concern for Leo during this narration. After contemplating Tony's words, Leo articulated his thoughts. I did indeed sense the presence of the barrier. Yet regrettably, the energy transmitted by the cosmic cube was insufficient to breach it, and my body was not yet robust enough to endure such a magnitude of energy impact. Perhaps next time, once we enhance our instruments and I grow stronger, success will be within our grasp. Indeed, while Kryptonians possess immense strength, Leo was still in his early adulthood and lacked the capacity to withstand it. It is essential to remember that the Superman depicted in Man of Steel had spent 33 years on Earth to acquire energy rivaling that of a planet. Thus, Leo's future is rife with infinite possibilities. Despite voicing such optimism, Leo's disappointment was palpable. Indeed, we shall surely succeed. What is this minor setback? Even I once believed my days were numbered when I struggled to find a substitute for palladium, yet I ultimately created kryptonite. You cannot fathom the depth of my despair back then. Observing the somewhat loquacious Tony today, Leo felt a slight uplift at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up on his phone, and Elizabeth glanced down to read it. I apologize, my dear boss, but there are matters at the company that demand my attention. I must take my leave now. After Elizabeth hastily uttered these words, she swiftly exited the room. Once she departed, Tony turned to Leo and raised an eyebrow. The newly appointed CEO of the S.H.I.E.L.D. group. Indeed, she is quite a remarkable young woman. Despite her overwhelming responsibilities since assuming control of the group, she frequently kept vigil over you during your coma. Leo was well aware of Tony's insinuation. I understand, but now is not the appropriate time. The path ahead remains uncertain, and Leo cannot shoulder this responsibility just yet, not to mention he already has a girlfriend. It can only be described as a cruel twist of fate. What a dull fellow you are, Tony remarked, rolling his eyes. You should at least get out of bed and see if you are paralyzed. Meanwhile, in the vast depths of the cosmos on Titan, atop a floating throne shrouded in darkness, a mysterious purple figure flickered in and out of sight. Behind the throne, Loki grasped the scepter with both hands. The cosmic cube has awakened. It resides within a diminutive realm, the realm of humanity. Humans wish to exploit its energy, but only our allies shall wield it. Their aspirations are nothing but folly. He shall serve as the vanguard, while our Chitauri army will follow closely behind. Earth belongs to him, while the universe is yours. The robust figure upon the throne began to take form, revealing a face reminiscent of a purple yam adorned with a gleaming smile. This exiled prince of Asgard brought him splendid news. Odin has grown old. Perhaps at long last, his plans may slowly unfurl. Loki and the Chitauri are excellent pawns. Earth is inconsequential, but it is crucial to probe Odin's condition. It is essential to understand that the 9 realms have always been Odin's domain. If Asgard is unable to attend to Earth, it would signify that Odin is indeed aging. Poor Loki remains oblivious to the fact that he is merely a tool, utilized to gauge the state of his father, while still harboring the ludicrous notion that conquering Earth will earn him Odin's respect. Thus, despite possessing a millennium of age, Loki remains but a child yet to mature. Friday, report the data. As Leo soared through the skies above Earth, he distinctly sensed something amiss. The flow of air around him appeared to accelerate significantly. Sir, your current speed is 35 Mach, which is simply astonishing. Leo clenched his fists, explosive power brimming within. It is worth noting that at this speed, one could circumnavigate the globe in under an hour. In the vacuum of space, Leo's velocity could potentially be even greater. Perhaps the experience of traversing the tunnel has enhanced my physical abilities. It seems I am increasingly embodying the essence of a true superhero. The melancholy that once lingered within him was somewhat alleviated by the surge of strength. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Cosmic Cube Research Facility. When can we expect the next batch of more powerful instruments to be updated? Boss, this technology has transcended the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Perhaps it requires your personal intervention. Even the elite few before Leo dare to refer to themselves as mere mortals. Consequently, Leo must relocate back to the research base. Moreover, he understands that following this failure, time has become exceedingly pressing, for it is possible that Loki may emerge from the other side of the Tesseract at any moment. Although Leo perceives Loki's abilities as mediocre, merely a second-rate adversary, he is still far beyond the reach of these ordinary individuals. It is imperative that he remains vigilant before the Tesseract, just in case. Additionally, could the possibility of controlling the Tesseract to prevent Loki from opening a portal be eliminated? Leo has contemplated this, yet the Tesseract is ultimately a treasure of Asgard, and it is entirely reasonable for Loki, as a prince, to possess knowledge of its use. He may even have a deeper understanding of the Tesseract than Leo does. Therefore, vigilant supervision of the Tesseract is essential so that when Loki finally appears, he can be subdued immediately. However, knowing the nature of this universe, the characters are not as simplistic as those in the cinematic universe, prompting Leo to plan ahead. To ensure absolute certainty, Leo enlists Tony to stand guard before the Tesseract, as his armor is impervious to the control of the Mind Stone, providing an additional layer of security. Director, we have discovered Alexander Pierce's Hydra base. Upon hearing Hill's report, Fury's spirits lifted. However, it appears that the base still harbors several energy weapons crafted from the Tesseract, remnants from the Second World War, resulting in significant casualties among our soldiers. A glint of determination flashed in Fury's single eye. It seems the time has come for Tony and Leo to take action, as a form of recompense for utilizing the Tesseract. In fact, several months prior, the reconstituted council, following Pierce's sabotage, had persistently urged Fury to reclaim the Tesseract, leaving him in a state of indecision. The council and Fury recognized the existence of Thor and the Destroyer, and upon learning of these self-proclaimed extraterrestrial deities in the depths of the cosmos, they conceived the idea of harnessing the Tesseract to forge sufficiently powerful weapons to protect Earth. Yet, Fury repeatedly suppressed this notion, unwilling to antagonize Leo. It is important to note that even if weapons were manufactured using the Tesseract, their potency remains an uncertainty, while Leo's capabilities are undeniably proven. Although he was initially defeated by the Hulk, his subsequent displays of strength have increasingly surpassed humanity's meager understanding. Perhaps the current Hulk may no longer be a match for Leo. With this in mind, Fury prepares to pay a visit to Leo. Reports indicate that there has been considerable activity at the Tesseract research base recently, making it an opportune moment to investigate. Chapter 33. The arrival of Loki. Do you mean to say we should work for you without compensation? In the Tesseract research base, Tony, Leo, and Fury engage in conversation within the lounge. Certainly not. You all comprehend that Hydra will inevitably stir trouble once more. Leo is well aware of this fact too. However, both he and Tony are not beholden to S.H.I.E.L.D, and therefore they have no obligation to heed Fury's directives. Times have changed. Loki could emerge from the cosmos at any moment, and Leo dared not stray even an inch from the Tesseract's vicinity. His previous willingness to assist S.H.I.E.L.D S.H.I.E.L.D. in combating Hydra stemmed from the fact that it required little effort on his part and did not impede his plans. Thus, out of a sense of camaraderie resulting from Fury's voluntary relinquishment of the Tesseract, Leo generally acquiesced to Fury's request for assistance. Perhaps Tony can aid you, but I truly have pressing matters to attend to. So, are you planning to remain here indefinitely? We received intel that a week ago, the Tesseract exhibited an energy surge. S.H.I.E.L.D. has the right to know what you're doing with it. Fury's tone bore a hint of seriousness. In any case, we won't exploit the Tesseract to forge weapons like S.H.I.E.L.D. would. Leo shrugged. Are you monitoring us? These are merely things I have inadvertently overheard. Do you have any idea of the pressure I have endured on your behalf? You should be aware that I am not to be trifled with. Leo possessed his own confidence. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Tony felt compelled to intervene. Hey, calm down, gentlemen. The matter is quite straightforward. I can assist you in battle, but as for the Tesseract, I believe it is best to keep it here. Just as the three were engaged in their debate, the Tesseract began to pulsate, with various readings on the instruments skyrocketing. Boss, the Tesseract is malfunctioning. A staff member burst into the lounge, drenched in sweat, addressing Leo. It's Loki. Leo immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Tony, don your armor. We have company. Though somewhat bewildered by the circumstances, Tony promptly complied. The latest Mark X5 encased his body, and he was filled with anticipation. A black cloak appeared behind Leo, and together with Tony and Fury, they approached the Tesseract. It is beginning to react on its own. We have not provoked it, Selvig said anxiously while operating the instruments. I understand, Selvig. Immediately organize everyone and prepare for evacuation. Understood. However, Loki's arrival was swifter than Leo had anticipated. With violent tremors, a surge of energy erupted from the Tesseract, and a brilliant blue oval portal manifested directly opposite it. Following this, a figure clad in dark green armor, adorned with long, curved horns upon his helmet and wielding a mysterious scepter, leaped forth from the portal. The gateway vanished behind him. It is Loki, with his scepter in hand. Loki warily surveyed his surroundings. Soon, he identified his target, Leo, standing before him alongside the Tesseract. Fixating intently on Loki, Leo refrained from initiating the conflict, while Tony and Fury exhibited signs of impatience. Sir, please lower your spear, Fury implored, his single eye widening with urgency. Meanwhile, Tony had already raised his arm, revealing a cluster of miniature missiles poised for launch. With a flourish, Loki lifted his scepter, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. In a swift motion, the scepter emitted a blinding radiance. Whoosh! An energy bolt shot forth. However, before Tony could retaliate, Leo stepped forward. Thud! The light projectile struck Leo's formidable chest, dissipating slowly without inflicting any harm or leaving a trace. Subsequently, Leo surged forward like lightning, aiming to seize Loki by the throat. Yet Leo grasped at air. The Loki before him had mysteriously transformed into an illusion, eluding even Leo's keen senses. Ordinary illusions would never escape Leo's perceptive faculties, but alas, this was high-level sorcery, devoid of any flaw in sight, scent, temperature, or sound, indistinguishable from the real Loki. Upon glancing back, Loki had inexplicably materialized at the opposite end of the base. Yet, Leo was swifter. The moment the second Loki appeared, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The force of his blow shattered the wall, yet Loki again vanished into thin air. As Loki reemerged, Leo chose not to strike, but instead let a crimson glow flicker in his eyes. I am Loki of Asgard, he began. However, before he could finish, two robust beams surged forth, sending Loki hurtling away. Why doesn't this brat let me finish my sentence? Loki mentally screamed, his expression darkening as he clutched his chest, where his armor bore a massive scorch mark. Once more, Loki summoned his magic. As the dust settled, his form disappeared. Rather than fear Leo's formidable display, Loki revealed a peculiar smile. After all, Leo was one of his intended targets, having made a lasting impression during his battle with the Destroyer. By wielding the Mind Scepter to control Leo, he could transform him into his most powerful weapon, perhaps even using him to deliver a beating to Thor. Meanwhile, Tony had been scanning Loki with advanced technology, only to discover 3 identical versions of him. Loki's voice echoed once more, and Leo strained to pinpoint its source. but to no avail. Damn it. The Loki in the movies never demonstrated such prowess. Despite anticipating Loki's potential enhancements and having enlisted Tony's assistance, he had not expected the situation to unfold so unfavorably. The sound of weaponry slicing through the air reached Leo, prompting him to pivot and block Loki's assault. Beside him, Tony unleashed a repulsor blast. Loki, realizing that direct confrontation was futile, hastily retreated behind Leo, evading Tony's assault. With a swift gesture, he conjured a robust ice pillar that completely encased Tony. Within the icy confines, Tony struggled against his armor, desperately attempting to break free from his restraints. Observing this, Leo unleashed a freezing breath directly towards Loki. Loki merely sensed a chill before feeling himself on the verge of being encased in ice. The audacity to attempt to freeze a frost giant. Loki was filled with derision for Leo. Subsequently, he feigned vulnerability, pretending that he was hindered by the frost. At last, Leo seized Loki by the throat, lifting him high. Despite the suffocating grip of Leo's immense strength, Loki remained unperturbed and raised his staff. Clang! The staff struck Leo's chest. However, Leo had long anticipated this move. His nanotech armor transformed into a formidable barrier, preventing the staff's tip from making contact with his body. Yet, how could the Mind Stone be so easily thwarted? In an instant, Leo felt a peculiar energy coursing through his chest and then dissipating. Witnessing Leo's seemingly unaffected demeanor, Loki's eyes widened in disbelief. Once again, Loki summoned his magic, a dark green radiance materializing in his hand, and swiftly struck Leo's forehead. Crack! Leo released his grip. Meanwhile, Tony finally broke free from the ice, and upon seeing Leo standing still, he furiously exclaimed, "What have you done to him?" Before lunging towards Loki. With a heavy sweep of his staff, Tony was sent crashing to the ground. The research facility was filled with vital equipment, causing Tony to hesitate in unleashing his full power. However, with the situation dire, he could not afford to be cautious any longer. A blinding light gathered at Tony's chest, but Loki would not allow him the opportunity to initiate a counterattack. Another ice spike launched Tony skyward. Sensing the shift in the battle, Fury quickly called to S.H.I.E.L.D, who had not yet managed to retreat, to stow the Tesseract and prepare to flee. However, a voice interrupted, "Wait, I still need it." Fury barely turned his head before Loki's staff struck his chest. A strange energy spread throughout Fury's body, and his expression gradually changed. Approaching with S.H.I.E.L.D, "Isn't this effective?" Loki mused aloud, bemused as he grasped the staff. Retrieving the space stone from a safe, Loki urged, "Hurry, we must go. My illusions likely won't hold that fellow for long." Loki glanced back at Leo, whose forehead was now bulging with veins. Indeed, due to the inexplicable ineffectiveness of the staff's power on Leo, Loki had no choice but to temporarily ensnare him in the illusions he had created. This illusion can strike at the very weaknesses of the human soul, yet, as time progresses, it gradually dissipates, or the adversary may free themselves. I have no time to engage in this entanglement with these two Iron Men, although my plan to control Leo has failed. Once the army of Zarita arrives, this world shall still submit to my will. I exert a slight pressure in my hand, yet the cube remains utterly unresponsive. Damn it! Forcing the portal open from the cube had already drained Loki of immense mental energy. A keen observer would even notice the fine beads of sweat on Loki's brow as he leaped through the portal. After the struggle with Leo and Tony, Loki now finds himself incapable of further activating the cube. I hope to escape this place before that fellow awakens. Loki's heart is filled with unease. This battle has deviated drastically from his expectations. By the time Tony finally returns, Loki and his companions have long vanished, leaving only a perspiring Leo standing in the center of the base, bewildered by the ordeal he has just endured. Chapter 34. Fury, 4K, what is this? Leo gazes at the swirling sands in his hand, an inexplicable dread creeping into his heart. He looks up to find the sky enveloped in a shroud of black void. You, Leo, who consider yourself extraordinary, yet you are nothing more than a stray dog. The space around him trembles inexplicably, a grand voice resonating with a tone of judgment. Who is it? Who speaks? Leo rises abruptly, his expression stern as he searches every corner of this place. However, the voice's owner pays him no heed, continuing to speak to himself. Look up. Behold the sins you have committed. Before Leo's eyes, people are in a state of panic beneath the collapsing buildings. And amidst the roaring flames, monstrous howls echo. No, with all his might, Leo propels himself forward, his speed unprecedented. Yet the distance seems infinite, and he can only watch helplessly as a young girl cries out, engulfed by flames. Malice rampages through the crowd, blood splattering, severed limbs strewn across the ground. This cannot be real. I have already Leo's gaze falters, seeking to escape, but as he turns away, he sees the soldiers of Zarita raising their weapons. Elizabeth lying in a pool of blood. Tony Stark is pierced by Thanos' blade, his complexion pale. Asgard crumbles into cosmic dust amidst the thunderous roar. Earth transforms into a minuscule particle, caught between two fingers, which gradually draw closer together. Snap! A crisp sound reverberates. Everything dissolves into drifting ashes. The hands of Martha and Darren, which Leo had once held tightly, slowly fade into the wind. You cannot change anything. The grand voice booms like thunder, chilling Leo's heart. As he desperately yearns to grasp something. Wake up! Leo was suddenly jolted awake. In the softness of the bed, his girlfriend lay nestled in his embrace, lost in sweet slumber. However, as Leo focused his gaze, he was horrified to see her body rapidly withering away, the bed frame transforming into decayed timber. In the blink of an eye, the person in his arms had morphed into a pile of bones. No, in a daze. He spotted his long-lost biological parents beckoning to him from afar. Leo sprinted toward them, breathless and drenched in sweat, but just as he was about to reach them, their figures vanished, leaving behind only desolate earth. You wish to have it all, yet, in the end, you will lose everything. The voice continued, cold and indifferent. Trembling, Leo grasped a handful of soil from the ground, letting it slip through his fingers. Perhaps tears fell. After a long while, Leo's body ceased to shake. He slowly rose to his feet. I know I have never done enough. I was arrogant, believing I could handle everything, yet I often made a mess of things. I realize now that I'm still immature, having committed many mistakes in the past. But that version of me is now merely a memory. Leo clenched his fists, the dreadful power within them disrupting this peculiar space, a formidable force causing everything to begin to crumble and tear apart. Now, you dare to challenge the most precious aspect of my being? I shall show you how I will change all of this. Leo roared, his eyes aflame with a terrifying red glow, an endless energy within him spiraling into a storm, seemingly intent on obliterating everything. After the fury, Leo found tranquility. Yet this calm concealed a ferocious and tumultuous tide. In an instant, everything before him shattered into oblivion. Within the research base, Tony braved the violent aura emanating from Leo, striving to reach him and rouse him from his trance. Tony was oblivious to what had transpired within Leo. He could only sense the sudden shift in Leo's presence. If the former Leo exuded warmth and comfort, the current Leo resembled a raging tempest, serene on the surface, yet suffused with the essence of destruction. As Leo opened his eyes, everything fell into a momentary stillness. Tony sighed in relief and hurried to Leo's side. What's wrong? Are you all right? What happened? I'm fine. He scanned the now empty research base of the Tesseract, noting the absence of the space cube, Loki, Fury, and Selvig. Loki had somehow compelled Fury and Selvig to follow him. They wouldn't get far. Leo's tone was icy. He was acutely aware that it was the power of the Mind Stone that had brainwashed Fury and Selvig. Yet, it seemed the Mind Stone had no effect on him. Leo speculated that this was due to the energy of the Mind Stone attempting to corrupt his body, only to be obliterated by the powers of Superman and Darkseid within him. Regarding Loki's illusionary magic, it directly affects Leo's mental state, which is why it proves effective. However, why is Tony not affected? Is it possible that he is the favored child of the Marvel Universe? Without dwelling on this matter further, Leo has more pressing concerns at hand. He bursts forth into the sky, suspended high above, with Tony closely following. Looking downward, the entirety of North America unfolds beneath him. Yet, strangely, Leo perceives no sign of Loki. It is peculiar, unless Loki can utilize the Tesseract for spatial jumps. If that is the case, it becomes exceedingly complicated, as Loki could manifest anywhere on Earth, and Leo does not possess sufficient speed at present. Nevertheless, Leo will not wait for Loki to reveal himself. Tony, I need you to have Jarvis and Friday coordinate the activation of all wirelessly accessible cameras, phones, and laptops around the globe to trace Loki's whereabouts. Buddy, you must think this through. That constitutes a crime, and we lack the authority for such actions. Tony, you know how crucial the Tesseract is to me. Observing the resolute and icy determination in Leo's gaze, Tony realizes that Leo is utterly serious. Ultimately, he acquiesces. Very well, but we must not invade anyone's privacy. Let artificial intelligence handle that. Naturally, with a swift motion, Leo slices through the sky. Even though the odds are slim, he is determined to scour the entire Earth to locate Loki. Meanwhile, Fury inputs a few lines of text on his phone and hands it to S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki. In our forthcoming actions, we must refrain from directly addressing one another by name, nor should we utter the term Tesseract, as it could easily lead to discovery. S.H.I.E.L.D wholeheartedly agrees with Fury's proposal. After working alongside him for so long, he fully comprehends the formidable nature of his superior. What does this mean? Regrettably, Loki cannot comprehend English. Employing his magic, Loki reads Fury's thoughts and grasps his intent. Can he hear us from this far across the Earth? I do not know. His power is unfathomable, Fury replies, shaking his head. Furthermore, we must implement measures to ensure he cannot hear or see us. With that, Fury activates the S.H.I.E.L.D communication device he carries. Let me find him something to occupy his time. Witnessing the enthusiasm of the two, Loki finds himself enamored with the scepter. Now, let us act, subordinates of the future king. Bang! The lead-laden wall is instantly shattered, revealing busy workers within, who glance at the unexpected intruder. Some, overcome with trepidation, prepare to call the authorities. Leo scans the area, but finds nothing of interest and promptly turns to leave. In the span of just a few hours, this marks the 182nd building cloaked in lead paint that eludes his understanding. Yet, he remained empty-handed. Loki had taken Fury, and the mere thought of Fury's intellect gave Leo a slight headache. Yet his gaze grew more menacing. Suddenly, Leo perceived something approaching him. It was a Quinjet of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the cockpit, Natasha and Captain America, clad in his star-spangled uniform, were watching him intently. Leo, I know you can hear me. Fury's voice echoed. You and Tony Stark are allegedly harnessing the Tesseract to fabricate a perilous weapon and have refused to return it. You are officially wanted. Now, cease your actions and elucidate this situation, or next time it will not be us before you, but the military. Despite having the support of certain senators, Leo had no time to engage in such disputes. He shook his head and soared directly toward the Quinjet. Inside the cabin, Friday, pull up the surveillance footage from the Tesseract research facility, he commanded. So, you mean to say that Director Fury was controlled by that Asgardian, Loki? Indeed. And Loki has absconded with the Tesseract. His intent is to utilize it to open a portal, and on the other side lies an extraterrestrial army poised to invade Earth. I require S.H.I.E.L.D's assistance, not hindrance. However, the authority does not reside with us. Fury wields control over all of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha replied gravely. She was the first to sense the anomaly, believing the situation to be riddled with intrigue, which prompted her to approach Leo alongside the captain. Steve furrowed his brow. Listen, whether you choose to believe me or not, I've said all I can. I must retrieve the Tesseract to thwart Loki. I hope you act wisely, Leo stated coldly before turning and flying away. Steve and Natasha had never witnessed such a resolute Leo. Momentarily, they were at a loss for words, watching his retreating silhouette. Now, they were uncertain whom to trust. At least we can prevent some from meeting their demise, can't we? Natasha finally resolved. She decided to place her faith in Leo. The machinations of mere mortals would be of no consequence to him. Loki remarked to Fury with a hint of indifference, yet that may buy us some time. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D was assembling apparatuses with curiosity. Where did you find these individuals? He inquired of Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D. has personnel worldwide. Do not forget, I am the director, Fury replied, lifting a light panel to showcase it to S.H.I.E.L.D. Is this what you need? Iridium? Yes, it can be found in meteorites and can form antiprotons. This substance is notoriously difficult to procure. If your supplier knows you seek this particular item, it will prove even more elusive. In fact, he certainly knows. Our prior research has consistently utilized this material, and he is unaware of how to amass such a quantity. It appears we will need to create a larger diversion to draw his attention away. Fury was lost in contemplation when Loki, having overheard their conversation, approached slowly. Perhaps I could, but his words were abruptly interrupted by Fury. No, I have a far superior idea. As the scene broadened, a layer of ethereal green light enveloped the perimeter of the underground base, encased in lead walls. Loki's illusionary magic. Tony, we have fallen under Fury's control, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has issued a warrant for our capture. Stay vigilant. What? Tony, unaware of the news, pursed his lips. This time, the opportunity had finally presented itself to these individuals. Tony was acutely aware of the government's proclivities, particularly the unrelenting Senator Stern, whom he had previously offended, and he knew they would not let him escape easily. What do you intend to do? Tony inquired. At my speed, they stand no chance against me. And if anyone dares to approach recklessly, they shall not see the light of day again. Leo believed he had shown enough mercy to the world, but his patience was wearing thin. Hearing this, Tony silently prayed that these people would not act foolishly. The current Leo was no longer the measured individual he once was. Anyone with a modicum of discernment could see he was seething with anger. I plan to calibrate the gamma-ray search. At least that will eliminate several areas, Tony articulated his thoughts. However, in the midst of their discussion, 3 F-22s stealthily approached Tony from behind as he soared through the skies. Tony Stark, this is the United States Air Force. We command you to return to base for questioning. Damn it. Trouble is brewing on my end. I must cut this short. Tony severed communication with Leo, and 2 small thrusters deployed from his suit, propelling him to incredible speeds. Of course, if you can catch me, came Tony's mocking voice over the F-22 communication channel. With a swift motion, Loki's palm struck Bruce Banner's forehead. In disbelief, Loki watched as Bruce's eyes turned crimson. His body convulsed and expanded unnaturally, his blue shirt tearing apart. Sensing the immense power of the beast before him, Loki turned to Fury, exclaiming, I cannot believe such a creature exists on Earth. It is undoubtedly an excellent idea. The Hulk's form fully manifested. Under Loki's spell, he was utterly enraged. After a deafening roar, he commenced a rampage, demolishing everything in his path with colossal green fists that could effortlessly obliterate towering structures, sending panicked crowds fleeing for safety. Yet, the Hulk seemed oblivious to Loki and Fury, refraining from attacking them. Unfortunately, he remained uncontrollable, merely a mindless beast. Loki attempted to manipulate the Hulk's thoughts with his scepter, but there was no intellect to dominate. Only a primal urge for destruction and savagery resided within him. Merely placing the Hulk here is insufficient. From my understanding of that fellow soaring through the skies, he does not consider himself a self-proclaimed superhero, nor is he inclined to venture here specifically to save the world. What then shall we do? Loki inquired. Fortunately, there exists something he cares about in this world, and we can cast the Hulk there. Where? Next to the Nano-technology building across the street. Suddenly, a brilliant azure portal materialized, from which a green monstrosity plummeted before swiftly closing. A terrifying roar reverberated throughout the entire block. Elizabeth, who was seated in her office attending to documents, was startled by the sound and uneasily approached the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze outside. Good heavens! Covering her delicate crimson lips, Elizabeth paled, uttering an involuntary whisper. Chapter 35. Striking the Hulk. Leo, flying through the air, seemed to have heard something, his black cloak momentarily suspended. He altered his course like a meteor streaking across the firmament. Observing the Hulk wreaking havoc not far away, Elizabeth steeled herself. Notify all personnel to evacuate swiftly. After issuing her command, Elizabeth prepared to depart. Listening to the relentless echoes of terrifying roars and the sounds of collapsing buildings, she silently prayed. A few small police vehicles were stationed in the middle of the road, with officers continuously firing at the enraged Hulk. Clang, clang. These small firearms posed no threat to the Hulk, only serving to incite his fury further. A heavy-duty truck was seized by the Hulk at its rear, with terrifying force. The truck soared through the air at an alarming speed. Some officers were unable to evade in time and were crushed along with the vehicle. The Hulk. Just as the Hulk was about to unleash another roar, his voice abruptly ceased mid-sentence. Leo soared across the sky, the pressure of his passage shattering the glass of nearby buildings. Boom! Leo grasped the Hulk's robust neck with one hand, forcefully slamming him into the ground while maintaining his velocity. The hard asphalt yielded as if it were soft tofu, carving out a long trough. The Hulk had no opportunity to retaliate, as Leo carried him all the way to the riverbank, then casually flung him aside. After rolling a considerable distance, the Hulk collided heavily with a bridge pier, a massive dent forming as dark green blood seeped from his skin. This only served to further infuriate the Hulk, who extracted himself from the dent and landed on the ground, his crimson eyes ablaze with unquenchable rage. With a thunderous stomp, the Hulk leaped into the air, raising his colossal green fist toward Leo. However, to Leo, the Hulk's movements appeared exceedingly slow, slightly sidestepping. He effortlessly evaded the Hulk's punch and retaliated with a strike of his own. Bang! An unparalleled force emanated from Leo's fist, sending the Hulk crashing to the ground like a cannonball. The earth was uprooted to a height of several dozen meters as Hulk found himself ensnared in a vast crater. Leo observed Hulk's futile attempts to struggle, his gaze tinged with indifference. In a flash, Leo unleashed a powerful right hook, striking Hulk squarely on the jaw. A deafening sonic boom erupted, sending plumes of earth cascading around them, while the river churned with turbulent waves, spitting out a bloodied tooth. Hulk's crimson eyes once again locked onto Leo. "Haven't you been awakened yet?" Leo mused, finding the situation amusing. In response, Hulk retaliated with a headbutt. With a forceful thud, Leo was propelled away from Hulk, yet he stabilized gracefully in midair. His strength now rivaled that of 20 Mach, but it was merely a fraction of his potential. It's worth noting that Leo's speed now approached an astounding 40 Mach, rendering Hulk's attacks inconsequential, while Leo consistently inflicted substantial damage upon him. This was all accomplished without Leo exerting his full power. Recalling their initial encounter, when Hulk had been significantly weakened by suppressants yet still managed to render Leo unconscious, the tides had dramatically turned in less than a year. Now it was time for Leo to deliver a blow that would send Hulk into unconsciousness. With this thought, Leo, who had previously restrained his strength due to guilt over Bruce, decided to unleash his full might. As Hulk's green fist approached, Leo did not evade. Instead, he launched a straight punch. A sickening crack echoed as Hulk's arm twisted grotesquely, the stark white of bone piercing through flesh, transforming his massive green palm into a limp appendage. With a howl, Hulk plummeted downward. However, Leo did not relent. A torrent of heat rays, magnitude stronger than before, erupted from his eyes. Hulk was struck in the chest by these beams, and under the unimaginable heat, his flesh began to melt away. The tremendous force of the heat rays sent Hulk hurtling through the air until he landed in the river, the assault unceasing. Leo's expression was a blend of terror and cold determination as he pinpointed Hulk's position in the water. With lightning speed, he soared into the sky, and upon reaching a significant altitude, he dove toward the river with a velocity that sliced through the air. The impact point of Leo's descent generated towering waves, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky, causing the entire canal to ripple violently. After a prolonged moment, the deluge of water cascaded back down. Leo emerged from the river, carrying the unconscious Bruce Banner. Perhaps Hulk could have channeled his fury to amplify his strength further, but Leo had no time to engage in such tests of limits. He decisively ended the confrontation with a display of sheer power. Despite having surmised that he was wreaking havoc before the S.H.I.E.L.D group under the influence of Loki's magic, Leo was currently indifferent to such matters. Furthermore, he understood that this was undoubtedly Fury's scheme. The S.H.I.E.L.D group represented the ancestral endeavors of the Tang family, and Elizabeth was among those whom Leo was determined to protect. Thus, he found himself compelled to be present. What was the purpose of exerting such effort to capture my attention? Meanwhile, Loki, having achieved his goals, remained oblivious to the fact that all iridium circulating in this realm had been marked by Leo's nanobots. These bots continuously relayed their locations to Friday. Even if Loki's magic could obscure these signals, Leo could still deduce their hiding places by tracing the information trails and monitoring the points at which the signals vanished. Leo had undergone a transformation. If he were still regarded as a mere child, the outcome would surely be utter failure. The Quinjet from S.H.I.E.L.D arrived belatedly. Leo casually tossed Bruce to Natasha, remarking, "This is Dr. Bruce Banner. There should be records of him within S.H.I.E.L.D. Keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't wander off again. Also, well done. Natasha was certainly aware of Leo's implications. Meanwhile, the military had dispatched personnel to apprehend Tony Stark. After all, Senator Stern had been keeping a close watch on him for quite some time. Howard's passing had come too abruptly and far too early, had it not? The Stark lineage had bequeathed Tony a vast fortune, yet left him with scant connections. Perhaps those connections once existed, but Hydra had systematically eradicated them while clearing Howard's path, leaving the current capitalist Tony somewhat isolated and vulnerable. Sir, one signal has lost connection. Friday's timely alert chimed in. A smile crept across Leo's lips. His willingness to engage in casual conversation with Natasha stemmed from his anticipation of Friday's discovery. Let us leave it at that. I have other matters to attend to. After exchanging pleasantries with Natasha, Leo soared into the sky. In truth, Leo could have simply awaited Loki to open the portal and then leaped through. After delivering a thorough beating to Loki, he could have closed the portal with a scepter, thereby reclaiming the Tesseract. However, Loki's reckless use of illusions had successfully provoked Leo's ire. Thus, Leo desired not only the Tesseract, but also to demonstrate his capacity to alter the course of events, allowing Loki to taste the bitterness of defeat. If feasible, eliminating Loki was not out of the question. Leo's murderous intent surged. Chapter 36. What is he planning? Tony, aren't you going to explain to me what exactly is happening? In midair, Tony, who had left the F-22 fighters far behind, suddenly received a voice communication. It was Rhodey, clad in Mark X-4, and Tony could already see his silhouette. This matter is quite complicated to explain. Do you realize the immense effort I exerted to thwart the Air Force's assault upon you? Truly, my gratitude is boundless. What? Director Fury has become a mere puppet of the Asgardians? How can this be? In the skies, Rhodes and Tony are soaring side by side. I understand. It may sound utterly implausible, yet it is indeed the truth. Why do you not relay this information to the government? How could you possibly believe the government would heed my words over Fury's? Furthermore, I doubt they would take responsibility. They merely wish to exploit my armor technology. Such is the perennial nature of politicians in this nation, unconcerned with reason or morality, solely driven by self-interest. I hope you can stall for me a bit longer, dear brother. Leo has news regarding Loki, and I must now embark on a quest to save the world. Tony earnestly implores Rhodes. "S.H.I.E.L.D do mi utmost." Rhodes falls into a profound silence. However, as a mere officer under the weight of authority, he possesses little voice. Or else he would not have been compelled to attend Tony's trial in the first place. Bang! Bursting through the thick concrete floor, Leo arrives at this location. Surveying his surroundings, he notes a few scientists and soldiers who have yet to evacuate. However, there is no sign of Fury, Loki, or Selvig, nor the Tesseract. Sir, the signal has reappeared, Friday announces. Where? New York, Stark Tower. It is the power of the Tesseract. Leo had not anticipated Loki's swift actions, having acquired the iridium. He completed the remaining apparatus in a mere half hour. Nevertheless, Leo had foreseen this possibility and had already informed Tony to head to Stark Tower. He hopes Tony can withstand the impending chaos. Speaking to himself and disregarding the panicked individuals who had failed to evacuate, Leo lifts his gaze and departs with determination. Stark Tower. A momentary portal opens and swiftly closes. Gently placing the Tesseract into the device, Loki reveals a triumphant smile. Meanwhile, Fury exploits S.H.I.E.L.D's computational systems to infiltrate Stark Tower, converting the building's energy supply into the power source for the device, all while shielding Jarvis. By the way, if you can wield the Tesseract, why not simply transport Leo into the cosmos? Fury inquires with curiosity. At this juncture, they no longer fear Leo's approach. For by then the device has already commenced operation, and Leo is powerless to alter the course of events. Loki gazes intently at Fury, confirming that there is no hint of mockery in his tone, and responds, "I cannot. His speed is too great. I had no opportunity to reach him. Moreover, activating the Tesseract demands a price, even for a deity such as myself." The solitary opportunity vanished when Loki, at that moment, refrained from harnessing the Tesseract's power. Having shattered the illusion, Leo is no longer susceptible to such magic. Just as Loki and Fury converse, a robust laser beam suddenly surges forth. Loki, caught unawares, was struck squarely by a laser, sending him plummeting from the towering heights of a 100-meter skyscraper. "Shut down, S.H.I.E.L.D," Tony commanded, hovering in the air as he observed the device gradually coming to life. He raised his palm cannon toward S.H.I.E.L.D, who was engrossed in manipulating the apparatus. She will usher in an entirely new universe. Yet, all he received in return was S.H.I.E.L.D's fervent response. "Damn it, Jarvis, cut off the power supply to this device." With that, the palm cannon began to gather energy, aimed at the Tesseract. A sudden wall of ice rose to intercept the attack. Loki's figure materialized nearby. "I will not allow you to destroy this," he declared, raising his scepter to unleash a beam of light. Tony nimbly evaded the assault and released dozens of small missiles from his armor, each streaking toward the Tesseract. Observing this, Loki raised his scepter to deflect a portion of the missiles, simultaneously reinforcing the ice wall. Boom! After the explosion, the thick ice wall shattered into fragments, while the device remained unscathed. "You have no chance," Loki exclaimed, a manic grin spreading across his face as he watched the device's operation quicken. "The apparatus has been activated. It cannot be halted." "Jarvis?" Tony shouted. "Sir, a portion of my code has just been infiltrated and rewritten. I have severed the power supply, but it appears the device has begun to self-sustain." "Damn!" Undeterred, Tony launched another attack on the device, this time without interference from Loki. An invisible barrier thwarted all of Tony's assaults, sending him tumbling through the air with a wave of energy. "That barrier is pure energy, impervious to destruction," Jarvis informed him. "I see it now," Tony replied with resignation. Sensing the distant rumble, both Tony and Loki looked skyward. It was Leo, having traversed half the globe, finally arriving. His black cloak silhouetted against the sun obscured his expression from the two men. Their gaze shifted to the device, where the Tesseract pulsated violently, its energy arcs thickening. Leo clenched his fist and charged toward the intangible barrier. Buzz! His fist seemed to strike a finely woven trampoline, ripples of energy coursing through the shield. The immense force caused the barrier to indent deeply. Beads of sweat formed on Leo's forehead. He was exerting every ounce of his strength. The barrier's indentation deepened, nearing the moment when Leo's hand would brush against the Tesseract. Bang! A surge of energy erupted, catapulting Leo away. "Ha! Ha!" Loki, having felt his heart leap into his throat, now breathed a sigh of relief. "I told you, it is too late." A confident smile finally graced Loki's lips. "My army is about to descend upon Earth, and then I shall reign supreme over this world," he proclaimed, arms wide open. Leo's expression remained remarkably impassive, disregarding Loki's incessant banter. He lifted his gaze and ascended swiftly into the sky. What was his intention? Loki was engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, Tony, standing beside him, was equally anxious. Suddenly, he spotted Fury seated before the bar of Stark Tower and dashed toward him. Given the current circumstances, the impending arrival of the army seemed inevitable, and they desperately required the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D. If they could rouse Fury, it might at least mitigate the situation. Beyond the atmosphere, devoid of air's resistance, the sun appeared strikingly vivid in Leo's sight. With arms outstretched and eyes closed, he reveled in the warm embrace of the radiant sunlight. After a while, feeling an inexhaustible power surging within him, Leo slowly opened his eyes, revealing a blinding crimson glow that pulsated within them. A colossal beam of light erupted from the Tesseract, piercing the skies above New York. The very fabric of space warped instantaneously, clouds swirling into the luminous column. A massive spatial wormhole gradually expanded, revealing a well-prepared alien army on the other side. Yet before the forces could advance, the air ignited due to the incredible velocity, reminiscent of a meteor descending from the heavens, as Leo plunged into the wormhole in an instant. Loki, observing from the tower, wore an expression of disbelief. What was Leo attempting to achieve? On the other side of the wormhole, his black cloak billowed dramatically, accentuating Leo's formidable presence. Gazing upon the densely packed Chitauri and the ever-advancing Leviathan, alongside the colossal flagship in the distance, a crimson hue slowly emerged in Leo's eyes. Chapter 37. Annihilation. Two robust red beams infused this dark, void-like expanse of the universe with an unprecedented vibrancy. Hundreds of Chitauri soldiers, along with their aircraft, were disintegrated, reduced to cosmic dust. It was a silent feast of death, the anguished cries of the deceased unable to traverse the vacuum. leaving behind only shattered limbs and the fortunate few who still bore their heads, their faces etched with horror. The war had commenced, despite facing only a solitary figure. The commander responsible for the battle's orchestration remained unmoved, coldly issuing the order for the army to advance. The scorching rays of destruction continued their relentless assault. The immense Leviathan was struck fiercely, halted in its tracks, and subsequently cleaved asunder. Scalding, molten gold-red liquid cascaded down, ultimately transforming into irregular debris in the frigid cosmos. Some Chitauri soldiers raised their weapons in a futile attempt to retaliate, only to meet a vaporous demise. Nevertheless, this was an army, and the fallen were swiftly replenished by an endless tide of reinforcements, fearlessly charging forth. At last, the red beams, symbols of death, flickered and extinguished. Before Leo, the battlefield was filled with the soldiers of the S.H.I.E.L.D, their rifles raised in unison, unleashing a torrential barrage of energy bullets. Perhaps 1,000, perhaps 10,000. These projectiles converged upon Leo's chest like a deluge. As the cascade of light dissipated, his black cloak continued to billow defiantly behind him. Exhaling softly, Leo fixed his gaze upon the colossal mothership in the distance, his fists clenched, transforming into a bolt of black lightning. In slow motion, the S.H.I.E.L.D soldiers who stood in his path were reduced to mere remnants of flesh, their bodies disintegrating into a grotesque cotton-like substance, while others shattered into chaotic clumps of blood, scattering into the air. Within the mothership, the leader, sensing Leo's intentions, regarded him with disdain. 100 Leviathans formed an orderly line, their silent yet immeasurable kinetic energy surging towards Leo. From afar, Leo appeared as a diminutive insect, launching a suicidal assault against a beast 100 times his size. At last, the first Leviathan loomed close. In a silent collision, flesh and metal amalgamated, yielding a cloud of dust. The massive form of the Leviathan twisted and rolled as Leo passed through it effortlessly. Following swiftly were the second and third Leviathans, their dark, formidable barrels beginning to flicker with radiant energy. A beam powerful enough to devastate an entire continental shelf struck Leo's chest just after he had traversed the last Leviathan. Amidst the blinding brilliance, Leo's figure seemed to vanish. Despite his formidable prowess, he was no match for an entire army. Observing the severely battered vanguard, the S.H.I.E.L.D leader smirked disdainfully, preparing to summon reinforcements to the battlefield. However, as he turned, he was startled to find Leo already before the mothership. Leo's nano-weave armor had been nearly depleted, revealing his muscular torso through the gaping wounds. The commander's heart skipped a beat, only to steady itself. To him, Leo appeared to be at his limit. It was inconceivable that anyone could annihilate so many soldiers and Leviathans and still remain unscathed after taking a direct hit from ship's cannon. Yet, this was indeed the case. Despite his capabilities, Leo's situation was dire, having been significantly drained by the overwhelming numbers of foes. Fortunately, Leo was no longer reliant solely on the strength within his body. With a menacing grin, a different crimson light sparked in his eyes. A beam colder than the cosmos erupted forth, piercing through the mothership at an unusual angle. Like a deflating balloon, the S.H.I.E.L.D mothership erupted in a dazzling display of light, much to the disbelief of the commander. In silence, the mothership vanished after the blinding flash. Meanwhile, on the distant Titan star, a figure on a throne cast a detached gaze. As the mothership exploded, Leo seemed to glimpse something through the radiant glow. What a terrifying gaze it was, within which countless lost souls struggled in despair, and myriad stars fell silent in death. This pair of eyes was coldly fixated upon Leo. It was Thanos. Leo's heart felt as though it were gripped by a powerful hand, rendering him breathless. He represented the greatest threat to Earth within this universe, and was the adversary Leo would inevitably confront in the future. That piercing gaze soon passed, and the eyes of Thanos vanished from Leo's view. Regaining his composure, Leo seized the moment provided by the powerful shockwave of the explosion, exerting the last vestiges of his strength to plunge into the wormhole below. Where's Leo? What's transpired? Tony, having missed Leo's dive into the wormhole while searching for Fury, questioned Loki with urgency. Him? You will soon behold his lifeless form. However, the wormhole remained eerily still, and the cackling Loki ignored Tony, glancing upwards. He was just in time to witness the intense light flickering from the wormhole. thanks to his divine lineage. Loki possessed vision far surpassing that of ordinary beings, allowing him to observe some events unfolding within the wormhole. Tony also turned to look. He spotted Leo plummeting through the wormhole, and as they both gazed at the now silent vortex, Loki's expression morphed into one of sheer horror. What have you done? With Tony's support stabilizing him, Leo began to regain his strength under the warm sunlight. Finally, he unveiled a gentle smile. What have I done? Did you not witness it all? So what exactly did you do to elicit such a reaction from our god? Tony released Leo, who was now able to hover unaided. I have shattered his ambitions. Leo gestured toward the wormhole. There shall be no armies emerging henceforth. Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean I won't need to intervene? I suggest you retire and enjoy your golden years. Helping elderly ladies across the street seems more fitting for you. Leo jested in return. Below, Loki finally lost his composure. His face contorted in rage as he raised his scepter and unleashed a torrent of energy beams, more potent than ever before. This is impossible. I am destined to be king. Why must you all conspire to thwart me? Leo and Tony dodged incessantly in midair. When Leo felt he had regained sufficient strength, he ceased evading, allowing the assaults to strike him. With a serious countenance, Leo coldly declared, No, to me, you are merely an immature child. As a beam of heat erupted forth, Loki raised his scepter in defense, yet it was cleaved in two by the relentless barrage. Following this, Leo delivered a powerful punch. In his current state of disarray, Loki was unable to cast even his most proficient illusions, and he was struck squarely in the chest by Leo's blow. The sonic boom spread out as Loki spat blood, crashing heavily onto the building. Seizing the moment, Tony grasped the fragment of the scepter embedded with the Mind Stone and forcefully plunged it into the wormhole device. A resounding boom echoed as a brilliant blue light flashed, causing the wormhole in the sky to gradually dissipate. Holding the scepter, Tony felt an extraordinary power coursing through it. How wondrous! Meanwhile, Leo lifted the battered Loki and soared back to the rooftop platform of the building. With each punch, he unleashed his fury. Do you know what I witnessed in your illusion? Yet Loki, bruised and battered, lacked the strength to respond. I saw my deepest fears manifest one by one. I heard a voice proclaiming that I could change nothing. But I know I can alter everything. With a thunderous blow, the culmination of 19 years of training landed heavily on Loki, who was on the brink of losing consciousness. Yet Leo showed no signs of stopping. Tony swore he had never seen Leo like this, like a monstrous specter ready to devour its prey. However, neither of them noticed the darkening sky, thick with ominous clouds. As thunder rumbled ominously, clang! When Leo's fist struck down, he felt as if he had collided with something extraordinarily hard, producing a tremendous sound. As he focused, he realized that blocking his fist was none other than Thor's hammer. Mjolnir. Chapter 38. A second attempt, Leo gazed at the suddenly appearing Thor, awaiting an explanation. Now, Loki is my brother. Thor's face was fraught with difficulty, his once handsome features now clouded with distress. Do you know what Loki has done? Leo released the nearly unconscious Loki, and Thor retracted the hammer. Yes, dear brother, I am well aware that Loki has led a malevolent army to invade Midgard. I have come to assist you. I know Loki has committed crimes. He will be taken back to Asgard for judgment. In the face of ordinary humans, Thor could be resolute, disregarding their thoughts. But before Leo, the brother who had once aided him, Thor could only reason with him. This was not a matter of their respective strengths, but rather the bond of friendship that held sway. Thor recognized that his arguments were somewhat tenuous, but seeing his brother on the verge of death compelled him to intervene. After all, he still loved Loki deeply, despite the immense anger he felt towards him. You have arrived rather late, big guy. Tony had also flown over. What do you mean? Loki's plan has been thwarted by me. But had I not intervened, Thor, this place would have turned into a hellish nightmare, and you would have arrived too late to salvage anything. Leo spoke calmly. And now, do you intend to prevent me from punishing this instigator, Thor? No, I merely, Leo shook his head. It matters not. Take him away. Leo approached the Tesseract, grasping it in his hands, feigning an intent to depart. He silently counted, 1, 2. Indeed, a voice emerged from behind him. Thor's. Please, wait a moment, Leo. What more is there to discuss? Leo expressed his impatience, leaving Thor somewhat at a loss for words. Well, the Tesseract was originally a treasure of Asgard, lost to Earth during a battle. I believe I may still need to take it. Thor's voice dwindled, fully aware that the Tesseract had long been in Leo's possession, and perhaps Leo had a profound need for it as well. Yet, in his quest to mend the Bifrost and quell the turmoil among the 9 realms, Thor felt compelled to broach the subject. So, you mean to say that you wish not only to take Loki, but also to seize my possession? Do you grasp how significant it is to me? It seems you no longer desire my friendship. A clandestine glee welled within Leo, though he outwardly donned a mask of indignation. You are deluding yourself. Leo turned away again. Thor grasped his arm. I apologize. I realize this is somewhat excessive. The earnest Thor wore an expression of guilt. Leo inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his emotions. If you still consider me a friend, you may take Loki, but the Tesseract is utterly non-negotiable. At this moment, Tony flew over to lend his support. The Tesseract holds immense significance for this lad. It is his hope for returning home. Nevertheless, we require the Tesseract to restore peace to the 9 realms. Otherwise, many will perish. Seemingly swayed by Thor's plea, Leo continued. Very well, Thor, if you can promise me that after utilizing the Tesseract, you will return it to my possession, I might contemplate your proposal. Otherwise, we may be on the brink of war. If you wish to obtain the Tesseract, you may certainly retrieve it from the corpse of your former friend, namely, myself. Leo's words were resolute, leaving no room for Thor's negotiation. Thor furrowed his brow, visibly torn within. All right, I shall grant your request. Can you uphold your promise? Are you questioning my integrity, Leo? Prior to this matter, I never doubted you, believing you to be a forthright warrior, but now my perspective has shifted. By the name of Thor Odinson, I swear that once I have repaired the Bifrost, I will return the Tesseract to Leo Tang at any cost. Thunder rumbled. A flash of daylight, lightning streaking across the sky. For the Asgardians, such an oath was profoundly solemn. To violate it would be tantamount to a fall from grace. Observing Thor's solemn vow, Leo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, the entire scenario had been a performance orchestrated by him. He had never truly felt the rage he portrayed, nor was he intent on eliminating Loki. Before the arrival of Thor, I had already devised this entire plan, with the sole purpose of seizing the ownership of the Tesseract. With Thor's oath, even Odin, no matter how reluctant, could only watch as the Tesseract fell into Leo's hands. After all, I have not yet attained the strength to confront Odin directly. Thus, I must resort to such means. Yet, one day, I shall be invincible. Leo mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Thor, who had just taken his oath, pondered. Is the Tesseract not ours? How has it come to be returned to Leo? I can return the Tesseract to you, but it will take some time. After my next reversal, Leo reassured Thor while patting him on the shoulder. Once again, the cunning strategy of Leo had triumphed. A week later, at the Tesseract research facility, Thor and Tony observed Leo, fully armed. As for Loki, he was confined within a cell specifically crafted for him by Leo. This time, our research on the Tesseract delved even deeper. We have amplified its energy output and ensured that the instruments can withstand prolonged energy surges. Furthermore, as per usual, we have improved the return device, enhancing its energy reserves and durability. Tony affixed a crystalline gem-like contraption onto Leo, seamlessly integrating it into Leo's nanotechnology suit. Nearby, Thor, now aware of Leo's origins, gazed intently at the portal that theoretically could traverse the cosmos. So, do you mean to say that Leo can return? Of course. I will not be gone forever while matters here remain unresolved, Leo replied, a hint of trepidation lingering within him, uncertain of the success of this venture. Guard that scepter well. It is exceedingly perilous. Thor, remember our promise. I still require the Tesseract to navigate between realms, so be sure to return it here promptly. After imparting his instructions to Tony and Thor, Leo waved farewell and strode with resolute steps into the azure cosmic tunnel. Boom! The Tesseract unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. And in an instant, Leo's figure vanished. Watching as the Tesseract and the instruments operated normally, Tony exhaled in relief. After a considerable time, the blue energy dissipated, and tranquility returned. I hope Leo's journey proved successful, Tony remarked casually. He then retrieved the Tesseract and handed it to Thor. Thank you, Thor said, wielding Mjolnir as he departed with the Tesseract in hand. Through a swirling vortex of space, Leo's figure plummeted down, crashing heavily to the ground. Where am I? He murmured, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Chapter 39. Sakaar surveying the area, Leo observed shattered mechanical parts, the carcasses of unknown creatures, and heaps of debris comprising items he could not identify. Additionally, objects continued to rain down from above, causing the mounds of refuse to grow ever higher. Gazing upwards, I surveyed the sky, where countless rifts tore through the clouds, the debris cascading from these very portals. Behind the refuse lay an endless expanse of water, and at the center of this watery realm, a colossal wormhole surrounded by a maelstrom of energy radiated a golden glow, while grayish-purple clouds roiled around it. The breathtaking scene before me began to merge with the recollections in my mind. This was Sakaar, the planet ruled by the Grandmaster, where the Hulk and Thor had once clashed in the arena. A wave of subtle melancholy washed over me as I pondered. Why had this attempt also ended in failure? No one provided me with the answer. Brushing off the dust from my attire, I rose from the foot of a mountain of refuse. The light here was peculiar. Though the sun was absent from the sky, I could still draw some strength from it. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed the commotion caused by my descent. A bizarrely shaped spacecraft hovered nearby, from which an array of humanoid beings tumbled forth. They donned eccentric attire, their appearances as diverse as their garb. The leader, wielding a weapon of considerable caliber, addressed me with a booming voice. "Are you a warrior, or merely sustenance?" I momentarily dismissed the absurdity of the universe's lingua franca being English and dramatically unfurled my black cloak. "I am but a wayward traveler. Ah, fresh morsel." The leader bellowed with laughter, prompting several lackeys to advance towards me, intent on capturing me. Not wishing to be ensnared by these scavengers, a faint crimson light flickered in my eyes. I deemed it unnecessary to expend much energy on such trifling foes. A crimson thread, no thicker than a wooden stick, flashed through the air, cleaving these lackeys in twain, their charred remains collapsing to the ground. The heat ray pierced through their bodies, narrowly missing the scavenger's ship. Boom! Flames erupted from the vessel, rendering it unusable. The leader, taken aback, realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Despite being intimidated by my display of power, those in his line of work were accustomed to peril. Living for today often meant disregarding the morrow. If he could capture me, it would fetch a handsome price, liberating him from his scavenging existence. With this thought, he raised his weapon and aimed it at me. A specialized net designed to ensnare those who had unwittingly wandered into Sakaar whistled through the air towards me. Yet, one should not underestimate this net. Each blue orb embedded within it could unleash potent currents and paralyzing toxins, capable of ensnaring even Thor, should he falter. I cast a fleeting glance at the incoming net and, with a swift motion, grasped it in my hand. The several blue orbs merely induced a mild, tingling sensation. With a flick of my wrist, I sent the net back towards the leader, ensnaring him and rendering him incapacitated. The remaining scavengers, though resolute in their desperation, were not devoid of intelligence. Upon witnessing Leo's unparalleled prowess, they scattered in fear. Indifferent to these pitiable souls, Leo pressed the return device in his hand, the glimmering blue gemstone poised to activate. After all, he had no desire to linger in this place. However, at that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. "Wow, if I'm not mistaken, that should be a teleportation device, right?" Turning around, Leo beheld a woman clad in black armor, holding a bottle of wine, her face adorned with mysterious silver patterns, leaning against a spacecraft and observing him. Such distinctive features allowed Leo to recognize her instantly. The Valkyrie. If you're unafraid of being swept into the true void, then activate that little gadget. You must realize that this is the planet Saka, located at the brink of the known and unknown worlds, surrounded by countless spatial currents. Upon hearing this, Leo's hand faltered. "Then how should I depart from here?" "What do you mean by the unknown world?" "I do not know. Perhaps it pertains to other universes. As for how to leave, first, you must possess a spacecraft." The Valkyrie gestured with a wine bottle, indicating the ship behind her. "And how does one traverse to another universe?" Leo continued to inquire. "Such knowledge is beyond a mere frail woman like me. However, I do know of someone who certainly possesses that knowledge." Without needing the Valkyrie to utter another word, Leo recognized the name. The High Celestial. Initially, Leo had no intention of engaging deeply with the High Celestial, although his portrayal in films was rather lackluster. The comics depicted him as such, possessing near-infinite life, immune to aging and all maladies, impervious to physical attacks, endowed with formidable regenerative abilities and harnessing boundless cosmic energy. With capabilities of material reassembly and time and space manipulation, as well as mastery over nearly all knowledge in the universe. Such a powerful entity had been diminished in the films to a hedonistic, feeble ruler. Yet now, to unravel the reason behind his inability to traverse the cosmos, Leo seemed compelled to meet the High Celestial. Before that, noticing Leo lost in thought, the Valkyrie swiftly flung something from her hand. With a snap, Leo looked up and caught the small device. It was a controller, the very one that had incapacitated Thor in an instant. Aware that the Valkyrie was no benevolent figure, Leo approached her with a heightened sense of caution. The controller emitted potent currents and paralyzing toxins, intent on robbing Leo of his mobility. This was far more formidable than the previous net. Raising his gaze to the Valkyrie, Leo offered a faint compliment, feeling the tingling in his slightly numbed hand. He crushed the device in his grasp. The Valkyrie discarded the wine bottle with a swift motion. "You appear rather impressive." She clenched her fists, adopting a posture of confrontation. Leo understood that she intended to maneuver the spaceship. Although not intimidated by the impending assaults, he was unwilling to squander any more time. Swift as lightning, he materialized before Valkyrie, one hand inserted between her fists. Subsequently, his other hand reached toward her neck. However, Valkyrie seemed only to faintly discern his movements and attempted a counterattack. Alas, her perception was insufficient to match Leo's speed. He seized her by the neck and slammed her against the spacecraft. Valkyrie refused to surrender, delivering a powerful chop to Leo's throat. Indeed, she exhibited some prowess. One could only commend her as a Valkyrie. Leo's countenance reflected disdain. Observing Leo's nonchalant demeanor, Valkyrie relinquished her struggle. After all, she was merely a scavenger who had fared better than most, and there was no need to uphold any semblance of Valkyrie dignity. "Now, may we engage in a proper discussion?" Leo's grip around Valkyrie's neck tightened slightly before he relaxed it. He had no concern that she could escape his grasp, even though she had once been a Valkyrie. Coughing lightly while clutching her throat, Valkyrie straightened herself. "Certainly, I require you to divulge all you know regarding the High Sovereign. Do not attempt to deceive me. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Leo resolved to ascertain the High Sovereign's capabilities before deciding whether to approach him. After all, such a deity might possess power surpassing that of the ancient Odin. Reckless engagement would be unwise. The High Sovereign is an entity of vast knowledge, yet peculiar disposition. He seems to be among the primordial beings birthed at the dawn of the universe, omniscient in nature. Upon hearing this, Leo felt a chill run down his spine. He appeared to possess immense strength, yet had never revealed it. Simultaneously, if one could appease his whims, one might acquire their desires from him. "You see, my spaceship and exquisite wine were exchanged with the High Sovereign. What did you barter?" "I captured those lost warriors here and presented them to the High Sovereign, transforming them into toys that battled each other in the arena to amuse him." "So, you intend to turn me into his plaything?" Valkyrie took a hearty swig from the wine bottle, showing no signs of embarrassment. "Indeed, given your formidable power, you would surely fetch a handsome price with the High Sovereign." Countless thoughts surged through Leo's mind as he contemplated whether to embrace this risk. "I believe you should consider meeting him. After all, you are devoid of a controller. Among all those I have captured in the past, regardless of their strength, they ultimately succumbed to the controller's influence. This device was specifically crafted by the High Sovereign, far superior to the inferior contraptions wielded by scavengers. Perhaps he may lack the means to dominate you." Upon uttering these words, Leo discerned that Valkyrie harbored intentions of offering him to the High Sovereign, yet she had not uttered any falsehood. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture the cub. With determination, Leo gritted his teeth. "Lead the way." Chapter 40. The High Sovereign under Valkyrie's guidance. Leo traversed to the heart of Sakastar aboard a spacecraft. The scene before him was one of bustling prosperity, with towering edifices and peculiar beings bustling about the streets in lively commotion. However, Leo understood that this was merely an illusion, crafted solely to appease the High Sovereign. Cloaked in a veil of vigilance, they finally arrived at the residence of the High Sovereign. "Look who has arrived." In a resplendent hall, soldiers stood in neat rows along the perimeter. Before the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the city, the High Sovereign reclined in his chair. At his feet sat two graceful dancers adorned in golden garments. The High Sovereign greeted Valkyrie with fervor, yet his gaze quickly fell upon Leo, who followed closely behind her. Noticing the High Sovereign's scrutiny, Valkyrie subtly shifted her position. I present to you a true warrior, but he is a friend, not a commodity. The High Sovereign, naturally, observed that Leo bore no controller around his neck. A friend. He gestured to his chief guard. Quick, bring me closer. I wish to have a good look at our friend. Before Leo could utter a word, the High Sovereign continued, sizing him up. Greetings, friend from another universe. He turned to Valkyrie, stating, this friend does not belong to this universe and possesses remarkable powers. It is only natural that the controller is ineffective. Do you know me? Leo narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, 19 years ago, I witnessed that radiant light, that force capable of annihilating all. It was quite terrifying. The High Sovereign forced a semblance of fear upon his countenance. Then you know how to return to my original universe? I have made numerous attempts, yet none have succeeded. Leo chose to be forthright. Of course, the reason for your continual failures lies in the universe's self-protective mechanisms. Your methods have been too forceful, disturbing the primordial essence of the cosmos. Everything has its own operational laws, and the universe is no exception. However, I happen to know a cosmic principle that can shield this universe, enabling you to successfully reach another. Leo's heart leaped in realization. It was not that he had sought the wrong path, but rather the primordial force of the universe had been obstructing him all along. Name your price. Despite his wariness of the High Sovereign, he acknowledged that he was currently in need of assistance. Of course, Leo had contemplated the notion of employing force to intimidate the High Sovereign, should this version of him prove to be weak. Regrettably, thus far, Leo could not discern any signs of weakness. The youth is indeed bold. However, I must remind you that the force that brought you to this universe may have traversed more than one realm along the way. Do you grasp my meaning? Leo was taken aback. You mean, how could I have overlooked this? If this force is capable of crossing my universe, it can equally traverse others. This implies that even if I successfully navigate out of this universe, I may arrive in an unknown realm rather than my homeland. Seemingly perceiving Leo's thoughts, the High Celestial continued. Indeed, even so, do you still desire to obtain the laws that allow for interdimensional travel? Be aware that I possess countless treasures, including the secrets of immortality, boundless knowledge, and formidable weapons or technologies. Perhaps understanding that Leo could provide him with immense amusement, the High Celestial displayed remarkable generosity. Of course, all I require is that law. The tale of a warrior who defeats one malevolent foe after another in a bid to return home, only to ultimately fall in a pool of blood, could indeed be quite entertaining. I shall not fall, Leo declared. Oh, is that so? Perhaps the power within you is immensely formidable, yet does not truly belong to you. You cannot fully control it, can you? With a delighted smile, the High Celestial stood contentedly, leading the group to another location. It was a colossal circular arena, capable of accommodating countless beings from across the universe. In the center of the arena lay an expansive battlefield, where two combatants were currently engaged in a fierce struggle, with throngs of spectators cheering them on. In the most esteemed of boxes, the High Celestial introduced to Leo. This is a whimsical spectacle I preside over, designed purely for amusement, known as the Championship Duel. Participants from various regions are often reluctant to take part. And you, my friend, if you can emerge as the new champion and provide me with sufficient entertainment, I shall grant you what you desire. Along the way, Leo, who had scrutinized the High Celestial countless times with his penetrating gaze, yet remained unable to unravel the mystery of this seemingly frail old man, pondered deeply. Furthermore, allow me to remind you, my friend, that surreptitiously spying on others is rather impolite, the High Celestial remarked with a friendly smile. Unlike Thanos, Leo could sense the High Celestial's overwhelmingly potent aura. Despite the current disparity between them, it was at least discernible. In contrast, the chasm between Leo and the High Celestial was unfathomable, rendering Leo indifferent to him. Perhaps only upon reaching a level akin to Odin could he hope to rival such an ancient deity. Suppressing his musings, Leo gazed at the arena. I hope you honor your promise. Otherwise, the two energies within me may not remain in a stable equilibrium for long. Of course, my friend. The High Celestial revealed his pristine white teeth. In the arena, a towering figure adorned with a horse-like visage, clad in battle armor akin to that of Thor, and draped in a crimson cloak, wielded a hammer named Stormbreaker, strikingly similar to Mjolnir. This formidable being radiated a brilliant blue electric aura, shattering the skull of an adversary with a single blow. With arms outstretched, this seemingly counterfeit Thor relished the adulation of the spectators, who chanted his name, Bill, Bill, Bill. Through the glass, the horse-faced deity caught sight of Leo, who stood beside the Grandmaster, with his hammer poised menacingly at his neck. He cast a taunting glance in Leo's direction. Had Leo perused the comics, he would have recognized this imitation Thor as the very entity who had once vanquished the true god of thunder. Thor mused, why is it that I am so ubiquitous? Yet, he remained oblivious to the origins of the horse-faced deity's powers or how he had found himself on S.H.I.E.L.D as the Grandmaster's champion. Nevertheless, these inquiries were of little consequence. Leo regarded the foe Thor with a detached gaze, contemplating that if he could not seize the opportunity to thrash Thor himself, dispatching this horse-faced god would also be a gratifying experience. The Grandmaster, amused by the unfolding drama, noted that although Leo harbored immense potential within, he had yet to harness that power. It appeared that a rather spectacular battle was on the horizon, and the Grandmaster had no intention of relinquishing such an intriguing specimen so easily. Chapter 41. The horse-faced Thor. Would the Grandmaster uphold his promise? Perhaps. But why do you persist in shadowing me? Did he not prepare a lavish chamber for you? At the bar, Valkyrie, having downed a bottle of extraterrestrial vintage, addressed Leo, who sat beside her. Leo was reluctant to engage too deeply with the Grandmaster's affairs, wary of falling prey to incomprehensible high technology, though the Grandmaster verbally assured him. The character he portrayed in the film was hardly benevolent, leaving Leo to question whether this version of the Grandmaster might harbor ulterior motives. Did the Grandmaster provide you with a substantial sum? Of course, after all, I was the one who brought you before him, albeit not in the capacity of merchandise. Leo surveyed the surroundings. Despite the daylight, the dance floor and bar thrummed with life, populated by pitiable souls numbing themselves through indulgence. For various reasons, they found themselves in this desolate realm, their past glories or humiliations reduced to mere shadows of scars. Just like Valkyrie, who now sat before Leo. You appear to be of Asgardian descent. What brings you here? Valkyrie hesitated, her grip on the bottle faltering. I'm not Asgardian. Then what is that? Leo feigned innocence, gesturing toward the intricate markings on Valkyrie's forearm. To think you are a Valkyrie. The blade grazed Leo's smooth skin, producing a sizzling sound akin to metal striking stone. That tickles. Valkyrie retracted her short blade, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Do you know? I have a friend, a prince of Asgard and the eldest son of Odin, named Thor. Have you heard of this name? The Valkyrie tilted her head back, pouring the wine down her throat. I have not heard of him. I am no Valkyrie, merely a scavenger from S.H.I.E.L.D. So, you're a deserter or perhaps a traitor. My friend has informed me that Valkyries pledge their loyalty to the royal family for life, defending Asgard. Upon hearing Leo's words, the Valkyries' thoughts seemed to drift back a century, or perhaps a millennium. The valiant Valkyries rode upon winged steeds, charging towards their foes with fierce cries. Ironically, their adversaries were also members of the Asgardian royal family. That day, countless bloodshed stained the starry sky, as the winged horses lamented, plummeting into the abyss. Only she had miraculously survived. The wine bottle thudded heavily upon the table as the Valkyrie rose, intent on departing. Leo understood that his words had indeed affected her. Regrettably, he lacked Thor's esteemed status, making it somewhat challenging to persuade the Valkyrie to assist him. The Grandmaster had merely stated that upon becoming the champion, the laws of the universe would be entrusted to him, yet he did not disclose how to escape S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, Leo needed to commence preparations. Securing the Valkyrie's assistance was a crucial step, sparing him from aimless speculation, despite the narrative enveloping him. He must not forget that this universe is not merely a cinematic realm. To avert a disastrous outcome, prudent caution was essential. Consequently, Leo also rose to follow her. As night descended, the arena remained alive with the vibrant sounds of the crowd. Nearly the entire populace of the city had gathered to witness the primal clash of flesh and blood. Perhaps this was the greatest source of entertainment for the citizens each day. Today's opening ceremony, however, seemed distinct. A colossal virtual effigy appeared at the center of the arena, that of the Grandmaster. Observe your enthusiasm. Today's contest promises to be spectacular. Let us extend our gratitude to all the participants in the preliminary battles. Their demise was indeed harrowing. Without further delay, the main event commences. Though it was his debut, he bore immense potential. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our friend from another universe, Superman. The gates slowly opened, and Leo, clad in a black cape, stepped forth. The light illuminating his visage, the snug Superman attire accentuating his muscular physique. Our Superman has declined to wield weapons, but do not underestimate him. His eyes seem capable of performing extraordinary feats. Next, we present our old acquaintance, the embodiment of thunder, undefeated and today's reigning champion. Let us welcome the Thunder God, Bill. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience, accompanied by the resounding blasts of hundreds of fireworks in the sky. On the opposite side of the arena, the Thunder God, adorned with a red cloak that billows without wind, strides forward, wielding the storm hammer that crackles with scintillating electricity. Thus, let us commence tonight's championship duel. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, Leo's gaze locks with Bill's. The battle is poised to erupt. Without further ado, the Thunder God raises his hand and hurls the storm hammer. Enveloped in azure lightning, the hammer hurtles towards Leo at an astonishing speed. Clang! Leo stands his ground, eager to test the mettle of the Thunder God. The hammer strikes his chest with a resounding impact, and his massive hands grip the storm hammer tightly. The tremendous force propelling him backward, carving a deep trench into the arena floor. Yet, Leo ultimately comes to a halt, the storm hammer secured firmly in his grasp. A smile curls at the corners of his mouth as he gazes up at the Thunder God across from him. Bill's expression darkens. It is the first time someone has caught his hammer so effortlessly. Suppressing a flicker of arrogance, Bill adopts a serious demeanor, sensing the storm hammer quivering in his grip. As if an immense power urges it back to its master, Leo resolutely thrusts the hammer away. Boom! The storm hammer returns at an unimaginable speed, striking Bill's helmet with a solid thud. However, it inflicts no substantial damage, for the properties of the storm hammer are akin to those of the Thunder God's hammer, making it difficult to harm its wielder. Leo ascends into the air, soaring toward Bill with astonishing velocity, and unleashes a punch. Clang! His fist collides with the storm hammer, producing a thunderous resonance. Bill, one hand clutching the hammer's handle and the other pressing against its opposite side, struggles against Leo's tremendous strength, his face betraying the effort. Yet, in an instant, Leo shifts tactics, leveraging his aerial prowess to execute a spinning kick midair. Bill, caught off guard, cannot fathom that anyone could perform such a maneuver without a surface to push against, and Leo delivers a powerful kick to his abdomen. Bang! Bill, propelled backward with a shrill whoosh, crashes into the wall, creating a massive dent. Leo does not allow Bill a moment to regain his composure. He hovers before the indentation, coldly observing Bill, whose figure is embedded in the wall, his eyes glowing with a crimson light. Buzz! Two robust beams of red energy shoot forth, striking Bill's battle armor. The rare mineral armor sizzles and melts under the intense heat and overwhelming force, causing Bill's chest to begin to tear apart. He emits a pained howl. In the stands, the High Elder rises abruptly from his opulent seat, his brow furrowed in concern. As Bill teeters on the brink of peril, a surge of electric energy courses through his pupils. Boom! A powerful thunderbolt erupts from Bill's palm, bearing the force to annihilate everything as it crashes into Leo's chest. The intense heat rays were abruptly interrupted, causing Leo to tumble from sky. Just before he was about to crash, he regained his balance, adding an element of intrigue to the moment. Leo gazed at Bill, who descended from above wielding the storm hammer, and remarked with a smile. With a crackle of thunder, azure ripples spread across the arena. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Leo's fist firmly bracing against the storm hammer. Bill summoned all his strength, and a silvery bolt of lightning, seemingly from another dimension, struck down upon Leo's head. The deafening explosion resonated throughout the venue, allowing Bill to create distance between himself and Leo. Upon the storm hammer, an unmistakable impression of Leo's fist appeared, deeply embedded into the weapon. A tempest of emotions surged within Bill as he momentarily lost focus, staring at the dent on the hammer. In the colossal crater created by the thunderous strike, Leo's figure had already vanished. When he regained his senses, Leo stood right before Bill. "Enjoying the hammer, are we?" he inquired, releasing a chilling breath that swiftly encased the entire storm hammer in a thick layer of frost. Bill's grip on the hammer slipped as he could no longer withstand the frigid temperature. The storm hammer thudded heavily onto the ground. Bill looked on in terror at his seemingly unscathed opponent, while in the stands, the high-ranking officials could no longer remain composed. Only Leo wore a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. "Next comes your demise," he whispered to Bill. Chapter 42. The True Champion with an Icy Glare. Leo unleashed a powerful punch, sending several hard teeth mixed with blood soaring through the air in an elegant arc. The Thunder God was flung away with great force. Struggling to support his own body, Bill extended his right hand in an attempt to summon the frozen storm hammer back. Within the ice, the hammer trembled violently, electric sparks dancing across its surface. Just as it began to levitate unsteadily, Leo's right foot came down with a casual yet crushing force, fracturing the ground beneath him. The storm hammer was mercilessly driven into the depths of the earth by Leo's foot. Undeterred, Bill rose once more. Seeing the unwavering determination on Bill's face, Leo shook his head. "Why do I feel like the villain in this tale? Though we are strangers, for the sake of my selfish desires. May you peacefully meet your end." Leo murmured. Then, like a flash, he appeared before Bill, seizing his arm and delivering a fierce kick to Bill's chest. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as Bill was sent crashing into the wall. A severed arm was discarded on the cold ground, and the audience fell into a stunned silence. As the heat rays swept across the arena, something rolled down from the wall with a dull thud. Suddenly, a synchronized cheer erupted from the audience. "Superman! Superman! Superman!" Accompanied by the thunderous cheers that pierced the heavens, all spotlight converged upon Leo. In the shadowy recesses, only Bill's severed head remained, its eyes still wide open in a lingering expression of defiance. "Ah, my friend, I always knew you would prevail. Tonight's match is truly captivating, splendid in its excitement." The High Celestial descended with the intention of bestowing a grand embrace upon Leo. But what are the laws of the universe? Leo did not accept the seemingly warm gesture from the High Celestial. "Oh, my friend, you are unaware. The one you are to compete against today, that fellow named Pyre? He is merely a placeholder, not the true champion." A look of embarrassment crossed the High Celestial's face. "So, are you implying that you intend to renege on our agreement?" Leo's expression grew increasingly frosty, his eyes ablaze with a menacing red glow, ready to unleash a searing ray. "Certainly not, my friend. The true champion is en route. A dear friend of mine. Should you manage to defeat him, then you shall be deemed the rightful champion, and I shall gladly present the laws of the universe to you." The High Celestial, devoid of any ancient godly demeanor, rubbed his hands together and spoke amicably to Leo. "But what if I refuse?" The cutting beam of heat erupted once more, severing the High Celestial's opulent sofa in two. The maidens of the narration gasped in horror, their faces pale. Yet the smile on the High Celestial's face remained undiminished as he waved his hand gently. Miraculously, the melted floor and the burning sofa were restored to their former glory, as if the previous scene had never transpired. "Patience, my friend, is a virtue." Despite the trepidation that the High Celestial's display instilled within him, Leo could not simply yield. "High Celestial, I have never been a mere plaything for your amusement. I hope you grasp this clearly. In the name of my cosmic mastery, I vow, if you, my friend, can vanquish the approaching contender, I shall acknowledge you as the true champion and fulfill my promise." Leo remained uncertain of the binding power of this so-called oath over the High Celestial. "I shall tolerate this once, but should there be a second time, I will turn this place upside down," Leo declared fiercely. In truth, if the High Celestial had no intention of honoring the agreement, Leo would have no choice but to take a perilous leap into the unknown wormhole. Should fortune favor him and he survive, the day he possesses sufficient strength shall herald the downfall of Sokka. Indeed, the High Celestial readily assented. Yet within his heart, he knew that the climax of this drama was only just beginning. Bang! An empty wine bottle struck Leo's head. He turned to find Valkyrie. "What brings you here, lying amidst the refuse?" "I was pondering whether any of these wormholes might lead back to my homeland." Valkyrie let out a hearty laugh. "What? Do you long to return home? Have you not outgrown such childish whims? In the eyes of our parents, we shall always remain but children." Do you not wish to return to Asgard? The laughter of the Valkyrie abruptly ceased. I have heard that my friend, Thor, has declined the throne and is now fighting to maintain peace, while Odin has grown old and weak, perhaps unable to endure much longer. Perhaps Thor will have to assume the throne after Odin's passing, don't you think? Leo remarked to the Valkyrie. No, he shall not, the Valkyrie retorted, producing a bottle of wine from seemingly nowhere. Why? The people of Asgard require a leader. Here he comes. Indeed, Leo feigned ignorance. Because of Ragnarok, the Valkyrie paused. Her bottle of wine suspended, mimicking Leo as she gazed skyward. Ragnarok is a terrifying, tangible prophecy. So, you would rather languish here than confront past hatred in order to save your homeland and your people? That one, hell? The Valkyrie had once vowed never to hear that name again. Yet today she found herself wavering, recounting the prophecy of Ragnarok to Leo. She did not respond, but instead posed another question to him. Do you know whom you will face? The so-called true champion. I do not know, but I have faith in myself. To be honest, the strength of the horse-faced god is rather mundane to me. Leo clenched his fist, asserting his considerable prowess. Bill's strength is indeed commendable, perhaps on par with Thor's current power. Yet in Leo's presence, he seems somewhat lacking. After all, he is merely a counterfeit of Thor. However, one must not underestimate Thor, for he is currently only at the first stage of his power. Indeed, in Leo's perspective, Thor's strength is categorized into 3 stages. The first stage is the present Thor, wielding Mjolnir, with his power primarily derived from his hammer. The second stage emerges after the destruction of the hammer, during his battle with Hel, where Thor awakens to a significant increase in strength, learning to harness the true power within him, nearly reaching the level of the Allfather. The third stage is Thor wielding the Stormbreaker, his power surging to the pinnacle among the Allfathers, capable of rivaling the current Odin and the historically most potent royal weapon. Stormbreaker can even cleave through 6 infinity stones. I concede that your strength is quite formidable, but that impending adversary may be even stronger. I have spent considerable time on Sakaar, and he is undoubtedly the mightiest I have encountered here. Engaging him could very well result in your demise. Upon hearing the Valkyrie's words, Leo's expression grew increasingly grave. How powerful is he? How does he compare to Hel? Well, he is certainly far inferior to Hel. But in comparison to you even so, are you still willing to fight? The Valkyrie glanced at Leo casually. Indeed, I shall never shy away from a challenge. I will exert every ounce of my strength to battle, even if, as you suggest, hope is but a faint glimmer. If I manage to win, will High God still try to evade his debts? Leo inquired. Not at all. If you truly prevail, High God will find great satisfaction in what he perceives to be an intriguing twist, came the reply. But the condition remains. You must genuinely be capable of it. Then I can rest easy, Leo sighed. By the way, after conversing for so long, I still do not know who this enemy is. Karlach, or as you may refer to him, the sword duelist. Valkyrie responded with a hint of indifference. Chapter 43. Sword duel. The sword duelist, you say? Leo pondered. Indeed, High God had summoned a formidable adversary. In the comics, the sword duelist possessed superhuman strength, extraordinary speed, heat vision, and freezing breath, rendering him akin to a version of Superman. However, unlike Superman, the potency of the sword duelist's abilities hinged upon his self-confidence. Should he be self-assured, his powers would manifest as exceptionally formidable. Yet, if his confidence waned, his abilities would be significantly diminished. Thus, I have just dispatched a counterfeit Thor, only to confront a counterfeit Superman. Despite the sword duelist's prowess, Valkyrie had indicated that he had yet to reach the level of the Father of Heaven, that unparalleled realm. Although Leo felt a weight in his heart, he was resolute in his willingness to face the challenge. Of course, should a being of father-level existence arrive, Leo would be prepared to make a strategic retreat. So, do you intend to assist me in leaving this place? I swear I shall join you in giving that old witch Hela a sound thrashing. Valkyrie responded with a graceful smile. You should focus on surviving the arena first. On Sakaar, within a celestial wormhole, a figure suddenly emerged. He bore a pale, purple complexion, with muscles as grand as a dragon, straining against his uniform, while a red cape billowed behind him. Red cape. Must I make an entrance whenever there is a person around? Surveying the entirety of Sakaar and observing the scavengers bustling below, the sword duelist muttered, What wretched, pitiful creatures. With a flick of his cape, he soared towards the central city. On the ground, the scavengers glanced upward, catching a fleeting glimpse of a crimson flash. "Ha! Look who has arrived, Karlik. Greetings, my friend." High God warmly welcomed the sword duelist's arrival. "Please, no need for formalities, High God. I have come for your promise." Before the universe's oldest being, the sword duelist felt compelled to temper his demeanor. Indeed, 10 resource planets shall belong to your Chi empire, provided you assist me in this intriguing endeavor. Your will shall be followed. In the presence of the 10 resource planets, the sword duelist pretended to bow to High God with exaggerated gravity. "Now, let's await the descent of night, haha." The esteemed Gao Tianzuan donned his headphones and took center stage as the DJ. Meanwhile, Dou Jian stood silently and indifferently to the side. The arena was alive with excitement. The spectators erupted with fervent cheers for the superhero, while Leo remained utterly unfazed. Below, 2 figures, one clad in red and the other in black, hovered in the air, opposing each other on either side of the arena. Fixated on Dou Jian, Leo unconsciously clenched his fists. "You appear quite anxious," Dou Jian remarked, as if he were merely a spectator at this life-and-death duel rather than one of its principal players. "But there is no need for such concern, for the outcome of our battle has long been predetermined and will conclude swiftly." Dou Jian raised his head with an air of arrogance. "I share that sentiment," Leo retorted. "However, in the conclusion I envision, it is you who shall fall." "Isn't this merely a contest to banter?" Leo quipped. "I hope you maintain your optimistic outlook." Dou Jian nearly laughed aloud. At that moment, Gao Tianzuan's voice resonated throughout the arena. "The championship battle begins tonight." The fervent atmosphere ignited entirely as the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. The 2 figures vanished instantaneously from the sides of the arena, only to reappear at its very center. Boom! This was a clash of the fiercest powers. As their fists collided with tremendous force, a shockwave surged forth, nearly suffocating the audience. A massive crater formed on the arena floor, the ground fracturing under the impact. One figure was sent flying, almost breaching the towering walls surrounding the duel site. In the center stood Dou Jian, his expression betraying a palpable disdain. Leo dusted himself off and extricated himself from the wall. Without uttering a word, the sound of an explosive force echoed as Leo surged toward Dou Jian. He swung his fist. Bang! Dou Jian's palm firmly intercepted Leo's powerful strike, the only consequence being a slight backward slide in midair. The clash of their immense strength caused their fists and palms to tremble unnaturally. Leo saw Dou Jian unveil his signature, disdainful smile. Undeterred, Leo launched another assault. Bang! This time, Dou Jian caught both of Leo's fists, and feeling the immense power in his grip, Leo's resolve hardened. With a sudden burst, Leo thrust both fists backward, catching Dou Jian off guard as he leaned forward. Ignoring the risk, Leo raised his head and struck down with ferocity. Bang! As Dou Jian was driven into the ground, blood oozed from his forehead, while Leo, with an expression of indifference, began to find the situation increasingly amusing. He soared into the sky. Above the arena, Valkyrie piloted her spacecraft, hovering in anticipation. She clutched a bottle of wine, perched upon the open hatch of the aircraft, gazing down at the fierce battle between Leo and Dou Jian. In the most opulent private suite, the high deity applauded with fervor. Bang! 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 The figures of the 2 warriors flitted across every corner of the arena, each violent clash igniting the air with a thunderous explosion. The spectators erupted in increasingly fervent cheers. Above the arena, an unprecedented collision erupted. Dou Jian delivered a powerful punch to Leo's chest, the shockwave causing all spacecraft to tremble. Leo plummeted into the audience, where unsuspecting aliens were reduced to mere pulp by the sheer force. Yet, the onlookers seemed undeterred, reveling in the thrilling spectacle. Leo pressed a hand to his chest, his expression grave. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, surpassing him in speed, strength, and endurance. Even in combat experience, he found himself woefully lacking. After all, Leo had always relied on brute force and speed to overpower others, lacking any true combat technique to compare with a seasoned warrior like Dou Jian. Although a dull ache throbbed in his chest, a fierce flame ignited within him. If that were the case, then let it come. Let me discover my limits. Moreover, he was not without a chance for a comeback. With a fierce roar, Leo charged once more at Dou Jian, who, having realized that his opponent, though not as strong, was not easily defeated, also ceased his probing and unleashed his full power. Liu quickly absorbed combat techniques during the fray, dodging Do Jian's whip-like leg. When one punch was blocked by Do Jian's arm, he retaliated with another. Bang! The two figures momentarily separated, glaring fiercely at one another. Almost simultaneously, thick beams of heat surged forth, creating a terrifying collision in midair. Beneath the night sky, only an endless expanse of red remained. Chapter 44. The most challenging victory. The two streams of red energy grappled in the air, slowly advancing toward Liu. However, with another surge of power, Liu unleashed a tremendous explosion of accumulated energy. The entire arena was engulfed by this force, leaving a desolate aftermath in its wake. The spectators, under the protection of the high deity, narrowly escaped disaster. It was not out of mercy, but rather because this captivating spectacle could not afford to lose its audience. Both Liu and Do Jian were hurled into the air by the shockwave of the explosion. Do Jian, startled to see Liu wielding a heat ray of his own, wondered if this young man was also from Do Jian's star. Yet, they did not forget that they were engaged in a life-and-death duel. With furious roars, their fists grew increasingly ferocious, their movements ever more ethereal, and at last, their battlefield extended beyond the confines of the arena. Towering buildings collapsed one after another, deep fissures appearing in the ground. With a swift motion, Do Jian seized a spacecraft and hurled it towards Liu with great force. Yet Liu evaded the onslaught, sending the vessel crashing into the distance, where it collided with a building, resulting in a violent explosion. Do Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, while before him, Liu bore the marks of his injuries, his face bruised and battered. The night in Saka was devoid of light, and Liu's self-healing abilities had diminished significantly, his stamina far inferior to that of Do Jian. However, he possessed a trump card that Do Jian lacked. Now was not the time to employ it. Patience was necessary. Otherwise, at Do Jian's pace, his attacks might miss their mark, and the outcome of a successful hit remained uncertain. Yet at this juncture, it was a gamble. The spectators in the arena could no longer discern the figures of Do Jian and Liu. Only the high celestial being, comfortably seated on his sofa, gazed into the void with a grin. He could still perceive the inevitable defeat of Liu. Do Jian's arrogant voice resonated. "You're destined to lose. However, the fact that you can inflict harm upon me is already a point of pride. I can inscribe this legendary encounter upon your epitaph." Ignoring Do Jian, Liu soared into the sky, his unparalleled strength conjuring a fierce storm. With a thunderous crash, solid structures and earth crumbled like tofu under the collision of Liu and Do Jian. Do Jian's fist landed solidly against Liu's chest. Yet Liu chose not to defend against Do Jian's assault, opting instead to retaliate with a punch to Do Jian's face, simultaneously spitting blood. Though his injuries were evidently more severe, ascending into the heavens, Do Jian and Liu engaged in a chase through layers of thunderstorms, navigating perilous spatial wormholes. Liu's visage betraying a chilling ruthlessness. This was undoubtedly the most arduous battle in history. The air above Saka reverberated with the resounding thunder of their blows colliding. Do Jian, growing increasingly impatient with Liu's resilience, sought to conclude the fight swiftly. An icy breath brushed against Liu's cloak, swiftly spreading frost across the dark fabric. Liu responded in kind. Do Jian's hand tore through the frost-encrusted armor, exposing his grotesque muscles. "What a pity to lose a kin in the outer realm. I have promised the high celestial being to take your life. Otherwise, you would have been a pillar of strength for my kind." He had mistakenly regarded Liu as one of his own. Meanwhile, Liu was beginning to feel the strain. "I'm not your kin. To kill me? You will pay a price beyond your wildest imagination." Yet Do Jian remained supremely confident. He perceived Liu's bravado as nothing more than the desperate cries of a defeated hound. Another punch came crashing down, but Liu could distinctly feel Do Jian's strength had diminished a notch, although his own stamina was waning. "It is not yet time," Liu thought silently to himself. He continued to grapple with Do Jian, muscles tearing and healing within the chaos of battle, their fists gradually becoming stained with each other's blood. Gasping heavily, Liu's throat emitted labored breaths. He was on the brink of collapse. Yet, Do Jian appeared to reserve some strength. Narrowly dodging Do Jian's straight punch, Liu rolled awkwardly on the ground, his uniform in black, cloak tattered from the battle, the nano-armor powerless to restore itself. What? Do you lack even the strength to retaliate? The only response was Leo's anguished roar as he summoned the last of his energy to swing his fist. Bang! Leo's body was heavily pinned beneath Do Jian's foot. Leaning down, he prepared to end the life of this kin who had lost all fighting capability. Do Jian's left hand pressed firmly against Leo's neck, while his right hand formed a tight fist. Farewell. Yet at that moment, he suddenly noticed a faint smile curling at the corners of Leo's lips. What was he smiling about? A fleeting thought crossed Do Jian's mind, and he witnessed Leo's eyes, previously closed from weakness, snap open. A crimson glow emerged like a dragon from the depths, fiercely lunging forward. Do Jian sensed the scent of death. However, with his energy nearly depleted, he was powerless to counter the two beams of lethal energy which struck him squarely in the chest. With a roar, Leo unleashed all his power. He had waited so long for this moment. The Omega Ray poured forth like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. The red light enveloped Do Jian entirely, and he felt his life force swiftly ebbing away. What is this? Do Jian struggled desperately to break free from the energy, but all efforts were in vain. This is impossible. Do Jian turned his gaze towards the ground where Leo lay. He knew that the only way to halt this energy was to eliminate Leo. Gathering the last of his strength, Do Jian swung his fist towards Leo's neck. Too late. Leo twisted his neck and absorbed Do Jian's final blow. It was neither painful nor irritating. Thud! Do Jian's withered body collapsed heavily onto Leo, who summoned his last ounce of strength to push Do Jian's corpse aside. Lying quietly on the ground, Leo gradually closed his eyes. Do Jian was indeed the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered. Not only did he surpass Leo in physical prowess, but his vitality was also remarkably resilient. One must understand that under the Omega Ray, survival was nearly impossible. It was a force of death near the realm of laws. Except for superhumans from the main universe, who were shielded by the origin wall and merely rendered unconscious, no one else could escape its wrath. Yet Do Jian, after a fierce battle that nearly drained his strength, was struck by Leo's Omega Ray and still possessed the ability to struggle and retaliate. One could only say he truly embodied the might of the strongest Do Jian star people. Of course, it might also be that he himself was currently too weak to unleash the full potential of the Omega Ray. In the depths of his mind, Leo contemplated faintly, soon succumbing to an abyss of darkness. The city had devolved into a desolate ruin, ravaged by the fierce battle between Do Jian and Leo. In the distance, the High Celestial, seated upon a sofa, gazed at the fallen form of Do Jian, initially struck with astonishment, before erupting into hearty laughter. How amusing, truly delightful. Ha ha ha. In his original conception, Leo would become a mere specter beneath Do Jian's might, while he would seize the opportunity to cast Leo's lifeless body into another dimension before the energy within him spiraled out of control, all while witnessing a grand display of fireworks. Yet, to his astonishment, Leo had emerged victorious. Indeed, quite remarkable. He waved his hand, and under a wondrous force, the city restored itself to its former glory. Observing the bewildered faces of the spectators below, the High Celestial proclaimed with a booming voice, "Let us unite in welcoming our champion, our superhero." A throng of people set forth, scouring the city for Leo's presence. Meanwhile, Valkyrie, hovering in her spacecraft behind Leo and Do Jian, who had been a silent witness to the entire confrontation, wore a smile upon her lips. Well done, young man. Chapter 45. The laws of the universe abruptly awakening from the darkness, Leo opened his eyes. Before him lay a ceiling adorned with red and white hues, while warm rays of light streamed through the window, illuminating his face. The maidens, who were unwrapping the white gauze from Leo, retreated as soon as they noticed his awakening. Leo sat upright, the gauze slipping away to reveal his robust and defined musculature. Sensing a surge of power coursing through his body, Leo instinctively clenched his fists. He could distinctly perceive that he had significantly grown stronger. Locating his nano wristband within the room, he donned it once more, aware that the nanoparticles had been nearly depleted during the battle with Do Jian. He pondered whether it could still fully manifest his superhero attire. It seemed he would need to return to Earth for replenishment, Leo mused. Casting aside further thoughts, Leo dressed in the casual attire prepared for him in the room and rose, ready to seek out the High Celestial for what was rightfully his. At that moment, Valkyrie gracefully entered the room. "How was your rest?" "Not bad. My skin remains smooth and delicate, but it seems I have grown even more handsome, which might pose a problem for the other men who see me." Leo smiled faintly, recognizing Valkyrie's wavering resolve. In truth, during the battle with Dojian, Leo had noticed Valkyrie closely following him, realizing then that she was being drawn to his side. All that remained was to eliminate Dojian and become the true champion. Fortunately, Leo had succeeded. "Still jesting, are we? What do you plan to do next?" Valkyrie shot Leo a glance. "Acquire the laws of the universe, then return to Earth to complete a successful cosmic traversal at my research facility." Earth? In the realm referred to by the inhabitants of Asgard as Midgard, I find myself in another homeland within this universe. Yet, how do you intend to depart from S.H.I.E.L.D? I am uncertain, but having arrived thus far, I can only dare to take the plunge, risking traversing those perilous wormholes, even if it leads to my demise. Leo feigned a sigh, his expression one of noble sacrifice, while secretly observing Valkyrie's reaction from the corner of his eye. "One final inquiry. Did you not promise to assist me in delivering a sound thrashing to that old witch Hela? If you venture into another universe, will you return?" "Undoubtedly. I shall return. If there exists a path to depart, there must also be a way to return. After residing in this universe for 19 years, I have come to regard it as yet another home. Nevertheless, returning to my original universe has been my enduring obsession. Regardless of the outcome, I must return for a final glimpse." At this moment, Leo ceased his pretense. His visage reflected a blend of desolation, uncertainty, and resolve, emotions that naturally resonated deeply with Valkyrie beside him. "So, will you join me?" Leo extended a heartfelt invitation to Valkyrie. "Why not?" The Valkyrie of Asgard then revealed a smile of relief. "A warm welcome, our champion." As Leo stepped into the dance floor, the Grandmaster in the center began to stir the atmosphere. "Superman! Superman! Superman!" The crowd erupted in cheers, their fervor a testament to the fierce battle that lingered in their memories. Leo's might had thoroughly captivated them. Observing Leo's reluctant acceptance of the accolades, the Grandmaster was thoroughly amused. With a wave of his hand, the cacophony of voices dissipated instantly. Leo approached the Grandmaster. "I have accomplished what I was meant to do. Now it is your turn, Grandmaster." "Huh, indeed. I must confess, you have surpassed my expectations." Having indulged his own whimsical desires, the Grandmaster was no longer inclined to play tricks. He conjured a mysterious azure glow in his right hand, which floated and seamlessly entered Leo's mind. Leo felt an overwhelming torrent of knowledge wash over him, revealing the secrets of the universe's essence in that moment. Thankfully, Leo's superbrain came into play. His cosmic deluge of knowledge merely caused a slight swelling in his head before tranquility returned. "Before you employ this principle, I must caution you, young and intriguing lad. Each universe possesses its own variances, and should you traverse to another universe, you must incorporate elements that align with that universe into this principle to successfully obscure its laws. In some weaker universes, should your power be sufficient, you may resort to more forceful methods to extricate yourself from the universe. Ultimately, and of paramount importance, each universe possesses its own unique flow rate. If you wish to avoid returning to a world drastically altered by time, it is prudent to grasp this concept." At this moment, the High Elder appeared akin to a benevolent sage, imparting the most profound secrets of the cosmos to Leo. Yet, Leo's heart was not entirely tranquil, for some of this knowledge had long been anticipated. He needed to return and confer with Tony regarding their strategy. No challenge could consistently hinder geniuses such as themselves. "I appreciate your generosity, High Elder," Leo expressed with a respectful gesture, acknowledging that despite being momentarily outmaneuvered by the Elder, he had ultimately gleaned the laws of the universe from him. With a graceful turn, Leo departed, leaving the High Elder to amuse himself at the center of the dance floor, eager for the final performance from his champion. "So, how shall we depart from this place?" Leo inquired, casting a penetrating glance at Valkyrie. Midgard could not be further removed from S.H.I.E.L.D. The optimal route would involve traversing a wormhole outside the city, refueling at Xander, and then reaching Midgard in a mere 19 months. "Will you not return to Asgard?" Leo questioned, puzzled. "I have yet to summon the resolve to confront Odin again." But I shall pilot a ship to face him when Ragnarok arrives, Valkyrie replied nonchalantly. No, 19 months is far too long. I require a swifter method. Observing Leo's serious demeanor, Valkyrie contemplated for a moment before gesturing toward the enormous storm-wreathed space wormhole. Then we must resort to the Devil's Anus. A fine name. Who coined it? Irrelevant. What matters is that we need to find another ship, for the Devil's Anus would rend my vessel to shreds. Indeed. And that ship must withstand the gravitational forces of singularity, Leo concurred, echoing Valkyrie's thoughts. Yet, it remains exceedingly perilous. Everything within the Devil's Anus is fraught with uncertainty. Valkyrie warned Leo. Young individuals like myself must embrace a spirit of adventure, do we not? By the way, how old are you? Tossing Leo an empty bottle, Valkyrie turned, ready to embark on their adventure. Meanwhile, the High Elder atop his tower observed with a smile as Leo and Valkyrie dashed toward his hangar, where the finest ships of S.H.I.E.L.D awaited. Consider it a farewell gift. I hope to see you again, my champion. Chapter 46. A turn of events, damn. This ship belongs to the High Elder, Valkyrie shouted while frantically evading the attacks of pursuers, desperately searching for the attack button aboard the luxurious vessel. What do you mean? Leo responded, bewildered, as distant memories began to crystallize in his mind. Could it truly be this coincidental? Leo's eyes widened in astonishment. This vessel bore no weapons. The High Celestial Sovereign merely utilized it for pleasure, hosting extravagant parties. Valkyrie continued her explanation. How could this be? They had distinctly chosen the sleekest, most formidable luxury spacecraft, which bore no resemblance to the comical craft etched in Leo's memory. Suddenly, brilliant fireworks erupted from the sides and rear of the ship, illuminating the surroundings as Leo and Valkyrie piloted their craft through a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights. Today is my birthday. Today is my birthday, sang the High Celestial Sovereign, his voice mingling with the jubilant cheers that echoed from all directions. Good grief. Leo grimaced at the off-key melody. Meanwhile, the High Celestial Sovereign, observing the spectacle from the city center, could not stifle his laughter. Ha ha! Amidst the Sovereign's mirth, the lavish spacecraft continued its journey toward the Devil's Anus. Hold on tight, Valkyrie shouted. Within the grasp of a purple tempest lay a colossal wormhole, littered with cosmic debris. Fortunately, the luxury vessel was sufficiently sturdy, sustaining no damage from the successive collisions. Firmly grasping the ship's controls, Valkyrie guided Leo toward the endless violet radiance. Upon glancing back, the blinding light receded, and the spatial turbulence began to stabilize. Behind them, the massive purple wormhole expelled a myriad of cosmic refuse, propelling the vessel forward. Both Valkyrie and Leo exhaled in relief. "We're nearing Midgard," Valkyrie informed Leo beside her. As Leo relaxed his body, a nagging sense of unease washed over him. "What's wrong?" Valkyrie inquired. Noticing Leo's anxious demeanor, Leo retrieved a sparkling gem from his pocket, its immense energy swirling within. "What is this?" Valkyrie sensed the impending danger and added, "I remember now. This was your spatial teleportation device intended for your departure from Sokka Star. Indeed, it harbors a vast reservoir of pure spatial energy. Yet it seems somewhat unstable," Leo replied. "It appears that traversing the Devil's Anus has incited a violent surge within it." He studied the gem closely. It writhed restlessly in his palm. Just how catastrophic would an explosion be? I cannot say for certain, but I suspect it would be considerable, Leo mused, recalling that this device was engineered by himself and Tony for traversing the cosmos. Realizing the potential peril, Leo decisively opened the side hatch of the craft. Rather than hurling it backward against the wormhole as thrust, he flung the return device forcefully to the side. Clang! However, the wreckage of a spacecraft expelled from the wormhole obstructed the gem's path, causing it to become even more unstable upon impact. To make matters worse, it rebounded. Goodness! At this distance, their ship was doomed to a fate of being obliterated. As the gem emitted an increasingly dazzling light, Leo gritted his teeth. "What are you going to do?" Valkyrie, at the helm, inquired anxiously upon noticing Leo's sudden movement. "I'm going to take this thing away from our ship." Before Valkyrie could protest further, Leo offered her a confident smile. "Do not worry. I am capable of defeating a formidable swordsman. Nothing will happen to me." Leo leaped from the spacecraft, accelerating swiftly in the vacuum of space. Grasping the rebounding gem, he propelled himself into the distance, gaining speed with each passing moment, while the silhouette of the ship diminished behind him. Eventually, the energy within the gem surged to its peak. Seizing the opportune moment, Leo flung it forward with all his might and veered back frantically. In silence, a colossal explosion of energy erupted in the distance, enveloping everything in a blue hue, followed by a violent shockwave. Despite Leo's rapid escape, the force of the explosion was overwhelming. Even the distant massive wormhole felt its effects, its once perfectly round opening distorting under the strain. In the final moment before losing consciousness, Leo beheld an infinite brightness expanding before him. Meanwhile, Valkyrie desperately piloted the ship to reach Leo, but it spiraled out of control under successive waves of energy. She exerted all her strength to stabilize the vessel, yet the distance between them only grew. Bang! A meteor streaked across the sky, crashing heavily upon the coastline. As the dust settled, the silhouette of a spacecraft emerged, within which Valkyrie lay unconscious. After a tumultuous journey, she had finally arrived on Earth. Far away in Asgard, Thor walked upon the restored Rainbow Bridge, toying with Mjolnir, preparing to have Heimdall transport him to Vanaheim to quell the unrest there. The recent fracture of the Rainbow Bridge had significantly weakened Asgard's control over the Nine Realms, allowing many nefarious individuals to incite rebellion. Vanaheim was the last kingdom yet to be subdued. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly plummeted from the sky. Bang! The figure crashed heavily onto the Rainbow Bridge, startling Thor. The charred silhouette seemed to emit smoke, as if it had just escaped from a fiery inferno. With his back turned to Thor, the figure struggled on the Rainbow Bridge, attempting to rise. Who dares to invade Asgard? Thor cautiously hurled his hammer. This was not recklessness on Thor's part. Rather, it was a necessity to exercise caution in the face of an unexpected and peculiar presence in Asgard. Meanwhile, Heimdall remained unfazed, calmly observing as Thor launched the mighty hammer. Clang! Although still unsteady, the figure abruptly turned, extending a large hand. The hammer came to rest firmly in his palm, trembling yet unable to advance further. Thor's eyes widened in astonishment at this sight. Throughout his 2 millennia traversing the Nine Realms, he had never encountered anyone, aside from his father, capable of catching the hammer in such a manner. Though he hadn't exerted his full strength, the figure slowly raised his head, revealing a somewhat charred visage. Yet Thor instantly recognized him. Leo, my brother, what has happened to you? Thor exclaimed, rushing towards him. Upon hearing Thor's voice and feeling the cold texture of Mjolnir in his grasp, Leo realized he had inadvertently arrived in Asgard. He then relinquished the hammer, allowing it to return to Thor's hand. Thor strode forward, helping the still unsteady Leo to his feet, unable to fathom how he had managed to catch his hammer in such a state. But such matters were of little consequence now. Take me to a well-lit place? Leo weakly requested. It was known that Asgard basked in sunlight, yet the rays on the Rainbow Bridge were somewhat faint. Although Leo was absorbing the light to restore his strength, the injuries from the explosion were quite severe. Without hesitation, Thor brandished Mjolnir and soared into the distance with Leo. Heimdall's golden pupils reflected the silhouettes of the two, as he continued to vigilantly guard his post. Chapter 47. An interesting adventure in Asgard. The quality of sunlight seemed somewhat different from that on Earth. It was richer and brimming with energy. Leo reveled in the warm embrace of the sun, the explosive power coursing beneath his skin. Taking a deep breath, Leo felt an unprecedented strength. I wonder how fast I can move on Earth now, he mused. Due to the energy surge, the already dwindling nanofibers within him were nearly depleted. Retrieving his tattered uniform, Leo donned the royal battle armor that Thor had instructed the maidens to prepare for him, which closely resembled Thor's own. This armor, crafted by dwarves from the universe's finest materials, boasted far superior defensive capabilities compared to Leo's nanofiber suit, while also offering remarkable comfort. Gently caressing the silky crimson cloak draped over his back, Leo couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. It seemed like ages since he had worn a red mantle. Once he had donned his attire, Thor entered, wielding Mjolnir. Look at you. You now possess the same charisma as I do. By the way, don't you need a bit more rest? Thor remarked, patting Leo's pristine battle garb, astonished by Leo's vibrant demeanor, especially since he had only left a moment ago. After all, when Thor first encountered Leo, He was so frail that he could barely stand. Thank you, Thor. I feel completely rejuvenated. Let us not forget that I am the mightiest warrior, and thus my recovery is swift, Leo replied, holding Thor in high regard as a reliable and worthy friend. Thor remained skeptical of Leo's self-proclaimed title as the strongest warrior. He then gestured animatedly. By the way, how did you, arrive in Asgard? Not that I am unwelcome. I merely witnessed you enter that swirling tunnel. Seeing the curious expression on Thor's face, Leo couldn't help but let out a bittersweet smile. Well, that's a long story. After I entered the tunnel, I encountered yet another setback. I did not traverse to another universe, but instead found myself stranded on a planet called S.H.I.E.L.D, a boundary between the known and the unknown. Leo recounted his recent experiences to Thor, deliberately omitting any mention of the Valkyrie. This was not an act of alienation towards Thor, but rather a sign of fundamental respect for the Valkyrie. Wow, that's incredible, my friend. What a magnificent adventure, Thor exclaimed, brimming with excitement at Leo's tale, his imagination captivated by the mysteries of the universe, especially since he had yet to experience the tragedies of familial upheaval and the loss of home. Leo was reminded of the vision he had seen in Loki's illusion, where Asgard lay in ruins. One could only wonder how much sorrow would weigh on Thor's heart after such an experience. As his thoughts cleared, he still beheld Thor's exhilarated face, leaving Leo with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Now that our mightiest warrior has fully recovered, would you care to join me on an adventure? A battle for justice. Thor had initially intended to settle Leo before hastily departing for Vanaheim. But upon witnessing Leo's rapid recovery, he eagerly extended an invitation, eager to show Leo who the true mightiest warrior was. It dawned on Leo that Thor had seemed ready to use the Bifrost to teleport to another location, and given Thor's words, he surmised that it was likely to quell the turmoil across the 9 realms. Setting aside thoughts of the Tesseract for the moment, Leo resolved to inquire about it at a more opportune time. With a feigned flair, he lifted his crimson cloak and declared, "Why not?" With a smile, Thor brandished his mighty hammer, soaring towards the Bifrost alongside Leo. Despite a subtle melancholy nestled within his heart, the reunion with an old friend brought forth a long-lost smile upon Thor's visage. The Bifrost stood, as ever, under Heimdall's vigilant watch, guarding the gates of Asgard. However, today marked the arrival of a rather extraordinary individual, Leo Tang, who flew by Thor's side. In Heimdall's golden eyes, memories of 2 decades prior flickered to life, a radiant light piercing the cosmos and an infant adorned with the letters emblazoned upon his chest. As the image danced before him, the features of the infant gradually merged with those of the present Leo. "Do you recognize me?" Leo inquired, noting Heimdall's unwavering gaze. Thor, too, wore a look of intrigue. "Indeed, child, from the moment you graced the universe with your presence, you have been under my watchful eye, just like the other beings of the 9 realms," Heimdall replied, before retreating once more into silence. He plunged his sword into the control nexus of the Bifrost, and with that, the figures of Leo and Thor vanished into thin air. In Vanaheim, chaos reigned as refugees clutched their meager belongings and fled in all directions. At the heart of the battlefield, armored warriors of Asgard clashed fiercely with the menacing rebel forces. Sif, riding her steed, charged at the enemy, her sword piercing through the chest of an adversary. The 3 champions of the celestial realm fought valiantly, with Volstagg wielding a massive axe, decapitating foes with lethal precision. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, a rainbow light descended from the heavens, its thunderous sound dissipating to reveal the figures of Thor and Leo. The 2 exchanged knowing smiles, and Thor hurled his hammer, spinning and leaping as enemies fell one by one. Leo transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, darting across the battlefield with an unimaginable swiftness, causing bursts of blood to erupt with each strike. Before the Asgardian warriors could comprehend the scene, the foes they had been battling moments ago lay shattered and lifeless. "It seems this young man is quite formidable, wouldn't you agree?" Sif jested, turning to Thor. As the hammer returned to Thor's grasp, he was astonished to realize that he could barely track Leo's movements. The young warrior's strength was undeniably apparent. Recalling the moment Leo caught his hammer, Thor's initial desire to boast about wielding the hammer of the god of thunder began to wane. "What do you know? This is the power of connections," Thor laughed heartily, masking his slight embarrassment. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the ground, as if some colossal entity approached from afar, capturing the attention of all present. The surviving enemy forces halted their assault, turning to gaze backward. Leo, poised to eliminate the remaining foes with a heat ray, paused mid-air, his red cloak billowing amidst the swirling dust. Before them stood a formidable figure, a massive statue-like warrior crafted from stone, towering at an estimated 3 meters. He approached with a colossal mace in hand, embodying the strength of a powerful Cronan warrior. The enemy forces erupted in cheers at his presence. Thor observed the subtle movements of Leo's lips in the air and discerned his thoughts. "Prepare yourself to witness the true might of Mjolnir," he declared. With a swift motion, Thor swung Mjolnir, landing a resounding blow upon the Cronan warrior's chin. In an instant, the unfortunate stone being shattered into a pile of rubble, incapable of rising again to roar in defiance. "Who else dares to challenge?" Thor inquired, standing resolutely at the center of the battlefield, exuding an air of regal authority. At that moment, all enemies were stripped of their will to fight, bowing low in submission. "Impressive hammer, isn't it?" Leo remarked as he flew to Thor's side, his gaze fixated on the mighty weapon. One cannot deny that Mjolnir far surpasses the storm hammer wielded by the god of the horse-faced beings. "Indeed," Thor boasted, showcasing Mjolnir to Leo, causing Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard to burst into laughter. Once the matters at hand were settled, a radiant rainbow descended from the heavens, enveloping Leo and Thor until they vanished from sight. Chapter 48. The first meeting with Odin. "My father wishes to see you," Thor informed Leo, lowering his voice to add, "I have already briefed him on the Tesseract. However, fret not. With me by your side, it shall undoubtedly return to your possession, for you are my friend." With that, Thor pretended to scan the surroundings, as if wary of eavesdroppers overhearing their conversation. He then flicked his cloak and led Leo toward the royal palace. "There is no need for anxiety. While my father was once as fervent for battle as I, he is now transformed into a benevolent elder," Thor reassured. Leo couldn't help but smile at Thor's naivete, thinking to himself, that remains to be seen. Calming his mind, Leo felt less apprehensive. After all, Odin, no matter how powerful, was not his adversary. Following Thor, they arrived at the resplendent hall, devoid of cheering crowds or neatly aligned golden-armored soldiers. There, upon the throne, sat Odin. After exchanging customary greetings, the two stood in the vast emptiness of the hall. As Leo glanced upward, he met Odin's gaze, who was also observing him intently. In Odin's profound single eye, Leo perceived a tempest of thunder roaring forth, a subdued but immense aura of divinity emanating from him, evoking a profound sensation within Leo's heart. It felt as though he were gazing up at an expansive night sky, teeming with infinite wisdom and strength, while this ancient god-king sat high above, the stars merely specks of dust in his grasp. In stark contrast to the overwhelming presence of Thanos, whose might was outwardly palpable and easily discerned, Odin's pressure was subtle, as if he had shed all superficial grandeur. Unbeknownst to him, Leo was already drenched in cold sweat. This was not born of fear towards Odin, but rather an instinctual response of his body. Despite having grown immensely stronger than he once was, he still had a considerable journey ahead before reaching the level of the All-Father. This was Odin. Aside from transcendent beings like the celestial sovereign, he was the mightiest entity in this universe, the pinnacle among the divine. Clang! The spear of eternity gently struck the ground, dispelling all the unease Leo had previously felt. "Father, this is my friend from Midgard, a valiant and noble warrior," Thor proclaimed. "Indeed, I see," Odin replied, perceiving more than the youthful Thor did. He sensed the two powerful forces surging within Leo, which did not belong to him, and the increasingly nebulous future that had begun to blur since Leo's arrival. "Thank you, young warrior, for your assistance to Thor and for aiding Asgard in quelling the conflict in Vanaheim. Apart from the cosmic cube I promised you, what further reward do you desire?" Odin's voice resonated from the throne, both authoritative and benevolent. "Is he truly this accommodating?" Doubt surged within Leo as he glanced up at Odin on the throne. To his astonishment, Odin wore a warm smile, patiently awaiting his response. "What is happening?" Leo's heart raced. Yet, he dared not delay any longer, hastily responding, "Thank you for your generosity, All-Father, but I am a friend of Thor, and it is my duty to assist. I require no additional rewards. Merely the cosmic cube will suffice." Thor, you have a commendable friend, Odin remarked, as Thor nodded with a smile. In the next moment, Odin raised his palm, extending it forward and halting it in midair, allowing no room for refusal. In light of your kindness and bravery, I, Odin, king of the gods, bestow upon you my blessing. A peculiar white lightning emanated from Odin's palm, descending upon Leo's head. Mysterious and intricate runes flickered as the lightning fused into Leo's being. A tingling sensation coursed through Leo's body, accompanied by waves of refreshing energy. He could feel an extraordinary power augmenting within him. The restless energy that had surged due to Leo's recent rapid ascension stabilized under Odin's blessing, enhancing not only his strength, but also significantly fortifying his defenses. Why is Odin being so generous to me? Is this so-called blessing a means of surveillance? Leo's mind spun with confusion. Was there a conspiracy quietly unfolding against him? After all, he had inadvertently entangled himself with Asgard's cosmic cube. Just as Leo's suspicions began to swirl, Odin spoke once more. Thor has a long road ahead. I hope, as his friend, you will extend your hand when needed. Upon hearing Odin's words, Leo's doubts began to dissipate, though he remained vigilant. Of course. Very well, you may depart. Upon the throne, Odin waved to Thor and Leo. With a heart full of confusion, Leo and Thor stepped through the grand palace doors. Thor, however, was rather exuberant. It appears my father holds you in great esteem. Dear brother. Indeed, but why? Not quite catching Leo's murmured thoughts, Thor assumed Leo was still preoccupied with concerns about the Tesseract and continued to urge him forward. Worry not. The cosmic cube shall soon be delivered into your hands. In the meantime, let us revel in the feast that follows our battle. The 9 realms had returned to tranquility, and the warriors of Asgard commenced their customary celebration, laying out a grand banquet. Leo cast a fleeting glance at Thor, perceiving a burden weighing on his friend's heart. Yet unwilling to reveal his true feelings, he donned a facade of forced cheerfulness. A thought crossed Leo's mind, leading him to the source of Thor's distraction, Jane Foster. Only this woman could ensnare Thor's thoughts so deeply at this moment. After Thor and Leo exited the palace, the goddess Frigga entered from a side chamber, standing beside Odin. Did you see that boy? She inquired of Odin. Indeed, quite impressive, is he not? What do you discern within him? The power of hope and destruction courses through him, altering the fabric of the future. So, what do you perceive, hope or destruction? Frigga, my queen, much like you, perhaps he embodies the hope that shatters the prophecy. At that moment, the mistress of fate gazed into the distance, her vision clouded, for the once fixed trajectory of the future began to shift the instant Leo arrived. A phenomenon she had never encountered in her long existence. Yes, but he remains somewhat naive. Perhaps we should give him a gentle nudge. In the vast emptiness of the hall, Odin and Frigga gazed into the uncertain void of fate, their eyes imbued with depth and wisdom. Alas, Leo could not overhear this dialogue. Under the influence of powerful magic, all within this realm remained hidden from outside eyes. Even without such enchantments, Leo lacked the audacity to eavesdrop on the exchanges between the king and queen of the gods. What if they were to turn their wrath upon him? Lost in contemplation of this dilemma, Leo could not fathom that Odin's generosity, though purposeful, bore no ulterior motives. He merely wished for Leo to remember Asgard's kindness when the time of prophecy arrived, perhaps a form of indirect investment. Stop drinking. Hey, I'm talking to you. At the feast, Leo seized Thor's arm. This fellow had consumed a dozen barrels of Asgard's finest wine, which was far from the ordinary libations found on Earth. Yet, given Thor's capacity, he ought not to be inebriated. Rather, this fellow was deliberately dispersing his divine power to dull his senses. Observing Thor's struggle to maintain composure, Leo snatched the drink from his hand. Listen, what purpose does your drunkenness serve here? Is it merely for the sake of a woman? If you possess courage, accompany me to Earth once I obtain the cosmic cube, bravely confront her. You fail to understand. I am safeguarding her. I do not wish for her to be endangered because of me. Bear in mind, without you, Loki might have seized control of the entire Earth and harmed her. The first love of Thor is fraught with torment, ensnared in a chasm, uncertain of how to extricate himself. Man up, Thor. Even in our absence, peril would still loom. You cannot simply choose to evade. Furthermore, with the 2 mightiest warriors united, what adversary could possibly withstand us? Upon hearing the phrase, mightiest warriors, Thor's inebriation seemed to dissipate somewhat. You mistakenly believe your actions are noble. Have you considered Jane Foster's feelings? To my eyes, you are but a cowardly, selfish wretch. Leo continued to unleash his verbal onslaught. Bang! Thor slammed his palm against the table. You are right. I can no longer proceed this way. Upon raising his gaze once more, Thor had regained his clarity. I shall return to Earth with you. Chapter 49. Return to Earth. The resplendent blue cube glimmered in Leo's grasp, his heart swelling with a subtle joy. Despite having learned from the Grandmaster about the arduous journey ahead, he now felt empowered to take the first step, wielding the cosmic laws and the cube. He hoped that his father in that universe could endure. For patients with chronic leukemia, if treated early, a lifespan of 20 years is entirely feasible. Not only could he heal his father, but he could also dominate Earth. He merely wondered if the flow of time between the two universes would differ significantly, wishing for slower passage on the other side. As Leo envisioned a bright future, Thor, wielding Mjolnir, prodded him, breaking his reverie. Mate, what are you daydreaming about? Thor appeared somewhat impatient. Leo smirked. This fellow, once enraptured by a woman, had forgotten his comrades. Look at him now. What has the rush? Does he even know how to court? What a novice. Thor accurately caught Leo's disdainful glance. Not engaging in banter any further, Leo activated the cosmic cube. Whoosh! The two gradually transformed into blue phantoms, vanishing from their original location. Earth, California. Two figures abruptly materialized in Leo's villa. The previously dim room was instantly illuminated, and a familiar electronic voice resonated in their ears. Welcome back, Mr. Leo and the charming Thor. It is Friday. A smile crept across Leo's lips. Did you miss me? Friday? Meanwhile, the perplexed Thor tilted his head and inquired, What do you mean by charming Thor? He feigned an irate expression, only to break into a smile moments later. Indeed, I find myself perpetually longing for you, dear sir. It has been 8 months, 6 days, 19 minutes, and 52 seconds since I last beheld your presence, and I have been eagerly awaiting your return. When I departed, it was still summer, yet now the earth has transitioned into the somewhat chilly embrace of early spring. How could such a span of time have elapsed? A flicker of doubt crept into Leo's mind, as he felt he had only spent a few days on Sakaar. However, he soon recalled the High Elder's words, explaining that Sakaar is enveloped by the chaos of time and space, rendering its temporal flow rather tumultuous, and thus he found solace in that understanding. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how Tony had fared during this time. According to the general narrative, he should be confronting Aldrich Killian, the architect of the extremist virus, as well as the so-called Mandarin. Nevertheless, based on Tony's armor's capabilities when Leo last departed, there was little cause for concern. A wave of warmth surged within him. Thank you, Friday. Gazing at the room, which remained as pristine as ever, Leo recognized that it was all thanks to Friday's diligent upkeep. Hey, look at this, Thor exclaimed, plopping down excitedly on the sofa before the vast screen, picking up the game controller that still lay atop it. I remember this delightful little gadget. Leo couldn't help but smile at the sight. Indeed, you sat here, a mere mortal, and played for an entire night. However, Thor quickly set the controller aside to grasp his hammer. We must depart. Hold on. You don't even know where she is now? Allow me to make contact first. In the films, Thor was able to arrive at Jane's location directly because Heimdall could see where she was, enabling him to utilize the Bifrost to transport Thor precisely. Yet, since Leo and Thor were transported directly via the Tesseract, they were unaware of Jane's whereabouts. Of course, Leo's return was not solely to assist Thor in locating his old flame. He entered the underground laboratory to replenish the nanotech bracelet with nanites. As the Asgardian armor he wore gradually faded away, replaced by the familiar black superhero suit, which then transformed into casual attire. Just like Thor's armor, Leo's Asgardian gear could also be stored away, and he sensed he could summon it at will. He speculated that these armors bore runes of spatial magic, allowing them to be stored in an alternate dimension when not in use. With Odin's blessing, Leo felt he had gained a slight insight into the arcane arts. Casting a glance outside, his enhanced vision revealed that Tony was not at his villa. However, activity continued at the Tesseract research base. After completing these tasks, Leo grasped the space gem and beckoned Thor to join him, while also addressing Friday. Friday, please contact Tony and inform him that I have returned. If he has no pressing matters, urge him to hasten to the research base. Additionally, Please assist this endearing Thor in locating Jane Foster. Certainly, sir. Subsequently, Leo activated the Tesseract once more, transporting Thor to the research base in an instant. Teleportation is far more exhilarating than flying. The sudden appearance of individuals in an incomprehensible manner startled the researchers at the base. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than their own superior. One individual cautiously approached. It was S.H.I.E.L.D, under Leo's subtle threat and Thor's persuasion. Loki had lifted the mental control over S.H.I.E.L.D long before the Chitauri army was vanquished by Leo. As for Fury, he regained his senses after a barrage of verbal onslaughts from Tony. Despite the inherent dangers, S.H.I.E.L.D being the passionate scientist he was, returned to the research base to continue his work undeterred. Although the Tesseract was no longer available, the previously recorded data would suffice for their research for quite some time. S.H.I.E.L.D, it has been a while. How is your work progressing? Leo casually placed the Tesseract back into the long-forgotten cosmic tunnel apparatus, and the blue luminescence once again enveloped the experimental base. Upon confirming the identities of Leo and Thor, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. We are still making further enhancements to the apparatus, and the return device is also under investigation. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, S.H.I.E.L.D inquired, "Have you returned from another universe?" The other researchers eagerly craned their necks, awaiting Leo's response, yearning to unveil the mysteries of this universe through his words. At that moment, Thor spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Jane Foster. It turned out she had been here all along. Thor, unable to restrain his emotions, rushed forward to embrace Jane, wielding his Stormbreaker as they departed. Observing the reunion of a young couple, Leo couldn't help but smile. No wonder Friday had been silent. It was because Jane was right here. Just as Leo was about to share his experiences with the group, the research base was suddenly filled with exhilarating music. It was Tony's favorite, Shoot to Thrill. Leo felt a stirring in his heart, knowing that Tony had arrived. "Miss me?" The distinctive magnetic voice of the playboy echoed in Leo's ears as the ceiling of the research base swiftly opened. Clearly, the researchers had learned from the repeated lessons of the ceiling being smashed and had ingeniously transformed it into an operable skylight. A suit of armor, unlike anything Leo had ever seen, brimming with advanced technology, descended amidst a trail of flames before the astonished onlookers. With a thud, it executed a classic superhero landing. The armor then receded like a tide, revealing a richly textured deep blue suit underneath. The two shared a hearty laugh and exchanged a warm embrace. "So, have you grown weary of playing in that universe?" Tony jested with Leo. "This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. I have unraveled the true principles of traversing the cosmos." A mysterious smile graced Leo's face. Chapter 50, Celestial Convergence. Are you suggesting that our previous failures were thwarted by the inherent instincts of the universe? Upon hearing Leo's astonishing and magical experiences, Tony inquired incredulously. He had rushed from a significant meeting the moment he received Leo's message, without the slightest delay. Indeed, Leo did not disappoint him, bringing forth such explosive revelations. Behind Tony, a cadre of esteemed scientists appeared somewhat dazed. S.H.I.E.L.D could not help but murmur to himself, "It is simply unbelievable that the universe possesses its own instincts." The unfortunate scientists accompanying Leo found their worldviews continually challenged. First, their own boss turned out to be a superhuman. Then, a group of extraterrestrials claiming divine status entered the fray, revealing that myths were indeed rooted in reality. Now, learning of such cosmic mysteries, one could say that each revelation was more difficult for them to accept than the last. All right, everyone, we now have more questions to address. Let's rally our spirits. Leo felt compelled to uplift these brilliant minds. After all, they were diligent workers under his leadership. The truths of the universe are about to be unveiled before us, and you shall stand behind me, witnessing the birth of monumental history alongside me. After this motivational speech, the workers returned to their respective posts, continuing to contribute to Leo's cosmic endeavors. After all, how can one achieve their boss's dreams without putting in the effort? Tony, resting his chin upon his hand, contemplated diligently. Considering the words of that individual known as the High Celestial and our earlier hypotheses, I believe what you require now is not merely a return device, but rather a mechanism capable of facilitating your traversal to the next universe once you have reached another realm. Indeed, however, this would significantly increase our workload. as other universes may not possess artifacts akin to the cosmic cube. This retraversal device must not only seek out the barriers I encounter during my initial journey through the universe, but also possess sufficient energy to support my subsequent crossings. Leo concurred. Furthermore, we must account for the discrepancies in the flow of time. Should I spend merely a day in that universe while a century elapses here, we would likely have to alter our trajectory. Thus, we need to devise a time calibration device to compare the temporal flow rates of the two universes. Hiss. Both men inhaled sharply. Upon thorough examination, traversing between different universes indeed appears to be an exceedingly intricate endeavor. Yet, both are unparalleled geniuses, undaunted by such challenges. Exchanging glances, they recognize the fierce determination mirrored in each other's eyes. Speaking of energy conservation, a material springs to mind, vibranium. Have you heard of it? Upon hearing Tony's words, Leo momentarily lost focus, contemplating the enigmatic and affluent African nation. However, he currently lacked the leisure to embark on a journey there. As for vibranium, it could simply be procured through the black market, swift and convenient, as finances were not an issue. Certainly, Leo nodded in agreement. Perhaps it could serve as a material for their device. Furthermore, it seemed imperative that they delve into the workings of the Tesseract, striving to comprehend its operational intricacies in order to craft a device with similar capabilities. Leo felt compelled to applaud Tony's brilliance. Bringing this genius on board for research had undoubtedly been a splendid decision. Without further ado, the two immediately commenced their endeavors, rejuvenating the Tesseract research facility after a hiatus of several months. Under the vigorous collaboration of these two prodigies, the development of the return device and the interdimensional travel apparatus progressed at an astonishing pace. For efficiency, they amalgamated these two devices into one, dubbing it the Cosmic Voyager. The Cosmic Voyager was predominantly constructed from vibranium, its exterior and dimensions remarkably akin to that of the Tesseract. However, on this particular day, an unforeseen complication arose in their research of the Voyager. The essence of the Tesseract was, in fact, the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, which was not easily mastered by the uninitiated. Typically, Leo employed his super intellect to decipher its core mysteries. Nevertheless, the vast cosmic data stream often left him feeling overwhelmed. Yet today, as Leo navigated the enigmas of the Tesseract, he suddenly realized it seemed to have faltered. The data flow was disturbingly chaotic, rendering it impossible for him to extract any useful information. Through the Tesseract, Leo acutely sensed a problem. The space surrounding Earth appeared akin to a sieve, with countless loophole-like passages connecting Earth to the other 8 realms. This phenomenon rendered the previously docile Space Stone somewhat unruly. Leo was compelled to halt his current tasks. An unprecedented celestial convergence had commenced without warning. With a slight sigh, Leo resigned himself to the situation. After all, he had waited so long. A few additional days were inconsequential. At the current pace, he anticipated that within a month, all work could be substantially completed, allowing him to traverse to the next universe. Since interdimensional travel was presently unfeasible, why not engage in the unfolding narrative? As Leo felt the lingering blessings bestowed upon him by Odin, he recalled the anguish Thor experienced upon losing Frigga, a sentiment of profound loss he had once acutely felt upon his arrival in this universe. With a resigned wave of his hand, Leo recognized this as fate's design, compelling him to aid Thor through this tribulation. Yet, he bore no resentment. After all, Thor was a dear brother, and Odin had been generously supportive. This endeavor was not solely for Thor, but also for Leo himself. After all, if the Dark Elves were to succeed, the sun, which serves as the foundation for Leo's ascension and strength, would extinguish, and the earth, his stronghold, would cease to exist. These circumstances would render Leo's journey through the cosmos increasingly arduous. He set aside the cosmic cube and donned his black Superman uniform. Friday, please locate Thor's position. A few seconds later, the response came, Sir, Mr. Thor is currently at late by call. Goodness, while Tony and I were preoccupied with our tasks here, Thor has taken his girlfriend on a honeymoon. Additionally, inform Tony to take a break in the coming days. He needs to rest well. It must be noted that Tony does not possess the robust physique of Leo, yet he has been tirelessly working day and night, committed to his duties without complaint. This is not merely Leo's insistence, but a testament to the bond of friendship. Now, he finally has the opportunity to relax for a few days. Instead of having Friday contact Jane Foster directly, Leo decided to visit her personally. After so much time, he had yet to test his current speed. This occasion presented the perfect opportunity to assess the level of his newfound abilities. Furthermore, it was essential to prepare for multiple contingencies to avert any unforeseen circumstances. It was simply a matter of meeting water with earth and confronting soldiers with generals. This time, Freya was under Leo's protection. Not even the arrival of Jesus could take her away. Chapter 51. Awakening your maximum speed is 64 Mach, sir. Friday's electronic voice resonated in Leo's ear. At that moment, Leo was soaring through the sky at an unparalleled speed, the immense air resistance causing the atmosphere before him to shimmer in hues of orange and yellow, as if on the verge of combustion. 64 Mach? Leo recalled that prior to his journey to S.H.I.E.L.D, his speed had been less than 40 Mach. He was astonished at such a significant enhancement. At this velocity, Leo could circumnavigate the Earth in just over half an hour. Moreover, this was under the influence of air resistance on Earth. In a vacuum of space, devoid of such hindrances, he could only imagine how fast he might accelerate. However, it was likely he would surpass the speed of the Solar Probe 2. Launched on January 15, 1976, it remains one of humanity's fastest creations, achieving approximately 175 Mach in the cosmos. A smile crept across Leo's lips. With his current prowess, he would certainly not disgrace the title of Superman. At just 20 years of age, it was conceivable that he had surpassed the abilities of the Superman depicted in cosmic cinema at the same age. In less than 10 minutes, Leo traversed nearly 10,000 kilometers, utilizing his superhuman sight and hearing to precisely locate Thor and Jane. In the ensuing days, Leo remained aloft, shadowing Thor and Jane from above. Certainly, Leo is not a voyeur. In places unsuitable for children, he instinctively averts his gaze. For Leo, the most prudent course of action is to closely follow Jane's footsteps. Should she vanish, he can enter that spatial wormhole within mere milliseconds, thereby preventing Jane from awakening the ether particles and standing guard over them until the celestial convergence occurs. Thus, all issues would be resolved effortlessly. However, in the ensuing days, no anjucho le quieren se transpireth. Leo soon recognized his dilemma. Due to his interference, it was evident that Jane might no longer be the one to awaken the ether particles. Realizing he could no longer shadow her, Leo contemplated for a moment and chose an opportune moment to descend before Thor and Jane. It must be said that the scenery here is indeed breathtaking. The shimmering lake seems to isolate one from the chaos of the world, clear and pure. Upon seeing the familiar black cloak, Thor and Leo exchanged a gentle fist bump, while Jane, nestled in Thor's embrace, shyly greeted Leo. "What troubles you, my friend?" Thor understood that something serious must have occurred to prompt his dear brother, who is usually immersed in research at the Cosmic Cube facility, to come forth. Recently, Earth has exhibited some abnormal behaviors. Peculiar phenomena have been reported in various locales, with people or objects inexplicably vanishing, as if an invisible spatial wormhole has transported them to the unknown. Thor, you are of Asgard, well-versed in many matters. Do you have any insights regarding this situation? Furthermore, under Selvig's speculation, it seems the 9 realms are aligning in a linear formation. After some consideration, Leo offered a reasonable explanation. Is that so? Thor furrowed his golden brows, his fingers lightly stroking his chin. Having spent this time in a world of 2 with Jane, he had not paid heed to this matter before. After pondering briefly, he provided Leo with the answer he sought. The 9 realms traverse the world tree, orbiting Midgard as the Earth does the sun. Every 5,000 years, these realms align in a straight line, a phenomenon we refer to as celestial convergence. During this period, the boundaries between realms become blurred, and I suspect those who have disappeared may have inadvertently found a point of ambiguity and entered another realm. Leo feigned understanding, nodding thoughtfully. I see. You must be cautious not to inadvertently lead Jane into another realm while wandering. Upon hearing this, Thor laughed heartily, patting Leo on the shoulder. Fear not, my brother. Have you forgotten? We have Heimdall. He is ever vigilant regarding the movements of the 9 realms. As long as we call upon his name, the Bifrost shall carry us. Let's hope so. If all goes as planned, Thor will remain close to Jane in the time to come, ensuring that the ether particles will not be awakened by her. Leo's descent was, in essence, a subtle reminder to Thor to keep a vigilant eye on Jane, lest she vanish the moment he departed. Although Friday could monitor Jane's presence, Leo realized that such an approach would consume precious time, making it preferable to eliminate this possibility altogether. After bidding farewell to Thor and Jane, Leo returned to the research base of the Cosmic Cube. Today, the cube was more agitated than ever, teetering on the brink of unusability. Leo mocked himself for his impatience, having overlooked the crux of the matter. Upon further contemplation, he arrived at a precise conclusion. As long as Jane was not being used as a vessel for the ether particles, she would not be transported to Asgard by Thor, thus averting the ensuing tragedy. Should another individual awaken the ether particles, provided that person remained on Earth, the Dark Elves would launch a direct assault. At that moment, Leo would be poised to confront them. After all, he was no longer the feeble individual he had been 2 years prior, with his current prowess. There was no need for convoluted strategies. Despite the inhabitants of this universe appearing significantly stronger than their cinematic counterparts, Leo was now confidently superior to Thor by a considerable margin. Whether it be the cursed warriors or Malekith, any who dare to show themselves would be swiftly dealt with. Such was the simplicity of it. With this mindset, Leo's spirits gradually settled. Meanwhile, Elizabeth traversed her usual route to work. 2 years in the professional realm had imbued her with a distinctive aura, particularly since her appointment as CEO of S.H.I.E.L.D. The fitted skirt accentuated her exquisite figure, and her alluring presence left many a man envious and breathless. Regrettably, no one had yet mustered the courage to approach this unattainable beauty. Whispers in the corridors suggested that her rise to prominence was due to her entanglement with influential figures elsewhere. After all, with so many capable individuals, why should she be the one to stand out? Yet, Elizabeth was well aware that such rumors were far from the truth. It had been some time since she last received news from her superior. As she stepped through the office door, she was unaware that the world beyond had transformed dramatically. With a sudden pop, her figure vanished. Coming to her senses, she gazed into the abyss below, halting her advance just in time. Where was this place? Elizabeth cautiously surveyed her surroundings, noting the towering, robust stone columns that loomed around her. In this dark environment, a vivid splash of red captivated her attention. What was this? Simultaneously, in the depths of an unknown universe, a long-dormant, oddly shaped spacecraft began to glow. Within it, layers of the stasis chamber peeled away, and suddenly Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, awakened, his eyes gleaming with an eerie light. He stumbled outside and beheld his kin gradually awakening. The etheric particles had roused us, and the celestial convergence had returned. Within the desolate, shadowy confines of the spacecraft, Malekith's words echoed incessantly. Chapter 52, The Tipping Point. When Elizabeth awoke once more, she found herself back on Earth. In her office, Elizabeth's chest heaved with residual trepidation, casting doubt on whether the preceding events had merely been a figment of her imagination. As she struggled to prop herself up, her gaze fell upon Leo, seated in her office chair. "Boss, what? How did you get here?" Elizabeth's cheeks flushed, mortified at having been discovered sprawled on the floor by Leo. Despite her commanding presence in the workplace, she was, at her core, merely a young woman in her early 20s. "Of course, I came for you." It turned out that at the very moment Elizabeth vanished, Friday's voice had echoed in Leo's ear. "Sir, I have just severed the tracking on Miss Elizabeth. She has disappeared from Earth." Upon hearing Friday's alert, Leo rushed to the location of Elizabeth's disappearance. Yet, the elusive point had vanished, leaving him with no viable alternatives but to wait and see if she would return. After enduring a silence that stretched over 10 hours, Elizabeth's form finally materialized once more. The instant she reappeared, Leo discerned the anomaly within her. It was the etheric particles. Though he had entertained this notion following Elizabeth's disappearance, the reality of it still struck him as profoundly astonishing. Without uttering another word, Leo's commanding presence enveloped the room. He stood, effortlessly lifting Elizabeth from the ground, and used a fine beam of thermal energy to carve a sufficiently large circular aperture in the glass wall, ascending into the sky with her in his embrace. Beneath the setting sun and above the clouds, Elizabeth's countenance was kissed by a breathtaking rosy hue, and she peacefully closed her eyes. Upon returning to his villa, he gently laid her on the scanning platform. "Do not worry, you will be fine," Leo reassured her while signaling Friday to commence operations. The luminous, technology-infused glow swept over Elizabeth's curvaceous form, and a spectral image manifested above the scanning platform, depicting her physical condition. Through this projection, Leo could clearly see tendrils of dark crimson matter swirling within her body. A slender needle was inserted into Elizabeth's delicate wrist. "What is this?" she inquired, curiosity piqued. "Nanobots. I will attempt to extract what is within you." Despite understanding that even S.H.I.E.L.D could not contend with the etheric particles, some actions were simply imperative. A silvery liquid gradually seeped into Elizabeth's body, while Leo anxiously fixated on the projection displayed on the scanning platform. As anticipated, the shimmering silver particles vanished upon contact with the etheric particles. Was it effective? What precisely resided within my body? I can only recall opening the door to my office, subsequently entering a peculiar realm, after which a mass of dark crimson fluid invaded my being, akin to plummeting into an abyss of darkness. "You'll be fine." Leo's words soothed Elizabeth's previously frantic heart. Undeterred, Leo soon conceived a brilliant idea: the power of Omega. It is known that the power of Omega can transmute any form of matter. Could he harness this ability to gradually expel the etheric particles from Elizabeth's body in solid form? However, his command over the power of Omega was still somewhat unrefined, necessitating utmost caution during the process. Without hesitation, a faint light ignited in Leo's eyes. Meanwhile, the Dark Elves commenced their operations with remarkable efficiency. Despite sensing the etheric particles' emergence in Midgard rather than Asgard, Malekith remained vigilant. This time, there was no retreat. With the final cursed gem handed over to Algrim, preparations were underway as the colossal mothership embarked on what may be its final journey through the frigid cosmos. On Earth, sweat glistened on Leo's cheeks, and in his hand, a crimson gem pulsated with radiant brilliance. Leo had succeeded. Despite his extraordinary prowess at this moment, the endeavor had drained an immense amount of his energy. Prolonged activation of the power of Omega had imposed significant strain on Leo's body, and his mental faculties had been extensively exhausted in the struggle against the etheric particles. The reality gem in his grasp continued to writhe uneasily, attempting to revert to a liquid state and enter Leo's body. However, as soon as these crimson vapors infiltrated Leo, they were repelled by two vast forces. Leo placed the reality gem into the special container freshly crafted by Friday, sealing it tightly. He gently pinched the cheeks of the unconscious Elizabeth, a resolute glimmer shining in his eyes. Next, it was time to fully prepare for the impending assault from the Dark Elves. Although he believed his strength was entirely sufficient to annihilate all the Dark Elves, after all, the remnants from the last great war were few, Leo remained cautious. Clad in a black superhuman suit, Leo was now ready to bask in the sun above Earth, replenishing his energy and vitality in preparation for the battles that lay ahead. On Friday, summon Tony for me, and contact Thor through Jane's communication device, informing them that Earth is about to awaken. After uttering these words, Leo grasped the container enclosing the reality stone and soared into the sky. Much like the moment before vanquishing the Chitauri army, he spread his arms wide, luxuriating in the warm embrace of sunlight. In the vast desert, Leo, Thor, and Tony stood side by side. Tony, piloting the Mark X6, shook his head. "What are we waiting for?" he inquired. Thor, wielding his hammer, turned to look. Awaiting the impending adversary, Leo replied with a calm demeanor. Leo tossed the reality stone into Thor's hands. The reason he carried the reality stone was to ensure that the Dark Elves would be able to locate this place. This desolate area was meticulously chosen by Leo as an ideal resting place for them. "Are you familiar with this?" Thor scratched his head. "This is the Ether, an artifact once wielded by the Dark Elves." "The Ether?" Thor furrowed his golden brows. "But in legends, the Ether and the Dark Elf were both said to have been destroyed." "No, when I was stranded on Sakaar, the Grandmaster informed me that both the Ether and the Dark Elves still exist in this world. The Ether could not be destroyed. Hence the Asgardians buried it deep within the abyss, while the remaining Dark Elves have continuously awaited the resurgence of the Ether. Whenever faced with such inexplicable matters, Leo attributed them to the Grandmaster, and this reasoning sufficed to placate Thor, who was rather naive. Wait, what are you talking about? I can't understand." Tony interjected, interrupting their dialogue. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance flashed in Leo's eyes as he gazed upward. "Gentlemen, we shall revisit this topic later. Our guests have arrived." High above Earth, a colossal, cloaked, wedge-shaped warship gradually emerged, flanked by several smaller spacecraft providing escort. Although these vessels remained cloaked and invisible to Leo's superhuman vision. After all, even Heimdall could not detect the presence of the Dark Elf ships. Leo had strategically deployed numerous tiny, floating nanobots in the area, which enabled him to gather intelligence on the approaching enemy. The massive ship of the Dark Elves sliced through the sky, heading directly towards Leo and his companions. Chapter 53. Life is a play. All depends on performance. What is that? Malekith observed the three figures on the ground with clarity from aboard the ship. Through extensive scanning of the area below, the Dark Elves found no signs of a military presence. Could there be an ambush? Or had the Asgardian forces already assembled on the other side of the Bifrost? As a leader, Malekith had to exercise utmost caution. With his eyes narrowed, he resolved to first dispatch several ships to ascertain the situation, while he and the cursed warriors remained on the mothership, awaiting their opportunity. Whoosh! The mothership hovered above Earth, while three ships streaked towards the surface. One of the vessels gradually shed its cloaking mechanism, heading directly towards Leo and his companions, while the other two maintained their stealth, circling nearby to survey the area for any undiscovered ambushes. On the ground, Leo and his two companions observed the hovering ship above with a mixture of curiosity and impatience. Is this it? Is this the reason we have lingered here for so long? Is our superhuman feeling unusually insecure today? Tony attempted to scan the ship's structure, but was met with failure. Nevertheless, given the diminutive size of the vessel, it could accommodate only a handful of individuals, prompting Tony to jest with Leo. Yet, Tony understood that Leo surely had his reasons. He merely wished to lighten the mood. Patience, gentlemen. The real prize lies ahead. Let's not rush. Leo remained calm, though inwardly he chastised Malekith for his cowardice. The mothership, suspended in the cosmos rather than entering Earth's atmosphere, indicated that Malekith could retreat at any moment. Despite Leo's current speed being sufficient, it was impossible to pursue a ship capable of spatial jumps. Thus, he resolved to bide his time, coaxing Malekith into emerging himself. Leo speculated that Malekith was concerned about potential ambushes against the Dark Elves, and his aim was to alleviate Malekith's worries. Prior to this, Leo had instructed Thor to transform his iconic Asgardian attire into Earth-appropriate clothing, ensuring that Malekith wouldn't overthink the situation. Upon receiving confirmation of safety near the other two ships, the vessel finally descended slowly. As the hatch opened, two Dark Elves, wearing pale, withered masks, descended. Leo approached, holding the Reality Stone, and stood resolutely before the Dark Elves. "We are the Guardians of Midgard. You are not welcome here. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to ashes with this wondrous artifact I have just discovered," Leo declared, deliberately showcasing the Reality Stone while attempting to appear as an oblivious Earth native. Though the Dark Elves possessed their own language, they understood the universal tongue of the cosmos, English. Gazing at the luminous Reality Stone, despite its altered form, they clearly recognized it as the sacred relic of their kind, the Ether. Seeing that Leo bore no visible weapons, one Dark Elf raised an energy gun, aiming it at Leo, while the other reached out to seize the Ether from Leo's grasp. Bang! Before the two Dark Elves could react, the one brandishing a weapon was swiftly dispatched by Leo's heat ray, erupting into a mist of crimson that lingered in the air. The remaining Dark Elf was effortlessly seized by Leo. "Return to your leader and inform him, assuming you have one, that Midgard is no realm for your kind," Leo declared menacingly. With that, he flung the Dark Elf away. The Dark Elf, who landed heavily on the ground, struggled to ascend the spacecraft, utilizing its communication device to relay the situation to Malekith. Listening to the Dark Elf's incoherent chatter aboard the ship, a subtle smile crept across Leo's lips. His performance had become increasingly polished. After confirming that no ambush awaited below, nor any Asgardians, Malekith's spirits soared. It turned out to be a handful of audacious Midgard natives who had inadvertently acquired one of their sacred artifacts. Yet they possessed no understanding of its usage. Now, the opportunity to forge an entirely new, shadow-laden universe had arrived. Malekith's voice resonated throughout the mothership. Buzz! Over the Earth, this colossal mothership descended toward the surface, and as it breached the atmosphere, the Dark Elves boldly deactivated the ship's cloaking mechanism. "They've arrived." Leo perceptively noted this shift. The massive vessel, resembling a formidable sword, cleaved through the clouds, hurtling toward Leo and his companions at breakneck speed. "Can we engage now?" Thor inquired, twirling the umbrella conjured from Mjolnir, glancing at Leo. "Indeed. Let's bring that airborne contraption crashing down," Leo replied. Boom! A bolt of lightning materialized as Thor donned his battle armor, arcs of electricity dancing upon Mjolnir. Simultaneously, a golden glow ignited from the reactor in Tony's chest. Witnessing their eagerness, a fierce red light flickered in Leo's eyes. In the next instant, a blue lightning beam, a golden energy surge, and two robust red beams converged, each infused with the power of annihilation, striking the mothership with a ferocious impact. The ship's shield could not withstand the onslaught of these three forces for even a second before it shattered, disintegrating as if butter under a knife. The mournful wails of metal echoed, as only a few ships managed to flee in time. Following this, a portion of the mothership erupted in a brilliant explosion, while another fragment plummeted to the ground, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. Leo also took the liberty of cleaving the grounded spacecraft in two. As they beheld the once mighty mothership reduced to smoldering wreckage, Tony and Thor could not help but commend themselves. "We truly are formidable." Beneath the Mark X6, a radiant light illuminated as Tony soared into the sky in pursuit of the fleeing vessels. "Is it over?" The legendary dark elves seemed rather underwhelming after all. Thor shook the hammer of the god of thunder in his hand, but Leo shook his head in response. "No, the true battle has only just begun." Leo's gaze was fixed intently on the remnants of the mothership before him. Suddenly, a massive fragment of the mothership was violently hurled into the air by an immense force, tumbling before crashing heavily in the distance, causing the ground to tremble. Emerging from the roaring flames was a towering figure with a fearsome visage that sent shivers down the spine. Algarim, the last cursed warrior of the Dark Elves. Beside him walked Malekith, the leader of Millennia. Both appeared virtually unscathed. Brushing the dust from his attire, Malekith concealed a seething fury beneath his calm exterior. How could he have been bested by mere natives of Midgard? Even more infuriating was the presence of a despicable Asgardian lurking among them. Yet it was now clear that Asgard would not be sending any reinforcements, for if this Asgardian had alerted the realm of the gods, the Bifrost would have already been summoned. Thus, Malekith was utterly enraged. He yearned to tear the three before him to shreds. "I concede that you may possess some measure of strength, but what do you amount to in the face of true darkness?" As Malekith boasted, Leo and Thor began to argue across from him. "I will take on the large one," declared Thor as the hammer in his hand began to whirl. "No, no, no. I shall confront the large one. You deal with the smaller one," Leo countered, shaking his head. "I believe it is best if I..." Just as their bickering intensified, the cursed warrior roared and charged at them, closely followed by Malekith. In a flash of lightning, Thor soared toward the cursed warrior, hammer raised. Leo chuckled and shook his head. "Young Thor, do not cry for a switch later." Chapter 54. The Dark Elf Gone Astray. Boom. The flying ship attempted to launch an assault on Tony, but Tony's movements were remarkably agile, deftly dodging several energy missiles. He spun around and unleashed a powerful repulsor blast, splitting one ship in two, which plummeted downwards, trailing thick smoke. Yet several other ships continued to encircle him. The Mark X6 roared as it broke free from their encirclement. Meanwhile, a far more intense battle raged on the ground. Thor was locked in combat with the cursed warrior. The thunderous claps and the sounds of flesh colliding resonating through the desolate landscape. At that moment, Leo found himself face to face with Malekith. "You have no idea what you are wielding," Malekith sneered. "No, in fact, I am quite aware," Leo replied, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. In the next instant, Malekith extended his palm, and Leo suddenly felt the reality stone stirring restlessly, as if it were on the verge of reverting to a liquid state. On the opposing side, Malekith's smile grew increasingly menacing. The moment the sacred ether particles returned to his possession would mark the onset of darkness for the 9 kingdoms. Naturally, these insignificant insects would also be crushed along the way. Yet Leo remained unfazed, his eyes emitting 2 distinct crimson beams that curved in an uncanny manner to strike the ether particles secured at Malekith's waist. "What? This is impossible." Malekith sensed a formidable force severing the connection between himself and the ether particles. "There is nothing impossible." The red glow in Leo's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a flash of his fist. The unmatched power and speed compressed the air around them, and even before the punch landed, Malekith felt the overwhelming force bearing down upon him. He desperately attempted to shield his chest with his arms, but could not keep pace with such velocity. Bang! It was as if he'd been struck directly by a meteor. Malekith's chest plate shattered in an instant, and the hardened bones of his ribcage splintered mercilessly. Malekith rolled violently under the impact of Leo's punch, carving a deep trench in the ground. However, as the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith was not so feeble as to be vanquished by a single blow from Leo. He managed to steady himself, blood seeping from his chest and the corner of his mouth. Yet Leo would not grant him a moment's respite. A robust beam of heat surged forth once more. Malekith attempted to evade Leo's assault, launching himself off the ground with a heavy push of his right foot, awkwardly sidestepping. The beam of heat grazed the side of Malekith's face, and though it did not make direct contact, the intense temperature seared half of his visage, leaving it charred. In the distance, a significant portion of the hillside was cleaved away by the heat ray. Gasping for breath, Malekith was left shaken, cursing under his breath. What manner of monster is this? The pressure Leo exerted was overwhelming. Meanwhile, a silver gleam heralded the approach of Thor's hammer, hurtling towards the cursed warrior. However, in the eyes of the cursed warrior, the hammer's trajectory was all too clear. He swung his robust arm with fervor. Clang! Thor's hammer was unexpectedly deflected by the cursed warrior, crashing heavily into the adjacent mountainside. Thor's expression was one of disbelief. How could a mere mortal catch a hammer with bare hands? Yet, being a composed warrior, he retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at the cursed warrior's face. Bang! Thor's fist was tightly grasped, and the cursed warrior responded with a punch delivered at an even swifter pace. Thor was momentarily dazed by the strike, only to be subsequently kicked in the chest by the cursed warrior. The sound of the explosion reverberated through the air as Thor was sent flying. Whoosh! Leo caught Thor just in time, effortlessly dissipating the tremendous force. Observing the numerous bruises adorning Thor's face, Leo could not suppress a laugh. Shall I take over? Gasping for breath, Thor managed a nod. Summoning Mjolnir, Thor soared towards Malekith. At that moment, the cursed warrior manifested his formidable strength, leaping into the air in an attempt to impede Thor's progress. Alas, Leo was swifter. Bang! With his attention solely focused on Thor, the cursed warrior was met with a powerful punch from Leo, striking him squarely in the face. A circular shockwave radiated outward, shattering the grotesque mask of the cursed warrior and sending him crashing to the ground, creating a massive dent in the earth. As the dust settled, a large hand grasped the edge of the crater. The figure of the cursed warrior gradually emerged, his visage stained with dark blood. Impressive, Leo remarked, instantaneously appearing before the cursed warrior. They both unleashed a punch simultaneously, sending the cursed warrior flying once more. Leo pursued him with unimaginable speed, fists clenched. Boom! The ground fractured, mountains crumbled, and the cursed warrior plummeted like a meteorite towards the earth. Even Malekith and Thor, who were entangled in combat, were affected by the shockwave. Yet, the cursed warrior resolutely rose to his feet. Could he still fight? The cursed godstone had completely drained Algrim's vitality, vowing to consume him entirely in battle. Hiss! The cursed warrior gazed down at his chest, where Leo's palm had effortlessly pierced his body like the sharpest of weapons. Yet, the cursed warrior remained unfazed, finally launching his first counterattack. Bang! He summoned all his strength to strike Leo before him. However, Leo effortlessly caught his punch with the other hand. At that moment, Algrim's heart felt as desolate as Thor's hammer flung away, a profound sense of despair enveloping him. Nevertheless, he did not forget his mission. The muscles in his body contracted forcefully, ensnaring Leo's hand tightly within himself, while his remaining fist struck Leo's handsome face with ferocity. Bang! Leo was forcefully thrown back, his neck arching in response to the blow. Intriguing. Leo twisted his neck, loosening his muscles. Then, under the almost shattered gaze of the cursed warrior, a beam of heat erupted forth. Thud! A headless corpse lay heavily in the depths of the crater, and Leo withdrew his hand, observing the viscous blood with disgust. Vigorous in his movements, he flung off the remnants and soared out of the pit. Meanwhile, Tony and Thor were besieging Malekith, and the battle was nearing its conclusion. Mjolnir struck Malekith's chest once more, worsening the wounds inflicted by Leo, rendering his innards starkly visible. Seizing the moment while Malekith was airborne, a slender yet formidable red laser shot forth from the arm of the Mark X6, severing one of Malekith's arms in an instant. Apologies, I initially aimed for the neck. Upon seeing Leo soaring from the side, Tony instantly relaxed, even finding time for a jest. How could this be? Malekith fell weakly to the ground, still somewhat incredulous about the reality before him. The Asgardian wielding the hammer was one thing, but how could that Midgardian in the sky possess such formidable strength? Times have changed, my friend. Accompanied by Leo's faint voice, Malekith's vision darkened, bidding farewell to this luminous world forever. Had Malekith acquired the ether particles, his power would have surpassed even that of the cursed warrior, paired with the indestructible trait bestowed by the particles, resulting in a truly arduous battle. Alas, Leo denied him that opportunity. As for the cursed warrior, Leo's assessment was that he surpassed Surtur by a notch, but fell short of the duelists. In short, all are mere dross. Chapter 55. The Eve of the Journey Boom. The Bifrost descended from the heavens, as Thor returned to Asgard bearing Malekith's lifeless body. Meanwhile, on Earth, Leo and Tony surveyed the remnants of the spaceship, the wreckage of the mothership, and the surroundings, which had transformed into a lunar-like landscape due to the battle, waving their hands dismissively. It would be prudent to notify our logistics team to clean up the battlefield. With no lingering concerns, and having reached his current level of power, Leo could now completely disregard the earthly factions, becoming increasingly indifferent to S.H.I.E.L.D, merely viewing it as a cleanup crew. Before Fury and his entourage could arrive, Leo and Tony propelled themselves skyward. Elizabeth awoke from her slumber, glancing around but failing to spot Leo. She slowly rose from the scanning platform, curiously surveying Leo's underground base, a place she had never visited before. In the transparent display cases, various superhero costumes caught Elizabeth's eye, illuminated by the lights. These outfits not only differed slightly in design, but also featured symbols that constantly shifted. Some bore the emblem of an S, while others displayed different insignias. These costumes were creations from before Leo developed the nanosuits, a testament to his myriad of fascinating ideas. He even possessed a meticulously crafted Batman suit, standing out amidst the collection of superhero attire. On the enormous screen pulsated countless mysterious characters, while a nearby table held several unopened bags of chips, though Elizabeth felt a twinge of guilt for prying into Leo's secrets. How could a love-struck girl contain her curiosity about her beloved? As she continued to look around, the sensor door of the underground base slowly opened. It was Leo returning, and Elizabeth, startled, stood at attention like a frightened rabbit. Seeing her in such a state brought an amused smile to Leo's face. Sealing the precious gemstones within the display case, Leo regarded the somewhat flustered Elizabeth. How dare she intrude upon my secret lair? Speak. Do you wish to be confined here for eternity? He feigned a fierce demeanor. Elizabeth's cheeks flushed crimson as she unconsciously twisted her fair thigh. The matter had been resolved satisfactorily. I believe you may return home with peace of mind now. Leo felt a twinge of reluctance to further provoke the nerves of the girl before him, yet within the confines of the enclosed space. An ambiguous atmosphere quietly permeated the air. Fortunately, Elizabeth broke the awkward silence. Could you escort me home? I still feel a bit frightened. Though the ethereal particles had been extracted from Elizabeth's body in a fleeting moment without causing her significant harm, the experience was wholly unfamiliar to her, and she now reflected upon it with a shiver of trepidation. Leo pondered for a moment. Having already embraced her once, what harm could there be in doing so again? After years, he found himself once more in contact with the softness of a girl's form, and he felt a flutter of longing. Yet he was acutely aware of the course of action he ought to take. Lifting Elizabeth into his arms, Leo soared into the sky, gently gliding toward her residence. Time passed swiftly, and 40 days elapsed quietly. Within the Cosmic Cube research base, Leo and Tony scrutinized the cosmic shuttle in their hands. The celestial convergence had long since dissipated, and the chaos of space had calmed. Following that, Leo and Tony promptly resumed their examination of the Cosmic Cube, and they had nearly completed all their work. I believe we should encounter no further issues. In Tony's grasp, the shuttle spun incessantly. The energy stored within should suffice for more than 2 cosmic travels, and this represents the pinnacle of our current capabilities. Thus, If you cannot discover a means to replenish its energy, you must return. By that time, our research should have progressed further, enabling you to venture into more distant realms of the universe. Leo nodded. He regarded this journey as an experimental venture and recognized the necessity of returning. Additionally, due to the fact that this was a replica of the cosmic cube, its speed in locating the weak points of spatial barriers would be significantly slower than that of the genuine cosmic cube, so you must prepare yourself mentally. As the principal developer of the shuttle, Leo was well aware of this fact. He vaguely recalled that the initial search for weak points using the cosmic cube had taken only a few months. In contrast, utilizing the shuttle might require over a year. Of course, this also pertains to the vastness of the universe. The larger the universe, the longer the time required. Tony added. Following this, Leo produced a device resembling a wristwatch along with a hard drive. The watch was divided into 2 layers, each featuring a pointer. Within the inner layer, Leo and Tony had ingeniously employed the cosmic cube to contain the space-time energy of their universe. Thus, upon Leo's arrival in another universe, the movement of the clock hands within continues to adhere to the laws of the Marvel universe, while the external hands align with the operational principles of the current universe. By comparing the velocities of the 2 clock hands, Leo can ascertain the temporal flow ratio between the 2 universes. Encased within that black hard drive resides the logical code of Friday. Leo hopes that Friday will accompany him in the next universe as well. As for how a mere hard drive can contain Friday's logical code, do not inquire. It is simply the marvels of advanced technology. Moreover, there is no need to fret about whether the next universe is entirely desolate or fundamentally distinct from the Marvel universe. The Grandmaster has informed Leo that adjacent universes are invariably quite similar, akin to parallel universes, albeit with subtle differences. Thus, even the laws of interuniversal travel are generally applicable. However, traversing more distant universes will necessitate Leo's own modifications to these laws. He shook his head, contemplating that by that time, his prowess might be sufficient to traverse the cosmos without the constraints of such laws. Having meticulously reviewed everything, Leo and Tony simultaneously exclaimed, "Wait! We have yet to resolve one last issue. The matter of how to transport these items through the cosmic barrier. It is imperative to recognize that during the traversal between universes, Leo would be subjected to immeasurable energetic shocks, casting doubt on the integrity of the trinkets he carried. They also found it challenging to devise a mechanism capable of safeguarding these items. Just as Leo and Tony were grappling with this dilemma, a robust beam of light suddenly appeared at the entrance of the research facility. It was Thor. "What brings you here?" Leo inquired, initially fearing some turmoil had arisen in Asgard. Thor chuckled heartily. "My friend, because you thwarted the Dark Elf's nefarious plot and safeguarded the 9 realms from descending into darkness. My father and mother wish to invite you to Asgard. I wonder if you have a time?" He then leaned in and whispered, "Especially my mother. For some reason, she is exceedingly eager to meet you and seems to have prepared a mysterious gift that could resolve your current predicament." Upon hearing this, Leo felt a stirring within. Frigga wishes to see me? Perhaps it is due to the alteration of her fate, for a witch of her caliber possesses the ability to glimpse the currents of destiny. In the original film, Frigga foresaw her own demise. However, the ability to foresee fate does not equate to the power to alter it, as she ultimately succumbed to Malekith's hand. As for the mysterious gift, Leo was indeed intrigued, hoping that Frigga could alleviate his pressing concerns. Yet, he was also acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Regardless, he had already pledged to Valkyrie to dismantle the prophecy of Ragnarok. Leo patted Thor on the shoulder. "Of course, let's embark at once." Chapter 56, A New Universe. The magnificent Asgard still shimmered with a rainbow-like radiance. Leo followed Thor once more into the expansive and grand hall of the palace. Upon the throne, Odin had long awaited their arrival. Unlike the previous occasion, the goddess Frigga was no longer stationed in the side chamber. Instead, she stood beside Odin, smiling warmly at Thor and Leo below. Thou, a valiant warrior from Midgard and Thor's closest friend, felt a surge of honor as Odin addressed him, saying, "I, Odin, represent the 9 realms in expressing gratitude for your contributions." Rising from his throne, Odin descended from the dais with Frigga, placing a hand upon Leo's shoulder. "Well done, my child." Leo understood that Odin had just praised him as a king from his throne, and now he offered commendation as a venerable elder. This gesture subtly bridged the relationship between Leo and Odin's family. Odin, accompanied by Frigga, stepped forward, saying, "Now, allow me to introduce you to the goddess of Asgard and Thor's mother, Frigga." Frigga looked at Leo with a kind expression, nodding in acknowledgement. Although Leo felt somewhat overwhelmed, he did not bow in deference due to Odin's formidable power. Yet he maintained the necessary decorum, for she had come bearing a gift. "Thank you for your praise. It is directed towards Odin. I'm also delighted to meet you, esteemed goddess Frigga." Thor observed with a grin as his parents and Leo interacted harmoniously. "No need for formality, my child. Perhaps you are unaware of your deeds, but I must express my sincere gratitude." Frigga produced a small, ornate box engraved with mysterious runes from behind her, opening it to reveal a seemingly ordinary bracelet crafted from twigs adorned with 3 vibrant green leaves. Gently, she placed the bracelet into Leo's hands. Noticing the curiosity in Leo's eyes, she explained, "This is a branch from the world tree, imbued with wondrous powers. The leaves contain immense life force, capable of healing your body, while the branch conceals a vast space within. You may store weapons, armor, or essential items inside. And as long as the branch remains intact, the space will remain stable. The branch of the world tree is remarkably resilient, nearly impervious to harm throughout the cosmos. It is a gift from a witch. I hope you will accept it." At that moment, Leo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the bracelet in his hands. Truly, it was a creation befitting a top-tier witch, and he realized how desperately he needed such an item. Was this not a perfect spatial bracelet? Seeing Leo's exhilaration, Frigga couldn't help but smile gently, waving her hand lightly. A fleeting glimmer of green light shimmered, and the precious bracelet ascended autonomously, gliding through Leo's palm to encircle his wrist. In that instant, Leo felt his consciousness intertwine with an uncharted realm, directing his mental focus towards the bracelet. Inside, he beheld an expanse of white mist, boundless and ethereal. A thought stirred within him. The set of Asgardian armor he had acquired from Thor materialized within that nebulous space before reappearing in his embrace. As he returned the armor to the bracelet's domain, a smile of uncontainable joy illuminated Leo's face. "I am profoundly grateful to you, benevolent goddess," he solemnly expressed to Frigga, suppressing his elation. "There is no need for such formality, dear child, since you are a friend of Thor and have aided Asgard in quelling turmoil and vanquishing dark elves. Such accolades are rightfully yours." It could be said that Leo's arrival had precipitated a monumental shift in Asgard's fate, had it not been for Frigga's demise. Odin might have endured for several more years, Leo mused quietly. "Now, go attend to your own affairs, children," Frigga urged as Leo and Thor withdrew, leaving Odin and Frigga to deliberate in the resplendent hall. Thor escorted Leo to the Rainbow Bridge, and observing Leo's exuberant demeanor, he jested, "Is it truly a mere twig that brings you such joy? Our royal treasury holds countless artifacts. Would you not drool at their sight?" Leo shook his head. "You do not comprehend." After exchanging a warm embrace with Thor, the Rainbow Bridge shone with brilliance, transporting Leo back to Earth. At the Cosmic Cube Research Facility, Tony, noticing Leo's beaming countenance, inquired with curiosity, "What treasures have you acquired? Can they resolve our predicament?" Leo remained silent, producing the traverser, watch, and hard drive, which inexplicably vanished before reappearing moments later. Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. Leo gestured towards the world tree bracelet adorning his wrist. "The trinket we require has arrived." With that, they exchanged knowing smiles. With all preparations complete, their inaugural journey across the universe was finally at hand. Leo, alongside the nano bracelet, deposited the items into the world tree bracelet, donning the Asgardian armor, whose defensive prowess surpassed that of Superman's attire. The instruments whirred into action as the cosmic cube unleashed waves of energy, and a familiar azure tunnel materialized once more. Before stepping into the tunnel, Leo's mind conjured memories of the day he escorted Elizabeth home, recalling the gentle words she had whispered in his ear. With a smile, he took a bold step into the tunnel before him. Boom! The cosmic cube released an even greater surge of energy. Within, Leo silently harnessed the cosmic laws, experiencing an extraordinary sensation. Under the impact of energy, Leo seemed to traverse a thin membrane composed of an indescribable, viscous fluid. It felt as though he had plunged into an infinite void, experiencing an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, as if being pulled in multiple directions. Finally, this peculiar feeling dissipated. Leo understood that he had now arrived in an entirely new universe. Harnessing the immense inertia, his body hurtled towards the center of this universe at a velocity that transcended the comprehension of space. On Earth, on this tranquil and ordinary night, something extraordinary appeared to be unfolding. In a remote and backward village, a sudden silence was broken. In the darkness, a guard wielding a firearm was swiftly silenced. His throat severed with a single stroke, blood gushing forth before he collapsed to the ground. The enigmatic man did not pause in his actions, vanishing into the shadows once more. Soon, all the lights in the village extinguished. As he wiped the blade of his knife, the man seemed to hear an unusual sound. When he looked up at the sky, a blazing meteor streaked across the heavens, hurtling towards him with unimaginable speed. Yet, the man, devoid of emotion, relinquished his weapon. With a resounding explosion, the already desolate village, along with the shadow of the mysterious man, was obliterated. Chapter 57. Villager Leo rose from the fiery abyss, surveying his surroundings. The village had completely vanished, reduced to dust along with half of the nearby mountain. He struggled to maintain control over his situation. Yet the inertia from traversing the cosmos was overpowering. He could not entirely negate its force and could only manage to direct his descent. Despite his efforts to veer towards an uninhabited area, he had inadvertently annihilated a remote village. In the moments before his fall, Leo had glimpsed the village's condition and the sole survivor, a man still alive. Feeling no guilt, Leo stretched his body at the bottom of the pit. Regardless of which world he found himself in, such a significant disturbance would likely have attracted attention. After completing his movements, he transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing into the night. He needed to ascertain whether he had returned to his original universe. If not, he would quickly determine which universe this was. Unbeknownst to Leo, shortly after his departure, a figure draped in a star-spangled cloak arrived at the site. Observing the vast chasm below, the newcomer's eyes twitched unnaturally before they swiftly soared away into the distance. Meanwhile, as Leo soared through the air, he initially intended to head directly to Huagua. But upon passing over a city below, the scenes revealed by his superhuman vision chilled his heart. Despite being mentally prepared, Leo could not suppress a sense of disappointment upon realizing he had not returned to his original universe. The cause of his dismay was simple. He had seen enormous posters of the likes of the Conductor, Deep Sea, and Queen Maeve on the grand screen in the square. On the largest screen, a figure adorned with golden hair and draped in the stars and stripes beamed a friendly smile, radiating positivity and warmth. This was the universe of the boys. Hovering in midair, Leo took a moment to calm his emotions. After all, he had never truly expected to succeed on the first attempt, had he? In an effort to console himself, a peculiar watch suddenly materialized in his hand. The outer hand of the watch moved at a normal pace, while the inner hand barely crawled, indicating a time dilation ratio of approximately 10-1. Leo deduced that this meant for every 10 days he spent in this universe, only a single day would pass in the Marvel universe. This ample time alleviated some of his frustrations. However, the fact that he was in the same universe as his idol only heightened his admiration. While waiting for the shuttle to identify the weaknesses in this universe's barriers, he thought it best to indulge his darker curiosities here, in a universe that piqued his interest. Until he understood the true capabilities of the American, he would refrain from recklessly initiating conflict. Such behavior was not only foolish but also rather dull. The most entertaining choice was to torment his opponents, extinguishing their smiles while allowing his own to flourish. But what exactly should he do? As he pondered some nefarious scheme, Leo's gaze returned to the American on the screen, and gradually, a benevolent smile mirrored upon his face. "What did you say? In the vice president's office of what company?" Madeline stared at the American before her expression one of disbelief. Just an hour earlier, she had felt a sense of unease when she had not received any updates from S.H.I.E.L.D, who was supposed to have completed his task by now. Prompted by her instincts, she had hurried to the IT center to request the retrieval of S.H.I.E.L.D's chip signal. It was not that she was overly dramatic. Had it been the Invisible Man or the Conductor with no news, she would have assumed they were off gallivanting somewhere, indifferent to their duties. However, S.H.I.E.L.D's case was entirely atypical. He was a lethal weapon crafted by what company? A dark assassin with unparalleled execution capabilities. and such a fundamental issue simply should not occur. When she discovered that S.H.I.E.L.D's chip signal had vanished from the map, Madeline immediately dispatched the American to the location where S.H.I.E.L.D was executing his mission. Little did she expect the explosive news that the American would bring back. Sitting on the couch, Madeline slowly processed the information, contemplating the implications of such an incident occurring just as they were about to select new members for the Super 7. Who could be orchestrating this against the what group? At that moment, the patriotic figure leaned over, resting his head upon Madeline's lap. As she gently caressed his golden hair, Madeline contemplated her forthcoming strategies. The following day, Leo appeared in the picturesque state of Kansas. Observing the opulent villa that had recently become his own, Leo entered with a smile. During the previous night, he had successfully located a connected computer and uploaded Friday to the digital realm of this earth. With Friday at his disposal, numerous challenges were swiftly resolved. Leo first forged a new identity for himself, presenting as an orphaned superhuman from Kansas, whose parents met a tragic end due to reprisals from criminals he sought to thwart. Despite the tumultuous events, Leo remained steadfast in his original purpose, diligently upholding the law throughout Kansas. His abilities bore a striking resemblance to those of the patriotic figure, save for the lack of X-ray vision. Otherwise, they were nearly identical. His aspiration was to join the illustrious Seven, fighting crime alongside his idol, the patriotic hero. Thanks to Friday's operations, Leo's virtual account swelled with a considerable sum, a portion of which had been used to acquire the luxurious mansion before him. After all, regardless of the circumstances, maintaining a quality of life was paramount. Additionally, by accessing the circulation information and confidential data from the Water Corporation, Leo discovered that the individual who had evaporated upon his descent to Earth was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D, a member of the Seven. It appeared that this was a cinematic universe rather than a comic book realm. Otherwise, within the comic narrative, as a clone of the patriotic figure, S.H.I.E.L.D would not have perished so easily. In this cinematic context, he was merely an enhanced version of Captain America. While the patriotic figure's power was undeniably formidable, Leo was confident that he was not inferior. Unlike the universe populated by Marvel's Titans, where Leo felt compelled to tread cautiously, in this realm, the patriotic figure was recognized as the most potent being present, possessing an authority capable of dominating all, yet constrained by his own frail psyche. This patriotic figure was someone Leo could easily manipulate in 100 different ways. He placed the cosmic traverser in a corner of the living room, initiating its operations. Although even if he identified the weaknesses of the cosmic barrier, he could not traverse to the next universe. The information collected would not be lost. Thus, when he returned to the universe of the boys, he could seamlessly embark on his journey to the next realm. With his thoughts in order, a smile graced Leo's lips. His immediate objective was to confront criminals casually on the streets, uphold public order, and capture it on video for the online audience. Under the clandestine operations of Friday, his popularity was bound to soar. Though the Water Corporation held sway over many other superhumans, none currently stood out prominently. In the aftermath, to sustain the popularity of the Water Group, the newly formed Super 7, now comprising only 5 members, is undoubtedly poised to attract Leo and the original storyline Starlight Annie. Had it not been for Leo's decisive act against S.H.I.E.L.D, Annie might have had to bid farewell to the Super 7. With grand aspirations to dominate the water company, overthrow the oppressors of his homeland, and rescue the ignorant and misguided populace of the world, Leo donned his black superhero suit and soared from his mansion, ready to embark on the first step of his grand design. However, this time, prominently displayed on his chest, was a striking emblem. Chapter 58, The Nuclear Peacekeeper Superman. Look, Superman has once again shared his video of combating crime online. 2 children, eagerly clutching a tablet, watched the latest footage with excitement. The scene revealed a group of armed criminals, embroiled in a standoff with the police due to a bank heist and hostage situation. The 2 sides exchanged gunfire. However, the robbers, fortified by their position within the bank and holding hostages, severely restricted the police's actions. In the next moment, a figure descended from the heavens. It was Leo. To exude a more radiant aura, he wore the classic blue superhero suit, with a grand emblem prominently displayed on his chest. First, he emitted heat vision from his eyes, precisely severing the guns held by several criminals outside the bank, followed by a swift motion that incapacitated them all. To ensure the footage was suitable for young viewers and to emphasize his benevolence, Leo refrained from causing any lethal harm, merely rendering them immobile. He then dashed into the bank, and after a cacophony of sounds, emerged cradling an adorable little girl, leading the rescued hostages to safety. "Fear not, for I shall always protect you," he gently reassured as he placed the little girl down, tenderly caressing her cheek. Witnessing this, the officers swarmed in to secure the scene. Leo patted the sheriff on the shoulder, proclaiming, "You are the true heroes." He then ascended into the sky. Countless girls were captivated by Leo's handsome visage and gentle demeanor, while numerous boys were enthralled by the formidable strength Leo exhibited, akin to that of their homeland's defenders. Thus, amidst a deluge of information on that Friday, Leo became an overnight sensation, with no apparent flaws to be found. It seemed that Leo had always quietly safeguarded the populace, his valor unrecognized until now. Moreover, Leo's illustrious background brought forth many tears of admiration. At the conclusion of the video, a street interview with Leo was featured. "Excuse me, Mr. Superman, what does the emblem on your chest signify? We are all quite curious." The young female reporter appeared to lose her composure in Leo's presence, striving to resist the urge to touch his broad and sturdy chest. "Ah, don't you think it resembles two hands intertwined? I view it as a symbol of peace." Leo gestured with his hands, yet his thoughts dwelled on something entirely different. Doesn't this emblem resemble the mushroom cloud that rises after a nuclear explosion? This is precisely what I have been advocating. I am the great envoy of nuclear peace. After bestowing a radiant smile upon the reporters, Leo vanished into the horizon. As the reporter felt a flutter in her heart, she continued to address the camera, stating, "Many claim that this superhero is the lost twin brother of our compatriots, for their abilities are strikingly similar. However, this notion clearly defies logic. Our rising star, the superhero, is undoubtedly of Asian descent and possesses an even more striking visage." After watching the video, two children engaged in animated discussion. "Do you think the superhero is more formidable, or is our compatriot stronger? I'm not sure, but the superhero is indeed more handsome." Thus, Leo's popularity soared, surpassing the former frontrunner, Starlight, and ascending to the top. The previous second place, Electric Man, was relegated to third. At what corporation? Madeline perused magazines adorned with various images of Leo, while another publication featuring Starlight lay on the table. In the empty conference room, the compatriot examined documents related to Leo and watched videos of him emitting heat rays and soaring through the skies, lost in profound contemplation. Time passed swiftly, and the popularity rankings concluded. Leo triumphantly secured first place with an overwhelming advantage, while Starlight settled for second. Meanwhile, in his villa, Leo lounged by the open-air pool, basking in the sun, awaiting an invitation from what corporation. Despite his seemingly languid demeanor, Leo had been quite active in recent times. He instructed Friday to infiltrate the CIA system and gather files on the Beijia incident from years past. However, due to the many documents being classified, none had been uploaded to the internet, compelling Leo to take matters into his own hands. He located the secret residence of Butcher's wife, Beijia, and her son Ryan, the compatriot, capturing first-hand images of them. It was worth noting that their dwelling contained only a single television, making it impossible for Friday to capture footage via phone or camera. Leo also compiled a comprehensive dossier on the compatriot's abilities, the infamous Compound 5, and the clandestine creation of supercriminals by the compatriot, along with tangible evidence concerning what group's injection of infants with Compound 5. All of these elements constituted Leo's leverage against both what group and the compatriots. As he raised his glass filled with the finest champagne, Leo savored its contents, closing his eyes and relishing the warmth of the sun. This life, devoid of urgency and free from the shadow of powerful figures, was utterly splendid. Leo even contemplated basking in the sun for several decades, considering that only a few years had passed in the Marvel Universe. Upon his return, he mused, wouldn't Thanos be easily defeated by him? However, Leo could not afford a pause. A lingering thread of hope urged him onward. As he indulged in his musings, the narrative surrounding the Black Robe enforcers began to unfold. On an ordinary day, a cash transport vehicle, seized by robbers, sped recklessly through the streets. Queen Maeve descended from the heavens, her corporeal form resolutely halting the oncoming vehicle. The patriotic figure, with a benevolent smile, emerged from the skies. Outside the What headquarters, the red carpet was laid for the annual shareholders meeting. Countless spectators were corralled behind barriers, cheering and awaiting the arrivals, while a multitude of journalists wielded their cameras, determined to capture every moment of those approaching the entrance. At that moment, a figure gracefully descended from the sky, a vivid red cape drawing the gaze of all. It was Leo. He had declined the proposition of traveling to the event in a luxury car alongside Starlight, opting instead for a more fitting approach. With a classic superhero landing, he touched down upon the crimson carpet without leaving a trace of damage. Observing the fervent fans stirred by his presence, Leo greeted them warmly. Yet beneath his enthusiasm lay a glint of disdain. The humans of this planet, with the exception of individuals like Butcher and some perceptive government officials, were pitifully blind to the truths manipulated by the Watt Corporation. Alas, let your peacekeeper, Superman, come to your rescue. Such thoughts coursed through Leo's mind as his smile brightened further. A brown-haired woman, clutching a folder, eagerly approached him for a handshake. "Welcome to New York. I am Ashley Barrett, the Director of Talent Relations." Behind Leo, Starlight arrived fashionably late in a black sedan. Unbeknownst to Leo, in a shadowy corner, the electrifying man seethed as he watched the live broadcast on television. As the Watt Group had yet to disclose the demise of the enigmatic figure, no one could anticipate that the corporation had directly invited two rising stars. Had it not been for Superman's sudden emergence, the faces gracing the screen would have been his, electrifying man and Starlight. With a temperament already darkened by despair, the electrifying man simmered with jealousy and frustration. His gaze fixated on Leo as surges of electricity began to stir restlessly at his fingertips. Chapter 59. Undercurrents. We are the Watt Corporation. We forge heroes. As the promotional video concluded, Vice President Madeline took to the podium. "Now, let us welcome the steadfast anchor of Watt, the pillar of peace, and the captain of the 7 superheroes, the patriotic man. He has an important announcement to share with us all." Madeline stepped aside, and under the dazzling spotlight, amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, our compatriot, adorned in the stars and stripes, made a grand entrance. Holding a microphone, he wore a benevolent smile. As one of the 7 Titans, after a long and glorious battle, our dear friend, the Lantern Hero, has retired, and we owe him our deepest gratitude. As our compatriot raised his arm, a poster of the Lantern Hero appeared on the screen behind him. Unfortunately, in this struggle, while some heroes emerge unscathed, others sacrifice their lives, forever remaining on the battlefield. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share a sorrowful announcement. Our valiant warrior, a seasoned veteran, S.H.I.E.L.D, during a counterterrorism mission, he fell into an ambush set by terrorists, ultimately perishing alongside the enemy. Our compatriot feigned tears, while Madeline beside him wore a sorrowful expression. The screen timely displayed S.H.I.E.L.D's personal poster. However, he sacrificed himself to uphold peace. He died nobly, and let us observe a moment of silence for S.H.I.E.L.D, this great hero, and let us take pride in him. The atmosphere in the venue plummeted to a freezing point as these foolish humans genuinely mourned S.H.I.E.L.D's demise. Little did they know that S.H.I.E.L.D did not perish in any counterterrorism operation, but rather during an assassination to eliminate evidence, when Leo descended like a bolt of justice. Yet now, we must look to the future. A new hero has emerged, and it brings me immense joy to introduce a very special individual whom I eagerly anticipate meeting. Let us warmly welcome Superman. The venue was instantly ignited once more as Leo, with an incredibly excited smile, stepped onto the stage. Our compatriot enthusiastically patted his shoulder and greeted the exhilarated audience alongside him. Once the welcoming ceremony for Leo and Starlight concluded, our compatriot took them on a tour of the Super 7's conference room. The Watt Company had deliberately arranged for our compatriot to host Superman, aiming to forge a formidable team image, for the abilities of our compatriot and Superman were remarkably similar, and our compatriot was keen to gauge Leo's caliber. We have 2 Horizon 4 satellites in geostationary orbit, capable of reading the license plates of fleeing vehicles from an altitude of 600 kilometers. Our compatriot smiled as he meticulously observed the expressions on Leo and Starlight's faces. They both appeared so thrilled, astonished, and showed no signs of anything amiss. Of course, the Watt Group includes me. Whenever I wish, I can hear and see everything happening in our splendid homeland. He patted Leo's shoulder and kindly remarked, "I wonder to what extent our Superman can rise." But at that moment, Leo feigned an innocent, starry-eyed demeanor. His ability to control every muscle and organ in his body rendered his performance flawless, even to the discerning eyes of our compatriot. At last, I have met you, compatriot. Do you know? You have always been the greatest idol in my heart. I strive to emulate your ways, yet my vision remains limited. If I were to soar in the skies, my perspective would surely expand, unimpeded by the edifices that obstruct my sight. My hearing, however, is somewhat sharper. Yet, a thought lingers in Leo's mind. How can it be that if the citizens of the homeland possess such extraordinary vision and hearing, the protagonists in the first season managed to outwit them and eliminate the Invisible Man? Did the writers intentionally diminish the intelligence of the homeland's people? They appear as benevolent elder brothers, yet they do not neglect Starlight. After guiding Leo and Starlight through the company, the homeland citizen stands alone by the window. Lost in thought, he realizes that Leo's admission to the water company signifies a spotless record, and his audition performance was commendable. The homeland citizen is not particularly wary of Leo. Rather, it is his own lack of affection that fuels his fear of Leo becoming a potential replacement. Nevertheless, seeing that this young man is so naive and not as formidable as himself brings him a measure of comfort. Still, he intends to seek solace from Madeline. Since joining the water company, Leo has not ceased to wear a smile. He disregards Starlight's attempts at conversation. Having come this far, there is no need to put on a facade before everyone. Tonight, he has other matters to attend to. Pushing open the window, Leo soars into the night, heading towards the horizon. Meanwhile, the homeland citizen is immersed in the warmth of Madeline's presence. In truth, he cares little for the foolish antics of others. His piercing gaze is solely directed at Madeline. His superhuman hearing is largely ineffective, as he lacks the superbrain to process the overwhelming cacophony of sounds. Only the most thunderous disturbances would capture his attention. Leo speeds through the air towards the northwest, unconcerned about being detected by the homeland citizen, for he has clearly witnessed the scandalous scene in the vice president's office. If the homeland citizen has not lied within his perceptual range, then Leo possesses far greater capabilities in this regard. To put it bluntly, a significant portion of the Earth is under Leo's dominion. This evening, Leo has set himself the task of rescuing a tormented soul, restoring their freedom from the shackles of inhumane treatment. He seeks to understand the true nature of the world's combat prowess through this individual's experience, thereby offering genuine redemption to the unfortunate. With a heart filled with compassion and a desire to save lives, a gentle smile graces Leo's lips. In this tranquil night, a turbulent undercurrent stirs beneath the surface. Beautiful country, Mississippi. On a private jet bound for New York, the electric man holds a champagne glass, his gaze calmly fixed upon the tablet in his hand. Surrounded by a multitude of distinguished figures, including politicians, business magnates, and leaders of the underworld, he found himself amidst a gathering of the elite. These individuals shared a singular trait. They were all ensnared by the electric man's enslavement. Indeed, while the electric man's ostensible power lay in his ability to unleash formidable electric currents and incite meteorological changes, even commanding the very lightning itself. The true essence of his strength resided in his capacity to silently emit bioelectric currents. This insidious ability allowed him to manipulate human brainwaves, rendering individuals unwittingly subservient to his will. However, this power had its constraints. It required maintaining a certain proximity to the target and necessitated a continuous release of bioelectric energy over a span of 3 to 6 hours to take effect. Once activated, these individuals would remain in a perpetual state of subjugation, incapable of ever awakening from their trance, and this influence extended even to other superhumans. Yet, the electric man's prowess was limited by his inability to control a multitude of subjects simultaneously. Hence, over time, he meticulously targeted those of high status. Exercising his ability, the electric man reigned supreme in Mississippi, committing heinous acts without fear of retribution. Countless young women fell victim to his cruel whims, meeting a tragic end after he had toyed with their lives, allowing him to continuously exert his control over new victims. Those who displeased him were swiftly dealt with, as he wielded his influence to annihilate entire families. Regrettably, his dominion extended only as far as Mississippi. In the grand contest for popularity on both national and global stages, he found himself outperformed by Starlight, relegated to a distant second. Prior to the announcement of the enigmatic death, few could have anticipated that the Walter Corporation would recruit 2 new members, and the Electric Man lost a prime opportunity due to Leo's unexpected intervention. In truth, Leo's victory was far from honorable. He had the covert assistance of Friday, who facilitated underhanded tactics, even manipulating data, ensuring that no one would uncover Leo's subtle machinations. Such indignities were intolerable for the typically arrogant Electric Man. His true ambition was not merely to join the Super 7, but to infiltrate the Walter Group, thereby exerting control over both the citizens and the CEO, ultimately aspiring to become the true sovereign of the world. Yet, without joining the Super 7, he lacked a legitimate reason to engage with the CEO and the citizens for an extended duration, thus observing the superhero Leo who had thwarted his plans. The Electric Man resolved to target him first. Chapter 60. The Redemption of the Soldier Boy. A figure streaked across the sky with unimaginable speed, arriving upon the vast expanse of the world's largest nation. Moscow, I have found you. A warm smile graced Leo's face as he gradually descended towards the experimental facility on the ground. Thanks to Friday's successful infiltration of its defense systems, Leo's arrival went unnoticed. With a deft gesture, he sliced a smooth hole through the laboratory's ceiling, evading all guards, and effortlessly lifted the dormant pod containing the Soldier Boy, vanishing into the night. Frosty mist and electric sparks erupted from the forcibly severed pipes, and it was not until 3 minutes later that anyone noticed the anomaly. Strangely, aside from the gaping hole in the ceiling, the guards found nothing amiss. Even the defense systems and surveillance operated normally, yet nothing was recorded. The Soldier Boy seemed as if he'd been whisked away by an unseen hand emerging from the depths of darkness, vanishing in such an eerie manner. Meanwhile, in the sky, Leo was transporting the Soldier Boy to a secluded town. However, due to the loss of power and freezing equipment in the cryogenic chamber, Leo could clearly see that the Soldier Boy had begun to stir restlessly within. Nevertheless, at Leo's speed, this location was sufficiently remote. With a clang, the cryogenic chamber started to tremble uneasily in his grasp, prompting Leo to descend and hurl it to the ground. 2 colossal hands suddenly burst forth from the tightly sealed metallic door of the chamber, violently ripping it apart with a sound that grated on the nerves. With a thud, the Soldier Boy stepped out, his bare feet touching solid earth once more after what felt like an eternity. Leo also descended, standing before the Soldier Boy. Having just awakened from stasis, the Soldier Boy appeared disoriented, his expression vacant. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming force surging from his chest. His torso began to emanate a brilliant glow, shifting from a natural flesh tone to a blinding orange-yellow, followed by a primal roar. A massive shock wave of energy erupted from his chest, racing toward Leo, who floated effortlessly in the air, observing the energy stream as it soared beneath him. Wherever the orange light traversed, everything along its path was brutally reduced to ashes, leaving a deep trench in the earth before striking a distant peak. Atteindre explosion ressonnait, and as the dust settled, it was evident that a substantial portion of the mountain had vanished. Quite an impressive display of power. Leo descended once more, regarding the Soldier Boy, who seemed to be regaining his senses, and he raised his hand to retrieve the Soldier Boy's original uniform and shield from his spatial bracelet. After all, Leo preferred not to engage in battle with a bare-skinned man, as it would be rather distracting. Though still bewildered by the situation, the Soldier Boy donned his former attire upon seeing it. "Who are you?" he asked, his gaze piercing as he finally spoke the first words after emerging from the chamber. "I am your benevolent savior," Leo replied with a warm smile. "How are you feeling now? Has your body recovered? Do you need me to provide some food or water?" As he spoke, Leo produced a generous assortment of provisions from his spatial bracelet. The Soldier Boy gazed at Leo with a complex expression, questioning the man's sanity. From where had these things materialized? His heart brimmed with endless doubts. Shaking his head, the Soldier Boy declared, "It is unnecessary. As long as I am not dead or forced into a state of dormancy, my body shall remain in its most active state. Whom do you serve? And what is your purpose?" You would do well to divulge everything honestly. Gripping his shield tightly, the Soldier Boy restored his once mighty arrogance. "Since you have inquired earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you." Leo clenched his fists and replied with a smile. "I hope that before you descend into hell, you come to realize that the one who redeems you from this wretched world is none other than Superman." Clang! The soldier boy barely had time to raise his shield before Leo's fist struck. An unimaginable force surged forth, causing the soldier boy's shield to fly from his grasp, and he was violently propelled backward. Despite his instinctive reaction to Leo's sudden shift in demeanor, he could not match the blinding speed of his opponent. Without granting the soldier boy a moment to breathe, two crimson beams of energy shot forth from Leo's eyes. The soldier boy quickly rolled on the ground, retrieving his fallen shield, only to find Leo's attacks relentless. The specially crafted shield struggled under the onslaught of the heat rays, yet mere moments later, the soldier boy was once again sent flying. The shield was reduced to two irregular, molten fragments of metal. Thanks to the shield's deflections, the soldier boy sustained minimal injuries. He landed firmly, leaving two sliding marks upon the earth. Swish! Before he could make another move, Leo had mysteriously appeared before him. Crack! The sharp sound of bones cracking echoed as the soldier boy's arms, raised to block Leo's fist, buckled slightly. What manner of beast is this? A tempest of fear surged within the soldier boy as he forced himself to remain calm, suppressing the pain in his arms to retaliate against Leo. Yet, Leo effortlessly grasped the soldier boy's incoming fist and countered with a fierce headbutt. After shaking his head, Leo once again wore a benevolent smile, gathering strength to unleash a mighty punch. Boom! The shockwave from the sonic blast rippled through the air, and the soldier boy was propelled away at an astonishing speed, crashing through half a mountainside before finally coming to a halt. With his superhuman vision, Leo clearly observed that the soldier boy's arms had twisted and contorted, leaving him embedded awkwardly in the mountain. After a brief moment of silence, an orange-red shockwave erupted from the mountainside. This time, Leo chose not to evade, allowing the radiant force to engulf his figure. Boom! A small mushroom cloud erupted, and the soldier boy emerged from the mountainside, coldly gazing at the distant flames rising into the sky. He understood that whatever Leo was, he was undoubtedly doomed. This was due to the fact that his energy shock could render superhumans powerless, and an ordinary person could not possibly survive such an explosion. Just as the soldier boy turned to leave this place, Leo's warm voice resonated behind him, causing the soldier boy to break into a cold sweat. Soldier boy, it seems you are not as formidable as you would like to believe. Apart from his disheveled hair, Leo appeared unchanged. The soldier boy could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes widening in disbelief as he watched Leo stride towards him. What kind of monster are you? How can you refer to your savior, who is about to rescue you from the shackles of this world, in such a manner? Leo shook his head and then swung a punch. Chapter 61. A shift in mindset. Leo withdrew his fist, which had pierced through the soldier boy's chest, pulling out the special weapon implanted within him. Blood gushed from the gaping wound as the soldier boy fell back, unwilling to accept his fate, his eyes remaining wide open. Utilizing his supervision, Leo swiftly scanned the weapon that could nullify superhuman abilities, analyzing its principles and structure, before incinerating it to ashes with a heat ray. Rest in peace, lost traveler. Crouching down, Leo pressed his palm firmly, causing the soldier boy's lifeless eyes to close gently. As his eyes glowed red once more, Leo calmly observed the soldier boy's body disintegrate into dark remnants on the ground. A light stomp from Leo sent the fragments vanishing into thin air. A drop of blood seeped from a scratch inflicted by the soldier boy's final desperate strike. Leo gently wiped away the blood. After all that, just one drop? He murmured to himself, and with a flick of his cloak, he vanished into the night sky. Through this encounter with the soldier boy, Leo gained a clearer understanding of the capabilities of his compatriots, realizing they were likely on par with the sword duelist at best. Thinking of the sword duelist reminded Leo of that extremely arduous battle. At that time, he was not as powerful as the sword duelist, but now, Leo was confident he could easily overpower him. Even without the assistance of Omega's strength, the sword duelist would not stand a chance. A faint smile graced Leo's lips as he quickened his pace towards the United States. Meanwhile, on this tranquil night, Butcher approached Huey, who was working in the store, while the compatriots, having eavesdropped on a conversation between Vice President Madeline and Mayor Steve of Baltimore, revealed their grim expressions. In a nondescript warehouse distant from the Seven Heroes Tower, an impressively equipped and advanced laboratory lay within. Leo held a test tube filled with a blue liquid, shaking it gently to observe the contents. The enigmatic Compound 5 has transformed an ordinary world into one teeming with extraordinary abilities, sparking an insatiable curiosity within Leo. Should he succeed in enhancing Compound 5, bestowing upon individuals formidable powers while significantly mitigating mortality rates, could he potentially forge a devoted army of superhumans at his command? As Leo's mind swirled with possibilities, a brilliant idea began to crystallize in his thoughts. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the voice of Friday interrupted his reverie. "Sir, Ms. Ashley from the Water Group is on the line. Would you like to take the call?" "Put her through," Leo replied, and immediately, Ashley's voice resonated in his ear. "Superman, where are you? Hurry back to the company. We have an urgent mission that requires your attention." Her tone was tinged with impatience, likely due to Leo's absence aside from his fleeting appearances at the Super 7 meetings. "I'll be there shortly," Leo responded nonchalantly, placing the Compound 5 onto the analyzer before sauntering out of the laboratory and soaring towards the Seven Heroes Tower. Meanwhile, Ashley awaited anxiously, her eyes catching a glimpse of a figure streaking through the sky. "Where is the mission display that the company sent you?" she pressed as soon as Leo appeared. "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's been tossed into some corner?" he replied casually. "By the way, where are the Patriotic and Queen Maeve? Why aren't they handling the task?" Ashley, exasperated by Leo's nonchalance, felt a surge of frustration. "Don't assume that joining the Super 7 grants you immunity. Do you have any idea how many eyes are on this position? The others have their own assignments, and you must make public appearances to raise your profile. Do you understand?" Ashley berated Leo, having initially assigned this mission to him, only to find him absent from the scene, prompting her to reach out personally. As she gazed into Leo's eyes, a crimson glow flickered within them. "If you continue to speak to me in that tone, I cannot guarantee your continued exuberance in the next moment," Leo said, his smile disarmingly warm. Ashley halted abruptly, as if gripped by an unseen force, a cold sweat trickling down her back. The dread of death ignited a profound panic within her, and she stared in disbelief at the sunny disposition of this towering young man. The company had envisioned utilizing this seemingly naive and easily controlled superhero to keep the Patriotic at bay, especially as their audacity had been escalating lately. Yet, they had not anticipated that this superhero might be even more formidable than the Patriotic themselves, leaving Ashley with a growing sense of helplessness and despair. "Now, tell me, what must I do?" Leo inquired, his eyes dimming, returning to the amiable persona that endeared him to many. Ashley nervously conveyed the details of the mission to Leo, her gaze following the red cape disappearing into the sky. Leaning against the wall, she slowly sank to the ground. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to be a deity. The sensation of being a god was indeed intoxicating. This feeling of unrestrained freedom, of defiance against all constraints, enveloped Leo, who, although aware that formidable figures loomed above him in the Marvel Universe, felt increasingly at ease in this realm where he was the most potent entity. Yet, he remained acutely aware of his own limits and fundamental principles. In the sky, a figure streaked past. "Don't move. Stay put." In a lavish hotel, the elite gathered for a soiree found themselves besieged by a gang of ruthless criminals. One by one, they crouched in fear, pleading for the assailants to overlook them. Outside, a multitude of police officers surrounded the venue, with elite anti-terror units having already arrived. However, the assailants were well-equipped and highly disciplined, holding several influential figures hostage within the hotel, rendering the police hesitant to act. The standoff persisted. Yet, the police understood that these criminals could not maintain their arrogance for long, for this world harbored superheroes who would inevitably arrive to save the day. The criminals had made exorbitant demands, including a ransom of $1 billion and a plane. The police could only dispatch negotiators to engage with the perpetrators. At last, amidst the collective anticipation, the red cape fluttered as Superman descended from the sky and landed amidst the crowd. "Thank heavens you've arrived, Superman. They have hostages. Please exercise caution," the sheriff advised Leo, aware that this Superman lacked the X-ray vision of his compatriots. Fearing he might not be able to swiftly neutralize the criminals without endangering hostages. "Understood," Leo replied with a serious expression, scanning the hotel's interior and instantly grasping the information and positions of everyone present. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Leo soared back into the sky and then dove into the hotel like a cannonball. A tremendous crash echoed, causing the sheriff to break into a cold sweat for the hostages inside. In the opulent hall, the leader of the criminals regarded the quivering dignitaries like a hawk, his gaze unerringly calm. The bodies of security personnel were piled in corners and at the entrance, serving as a grim reminder to the hostages and a warning to the police. Armed assailants patrolled the second and third floors, vigilant against any potential police maneuvers, while terrified guests hid in inconspicuous corners of the hotel, trembling in anticipation of rescue. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from the third floor, followed by cries of despair and muffled thuds. Soon, silence enveloped the third floor. The leader immediately sensed that something was amiss. He commanded one of his subordinates to drag a female hostage from the crowd and to aim his firearm at her head. Meanwhile, he concealed himself in an inconspicuous corner, pulling out a tablet from his pocket and gesturing animatedly upon it. The remaining henchmen nervously gripped their weapons, vigilantly watching the ceiling of the first floor, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. Suddenly, the ceiling trembled, causing the opulent chandelier in the grand hall to sway precariously before crashing downwards. The attention of all was momentarily diverted by the falling chandelier. In that instant, a flash of crimson light flickered, and the thug pointing his gun at the hostage was instantaneously transformed into a shattered corpse. The grotesque and bloody scene struck terror into the heart of the hostage, who screamed in fright. Leo moved through the hall with an ungraspable speed, like lightning, leaving no time for the criminals to react. As one by one they found their necks crushed in his grip. "Wait!" The leader in the corner shouted with all his might, his eyes widening as Leo's hand nearly grasped his throat. "Do you have any final words to share?" Leo regarded the man before him, clad in a black suit, with a disdainful gaze, having already noted this shifty character. "A superhero from Kansas, is it? Want to take a look at this before making snide remarks?" The leader flipped the tablet to display its contents to Leo. Within a school gymnasium, hundreds of students and teachers were similarly held captive by another group of thugs, many in tears and in a state of panic. "Leo Tang, do you recognize this gymnasium? This was your alma mater, and now..." In truth, it was merely a school that Leo had fabricated during his background creation, but the leader was none the wiser. The leader patted his chest over his heart. "If you kill me, that school along with its students and teachers will be obliterated in an explosion. We have also planted explosives here. If you make another move, all the hostages will be turned to ash." Observing Leo's lack of immediate action, the leader's expression grew increasingly brazen. "So, what will you do, our beloved superhero?" Leo's gaze sharpened. What he had initially thought to be a simple case had revealed itself to be a convoluted plot aimed directly at him. They had gone to great lengths to uncover his true identity and devise this theoretical conundrum as a challenge for him. "Who are you people?" Leo was not particularly concerned with the fate of the hostages. Rather, he sought to understand who would target him, especially since his enhanced hearing had failed to capture any suspicious information. Deep within the leader's gaze, a faint blue current flickered as he wildly pointed at Leo's nose, loudly addressing the surrounding hostages. "We are merely seeking wealth. If those outside willingly surrender the ransom, we shall grant you your lives. However, the arrival of the superhero obliges us to prepare for mutual destruction. Should he make a move, the bombs installed in this hotel will be detonated remotely, and none shall escape unscathed." The wealthy elite and high-ranking officials, desperate to preserve their lives, pleaded for mercy. One corpulent tycoon directly implored Superman, "It would be best if you refrained from meddling further, lest these miscreants become cornered and desperate. It is merely money. I possess plenty. Just spare my life." In a corner, the surveillance cameras quietly broadcast and recorded the unfolding events. A smile curled at the corners of Leo's mouth as he disregarded the leader's rants and the hostages' pleas, a crimson glow gradually igniting in his eyes. Were Leo not himself, but rather one of the so-called Super Seven, the benevolent and naive hero of this world, these individuals' scheme would have undoubtedly succeeded, leaving Leo in a perilous dilemma. He would either watch helplessly as the criminals absconded with the money or eliminate them, neutralize the bombs, and witness the beautiful flames rise in Kansas. Regardless of the outcome, the name Superman would face public condemnation. Yet, they had misjudged their opponent. Under Friday's manipulation, no matter the public's disdain or condemnation towards Leo, his popularity and support would always reign supreme. In this realm, Leo bore no weaknesses. Thus, he ceased to hold back. The crimson light flashed, and the leader's head was severed from his body in an instant. Leo did not even bother to use his X-ray vision to locate and defuse the hidden explosives. Instead, amidst the explosion's flames and the hostages' wails, he revealed a chilling smile. In stark contrast, the electric man monitoring the scene wore an excited grin. Indeed, it was he who orchestrated this entire affair. As the electric man communicated with his subordinates through brainwaves, Leo could not glean this information through his superhearing. This was a test of the superhero's character, to ascertain whether he was truly as innocent as he appeared. Little did the electric man expect that Superman would make such a foolish choice. He had anticipated that Superman would capitulate to the criminals under such duress. Yet in a moment of impulsiveness, Superman had inadvertently doomed all the hostages. Such a grave error would undoubtedly lead to a plummet in his approval ratings in the days to come, potentially resulting in his expulsion from the Super 7. Observing Superman's reckless and irrational demeanor, the electric man temporarily abandoned his plans to coerce Superman into a confined space and manipulate his thoughts. What if this individual indiscriminately eliminates everyone? However, perhaps such complexities are unnecessary at this moment. Once Superman is expelled from the Seven, I will seamlessly ascend into the ranks of the Vought group. The Flash has contemplated joining Vought without the guise of a superhero in the Seven. But therein lies a conundrum. As a hero, one is invariably tasked with missions. Only the Seven can access the Hall of Heroes, thereby reaching the core of Vaught's power. Others are relegated to distant assignments. Although I have gained considerable influence over several members of the Vought group, my endeavors have remained trivial, fraught with trepidation due to the presence of my adversaries. The notion of abducting the president or vice president of Vought is, without a doubt, the most foolish of ideas. My enemies would descend upon us in an instant, tearing everyone to shreds. Chapter 63. Shall I Embrace Darkness? An explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky. The tremendous force transforming into an invisible shockwave that toppled law enforcement and counterterrorism personnel near the hotel perimeter. Amidst the billowing smoke and flames, a figure gradually came into view. Leo hovered above the inferno, his cloak fluttering chaotically in the turbulent heat currents. An unusual crimson glow flickered in his eyes, as a tumultuous and savage turmoil assailed his spirit. Observing the chaos below, the fallen officers and the cacophony of reporters, Leo's eyes blazed brighter, revealing a power far beyond mere heat vision, the Omega effect. A few regained their senses, staring in astonishment at the scene and the airborne Superman. Within the black smoke, 2 points of scarlet glimmered. At that moment, Superman resembled a harbinger of destruction from the abyss, emanating a chilling aura. "Sir, are you all right?" Friday's voice resonated in Leo's ears, yet he seemed oblivious, his gaze still fixated, gathering strength. "Sir, sir." Friday's tone grew increasingly frantic. Suddenly, Leo jolted awake, and the crimson glow in his eyes dissipated. Shaking his head, he beheld the carnage below, replaying the recent events in his mind. Gazing at his hands, he paid no heed to the throngs beneath. Instead, Leo tilted his head back and surged skyward at breakneck speed. In the vast, silent cosmos, Leo gradually regained his composure under the sun's warm embrace. Friday, what just transpired? As he felt 2 potent energies roiling within him, Leo furrowed his brow deeply. "Sir, I fear there may be something amiss with your body." Contemplating the impulsive desire to dominate, disregard life, and conquer all, a dreadful speculation began to take shape. Could it be that as my mastery over the residual energy of Darkseid increases, the tyrannical thoughts of Darkseid simultaneously encroach upon my mind? Although Odin bestowed blessings upon Leo, calming the turmoil between the two forces, how could such subtle influences be easily eradicated? Leo may not be a paragon of virtue, nor does he possess the lofty ideals akin to those of a transcendent being. Yet he has never resorted to tyranny through violence to conquer the world. While he currently harbors thoughts of ruling this earth, he is progressing methodically in his own manner, rather than simply employing brute force to subjugate all. It is crucial to understand that while violence may provide a temporary solution, wherever there is oppression, there will inevitably be resistance. Therefore, although violence is sometimes indispensable, it cannot serve as a sustainable means for long-term stability. A sense of trepidation washed over Leo. He refuses to become a slave to power. losing his rationality in the process. After sincerely apologizing in his heart to those innocents who lost their lives, Leo began to ponder this dilemma earnestly. It seems prudent to minimize the use of Omega power until this issue is resolved. Even if it must be used, it should only be in dire circumstances. After all, between succumbing to darkness and preserving life, life holds greater significance. Otherwise, he feared that aside from being slightly more cautious and allowing Friday to remind him in a timely manner, he had no other recourse. Leo murmured to himself, deciding that upon his return to the Marvel Universe, he would seek assistance from Odin and Frigga, curious if the all-powerful Asgard possessed a solution to this quandary. After all, he already owed enough. A little more debt would not matter. Furthermore, Friday, have you located the individuals monitoring the situation? Indeed, Leo had already anticipated that the mastermind behind this incident would be covertly observing everything. However, he could never have conceived that he had Friday, an almost bug-level assistant, at his disposal. Thus, being exposed before Leo was not surprising at all. Yes, sir, the Puppet Master is the superhero whose popularity and approval ratings currently rank third, Electroman. Leo raised an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of absurdity. Please provide me with detailed information about Electroman. Electroman, whose true name is a certain Kong, possesses the ability. As he listened to Friday report on Electroman's profile, Leo soared towards the Earth's surface. Meanwhile, the entire United States and the What Group were in an uproar. As a rising star, Superman had garnered immense expectations from the public. However, no one anticipated that he would commit such a grave error during a mission, not only failing to save a single hostage, but also ruining everything. Discontent and outrage against Superman quickly flooded in from all directions. Yet at that moment, Leo remained remarkably composed. Upon discovering that Electroman was orchestrating everything behind the scenes, Leo conceived an even more ingenious and refined script. He did not control the flow of information and reports, nor did he allow Friday to covertly alter his approval ratings and popularity. Otherwise, it would be unwise to suggest that the unfavorable reviews would transform into a chorus of positive feedback under the governance of Friday. Even the journalist reports and the dissemination of all media messages are, in fact, under Friday's control. It can be asserted that Leo wishes to dictate what the uninformed masses perceive, and thus they behold only what he allows. Presently, Leo is calmly enduring Madeline's interrogation, while the patriotic individual stands nearby, arms crossed, and piercingly scrutinizing Leo. Naturally, the one also facing accountability is the responsible party, S.H.I.E.L.D. What transpired at that moment? Madeline inquires with a serious demeanor. Although she has already mobilized the public relations department to address the matter, it is too late, as the scene is teeming with personnel and reporters. The shares of the Walter Group experienced a seismic shift within mere hours, and Leo's approval ratings plummeted dramatically. Ashley stammers, unable to articulate her thoughts. The fear instilled in her by Leo at that time has yet to fully dissipate. However, with Madeline and the patriotic individual by her side, she feels somewhat reassured. Just as she prepares to speak, Leo interjects. Upon receiving the news, I rushed to the scene, only to immediately sense something was amiss. Those criminals were not driven by greed. Previously, they were negotiable with the police, but upon my arrival, they erupted into madness, recklessly detonating all the explosives. Leo feigns a semblance of trepidation. Had those miscreants exhibited even a modicum of hesitation, I could have neutralized all the bombs. It is truly reprehensible. Ultimately, the fault lies with me. Had I possessed the swiftness of the patriotic predecessors, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Leo's expression is one of profound sorrow, as if the weight of his grief might overflow from his very being. Madeline glances at the patriotic individual, who nods subtly, indicating that Leo's demeanor is not merely an act. In truth, Leo harbors a degree of guilt. Had it not been for his momentary lapse in composure, he undoubtedly possessed the means to rescue all the hostages and prevent this disaster. Nevertheless, this incident fundamentally stems from the machinations of the electric light individuals, and Leo refuses to shoulder the entire burden of blame, nor will he succumb to excessive self-reproach. Observing Leo's seemingly innocent countenance, Madeline refrains from further commentary, turning her attention to Ashley. The guilt-ridden Ashley can only nod repeatedly. The patriotic individual perceives Ashley's apprehension, but assumes it is merely a reaction to the mission's failure. without delving deeper into her psyche. Thus, Madeline gestures for Leo and Ashley to depart, leaving her alone with the patriotic individual in the office. Reflecting on the series of recent events, a subtle unease washes over Madeline. The peculiar deaths shrouded in darkness, the mysterious disappearances of the invisible, and the failure of this particular mission weigh heavily on her mind. It is essential to note that not only the superheroes have dispatched missions. Various regions have concurrently experienced incidents, necessitating the full deployment of the Super 7. Given that the newly minted face of Walter Company, the superhero, finds himself embroiled in such circumstances, Madeline distinctly perceives the scent of conspiracy lurking in the air. In her perspective, this was not an issue concerning Superman, but rather a covert scheme targeting the Water Group, orchestrated with considerable fanfare. Gently rebuffing the affections of her compatriots, she hastened toward the office of the Water Group as president, intent on conversing directly with Edgar, the helmsman of this corporate empire. Meanwhile, Leo emerged from the Tower of the Seven Heroes, a faint smile gracing his features as he soared into the distance, his chest radiating brilliance under the sun's embrace. Chapter 64. Interference at a press conference. Leo moved many with a heartfelt apology video, showcasing his remarkable acting prowess. Consequently, his approval ratings and popularity ceased to decline, barely maintaining the lowest tier among the Super 7. After careful consideration, Madeline resolved to give Leo some leeway. After all, an unseen adversary was lurking in the shadows, and it was neither prudent nor strategic for the Water Group to sacrifice a significant member, for that would merely align with the enemy's intentions. Nevertheless, she advised Leo to engage in more public activities to salvage his reputation. Notably, during this period, a superhero known as the Lightning Man experienced a meteoric rise in popularity, nearly eclipsing Superman. However, the Lightning Man remained under the vigilant watch of the Water Group, having once ranked as the third most popular contender. To rekindle public enthusiasm for the Water Group and seize a splendid opportunity for external relations, a much-anticipated competition between the world's fastest men, Shockwave and Locomotive, was set to unfold the following day. After a day spent rescuing the world, Leo returned to his experimental base, grumbling to Friday about the exhausting nature of his endeavors. Despite his inherently kind disposition, he found little joy in the relentless cycle of saving the world. Though he could lend a hand and exhibit kindness from time to time, he was not a paternal figure responsible for the lives of others. Yet, there was no avoiding the necessity of maintaining appearances before the Water Group and the public. Some theatrics were, indeed, required. "Patience, sir. All of this is for the sake of our grand plan." Friday's words echoed like those of a loyal henchman to a typical villainous boss. Indeed, for the sake of their grand design. Leo gazed at the luminescent Compound 5 before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The next day, despite numerous unforeseen events, the competition between Locomotive and Shockwave officially commenced at the MetLife Stadium in New York City. The venue was teeming with spectators, with all members of the Super 7 in attendance, save for the currently active Deep Sea. Queen Maeve sincerely articulated her views to the surrounding crowd, expressing her disdain for bureaucratic tendencies and the shadowy bureaucrats manipulating the government. All of this was framed as a means to promote the grand initiative of integrating the water superhero system into the military, a narrative designed to incite the ignorant masses. Yet, astonishingly, there were indeed fools who believed this rhetoric, and quite a number of them. Turning his head away, Leo settled into his seat, avoiding the fervent speech being delivered by the patriotic figure and Queen Maeve. Today, he was not merely present to witness the competition or to engage in public relations. Leo had his own intentions. With narrowed eyes, he scanned the throngs of enthusiastic spectators, searching for his target amidst the cacophony of cheers supporting their locomotive. "Marvelous! You bunch of scoundrels!" the patriotic figure exclaimed, raising his arms as the surrounding crowd echoed his exuberance. Leo was momentarily pulled back to reality by the jovial remarks of the patriotic figure, as he observed a fan approaching with a superhero costume seeking an autograph. "Superman, you must persevere. We all believe in you and are silently supporting you." The passionate boys and girls encircled Leo, their earnest expressions revealing the sincerity of their words. Manipulating the situation and dealing with the already corrupt executives of the Water Group and the Seven would not disturb Leo's conscience. However, Deceiving such innocent children with a dismal performance failed to bring him any sense of pleasure. Instead, a twinge of guilt and embarrassment lingered within him. Suppressing his discomfort, Leo exchanged pleasantries with Ashley, signaling his intention to leave his seat. At this moment, Ashley appeared submissive before Leo, hesitant to contradict his wishes, and would readily assist him with any troubles. She feared losing her position, and more so, her life. Meanwhile, the main cast had commenced their operations. Butcher stood at the heart of the audience, fixating intently on the patriotic figure, leaving the latter somewhat perplexed. Milk mingled within the crowd, awaiting updates from Huey and Frenchie. Huey, disguised as a reporter, loitered at the entrance to the locker room, vigilant of his surroundings, providing cover for Frenchie. Frenchie had already concealed himself within the ventilation ducts of the locker room, poised to descend and search for the elusive Compound 5 once the coast was clear. In the blink of an eye, the locomotive and Shockwave stood on the track, reveling in the fervent cheers of the audience and the tense atmosphere of the competition. Under the influence of Compound 5, the locomotive exhibited clear signs of exhilaration, bounding around the track and nearly rambling incoherently. Seizing the opportune moment, Frenchie began his descent from the ducts into the locker room, just as Starlight, facing wardrobe issues, vacated her seat, seeking solitude. As Starlight opened the door to the locker room, Frenchie awkwardly dangled midair, prompting Huey to rush forward, eager to engage Starlight in conversation. However, Leo's unexpected arrival disrupted the unfolding narrative, leading to Starlight being greeted initially by the patriotic figure rather than Deep Sea, thereby preventing subsequent events from transpiring. In this butterfly effect, Starlight remained unaware of Huey's presence. Just as Huey was poised to speak, camera in hand, Leo emerged from an unforeseen corner. He grasped Starlight's arm with one hand while effortlessly closing the door to the lounge with the other. "Queen Maeve seems to be looking for you. Would you like to go see her?" Leo said to Starlight with a serious expression. However, there was no such matter. Leo had fabricated this tale to divert Starlight. Upon hearing that Queen Maeve was seeking her, Starlight covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh, of course. Thank you for the heads up." The naive Starlight believed Leo's words, and after expressing her gratitude, she made her way toward the crowd surrounding Queen Maeve. Although Starlight had departed, the Superman remained, leaving Huey in a state of anxiety, his heart suspended in uncertainty. Just as he felt a loss, Leo across from him spoke nonchalantly. "Are you interested in an exclusive interview with me?" A playful smile graced Leo's face. "Why, yes." Huey managed to maintain his composure, while the voice in his earpiece fell into a hushed silence, hesitant to speak. However, Leo's subsequent actions took everyone by surprise. He seemingly gently seized Huey's arm, yet Huey felt as if he were ensnared by a prehistoric beast, rendered completely immobile. With a firm grip on Huey, Leo flung open the lounge door and stepped inside. At that moment, both Huey and Frenchie were paralyzed with fear. After forcefully shutting the lounge door, Leo turned to face the trembling Huey and the fierce-eyed Frenchie. Just as Frenchie was about to retrieve something from his pocket, Leo swiftly approached him and restrained his hand. "Don't be alarmed. If I intended to strike, you would have turned to ashes long ago." Frenchie's gaze flickered with uncertainty, and after a brief internal struggle, he opted to wait and see. Meanwhile, on the other end of the earpiece, Milk instructed Huey, "Ask him what he wants." Over here, Leo displayed a benevolent smile. Chapter 65. "The boys in black, as far as I know, you wish for the train to pay the price for your girlfriend's death," Leo said, pointing a finger at Huey's chest. The voice on the other end, Mr. Milk, was driven by a desire for vengeance against superhumans who had harmed his family. And Butcher? He sought retribution for his wife, Becca, and aimed to confront the Homelander. As for Frenchie, he was merely a hapless soul caught in the fray. Frenchie, named in the revelation, helplessly waved his hand in resignation. Everyone pondered in their hearts. It seems the Superman is not as straightforward as the world perceives. That is merely a facade he deliberately presents. After a brief silence, Huey shattered the slightly awkward atmosphere. "Wait, what wife? Didn't you say the boys exist to oversee the heroes who cross the line and make them pay?" He directed his question toward Butcher on the earpiece. "This is not contradictory, kid. However, that is not what matters right now. What is crucial is our Superman here. He has investigated all of us. So let us inquire about his true intentions." At this moment, Butcher's heart was tumultuous, as the name of his deceased wife was once again evoked by Leo, filling him with a profound sense of sorrow and indignation. Meanwhile, Milk remained indifferent. To him, the so-called superheroes were all of a feather, and he harbored no belief that Leo would regard them with any benevolence. Yet, what Leo proceeded to utter was nothing short of astonishing. No need for Huey to relay the message. I can hear your words directly. So, let me be candid. Not only have I investigated all of you, but I have also delved into the Waters group and the so-called superhumans, and thus I have uncovered the truth. Superhumans are not innate. They have been artificially created by the Waters group using a substance known as Compound V. This revelation was met with disbelief. The notion instantaneously flooded the minds of those present. Upon hearing these words, everyone fell into a silence akin to being enchanted by a spell. Huey, with his mouth agape, was rendered speechless by astonishment. The members of the boys had merely assumed that Compound V was a temporary enhancement or a stimulant for superhumans. Who could have imagined that it was the very source of their powers? Thanks to the relentless propaganda and brainwashing by the Waters group over the years, the entire world believed that superhumans were a natural occurrence. Indeed, a divine blessing bestowed upon humanity. Suddenly receiving such news felt akin to being informed that humanity was, in fact, a species conceived by extraterrestrial civilizations. My purpose is to overthrow the Waters Company and unveil the truth to the public. I aspire to become a genuine superhero, earning the admiration and veneration of all. And only I can fulfill this role. Should you continue your investigations, you risk usurping my glory, hence my warning. You may either join me in my endeavors, be it with the Train or the Patriot. They will serve as stepping stones on our path, or cease your pursuits entirely. Leo spread his arms wide, exuberantly gazing up at the ceiling of the lounge. What a curious character he was. Was he genuinely foolish or merely feigning it? Huey and Frenchie exchanged incredulous glances at Leo's fervor. Butcher and Milk, on the other end of the line, were likely equally speechless. Leo's demeanor, tone, and gestures rendered him a master thespian, captivating all present with his remarkable performance. Listen, we are not concerned with who becomes the hero. Our sole interest lies in how you can substantiate your claims. Butcher, maintaining a semblance of composure, spoke in a gravelly voice that reached Leo's ears. Suddenly, a cacophony of cheers erupted from outside, signaling the commencement of the match between the Train and the Shockwave. Leo cast a glance toward the door. This is not the place for such discussions. If you truly wish to uncover the hidden truths behind this, meet me here at 10 o'clock tonight. With that, Leo tossed Huey an address. If you choose not to come, I shall consider it an abandonment of this opportunity, and from henceforth, you will be my competitors on the path to becoming true heroes. Though I adhere to the principles of heroism, believe me, your journey will not be an easy one. Leo displayed a benevolent smile, his crimson eyes flickering ominously, instilling fear in Huey and Frenchie. Sensing something amiss, they turned to leave, for with Superman present, any further actions seemed futile. However, as Huey passed Leo, he leaned in close to whisper in his ear, "Butcher, I have another piece of information. Your wife, Becca, is not dead. She has been hidden away by Vought all these years, living well. As for the reasons and the truth behind this." On the other end, Butcher lost his composure. "Quick, ask him what is going on." Yet, Huey was already being ushered out of the lounge by Leo. Hearing Butcher's frantic call, he turned back to look for Leo, but the latter had vanished from the room. "Damn it," Butcher cursed vehemently. Meanwhile, Milk noticed an anomaly in the surveillance of the female adversary. Just as he was about to inform everyone, the screen on the Sony device began to flicker, ultimately revealing an image of Leo in Superman's attire, suspended in midair. "I'm watching you." Leo's icy words echoed through the video, and then the entire screen plunged into darkness, unresponsive to Milk's frantic attempts to restore it. Hell, such supernatural abilities made Milk start to believe Leo's assertions. If Superman could indeed monitor their every move while constantly thwarting their actions, what was the point of continuing at all? At that moment, Butcher transmitted a message to assemble, emphasizing the urgency of discussing the situation. Yet, his mind was already in disarray. Leo's final words had been the last straw, compelling Butcher to investigate regardless of the previous events. Leo gazed indifferently at the speed displayed on the large screen at the competition venue, 371 meters per second, barely grazing the threshold of sound. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the locomotive's successful defense of its title. even the compatriots applauding from the podium with casual indifference. Observing the triumphant demeanor of his fellow countrymen, Leo knew they would soon find their smiles fading in light of his impending plans. He shook his head in disdain, contemplating the events of the evening. In his estimation, the A train would inevitably seek him out. The bait he had cast was far too enticing to resist. Although Leo had already disrupted the narrative to some extent, who could predict the outcome of the A train's continued investigation? If failure were to occur midway, it would be tolerable. However, should they uncover any revelations that provoke a transformation within the Vought Corporation in our homeland, my meticulously laid plans would be disrupted by this group of troublemakers. Leo's words were a blend of truth and deception. He had never articulated what actions he would undertake after overthrowing the Vought group and revealing the truth to the public. When the ignorant masses regard him as a superhero, a savior, it would be at that moment when Leo is orchestrating a performance. And involving the Seven as additional crew members would be an admirable choice. Yet, if these individuals from the Seven prove to be ungrateful, Leo cannot be held accountable for his lack of compassion. After all, among this group, except for the newly inducted Huey, the others are not virtuous souls. And Leo feels no moral quandary in utilizing them. The unscrupulous capitalist Leo hummed a cheerful tune. Chapter 66. The action begins. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent raps echoed, and the seemingly impenetrable metallic door creaked open slightly. Yet, behind the door stood no one. Was it Superman manipulating the door for us? Huey pondered, his curiosity piqued by the air of mysterious technology that enveloped the place. No, the door was simply unlocked, Butcher replied curtly. However, internally, he was wrought with anxiety, uncertain if his choice was indeed the right one. One must understand that if Superman desired to harm them, they would likely never escape this chamber tonight. Yet concerning Becca, Butcher felt compelled to proceed. After intense deliberation among team members and threats from Superman, they ultimately decided to take their chances. The four of them cautiously pushed the grand door open and stepped inside, with Huey even remembering to close the door behind him. I thought you would show up, Leo remarked from deeper within the room, where various high-tech devices hummed silently as he lounged before a projection screen, not even bothering to turn his head. Are we in some sort of science fiction film? Huey murmured, captivated by the extravagant scene before him. To arrive here signifies your commitment to joining me. Have you truly contemplated this decision? Leo finally stood, turning to regard the group with a cool detachment. Yes, we have considered it thoroughly, Butcher replied, clad in his black trench coat, his gaze fixed intently on Leo. The condition is that you do not deceive us. We have recorded the entire conversation from the break room today. If you mislead us, or should we meet our demise by your hand, this recording will be released to the media. What Butcher left unspoken was that there were additional copies stored in hardware, destined for Vought and the FBI. Seeing the naivete in Butcher, Leo smiled. Very well then, allow me to introduce the truth of it all. So, you wish to become a true hero. And then, in the face of their penetrating gazes, Leo smiled enigmatically, raising his hand to toss something towards Butcher. Butcher held it firmly in his grasp, awaiting Leo's explanation. After a brief moment, he pondered whether this object could truly render superhumans powerless, transforming them into ordinary individuals. Butcher examined the crystalline pendant, emanating a warm orange glow, and looked at Leo with a hint of skepticism. Surely, do not underestimate it. Have you perused the dossier on Soldier Boy? This is a radiation source fashioned after the weapon implanted in him by the Russians. When activated, it will strip superhumans of their abilities within a radius of 2 meters. However, exceptionally powerful individuals may retain some semblance of strength. You may refer to it as an ability suppressor. Moreover, this is merely the first-generation version. I shall develop more advanced iterations that can even eliminate superhumans at a distance, provided you can strike them. Leo shrugged casually. You killed Soldier Boy? Butcher inquired. Indeed, I wrenched this weapon from his chest and incinerated his remains with a heat ray. After all, he was no stranger to malevolence, and I was merely enacting justice. Is there an issue with that? Butcher felt a chill run down his spine at the amiable smile adorning Leo's face. If Leo could eliminate Soldier Boy, he surely possessed the capability to confront the Homelander as well. With this glowing gadget in hand, taking down the Homelander no longer seemed like an insurmountable task. Is this device of any utility to you? Butcher's gaze sharpened. Of course, but I maintain the highest level of control over it. Leo snapped his fingers, and the previously dim orange light within the crystal blazed alive. At present, I, like you, am utterly powerless. Leo surveyed the group, each member displaying a range of emotions, while Huey appeared notably exhilarated. With another snap, the orange glow dimmed once more. Yet if this device is effective against superhumans, how did the Homelander manage to defeat Soldier Boy? Doubt crept into Butcher's mind, yet he was astute enough not to voice this query directly to Leo, as it could jeopardize their tenuous alliance. He solemnly stowed away the formidable weapon and slammed his hand onto the table. Now, for the final question, where is Becca? Butcher's eyes seemed to blaze with fervor, yet Leo did not spare him a glance. What? Do you still wish to obtain something for nothing? My willingness to cooperate tonight has been exceedingly generous. Only when you demonstrate sufficient goodwill will you be able to reap further rewards from me. The group exchanged glances and reached a consensus. We accept the job. With Leo's assignment and the ability suppressor in hand, Butcher and his companions departed. Huey, still somewhat naive, reveled in the excitement of being a secret agent destined to save the world, while Mother's Milk wore a conflicted expression, acutely aware that the Homelander was also a superhuman. They all understood that the Homelander might harbor deeper motives, yet for the time being, collaborating with him appeared to be the most prudent choice. Butcher, however, could not concern himself with the trivialities. For him, vengeance and the quest for his wife, Bejia, were paramount, eclipsing all else. As for Frankie, he could only lament how he had once again become ensnared in a dreadful affair, one capable of upending the very fabric of the world. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest squarely upon Butcher. Frankie seethed inwardly. The Electric Man. Look this way. The venue erupted with the fervent screams of female fans. In the spacious arena, a grand fan meeting was underway, with thousands of enthusiasts flocking to witness the splendor of the Electric Man firsthand. Indeed, in his relentless pursuit of popularity, the Electric Man spared no effort, fervently cultivating his market. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, crashing to the ground and forming a black heart-shaped symbol, the camera capturing the moment in a close-up. The crowd of fans grew even more frenzied. On stage, the Electric Man performed vigorously while simultaneously eyeing the attractive female fans present, preparing for the evening's entertainment, all the while cursing silently. What a bunch of ignorant fools. Once I dominate this world, you shall all kneel before me, serving me as one wooden emperor, as visions of a splendid future danced in his mind. The Electric Man's smile grew ever brighter. Little did he anticipate that the Superman had managed to maintain his position, not being ousted from the Super 7. Yet, it mattered not. By his own means, entry into the Super 7 was merely a matter of time. As he plotted yet another scheme, the Electric Man finally endured until the performance concluded. Next was the exhilarating fan interaction segment, for which he had instructed his subordinates to arrange meticulously. Every female fan granted an audience with him was a carefully selected beauty. As for the male fans, their numbers were woefully scant. After a long day of toil, only at this moment did the Electric Man's spirits begin to lift. Sitting comfortably, he beheld the procession of female fans approaching for photographs and autographs, his satisfaction evident in his smile. The quality of these female admirers was commendable. Just as he feigned calmness, already envisioning the enchanting tales the night would unfold, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Before him stood a burly, dark-skinned man, visibly agitated, tugging at a shirt emblazoned with the Electric Man's image. What on earth were my female fans, or my foolish subordinates thinking? Though the Electric Man's mind was rife with complaints, his expression remained increasingly genial. Don't ask. It's all about political correctness. Electric Man, I truly admire you. You are the coolest person I have ever encountered. May I have your autograph here? The fan's fervor was palpable, yet concealed within the depths of his opaque trousers. The glow of a power suppression device grew ever brighter. Chapter 67. Not a native citizen. The Electric Man suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, the power within him receding like the ebbing tide. He stared wide-eyed in terror as the once crackling electrical energy vanished without a trace. Throughout the beautiful nation, the powerful figures who had lost control of their bioelectric waves fell into a stupor. If the Electric Man could not regain control over them in the ensuing moments, these magnates would awaken. At that instant, a figure known as Milk, with a sinister grin, leapt onto the table and tackled the Electric Man to the ground, gripping his neck tightly while shouting, Did you think no one knew of the vile deeds you committed in Mississippi? Today, I shall avenge my wife and daughter. Like a ferocious beast, Milk overwhelmed the now powerless electric man, who stood no chance of resistance. The sudden chaos threw the scene into disarray, as the security personnel finally realized their employer was under attack. Initially, they believed it to be a mere farce. After all, the electric man was a superhuman. And how could an unarmed, ordinary person threaten his life? Their security measures were stringent, and the fans present were unlikely to carry anything remotely dangerous. Moreover, an untrained civilian, unarmed, posed little threat. Not everyone was a lethal assassin. However, as the electric man and Milk grappled fiercely, the security team recognized something was amiss. One guard drew his firearm, but with the two entangled in combat, he could not take aim. An experienced guard, seeing the turmoil, opted against drawing his weapon and charged into the fray. Ultimately, with the aid of several burly security personnel, Milk was subdued, yet he continued to rant defiantly. Meanwhile, the electric man gasped for breath, his neck marked by the imprints of the struggle. Shaken, he leaned against a poster wall, gazing at the subdued Milk with confusion. Where had his superpowers gone? An unprecedented sense of weakness plunged him into boundless panic. He could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited him without his abilities. Not to mention the ordinary citizens he had oppressed. The very magnates he had controlled could easily reduce him, a mere mortal, to dust with a flick of their pinky. Just as the pain of his shattered ambition to conquer the world gripped him, he was astonished to discover that his powers had returned. The crackling energy surged at his fingertips once more, and with a mere flick of his hand, a powerful current shattered the large screen on stage. As the electric man stood bewildered, a security officer approached him for instructions on how to handle Milk. In light of the incident, the fans had long been evacuated, and the electric man remained oblivious to the fact that it was Milk who had rendered his powers ineffective. Enraged at the thought of being bested by an ordinary person, he gestured for the guards to bring Milk before him. He intended to subject Milk to a torturous electric fate. On the other side, the Milk had already been thoroughly beaten by the security guards, sporting a bruised and battered visage. Now, under orders, the guards were dragging him closer to the electric man. Just as the electric man adjusted his attire and fixed his ferocious gaze upon the Milk, he suddenly realized that his superpowers had inexplicably begun to falter. What on earth was happening? Filled with suspicion, the electric man's doubts were only quelled when he beheld the Milk's darkened face. At that moment, the not-so-bright electric man finally grasped the situation. "It's you," he shouted, pointing at the Milk, leaving the surrounding guards bewildered. Could it be that their boss had indeed encountered this African gentleman's wife and daughter? Was that why he recognized him at last? The electric man cautiously stepped back a few paces from the Milk, and to his relief, his powers returned. Elated yet apprehensive, he commanded the guards to remain still, then proceeded to conduct a thorough search of the Milk. The guards meticulously explored the Milk's person until they discovered a round, hard, enigmatic object. When they retrieved this crystal-like item from the Milk's trousers, the seemingly lifeless Milk began to struggle. The crystal emitted a brilliant orange-yellow glow, seemingly concealing boundless mysteries within. The electric man gestured for the guards to hold the crystal and began to pace back and forth between the crystal and his position. At last, he was convinced that all the anomalies stemmed from this very crystal. "You secure this unidentified object with utmost care. Ensure it remains undamaged and does not get lost. And always keep it within my line of sight, maintaining a distance of at least 2 meters. Despite his overwhelming curiosity about this wondrous trinket, the electric man understood that the time for investigation was not yet ripe. Though the guards were somewhat perplexed by the directive, they knew all too well of the electric man's notorious brutality and straightened their backs to dutifully comply. Only then did the electric man leisurely approach the Milk, casting a meaningful gaze at the near-unconscious man. Noticing the Milk still harbored a desire to retaliate, one guard drew his firearm and aimed it at the Milk's head. "No." The electric man slowly shook his head. The fact that this assailant possessed such a weapon capable of countering superhumans indicated that he harbored secrets worth delving into. Therefore, he could not be allowed to perish. "Take him away." The electric man waved his hand, muttering, "What a nuisance. Our evening's entertainment has been ruined." After dealing with the Milk, the electric man had to pick up the microphone to address his fans and soothe their emotions, for these individuals were his unconditionally supportive, albeit foolish, followers. "Some envious of my popularity have dispatched assassins to attack me. However, they have forgotten that I am the invincible Electric Man, rest assured. No matter what occurs, I shall always be by your side. That night, the Electric Man resided in his lavish estate in New York, designed solely for his indulgence. Every day, beautiful girls walk in here, only to be transformed into fresh corpses and discarded. Alongside them, any fool daring enough to obstruct the Electric Man meets the same fate. In the bright and spacious hall, the Electric Man sits upon his throne, crafted from pure gold and adorned with diamonds. At his feet kneels Milk, bound and battered. Speak, who sent you here? And from whom did you acquire this little device that suppresses superpowers? The Electric Man pointed to a radiant crystal pendant hanging nearby. That is a power suppressor, you imbecile. Milk retorted defiantly before falling silent. Witnessing Milk's obstinacy, the Electric Man seethed with rage. Oomph. Despite your tough exterior, it amounts to nothing before me, the Electric Man. Within an hour, this stubborn wretch will be transformed into my obedient little dog. At that moment, won't you be eager to divulge everything? A soft chuckle escaped Milk's lips. What are you laughing at? The Electric Man regained his composure, regarding Milk with disdain. I find it amusing that this is New York, not your Mississippi. Milk suddenly burst into laughter. Boom! Boom! Two resounding explosions echoed around the estate, igniting towering flames. Butcher and Frankie had taken action. The Electric Man raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Do you think burying some explosives will have any effect on me? Indeed, the explosions may not affect you. But do not forget, this is New York. Milk retorted with a contemptuous smile. Someone will hear it. What? The Electric Man cupped his ear. To his knowledge, unless the police informed the water group, the Homelanders would not concern themselves with such matters, for they, like himself, were not virtuous. Yet, before he could finish his thought, an unusual noise emanated from the ceiling. The Electric Man looked up, suddenly realizing he had overlooked someone in his reflections. It was Superman, outside the estate, as the explosions continued to rage. A figure burst through the ceiling, striking a classic superhero landing amid the falling debris and dust, his red cape vivid under the lights. It was Superman. Slowly, he raised his head, an invisible pressure enveloping the room, causing all who met his gaze to tremble. What is happening here? He stood tall, his serious voice echoing through the hall. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon the Electric Man in the center of the hall. Electric Man. The earlier explosions lingered unspoken as Superman's gaze shifted between the Electric Man and the battered Milk. Damn it! How did he arrive so quickly? Meddlesome fool. The Electric Man cursed inwardly. If Superman were to uncover the secrets of this estate, his impulsive nature might just lead him to a perilous fate. However, seizing the opportunity to control Superman could prove to be a rather advantageous choice. The gaze of the Electric Man shifted towards the ability suppressor hanging nearby. Without awaiting any signal from him, the security personnel in the hall raised their weapons and began firing at Superman. The muzzles flared with fire, and bullets struck Leo's imposing figure one after another. The clattering of spent rounds echoed as golden bullets dented and scattered across the floor. Excellent. The criminals have revealed themselves, daring to resist before me. As a superhero Superman, I hereby pronounce your death sentences. Leo hovered midair, his red cape billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. Whoosh! Leo transformed into a lethal flash, wreaking havoc throughout the hall. His movements were a blur. Each security guard's body suddenly erupted into a mist of blood without warning. The sounds of carnage were incessant, turning the once glorious hall into a blood-soaked execution ground. Seemingly unsatisfied, Leo paused in the air, his eyes glowing with a crimson light. One after another, the security personnel rushing from the estate met their demise, either severed in half by heat rays or burned through the chest, collapsing lifelessly. The Electric Man observed with detached indifference, unfazed by the fate of his subordinates. To him, they were mere expendables. One batch perished, and another would take their place. He awaited the opportune moment to subdue Superman. Suddenly, the once cacophonous hall fell into silence. The first wave of security personnel had been nearly obliterated by Leo. He descended from air, advancing step by step towards the Electric Man. Electric Man, do you have anything you wish to explain? Leo embodied the persona of reckless simplicity, exuding an aura that suggested he was ready to behead the Electric Man at the slightest provocation. Watching the bloodthirsty Superman, the Electric Man felt a surge of anxiety. It seemed he had no choice but to gamble. Gritting his teeth, he spoke, "Superman, I too am a prisoner of circumstance. I possess something that will reveal the truth once you see it." He suppressed the discomfort of his powers waning and stepped forward, grasping the ability suppressor and tossing it toward Superman. Smack! Leo, wearing an expression of utter disdain, effortlessly caught the object hurled by the Electric Man. "What is this?" Leo examined the ability suppressor closely, but suddenly his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, a thick blue current surged from the Electric Man's palm. Superman's body charred, collapsing weakly onto the floor, meeting it with a brutal intimacy. Why? He struggled to rise, but now, as an ordinary man, he lacked the strength to withstand the Electric Man's assault. Ha 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 ha! A raucous laughter erupted, and the face of the Electric Man radiated with exhilaration. Who would have thought? Who would have imagined? It truly is a case of traversing the iron shoes with no effort, effortlessly obtaining what one seeks. Superman, this is entirely of your own making. What have you done? Leo's feeble voice resonated. Oh, it's nothing much, merely rendered your superpowers ineffective. The Electric Man unleashed another surge of electricity, ensuring Superman's utter incapacity to act. What? Render my powers ineffective? How is that possible? I am a born superhero, a favored child of the divine, an invincible Superman. On the floor, Leo lay as if struck by lightning, his expression one of disbelief. Similarly, Milk, sprawled on the ground, gazed at the performance of such a convincingly portrayed Superman, his eyes wide with incredulity. This individual is truly terrifying. A divine gift? A born superhero? What a pitiable and laughable fellow, now a hapless victim still in the dark about the water company's schemes. The Electric Man reclined back upon his throne, regaining his lofty demeanor. You so-called superheroes, myself included, are merely experimental subjects crafted by the water company using their so-called compound number 5. Indeed, how could the Electric Man, who commands the entirety of Mississippi, be unaware of this? It is common knowledge. Even the mayor of Baltimore is aware of compound number 5. They have concealed the truth, attempting to gradually seize control of this world through compound number 5 and their so-called superheroes. If they can do it, so can I. The Electric Man's expression grew increasingly deranged. What? The Electric Man and Milk seemed to hear the sound of Superman's worldview collapsing. A master, truly a master-level performer. Milk revealed a face of indescribable turmoil. Could it be that the one secretly targeting the water company is you? Leo's voice strained. No. I am not merely targeting the water company. I'm also targeting you. What do you mean? Do you recall the hotel explosion from a while back? Leo lifted his head with effort, meeting the Electric Man's mocking gaze. Indeed, that was orchestrated by me. Ha ha ha. Yet who would have thought you could be so foolish? Letting your anger cloud your judgment and directly eliminating the individual I controlled. And then, boom, everyone was sent skyward. It is unfortunate that you were not expelled from the Super 7 for that incident. The Electric Man lamented. Control? What do you mean? The Electric Man remained lost in the euphoria of his victory, oblivious to Leo's abnormality. It matters not to disclose this now. In truth, my greatest power is not wielding electricity as a weapon, but rather manipulating bioelectric currents to control human brainwaves, bending their thoughts to make them slaves beneath my command. The most terrifying aspect is that this transformation occurs silently and without notice. Those being controlled remain entirely unaware of any anomaly. The Electric Man pointed at Leo on the ground. And you, Superman, you are about to become the first stepping stone in my conquest of the water company. By controlling you, I gain the opportunity to exert influence over many more. Ha ha ha. Is that so? What a splendid plan indeed. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Leo's lips as he observed the Electric Man, fully aware that all his actions were unfolding precisely as scripted by Leo's superintellect. At this moment, Leo had acquired all that he needed. No more pretense. It was time to reveal the truth. Of course, this was meticulously orchestrated by yours truly. HM? Suddenly, the scars on Leo's body healed instantaneously, and even his attire became rejuvenated. He grasped the ability suppressor before him and levitated off the ground. The Electric Man's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. How could this be? In Leo's hand, the suppressor emanated a light that had quietly dimmed while the Electric Man was oblivious. Naturally, even with the suppressor in operation, it posed no threat to Leo. It was merely a performance for the Milk. The milk believed the Electric Man was on the first level, while he and Superman occupied the second, unaware that Leo was actually on the third. Before the Electric Man could transform into electricity, Leo swiftly appeared before him, gently cradling his face with both hands. "Thank you for your cooperation, Electric Man. You truly are a good person." The Electric Man opened his mouth, attempting to speak, his body crackling with electricity in a futile effort to tickle Leo. Yet, Leo merely smiled, his eyes flashing with a terrifying crimson light. Behold! A heat ray seamlessly connected from Leo's eyes to those of the Electric Man amidst the intense burning. The Electric Man's eye sockets gradually sank and melted, oozing a charred, unidentifiable substance. Remaining seated upon his throne, the Electric Man was reduced to a lifeless body with a brain boiled to oblivion. Chapter 69. The Nationalist. I cannot comply. Clap. Clap, clap. Leo clapped his hands, admiring his masterpiece. Suddenly, a moan emanated from the milk on the ground. Oh, I almost forgot. Leo lifted the fallen milk, and the nanotech suit surged, sending a portion of itself to cover the milk's wounds. What is this? The milk gazed in astonishment at the unfamiliar objects, feeling a tingling sensation at the sight of his injuries. It is something that will expedite your recovery. Leo observed the wounds on the milk's face. For this mission, the milk had indeed made significant sacrifices, and he should not be so stingy. At that moment, Butcher and Frenchie burst in from the outer perimeter of the estate. The earlier explosion had drawn away some security personnel, and with Leo having dispatched 2 groups, the remaining armed forces were scant, allowing Butcher and Frenchie to reach the central hall with their rifles. You arrived just in time. The milk is now your responsibility. I must continue my rounds here to gather more evidence against the Electric Man. With that, Leo flicked his cloak and crashed through the ceiling. As Leo departed with an air of nonchalance, Butcher and Frenchie shook their heads, assisting the fallen milk with care. Pray tell us, what transpired? Indeed, Leo traversed the estate, having already surveyed the scene with his extraordinary vision. Yet, being present in person allowed him to truly grasp the weight of the Electric Man's transgressions. Friday, have all details been recorded? Yes, sir. Then let the remaining matters be entrusted to the patrol team. Leo instructed Friday to convey his next directives to Butcher and the others, before vanishing into the night sky, soaring back to his clandestine lair. Friday retrieved the recordings. The screen illuminated with every detail from Leo's perspective upon entering the Electric Man's hall, encompassing the slaying of security personnel, exchanges with the Electric Man, and subsequent observations within the estate. Eliminate excessively gory scenes. Excise all references to Compound 5 and the non-innate nature of superheroes. Edit it so that the public can perceive the Electric Man's vile visage without revealing any secrets. Leo meticulously scrutinized the audio frame by frame. Indeed, Leo's current endeavor mirrored the nefarious tactics of unscrupulous media in the original universe. Through clever editing, he sought to distort the narrative to serve his shadowy objectives. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to also cut the final scene of his confrontation with the Electric Man to preserve his image of benevolence and purity. After completing the edits, Leo gazed upon the final product with satisfaction. Perfect. All right, I have received your message. Where is the fire? In the conference room of the Super 7, Madeline removed her glasses and approached the Patriot. No, it's not fire, it's water. Ask my little guppy, and you shall discover what has transpired. The Patriot turned to the window, glancing at the seated Deep Sea, his demeanor laced with disdain and a barely concealed ire. Show her. Upon receiving the Patriot's command, Deep Sea rose from his seat and circled to face a metallic box. Well, a dear friend of mine found this. Deep Sea's words were abruptly interrupted by the Patriot's stern interjection. It's merely a dolphin. A damn dolphin at the harbor's bottom discovered this. Deep Sea grimaced, harboring resentment yet reluctant to defy the Patriot's authority, obediently crouching to unfasten the metallic box's latch. Madeline gazed at the Patriot in confusion. Continue, do not be shy. The Patriot cast a glance at Madeline before directing a look of disdain toward the still Deep Sea. Madeline's gaze flitted between the Patriot and the metallic box several times before she too crouched down, carefully opening the subterranean container. Oh my God, she exclaimed, covering her mouth as she recoiled. Is that the Invisible Man? And you still believe we have nothing to fear? The Patriot retorted to Madeline. How did they pierce his skin? What kind of madmen are they? No, they're not madmen. Rather, they're intelligent individuals. The Patriot spoke as he walked. Master of the deep sea, what is it that eludes my understanding? It is zinc. At the conclusion of their conversation, the three gazed at the large, red-painted letters on the metallic box. Here we come. The Patriot stood beside Madeline, shrugging as he remarked, regardless of who they are, they have just declared war on us. 7 minutes prior, transoceanic flight 37 from Paris to Chicago had been hijacked. Madeline brought the Patriot and Queen Maeve to the satellite display. She solemnly addressed the Patriot. If you can return all those passengers alive, no member of Congress will dare to oppose our proposal. This matter is of utmost importance, far more critical than the Invisible Man. Upon hearing this, Queen Maeve, who had been reluctant to collaborate with the Patriot, spoke up. Why must it be me and the Patriot? Would it not be better to have Superman join us instead? Madeline raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, I attempted to contact Superman just now, but I have received no response. She then shook her head in resignation. I had thought Superman would not succumb to degradation like the likes of the Trainhead or the Invisible Man after joining the Super 7, yet I was mistaken. Left without retort, Queen Maeve had no choice but to accept the task at hand. With a swift motion, she snapped the neck of one assailant with a single hand. Casting him aside, amid the turbulent air, she turned her gaze towards another assailant in the aisle. Noticing her attention, he trembled and raised his hands. However, 2 red beams shot from behind Queen Maeve, striking his chest. A pained cry escaped his lips as it all came to an end. A smile played at the corners of the Patriot's mouth as he turned to shut the aircraft's door, the fierce turbulence dissipating, ensuring the safety of the passengers. They raised their arms to cheer for the Patriot and Queen Maeve, followed by applause. Yet, the two soon sensed something amiss as they entered the cockpit, discovering yet another hijacker present. Having heard the commotion outside, this final assailant was on edge, holding the captain at gunpoint. Realizing that escape was futile, he recklessly pulled the trigger. Bang! The captain's head erupted in a spray of crimson, and it was only then that the Patriot's heat ray severed the assailant in two. This not only failed to save the captain, but also melted a long fissure in the aircraft's control system, resulting in the instant demise of the first officer as well. As the alarm sounded, witnessing the situation spiral out of control, the citizens of the motherland began to entertain thoughts of abandoning the mission, while Queen Maeve persistently sought to salvage the dire circumstances. Alas, her efforts proved futile. The thermal beams unleashed by the adversaries rendered the aircraft utterly unmanageable. Maeve, think rationally. This is beyond our jurisdiction, the representative from the motherland remarked grimly, turning to face the passengers, his countenance adorned with a sunny smile. Everything is normal. You will be safe. Chapter 70, Leo. If you cannot do it, I shall. The aircraft, now bereft of control, shook violently in the air, causing the passengers to descend into chaos. You must exit and stabilize the plane. Stabilize the plane? How? There's nothing beneath my feet but air. The representative from the motherland found it difficult to fathom the absurdity of Queen Maeve's suggestion. Do as you wish. Fly over and realign it. Maeve, overwhelmed with emotion, was determined not to let the passengers perish. No, at this speed, I could either flip the plane or crash it entirely. In the face of his former lover, the representative endeavored to maintain his patience. During their exchange, a gust of turbulence struck, sending the passengers tumbling about. All right, fine. You take the passengers back one by one. The representative chuckled at Maeve's insistence. And then what? Shall I make 123 trips? The aircraft had completely lost control, the lights flickering ominously. Queen Maeve, cradling 2 young girls, pleaded, "Take these 2, just them, I implore you." Yet, she was met with the resolute refusal of the representative. No, what for? So they can tell the world, we abandoned the others to their fates? Maeve attempted to voice her concerns, but the surrounding passengers, having overheard their conversation, surged forward, desperate to grasp the last thread of hope for survival. Seeing this, the representative's eyes glowed with a terrifying red hue. All of you step back, or I shall unleash my laser vision. I swear, I will incinerate you one by one. Amidst the flickering lights, he roared, revealing his true nature as a demonic figure from the depths of hell. The passengers, terrified, recoiled. Let's go, the representative urged Maeve before turning to depart. Internally tormented, Maeve repeatedly uttered apologies, tears glistening in her eyes. Observing her hesitation, the representative gently prodded. Do you wish to perish alongside them? Aware that her presence would serve no purpose, Maeve ultimately grasped the representative's hand, and together they leapt from the aircraft. As they departed, The passengers erupted in frantic cries, panic-stricken, unwilling to accept their imminent demise. In the air, the representative held Maeve, watching helplessly as the aircraft receded into the distance. At the moment when Maeve was engulfed in sorrow, a figure suddenly soared up from below. The speed was so astonishing that a long white streak trailed behind, the vibrant red cloak standing out vividly. "What? Is that Superman?" Maeve murmured, while the Patriot observed with keen interest. Without further ado, Leo swiftly retrieved a fallen passenger and returned him to the cabin. "Everyone, hold on to something nearby and brace yourselves," he shouted, his powerful voice overpowering the passengers' screams, even drowning out the roar of the aircraft engines. At this moment, Leo could no longer concern himself with anything else. He surged towards the nose of the plane with unparalleled swiftness, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, though he had never attempted such a feat before. Catching a plane was a quintessential Superman maneuver. With both hands, he cradled the aircraft's nose, an extraordinary force field gradually enveloping the entire fuselage. Leo exerted himself, immense power causing the structure to tremble, yet the biological force field steadfastly protected it. From a distance, Leo appeared like a mere insect attempting to halt a moving vehicle. Insignificant against the colossal aircraft. What was he trying to achieve? The Patriot furrowed his brow, while Maeve's expression tightened with anxiety. The mournful wail of the aircraft echoed, but Leo remained utterly focused. The enormous inertia of the out-of-control plane could not be dissipated in an instant. If he exerted too much force, the biological force field might fail to prevent the fuselage from collapsing. However, Leo's strength was formidable, and gradually, the plane's speed began to wane, its previously tilted body straightening under his guidance. In the air, the Patriot was incredulous. How was he accomplishing this? Meanwhile, Queen Maeve regarded the Patriot with skepticism. "Did you not claim you would pierce through the plane? How can Superman support it?" As Leo approached success, a flicker of unease stirred within the Patriot. Just moments ago, his disgraceful demeanor had been laid bare before the passengers. If Leo managed to save the aircraft, would not his own image and reputation be irrevocably tarnished? Contemplating this, the Patriot's malevolent thoughts began to surface. He clutched Maeve and trailed behind the plane, a crimson glow igniting once more in his eyes. "No!" Maeve cried out, placing her hands before the Patriot's eyes. With the passengers now holding onto a glimmer of hope, she would not allow the Patriot, who had forsaken them, to unleash further violence. With each word, Queen Maeve nearly roared, "Our public relations team will handle those passengers. But if you dare to strike down that plane, I will ensure our fates are entwined in a deadly confrontation." Upon hearing Maeve's resolute declaration, the Patriot's dark intentions were extinguished. Damn it! If Maeve were not his former lover, if he were more confident in his ability to dispatch Superman swiftly, the Patriot would have unleashed a massacre. Unfortunately, the world has no room for such hypotheticals. Azu could only watch helplessly as the airplane's speed gradually diminished until it stabilized. Although he was supporting an aircraft, Leo maintained a calm demeanor, as if he were merely cradling a large toy. Initially, he needed to exert some control over the forces to counteract the airplane's inertia, but soon he found the task increasingly effortless. Now, with the aircraft less than 100 meters from the ground, his mission was nearing completion. Contemplating this, a smile crept upon Leo's face. He had been observing from the sidelines, and his late intervention was a calculated move to reveal the true nature of his compatriots. By Friday, he had already backed up all the recordings from the airplane's black box via his nano-battlesuit. Armed with this information, his plans could advance further, and soon, the water group and the entire world would be within his grasp. Good heavens! What is that? Passers-by on the ground had begun to notice the strange occurrence in the sky, their mouths agape in astonishment. Meanwhile, Leo was selecting an appropriate landing spot for the airplane. The spacious stadium was alive with excitement, hosting a grand football match where players dashed across the field while the spectators fervently chanted slogans. What is that? An audience member inadvertently glanced upward and witnessed a scene he would never forget. As the airplane drew closer, more and more spectators became aware of the anomaly. It's Superman. Keen-eyed viewers spotted a figure, seemingly insignificant compared to the airplane, supporting it in an astonishing manner as it descended slowly. In an instant, the venue fell silent, all present rendered speechless by the spectacle. The players paused their match, collaborating to move the goalposts aside to facilitate the airplane's landing. With a thunderous roar, dust billowed as the aircraft safely touched down. The fortunate passengers, who had just experienced such a life-threatening crisis and the heartlessness of their compatriots, emerged from the cabin, never forgetting who had saved them. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Superman was hoisted high into the air by the jubilant throng. Observing this from above, the compatriots snorted disdainfully and departed with Maeve. In the distant polar region, where the climate was harsh and life was seldom seen, lay a colossal secret base hidden beneath the ice and snow. The emblem of the bald eagle, covered by the frost, signified the identity of its master, the government of the beautiful country. Within the facility, several researchers clad in lab coats were manipulating something on the display screens. S.H.I.E.L.D, the first-generation experimental subject. Shall we proceed with the final test? The cold, mechanical voice echoed through the base as the scientists unhesitatingly selected the affirmative button. Chapter 71. The first-generation test subject. My name is Higher by Nason, an elite among the elite of the Marine Corps. I am blessed with a joyful and harmonious family, a beautiful and gentle wife, and a lovely, obedient daughter. They're my greatest treasures, the unwavering belief that sustains me in battle. One day, the military announced the selection of 100 soldiers for a top-secret mission crucial to national security. As one of the most distinguished soldiers, I was undoubtedly chosen. However, observing the other ordinary soldiers selected alongside me, I felt a twinge of disdain and confusion. Why would such an important mission require the presence of these non-elite individuals? What I did not know was that all 100 of us had been meticulously chosen, not based on our capabilities, but rather on the compatibility of our genes with a particular experimental project. Indeed, we were not to partake in a clandestine mission. Instead, we were to be subjected to a horrific human experiment. The very military I had once trusted had betrayed me. Upon our arrival at the mission site, a secret base nestled in the remote polar region, we were astounded by the grandeur before us. Who could have imagined such a magnificent base existing in this desolate location? As we reveled in the splendor of our surroundings, the nightmare began. There is no need to know the specifics of the mission. We were born soldiers, bound to obey orders. Yet, as the researchers clad in white lab coats commanded me to enter an experimental chamber brimming with instruments and tubes, an unsettling anxiety began to gnaw at my heart. When the chamber door sealed shut, I realized the gravity of my predicament. I feared for my life. As the anesthetic gas enveloped me, I gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, the voices of my wife and child echoing in my mind until the last moment. It mattered not if I perished. What would become of them? 3 years later, within the very same polar experimental base, Higher by Nason, the first-generation test subject, was to undergo a final evaluation. Amidst the light-hearted banter of the researchers, the affirmative green button was pressed with deliberation. I can assure you, the first-generation test subject would not disappoint. After 3 years of refinement, he was undoubtedly our proudest creation. Yet, it was perplexing to consider that among the 100 test subjects we had meticulously selected, only the first-generation test subject had survived. He was so perfect, so powerful, and devoid of any flaws. Were the higher-ups perhaps misguided? They intended for us to develop a second generation of test subjects, 2,000 in number, with the expectation that only one would survive. The ambitions of those politicians seemed insatiable. Several researchers chatted casually while monitoring the performance of the first-generation test subject on screen. There, Higher by Nason, as handsome as ever, stood before a woman and a little girl who were weeping and calling out to him. Higher, what has become of you? The woman's heart was filled with profound unease. A few days prior, a group of soldiers had claimed they would take her family to meet Higher. Without hesitation, she boarded their vehicle. However, upon their reunion, Higher's gaze was unexpectedly alien. Father, the little girl cried out, yearning to embrace her long-lost parent. Yet the woman held her back firmly, aware that the man before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her late husband, was not the Higher she once knew. Observing the two before her, Higher's expression remained devoid of emotion. He no longer recognized his former beloved. First-generation experiment, eliminate the 2 targets ahead. A merciless command echoed in his hollow mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Higher's hands swiftly and precisely grasped the necks of the 2 targets, exerting force. A sickening crack resonated as tears mingled with blood, splattering across the pristine room. Hire returned to his position, awaiting further instructions. Behind him lay two headless corpses and two tear-streaked heads, now silent upon the floor, feeling the residual warmth in his hands. A flicker of doubt arose in Hire's heart, though it held no sway over his actions. Excellent. I declare that the research on the first-generation experiment has been a resounding success. He will serve as our most reliable and formidable secret weapon. The white-coated figures on the other side of the screen erupted in jubilant cheers. Now, let us closely examine our second-generation experiment. He is still in his embryonic stage, but should the research succeed, he will surpass the first-generation experiment in strength. Since the hijacking incident, thanks to the adept actions of the Public Relations Department at Water Corporation, the disgrace of the Homeland's people had been successfully concealed. It seems the Homeland's citizens were well aware of Water Corporation's power, which is why they refrained from recklessly insisting on destroying the aircraft. Water Corporation, leveraging this superhuman rescue operation, began to extend its influence into the military. However, to everyone's astonishment, tranquility lasted but a few days before 3 videos and recordings swept across major online platforms like a virus. The first video featured the Electric Man, with a grotesque visage, confessed to all his crimes, including orchestrating the hotel and Kansas school bombings, as well as his ambitions to conquer Water Corporation and the world. Moreover, the myriad of transgressions committed in his estate were equally shocking. Fortunately, our valiant and noble Superman thwarted the Electric Man's nefarious schemes, thereby vindicating himself. Consequently, those who had previously criticized the Superman online, along with the Electric Man's original followers, shifted their allegiance to him, resulting in a meteoric rise in his popularity, placing him on par with the Homeland citizens at the pinnacle of acclaim. The second recording captures a conversation between the Patriot and Queen Maeve aboard an aircraft, with exceptionally clear and intricate audio. Upon its release, despite Water Company's repeated assertions that the audio was merely a fabrication by petty individuals using computer technology, the Patriot's reputation and popularity plummeted when a passenger came forward to corroborate the authenticity of the recording. Furthermore, the Water Company exhausted every avenue, yet failed to erase the recording from the internet. The third video, of course, featured the breathtaking moment when Superman rescued the aircraft, thereby drawing a substantial wave of admiration towards him. In comparison, Superman's popularity swiftly eclipsed that of the other heroes, placing him at the pinnacle. This orchestration was undoubtedly a scheme devised by Leo. What is this? In the conference room, Leo and the Patriot sat flanking Edgar, the group's president. The Patriot struggled to suppress his fury and sorrow, finally managing to utter a few words. Confronted by Edgar, the Patriot felt utterly impotent. As long as he wished to remain with Water Company, he had to swallow his pride. The reality was grim. It was unclear who had leaked the foolish and juvenile remarks he had made during the flight online, and it was not the company's fault. However, hadn't the company already addressed the matter? Those passengers in the black box from the flight. The Patriot shook his head, disbelief etched on his face, his eyes even beginning to redden. Of course, this was not a sign of an impending heat ray, but rather the lament of a grown man-child struggling to accept such a situation and wanting to weep. At this juncture, Edgar felt a wave of frustration. The leak of the recording and the passengers' contradictory statements had inflicted significant damage upon Water Group, even delaying the militarization bill. The principal culprit sat right before him, this giant infant. Listen, if you wish to shed tears, find a private place. Don't disgrace yourself here. Edgar scolded mercilessly. Yet, turning to Leo, he spoke gently. Superman, after careful consideration by the company, we have decided to appoint you as the leader of the Super 7. What do you think? Chapter 72. Ready to launch, of course. I would be delighted. Leo cast a brief glance at the disgruntled Patriot beside him, his face breaking into an excited smile, which only further irritated the Patriot. Edgar had initially assumed Superman would hesitate, but was taken aback when he accepted so readily. In fact, following the release of the Electric Man's video, Water Group had temporarily suspected that the Electric Man was the one covertly targeting the company. However, subsequent events led Edgar and Madeline to consider that the Electric Man was merely a scapegoat, with deeper conspiracies at play behind these occurrences. Edgar's gaze wandered over Superman's face, yet he revealed nothing. Yet, Leo keenly discerned this, realizing that suspicion had taken root in his mind. However, it was all too late. The public's trust and veneration for Superman had reached an unprecedented zenith. Conversely, the Waters Group had suffered a significant decline in credibility due to the recent incident involving the Patriot. In Leo's forthcoming plans, the once glorious aura surrounding Waters would ultimately dissipate, rendering it a target of public disdain. So be it. In due course, the company will orchestrate a grand coronation ceremony for you, broadcasted globally, to celebrate your ascension as the new captain and to salvage some semblance of reputation for our company. Were it not for your repeated interventions, the Waters Group's emblem might have already faltered. Edgar affectionately patted Leo on the shoulder, a gesture of commendation and encouragement. Yet, Leo was well aware that these were merely ceremonial words. How could the Waters Group ever truly collapse? For a conglomerate that had weathered countless storms, these challenges were but trifles. In contrast, for the Patriot, it was akin to a bolt from the blue. Nevertheless, he still harbored a glimmer of hope that, through the operations of the Waters Company, he might reclaim his former glory, which explained his restraint from exploding in fury. Ultimately, the Patriot was nothing more than an immature giant in the throes of adolescence. After exchanging pleasantries, Leo and the Patriot departed the conference room together. They both took flight from the Waters building in unison, clearly eager to converse. "Are you pleased to have become captain?" The Patriot seethed, glancing at Leo. "It's tolerable. But Patriot, my former idol, you have truly disappointed me," Leo proclaimed, adopting an expression of frustration. "Since joining the Waters Company, I have uncovered the true nature of those so-called superheroes and the repugnant self-interest that governs the Waters Group. My disillusionment is profound. Yet I find solace in knowing that you do not succumb to the same moral decay as the others, which compels me to remain within the Waters Company. However, I never anticipated that you would disregard the lives of those passengers merely to safeguard your reputation. Do you even deserve the title of Patriot?" Leo's barrage of words left the Patriot momentarily stunned. Steeling himself, the Patriot replied, "But I cannot lift the plane as you do. It is beyond my capabilities. Yet you could at least save a few individuals rather than allowing them all to perish. Acknowledge it. You are nothing but a hypocritical coward." Leo countered decisively, striking a nerve with the Patriot. With a flourish of the stars and stripes, the Patriot collided with Leo. However, Leo was prepared, firmly grasping the Patriot's outstretched hand, and both found themselves locked in a stalemate. As the Patriot marveled at the strength emanating from Superman's grip, Leo continued, "During my investigation into the Waters Group, I uncovered a staggering secret. Unlike the inferior Compound 5 that the locomotive has been covertly utilizing, the Waters Group has been producing these so-called superheroes with genuine Compound 5. We are but mere creations of artifice." The figure representing the homeland raised an eyebrow, and Superman's ability to discern these truths did not surprise him. After all, individuals like them often uncover many secrets even when they close their eyes and cover their ears. "What do you intend to do?" Leo's expression was vividly animated. "I shall not cease my investigation, and I will unveil all I have discovered during that global broadcast." A wave of righteous fervor swept over him, prompting a chuckle from the figure of the homeland. "And what then? What benefits arise from this? You, too, will fall from your pedestal. I do not believe you are immune to the allure of your current exalted status." Yet, the figure underestimated Superman's pure-heartedness. "No, I must ensure that the public is no longer deceived. They have a right to know the truth, and that is all." The figure of the homeland was at a loss, unable to comprehend Superman's perspective. "I cannot allow you to do this. Should you persist, I fear I have no choice but to eliminate you." Just as the figure was gathering his strength, Leo's next words left him speechless. "Why do you continue to defend the Waters Corporation? Look at Edgar. What regard does he hold for you? He does not see you as significant. Moreover, you are not the irreplaceable hero you believe yourself to be. The Waters Corporation has already found your substitute, your son, Ryan." "So? When did I ever have a son? Surely, you used to save your own life." The figure of the homeland furrowed his brow, a hint of doubt seeping in. Had the Waters Corporation truly experimented with his own genes? "Do you recall the woman from 8 years ago? Bejia, with whom you shared an intimate connection, only to have her vanish? What you do not know is that she bore your son, and he was delivered safely. Now, they are concealed by the Waters Corporation, and you remain oblivious. Try to think for a moment." As Leo spoke, he produced a photograph from seemingly nowhere, depicting Bejia and Ryan playing together in a yard. The figure of the homeland released his grip on Leo, fixated on the image, observing the young boy who bore a striking resemblance to him, even down to the same golden hair, causing a tremor of uncertainty within. Impossible. How do you know this? Furthermore, how can I ascertain the truth of your claims? Leo shook his head. To discern the truth, simply inquire with Madeline. After all, lies cannot withstand your scrutiny. Moreover, this revelation was not mine to uncover. It was the woman's husband who, after 8 years of investigation, finally unraveled the truth, and I happen to be friends with that man. So, stop with the pretense and tell me, where are they? The figure of the homeland's visage contorted in fury. He hesitated to confront Madeline, fearing the painful reality that the woman he cherished had been deceiving him all along. For someone like him, who had long been deprived of familial affection, no one could fathom the profound significance of a true family. Thus, he chose to obtain answers directly from Leo, knowing that upon meeting the patriotic man, the entire truth would come to light. If I tell you, will you refrain from obstructing me? Of course. Then everything is negotiable. In the sky, Leo observed the receding figure of the patriotic man, aware that he would remain free from the grasp of the water group for a considerable time. This not only facilitated the operations of the Black Cloak Patrol, but also ensured that the patriotic man would lose any chance of a comeback due to this incident. Consequently, the forthcoming Super 7 would operate under Leo's absolute authority. However, Leo still intended to leverage the patriotic man's assistance to deliver a devastating blow to the water group. Chapter 73. Butcher's Revenge. In the office of the president of the water group, Edgar stood anxiously by the window, gazing downwards. Despite the city being adorned with advertisements and promotions for an upcoming celebration, Edgar found no solace. The reason was simple. The relationship between the patriotic man and the water group had reached a freezing point. For reasons unknown, the patriotic man had suddenly uncovered the whereabouts of Beijia and Ryan, launching a surprise attack on the location where they were concealed, slaughtering all guards present without mercy. Now, Edgar felt that the unfolding events were slipping further from his control. The water company, lacking a counterbalance to the patriotic man and fearing the irrational wrath of this oversized infant, had no choice but to make certain concessions. They acknowledged their wrongdoings and ceased to restrict Beijia and Ryan's freedom, promising to elevate the patriotic man back to glory once the hijacking incident subsided. However, the patriotic man showed no response to these overtures. Edgar was uncertain how much this course of action could rectify the situation, but he was left with no alternatives. Even Madeline, once a concern for the patriotic man within the water group, had met a gruesome fate due to the deceit involving the patriotic man. What was more insufferable was that all these sordid affairs were shrouded in secrecy, forcing the water company to conceal the truth from the public, thereby allowing the patriotic man to act with impunity. As for employing Superman as a countermeasure against the patriotic man, Edgar's greatest worry now was Superman, whose fame had eclipsed that of the water group and was showing signs of breaking free from their control, becoming increasingly unpredictable. Yet, the fanatical supporters were wholly enamored with him. Edgar believed that whatever Superman proclaimed, those fervent fans would revere as gospel. Recently, Superman had even acquired the moniker of God among mortals among the masses. Absurd. What sort of God among mortals is he? Merely a manipulative charlatan, after all. Ultimately, Edgar deduced that Superman was the prime suspect. He had been linked to the leaking of the airplane's black box recordings and had revealed truths to the patriotic man. After all, these two incidents had yielded the greatest benefits for this individual, though the means by which Superman achieved this remained elusive and lacking concrete evidence. Edgar had already resolved in his heart that these matters were inexorably tied to Superman. Yet more frustratingly, the What Company currently finds itself in dire need of Superman's illustrious reputation. Otherwise, the Super 7 may face disbandment, and the company's credibility in the eyes of the public would plummet further. Thus, Edgar has no choice but to resolutely see matters through, simultaneously dispatching individuals to investigate the truth while seeking new, easily controllable superpowered beings capable of rivaling Superman. However, this task is far from simple. With a deep sigh, Edgar felt a profound sense of helplessness for the first time. How astonishing! These equipments, within Leo's experimental base. Members of the Payback Squad were donning the new gear Leo had prepared for them. Indeed, these were a batch of nano-technology armors, crafted by Leo in imitation of Tony's battle suits. Unlike Tony's armor, however, Leo's nanotech focused more on augmenting the human body itself, enhancing strength and speed, rather than emphasizing energy output and firepower coverage. Additionally, it was equipped with upgraded ability suppressors, endowing the Payback Squad with a qualitative leap in combat prowess, enabling them to accomplish even more for Leo. By the way, what exactly is this guy's superpower? Could it be that while enhancing physical attributes, his intellect has also reached an inhuman level? Hugh quietly grumbled to Butcher beside him. Ahem, I can hear you. Leo deliberately interjected. During this period, the cooperation between the Payback Squad and himself had been quite harmonious, and on this foundation, Leo provided them with even more formidable equipment. Now, aside from certain superpowered beings at the pinnacle of strength, all others before them were merely easy prey. The excitement was palpable. Being able to personally dispatch those superpowered beings had long been a dream of his. To Leo, they were merely toys, and he harbored no fears regarding the chaos they might unleash. What exactly do you want? Butcher finally voiced his inner confusion, stepping closer to Leo. For world peace. Leo replied with a calm smile, then patted him on the shoulder. Don't overthink it, comrades. It's time to commence our plan. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Becca and Ryan resided, the sounds of laughter from men and children echoed. It was Patriot who was playfully tossing Ryan into the air, his face radiating joy. At the moment he laid eyes on Ryan, Patriot almost instinctively recognized him as his son. The sensation of blood connection was peculiar, yet immensely gratifying. Through Becca, Patriot learned the truth of the past, yet out of caution regarding Superman, he sought out Dr. Vogelbaum, hoping for confirmation of everything. Faced with the unyielding truth, the doctor finally ceased to conceal his thoughts, revealing everything he knew to the compatriot, igniting a fervor of rage within him. Madeline, the woman he cherished deeply, had been deceiving him all along, treating him merely as a tool of the water group. Suppressing his fury, the compatriot granted Madeline one last chance. Yet she ultimately disappointed him. After their final kiss, she met her demise on her own sofa at his hands. Consequently, disillusioned with the water group, the compatriot returned to Ryan's side, relishing the hard-won joys of family. However, turmoil stirred within him, for the conditions offered by the water group were undeniably enticing. And the compatriot, yearning for public attention, found himself tempted. Upon learning that Superman was investigating the water group, he understood that Superman would undoubtedly uncover the production of super-terrorists utilizing Compound 5. To avoid being ensnared, he had meticulously severed all ties to this matter, fabricating evidence to shift the blame entirely onto the water company. The hijacking incident, having resulted in no actual casualties apart from the deputy pilot mistakenly killed by a heat ray, which could easily be attributed to the hijackers, left the compatriot with a glimmer of hope for redemption. Just as the compatriot wavered in uncertainty, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Butcher, clad in a technologically advanced black exosuit, descending without pretense. Thud, still acclimating to the apparatus. Butcher nearly lost his balance, startling Ryan and Bajia. The compatriot regarded the newcomer with suspicion, recognizing Butcher as the one who had fixated on him during the contest with the shockwave of the train station. As if reading his thoughts, Butcher retracted his exosuit, transforming it into a black ring on his arm. Upon seeing Butcher, Bajia and Ryan immediately reacted. It turned out that prior to the compatriot's arrival, Butcher, having learned everything from Leo, had frequently evaded guards to visit Bajia and Ryan. However, once the compatriot appeared, Butcher had ceased to come, leading Bajia to worry about his well-being. While Bajia and Ryan were familiar with Butcher, the compatriot was unaware that he was Bajia's husband, and as he pondered this, Butcher approached. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Butcher, Bajia's husband. A long-buried memory resurfaced for the compatriot, recalling the night 8 years prior when Bajia had enthusiastically introduced him to Butcher. Realizing the visitor's intentions were not benign, the compatriot nonetheless dismissed Butcher. Despite the latter's peculiar exosuit, I have come to warn you on Superman's behalf to suppress your unwarranted ambitions, and also to deliver a well-deserved reckoning for the 8 years of suffering inflicted upon Bajia and myself. Butcher's expression was one of barely contained fury as he concluded. Is that all you have? The patriotic man regarded Butcher with disdain, gently setting Ryan down as he prepared to impart an unforgettable lesson to this individual. Chapter 74. The Curtain Rises. Welcome, our magnificent guardian. the valiant warrior against evil, the new leader of the Super Seven, the Superman who guides humanity towards a brighter chapter. The deity among men. Amidst the roars of thousands of spectators, Leo, clad in a crimson cloak, gracefully descended from the heavens. The grand lights illuminated him, rendering his figure even more divine. On the other side of the lens, countless viewers around the globe excitedly tuned in to witness this unprecedented live broadcast. This event was not solely a promotion for Superman, but rather a grand spectacle orchestrated by the What Company to bolster its own image. Clearing his throat, Leo commenced the most pivotal performance of the evening. Do not kill him. Observing the pleading eyes of Beijia and Ryan, the patriotic man tempered his fury slightly. Very well. Let this man, who claims to be Beijia's husband, see what true affection entails. One must remember, the affair with Beijia was not forced upon him. Men's matters are best settled elsewhere, Butcher coldly remarked. Indeed, the patriotic man nodded nonchalantly, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to teach this individual a lesson. An unfamiliar mech suit enveloped Butcher, blue flames igniting at his feet as he soared alongside the patriotic man towards a distant grove. Selecting an appropriate venue, the two locked eyes through their mech masks. As the orange-yellow light gradually dispersed, the patriotic man, puzzled by Butcher's peculiar antics, was met with a metallic fist hurtling towards him. Yet, he did not evade. He allowed the punch to land squarely upon him. Thud! The patriotic man was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a large tree before plummeting to the ground. Coughing, he rose to his feet, incredulously staring at Butcher. As the impact of that punch had indeed elicited a sensation of pain, it had been years since he had felt such discomfort. The ability suppressor can restrain the powers of superhumans like you. Butcher's voice emerged, tinged with pride beneath the mask. That punch was utterly exhilarating. The patriotic man stretched his limbs, flicked the stars and stripes, and charged towards Butcher. Butcher attempted to intercept him, only to be sent flying by the impact, carving a trench into the earth and stirring up clouds of dust and fallen leaves. Another forceful heat ray surged forth, and Butcher swiftly conjured a shield from nanomaterials, straining to withstand the patriotic man's assault. Ultimately, he was propelled once more, the sound of splintering branches echoing in his ears. Damn it, Butcher muttered under his breath, utterly astonished that, even under the influence of the ability suppressor, the patriotic man retained such formidable strength. Truly a monstrous adversary. With gritted teeth, Butcher rose to his feet, engaging in a fierce struggle with the patriot who had approached him. Prior to joining the Vought Corporation, despite having encountered numerous heinous criminals, I firmly believed that the world remained a place of light, and I consistently strived to make it a better place. After my induction into Vought, I faced skepticism and stumbled on my path as a hero, yet I have never entertained the notion of surrender, persistently exerting my efforts in my own unique manner. The audience sat in rapt silence, attentively absorbing Superman's heartfelt monologue, gazing at him with admiration. However, just when I thought I had achieved success, reality dealt me a staggering blow. My time at Vought, though brief, revealed shocking truths that were hard to fathom. At this juncture, some members of the audience began to sense an unsettling shift, while Edgar, who had been fixated on Superman, furrowed his brow in concern. What was his intention? Superman's discourse had strayed from the script prepared by Vought, prompting Edgar to issue an immediate command. Should anything go awry, cut off Superman's speech without hesitation, even if it meant terminating the live broadcast, despite the potential irreparable damage to Vought. There are those who wield power to spread deception and conceal the truth. Leo lifted his feet from the ground, hovering above the crowd, his incendiary words in close proximity stirring the emotions of the audience to a fever pitch. Meanwhile, Queen Maeve and other superheroes stared in astonishment at the airborne Superman, their minds blank. Instantly, Edgar ordered the shutdown of all audio equipment to sever Superman's address. With fury igniting in his gaze, Edgar acted decisively. Yet, none of this escaped my notice. Today, I would unveil the stark reality before all, exposing the darkness to the sunlight. Leo's voice grew hoarse, and under his fervent influence, the audience began to raise their fists in unison. Satisfied with their response, Leo sensed it was time to unleash the explosive truths. A report came through the earpiece. All equipment had malfunctioned, and we could not shut them down. Edgar's heart sank at the news. Then we must terminate the live broadcast directly. If that fails, send someone to cut the power. However, even if Edgar were to disable all devices, it would be futile, as Friday had already taken control of everything. Should he attempt to forcibly disrupt the broadcast? The members of the Black Noir squad, clad in nanotech armor, were already poised nearby, waiting. This was undoubtedly a battle of grossly unequal footing. Clang! The Patriot's fist crushed Butcher's facial armor, denting it inward, and with a forceful grip, he shattered the mask, revealing Butcher's bloodied face beneath. Very well, you have one. Butcher lay on the ground. Despite the enhancements of the energy suppressor and battle armor, he was still soundly beaten by Homelander, inflicting little harm upon him in return. Gasping for breath, Butcher conceded his defeat. Yet you two have utterly failed. You have squandered the opportunity to prevent Superman from revealing the truth. The Vought Corporation will soon be nothing more than a relic of the past, will it not? Homelander shrugged nonchalantly, for he held little faith that Superman could incite any significant upheaval. After all, Edgar was no fool, and he would never allow Superman to succeed unchallenged. Moreover, he found himself indifferent to Superman's intentions, as they bore little relevance to his current self. Not to mention, Homelander secretly entertained the thought that if Superman were to botch this endeavor, Vought would be left with no choice but to respectfully invite him back. Noticing Homelander's lack of reaction, Butcher continued, "Our investigation has revealed that you are the one covertly orchestrating the creation of super-terrorists. Your clumsy attempts at fabricating evidence are laughable. And soon Superman will expose this to the world, leaving you forever branded as a despised rat." At these words, Homelander could no longer remain composed. He failed to consider that his methods would be transparent to Leo. However, he feigned calmness and, pretending not to understand, retorted, "What are you talking about?" Butcher couldn't help but chuckle at Homelander's childish demeanor. "Since you cling to false hope, prepare to be publicly disgraced." At that point, how will you convince Ryan to follow you, a father steeped in infamy? Homelander's expression twitched involuntarily. Ryan was his Achilles heel. Butcher then delivered another shocking revelation. "Do you know? In our investigation, we discovered that every superhero created through Compound V has a clear familial record, except for you. Your origins remain a mystery. However, through our relentless pursuit, we uncovered the truth. You were artificially created using the reproductive cells of an individual. This man can be considered your biological father. Yes, you do indeed have a father. And we have found him. He is none other than the superhero known as Soldier Boy, who was active many years ago." Homelander's expression shifted from disdain to confusion, and ultimately to disbelief. He longed to use his superhuman vision and hearing to discern whether Butcher was fabricating this tale. Unfortunately for him, all his extraordinary senses indicated that Butcher was not lying. With bloodshot eyes, Homelander clutched Butcher tightly. "Tell me, where is he?" The sudden revelation of a potential father left Homelander in a state of turmoil, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Once again, it was evident that this emotionally starved, aging giant had an insatiable yearning for familial connection. Inquire of Superman, for the Soldier Boy lies within his grasp. However, it seems he recently remarked that retaining Soldier Boy serves no purpose. One wonders if Superman has indeed dealt with him. Should you arrive early, you may find that Butcher's words remain unuttered, as the figure of Patriot has already vanished beyond the horizon. Overcome by a torrent of words, Patriot has entirely lost his reason and fundamental judgment. He fails to contemplate why Butcher would divulge such information to him. At this moment, his mind is consumed by a singular thought: to locate Superman and administer a severe beating. Chapter 75. The outbreak of war. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Leo's thoughts sparked a sudden revelation. On the screen behind him, images materialized depicting an infant receiving an injection of Compound 5. This cerulean serum, being introduced into the infant's system, is none other than Compound 5, the very substance that grants humanity extraordinary abilities, transforming them into the so-called superheroes. Yet, this entire saga is but a ruse orchestrated by Vought Corporation. They have deceived everyone, their aim being to fortify their corporate dominance while systematically eroding the power of the public and the government. Leo understood that mere audiovisual evidence would fall short of persuasion. Thus, he had meticulously prepared a series of irrefutable proofs, currently being brought forth by Huey for the audience's consideration. As the video showcased the very infant who had been injected with Compound 5 appearing before the crowd, Along with revelations from the infant's mother regarding the details of the experimental agreement with Vought, the audience erupted in fervor. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Furthermore, Vought had clandestinely established a superhuman experimentation facility, wherein various promising infants were collected. They stripped these infants of their right to live freely and grow. And upon discovering that the test subjects did not meet expectations, they callously extinguished the lives of these so-called experimental subjects. On the screen, a child whose powers spiraled out of control was horrifically incinerated. Leo's heart raced as he discerned Patriots approaching footsteps. With the objective achieved, he resolved to further incriminate Vought Corporation by attributing all of Patriot's actions to them. After all, should this information remain isolated, some might dismiss it as trivial. However, if linked to the term terrorist, Vought would surely face ruin. What's more egregious is that Vought Corporation has exploited this serum to create super-terrorists on a global scale. In their relentless pursuit of ensuring that all remain dependent on superheroes, they have acted without moral restraint, committing unspeakable atrocities. A series of top-secret documents were unveiled on the screen, and a plethora of evidence was presented upon the stage. The audience sat in stunned silence, utterly astounded by these incredulous revelations. Bang! In the office, Edgar had completely lost his composure and grace. He slammed his hands violently onto the desk before him, realizing that every possible method he had attempted to halt the broadcast had failed. He nearly roared out his final command. While the other members of the Super 7, they were to spare no effort in stopping Superman. And what about Homelander? Contact him and convey that as long as he returns to thwart Superman, all matters are negotiable. However, after venting his fury, Edgar's stormy countenance softened slightly, and he suddenly changed his expression, issuing a new directive. The Super 7 could act covertly, but they must not be caught on camera or expose themselves. Yes, inform Homelander to cease his actions. He must not confront Superman in front of the live audience. Report: we have been unable to reach Homelander. The voice in his earpiece allowed Edgar to exhale in relief as he sat back, drenched in cold sweat, grateful that he still retained a modicum of calm. In truth, the matter Superman had unveiled could be explained and debunked by Waters Corporation in due course. After all, no one yet knew the truth, and the public could not discern fact from fiction. At that moment, it would be a battle between Waters Group and Superman. Moreover, Waters Group would also receive support from the government. Yet, if Homelander were to suddenly emerge during the broadcast to attack Superman, Waters Corporation would find it impossible to explain their actions. What? You claim that Superman's assertions are false? Then why did you dispatch Homelander to assault him? Are you attempting to silence Superman forever? Do you wish to bury the truth eternally? Should that occur, Waters Corporation would face utter defeat, with no chance of redemption. Unfortunately, Edgar remained unaware that Homelander, whom the company had failed to contact, was already en route to the scene. Damn it, what is Superman trying to accomplish? In the beautiful nation, the vice president was gazing intently at the screen, his expression severe, cursing Superman in his heart. Indeed, why has Waters Corporation been so audacious all these years? How has this colossal entity managed to thrive beyond the complete control of the government of the beautiful nation? Could it be that mere merchants could achieve such feats? Why did the government's investigation into superhumans fizzle out after encountering setbacks? Has the government truly become so feeble? Thus, it is evident that there has always been a force propelling Waters Corporation from behind, one that emanates from within the government of the beautiful nation. Only through collusion between officials and businessmen could Waters Corporation have reached its current stature, a situation that dates back to the company's inception. Waters Corporation required a protective shield, while the then leader of the vice president's faction sought political achievements, wealth, and power. Thus, they found common ground and struck a deal. Strictly speaking, the two forces merely share a collaborative relationship, devoid of any hierarchical structure. However, as their ambitions gradually expanded, both the water company and the vice president's faction became increasingly discontented with their current levels of profit, yearning to extend their influence into the military realm. The vice president's faction, in particular, harbored aspirations of global domination. Indeed, the experimental base situated in the polar regions was a project orchestrated by the vice president's faction, a fact unbeknownst to the water group. One might wonder how they managed to operate under the president's radar. Over the years, countless politicians and political forces supported by the water company have become integral components of the vice president's power structure. In terms of sheer influence, the vice president's faction far surpasses that of the president. As for why they do not seek the presidency, it is surely to maintain a low profile while amassing power in the shadows. Although there exists some dissatisfaction with the militarization proposals put forth by the water company, the vice president has opted for a neutral stance, neither supporting nor opposing them. However, at this moment, the vice president requires the water company to remain in the public eye to buy time for the grand plans meticulously crafted over the years. Despite the initial projects on experimental subjects having made some progress, the inability to mass-produce these subjects has stalled their aspirations for world domination. After all, no one can guarantee that when the first-generation experimental subjects are unleashed to conquer the world, they won't find themselves usurped by others. Following multiple failures in their mass production plan, they have resorted to a more extreme approach, the second-generation experimental subjects. If the water company were to collapse now, not only would the plans be jeopardized, but the vice president's clandestine power could also be exposed, potentially unraveling years of careful scheming. Nevertheless, given the current situation, Superman's actions have irrevocably slipped from the water group's control, rendering the entire organization perilously vulnerable. Yet, the situation is not beyond redemption, prompting the vice president to adopt a stance of restraint. Upon receiving Edgar's orders, Queen Maeve, Starlight, the Train, and Deep Sea exhibited a range of expressions. Gritting their teeth, the Train and Deep Sea resolved to take action. Irrespective of Superman's fate, the evidence that had not yet been brought to light, along with devices akin to the large screen, must be destroyed at once. However, before the members of the Black Cloak Enforcers could confront them, Queen Maeve and Starlight wore expressions of hostility, intent on obstructing the impending actions of the Train and Deep Sea. Have you lost your minds? Can't you see what Superman is doing? He intends to obliterate everything. Yet, the two women appear to be influenced by Superman's fervor, silent and resolute in their stance before them. Damn it! Amidst the chaos, while Superman passionately unveiled the dark truths, a figure streaked across the sky, a flag of stars and stripes billowing, charging directly towards Superman. Boom! In a globally broadcast spectacle, Superman was propelled skyward by his compatriots. Damn it! Edgar slumped in his chair, his expression twisted in rage. The vice president's fingers trembled slightly as he retrieved a satellite phone from his pocket. Chapter 76, A Storm Yet to Settle. In hindsight, I should never have heeded your deceptive words. The Patriot swung a powerful fist at Leo, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Leo caught the Patriot's fist firmly in his grasp. The immense force of the blow scattered the clouds in the sky. And as the Patriot beheld his fist held captive by Leo, a terrifying red glimmer ignited in his eyes. How much more are you hiding from me? With a fierce roar, a searing beam shot forth. Leo deftly tilted his head to evade the Patriot's attack, extending his arm to secure the Patriot's neck, then abruptly drove his knee upward. Thud! This strike propelled the Patriot through the clouds, sending him soaring skyward. Leo chuckled lightly, accelerating to follow the Patriot who had been launched into the air. Meanwhile, the live broadcast venue descended into chaos. The audience erupted upon witnessing the Patriot abducting Superman. There was no need for explanations or doubts. His appearance was irrefutable evidence. Not only here, but viewers across the globe tuned into the live stream also witnessed the scene, unleashing a torrent of curses upon the Water Corporation. Yet Edgar had not abandoned resistance. He had dispatched his adopted daughter, the later infamous sharpshooter Newman, to the scene. With her presence, all witnesses would vanish. The vice president clutched the satellite phone tightly, even if the water group's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. As long as Superman was eliminated by the Patriot, it would be easy to deceive the ignorant and foolish populace. With this thought in mind, the vice president patiently awaited the outcome of the battle. A flash of fire descended from the sky to the earth. Upon closer inspection, two figures were locked in a relentless struggle. Boom! Like an asteroid crashing into the earth, one figure crashed heavily to the ground, displacing millions of tons of soil and creating a crater over 100 meters in diameter. The other figure tumbled continuously, ultimately plunging into a lake, sending waves crashing high into the air. Water continuously gushed into the deep pit as both figures ascended simultaneously, hovering in midair. Leo and the Patriot exchanged glances. Leo witnessed the fury in the Patriot's eyes, while the Patriot perceived profound disdain in Leo's gaze. In the next moment, The sky was painted crimson as their heat rays collided. Unlike the Patriot's gritted teeth, Superman appeared calm and collected. With a light chuckle, Leo increased his power output. The standoff lasted mere moments before the energy from their clash surged toward the Patriot. The irresistible force, laden with unimaginable heat, struck the Patriot squarely in the chest with a scorching ray. With a howl, the Patriot was propelled away by Leo's heat ray, ultimately embedding him within a mountain before it ceased its relentless assault. I can hardly believe that I have found myself at a disadvantage. The Patriot was seething with rage, and his battle attire had torn away in large swathes, revealing skin that had been scorched to a charred hue. Damn it! The Patriot surged towards me once more with remarkable speed. I braced one hand against his chest, yet the force propelled both of us backward for quite some distance. Then, with my other hand, I delivered a powerful punch to his face. The impact echoed like thunder, shattering countless sturdy century-old trees and carving a deep trench into the earth before the Patriot finally came to a halt. Wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, the superhero reappeared before him. With a sweeping motion, the Patriot unleashed a forceful blow, which I managed to deflect with my arm. The sheer strength of the punch caused my hair to flutter. Seizing his hands, I yanked him towards me while delivering a headbutt. The Patriot rolled several times on the ground before soaring off towards the lake, skipping across its surface like a stone. Blood dripped from his brow, obscuring his vision, but he splashed the water to regain his balance, while his once proud stars and stripes cape had turned to ash. Yet, the superhero's fist was already upon him. With a resounding thud, our fists collided at a fierce angle, sending ripples across the lake's surface. I did not relent, retracting my arm to deliver another punch. The Patriot, unwilling to concede, gritted his teeth and clashed his fist against mine once more. Bang! 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Our fists gradually became stained with blood, and the surge of adrenaline dulled our senses to pain. Finally, with a sickening snap, the Patriot howled as he crumbled into the depths of the lake. The splashed water dampened my face as I coldly observed the blood dripping from my knuckles. Regrettably, none of it was my own. After exchanging blows for so long, my fists merely felt a slight numbness, quickly returning to normal, while the Patriot was in dire straits. Peering through the water at the Patriot, who was fixated on me from below, I parted my lips, freeze breath. The lake's surface rapidly transformed into a vast expanse of white, as this extreme cold spread with astonishing speed towards the bottom, enveloping him completely within his incredulous gaze. Diving beneath the ice, I plunged my hands deep into the frigid surface, exerting all my strength to lift a massive block of ice, emanating an intense chill. Gazing at the Patriot, who was barely clinging to life yet still conscious, I couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared to be time to conclude this battle. I hurled the ice block high into the air and ascended to greater heights. Bathed in sunlight, my red cape billowed magnificently. Aiming at the frozen Patriot below, I grinned and plunged downward with all my might. Unable to escape for the moment, the Patriot could only watch helplessly as I prepared to deliver a devastating blow. Everything seemed to plunge into silence at that moment, until a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Leo gazed at the compatriot before him, whose chest was shattered, arms crushed, and body drenched in blood, lost in contemplation. How could one sustain such grievous injuries, yet still cling to life? As if sensing Leo's thoughts, the compatriot struggled to open his eyes. Blood spilled from his lips as he spoke. I concede, I desire nothing more. I only hope he can spare me, allowing me to grow alongside Ryan. Listening to the fragmented words of this colossal infant, Leo found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. To be frank, Leo had already achieved his objective of using the compatriot as a decisive instrument, and the compatriot had submitted. In truth, he no longer posed a threat to Leo. Yet, alas, he lamented, I was on the verge of feeling compassion for you, this merciless killer. Even so, I possess reasons compelling enough to eliminate you. In the face of the compatriot's pleading gaze, Leo ruthlessly snapped his neck and gently closed his eyes, which were filled with a lingering affection for the world. The compatriot, a mere victim of the Watt Corporation, was nothing more than a pitiful soul. Throughout the battle, Leo had dominantly subdued the compatriot. Yet he had not emerged unscathed. After several waves of impact, even with his current physical prowess, Leo felt a wave of chest tightness and sustained a few bruises. But that was the extent of his injuries. Having endured numerous battles, Leo had finally evolved to this juncture. However, he understood that the ordeal was far from over. To provoke those lurking in the shadows into action, these injuries were scarcely sufficient. Upon witnessing Superman return, carrying the compatriot's lifeless body, the crowd erupted in fervor. Initially concerned that Superman might be defeated by the compatriot, their hearts could finally find solace. Nonetheless, Superman appeared gravely wounded. His uniform was tattered. A gaping wound marred his chest, and his once handsome visage was smeared with blood that was not his own. In the scene, the vice president's expression was marked by turmoil and hesitation upon seeing Superman's return. Damn it! Both the compatriot and the What Corporation are utterly inept. Observing Superman's dire state, the vice president resolved with finality. After all, opportunity knocks but once, and with the strength Superman had displayed, he would undoubtedly become the greatest hindrance moving forward. The vice president was uncertain whether the first-generation experimental subject could vanquish Superman at his zenith, and the success of the second-generation experimental subject was still a distant prospect. If the What Corporation became entangled in this debacle, the project would certainly come to a standstill. Thus, it would be prudent to eliminate Superman now, preventing any future repercussions. Externally, they could declare that a super-terrorist colluded with the What Corporation was responsible, deflecting blame from themselves. Without further ado, the vice president dialed his satellite phone. Deploy the first-generation experimental subject and eliminate Superman. Chapter 77. A new wave. Leo felt a flicker of realization as he cast aside the corpse of the Patriot. Long ago, he had pondered the possibility that if the Russian government could transform soldiers into formidable boys, then surely others in this world could engineer and develop powerful superhumans as well. Based on the information Leo had gathered in his reflections, the most plausible culprit appeared to be the government of the United States. Despite the assistance of Friday, Leo had yet to uncover relevant documentation, primarily due to the fact that the experimental base located in the polar region remained shrouded in secrecy and isolation, with all related information meticulously kept off the internet. Nevertheless, Leo had discerned subtle clues leading him to the existence of the original experimental subjects. After a series of clandestine investigations, he gradually uncovered the long-buried connections and secrets between the vice president and the Vought group, as well as the vice president's ambitions. Leo understood that should any signs of Vaught's downfall emerge, the vice president would undoubtedly act. If he dared to reveal himself, Friday would resume global broadcasting. In such a scenario, not only would Leo's voice resonate among the public, but he would also possess leverage against the government. Coupled with his own formidable abilities, the goals Leo aspired to achieve would be within his grasp. Thus, the pressing matter at hand was to address the so-called original experimental subjects. As the corpse of the Patriot fell before them, the remaining members of the Seven could hardly suppress their apprehension. Having spent so long alongside the Patriot, they were acutely aware of his prowess, particularly figures like Train and Deep. Yet, the fact remained that the Patriot had perished at the hands of Superman, suggesting that Vaught's influence was waning. Recognizing this, Train and Deep promptly abandoned their plans to continue executing Edgar's orders, opting instead to flee with the wealth they had amassed over the years. The members of the Black Noir Squad, along with Queen, Maeve, and Starlight, exhaled in relief. It appeared that justice had ultimately triumphed in this battle. Regardless of Superman's ultimate intentions, he was currently enacting a righteous cause, which silently swayed Maeve and Starlight to align themselves with Leo's side. Meanwhile, the audience and fans erupted into jubilant cheers, celebrating the victory of Superman and justice. However, Leo's expression remained grave as he spoke. I am determined to unveil the truth. Vought has grown fearful and dispatched the Patriot to silence me, yet they have failed. We must not let our guard down, for more darkness will inevitably surface. The forces implicated in the Vought incident will not idly stand by as we succeed. This is due to the simple fact that a small cohort of individuals monopolizes the vast majority of power and resources in this world. And now they are frightened, terrified that we, the people, might reclaim what is rightfully ours. What we truly desire is nothing less than freedom, justice, and truth. Should anyone dare to obstruct our path, I shall undoubtedly lead our ranks to overthrow them all. Leo's words were not merely directed at the audience present. They resonated even more with those watching the global live broadcast. Thanks to the explosive nature of the unfolding events, the number of viewers continued to swell. The clamor for Superman echoed ever more fervently across the globe. Yet, Leo sensed an unusual disturbance. He ascended rapidly into the sky, engaging his superhuman vision and hearing to their fullest capacity. However, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. This silence was, in fact, the greatest anomaly. It was imperative to understand that the original test subject must be en route. What manner of power could allow the original test subject to move at such high speeds without producing a single sound, remaining unseen by Leo? With his mind racing, Leo swiftly discerned the answer. Instantaneous movement transcending spatial dimensions. Suddenly, he perceived a peculiar ripple of energy stirring behind him. With a flick of his cloak, Leo pivoted sharply. Not far from him stood a man with a stern, resolute visage, his emotionless gaze fixed coldly upon Leo. His chest was bare, while the rest of his body was sheathed in a form-fitting armor, composed of an enigmatic metallic material. The bulging muscles resembled the most exquisite of Greek sculptures, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Hail by Nashin, the original test subject. Locking onto his target, Leo witnessed the man's eyes suddenly emit two beams of golden light, hurtling toward him. Why is it that every formidable character nowadays seems to wield laser beams or thermal rays? Leo thought in jest, but he quickly retaliated. The red thermal rays collided with the golden laser beams, resulting in a cataclysmic clash of energy that transformed the very fabric of the heavens. The outcome was astonishingly balanced. No, Leo had a slight advantage, as the point of energy collision slowly advanced toward Hail by Nashin. Yet in the next instant, by Nashin's form shifted. In mere moments, the sky was filled with countless manifestations of Binashin, each unleashing the same golden light upon Leo. Engaged in a fierce struggle against the laser beams, Leo found no refuge as he was enveloped by an overwhelming barrage of golden energy. This was not mere duplication. It was Binashin employing his instantaneous movement ability, appearing at multiple points with unfathomable speed, launching a terrifying onslaught. However, this power was not without its limitations. The greater the distance traversed in instantaneous movement, the longer it took to execute. Otherwise, the vice president would not have harbored concerns about assassination after dispatching the original test subject. Yet, at this extraordinarily close range, it could be argued that no time was expended at all. As the golden light dissipated, Leo plummeted from the sky. In the instant of landing, he expertly adjusted his form, executing a classic superhero landing. Rising slowly, Leo observed as the wounds upon his body swiftly healed. He lifted his head, revealing a serious expression. This was not an adversary to be easily vanquished. Binashin was perhaps only slightly inferior to himself. With a thunderous boom, the ground trembled beneath Leo's ascent. He aimed for the airborne Binashin and unleashed a powerful punch, charged with his full strength. Yet Binashin effortlessly intercepted this almost instantaneous strike, emanating an incredibly brilliant golden light from his being, also delivering an unwavering punch in response. The impact produced a shockwave that resonated through the earth, snapping trees asunder. While numerous onlookers were flung away, rescued by the mechs of the black-clad enforcers. After this exchange, Leo plummeted back to the ground, while Binashin vanished into the clouds like a shooting star. Without a moment's hesitation, Leo rolled several times before stabilizing his form and propelled himself towards Binashin with utmost speed. Though his arms felt somewhat numb, Leo understood that in this clash he had the upper hand. Chapter 78, Superman vs. The First-Generation Experiment. This is impossible. Witnessing the first-generation experiment being sent flying by Superman's punch, the vice president, anxiously watching the battle from outside the screen, couldn't help but exclaim. It must be noted that the golden light emanating from Hail by Nashin was not merely for show. That energy had the capability to suppress the powers of superhumans, rendering them mere mortals. While it might only weaken particularly formidable beings, how could they possibly stand against a more powerful first-generation experiment after such diminishment? Indeed, the advancements made by the Russian government were far surpassed by the developments of the vice president's faction. The weaponry within the Soldier Boy only exhibited the ability to suppress superpowers when its energy discharge was triggered. In contrast, Hail by Nashin was a colossal walking suppressor of abilities, brimming with boundless energy. Nevertheless, the undeniable fact that Superman remained vibrant and full of life, compelled the vice president to confront reality. Damn it, first-generation experiment. You must not let me down. Gripping the satellite phone tightly, the vice president incessantly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Despite being at a disadvantage in this clash, Binashin's gaze remained unwavering. He coldly observed Leo as he soared towards him, swiftly altering his tactical approach. As a first-generation experiment, Binashin had long since eradicated his emotional modules. He had become nothing more than a frigid machine, programmed solely to execute tasks. With a whoosh, as Leo's fist descended, the air was compressed to its utmost limit, igniting brilliant flames. However, the original Binashin had already vanished from the point of impact. Yet at this moment, Leo's speed transcended the boundaries of reason. This instantaneous movement over short distances, akin to that of S.H.I.E.L.D, was executed by Leo not through the manipulation of space-time, but rather through unparalleled velocity. Leo's form darted like a specter wherever S.H.I.E.L.D manifested. Leo's fist would inevitably follow in the next heartbeat. However, mere evasion was insufficient, for S.H.I.E.L.D had been commanded to eliminate the superhuman. Thus, after a moment of dodging, S.H.I.E.L.D finally initiated an offensive, delivering a punch that seemed to materialize from thin air, aimed at Leo from an exceedingly acute angle. Bang! With a gaze as cold as ice, Leo pivoted with astonishing swiftness to block the blow. Yet, the corporeal sensation abruptly vanished, and from another angle, S.H.I.E.L.D's assault reappeared. Clang! Once again, Leo intercepted it with his hand. Nevertheless, an unending barrage of fists surged from all directions. Although Leo's speed was nearly unfathomable, allowing him to deflect the majority of the attacks, it paled in comparison to the deceptive advantage of teleportation in close combat. Amidst the chaos, Leo was struck by several powerful blows from S.H.I.E.L.D. While the impact left him with a faint ache, the resilience of a Kryptonian rendered him unyielding, and he maintained his composure against S.H.I.E.L.D's onslaught. Yet, as the relentless fists continued to rain down, Leo recognized that relying solely on his physical prowess would likely lead to his downfall. With a swift exhalation, Leo unleashed a chilling gust of air in a rapid arc around him. Caught off guard, S.H.I.E.L.D indeed fell victim to this tactic, frost forming on his fists and swiftly spreading across his entire body, interrupting his teleportation ability and exposing a vulnerability. Seizing S.H.I.E.L.D's frozen right arm, Leo's eyes gleamed with intensity as he summoned all his strength for a downward strike. Crack! S.H.I.E.L.D's arm shattered in response, severed cleanly from his fist and forearm, crystalline shards of blood and flesh scattering through the air. Swish! S.H.I.E.L.D activated his ability once more, but this time, instead of attacking, he retreated to a distance slightly farther from Leo. In the blink of an eye, frost dissipated from S.H.I.E.L.D's form, and his severed arm began to regenerate at an astonishing rate. Damn it, not this again. The memories of that wretched battle from years past resurfaced, reigniting the frustration Leo wished to avoid. With a fierce resolve, Leo thought, if you can regenerate your body, then I shall shatter you utterly, and see if you can still restore yourself. With a furious roar, Leo lunged towards S.H.I.E.L.D, who was still in the midst of regeneration. S.H.I.E.L.D, realizing the imminent threat, attempted to utilize his teleportation ability to distance himself further. However, the required distance was no longer as trivial as before, causing a slight moment of hesitation in his movements. And in that fleeting instant, Leo's fist was already upon him. Reluctantly, Binashin had no choice but to retaliate with his fists. Neither of them bothered to defend themselves, allowing the opponent's blows to strike their bodies. Bang! Lao, with fierce eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood, undeterred by his minor injury, squinted as he charged towards the retreating Binashin. Stunned by Leo's punch, Binashin was unable to harness his abilities, soaring backwards into the distance. Bang! Leo's next punch landed brutally on Binashin's head, propelling him further away. Accelerating, Leo unleashed another punch. After several strikes, Binashin's face was already marred with wounds and blood. Each time he attempted to heal, Leo's relentless attacks followed suit, causing his healing to lag behind the damage inflicted, leaving Binashin's face a tapestry of scars. After coldly assessing the situation, Binashin realized he could not continue in this manner. A golden light suddenly radiated from within him, growing increasingly brilliant. However, Leo had no intention of pausing. Whatever Binashin intended to do, Continuing to swing his fists was undoubtedly the right course of action. Just as Leo's next punch was about to land on Bina Shan's body, an unimaginably powerful surge of energy erupted, like a newly born sun. Golden light enveloped the entire sky, the extreme temperature and force distorting the very fabric of space. Before this immense energy, Leo resembled a moth drawn to a flame, instantly engulfed by the explosion. Boom! As the brilliance faded, a charred figure plummeted from the sky, the red cloak trailing behind, revealing his identity: Superman. Meanwhile, in the heavens, Bina Shan stood coldly, devoid of sorrow or joy, his once battered body having restored itself completely. After unleashing such a formidable energy, he exhibited no signs of fatigue, fixating his gaze on the falling Leo, poised to strike at any moment. As for Leo, the impact of the explosion rendered him momentarily incapacitated, yet moments later, he regained his composure, the pain coursing through his body signaling that he would need to unleash his full strength to prevail. Crimson light began to emanate from Leo's eyes. Damn it, I really don't want to resort to this power. Yet, Leo understood that against such a Bina Shan, conventional means would not suffice. Now, only the power of Omega could deliver a decisive blow. Gritting his teeth, Leo resolved to make one final attempt. With a flick of his red cloak, he soared past Bina Shan, heading deep into the cosmos. Chapter 79. The terror of Bina Shan. With an unstoppable momentum, Leo ascended into the vastness of space, where the sun's brilliance was blindingly intense. Taking a deep breath, the color of Leo's uniform subtly shifted from blue to black. Feeling an inexhaustible power rapidly surging within him, Leo clenched his fists. Replenished, he was now truly at his strongest. Leo could hardly believe that Binashen could continuously unleash such terrifying explosive attacks. As he faced Binashen, who had once again teleported right before him, Leo's gaze turned cold. His fist, faster and fiercer than before, struck towards Binashen. Clang! To his astonishment, Binashen had vanished from the trajectory of his attack, yet the punch landed squarely on Binashen's chest. It turned out that Leo, with an incredible reaction speed, had detected the subtle spatial fluctuations caused by Binashen's teleportation and cleverly adjusted his strike, delivering a blow to Binashen, who had just appeared behind him. It appeared as though Binashen had collided with Leo's fist of his own accord. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Binashen's mouth. But for one endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities, this was hardly significant. Realizing that his teleportation was no longer effective against Leo, Binashen chose to abandon such tactics and engage in a true fist-to-fist confrontation with Leo. However, how could Binashen, already at a physical disadvantage, compete against Leo, who was perpetually bathed in sunlight? In a clash of strength, both combatants forsook defense, yet Leo's relentless barrage of heavy punches rendered Binashen's body incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Even his regenerative capabilities could not counter such severe damage. Conversely, although Leo occasionally fell victim to Binashen's strikes, he healed rapidly under the sun's rays. This exchange of endurance meant that if Binashen could not unleash another explosive attack akin to his earlier feats, it would merely be a matter of time before Leo triumphed. Yet, just as Leo believed victory was assured, a golden radiance emanated once more from Binashen's form. Damn it, Leo cursed, immediately enveloped by this surge of energy. The same scene unfolded again, but this time the energy explosion was even more ferocious. Leo found it incomprehensible how beings like Binashen could possess such energy within them. It defied all scientific rationale. Yet, his inner lamentations could not alter the impending reality of facing Binashen's energy assault. He crossed his arms to shield himself, plummeting towards the ground after the earth-shattering explosion. On the ground, people looked up in awe as a golden sun appeared out of thin air, its brilliance illuminating the sky even further. Soon, they spotted a figure, ablaze, descending from the heavens like a meteor. It was Superman. On the other side of the screen, the vice president sighed in relief as he watched Superman seemingly vanish from the battle, appearing almost unconscious. It seemed that this time, he had won his gamble. However, just as a smile began to form at the corners of the vice president's mouth, Superman's eyes opened once more on the screen. Truly unreasonable. It seemed Binashen's energy was far from depleted. Had it not been for his low output, this battle might have turned into an overwhelming display of Binashen dominating Leo. Forget it. I initially wished to interact with you as an ordinary superhuman, yet you have shown me no courtesy. Given this, I must reveal my true intentions. Leo adjusted his stance, his chest seemingly shimmering under the sun's rays. From a considerable distance, Leo gazed coldly at Binashen, who remained suspended in space. In the next moment, his eyes glimmered with a disquieting light. Two rays, imbued with destructive intent, cut through the air on a bizarre trajectory, hurtling towards Binashen. With his hands clasped behind his back, Leo floated serenely in the air, poised to welcome Binashen's demise. At that moment, Binashen's heart raced with alarm. The cold, emotionless machine that he was did not render him oblivious to the impending danger. Faced with the two terrifying rays, he first unleashed a golden beam from his eyes in an attempt to intercept them mid-flight. However, the Omega rays proved overwhelmingly powerful, cleaving the golden beam in two before surging forward with lightning speed towards Binashen. He had no intention of confronting this assault head-on. Instead, his body began to flicker at high speed, attempting to evade the strike through instantaneous movement. Yet the Omega rays possessed a tracking capability, following him unrelentingly, as if they were shadows, relentless and unforgiving. As the Omega rays drew ever closer, a chill of death enveloped Binashen's heart. This time, there was no escape. Suddenly, with all his might, Binashen activated his instantaneous movement, arriving directly before Leo. He tightly embraced Leo's form, and in that moment, golden light flared once more. His icy rationale dictated that survival under Leo's onslaught was impossible, yet in pursuit of the directive to eliminate the superhuman, Binashen boldly chose to drag Leo into annihilation alongside him. Yet a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Leo's lips. In the next instant, the Omega rays struck the still charging Binashen. As the crimson glow dissipated, Binashen weakly released his arms that had encircled Leo, plummeting from the sky. His life signs extinguished completely in that moment. Meanwhile, the vice president, witnessing the swift turn of events, collapsed to the ground in despair. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to flee. However, a casual glance sent a chill down his spine. On the screen, Leo's gaze seemed to penetrate the vastness, locking onto him directly. Leo brought his hands together and made a motion across his throat. Good heavens! A shiver ran through the vice president as he realized his peril. He might deceive the ignorant populace, but he could never elude a superhuman. Resolutely, he retrieved the satellite phone he had previously stowed away, dialing urgently. Release the second-generation experimental subject. Yet the personnel on the other end did not execute the vice president's command with the same alacrity as before. The second-generation experimental subject? However, leader, the second-generation experimental subject has not yet been successfully developed, and we have not implanted mechanical consciousness into him. He remains beyond our control. Regardless, as long as he can eliminate Superman, put down the phone. The vice president revealed a tragic and twisted smile. Superman, do you not revel in being a hero? This time, let us allow you to indulge in heroism to your heart's content. The second-generation experimental subject? Leo had heard everything and could only shake his head in resignation. Very well. Having already tapped into the power of Omega, another strike would not be out of the question. As he contemplated this, Leo suddenly noticed that the heart of the once silent Hale, Binashen, had begun to beat anew. No, this cannot be. Leo gasped. The Omega rays could not vanquish you? Was it that he was too weak, or was there something amiss within this cosmic realm of the Black Cloak Enforcers? Meanwhile, on the ground, Binashen propped himself up, staring blankly at his hands, his previously expressionless visage finally displaying emotion. What is happening to me? He murmured, repeatedly opening and closing his palms, seemingly acclimating to his own body. Observing his peculiar demeanor, Leo refrained from attacking and gently descended before Binashen, his gaze imbued with curiosity. Binashen lifted his head, and upon seeing Leo, furrowed his brow and spoke. I remember you. You are Superman? Suddenly, Binashen clasped his hands around his head. He screamed, crystalline tears cascading down his cheeks. I remember everything. I am Hale Binashen. Chapter 80. The marvelous application of Omega rays. What is going on? Leo scratched his head, perplexed as to why a single burst of Omega rays did not obliterate this initial experimental subject, but instead precipitated a torrent of tears. Could it be that, What Leo did not know was that the Omega rays had indeed eradicated the original initial experimental subject entirely. Within the body of S.H.I.E.L.D, those in white coats had implanted a mechanical consciousness that was entirely obedient and devoid of emotion, which was the initial experimental subject that had been battling Leo. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D's true consciousness had been imprisoned in an endless abyss, unable to control his own body, only able to catch fragmented glimpses of the external world. However, Leo's Omega rays had directly erased the mechanical consciousness of the initial experimental subject at a fundamental level, liberating S.H.I.E.L.D's consciousness to reclaim what was rightfully his. Thanks to his formidable, self-healing abilities, as the Omega rays obliterated the body controlled by the initial experimental subject, S.H.I.E.L.D's body was continuously restored and rebuilt. Thus, standing before Leo was no longer the initial experimental subject, but rather the soldier who once dedicated himself to his country. Hail, S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason why S.H.I.E.L.D still lives today is not due to the inadequacy of the Omega rays, but rather his unwavering adherence to Leo's commands. After all, Leo's true intention was to eliminate the so-called first-generation experimental subjects, not S.H.I.E.L.D himself. However, within the restored confines of S.H.I.E.L.D's mind, fragments of images and sounds associated with the first-generation experimental subjects incessantly flicker. He witnesses the horrifying moment he crushed the neck of his beloved, feels the warm blood flowing over his hands, and hears the cries of his daughter before her tragic demise. Overwhelmed by immense anguish, S.H.I.E.L.D collapses to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Leo stands beside him with crossed arms, pondering in silence. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, the second-generation experimental subject has emerged. Its body is riddled with numerous tubes filled with various liquids, muscles bulging and writhing, presenting a grotesque and terrifying visage. Though not entirely in control, the researchers strive to issue commands. Proceed to New York, with a gaze filled with brutality and chaos. The second-generation experimental subject wreaks havoc on everything in its path while making its way to New York. A golden radiance continually flickers within its being, reducing the surroundings to ash or flames under intense heat, leaving desolation in its wake. Observing the now somewhat tranquil S.H.I.E.L.D, Leo wonders why the second-generation experimental subject has yet to arrive to meet its demise. Yet, he also contemplates the possibility that the second-generation experimental subject might regain its normalcy under his Omega rays. Nevertheless, even if it were to return to its senses, Leo believes that eliminating it would merely require another application of the Omega rays. S.H.I.E.L.D wipes away his tears and rises from the ground. Thank you, Superman, for allowing me to recover from that mere monster who knew nothing but to execute orders. Do you recognize me? Indeed, based on the memories I have received, you are the original target of the first-generation experimental subject. Leo scrutinizes S.H.I.E.L.D, confirming that he is truly not the first-generation subject. So, what do you intend to do now? Leo inquires curiously. At this juncture, a flame of rage ignites in S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes. Naturally, I aim to uncover the truth and reduce to ashes those who have transformed me into this abomination, avenging my wife and daughter. Yet at that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D's expression shifts as he senses the presence of the second-generation experimental subject. Due to the shared energy within, S.H.I.E.L.D is able to perceive the second-generation subject from an immense distance. Simultaneously, Leo hears the commotion caused by the second-generation experimental subject. In truth, if you follow me, you will uncover all the truths. However, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave for now, Leo states before propelling himself towards the second-generation experimental subject with all his might. Watching Superman vanish into the horizon, S.H.I.E.L.D contemplates, realizing that Superman is likely heading to confront the second-generation experimental subject. After enduring numerous encounters with formidable opponents, S.H.I.E.L.D still retained the vibrant fervor of that moment. No longer hesitating as he activated his instantaneous movement. Before seeking revenge, he must first thwart the second-generation experimental subject. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of that entity. Is that why he hasn't come over yet? Leo mused, observing the irrationally destructive experimental subject below. Shaking his head, it seemed that this so-called second-generation experimental subject had yet to be perfected. Was this a case of a cornered dog jumping over the wall? Not wishing to dwell on such thoughts, Leo prioritized dealing with the immediate threat. Hovering in the air, he unleashed a torrent of heat rays. Two crimson beams struck directly against the bare chest of the experimental subject, which, devoid of rationality, did not evade the onslaught and absorbed all the damage. Seizing the opportunity, Leo intensified his output. Under the pressure of the heat rays, the experimental subject emitted agonizing howls, its feet carving deep furrows into the ground as it staggered backward. However, the next moment, golden light enveloped the subject's arms, shielding its chest. Bang! As the heat rays dissipated, the previously charred arms and chest of the experimental subject rapidly returned to their original state. It doesn't seem too formidable after all, Leo scoffed. It appeared that this experimental subject lacked the ability for instantaneous movement, but being a second-generation entity, it surely possessed some unique attributes. If feasible, Leo contemplated sending it directly to the sun. If not, he would have to resort to the Omega rays. At his current velocity, Leo could achieve limitless acceleration in the vacuum of space, enabling him to send the entity towards the sun. The reason he had refrained from contemplating such an action against Binashen was due to Binashen's instantaneous movement, which made the operation excessively complicated. Yet, the moment Leo swung a punch at the second-generation experimental subject, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. To his astonishment, the full force of his strike was effortlessly caught by the experimental subject, which then retaliated with greater speed, sending Leo flying backward. Damn it! The impact left Leo dizzy, a taste of copper flooding his throat, which he stifled with great effort. The physical prowess of this second-generation experimental subject was vastly superior to that of the first generation. If Binashen resembled a shadowy assassin, then the second-generation experimental subject was akin to a berserker, rampaging through everything in its path. Yet this was not the end. The experimental subject radiated golden light, energy coalescing into a beam that struck Leo squarely in the chest. Just as he regained his balance, he was once more propelled backward. Boom! At that moment, Binashen suddenly appeared behind Leo, catching him. The two slid back a distance before finally coming to a stop. "Thank you," Leo said, a ripple of emotion stirring within him at Binashen's timely arrival. The second-generation experimental subject. I fear that even united, we may not stand a chance against him. My most formidable energy attack is utterly futile against him, for the energy cores implanted within us are identical. It is merely that the second-generation experimental subject can fully unleash the potency of this energy. Binashen, observing the magnificent display of the second-generation experimental subject, remarked to Leo. This insight was gleaned from Binashen's recollections of the first-generation experimental subject. Upon hearing this, Leo shrugged. If that is the case, there is no room for hesitation. The Omega ray materialized once more, and this time, Leo summoned every ounce of energy at his disposal, vowing to obliterate the second-generation experimental subject in a single strike. Chapter 81. The true hero, the Scarlet Beam, surged toward the second-generation experimental subject, whose beastly instincts keenly sensed the impending peril. Unlike Binashen, who could only emit laser beams from his eyes, the second-generation experimental subject emanated a golden glow from his entire being, subsequently consolidating this energy into a robust golden ray. Prepared to confront the Omega ray head-on, as the golden and red forces collided, the powerful energies seemed to conjure a miniature black hole, distorting the surrounding space. The standoff ensued, as the energy beam of the second-generation experimental subject stubbornly countered the Omega ray. Although the Omega ray was qualitatively superior, the sheer volume of energy possessed by the second-generation experimental subject rendered the Omega ray nearly immobile. Gritting his teeth, Leo had no choice but to exhaust himself completely. If the Omega ray could not subdue the second-generation experimental subject, he would be left utterly powerless. Sensing the dire situation, Binashen instantly teleported beside the second-generation experimental subject, his eyes glowing with golden light. Boom! While Binashen's laser vision could not inflict harm upon the second-generation experimental subject, the impact and interference of identical energies unexpectedly disrupted the latter's energy output. With the resistance of the energy beam vanished, the Omega ray struck the second-generation experimental subject in an instant. The golden aura surrounding the subject flickered, yet he continued to resist valiantly. However, all efforts were in vain. Being struck by the Omega ray heralded the end of his existence. The black-red arcs of energy danced incessantly upon the second-generation experimental subject, as the golden luminescence continued to dwindle. At last, the second-generation experimental subject ceased his futile struggle, with a wisp of white smoke rising from his form. His massive body collapsed to the ground. Phew! Upon witnessing this, Leo exhaled in relief. This second-generation experimental subject was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far. It was incomprehensible why such a superlative entity would manifest in this universe. Fortunately, with Binashen's assistance, Leo felt a sense of reassurance regarding the unfolding events. Thank you. Leo expressed his gratitude to Binashen, who had garnered his newfound respect. If Leo were to find himself in the role of a test subject, his consciousness imprisoned within his own body, the first act upon his liberation would undoubtedly be an outpouring of fury, perhaps even a desire to annihilate everything in sight. However, Binashen did not succumb to such impulses. He suppressed his sorrow and rage, aiding Leo in vanquishing the second-generation test subject. Yet, just as the two believed their ordeal had concluded, Binashen's countenance shifted dramatically. What was amiss? Leo discerned Binashen's distress. With a grave expression, Binashen gestured for Leo to observe the fallen second-generation test subject. To their astonishment, the corpse emitted a golden radiance, the intensity of which escalated at an alarming rate. In an instant, perhaps without a moment's hesitation, Binashen activated his abilities and approached the lifeless body, pressing his hands upon it. The brilliant golden light began to stabilize. What transpired? Witnessing this, Leo furrowed his brow in concern. The body remained lifeless. The second-generation test subject had irrevocably lost its vitality under the Omega rays. Yet, the energy within the test subject did not dissipate with its demise. Freed from the test subject's control, the energy began to spiral out of control. In a flash, Leo grasped the gravity of the situation. He turned to Binashen and declared, "Release your hold. I must send it into the depths of space. Time was of the essence. Without my stabilization, this energy will erupt instantaneously." Binashen wore a bitter expression. The only recourse now was to propel himself alongside the test subject into the cosmos. However, dedicating all his strength to stabilize the energy rendered Binashen incapable of utilizing his teleportation abilities. In other words, should an explosion occur, how catastrophic would it be? Leo glanced at the desolate surroundings. The nearest city lay thousands of kilometers away. Surely, a significant portion of the Earth would be obliterated by this energy. With a resigned sigh, Leo shrugged, deciding to dismiss his earlier thoughts. Now, realizing the precariousness of their predicament, he hesitated, his expression troubled, his words trailing off. "It seems the only option left is for you to send both me and this corpse into space." Binashen lifted his downcast gaze. "I have but one final request. Superman, please uncover the truth and avenge me." In that moment, Leo perceived a tumult of emotions in Binashen's eyes. Though he was the victim, he was prepared to sacrifice himself to rectify the chaos left by those who had committed wrongdoing. This was, of course, poignant. With a sigh, Leo approached Binashen and the lifeless body. After a moment of despondency, Binashen surprisingly wore a smile. In truth, upon learning that I had been manipulated into murdering my beloved and my daughter, I had already wished to cease existing. My original plan was to eliminate the puppet master and then entomb myself in the depths of the sun forever. Though you have allowed me to taste this painful memory, I must express my gratitude to you, Superman. Binashen's smile startled Leo. On another note, I still do not comprehend why those individuals felt compelled to deploy me in the second-generation experiment to eliminate you. It is because I wish to unveil all truths to the world, thereby thwarting their plans for global dominion. You truly are a great hero. May you always remain true to your ideals. Alas, I can no longer suppress him for much longer. It is time to embark on my journey. With a complex heart, Leo cradled the bodies of Binashen and the experiment, soaring into the depths of the cosmos. In a profound expanse far from Earth and the moon, a golden light illuminated the darkness, filling his entire field of vision. The shockwave and heat from the violent explosion were palpable even to Leo, who was situated at a considerable distance from the epicenter. As he witnessed Binashen's disappearance amidst the heavens, a trace of sorrow flickered across Leo's visage. A hero? No, I am not a hero. I am merely a selfish individual. By Nation, you are the true hero. Shaking his head, Leo cast aside these thoughts. His gaze returned to Earth. Now, it is time for those ambitious souls to pay the price. With a flourish of his black cloak, Leo propelled himself towards the Earth with all his might. On Earth, nearly everyone awaited in front of their televisions, phones, or computers, anticipating Superman's reappearance. Due to Leo's considerable distance from Earth when he finally sent by Nation into the cosmos, though he had not yet exited the solar system, the signal relayed from the nanosuit was already intermittent, preventing the public from witnessing the final moments. However, the fate of Bination was already surmised by many. Numerous individuals were moved by Bination's final words to Superman. Thus, with a blend of sorrow and rage, the collective emotions of the populace reached a boiling point. They no longer cared for laws or rules, only desiring to witness Superman dispense the justice that those culprits deserved. Meanwhile, the current vice president had already boarded a plane, trembling as he prepared to flee to his secret base in a desperate attempt to evade Superman's judgment. Chapter 82. The curtain falls in a concealed location away from the public eye. An urgent and confidential meeting was convened. Through a network connection, the serious faces of the highest leaders from various nations appeared on several screens, embroiled in intense discussion. President of Beautiful Nation, what is happening? We require an explanation. Someone boldly initiated the inquiry. Although the president of Beautiful Nation felt a surge of panic within, he maintained his composure. This entire debacle is orchestrated by Water Company and Superman. It bears no relation to our government. Ridiculous. Do not tell us you had no inkling of this. This is no ordinary dereliction of duty. Though each nation had its own superheroes, how could they possibly compare to the birthplace of superpowers, Beautiful Nation? As they indulged in gossip, they seized the opportunity to challenge the President of the United States. The turmoil surrounding the events involving the Water Company and Superman had escalated significantly, and the emergence of the first and second generation of experimental subjects heightened the sense of crisis among world leaders. Without Superman, the trajectory of events could very well lead to an outcome that no one wished to witness. Now, let us shift our focus to the matter of Superman. At this utterance, a profound silence enveloped the room. Is it truly impossible to terminate the global broadcast? The president inquired, asserting that regardless of how they manage Superman, they must not allow the situation to remain exposed to public scrutiny, as it severely tarnished their nation's image. Why should we cut off the broadcast? Do the people and we, the leaders of other nations, not have the right to know the truth? Furthermore, I wholeheartedly endorse Superman's actions. Although he is indeed an unpredictable element, at the very least, his deeds are rooted in justice. This declaration sent the assembly into further disarray. At this moment, the President of the United States longed to unleash nuclear warheads, obliterating Superman in the vastness of space, thereby allowing their government to monopolize the substantial legacy left by the Water Company and the Vice President. Indeed, as the President of the United States, one does not reach such heights without considerable skill, and he had already keenly sensed the unsettling movements from the Vice President's faction and dispatched individuals to investigate. Thanks to Superman's deterrence, officials loyal to the Vice President had fled in panic, unveiling their secrets, which provided the President with a unique opportunity to acquire highly classified information. He believed that with this intelligence, he could realize the ambition of American dominance over the world. However, all of this hinged upon Superman's disappearance. Yet, even with the resilience of his homeland that could withstand a nuclear blast of 1.5 megatons, the president felt an unsettling uncertainty regarding Superman's power. Success would be commendable, but failure could provoke Superman's vengeful nature, potentially leading to a reckoning for the entire government. With a sigh, the president lacked the audacity to wager everything at stake. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky with a thunderous roar. The vice president, aboard his private aircraft, was jolted by the sound. Attempting to look out the window, he spotted Leo greeting him amiably. Damn! The vice president's heart sank with a chilling dread. A figure descended into the icy expanse of the polar region, and the vice president, pale with fear, was left trembling. Under Leo's intimidation, this once composed leader of influence divulged everything without hesitation. Leo thrust one hand into the ground, exerting force, and subsequently tore a massive fissure in the solid metal fortress. Discarding the vice president carelessly, he leaped into the experimental base situated in the polar region. The nano-armor established a connection to the mainframe at the base, and within moments, everything concealed here would be unveiled under the control Friday. The urgent sound of alarms reverberated through the air, and Leo observed the approaching guards with an indifferent gaze. To a discerning eye, it would be apparent that Leo was not quite himself at that moment. His eyes were imbued with a chilling ferocity, and a tempest of violent emotions surged within him. He craved a slaughter to alleviate his tumultuous feelings. Yet he had not completely lost his rationality. He directed Friday to sever the visual and auditory feed from this location, allowing the global broadcast to display the blood-soaked records from the experimental base. Once everything was in order, Leo could no longer contain himself. A crimson light erupted from his eyes, and in an instant, searing red rays pierced through the base, melting metal, tearing flesh, and filling the air with piercing screams of terror. Before long, the entire experimental facility was rendered to desolation, transformed into a graveyard of silence. Save for the flames that soared into the sky. Emerging from the billowing smoke, Leo, having vented his fury, found that the side effects of overexerting his Omega powers had largely subsided, allowing him to regain a semblance of composure. "Oh, still alive, I see." The vice president cowered nearby, trembling uncontrollably, engulfed by fear as he witnessed the destruction wrought by Superman, his expression twisting in dread. Grasping the vice president, Leo ascended once more into the sky. On the other side of the globe, Edgar had seen the vice president's plight through the live broadcast and realized that he too could not escape his fate. Initially, he had hoped that his adopted daughter, Newman, with her head-exploding abilities, could silently eliminate some key figures at the scene while Superman was absent and subsequently destroy evidence. However, upon her arrival, Newman was swiftly apprehended by the armored Francie, one of the superhumans Leo had warned them to be cautious of. Without hesitation, Francie hurried to the side of the head-exploding girl, utilizing a power suppressor to nullify her abilities and then delivering a punch that sent her to the realm of oblivion. The die was cast. Now, all that remained was to await Superman's return. As the audience continued to watch the live feed, their hearts ached for Hail Shun as they listened to the vice president confess the crimes of creating experimental subjects. Simultaneously, they expressed their outrage, demanding that Superman deliver the vice president the punishment he deserved. At that moment, Leo reappeared, carrying the vice president back to the grand event hosted by Water Corporation. The audience, still present, erupted into fervent cheers. After this confrontation, Superman had undeniably become their revered deity, tossing the vice president onto the stage. Leo fixed his gaze upon Edgar, who was still adjusting his attire. He likely realized that he too was destined for public execution at Superman's hands, and thus endeavored to appear somewhat dignified. Leo was unconcerned by such trivialities. He flew into Edgar's office, seized him, and hurled him onto the stage beside the vice president. Edgar, battered and bloodied, nonetheless summoned the strength of his aging body to rise once more. He had words to utter. "If I am guilty, let the law judge me." This typically composed and dignified elderly man spoke these words in front of a global audience. He yearned to buy himself a moment of grace through this declaration. Yet Leo merely chuckled and shook his head, gesturing toward the enraged crowd below, and inquired, "What do you all think?" In an instant, cries of "Execute him" reverberated throughout the grand venue. Moreover, Leo thoughtfully displayed on the large screen numerous viewers watching the live broadcast, their mouths echoing the sentiment of unforgiveness. At that moment, Leo's gaze traversed vast distances, landing squarely on the president within the confines of the White House. It appeared that the president, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dared not impose any limitations on the Superman before him, nor foolishly attempt to thwart Leo's blatant disregard for the law. Leo offered Edgar a benevolent smile. "Do you still believe that the law is necessary?" Faced with this, Edgar fell silent, ultimately bowing his proud head. Chapter 83, Compound 6. Thud. Two bodies collapsed simultaneously, eliciting deafening cheers from the audience. To maintain decorum, Leo merely twisted the necks of Edmund and the vice president with a gentle yet decisive motion. He then proclaimed loudly to all, "The mastermind has been eliminated, but we shall not spare their accomplices. He continued, however, it is getting late. You should all return to rest. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those around the globe who have persevered through the time difference to watch this live broadcast. Trust me, I will provide you with a satisfactory outcome. After his remarks, Leo bowed deeply on stage. Superman, we believe in you. You are our hero. The audience erupted in fervent chants, with the clamor growing ever louder. Leo stood on the stage, absorbing the ardent calls of his fans, his emotions a complex tapestry. As the fervor of the crowd eventually settled, they had reveled in the spectacle, and fatigue began to seep into their bones. Under the guidance of the members of the Black Row Patrol, they departed in an orderly fashion, leaving behind the remnants of chaos. Once again, tranquility enveloped the scene. All that remained were Leo, a few members of the Black Row Patrol, Queen Maeve, Starlight, and several fallen bodies. Everyone leaped onto the stage, standing beside Leo. He cast a glance at the Milk, who had once vehemently opposed anything related to superhumans, now standing beside one who could be considered the most powerful among them. Leo lowered his head and then lifted it again. Though his voice was soft, every soul present heard him clearly. People regard me as a hero. What do you think? As Rougi gazed upon Leo's impassive visage, he reflected on the man who had led them in overthrowing the Water Corporation, unveiling the entire truth, thwarting the ambitions of nefarious schemers, and battling those terrifying experimental beings. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "From my observations over these past days, you're unlike those so-called superheroes. You possess no vices. You neither indulge in alcohol nor smoke, and you do not regard ordinary individuals as inferior. Moreover, you have guided us to achieve feats I never dared to imagine. I must concede that you're not a bad person, and it is hardly surprising to label you a hero." Upon witnessing Rougi's sincere expression, Leo was aware, even without resorting to his abilities, that these were his genuine thoughts. Yet he pondered, what if I were to say that I am not as righteous as you believe? In these matters, I have my own selfish motives, and besides, I have caused the demise of numerous hostages. In truth, Leo did not harbor much guilt regarding the incident orchestrated by the Electric Man. After all, the primary culprit was the one who had plotted everything. And it was not his true desire, but rather a fleeting disturbance of emotions induced by the lingering will of Darkseid that had disrupted his judgment. However, the faith of his ardent fans, the sacrifice of Bination, and his own morally ambiguous thoughts left him feeling somewhat disordered. At this juncture, Rougi chuckled, "Come on. You and I are no saints. You are merely an ordinary person endowed with superpowers. Is it wrong to have your own thoughts? Besides, the fact that you have not lost yourself after gaining such power is enough to earn you the title of hero." Queen Maeve then interjected, "Since events have unfolded to this point, there is no need for excessive burden. Though our exchanges have been limited, I, along with millions of others, am willing to stand by your side, and that alone suffices to attest to everything." Leo, in turn, collected his tumultuous thoughts and exhaled a deep breath. "Regardless of the circumstances, at the very least, I can assure you that I have never contemplated harming others. Isn't that sufficient? Stop lamenting, Superman. Quickly tell us what comes next. I am utterly enamored with this armor." Frankie raised his arm, intending to drape it over Leo's shoulder, but hesitated midway, seemingly reminded of the formidable nature of the individual before him. Observing Frankie's demeanor, Leo couldn't help but chuckle. "Then let us embark." With that, a figure soared through the air, stirring a tempestuous wind. On the ground, those who beheld this figure erupted in cheers. Alongside the roadside, a beautiful reporter held a microphone, addressing the camera. According to reliable sources, since the shocking events involving the Water Corporation and the former vice president of the beautiful nation, in the ensuing month, Superman and his companions have tirelessly fought crime across nations, sanctioning those with unlawful actions, while dismantling the world's largest group of superpower terrorists. The overwhelming majority of the populace largely supports Superman's actions. However, there exists a faction that perceives his conduct as a transgression of the law, an assertion of personal will over legal boundaries, arguing that he ought to face appropriate sanctions. Furthermore, with the revelation of the secrets of the Water Corporation, the halo surrounding superheroes has dissipated, igniting considerable discourse on how society should regard these individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. Amidst the clamor from the outside world, Leo remains ensconced in his laboratory, gazing at the iridescent concoction in his hands. After acquiring all the research data from the Polar Experimental Base, Leo amalgamated it with his previous findings on Compound 5. Following numerous failures, he ultimately succeeded in formulating this new reagent, which he aptly named Compound 6, in keeping with the Water Corporation's straightforward nomenclature. In contrast to Compound 5, Compound 6 is theoretically devoid of any risks and is suitable for individuals of all ages, genders, and ethnicities. However, to unlock its fullest potential, it is advisable to administer it during infancy. Furthermore, should one find themselves dissatisfied with the superpowers awakened by Compound 6, Leo offers a complimentary deactivation serum, allowing individuals to revert from superhuman status back to ordinary life, a veritable pinnacle of power suppression. It is essential to note that this effect is exclusive to those who have awakened their abilities through Compound 6, and the compound itself cannot be reapplied to refresh one's powers. Armed with these two innovations, Leo feels fully prepared, awaiting merely the right moment. Now, he seeks a courageous volunteer to test the practical efficacy of Compound 6. Should the trial prove successful, he envisions establishing a conglomerate 100 times more formidable than the original Water Corporation, attracting countless fervent supporters without transgressing ethical boundaries. Thus, Leo's aspiration to forge his own legion of superpowered individuals would finally come to fruition. After all, who does not harbor dreams of being a superhero? This would represent a genuine force belonging to Leo. With a future enhancement of the cosmic shuttle, he would no longer need to confront challenges alone. Moreover, Leo's intentions extend beyond self-service. Having capable allies would better prepare Earth against the impending invasion of Thanos years down the line. Yet, the question remains, where can such a volunteer be found? Chapter 84. The Miraculous Infant and the Zyos Group, as Leo contemplated whether to publicly recruit volunteers or to extract a useful individual from among death row inmates. A sudden knock echoed through the laboratory door. At Leo's gesture, Friday caused the door to slowly swing open, revealing Franchi, who hurriedly entered. Cradling an infant girl in her arms, her expression fraught with urgency. This is the infant we discovered while dismantling the largest experimental base in Sakura Nation. Do not rush. Take your time, Leo said as he observed Franchi's hurried demeanor, prompting him to rise. It seemed that she was unable to contain the tumultuous energy within her, gradually unraveling before their eyes. We remained oblivious to the heinous experiments the vile scientists had inflicted upon her. The energy suppressor proved ineffective. She was but an infant, innocent and vulnerable, which led us to believe that you might possess the means to save her. Leo smiled at this, recognizing that while Franchi might appear to be a rogue, he was, in fact, a kind-hearted individual, burdened by the guilt of past misdeeds that had led him to this state. Hand her over to me, Leo declared, extending his arms to receive the infant, initiating a thorough examination of her condition with his X-ray vision. It became evident that a tremendous and chaotic force was wreaking havoc within her. Being merely a baby, she lacked the ability to harness this energy, leading to the gradual dissolution of her left palm. The unimaginable cruelty of the scientists from the Cherry Blossom Nation filled Leo with a deep-seated rage. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. He placed her upon the examination table, and in an instant, nanoparticles surged into her body. Leo endeavored to regulate the tumultuous energy within her, or alternatively, to guide its release, in hopes of ensuring this unfortunate child's survival. Time ticked away under Franchi's anxious gaze, and soon, Kimiko rushed in, pressing closely against Franchi. Perhaps influenced by the narrative's corrective force, Kimiko had been discovered while Franchi dismantled a criminal hideout, gradually forming a bond under his comforting care. Notably, Kimiko's brother Mouse had also been rescued. Suddenly, with Leo's guidance, pure streams of energy were extracted and released from the infant's body. Before the three could exhale a sigh of relief, the baby's complexion began to pale into a ghastly gray under their watchful eyes. Damn it, Leo cursed vehemently. Under the scientist's modifications, the loss of this energy would lead her organs to rapidly deteriorate, effectively hastening her demise. Just as despair began to creep in, Leo's gaze fell upon a compound labeled number 6, which he had recently placed on a nearby table. Under the illumination of the lab lights, the vial emitted a captivating glow. It appeared that desperate measures were in order. Resolutely, Leo seized the number 6 compound and injected it into the infant's body. In an instant, the laboratory erupted into a charred ruin, yet under Leo's protection, both Frankie and Kimiko remained unscathed. And what of the infant? The three stood in awe, gazing at the child enveloped in a kaleidoscope of vibrant energy suspended amidst the wreckage, their eyes wide with astonishment. In Leo's eyes, she gradually regained her vitality, and the energy coursing through her was undeniably formidable. It seemed that the 6th compound he had developed was a resounding success. A smile tugged at the corners of Leo's mouth, while Frankie and Kyoko joyfully embraced each other. Breaking news. The S.H.I.E.L.D. group, founded by Superman, officially commenced its journey today. This sensational announcement immediately stirred excitement throughout the streets. Everyone was transfixed by their phones and television screens, where Superman was holding a grand press conference, unveiling the S.H.I.E.L.D. group. In his hand, he held a vial emanating an enigmatic glow. Do you still envy those superheroes endowed with extraordinary powers? Do you yearn to punish evil and uphold justice like Superman, soaring freely through the skies? Now, the opportunity to transform your destiny has arrived. Unlike the Waters Corporation, the S.H.I.E.L.D. group is committed to complete transparency in all its endeavors. We will never resort to unscrupulous methods to create superhumans or heroes. Thanks to Superman's research, the innovative 6 compound has been successfully developed, posing no harm to human health. If the awakened superpowers prove unnecessary, the S.H.I.E.L.D. group promises to provide complimentary services for their removal. In an instant, the world erupted in fervor. Bang! In the presidential office, a somber figure seated in a lavish chair glared at the press conference on television, slamming his fist onto the desk. Overthrowing the Waters group and prohibiting all nations and governments from clandestinely researching superhumans. Yet he himself turned around to establish the S.H.I.E.L.D. group and clandestinely developed the 6 compound. Superman, what exactly are you aiming to achieve? At that moment, the president's discontent with Superman had reached a boiling point. This was nothing short of hypocrisy. Previously, governments had tolerated Superman's reckless actions around the globe due to his intimidating presence. But now the president felt he could no longer remain passive. If Superman's actions were not curtailed, this nation, and indeed the entire world, would gradually become an extension of Superman's influence. After all, Superman had glorified the 6 compound and the S.H.I.E.L.D. group, and the public already held a blind adoration for him. How could this continue? The president immediately planned to convene an emergency meeting to discuss strategies to counter Superman. Meanwhile, around the world, voices began to rise in opposition to Superman, asserting that the S.H.I.E.L.D. group was merely another iteration of the Waters Corporation. Among these dissenters, while a few genuinely believed this, many were mere buffoons lurking in the shadows, pushing their agenda. Of course, Leo was fully aware of all these developments. He resolved to leave a profound and indelible impression on these individuals, making it abundantly clear who truly held the reins of power. Now, the formidable Leo has cast aside many of his concerns. He is far from being a mere giant infant, despite his immense power. In New York, the towering S.H.I.E.L.D. building has become the city's most striking sight. On this night, atop the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, the gentle evening breeze envelopes the platform where Milk and Superman lean against the railing. I do not comprehend your motives. Milk's eyes brim with confusion. In his understanding, Superman is not one to covet power or wealth. Moreover, being the strongest of all super beings, he has the governments gasping for breath under his immense pressure. Why then does Superman seek to establish the S.H.I.E.L.D. group? Observing Milk's perplexed expression, Leo gently smiled, followed by a soft sigh. It is to select capable aides who can assist me in the future. Assist you in what? World domination? Milk jested, fully aware that despite Superman's personal ambitions, he would never aspire to such tyranny. After all, would anyone dare to thwart Superman's will? Leo chuckled and shook his head. One reason is to facilitate my return to my homeland, and the other is to confront a formidable adversary. Leo gazed skyward, his silence profound. Chapter 85. A warning to others. Though unable to confront Superman directly, numerous clandestine strategies have emerged. In light of Superman and the S.H.I.E.L.D. group's meteoric rise, the world is rife with undercurrents. Some have taken to the internet to denounce Superman, while others claim to have transformed into something grotesque after injecting Compound 6, even sharing exquisitely crafted video clips. These are merely appetizers, The President of the United States is orchestrating a compound 6 super-terrorist incident, aiming to cast Superman from his pedestal. They did not expect to have any substantial impact on Superman, but merely hoped to incite public resistance against the S.H.I.E.L.D group. Naturally, such a scheme cannot unfold within their own borders, lest their intentions become too apparent. Thus, the president plans to have their satellite nation, Cherry Blossom Country, execute this endeavor. However, Leo will not afford them the opportunity to create chaos. He is now unencumbered. It is like trying to rid oneself of vermin. No matter how you try, they remain. The explosion erupted skyward as he turned his back to the sun, his black cloak billowing wildly in the air. Soldiers on the ground, trembling, aimed their weapons at Leo, only to find they could not discern Superman's visage, seeing only his eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light. The red glow swept across the scene, leaving only a landscape scattered with severed limbs and billowing smoke. This was a newly established experimental base by the Cherry Blossom government under the President of the United States directive intended to draw Superman's attention, allowing super terrorists in other parts of the world to escalate their actions before Superman could intervene. Regrettably, those super terrorists were intercepted and eliminated by the Black Robe enforcers long before they could wreak havoc again. In the face of the newly upgraded ability suppressors, individuals clad in nano-battle armor, such as Milk and Frankie, have become the bane of these superpowered beings. Leo shook his head, attempting to restore a semblance of rationality. In truth, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. However, recently, that sense of indifference and superiority had been incessantly assaulting his psyche, particularly since he had truly become an invincible entity within the cosmos of the Black Robe enforcers, a sovereign capable of dictating his will. This onslaught was growing increasingly intense. Leo recognized that the remnants of Darkseid's will and emotions within the energy were influencing him, yet he could only strive to suppress it for now. No longer wishing to trouble the ordinary soldiers, Leo made his way directly to the government of Sakura Country, where the leaders overseeing the masses were the true architects of the unfolding events. Within their opulent residence, the supreme leader of Sakura Country sat cross-legged, savoring the tea before him, seemingly unfazed by Superman's destruction of the experimental base. With a resounding crash, Leo descended from the heavens, piercing through the ceiling of the estate, landing not far from the leader of Sakura Country. Sunlight poured through the gaping hole he had created. Leo strolled leisurely towards the middle-aged man, observing him with a detached gaze as he continued to sip his tea unperturbed. "Are you so certain that I shall spare your life? I'm not entirely convinced. Yet I presume you must understand that I am merely a pawn in this game." "A pawn?" Leo scoffed at the notion, willingly presenting oneself as a dog for another. Was this truly what it meant to be a pawn? Moreover, you are Superman. From the moment you established the S.H.I.E.L.D group, you should have anticipated the current predicament. Given the tense situation, should you decide to eliminate me, it would be tantamount to declaring war on every nation across the globe. Our so-called benefactor, are you truly prepared for that? Although the leader of Sakura Country maintained a facade of calm, Leo discerned the anxiety and fear lurking beneath. Poor soul, he was attempting to buy time, believing that the appearance of super terrorists would divert Superman's attention. Little did he know that their operation had already failed. Evidently, he had received no news and had been ruthlessly abandoned by the government of Beautiful Country. Leo shook his head, unwilling to engage in further frivolous dialogue. "I have come today to deliver a message to all the ambitious souls in this world. It is best to lie low and not obstruct my path." With that, Leo seized the man before him and soared into the sky. Despite being within Leo's biofield, the leader of Sakura Country struggled to breathe, and before he could plead for mercy, he lost the opportunity to speak forever. "I grant you 15 minutes to vacate this vessel. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Above the Norfolk Naval Base, Leo gazed impassively at the colossal aircraft carrier docked at the port. In stark contrast to the immense vessel, which weighed over 100,000 tons and measured 337 meters in length, Leo's figure appeared almost pitiably small. Yet, none could disregard his words. For he was the most formidable superhuman of the present age, Superman. One would expect the arrival of such a powerful figure to elicit jubilant cheers. Yet an unmistakable air of menace hung about him. Under the weight of Superman's oppression, the government of the United States ultimately chose to capitulate. The president, seated in his office, could hardly fathom that before his plans had even begun, Superman had already seized upon their vulnerabilities. To quell Superman's wrath, he was willing to sacrifice this active and mighty aircraft carrier. Following the directives of his superiors and the pressure from Superman, all soldiers were ordered off the carrier. Leo, hovering in the sky, smirked disdainfully. If the president believed that such actions would deter Leo from pursuing him further, he was gravely mistaken. The concept of setting an example would hold little weight unless the most substantial target was eliminated. However, as Leo did not wish to become a butcher with blood on his hands, it seemed the president would have to endure a bit of humiliation. Once all soldiers had disembarked within the time Leo had allotted, he wasted no time. With a flourish of his cape, he plunged beneath the ocean's surface. Then, to the incredulous gazes of countless soldiers, the behemoth aircraft carrier trembled and, amid the surging waves, gradually lifted from the water, soaring into the sky. At the vessel's base, Superman appeared as a mere, yet this tiny figure possessed boundless strength, hoisting the 100,000-ton Leviathan skyward until it vanished from the soldiers' view, leaving them in awe of his unparalleled power. Knock, knock. At the White House, the president rubbed his forehead in frustration over Superman's affairs, and the sudden sound of knocking only heightened his agitation. Come in, he barked. Damn it, he thought, just as he was about to voice his thoughts. He was abruptly interrupted by the very source of his distress, Superman himself. What seems to be the matter, my esteemed president? Leo inquired, observing the man's fearful demeanor with a hint of a benevolent smile. What more do you want? We have already compromised, the president retorted, attempting to regain some semblance of firmness. Bolstered by the United States' formidable military might, he found a modicum of courage. After all, even if he could not best Superman, he could not simply annihilate so many people. Such an act would irrevocably tarnish Superman's and the United States' image in the eyes of the populace. Leo remained silent, merely gesturing for the president to glance at the screen before them, which displayed a video that had just been transmitted on Friday. The president lowered his gaze and beheld a desolate expanse of the moon, where an aircraft carrier lay alongside the cold, pallid corpse of the leader of Sakura country, peacefully resting together. The president was utterly panicked at that moment, loudly calling for his guards while simultaneously threatening Leo, "If I die, or if you perish." This video will gain additional deterrent power due to the presence of a corpse belonging to the leader of the world's most formidable nation. It will swiftly find its way into the secret archives of every government, revealing to them who truly wields the power to decide everything in this world. No, you cannot. Amidst the president's cries, Leo whisked him away towards the moon. Chapter 86. Before departure, the entire world seemed to have been muted in an instant. The previous discontent regarding Superman and the S.H.I.E.L.D. group vanished overnight, as if it had never occurred at all. Leo's resolute actions stemmed from his awareness that his stay in this universe would not be eternal. Thus, during the period when the S.H.I.E.L.D. group's team of superpowered individuals was taking shape, Leo understood the necessity of maintaining a formidable deterrent without resorting to violent domination of the world, ensuring that ambitious individuals would think twice before acting. Unbeknownst to many, 2 months slipped by, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. group, along with the influence of Compound 6, had finally extended its reach to every corner of the globe. One might be oblivious to the fact that the United States had elected a new president, yet they could not remain unaware of Superman and his Compound 6. In such an atmosphere, Leo instigated a nationwide frenzy for everyone to become superpowered beings, to ensure the world could continue to function smoothly amidst this fervor. All individuals who gained superpowers through Compound 6 were firmly under the control of the S.H.I.E.L.D. group. Leo established a stringent set of regulations, stipulating that users must possess a clean background, that Compound 6 must not enter the market, and that all individuals seeking injection must do so under the supervision of the S.H.I.E.L.D. group, with their acquired superpowers meticulously documented. Friday ensured that these processes were executed flawlessly. Any errors at any stage would be promptly reported to Leo and the Black Cloak Enforcers. Thus, under the dual influence of Leo and Friday, an increasing number of empowered individuals were unearthed, including those with extraordinary talents. Furthermore, as Compound 6 proved to be more potent than Compound 5, their abilities were significantly more formidable than those awakened by the latter. Yet, the most remarkable among them was the infant girl that Frankie had brought back from the Sakura Nation's experimental base. The interaction between Compound 5 and Compound 6 in her body produced a wondrous reaction, and according to Leo's observations, the energy contained within her far surpassed that of the original subject too. Perhaps by the time Leo next returned to the universe of the Black Cloak Enforcers, she would emerge as one of his most capable aides. 1 year later, Leo floated amidst the cosmos, bathed in the warm sunlight that enveloped him from behind. His black cloak billowed with his form, an unmatched power coursing through his being. In this vast universe, after enduring numerous battles and the passage of time marked by natural growth, Leo, who is merely 23 years of age, has now achieved extraordinary speeds exceeding 100 Mach on Earth. In the cosmos, his velocity approaches the speed of light. Given Leo's remarkable rate of development, it will not be long before he can engage in a contest of strength with the likes of Superman. After all, he has ascended from a mere 35 Mach to over 100 Mach in just under 5 years, a staggering leap indeed. Within Leo's pupils, the majestic and azure expanse of Earth is reflected. This year, the S.H.I.E.L.D group has also found its footing. Queen Maeve, Starlight, and the original members of the Black Cloak Enforcers have united to form a new heroic contingent, becoming the backbone of the S.H.I.E.L.D group. Among them, Butcher has taken in a child from his homeland, Ryan, endeavoring to nurture him into a true superhero. Meanwhile, Milk has dedicated himself tirelessly to the fight against supercriminals. Leo has refrained from intervening in these matters. If he were to handle every situation personally at this stage, what would be the purpose of establishing the S.H.I.E.L.D group? Thus, he makes only occasional appearances, serving as a stabilizing force. Furthermore, once Leo departs, the affairs here will require the nascent S.H.I.E.L.D group to confront them independently. And this year can be regarded as a period of preparation. At this moment, Leo's cosmic shuttle vibrates incessantly. It appears the time has come to depart. Yet there remain matters to attend to. After a brief moment of contemplation, he transforms into a streak of light, setting course for Earth. Before leaving, Leo intends to assert the inviolability of the S.H.I.E.L.D group to the world one last time. This world transforms at an astonishing pace, leading Storm to question her adaptability in this new era. As a superhuman who has survived since the Second World War, Storm believes her capacity for acceptance is commendable. However, just as she prepares to join the Seven and approach the Homelanders, the tides shift unexpectedly. Superman emerges, vanquishing the Homelanders, toppling Vought, and establishing the S.H.I.E.L.D group, boldly confronting the government of the United States. The Homelanders were once Storm's preferred candidates, yet she harbored belief that Superman was even more suited to lead the Third Reich. Nevertheless, Superman's intentions have grown increasingly inscrutable to her. Thus, Storm chooses to remain hidden, observing the unfolding events. Should an opportunity arise, she will certainly emerge to stir the pot, a mindset that is difficult for most to comprehend. Yet, unbeknownst to Storm, she has long been under Leo's watchful eye. The reason he has not yet revealed this mouse is that he intends to use the demise of this remnants of nano-technology to reignite the world's attention. Now, the moment has arrived. After a period of investigation, the S.H.I.E.L.D group has once again made significant advancements. The objective of this operation is a formidable superpower wielder who has persisted since the era of World War II. She not only engages in malevolent deeds from the shadows, but is also a member of the nano-technology faction. However, no matter how dark the corners may be, the brilliance of a superhero will inevitably eradicate all filth. Accompanied by a rousing speech, the Theos group has, after a considerable interval, resumed a global broadcast. On screen, the superhero stands before Stormwoman, meticulously recounting her transgressions. Witnessing the superhero's blatant disregard for her own dignity is intolerable. Although Stormwoman is acutely aware that the superhero's strength far exceeds her own, she will not permit such humiliation to go unchallenged. Superman, I fail to comprehend your actions. You could easily dominate the world, guiding humanity towards a magnificent evolution. Yet those who cannot awaken their powers and the feeble unworthy of this new world should not exist. Under the watchful eyes of a global audience, the once absent Superman remains the reliable figure everyone trusts. No, you are mistaken. No one is unworthy of life, nor is anyone entitled to a lofty position. In this new world, the only entities that must be eradicated are ambitious individuals like you, who fail to recognize the reality. As Superman uttered these words directed at Stormwoman, the leaders of various nations felt a chill run down their spines, drenched in cold sweat. Of course, those who have completely succumbed to Superman and the Theos group, such as the Land of Cherry Blossoms and the Beautiful Nation, were not among them. After a year of infiltration, the Beautiful Nation is merely a hollow shell. Everyone knows that the true architects of its fate are Superman and his Theos group, and the Land of Cherry Blossoms, simply paralyzed by fear. Subsequently, Leo ceased his words and soared into the sky at an unparalleled speed, hurtling towards Storm Woman on the ground. Aware of her inevitable demise at the hands of Superman, Storm Woman refused to surrender easily, unleashing a torrent of thick purple lightning from her palms, striking Superman's chest. Yet Leo stood his ground, piercing through the terrifying energy assault. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled and mountains crumbled. The force of the impact reverberated for miles before gradually dissipating. Storm Woman, positioned at the epicenter of Leo's attack, was reduced to mere ashes. It is worth noting that Storm Woman could withstand the scorching rays of her homeland without flinching, indicating her considerable strength. However, she could not endure even a single strike from Leo. Upon witnessing Storm Woman's annihilation, Leo vanished once more into the horizon. When the swirling sands finally settled, an immense crater was revealed on the ground, leaving all in awe of the power displayed by Superman, rendering them speechless for an extended period. Chapter 87. Return Journey, I Must Depart. In the core conference room of the Theos Tower, members of the Black Robe Enforcers and Queen Maeve gazed at Leo, who occupied the principal's seat, utterly astonished by his declaration. Where to? The one closest to Leo, known as Milk, was the first to pose a question. Since that conversation on the rooftop a year ago, Milk had harbored a vague premonition that the Superman would eventually depart. Yet the arrival of that day had come with astonishing swiftness. Leo did not directly address Milk's inquiry. Instead, he produced a cosmic shuttle and placed it upon the table. Its surface continually vanished and reformed. Yet curiously, despite the perpetual motion of the outer material, the cosmic shuttle stood steadfastly upon the tabletop. Through the gaps of the shifting surface, a mysterious and vast blue energy coursed within. Indeed, although the cosmic shuttle was no larger than a palm, it evoked an overwhelming sense of infinity, rendering those before it as mere specks within the cosmos. At that moment, Leo's voice pierced through the collective fascination with the shuttle. This is the little gadget that brought me to this universe. It is called the Cosmic Shuttle. I do not actually belong to this universe. I hail from a far grander cosmos. For reasons known only to me, I arrived here, and now that this place is on a stable trajectory and the desires of my heart have been fulfilled, it is time for me to depart. The audience was taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Even with their boundless imagination and previous speculations about Superman, none had anticipated that he was a visitor from another universe. Following the initial shock, they were left to grapple with this revelation, for Superman had no reason to deceive them regarding such matters. Will you return? Huey, seated nearby, voiced the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Yes, I shall return. However, when I do, I will need you to have selected the most powerful and loyal new generation of superpowered beings, for I will take them away from this universe. Leo's words were unequivocal, and all understood that this was less a discussion and more an edict from Superman. His recent detachment had imbued Leo with an air of authority, causing his demeanor to adopt a more imperious tone, an evolution wrought by power and status, despite Leo's inherently humble nature. But what if you leave and those troublesome individuals become restless? Butcher, who had gradually relaxed over the past year of blissful living, finally posed a critical question. Although he did not specify who he referred to, everyone was acutely aware that he spoke of the heads of various governments. On Friday, our intelligent central brain will continuously monitor the situation here. We need not conceal my departure. We can simply declare that I have gone to explore the cosmos. You need not worry about the rest. I will manage it, Leo replied, retracting the cosmic shuttle and lightly tapping the table twice with his finger, signaling the conclusion of the meeting. Now is time to leave. What transpired? A dire alarm reverberated throughout the entire base. As staff members gazed in astonishment at the autonomously operating programs on the screens, trembling in fear, their hands and feet icy cold. Immediately report to the president. Upon arrival, the commanding officer was equally bewildered by the scene before him. Before the incredulous eyes of all present, the launch facility's doors spontaneously opened, and all nuclear warheads began igniting and launching without human intervention. Yet, This alarming situation was not confined to this location. Simultaneously, every nation possessing nuclear weapons witnessed their missiles ascending into the sky. At that moment, leaders from around the globe could no longer remain composed, regardless of their previous engagements. They stared at the multitude of red dots densely clustered on the satellite imagery, fervently wishing they were ensnared in a nightmare. Many who learned of the missile launches believed the apocalypse was imminent, collapsing in terror. Boom! Countless nuclear warheads, under the command of Friday, lifted off the ground, all heading in a singular direction, where Leo awaited their arrival. His intent was to transport all the nuclear warheads on Earth into the depths of the cosmos. Before long, the heads of state and presidents witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for eternity. From the footage relayed by the satellite, they beheld Superman, accompanied by innumerable nuclear warheads, journeying into the vastness of space. From that moment forth, whenever a new leader assumed office, their first order of business was to view 3 videos. One depicted the aircraft carrier on the moon alongside 2 perfectly preserved corpses. Another showcased Superman delivering a fatal blow to Stormgirl, leaving behind a colossal crater. And the final segment illustrated Superman soaring into the cosmos with the nuclear warheads. Although Superman had departed, humanity continued to live under the shadow of his formidable presence, awaiting his eventual return. Meanwhile, amidst the frigid cosmos, Leo reveled in a grand fireworks display. Countless nuclear warheads detonated in succession, with an endless blaze illuminating the void, the waves of heat palpable even to Leo, who stood thousands of miles away. Alas, in the vast expanse of the universe, this burst of light was but a mere spark flickering into existence. With all matters settled, Leo turned and activated the pulsating spacecraft in his grasp. In an instant, a blue radiance enveloped him, expanding rapidly. Bang! Accompanied by a blue shockwave that swept across the cosmos, Leo's figure vanished without a trace. The enhancement of his abilities seemed to facilitate traversing the barriers of the universe, allowing Leo to maneuver his body with newfound ease. In an explosion of energy, he propelled himself forward. A streak of radiant light suddenly appeared amidst the cosmos, steadfastly making its way toward Earth. Initially, Leo harbored concerns about the success of his return journey, yet the familiar sensations of this universe assuaged his worries. Unbeknownst to him, Earth was now within arm's reach. Although, in terms of actual time flow, less than 2 months had elapsed in the Marvel Universe. Leo could hardly contain the excitement bubbling within him. Heaven knows how much he longed for the days spent alongside Tony, recklessly concocting bizarre inventions, as well as the promise made by his little assistant, Elizabeth, beneath the twilight sky. Just as Leo traversed the solar system, someone on Earth had already detected his presence. On the screen, a blue streak of light was gliding towards the planet. The system repeatedly refreshed its resolution until a clear silhouette emerged. The individual seated before the screen widened his eyes in astonishment. What on earth is that? Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly alerted all members at headquarters. Chapter 88, Mr. Fantastic. In the night, amidst the vibrant lights of New York City, a blue meteor streaked across the sky. Bam! Leo brushed past the rooftop of a tall building, subsequently crashing down to the ground in a rather awkward manner, causing the hard pavement to splinter with cracks and eliciting several startled screams from passersby. In truth, Leo had every intention of executing a graceful landing, but a sudden realization left him momentarily flustered. He had not spotted either the Oscorp Tower or Stark Tower in New York. This oversight led to his landing mishap. However, given Leo's current prowess, controlling his force was remarkably effortless. The catastrophic events of his first arrival, where he inadvertently obliterated a village and half a mountain, were certainly not destined to repeat themselves. This was fundamentally why Leo felt secure descending in the heart of New York City. Spitting out the grains of sand that had inadvertently found their way into his mouth during the fall, Leo propped himself up with his hands. He had already envisioned the worst-case scenario, that he had not returned to the true Marvel Universe. Fortunately, the cosmic shuttle still had sufficient energy reserves to facilitate another traversal. Yet, the challenge of finding the way back loomed large. Just as Leo was about to rise, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. "Sir, please state your intentions." Leo whirled around to behold a fiery figure hovering in the air, the towering form of the thing, whose skin was marred with cracks, and the Invisible Woman, encased in a force field. Lastly, there stood the seemingly unremarkable Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. The moment Leo laid eyes on Reed, his previously disheartened spirit surged back to life. He could hardly resist the urge to break into a jubilant dance of celebration. Lo and behold, he had unwittingly arrived in the universe of the Fantastic Four. And this man, known as Mr. Fantastic, was undoubtedly a remarkable asset within the Marvel cosmos. With his presence, Leo was confident that his dilemmas would soon find resolution. As the other three observed Leo intently fixating on Reed, they instinctively turned their heads towards Reed, seeking clarification through their gazes. Reed appeared utterly perplexed. Leo waved his hand nonchalantly, effortlessly tearing apart the force field conjured by the Invisible Woman, Susan. Observing the four before him who appeared on high alert, Leo displayed a benevolent smile, assuring them, "Do not be anxious, my friends. I am not your adversary." "Then who exactly are you? An extraterrestrial?" the hot-headed thing bellowed, his voice resonating. Leo glanced around at the crowd that had gathered to witness the unfolding spectacle and said to Reed, "I believe this is not the appropriate setting for discourse. Do you not agree?" At the Baxter Building, headquarters of the Fantastic Four, given the formidable power Leo had exhibited coupled with his relatively amiable demeanor, Mr. Fantastic deliberated extensively before deciding to place a degree of trust in Leo. After all, the Baxter Building was his domain. Should this extraterrestrial exhibit any hostile intent, he would possess ample means to counteract it. Indeed, it was the thing Ben Grimm, who had previously detected Leo's arrival. Despite his brutish appearance, he was, in fact, a highly skilled technician. Through careful observation, the Fantastic Four had pinpointed Leo's landing, and their initial concerns regarding potential casualties diminished as they noted Leo's descent was gradually decelerating. Now seated face to face with the Fantastic Four, Leo observed their stern expressions and shook his head. "I am not your captive. I hope you can adjust your demeanor. I am endeavoring to engage in a cordial conversation with you. However, we must maintain a fundamental level of vigilance. After all, we witnessed your journey from the solar system to Earth," Reed remarked, studying the extraterrestrial before him. The technologically advanced black suit clung tightly to Leo's robust physique, evoking disbelief about how such a form could traverse the cosmos. The imposing emblem on his chest exuded a sense of overwhelming authority, while his black cape added an air of mystery. In essence, this figure did not emanate an aura of friendliness. Particularly his appearance struck Reed with an odd sense of familiarity. Simultaneously, Leo was absorbing external information while scrutinizing the four before him. It appeared he had arrived at the juncture where the Fantastic Four triumphed over Dr. Doom, soon to confront the Silver Surfer in Galactus. On that note, Leo couldn't help but inquire, "May I ask, Mr. Reed, how long remains until your wedding with Miss Susan?" 3 months. Why do you ask?" Reed instinctively replied before realizing, "You know us." Indeed, the tale unfolds in a lengthy discourse. After a night of conversation, the Fantastic Four developed a rudimentary understanding of Leo. Among them, Pyro Johnny found Leo's experiences undeniably fascinating, while the others were equally astounded by his legendary journey. They had initially believed their own encounters to be sufficiently surreal. Yet Leo's saga proved even more extraordinary. Naturally, Reed maintained a healthy skepticism regarding Leo's words. One cannot simply accept everything at face value. "So, you're saying that you require my assistance to return to your own universe?" "Yes, I believe that with our collective intellect, we can achieve this. Of course, much of it would hinge on your own ingenuity," Leo mused silently. Subsequently, he appeared to be unguarded as he produced the cosmic transponder and tossed it to Reed. In the cinematic universe, this remarkable individual is undoubtedly a paragon of virtue, embodying the quintessential superhero archetype. Thus, Leo harbored no concerns about any clandestine machinations against him. Moreover, given Leo's prowess, the combined might of the Fantastic Four hardly warranted his attention. As Reed examined the cosmic transponder, his excitement surged. His desire to study it was palpable. After all, individuals of his exceptional caliber possess an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. "Why should we labor for him?" grumbled the thing. Leo cast a nonchalant glance at the rocky figure. Though the thing could match the Hulk in strength at that moment, Leo regarded him as merely a trivial obstacle. Of course, if you prefer a universe to harbor a not-so-benevolent superhero, or perhaps a dark sovereign with a semblance of humanity, You are free to decline my request for assistance. With a flick of his attire, Leo's battle suit morphed into the classic red and blue of Superman, then transformed into the imposing armor of a dark overlord, before reverting to his original costume. Under the astonished gaze of Reed and the Thing, Leo dramatically flourished his cape and sauntered out of the room, his mind already strategizing on how to confront Silver Surfer and Galactus. Since Reed was willing to extend his support, Leo would ensure that the endeavor bore fruit. It was an opportune moment to gauge the true strength of the legendary Planet Devourer. Although the Galactus here was merely a manifestation of the primary universe, he remained a formidable entity, one of the celestial titans within the Marvel pantheon. Leo retrieved a watch capable of measuring the flow of time, observing that the hands moved in almost perfect synchrony. Indeed, as part of the Marvel multiverse, the temporal flow between the two universes exhibited minimal disparity. In the room, Reed suddenly exclaimed, "That design seems so familiar," slapping his thigh. Since it is also a Marvel universe, the existence of Superman comics is entirely plausible. Despite a lifetime spent as a bookish intellectual, Reed had indeed perused Superman's comics. However, why does Leo's Superman costume lack the iconic red trunks? Furthermore, what does he mean by the Dark Monarch? Is he both Superman and the Dark Monarch? The symbol on Leo's chest suddenly made Reed feel a twinge of unease. Beside him, the Stone Man revealed a faint smile of resignation as they exchanged glances. "Ha! We should promptly send this fellow on his way." Chapter 89. The Prodigy. Reed, have you ever pondered why you have not successfully returned to your original universe? As Reed entered a serious state of contemplation, Leo, too, found himself lost in thought. He had indeed considered this question before. In Leo's view, both the Fantastic Four universe and the Marvel universe he originally inhabited were merely unremarkable realms within the vast expanse of the Marvel multiverse. Could it be that these universes are not eternally stagnant, but rather, Lucia, heedless of the occasion, brazenly teased the teacher, eliciting another round of laughter from the crowd. The group sensed a fierce battle raging nearby, accompanied by fluctuations of spiritual energy. Soon after, a figure clad in white descended rapidly, having been propelled from a space rift by the fire spirit. Almost instinctively, everyone in the conference room stood to observe the myriad of luminous orbs. The old dean, Lucia, and Gurume also moved to the center of the room, enveloped by the spheres of light. Only Ouyang Lu remained composed, maintaining an inscrutable demeanor as an observer. It was then that Lucia regained her senses, having previously feared she might be incinerated. Turning around, she saw Yin Xiao, battered and in an unprecedented state of disarray. She recalled the hand that had shielded her moments ago. "Where will you go? They have had their eyes on us for a long time. Since this monk wishes to witness the commotion, let us oblige him," Dao Yinshu scoffed. Spirit energy surged around him. Though he was merely at the first level of martial arts, his presence left even Jiang Yunxin beside him feeling a sense of dread. He quickly assessed his condition, realizing that he was no longer in his physical form, but rather an entity of consciousness. If all went as expected, it seemed his awareness had been drawn into the seven-colored spiritual, mysterious jade. Elder Zhang, an elderly man and a prominent figure among the E-people, countered, "What? Do you expect me to stray from my path?" Ouyang Lanji could hardly believe that Bai Ting would utter such words, given how events had unfolded. Bai Ting still fancied there was some connection between her and Bai Yu. Was this not a daydream? At the entrance to the ballroom, the admission fee was 5 yuan. Long Hao remembered that it was only 2 yuan in the county, but now in the provincial city, it had risen to 5. Truly, what a predicament. Deep down, I felt a sense of indignation, filled with the frustration of unrecognized talent. Yet encountering mentors like you fills me with joy, inspiring me to conceive new narratives distinct from other HP fanfictions. Director, it's not that I refuse to comply with Mayor Zhai, but the mutton is supplied by me, and naturally, I must set the price. Thus, no more secrets. If the price exceeds market value by 10%, I would incur a loss. It must be at least 15. Long Hao exhaled a puff of smoke. Upon achieving a state of innate enlightenment, one's vital energy will nourish the body, significantly extending lifespan, allowing individuals to casually live for 1 or 2 centuries. People began to disperse, rallying even those relatives and friends who had not yet arrived, utilizing various channels to procure goods. However, Long Hao refrained from succumbing to slumber once more. After finishing his meal, he inquired from Sun Jiming for 10,000 yuan and rode his motorcycle to the village. "Do not worry, I am not here to take from you. I have come to engage in a transaction," he proclaimed. The eyes on Su Fu's hand darted about in response to his words. Lin Ge, exhaling a sigh, proceeded to heal the werewolf once more, then turned his gaze towards the other side, where a paralyzed blonde man and a disheveled man resided, ultimately selecting the blonde. It must be noted that a 9th-tier sword cultivator's epiphany requires a tranquil environment to contemplate the sword path and grasp its true essence. Only then can enlightenment be attained. The Silver Phoenix Pavilion buzzed with activity throughout the day, as Shunshou cheerfully went to tally today's earnings. Wang Shuqiu, having busied herself all day, had already removed her makeup and retired for the night, sleeping until dawn. After a brief grooming, Wang Shuqiu made her way to the courtyard. However, for Tang Yambing, insomnia was not entirely detrimental, for he still had matters to attend to. Chapter 90. General Hag Liu and the Stone Man exchanged a glance, perceiving the emotions reflected in each other's eyes. It is worth noting that the Stone Man had long been assuming a grim persona, and Liu had eagerly sought an opportunity to demonstrate the vastness of the world to him. Although Liu proclaimed himself a Superman, the Stone Man was not easily intimidated by such titles. One must truly witness the prowess in action to discern the truth behind claim. Thus, contemplating a direct confrontation with the Green Giant, Newman discreetly glanced at the other 6 mercenary leaders, observing that each was entangled with a high-tier magical beast, similarly employing a strategy of attrition to wear down their adversaries. Victory was merely a matter of time. "If I found them useful, I would not seek you out," Davina remarked, rolling her eyes. This awkward situation was truly embarrassing. How could she possibly face Mr. Rocky again? The thought was mortifying. Avis, perplexed, chose not to inquire further, having never questioned Gran's actions in the past. Perhaps her words struck at the very heart of the issue, for her cheeks flushed crimson as she stormed away. Yihan strode out, tilting his head back to let out a resounding roar, a voice so powerful it seemed to disperse the clouds. Yet, the magical tiger's expression shifted dramatically, fear flashing in its eyes as if it dreaded an attack from the celestial hound. "Have you misunderstood something? Would you kindly disclose your identity to me?" Duan Kechuan gently urged. "Young Master Yi, please follow me. Our boss has been awaiting you for many days." The steward respectfully stated upon seeing Yi Zhengfeng. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Zhengfeng followed the steward into the elixir shop. One hand struck his chest, and with a crack, Huang Qiuxing spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. Upon hearing the words of Chu Jianghe, the expressions of Zhao Tianqi and several executives from mechanical manufacturing firms darkened immediately. Although they had surmised that the excavators produced by Chu Jianghe's company were more affordable than their own, they had not anticipated such a stark difference in price. Yang and I reluctantly acquiesced verbally, yet was acutely aware that Baoxi's Qingling nightmare technique was ineffective against Ji Gong's pure yin physique. Thus, he refrained from acting rashly. Otherwise, the current emperor would have long since become Baoxi's puppet. In the capital city, the sky perpetually bore a hazy gloom, as if an unyielding mist enveloped the forbidden city. Although earlier mining of the true silver vein would yield returns sooner for the new Sprout territory, the area was not lacking in resources, particularly after the cargo of wealth brought back by Lu Osheng from the Kingdom of Taylor. The new Sprout territory could sustain itself for 2 years without haste to exploit the mine for profit. If others were to engage in such endeavors, they might perceive it as merely mediocre. However, Bai Liu, with his family heritage and management, excelled in economic matters. Faced with such an inept adversary, Yingyu felt no inner turmoil and even found it somewhat amusing. "Boss Chu, look at you. We're so familiar now. Why the formality?" Lu Feng shot a glance at Chu Jianghe and chuckled, as if granting his agreement. Scarcity lends value. This was not merely a luxurious indulgence reserved for the elite, but rather a disparity in value artificially created by human hands. Wang Guohua had invested all the profits from his restaurant over the past few years into purchasing land and constructing a building, nearly exhausting his resources to establish this establishment. If I manage to secure this new berth here, perhaps more formidable duelists will come forth to challenge me. This would surely infuriate my father. With this thought in mind, Sophie Marceau resolved to ensure that Wu Fan emerged victorious in the duel without the notice of him or the others. This was not an unintentional act. Zhuo Lin was acutely aware of Lu Mingyi's hostility directed at him. With Zuolin's physique, he could easily disregard such a collision, yet that would be remarkably unusual. He clutched the ball tightly and collapsed onto the grass with a thud. Chapter 91. Preparations before battle. So, does anyone know what Superman just did? At the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Baxter building, Reed, watching General Harg leave in his car, wore a grave expression. Superman could act with impunity and then simply walk away, but the Fantastic Four could not afford such liberties. They had to continue living in this universe, on this planet, and offending the government was undoubtedly unwise. After all, they were superheroes. In the original film, Reed Richards was filled with anger, unsure of where to direct it. Adding to his frustration was the fact that this girl favored thin white dresses that clung to her body when wet, revealing her stunning figure, leaving Reed momentarily transfixed. Indeed, as Yi-Huayan pulled over to the side, the two vehicles behind also came to a halt, though they believed Yi-Huayan remained unaware of their presence and were still pretending to pass by. Yuan Shi glanced back and discovered the mountaintop was densely populated with people, each bearing a predatory countenance. Though Nanfeng has yet to confront the enigmatic Lanling Wang, it is only a matter of time before he takes revenge. Gathering his forces to annihilate both Lanling Wang and the Frosty Dawn Guild he established within the academy, the Guiyao Star, despite its considerable distance from the Iron Prison Star, remains the closest celestial body without an interstellar teleportation array, navigating through a narrow passage of merely 5 or 6 meters. One enters a living room where a chandelier radiates a kaleidoscope of colors, resplendent in its beauty. The sound system blares loudly, making even the slamming of Xiao Ye's door a noteworthy occurrence. Regrettably, most of the time, Yuan Shao disregarded Zhuge Shou's sage advice, ultimately succumbing to Cao Cao's might. Zhuge Shou, ever loyal, refused to surrender to Cao Cao and met his demise at his hands. By this time, the night had long dissipated, and the sun was well above the horizon. Today coincided with the bustling market day, and the streets were alive with throngs of people, a cacophony of voices filling the air, in an effort to curry favor with Hong Yunfei and the Hong family, and to secure a better future for herself within their ranks. She did not hesitate to betray her adoptive mother, who had shown her unwavering kindness. Zhu Zhaoziang, harboring deep skepticism, could not openly disparage her before Lu Rusong. He merely offered a few casual remarks before dismissing her. The ominous black spear, emanating a terrifying aura, seemed to freeze the very air around it, as if poised to unleash an explosion at any moment. Opposition soon arose. Luo Wuxin, seeing the first hand not raised, felt a slight easing of his brow. Every neutral stance presented an opportunity for alliance. Your Majesty, sacrificing oneself for the nation, I trust you harbor no objections? The Emperor inquired, suppressing his inner fury. Li Qing's countenance darkened considerably. This troublesome girl had him at a loss. As the assembly gasped in shock, it was unfathomable that even a formidable figure like Bu Yangzi could not withstand the onslaught of the burning black wind. Within the royal tomb, she blurted out her thoughts, to which he replied, "Xia, shall we set this matter aside for now?" At that moment, neither Wu De, the steward, nor Wang Yi, nor the distant remnants of warriors, nor Mr. Duan, who had rushed over ready for action, could fathom the scene before them. The crowd gasped, for the fortune-teller's esteemed position within the Tianji Tower was significant, and his prowess formidable. His temper was equally renowned, making impersonation unwise. Arceus nodded, rising in silence, transforming into a streak of light that soared back to Raphael Tower. In that serene moment, with only the three of them present, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the remaining players on the battlefield were left in stunned disbelief, questioning the nature of the spectacle they had just witnessed. This team was undeniably extraordinary. As Yuan Yufei ascended to the second floor, he spotted his senior brother from the party. Upon noticing Yuan Yufei's approach, the senior brother hastily turned away, avoiding eye contact. Yuan Yufei found amusement in the situation and chose to ignore him, continuing his ascent to the third floor. Chapter 92. The Silver Shadow Hero emerges. Under Leo's conjecture, the Silver Surfer, empowered by a shimmering surfboard, has undoubtedly attained a semblance of godly prowess, verging on the level of a pseudo-deity. The board further amplifies his abilities, endowing him with the extraordinary power to resurrect Susan. Leo, mesmerized by the Silver Surfer's command over matter and energy, finds himself yearning for action after a prolonged period devoid of substantial combat in the universe of the Boys in Black. With a keen desire to compare himself to this godlike entity, he has brought along formidable members of the Enforcers, and with a wave of his hand, 8 individuals charge towards Fang Zheng. S.H.I.E.L.D steps forward, swiftly seizing the talisman from the hands of the White Knight, which rightfully belonged to her, expressing her indignation. Meanwhile, the celestial star chart disintegrates completely after the last star falls, vanishing from existence, while the remnants of the Tushan clan among the demon race kneel in reverence. Bowing repeatedly, the 4 companions follow Galo, soaring through the skies towards the Five Poisons sect. Fortunate that it is situated not far from the Five Saints village atop Mount Zhurong, reaching the mountain gate in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. However, an innate sense of destruction, imprinted in his very being, compels him to continue this seemingly unnecessary rampage. In the aircraft carrier's nexus chamber, an individual monitoring the explosion zone is astonished to witness someone emerging from the aircraft. The primal entity shifts his gaze towards the door, initially considering sending Randang, but recalling the words of the outsider spoken in the Xiao Palace years ago, he resolves to abandon that course of action, lest it provide further fodder for gossip. Thus, those seated on the mat are filled with inexplicable joy, while those who are not are consumed by envy and resentment. Step aside when Su, observing his demeanor, chuckles lightly and playfully nudges him before turning to prepare a meal. Xylo sits on the ground, mustering the strength to raise his hand and gently flick the droplets of blood from his cheek. Chen Daolin sighs for the first time, gazing at the enchanting and lovely elf, his heart unexpectedly filled with compassion. A box of magical stones can yield 10 applications of the hemostatic ointment. The proprietor promptly responds, seemingly having anticipated such business and prepared in advance. Before long, the periphery of the mountains gathers over 100 martial artists of the 89th rank. Like the frigid demeanor of Lung Ru Shuang and the unwavering Wei Yang, they dare not tread lightly into the mountains, standing like statues, engaged in hushed discussions. Angrel can sense that the strikingly haired Lei Lin Nan possesses a spiritual aura nearing crystallization, even stronger than his own at present. Spawn, somewhat vexed, wishes to voice his thoughts, but ultimately closes his mouth, acknowledging that Darling Chun has indeed secured a victory, a fact that remains undeniable. After an exhausting brawl with the opponent's retainer warriors, he finds himself unable to bear the burden of fleeing with Carmen. There is no viable escape left. High Priest sent me. Tacius's reply is barely audible, yet the choice of words causes a slight furrow of concern to appear on the brow of those beneath the statue. Aside from him, within the vast and magnificent arena, stood 16 disciples of the Xuanmen Tianzong, precisely the top 16 contenders of this competition. The formidable martial sects fought in unison, while the colossal beast remained unfazed, as if swatting away mere ants with indifference. A single strike from it would herald the demise of its adversary. At this moment, Chu Chao had acquired what he desired and began to diligently engage with his mobile device, perusing information. Fan Qiu, remove your clumsy hands, Lin Curson exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips, directing her ire towards Fan Qiu. One individual, summoning courage, voiced the shared apprehension of the townsfolk of Luwei, prompting a chorus of angry shouts from the crowd. As the uproar grew, despite the reluctance of some pioneers, they dared not voice further dissent. Both were mere mortals, initially detached from the realm of the extraordinary, yet an unforeseen encounter thrust them into calamity, though they were not consumed by righteous indignation. They lamented the transient nature of life. Chapter 93, Ding Dong. Capture successful. Bang. Leo's unmatched, ferocious strength collided with the chest of the Silver Shadow hero, restoring the once gloomy world to clarity, as if the earth, rejuvenated with life, fell into silence. Leo's assault forcibly disrupted the energy flow within the Silver Shadow hero, leaving visible black rust upon its formerly smooth, silver-white exterior. The Silver Shadow hero gazed down at the fist imprinted upon its chest. Ever since acquiring the surfboard, it had become an investigator of the underworld. Duan Yue was taken aback, for this role was not unfamiliar to him, as the peacock served as an underworld investigator, the soul being capable of traversing between the mortal realm and the netherworld to execute tasks. Song Jiu exuberantly stirred the atmosphere, while Luo Haochun was nearly propelled to his feet with excitement. He gently lifted the red veil that rested upon Yun Mengshue's head, slowly unveiling her features. In Chang'an, the price of wine plummeted by 1,000,000, while the medicinal market in Chengdu shone with no brilliance. One might as well partake of the celestial mountains, yearning to soar on the winds. As the distance between the middle-aged beggar and the two maidens diminished, he felt a surge of determination, clenching his fists with quiet resolve, though he remained prudently restrained. Deep within, he harbored his own schemes. His fist pierced through the wall, creating a gaping hole approximately 1 meter wide and high in the half-meter thick stone barrier. Liu Wushuang, having noticed Chunfeng's gaze, chose not to react, feigning nonchalance. Yuan was diverting the Lingdi's attention. Should the Lingdi continue to extol Guan Yin's virtues, it was likely that Guan Yin would ascend in rank, which would then be detrimental to him. This was not mere trickery. Rather, it was a faint trace acquired from the cultivation of the king of hell's soul-devouring hand. At times, a brazen demeanor can serve as a significant advantage, particularly when one is less suited for such endeavors than Qing Yaojing. However, due to the unique nature of the Xuanming energy and his intentional concealment of true strength, he remained at the realm of spiritual transformation. Had it not been for this, Liu Yin and others would not have presumptuously sought him out, ultimately leading to their own misfortune. Zhu Ying received the news of Zhao Yu's return to the residence. Yet curiously, he did not come directly to Qin Mei Yuan. Zhu Ying inquired of the informant, Chatsi, standing beside her. Having accessed the system, Lin Li began to assess his gains, possessing a considerable understanding of the world's transformations. However, it informed him that it was incapable of halting the unfolding process. The only action it could undertake was to transport at most half the city's populace to another realm suitable for a swine's existence. Although reluctant to acknowledge it, there was a grain of truth in his sentiments. He did not wish for the crown prince and the military commanders to grow too close. Warm yellow beams of light brushed against Chun Luin's countenance, exuding a comforting warmth that seemed almost tangible. The group entered the room, and Qinqing subsequently closed the door to the medical chamber. During this time, the clouds overhead had darkened ominously, and the wind began to stir, causing the surrounding vegetation to sway. The village nestled deep within the mountains descended into a somber gloom. This morning, emulating Dave's actions from the previous day, I retrieved peas from the mouth of a twin pea plant. Absent any supernatural intervention, it seemed unequivocally evident that this series of unfortunate events showed no signs of cessation once initiated. The towering trees appeared foreboding. The closer I approached, the more fearsome they seemed. It was not merely the unknown that unsettled me, but rather an instinctual trepidation. Nevertheless, despite the myriad experiences I had endured, fear had yet to render me trembling. The pistol had been surreptitiously acquired while Zhou was distracted, containing 5 bullets, few, but sufficient to bolster my courage. Before that, however, I needed to rid myself of this burden. Nagamura glanced at the black rod protruding from behind him. Chapter 94, Dr. Doom. Prior to that, I wish to comprehend what you refer to as the lighthouse. Under the gaze of the assembly, Leo commenced his performance. It was a divine artifact bestowed upon me by Galatus to aid in fulfilling his mission through the lighthouse. I could summon boundless energy from the cosmos and receive guidance on Galatus's arrival. Your surfboard is indeed formidable, if we could. As the performance resumed on stage, Huang Jingrun approached Wang Xiaoye, grinning with self-satisfaction and inquiring playfully. Had I not been aware of his reputation as a mere supporter, I might have been deceived by his earnest demeanor. The creature emitted a pained groan, vigorously shaking its head to dislodge the knife from the ceiling, and rushed forth, blood-soaked and brandishing the weapon. I observed Tang Qingqing pivot and flee, swiftly outpacing me. Fu Yu stared at him incredulously. It was the first time in 4 years he had directly addressed this question. Sasha's eyes gleamed a deep crimson, veins engorged and bursting, staining his skin with blood. His voice resembled not that of a human, but rather a beast's howl, as his limbs grotesquely transformed, sprouting sharp claws. The following day, the arena was thronged with spectators. And Yin made his way to the venue, awaiting Luo Zheng. Has Tang Sen not yet emerged? Milan inquired from the passenger seat, resting her hand against the window. If you remain silent any longer, I shall unleash chaos here. I can breach the gates. Justice may annihilate the illusory hall, and I can dismantle the control room to seize what I desire, the madman threatened. Very well, your wish, Tang San retorted, playfully pinching her nose, and waved his hand amidst her concerned gaze. Indeed, when S.H.I.E.L.D first encountered this news, she was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that S.H.I.E.L.D would join their ranks, becoming an integral part of the Hunters and a strategic asset embedded within the Empire. Huang Xiaofeng, born of the spirit of Flora, possessed an innate affinity for earth and wood, wielding the ability to manipulate mud flows with effortless grace. Countless plants took root and flourished amidst the lava. For the itinerant monk, this resembled a prison, as the elemental energy of heaven and earth was voraciously consumed by the wood spirit, fostering rapid growth. While cultivating on Yanjun Mountain, I employed my divine sight to continuously survey the surrounding area for several hundred miles. Gradually, I discovered that my vision could extend to encompass the entirety of Yanluo City. Bubbles began to rise in the water of the barrel, its aroma unique and indescribable. Initially, it was difficult to accept, almost unbearable. However, with time, one became accustomed to it. Lin Yang then turned his gaze towards the heavily injured bald man, his short blade gliding across the latter's throat. Ultimately, 2 bodyguards were left, one dead and the other gravely wounded. That is why my father reinforced the villa's defenses, Qiu Yuhan remarked. As they drew closer, unbeknownst to her, Meng had released her hand from her delicate lips, and as her palm retreated, a gentle caress stirred ripples deep within her heart. At that moment, he recalled that Su Mu had previously mentioned that Su Yanran was abroad filming, unexpectedly in New York. Bai Yao gazed into the sunlight, resolutely affirming that, regardless of what the future held, in this moment, he spoke no falsehoods nor deceived her. Perhaps this individual named Akuin could become a valuable aid to the prince in his quest to seize Yanzhou, thus propelling his ambitions forward. Observing Yun Qingxi, who stood frozen as he shed his garments, Meng suppressed the urge to smile. The formless essence and the unchanging realm are not concepts to be grasped through mere words. They demand profound comprehension. At that moment, Chen Xian was in the throes of such understanding. Did he intend to enter the path through martial prowess? In the universe, life began to emerge. Some born of cosmic forces, others formed from the blood of 9 distinct creatures. Chapter 95. Prepared, I shall provide the military with some minor equipment, crafted in response to the radiation emitted by those extraterrestrials, ensuring its efficacy against them. Furthermore, I shall fully cooperate with the military's endeavors. However, in the end, I must obtain what I desire. General Haggard put away the photographs on his desk, preparing to present them to those perched atop the echelons of power. He glared fiercely at Dr. Doom and warned, I advise you to reconsider. My brothers are getting injured one by one, each more severely than the last. As a police officer, I am powerless to wield the law to protect them because the affairs of the underworld must be settled in kind. This leaves Tan Dawei in a state of profound frustration and helplessness. Upon hearing the word Yao, Zhu Fei, though angered by Gong Zhe's actions, felt a jolt of disbelief as he gazed at Yao Yao. Ha ha ha, Liu Yuan laughed heartily, having grasped this insight. Effortlessly he pushed open the door blocking his way, and naturally transcended to the 4th level of the realm of intent, reaching the 2nd layer of enlightenment. When asked about this, the captain of the criminal police was taken aback, shaking his head. Several of the involved parties were still in a state of unconsciousness, leaving him at a loss for answers. Standing at the side of the grand hall, Princess Londuo pouted, reflecting inwardly. Although this Song individual was quite handsome, his actions were entirely contrary to the interests of the great Xia, creating an irreconcilable rift that left her gnashing her teeth in frustration. I oppose this. He cannot become the alliance leader. 3 shadowy figures emerged in the hall where the position of alliance leader was being deliberated. We have dug a vertical shaft approximately 3 meters deep, and the deeper we go, the more unusual the soil becomes. I have excavated many graves with the general, yet I have never encountered such soil quality, which emits a sharp, acrid odor. Hey sis, give me a push to roll the car into the refueling area, Ma Yong said with a smile to the attendant at the gas station. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from within the grand hall. Though the voice did not possess a robust timbre, instead, it carried an oddly delicate quality, unmistakably not that of a typical man. As Tang Yi prepared to confront these adversaries single-handedly, Xianyuan Shun intervened unexpectedly. He calmly drew his long sword, and the golden sword aura surged with the wind, its formidable spiritual energy causing the very heavens to tremble its sharp brilliance impossible to ignore, enveloping the other four in an instant. The ghost mother deity is widely revered in the land of Japan, her followers spanning from nobility to commoners, all bowing in submission to her enchanting allure. In pursuit of her summons, some fanatics have even committed heinous acts of patricide and infanticide. The Jiang family is on the verge of matriarchy, yet displays utter disregard. Lying sprawled by the roadside and wailing like a slaughtered pig, shamelessly so. Shenmu Yun had no intention of lingering there amidst their insincerity. She gathered her belongings and prepared to depart. The young man lay helplessly on the rooftop with 3 fractured limbs, reflecting on his recent descent from the 16th floor. He accepted a harsh reality. The boy before him was of equal standing to the employer who had hired him. Initially, he had hoped that following the clues from the demon clan would lead him effortlessly to the other half of his objective upon reaching the underground. However, he encountered numerous unforeseen obstacles instead. Su Yaning was watching television in the living room when she saw her father return. Just as she intended to greet him, he approached her and heavily patted her shoulder, a look of satisfaction and praise evident on his face. As Feng Yunlong gazed complexly at the departing four, he softly conveyed his final words to Zhang Wuning. What astonished the world even more, imbued with dramatic flair, was that the nuclear missile launched from Fegua, according to data provided by Huaxia's military satellites, was a product of the United States' latest generation. Chapter 96. The hearing was about to commence. Dr. Doom observed the military's arrangements of devices purportedly designed to restrict Leo's movements, and a wave of derision washed over him. Although they appeared identical, these devices were entirely different from the ones he had presented to the military. The equipment demonstrated by Dr. Doom was a genuine particle pulse generator. After all, without presenting some authentic material, he could not gain the military's further trust. In that instant, nearly 4,000 soldiers under Chu Yi's command aimed their weapons at the soldiers of Yi City, who were once comrades, and then, following Chu Yi, they charged fiercely southward, hoping to break through the blockade and escape. Rest assured, one of me is sufficient, Yu Yi smiled after summoning the Xinyuan sword. Unbeknownst to anyone, Emperor Shi Tian had already taken to the skies, yet he remained a kilometer away from Xiao He and the others. Senior Halong, in this skirmish, who do you think holds the greater advantage? Seizing the rare moment of respite, Mo Mei hurriedly inquired, for she had not even had the chance to pose a question during the commentary of the match. The sky gradually darkened, the hues of the clouds tainted by deep gray, as the relentless sunlight that had ravaged the day began to retreat from the vast stage of the sky, revealing a pale, solitary moon. Under the illumination of countless torches, the visage of the person in the open ground became distinctly visible. Who else could it be but Tang Jun? Indeed, light drew strength from this energy, and the pain in his body seemed more bearable. Zhang Fei understood this well, for in his past life, being from Sichuan, he had consumed this tea the most. It was inexpensive and carried a fragrant aroma. In the afternoon, a soldier-like figure stealthily approached his home and informed the doorkeeper that a certain Gua Gongzo wished for a visit, which puzzled Exan Bai. He was aware that Guatu had entered Yi City, personally welcomed by Gung Wu. How had he suddenly become a prisoner? An exceptional general can maximize the combat effectiveness of the army, enabling soldiers to exhibit results that surpass their individual strengths. Zhang Hao was unreserved. Since Hu Gu sought his own humiliation, he certainly would not offer him an escape route, stepping forward to effortlessly bring Hu Gu crashing to the ground, leaving no suspense. Hani Chen's thin lips incessantly hovered near Tang Kursen's eyes, occasionally evoking memories of their recent kiss, causing her to blush in a mixture of embarrassment and anger. After her departure, the Amaterasu sword that fell to the ground began to tremble violently, emitting a cloud of white mist that transformed in mid-air into the figure of Yun Yi. Her aura appeared somewhat fatigued, and her complexion was remarkably pale. Zhong Zihao bowed respectfully. If the secrets he had learned today were to leak, they would surely stir a tempest, likely unsettling the entire Taisu realm. On either side, Yi Zheng and Yi Ji were equally perplexed. Was the auction house familiar with their father? This was unacceptable. Their father wore a serious expression, and upon noticing Yang Chao's apparent discontent, the old man chuckled. Very well, I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare it. Seeing Song Shuxin, Han's father's mood lightened considerably. As a good sister, one should not interfere excessively nor attempt to impose one's perspective upon them. Instead, one must assume the role of an observer, offering some advisory insights. Suddenly, the Minotaur stomped down, unleashing a vast wave of golden shockwaves that caused the ground beneath him to crack, rippling outward like water waves, almost instantaneously reaching the wrathful mage before him. The Forbidden City was graced with the first snowfall of the 35th year of Kamshi's reign, as the frigid winds howled, blanketing the golden glazed rooftops in a layer of pristine white snow. Chapter 97. The Jester. Now, it is time to address all of this. Leo gazed down at the panicked and tumultuous crowd below, placing Reed beside the flying vessel he had arrived in. Witness the true visage of the government for which you have sacrificed. With that, Leo shrugged his cloak and vanished into the horizon, the sheer velocity creating a thunderous roar in the air. In fact, during the hearing, Reed had chosen to confess everything to the government, his heart still. Just then, the gates of Bloodwood City began to slowly open, and a tide of monstrous beings surged forth. Fortunately, the Heavenly Dragon Gate had been relatively stable lately. There were no reports of any intentions to deal with you, suggesting they were quietly developing their strength, the Poison Elder remarked. Dinner commenced at 6 o'clock. As for Nangong Xian's culinary skills, aside from savoring the exquisite dishes on the table, Qinyu had no other means to express. Mother-in-law, your cooking is superb. It was truly unimaginable that this was the yield from 50 to 60 acres over 3 months. Where did you acquire this? Dibia inquired urgently. Undoubtedly, this crop called stone wheat could resolve Newcastle's current famine crisis in a remarkably short time. The elder's sudden movement caught Dolu's attention. His ears twitched slightly, and an almost imperceptible sound gradually reached him. As the caravan moved forward, the sound became clearer. The creaking noise grew closer, and as the ship approached the shore where Mu Yi stood, the song grew louder and more distinct. Faces turned pale. Although the people in the grain convoy were of dubious character, the chaotic soldiers entering the city would kill anyone they encountered. When innocents were wrongfully slain, whom could one blame? What was that? Yao Yao gazed at me in confusion, then released my arm, wrapping her arms around her legs as she quietly observed me. Shun Feng subtly nodded. There was no alternative, as we were all astute individuals, and the crisis of competitors was merely a banquet for oneself. Each participant was a seasoned expert, elite in their respective fields, and it was crucial to be well acquainted. In the ebb and flow of banter, familiarity bred brilliance. However, the pudgy boy, standing at 1 meter 20 and weighing 120 pounds, seemingly lost his fear upon hearing his mother's words, and mockingly made faces at Jiang. Since defeat was inevitable, it was better to do so gracefully. Retreating with dignity was far superior to a hasty escape, as Zhang Wu had once advised before leaving the military. Among them were Jiang Qin's uncle, Jiang Yongshan, his aunt, and the dashing and affluent young master, Huang. This boy simply lacked any merit. How could those from affluent families hold him in esteem? The men strained their already limited intellects to convince themselves otherwise. Indeed, when Mu Yunhao and I first heard about the Qin illusion from Huang Guangcai, we had ventured there and entered that realm. Subsequently, we relayed the details of the Qiyun illusion to them. Upon seeing Jiang Chan clad in a plain white shirt, particularly arriving on a shared bicycle, a flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Shanshan's beautiful face. However, Wu Erlang's steps truly halted. He raised his head to meet the gaze of the young man, posing the question. Neither party shying away. Zhou Gantang, while inspecting the cracked blade in his hand, gently flicked it with his finger and before the watchful eyes of the crowd. The sword shattered into dozens of iron shards, leaving only the hilt in Zhou Gantang's grasp. Suddenly, a disciple outside the hall called out, "Young Master Xiao." Zhenqi, upon hearing the voice, hurriedly released his grip and turned to look, his expression alarmed. Xia ceased his banter, merely crossing his arms and smirking. After a moment of shared silence, Crowley let out a resigned sigh. The golden crow emerged from the sea of clouds, with flowing clouds adorned in golden hues. The distant mountains and strange cliffs loomed high, as dark as ink. 100 miles of furious clouds suddenly felt as though time had slipped away, and in that moment, the scene resembled the time when she had buried the young master, by Li Quan. Chapter 98. Leo's Surfboard? The Black. Irregular tendrils of Galactus surged forth with unstoppable momentum past Saturn, eroding a gap in the surrounding rings of Saturn, and without pause. Galactus's tendrils continued their advance toward the beautiful blue planet. Meanwhile, on Earth, Even with his body fully metallic, Dr. Doom still felt a piercing pain in his chest. Leo withdrew his hand, causing Dr. Doom to collapse helplessly to the ground. Tang Jun did not respond to him. Each train car was manned by attendants. And at this moment, the police aboard the train should have been informed of the sudden incident. However, both sides of the train car were locked down by masked individuals, leaving the police powerless to act. Thus, upon hearing the news of Yijun's fall, they all felt a sense of sorrow. Yet ultimately, they were left with no recourse. Although Li Si is a wizard, his tall and robust physique sets him apart from the typically frail sorcerers. With a few powerful strides, he approached and lifted the man, leaning him against the wall for support. Along the way, passers-by walked with empty hands, their eyes reflecting despondency, their hearts filled with unspoken worries. How would they endure this winter, colder than any in recent memory? The despondent pedestrians, upon seeing the two walking side by side, revealed a glimmer of intrigue. In the vast river of time, people had grown accustomed to the unfamiliar, even in the lower realms of the cosmos. A supreme being could tear through the barriers of the heavens, extracting themselves from the flow of time. Instructive song, seat. Shi Jingtian gestured for Zhong Tan to take a seat, insisting, "I did not summon you for trivial matters this time." At that moment, the kitchen began bustling with activity, preparing a lavish breakfast for nearly 2,000 individuals at the Xingyue Academy. To his surprise, he smoothly arrived at the once-ruined village, the massive locust tree standing out prominently, filling him with joy as he dashed forward. Much like before, any encounter with the group led to being overwhelmed and beaten, forcing him to retreat within the confines of the formation tower, unable to move an inch. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain where Li Rong's convoy was stationed, he spotted warriors in focused meditation, recalling Kant and experiencing a swift shift in his thoughts, ultimately reminding him of a familiar sensation that darkened his expression. Attacking a fellow member of the Demon Slayer Corps without cause was a violation of their regulations, especially in the esteemed presence of their lord. He decided to pay a deposit first, awaiting the drafting of the necessary land transfer documents, before proceeding to pay the full amount and sign the land transfer agreement. "I wish to see him." Sylphia did not glance at Chilo, instead lowering her gaze to the uneven patterns on the table before her. If her gaze could wield a chisel, the table would surely be adorned with intricate carvings. Indeed, this situation was quite vexing and time-consuming. Gao Zhiqing deemed it necessary to establish a reception area to filter out unnecessary visitors. When that time arrived, the once glorious past would shatter into countless shards of glass, slowly embedding themselves into her very essence, transforming into mere embellishments atop the crown of the savior that foolish Harry Potter wore. Moreover, Su Ming had undergone a breakthrough. His spiritual power significantly strengthened. Even when ensnaring numerous soul beasts within a formation, he could still sustain it for a considerable duration. Although he had already reached the pinnacle of the second-tier world, Qianzhirang chose to remain in seclusion for a while, as he sought to ascertain his powers standing on the Farland continent. Additionally, he noticed a substantial transformation within his internal spiritual energy. Whereas it once resembled an invisible breeze devoid of color or form, it now manifested as a fluffy mass akin to cotton candy, tinged with a faint gray hue. Presently, he wielded considerable authority in the court, nearly on par with Emperor Milan. He awaited only the emperor's demise to ascend the throne. Gao Zhiqing and Zhou Huimin sat on the beach of Langxiao Bay, gazing at the vast ocean before them, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Chapter 99. Father Leo. Countless silver beams transformed into an indomitable spear of the Divine King, piercing through the tendrils of Galates. The dark fog surged, and Galate's form visibly diminished under Leo's assault, as if one could hear its furious roar echoing in the void. Alas, it proved futile. It was merely a tendril devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Leo's expression remained impassive, revealing that the situation was far simpler than he had anticipated. His silver cavalry bore a profound karmic connection with Buddhism. What intentions did he harbor in sending them back to ancient times? Zhuan Ti had already glimpsed a fragment of the future, witnessing the cavalry donning the monk's robes, subverting Buddhist law, distorting the classics, and undermining the precepts. This was akin to eroding the very foundations of Buddhism, a transgression Zhuan Ti could scarcely tolerate. Moreover, as a specter, it could not endure the sunlight and would be pursued and exterminated by certain exorcists. The uncertainties were manifold. Jealousy brewed within him. For upon the return of the second house, they had seemingly brought nothing of worth, save for a donkey and a dilapidated cart, with not a single other thing of note. Yet within a mere half-year, this seemingly insignificant house had risen to such prominence? Such injustice. Why did fortune seem to favor them alone? Hold on, that elder brother bellowed, his head glistening with an unknown quantity of hair wax, a shine that could be mirrored. Furthermore, his hairstyle appeared outdated, resembling a broom's bristles. S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent, observing from the side. She felt an inexplicable mystique enveloping Chu Fengyun's sword light, stirring something profound within her. Yet she found herself unable to fully grasp its essence. Tao Ling Green's physical condition was subpar. In the high-intensity confrontations of the NBA, he would likely struggle to adapt, hence his relentless training, perhaps merely to avoid being outpaced by his former teammates. Rana Fagioli had come to Orlando to recruit George Eisenhower, wishing for him to work with the Sacramento Kings. A flash of sternness crossed her gaze, initially intending to let him frolic for a few days, but upon witnessing his exuberance and haste towards demise, she resolved to show no mercy in her acceptance. The four indomitable figures of the Qing Shan sect gazed blankly at the desolated battlefield, where the mountain forest had been obliterated. They appeared truly dazed, as if rendered idiotic. Ling Shuiying, Su Yingying, Su Molin, and Xia Yang today remarkably traversed towards the dormitory together. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived near the bulletin board on the left of the dormitory. Suddenly, leaves cascaded, swirling through the air as the clouds dissipated, and the piercing sunlight bathed the earth, tinting the sky a brilliant crimson. Mu Qinshin's eyes darted, discovering that the room's window was obscured by a sheet. Radiance emanated from within the stone pillars, ultimately forming four deep blue light screens, thick as a fist, akin to blue crystal, encasing the arena. Ding Hao's strength was formidable. With merely a slap, Stone Yunqing's left cheek swelled instantly. When Gao Mohan and the others finally fell silent, he began to elucidate each major outline point of the manuscript in plain language. Encountering challenging concepts, such as those related to Yu Fei, he drew upon his extensive military knowledge and experience from a millennium ahead of their time, providing detailed examples to clarify. In that very moment, a man abruptly surged forward, lunging at Long Jiang, gripping him by the vital point with fierce intensity as he cast a menacing glare at Eugene Xiao. Bai Qingye observed Feng Luochan crouch down, his brows slightly furrowed. Her silhouette bore a striking resemblance to that of the strategist. Guan Sheng displayed such a demeanor, perhaps inherited from his ancestors. As he cast sidelong glances at Gao Mohan, Helian, she hurriedly arrived at Luoshi Hall, entering the bedroom to find Yin Cece reclining on the bed, with Xian vigilantly standing by. Tears, unable to be restrained, flowed freely, mingling with the rain. Her hand, gripping the hilt of a knife, trembled incessantly. Despite the countless life-and-death encounters they had endured together, she could recall how many times he had faced perilous situations for her sake. Chapter 100 concludes. Alas, it is regrettable that your surfboard ultimately met its demise. That was never truly mine. The lighthouse merely served as a shackle imposed upon me by Galathus and myself. Thank you, Leo. Norland now felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. Perhaps Susan was right. There has never been a lack of choices in this world. As long as one can genuinely calm the mind to understand oneself, a better path will always lie ahead. The tumultuous thunder, intertwined with the chaotic storm, combined forces to surge forward. Meng Yang moved his limbs with ease, his actions appearing quite natural as the positive and negative feedback of the power system responded swiftly. Upon seeing his father, Yin Lanyue found herself bowing low, her face seemingly struck by an invisible hand, the trouble she had caused now resting solely upon her father's shoulders. After Zhang Jijia finished speaking, he hurried down the stairs, leaving Qi Yinming and the others exchanging glances in the private room. Indeed, as he had said, they were merely there to eat fish, but the question remained. Had the trouble truly been resolved? Release him. Come to me as much as you can. I am right here, Yun Cheng asserted, stepping forward several paces as he spoke. Following He Guan's gaze, Xiao Yang's expression gradually turned cold. Beside the residence stood a dilapidated house, its crumbling walls emanating a faint odor of mildew, with visible traces of blood on the surface. Are these the three captured individuals? Li Ruxin inquired softly, relieved to see Yun Cheng unharmed. seemingly to alleviate the awkwardness caused by the wardrobe. Princess He Huang harbored suspicions, yet without hesitation. She swallowed the Jiu Xiao creation pill. The two law enforcement members exchanged glances, swallowing hard as they turned to look at the lifeless corpse behind them. Unfortunately, the urgent evacuation was somewhat hasty, with some rushing home to find their wives and children, others hastily fleeing towards the town's outskirts, and amidst the chaos. There were collisions and sudden engine failures. As a man known as the King of Hell commanded Yang Yin to accompany him with the Imperial Blood Jade, he was immediately recognized by those around him. In the world of martial arts, individuals who do not seek fame or status sometimes do not lack skill. Rather, they are often weary of the incessant disputes that pervade this realm. The figure was Mou, who ascended the stairs into a dimly lit chamber, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in black approached, handing her a tablet. She briefly perused the video before returning the device. At that moment, Lin Feng was astonished to witness the gas released from the burning rhino horn wafting directly into Qiu Qianshang's nostrils. After a moment, akin to the time taken for a cup of tea to brew, Qiu Qianshang's eyes flickered, and he slowly sat up from the bed. The campus youth drama previously invested in by Li Hao was constrained by the script's copyright being held by another party. Thus, the producers were desperately seeking ways to minimize costs for collaboration, unlike this occasion. After all, should Li Hao refuse to partner with them, it would undoubtedly be their own loss. A resounding crash echoed from the rooftop. They were in the basement, and the sound above unmistakably signaled the arrival of the cockroach people. It remained to be seen whether the Demon King would regain his strength first and eliminate Yang Yin and his companions, or if Yang Yin would manage to suppress the Demon King before that. Quite a good response, C2 Mingwei remarked coolly, extending a hand. Her fingertips emanating a cerulean spiritual energy imbued with the essence of the heavenly path. The void began to tremble, manifesting chains of azure that could ensnare even the formless divine phoenix. She felt a twinge of disbelief. For individuals like her were not meant to be privy to the tales of the outside world. They were inherently isolated from it. Chapter 101, Weddings and Farewells. What are your thoughts on this? At the Baxter Building, Leo handed the time flow pointer to Reed, hoping to glean some inspiration from a mind deemed the most brilliant on Earth. What is this? Reed inspected the pointer carefully. He had only seen Leo produce this gadget once at the very beginning, mistaking it for a mere ordinary watch and thus failing to pay it due attention. However, within Leo's spatial domain, Su Feng's spiritual energy surged, accelerating to its zenith as he leaped towards the inferno. She was still somewhat vexed. As she had previously ascertained, there were no competitors. How then had the endorsement suddenly gone to Lin Zio? Her emotions were in turmoil. The secrets she had just divulged to Midnight were the most clandestine of the demon realm, and revealing them amounted to betraying the demon god. To her surprise, the very location had drawn an even larger crowd of onlookers. His skin bore a healthy bronze hue, and his calloused hands indicated extraordinary martial prowess. It took nearly a day for him to imprint the three-dimensional images of single-celled and multi-celled organisms into his mind. Then so be it. At the stroke of midnight, a jade vial materialized in his hand. Midnight gestured with a single finger, and instantly, a stream of crimson liquid surged forth from his palm, flowing into the vial. The onlookers, witnessing such extraordinary prowess to manifest vital energy and execute attacks from the void, grew anxious, especially after the formidable Ying Bao and Lu Xiaofei were swiftly defeated by a single move. Mo Tianya and Feng Sure exchanged glances, both sensing the immense pressure. These young masters they had plundered hailed from various prestigious families and sacred grounds in the great world of Crossing Heaven, their backgrounds rivaling that of the ancient sacred city and Heaven Desolate City. Should their misdeeds be unveiled, many would undoubtedly seek retribution. He yearned to inform Su Feng that due to the machinations of others, he was unable to procure healing elixirs. Yet he feared that revealing the identity of the perpetrator would render him mute before her. This time, should the four great celestial masters maintain their grip on the celestial net formation, even Sun Wukong would find no escape. However, as he placed the items on the tea table, even the slightest sound startled her awake. Please, everyone, do not be anxious. There are matters we must discuss in advance. Zhuo Ziyuan stated. The tension between both parties was already palpable, and when Eru charged forth, it ultimately shattered the existing equilibrium. You too are an evolver? Upon hearing this revelation, Wang Lin and his family were taken aback. This was an unforeseen occurrence, leaving them feeling as if they were ensnared in a dream, utterly surreal. Yu Yao remarked to Xiang Wei, I truly admire Empress Taichung. Rising from a low-ranking concubine to the status of a consort, becoming an empress without bearing children, and then ascending to the position of Empress Dowager, earning the reverence of 2 reigning emperors. Such feats are not within the reach of ordinary individuals. Haha, we are unaware of that. When our lord returns, you must inquire directly, Zhao Yun replied, chuckling at Fan Jinxiang's words. Ha! Our lord must have gone to level up today. Otherwise, we wouldn't have experienced such a rapid ascent. Lu Bu boisterously laughed at that moment. Faced with the sudden onslaught of a fierce wind, Yang Ran maintained a stoic expression, golden light swirling around his right palm as he delivered a powerful punch in return. Against the light, he appeared as an angel come to rescue her, prompting Bai Ying to retract her thoughts, chastising herself for her unfounded musings. During their meal, Zhang Yichang inquired about Xian Yunjin's activities over the past few days, wondering what she had been up to. At that moment, when Boyu's demeanor was exceedingly benevolent, radiating kindness, a stark contrast to his demeanor when confronting Feng Yi. In a haze, Mu Wan found it difficult to breathe, curling her body slightly to seek a more comfortable position for sleep. Chapter 102, Return. Although Reed felt a twinge of reluctance for friends like Leo, who could engage in meaningful discourse and were dependable, were indeed rare. Yet Reed understood that Leo had his own mission to pursue. Without excessive entreaties, the others turned their attention to Norlin, who stood beside Leo. Having lost the energy of his surfboard, Norlin's silvery sheen gradually faded day by day. Sooner or later, Norlin would revert to his original form, yet one could only ponder what would become of him thereafter. Upon entering the exquisite back door, I encountered Chen Luluo, her face clouded with displeasure. At that moment, I wished to avoid any entanglement with her. However, the thought of Yu Ge, who had been captured, compelled me to seek her assistance. Have you discovered something? Niao Wei inquired, pulling Li Chun into an unnoticed corner for conversation. This time, as rain fell, Tang Jitong did not utilize any supernatural means to avoid it. Among the trio, 2 sisters were drenched, while he remained dry, which seemed distinctly unfair. I gazed around in bewilderment. This place, adorned with a meticulously crafted courtyard and a splendid flower bed, felt as though it was missing something intangible. Yet, they had not committed murder, and Zhang Fuxing had sustained no significant injuries. Their greatest loss merely entailed the theft of food and drink, a crime not deserving of death. Xia Haoyu cast a fleeting glance in my direction, entirely disregarding me, as he tossed his chopsticks aside, picked a leaf of vegetable, and began to chew it gently. Just say what you intend to do. Jia Zhijin was understandably reluctant to release such a formidable archery battalion from Shenglong City. Nia Haitan led over 200 infantry and several dozen cavalry, a total of 300 elite troops, out of the city gates, traversing the sheep and horse wall, crossing the moat, and heading straight for the infantry formation commanded by Jiao Wubin. Li Gui hurled a goat out of the pen, bent down to wash his face in the trough, and rubbed his eyes incessantly. Pan Jinlian peeked outside, observing that Li Kuei had just lifted his head. Despite his features being soft, I instinctively recoiled, unable to meet his gaze, as his eyes betrayed a feral intensity reminiscent of a cheetah. But who was he? How had he suddenly appeared here? As for the surrounding crowd, it goes without saying that practitioners of the late, innate stage were already considered the pinnacle within the martial arts realm. Beyond the late, innate stage lay further realms. But those remained mere legends, unattainable aspirations. One could only wonder if the night demon beast acted with intent throughout the skirmish. It had ensured that the young woman remained unscathed. The fireball casters summoned a fiery storm, draconic breath, and explosive flames, transforming the blood-toothed werewolf before them into a series of animated firebombs. Shredded flesh flew in all directions as the warriors advanced over charred corpses. The magical teleportation array leading into the arena had yet to activate, yet the 23 contestants stood by, awaiting their turn. With a resounding cry, the snow eagle soared into the sky, resembling a shooting star ascending into the clouds. Sylvanas leaned against the broad back of Ares, the autumn breeze caressing her cheek, causing her golden locks to dance in the wind. Later, inexplicably returning to Earth, he maintained a surprisingly positive outlook, harboring no resentment toward fate. After half a year, he had managed to reconcile his mindset and reintegrate into society. He was acutely aware that, just moments ago, he had requested the system to conduct a thorough scan of Mo Yinxian. The arrogance exuding from this individual nearly provoked Shan Wushuang to strike him across the face, particularly due to the contemptuous way he regarded those he deemed weak. Recently, a cavernous demon brushed past, its claws grazing the hem of Drum's garment. Suddenly, the leading demon came to an abrupt halt. Zhao Chun, he narrowed his gaze, for at that moment, the colossal squid had devoured everything edible below and was surging toward the upper levels. Before he could finish his sentence, Manager Shen unexpectedly sprang into action, delivering a resounding slap to his son's face. Li Junxian harbored a deep affection for Zhang Tianze, a sentiment indeed influenced by the directives of the Tang Emperor. Yet after their interactions, he genuinely came to admire Zhang Tianze. Chapter 103, The Void. In the frigid darkness of the cosmos, a mechanical arm, exposed with metallic scaffolding, extended from the Avenger, seizing the man's body and retracting it into the isolation chamber. Subsequently, the hatch sealed shut, ensuring that the chilling void of space would not threaten Anthony's fragile existence. Anthony nestled close to Leo's body, lying on the metal slab, scrutinizing him carefully, convinced once more that he was on the verge of acquiring a fortune. Meanwhile, he observed that the remnants of ancient energies lingered in the core area of Gunnison, where radiant lights began to emanate, releasing a formidable aura that left one in awe, awakening numerous demonic beings who believed they could partake in the treasures. Xiao Shishue's complexion turned pale. Initially, she dismissed He-Chi's words as mere folly, but over the past few days, her grandfather's health had indeed exhibited various alarming symptoms. Noticing the bewildered expressions of the judges, He-Chi turned to see what had transpired. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Once he confirmed his departure, both sighed in relief. "Brother, what are your plans now?" inquired Ing Man, filled with curiosity after leaving the Lin family's old residence. After howling, the wolf cubs were not yet satisfied. Their bodies radiated warmth as they twisted and turned, brimming with an inexhaustible energy yearning for release. Contrary to belief, only those closest to His Majesty or elders of the title de law would be permitted audience within the inner sanctum. After a prolonged moment of trembling, Rudy finally spoke. He had realized that with their current strength, they were no match for He-Chi. Should they foolishly confront him, their demise was certain. Thus, Rudy resolved to play the part of the subordinate for the time being. In winter, Ingman longed to recline by the warmth of the hearth, lamenting her lost magical abilities. Regrettably, all destroyed. Eugence, while apologizing in her heart to her deceased mother, spoke frantically, almost as if possessed. At that moment, the Grand Protector in the arena also chimed in with a smile, prompting several youths to emerge. Zhua Shiyue approached curiously, her gaze fixed upon his countenance, as if seeking something extraordinary etched upon his features. Upon returning to the battle vehicle, the team commenced a thorough inspection of the mecha's condition, ensuring that the energy reserves were ample. This was the Dragon team's inaugural major operation, and any errors in the process were utterly unacceptable. Beyond the mountains lay an expansive grassland, dotted with tents that resembled chess pieces scattered across a vast board, illuminated by a warm, golden glow that evoked a sense of comfort. Yang Yifeng's remarks were not intended as a jest towards that esteemed figure in the palace. Rather, they concealed a profound chill. After returning home, he meticulously examined the sword, which was clearly an ordinary rusted blade. Yet, recalling the red light he had witnessed, Lu De opted to conceal it. Since acquiring the sword, Lu De had experienced restless nights, a sentiment shared by his wife and family. Zheng Tong initially felt perturbed. Yet upon noticing the empty sheath slung over the man's shoulder, he dared not utter another word and swiftly departed from the Dreamflower Pavilion in embarrassment. Originally, there were no unforeseen circumstances anticipated in this operation. Such a remote old district was unlikely to attract attention. The matter should have concluded long ago. Yet who could have foreseen that the specter had abducted the Su family's heiress? It appeared that the youth before them was drawn here for the sake of this noble princess. From all directions, emerald green vines, coalesced by Cheng Tianyuan's power, surged towards the hapless mountain insect. A master at this level could unleash a sword strike imbued with authentic sword energy, albeit its length was merely a span of 10 centimeters. Chapter 104. Leo and Anthony before long. The fearsome Leo regained a semblance of normalcy, the crimson glow in his eyes gradually fading. With a thud, Leo released his grip, causing Anthony to collapse to the ground, clutching his neck as he coughed. Greedily inhaling the murky yet invaluable air that felt like a precious gift after his recent ordeal, Leo finally regained some semblance of reason. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a completely unfamiliar environment, with the onlookers fixated on him. The final query lingered, considering Lu C.I. would remain in the forest for an extended period, with summer upon them and winter not far behind. What should Silver Wolf do when her mood soured again? Jean Sierra found it amusing. It was better to be obedient and hard-working than to return home. Witnessing her sister's reluctance to part, Jean Sierra felt perplexed. Why would one leave home when it was so good? The hope that these individuals would find their way back and express gratitude was but a delusion. The current outcome spoke volumes. Many matters, once people took that first step, left no path for return. This year, over 1,000 individuals had registered for the Beast Martial Festival, all of whom undoubtedly considered themselves geniuses. If you say you cannot do it now, I shall return you to that idle man, and let him deal with you. Chu Huaxian thought this girl possessed too much tenacity, unlike the lotus outside, which would fold under a few scoldings. Aiming Ghostbone Shield, exclaimed an elder in the mid-yuaning stage, his eyes widening in astonishment. As the moment of transformation for Mo Kue arrived, a rope-like object, as thick as an arm, suddenly emerged from the water's surface, suspended 2 zhong high, fixated upon her. She repeated the lines of the poem, A Cut of Plum, a smile gradually illuminating her face. It was not merely the painting that stirred her, but a line from a sweet memory in her mind. In the past, I wandered among the willows. Now I return, pondering the snowflakes. This is the origin of the name Du Yi, spoken by Shun Ke. Did the senior know the poison immortal? Montag Ku exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it was the poison immortal who saved me back then. Ku Xian had never encountered such a situation. Father, mother, I cannot leave. There is danger at home. I cannot simply walk away. Yet, the agony compounded by sorrow drained her of all strength, preventing her from taking another step forward. In an instant, Li Jinglong discerned the creature before them. It possessed 2 wings, a fearsome serpent-like head, and fangs poised to strike. July, forgive my release, although Brother Au loves you. He is unworthy. You are the moonlight of my life, illuminating my existence. Allow me to continue guarding you in this manner, even if it may not last long. Everyone gazed upon the final depiction of the Arhut, presented in serene repose, hands enveloped in sleeves, performing a gesture of respectful greeting, with head slightly bowed, bearded, and crowned with a majestic demeanor. Luo Muley gradually became curious. What outcome could the formidable alliance bring to the affairs of Yishuang City? Even if she had to linger in Changshui County for a while, she would not forget the purpose of Jin Shi's actions. She could not remain there for long. Lest troubles arise. After much contemplation, the Crown Prince of Yin finally resolved to disclose the origins of the 1,000 taels of gold sent to the kingdom of Jinfeng. That was the melody of longing. She was back, ensnared in her utopia, her eyes dark and beautiful, sharp and perceptive. After a brief moment, she found herself at a loss for words, merely nodding before taking her leave. Lung Mu's words did not surprise Mu Shi. He had anticipated Lung Mu's power when that statement was made. Perhaps, in due time, the 4th master of the Ning family would reunite with the princess in Hantu, and she would be overjoyed. Entering the woods was surprising. Upon stepping into the thicket ahead, the 2 guards were taken aback by the sight before them. Chapter 105. The Arrogant Ronin, 25K. In the pitch-black and frigid cosmos, an enormous warship floated silently, resembling a fearsome beast poised to strike its enemies with lethal precision. This was the Dark Star, a vessel of Ronin S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire. As I promised you, the cosmic spirit orb is now in my possession. Clad in black armor and wielding a formidable warhammer, his visage marred by terrifying markings, this is the most powerful radical leader of the Kree Empire, the Accuser. The garrison became chaotic, and as Diong charged through the encirclement with fervor, Deng Feng, who had never witnessed such turmoil, found himself momentarily at a loss for action. Axie, armed with a crossbow, remained at the mountainside with 3 other archers from the Eagle team, their skills insufficient to confront Li Gang's forces directly. However, with several crossbows at their disposal, they could at least restrain Li Gang's men. Yet, Feng Shui appeared truly wretched, drenched in blood, with ghastly wounds visible all over, his breath coming in violent gasps. The silence was deceptive, for the tremendous sounds of explosions and oil field fires completely masked the landing of the helicopter. At the same time, Jia Yu's formidable aura enveloped his body in a hue of black gold, encompassing even the Annihilation Sword. Mu Feng furrowed his brow. He was not well versed in the affairs of the mundane world, yet the Bai family seemed vaguely familiar to him. Pang Xiao nodded in silence. Prior to his arrival, he had consulted with Xie Yu and Su Wei regarding this matter. The two astute strategists shared Qin Yining's perspective, believing that Li Qitian's actions were ultimately a test of Pang Zhao's loyalty. This was inconsequential, for the host of the saintly color-flowing flame collection was Shang Tianluan. Even if Shang Tian's 7 bones were the first to discover the flowing flame sacred vein, the greatest credit belonged to Shang Tianluan. It was precisely due to this that among so many leaders, perhaps only he possessed the resolve and resources to cultivate a large number of new captains. This was also why she wished to restore her identity as a descendant of the Han family, hoping to use the Han family as a bridge to connect the two nations of North Chu. Her companions had narrowly escaped with their trump cards, nearly facing death. How much more perilous was her own situation, with strength comparable to that of her allies? 300 years later, both Lu Yu and Ming Ji felt that they were on the verge of breaking through the golden immortal realm, empowered by the strength of the Ruby Beast. Wu Guang felt his heart bleed. The primary business of the Zhoulong Wharf Company includes real estate, shopping centers, telecommunications, media, hotels, and ports. Indeed, many citizens and military households within the borders had come to regard the Jiannu as invincible demons. The will to survive is quite strong. Observing Qin Baoshan keep his distance from Fang Xiang, Zhang Ian couldn't help but click his tongue. A stick of sandalwood costs at least 50 or 60. Nearly equivalent to a week's worth of provisions. He was frugal, yet not miserly. He was quite generous to friends, though he had few. The implication was that the souls of the deceased would be blind and mute, unable to speak even before King Yen, and that the black cloth covering their eyes rendered them incapable of seeing. This was easy to understand, but why, one might wonder, could they not speak with honey in their mouths? However, we, as Chinese, are not without our shortcomings, one of which is our apathy toward politics. The dire circumstances of the Chinese community in Indonesia and the plight of those in Malaysia deeply sadden me. Only here in Hong Kong Island do we witness an unprecedented unity among the Chinese. Fang Yun cast a glance at the Yin family and noticed Yin Yikong among them, who, with his eyes sparkling like stars, winked at him, clearly unaware that he too was about to enter the ancient land of Ten Cold. This transformation rendered everyone an ordinary person, thus indirectly safeguarding the progeny of destiny. The Limbin Palace has always prohibited disciples from engaging in dual cultivation during their trial period, due to the differing attributes of their cultivation methods. Disciples of Qianting mountain practice according to their innate attributes, divided into the 7 elemental categories of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. The interplay of the 5 elements brings both creation and destruction, with wind and thunder being particularly elusive and difficult to control. Chapter 106, The Kree Fleet, 35K. Leo pushed his speed to the limit, yet he felt as if an invisible membrane was impeding his further acceleration. No matter how he channeled his power, he could not surpass the speed of light. It seemed his abilities were not yet up to par. Leo contemplated that perhaps when he reached the level of the Heavenly Father, he would naturally break through the light speed barrier, or even transcend it. Who could have anticipated that the bespectacled figure with a false mustache would turn out to be the enemy they were about to confront? It was fortunate that Han Fei was unaware, otherwise he would have certainly sought to roast that middle-aged man. She herself was already the most gifted disciple within their sect, yet she still could not break the sound barrier in the early stages of Earth transformation. To achieve such speed, one would need to reach at least the mid-stage of Earth transformation. In the next moment, Yan Bin's figure appeared before the 4, and with a decisive strike of the Xianyan palm, he directed his attack at the already shattered rain shield of the 3. Like thin paper, the protective barrier was instantly obliterated. After Ling Yuanshan and Yin Lufeng departed, the elder Ling opened a secret passage in his room. He assisted Lin Yi and led him into the dark corridor. Meanwhile, within the Xuanwu Palace, Murong Feng had been moved to the bed by the Xuanwu Empress. The two sat cross-legged facing each other, and the Empress gently caressed Murong Feng's cheek as she placed the 2 pills she had procured into his mouth. Seeing him struggle to swallow, she was at a loss and thought to herself, what should I do? The sect he belonged to was called Baishao Men, a faction dedicated to the trade of information, somewhat akin to the concept of 1,000 miles in one line in the secular world. Mu Jin turned to glance at her, and then at Jin Yanting beside her, slowly saying, it's nothing. Although Mu Jin tried her best to conceal her inner turmoil, the formidable Jin Yanting could still detect a hint of unease on her face. At the moment the king of black robes fell, a black bottle slipped from him. Qing Xin, intrigued, picked up the bottle and discovered it contained over 100 black pills, the purpose of which was unknown to her, so she casually tucked it into her pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Chong suddenly raised 2 fingers and thrust them violently into the temple of the burly man. One can only imagine the immense force behind such an act. Those fingers, akin to daggers, pierced relentlessly, completely penetrating the brain. Watching the elder depart, Wei Yong could no longer contain the hatred swelling within her, collapsing onto the bed in tears. Her sorrow flowed from the corners of her eyes, soaking the blankets beneath her. Is this not the Empress of the Great Zhou? How has she fallen to such depths? Those unaware might still think of her as the Empress, blissfully ignorant of her current predicament. The 2 newcomers were familiar faces, old adversaries indeed. The actions of the White Bull sect were tantamount to exerting tremendous pressure on Wei Zhenxian, seeking to compel him to submit to the Mongols. Why aren't you dressed? Tong Yin blurted out instinctively, only to realize the impropriety of her words. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged, half-kneeling position, supported by the wooden sword in her hand, that the towering youth before her clicked his tongue in impatience. Upon reaching the palace gates, the guard stationed there regarded the token with the same reverence as if they were beholding Lu Mo himself, even neglecting to inspect the carriage, respectfully granting passage. In an attempt to maintain his pursuit without losing sight of the target, Yang Jing had to adjust his angle, unable to track Wei Wudi. He would have to search for the whereabouts of the internal envoy, Ziyu Ho. Faced with such circumstances, the youth still on the jade steps became increasingly cautious, striving to hold his ground and not be flung away. Though even the Son of Heaven had studied swordsmanship under the earthly Xuanwu, Lizzie Sensei among the 8 leaves, the exquisite technique employed by Kuan Yu was on an entirely different echelon. Chapter 107. Gila Anthony, your mission is complete. You may depart now. Leo turned to face Anthony, who was still gazing around the mothership's interior. The command room was strewn with the bodies of Kree soldiers, and deeper within the mothership, many more soldiers had been eliminated by Friday, who controlled the internal defense systems before they could even arrive. Surviving against the odds, Anthony surveyed the remains, some frozen solid. He picked up his phone, but Shi Ruai saw no missed calls or messages from Han Jinyu, and he sighed in disappointment as he set it down. Feeling Shi Ruai's burning gaze upon her, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing to burrow into the ground. All eyes turned to Nie Tianxing. Though it was known he had survived, his condition remained a mystery. Instinctively, Chang Yi hurriedly grasped Kong Yixian, pulling her back forcefully, causing those behind them to stumble. Yet before anyone could utter a gasp, a white sedan barreled through the crosswalk, vanishing into the flow of traffic. The vulture's concerns were not unfounded. If a direct approach was futile, then one must resort to subtle machinations. The chance encounters at the clubhouse were numerous and varied, making it difficult to discern whether those purchasing alcohol were affiliated with the Nightshade. Li Tan turned his face away, as if struck by a sensitive topic, swallowing hard in silence. The bond between mortals and fairies inevitably invites retribution. Likewise, deities who disrupt the mortal realm with their powers will face consequences. Li Tan now finds himself utterly dependent on my lotus heart, as well as on the myriad advantages bestowed by his earthly identity. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli, who had previously worn a serious expression, broke into a radiant smile and playfully kissed Gu Mingjue. Perhaps I had overthought it. He is merely a warm-hearted individual wishing for my well-being. If I were to inquire whether he is someone who has lived a lifetime and returned, would he deem me to be a lunatic? Upon hearing Mei Jiao's exclamation, she quickly cried out, I need to know where Ming Fei is. Is she to be tormented by that group of loathsome men for an entire month? Lin Ku sighed in agreement with Mei Jiao's sentiment. The sturdy, robust dog was indeed powerful. Yet it was not invincible. At the very least, without the intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D, it would have no chance of escape. But must it truly come to this? Has the situation deteriorated to such a degree? Can the Lin family truly overturn this dossier? No one could say for certain. The young man sat in the center of the hall, adorned with a rare purple jade necklace. While he appeared to be a model on display, he was clad in a karate uniform, creating a humorous juxtaposition that attracted many onlookers. However, due to the constraints of the rules, they could not cultivate their powers. After tens of thousands of years, this concept had seemingly grown distant. Is everything all right? That fellow just mentioned he would complain to your manager. Xiao Chong chuckled, observing the visibly still fuming Yuan. What's the matter? Yongshun looked at me with confusion, seemingly perplexed by my inexplicable smile. The veins on the scarred neck were visibly bulging. How could they not recognize this as the handiwork of Zhuang Xinkuan, who not only seized Kalu's kidney sores, but also intended to capture them all? Under such circumstances, they could hardly articulate their plight. Moreover, who would even listen to their grievances? Sa's lips twitched in disbelief. Why has even the secret chamber emerged? Is a distant relative of the Senkianuan, surnamed Potter? Surely, there can't be something akin to a Gundam hidden here? Klaus finally resumed his duties as a competent butler, earnestly contemplating Sa's proposal. It's all right. I will also make my way there once it is located. After all, my beloved is there. He. Zhulong turned to gaze at the silver AS undergoing repairs. Unable to contain a fit of wild laughter, his keen eyes betraying a hint of unhinged madness. Chapter 108. The Devil and the Deity confronted with the ominous, energy-gathering barrel. Shiloh wore a composed smile. Kill! Behind her, the shouts of countless kin converged, forming the most resonant sound on this war-torn planet. On the command ship, the officer from the Klee maintained a cold demeanor, poised to issue the final command. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A streak of black light struck before anyone could react. It was all Zhang Qian's fault. Initially suggesting that the downloadable screensaver was attractive, she had inadvertently ignited Dodo's curiosity. All right, let me first restore your corporeal form. Wu Tian chuckled, casually extending his hand. An invisible blade of energy shot forth from his palm, cleaving off a substantial chunk of flesh weighing 50 to 60 pounds from the massive serpent. Long Jian was taken aback. He never anticipated that such a sudden utterance would shatter the entirety of his recent memories and sensations. Ling Feng, with fingers poised like a sword, unleashed a remarkable sword aura, slicing through the air with astonishing sharpness, effortlessly dismembering the serpent into two segments without disturbing even a flicker of electricity. It was as if certain vital points had been severed, causing the electric energy to dissipate in an instant. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the serpent's spirit emitted a piercing hiss and desperately retreated. As the jeep entered the territory of Jiangyuan County, Liang Chun had already composed himself. He temporarily set aside the matter of President Lin's miraculous revival, preparing to immerse himself wholeheartedly in the impending conflict within Jiangyuan. With the spring festival behind them, it signified that the time for action had arrived. A muffled groan emanated from the depths, followed by a resounding crash as the formidable Beast King burst forth from the earth like a rocket. Currently, the vegetable supply was insufficient even for regular customers, and Zhang Guodong only accepted new clients through referrals from old patrons. However, the supply of fish, shrimp, and crabs was relatively ample, providing a means to alleviate the stocking pressure on the pond in the Peach Blossom Paradise. The arrival of the Black Giant was not forgotten by Wei Yong, who remained acutely aware of the terrifying spatial turbulence within him. By forcing out those chaotic currents and channeling them into the spatial formation, he was certain it would be sufficient to unlock greater powers. A louder roar overshadowed the surroundings, solidifying into a brief yet intense howl. The temple was modest in size. From a distance, the faded characters spelling Confucius Temple were barely discernible. In the courtyard stood a half-collapsed shadow wall, surrounded by rampant weeds, while the main hall remained relatively clean, though the statue of Confucius was still in disheveled condition. A cultivator from the Liu clan observed the ominous clouds of demonic energy gathering behind, estimating that there were at least several hundred demonic cultivators present. At this juncture, the opportunity for action was fleeting. After Xian Yini charged in, watching he felt that Xian Yini was somewhat reckless. However, in that moment, there was little else to be done but to follow suit into the fray. The zither crafted from materials of the returning ruins was an unparalleled marvel in that era. With this instrument, Boya amplified the power of his musical compositions 100-fold. To say it could vanquish gods and annihilate Buddhas would not be an exaggeration. Yet at Xianin Temple, The sinister dust that severed the king of Chu-Jiang led them to a profound realization. They were not as exalted as they believed, and indeed, there existed beings capable of easily slaying them. Traversing through layers of courtyards, one arrived at the inner sanctum, where a verdant lake of considerable expanse came into view, with an exquisite rain pavilion standing at its center. The majestic S.H.I.E.L.D mountain range, steeped in grandeur, rarely afforded anyone a glimpse of its full panorama. Humans, elbas, magicalbeasts, and the black dragons all yearned to unveil the mysteries of the S.H.I.E.L.D range. Throughout the continent, battles between magical beasts and black dragons frequently unfolded, with the black dragons reigning over the magical creatures, while the latter clashed violently with humanity. Subsequently, the solemn arrangements for the late abbot, along with the inauguration ceremony of the new host, unfolded in succession, creating a tapestry of both sorrow and joy within the confines of Hongfu Temple. After a tumultuous 1.5 months, tranquility gradually returned to its former state. In Chapter 109, the rising storm, Ronin, seated regally upon his throne aboard the warship of the Dark Star, the Kree Empire, grasped a universal warhammer radiating a lustrous purple glow, awaiting news from his aide. Report, my lord. For reasons unknown, the aide of Klaus has severed communication with us. Following this statement, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. To Ronin, Klaus's disappearance signified a troubling signal. It appeared that certain individuals were reluctant to witness the unfolding events. Lin Luqing offered no response, instead nestling against Xia, attuned to the warmth of his breath against her neck. Though Xia felt a flutter of anxiety, he dared not withdraw. Meanwhile, the leader of the Guiding Light remained tense, poised to confront the impending tempest of war. This space-dwelling larva, driven by an instinctual recognition of strength, followed resolutely. Suddenly, from the heavens descended a gargantuan entity, perching upon Tian Yuyu's arm, thrice the size of the swallow resting upon Maoto's slender limb. Scholars and experts, long dormant during the Great Awakening movement, simultaneously roused, their pre-installed detection devices registering a shared fluctuation. An afternoon of dual focus slipped by. To avoid drawing attention from Feng Ziyan and others, Su Dajuan had agreed with Feng Songyun to part ways, opting to return home first, while Feng Songyun would follow at a leisurely pace. As Cao Cao grappled with Genoa, Valley erupted in a flash of white light, donning his armor to face Samuel. A formidable opponent wielding a top-tier annihilation tool, an adversary quite sufficient indeed. He and Hage, along with Luffy, swiftly entered combat mode. He found himself at a loss for why such words had escaped his lips. Perhaps it was due to her spirited yet innocent demeanor, eliciting emotions he could scarcely contain. Perhaps he had indulged a bit too much. Hichi gradually noted a shift in their daily meals from 3 dishes to 2, and from white rice to brown rice, soon followed by Zhao Dei's lamentations regarding the expenses of daily necessities. Every aspect of life, from food to utilities, required financial outlay, even the most basic of bodily functions. Maoto smiled brightly, though the eyes of his grandparents glistened with unshed tears. He felt compelled to do something to bring joy to them. Accompanied by these star maps, Zhang Yuan meticulously analyzed the current interstellar landscape, revealing its predatory nature to Fengling. Yet, unexpectedly, he had granted this opportunity to Qin Feng, who instantly became the target of scrutiny. She elegantly raised her right hand, adorned with a graceful gesture, and rested it upon Qin Feng's shoulder, the potent fragrance enveloping him immediately. All these actions transpired while those gathered engaged in conversation with His Highness, unbeknownst to them. As the aides of concubine, Hui acted discreetly in the background. What is your intent? His expression suddenly turned serious, an unusual earnestness that left Du Ruo momentarily stunned. As Xiao Anming observed the fluctuating emotions on Du Ruo's face, he felt a sudden headache, but, lacking the inclination to inquire further, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Mo Jingyuan, after a prolonged struggle, finally managed to utter a few words under her impending gaze, immediately regretting it as if he wished to strike himself. Despite being a father, he had not once glanced at her. Hinata blushed deeply, wishing she could bury her face in the ground. She could not comprehend why those on stage could openly discuss such embarrassing topics. Shen Montak, amused by Lian Jin's serious demeanor, chuckled heartily, her laughter resonating through the microphone, revealing just how joyful she felt today, It seemed her mirth was infectious. As both Li Shiza beside her and Li Anjin on the phone shared a subtle smile. Chapter 110. The Defense of Sandalstar. On board the Kree cruiser, Leo carefully examined the sword gifted to him by S.H.I.E.L.D, taking it from his spatial ring. It bore no name, merely a weapon wielded by S.H.I.E.L.D to resist invasion. However, it was extraordinarily sharp, crafted from the rarest minerals found on S.H.I.E.L.D's planet, having undoubtedly shattered countless pieces of Kree soldiers' formidable armor and severed many a throat. Leo decided to name it the Sword of S.H.I.E.L.D. Qing Zhu handed $50 to the driver, who refused the money, uncertain if the tall buildings in the photograph were indeed their destination. An elderly man with short blonde hair and a beard kicked a chair in anger, letting out a furious roar. Yanzi. Yi Lingling's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. It was one thing for Du Guyan to joke privately, but to call her out in front of Tang Jiao was entirely different. Hello, may I open an account now? Seeing the other party seemed momentarily distracted, Lu Qi reminded him. After surveying the surroundings, Huang Mingyuan felt he had a reasonable grasp of the situation. At least so far, these grassroots officials appeared trustworthy, and the political climate in Liaodong was also credible. You see, recently, during the test flight of the Shenzhou spacecraft, a meteorite was brought back from outer space, which contained non-Earth microorganisms. Professor Fu should be aware of this. Fang Yuan initiated the discussion regarding the meteorite microorganisms. The forum was intended to provide all selected candidates with a platform for free exchange, rather than becoming a tool for any faction's exploitation. From a moment he first met Zheng Tao, Luo Feng found him incomprehensible. Now, with Zheng Tuo's strength having surpassed his own, he found him even more inscrutable. Reflecting on this, Luo Feng felt that in this unknown world, there were many formidable individuals. Although he was a guardian of a legendary level in this mysterious realm, he remained inconsequential. Upon receiving news, the group immediately made their way to Wudao Peak to seek out the master of Wudao Peak for inquiries. Subsequently, I encountered Wen Feiyu, who had sacrificed for me, just as I had perished for Wen Feiyu. I find myself pondering, what would the world be like if one day it transformed? If our unwavering beliefs crumbled and our steadfast pursuits shattered? If everyone became as they are today? Surely, it would be a sight too grim to behold. In the relentless struggle for existence, the survival of the fittest would reign supreme when that day truly arrives. She did not aspire to become an immortal because of any unattainable desires. Rather, she simply yearned for a state of carefree bliss. For there lay a most exquisite path before her. Why would she choose any other? This thought reminded Su Yang that without the assistance of the Scarlet Flower Society, the remaining tasks might also slip through the cracks. To have caught the favor of your majesty, the Demon Emperor. It seems my swordsmanship from the Annihilation Palace is indeed commendable. Bai Ningxi smiled with satisfaction, speaking as she delicately brushed the dust from the blade. Upon locking eyes with her, Yunxiu understood that her secret had been unveiled. A slight embarrassment washed over her, caught between the desire to feign ignorance and the need to confess sincerely. Observing the suddenly serious Celine, Jieyu obediently ceased her struggles before Xiong, taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous and anxious heart. Hey, let me tell you, it would be wise to obey me. Dare to skip a meal and see how I deal with you? Kaiyang playfully poked Jiayu's forehead. Of course, she need not overly concern herself with fat intake. For in this era, beauty is defined by fair skin, voluptuous figures, and silky textures. Lacking even the strength of a mere finger from him, she decided to relent. Considering his age, lest she be accused of disrespecting her elders and neglecting the young, please inform that I wish to see the princess. Shen Yunyu said softly to the guard stationed at Situ Liu Yun's door. Chapter 111. The advancing Leo, the battle has escalated to this point, yet fortunately, it is not too late. Upon Leo's arrival, he beheld the scene of the dark warship spiraling out of control, plummeting towards the city below. Although the leader of the New Star had ordered the evacuation of the populace, where could the citizens possibly flee in such a short span of time? With the immense size of the dark warship, it could easily crush a significant portion of the city into dust. Supervision, a public confession, would be one thing. But a live broadcast? Surely, this is too conspicuous. Please, spare us. Oh dear. Chun Ong inhaled deeply, exhaling the tumult within him, as ash fell from his fingers, staining the luxurious carpet. What are you doing? A voice emerged from behind him, and, upon turning, he discovered it was not a medical staff member, As for whether to pawn the carriage at the unvisited pawnshop or gift it to the grocery store where the black cat resided, Su Jingran found himself momentarily indecisive. "Dad, what are you planning?" Yang Fan exclaimed with excitement. Throughout the day, Yang Fan had been contemplating this very matter. The whirlpool relentlessly consumed their vessel, gradually pulling it into the depths, while the descending lightning resembled shimmering golden dragons, driving away the fleet of malevolent spirits. Seeing such a formidable visage, Shi-Wei felt a twinge of fear. She sensed that Su Baiduo harbored a desire to see her suffer greatly. Thus it was prudent to avoid provoking her. Were it not for her, Jiang Yixiu would have rescinded their agreement. Yet he understood that if he were to do so, he would no longer be the Jiang Yixiu she envisioned. It was Lan Shi's voice that resonated, her figure clad in a crimson, form-fitting gown, standing on the outer corridor of Shi Jingxian with the backdrop of a vast, white expanse of ice and snow. The individuals involved may not have realized how juvenile their banter appeared to outsiders. "No waities. I will go to fetch Grandpa and my maternal grandfather, and I will have the station master create a portal in my stead." Chen Heng had already conferred with the station master. Both had thoughtfully considered the elder's health and reached a commendable decision. The NBA League was, in essence, no different from a district. No one cared for your emotions, nor did they concern themselves with whether your father lay in a pool of blood. All one could do was don a resilient exterior and strive to survive in that wretched place. Wang Xiangqin's parents were robust individuals, and she herself was not frail in the least. When she suddenly fell, her thin arms barely managed to hold her. The elder followed the Wang family down one after the other, trembling as though someone had tickled him, unable to suppress his laughter despite several attempts. A man clad in red, miles away, suddenly sneezed violently, feeling a wave of discomfort. I remain uncertain, unable to discern whether the nine-tailed fox genuinely could not recall or simply refrain from divulging to Chen Heng. Could there be any peculiar individuals among the crew? Bai Yu continued to inquire, having observed that Kuei was indeed rather uninformed about these matters. "All right, just hand it over me now," Chen Heng nodded, extending his hand without an ounce of embarrassment. At that moment, the child sat on the ground, trembling like a leaf, wishing to flee, yet paralyzed by fear, his eyes darting between me and the formidable figure of Xiongming beside him. "As long as you assist me in rescuing Li Sha, I am willing to grant you anything you desire." "You know, it was my first time," Zhenming said, slowly unfastening her garment. Thus, fully aware of the terror that was the Daqin, the two knew better than to engage in illicit activities, should they attract the ire of the authorities. Their escape would be impossible. Where does he reside? Did the northern barbarians not provide him with shelter? Lu Xian inquired with curiosity to Yun Songfeng. When Guodongyan opened the rooftop iron door, an Augusta 109 helicopter suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 112, Leo vs. Ronin. 45K. Anthony witnessed Leo effortlessly hurl the dark warship from the planet Shandar, gaining a clearer understanding of the strength possessed by one he had once followed. Lord Leo. If it were you, perhaps it truly could be so. Just as Anthony, with clenched fists, was eager to continue probing the circumstances on Xander. A sudden voice from the mothership startled him. "Anthony, I am Friday, the intelligent steward of Mr. Leo. Is worry useful? If I were to dwell in anxiety, I would have long since fainted in front of your father during those years, foregoing my confinement." M.O. Rand chuckled coldly. The Duke, skilled in swordsmanship, furrowed his brow but ultimately refrained from further comment. At this juncture, as Dean had remarked, there remained a glimmer of hope in action. Inaction, however, extinguished all possibility. First, grievously injured, then engulfed by flames, he felt as though his veins were on the verge of bursting, a multitude of energies surging uncontrollably, exacerbating his injuries. Diley rolled his eyes, struggling to rise from the beach while gazing at the resplendent sea and the expanse of golden sand. "What shall we do?" Ezreal removed his glasses, and through the lenses with their built-in magnification, he could even witness the magnificent scene of the elven energy armor shattering, with Blue Souls returning to the mothership. She was about to search, but turned just in time to see a wide sleeve drifting past. The intricate dark patterns on the fabric reflecting a soft golden light against the backdrop of the snow and sky. The maid following Princess Danyang felt a wave of astonishment. On the day the princess visited the Changxiang Hall, she had been by her side, yet had never encountered this maid. When had the princess come across her? It seemed as if one could almost grasp the rules of that fragrant, elusive, and vast world. Shun Jinghui stared dumbfounded at her silhouette, utterly unable to conceive that one day Fukuda Terumi would present herself in such a manner before him. Apart from the injured Drogba before the World Cup, Chelsea had practically sent out all their main players, demonstrating Ancelotti's emphasis on this match and ensuring Chelsea seized the initiative from the outset. No, you cannot be serious. This is no jest. You made a joke that has inflicted great emotional distress upon me. I demand compensation, Li declared as he brushed off the dust and stood up. What a fool. You expect me to relinquish Ke? That is nothing but a delusion. Li exclaimed it. This was also why Luo Ying sensed that those two flying creatures were formidable. To be safe, he employed that precious antimatter bullet. Ji Yin slowly carried Xiang Zishi across the fields, yet unbeknownst to him, she had fallen asleep against his back. Of course, I am certain. There is no need to continue. If you keep this up, you may very well become foolish, Li Yi remarked with a smirk. Xi and Meng pushed toward her, coldly stating, do not revel for too long. Her gaze fiercely swept across the other's lips before angrily heading toward the restroom. All right, Li Yi, I believe you. As for lunch, let us discuss another time. Lu Ruoying smiled and replied, Sir, your wallet has fallen to the ground. Jingyi leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing the man's panicked expression with an amused demeanor. Let me go. I cannot perish here. My grand ambitions have only just begun. Qi Wang cried out in desperation, his voice tinged with madness. He had believed that this brother shared a genuine bond with him, yet he was unaware that treachery lurked behind those familiar eyes, even harboring murderous intent towards him. He had no inkling that amidst this universe, there existed cultivators whose concealed abilities were so intricate that even their own eyes could not discern any aberrations. Chapter 113, United Against Thanos. A white beam of light descended from the heavens, and Thanos, wielding his battle blade, emerged slowly from its midst. He bore no helmet. His smooth, purple visage did not evoke a sense of absurdity. His skin, adorned with mysterious patterns, was etched with the blood, tears, and suffering of countless beings. Before Thanos' towering figure, Ronan and Leo appeared as mere children, despite their own statuesque forms barely reaching the chest of the Titan of Death. The following morning, Lu Zixing had already discovered Song Weili's itinerary, knowing he would attend a banquet, a fortuitous opportunity. Of course, Erlek nodded, smiling. To ordinary people, the three-headed dog is merely a source of sustenance. Mummy, why did Xiao Xiao frighten me? Song Yuyao gazed at the lifeless cat with a pale countenance, her body trembling slightly. The earlier joy and excitement now vanished. Be obedient. If you do not listen, how shall we coexist in the future? Dr. Li, his gaze unyielding, gently patted her shoulders twice before turning to exit the West Wing room. Seeing him forget everything yet still cling to this place stirred something within her heart. I shall not intrude upon your affairs any longer. I will take Fu Bin's car, Lu Ping said with a slight smile. For awakened university students, they could still venture into the school's trial space, obtaining tickets from the treasure chest at the end. This method seemed more reliable to Chen Guowei. He was certain that the Grim Reaper had previously discovered their presence. The reason he had not fired upon them was that he had seen through his and Zhang Nan's plans. However, he had no opportunity to ascertain whether the shield he had gathered all his fighting spirit into could withstand Eric More's strike. Unlike other mages who exhibited the haughty temperament born of pride, he understood that fostering good relations with the nobility could provide immense assistance. His emergence from the Mage Tower to serve as the magical advisor for the Kara's family was testament to this insight. Mo Lin said, patting its head, reluctantly accepting this unequal condition. The family head had heard of the peril encountered on the road and expressed a desire to meet you. Ling Huzi walked ahead, introducing the situation to Mo Lin. Ha! That's why you were sent to assassinate Jin Wuju. The old fox was indeed cunning. After much discourse, Li Ziyu had once again been ensnared by Zhongzhe. Taking a deep breath, I could not help but relinquish my pursuit of her, resolving to let things unfold naturally. If fate permits, perhaps in the future, we shall find ourselves together. Yet should destiny turn a blind eye, then being ordinary good friends will suffice. Gu Yin extended his hand to receive the blood jade, cradling it within his palm, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it, and he couldn't help but nod in approval, recognizing it as a piece of exquisite jade. In truth, earlier, both I and Xiangfei had declared our sibling relationship in the presence of Lingbo Xian. If we failed to provide a reasonable explanation now, it would be difficult to justify our actions to Lingbo Xian. Indeed, it might lead her to mistakenly believe we were entangled in a romantic affair, which would be utterly disastrous. It is familiarity that binds them, as they belong to the witch sect. Well then, let us create a ruckus. It will also serve to inform that scoundrel, the Shadow Demon Blade, that I have arrived at Qingtian. Yihan's words carried a hint of amusement. Yu Fei sighed, having said all that needed to be said. Regardless of whether Zhang Jun listened or not, he had fulfilled his duty. With that thought, he clasped his fists and said, "May you rest early, my lord. I shall take my leave." Zhang Jun huffed disdainfully, choosing silence, indicating that he had completely turned against Yu Fei. They conversed amiably. Yet Lord Wan could not linger for too long, as the imperial examinations were approaching, and many came to pay their respects to Lord Jin. Overstaying would surely invite annoyance. With this in mind, he mentioned having some official business to attend to and rose to take his leave, while Lord Jin feigned insistence to retain him before ultimately seeing him off. This could be deemed a fortunate coincidence. Otherwise, they would remain oblivious to the true power of the Black Pool. Chapter 114. The Ownership of a Gem. At this moment, the planet Sandar was engulfed in a tempest, with thunder and lightning clashing, and the boiling seawater transforming into vapor that continuously accumulated in the sky, ultimately forming thick dark clouds. As torrential rain accompanied by howling winds rushed forth, the battleground of Leo and Thanos was a scene of devastation, with mountains cracking and oceans overturning, presenting a terrifying visage of an impending apocalypse. Who could have imagined that just half an hour prior, a thriving interstellar metropolis existed here? Meanwhile, Ronan had vanished after enduring Thanos' previous assault. Now, the Yi family had forged a binding with the Princess Yuzhong, indirectly connecting with the Ruyang Prince's mansion through collaboration with the Chun family, seemingly possessing an incredibly formidable backing. Yet, compared to the profits anticipated, it was certain that some would resort to desperate measures to seize a share of the spoils, necessitating thorough preparations. The bodyguard shook his head with difficulty. 2 months ago, someone approached us and offered a substantial sum of money. Driven to the brink by Yi Tian's coercion, the once resolute bodyguard now readily divulged all he knew. Lacking the prowess of the ghost demon child's transformation, he had no means to tear through the void and escape. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago. Even so, purchasing property still required a lottery, with the odds of winning being less than 1 in 300. However, the numerous organizations and branches within the incense sect do not all operate under the model of the White Tiger Hall. For instance, Yi Chong's Azure Dragon Hall follows a business-oriented path. Specifics remain unknown to Yi Chong, but since he aims to consolidate the power of the incense sect, he has devised a plan to learn how the Azure Dragon Hall conducts its business. Proceed to the People's Square opposite the City Hall. Turue called Mamba, who promptly informed his trusted confidant to head towards the square. Meanwhile, all the exceptional soldiers from the reconnaissance battalion mobilized, disguising themselves as various civilians as they moved towards the square. Under ordinary circumstances, such an occurrence would be unfathomable, as true warriors wielding blades disdain those who rely on firearms. As she opened her eyes, a lock of hair danced before her, brushing against Liguor's eyelashes, prompting her to shut her eyes again. Once the hair fell, sweeping past her mouth and nose, she reopened her eyes. Even if we were to construct the entire framework, confirming every detail, or even completing it directly, we would still refrain from publicizing it under our name. Ultimately, our aspirations during this miraculous era do not lie in such matters, Li Fangqing remarked solemnly. Or more accurately, it would be unwise for them to risk offending a formidable entity over a mere half-step to supreme power. Such a gamble is simply not worth it. Qin social insurance and housing fund are covered by his former employer, even after years of unemployment. This is a benefit earned through voluntary relinquishment of his position. Thus there is no need for daily supermarket arrangements. The equivalent of his salary suffices. After all, the benefits provided by state-owned enterprises surpass those of private firms, and their systems are incompatible, rendering replacement unnecessary. Previously, everyone yearned for the star absorption technique, yet now, their desires have shifted towards the beaming divine art, showcasing a clear distinction. She focused on Yi Gumming's chest. Although she could not see Lu Yin, her gaze was directed precisely where Lu Yin resided. The juvenile sentence was not lengthy, hence he was directly detained by the F-City Detention Center. Before incarceration, he was finally granted visitation rights from family and friends. "Senior, you jest. Your ability to summon thunder is unprecedented," the true spirit ancestor candidly stated. He had never encountered such a strange beast, let alone one that had existed for a millennium. It was akin to a demonic creature, yet one could expect such beings to be treasure-laden. The issue of climate is a significant and intricate one. Generating a solution is not an overnight endeavor, nor can it be resolved in just a few years. The man then withdrew his gaze, looking into her ink-black eyes that held a semblance of a smile, the slight curve of his lips appearing almost surreal. This exchange left Yue at a loss for a rebuttal, while the waiter stifled a laugh, bowing his head to suppress his amusement. Chapter 115. Aftermath. However, when it comes to the life planets, Anthony seemed to have a promising idea. He immediately accelerated, propelling himself forward at full speed. On S.H.I.E.L.D. star, S.H.I.E.L.D. was directing her kin in the establishment of a new, hopeful homeland on this land. At this moment, only a few hours had passed since Leo's departure, and nearly everyone was engaged in clearing the debris of the Kleeb battleships and the bodies of the soldiers. Despite the devastation, an air of vitality permeated the surroundings. Previously, in high school, due to Gusiuan, others banded together, and it was a feat not to bully her, let alone befriend her. Su Jinji emerged from the intensive care unit after visiting Xie Yinchuan, only to encounter Su Zhen, who was in a fit of rage. As the noon hour approached, Jing Yuan eagerly awaited the return of the individual he had long anticipated, who finally arrived accompanied by two maidservants. Han Tingfang was taken aback by Han Lei's utter disregard for her dignity, openly uttering words that brought her embarrassment in front of her nephew. Chun Jian and the others gathered around, two taking their place beside the bed while one settled on the footrest, all eyes fixed upon the young lady. Her fingertips traced the contours of his lips, leaving ambiguous marks, gradually dismantling the fortress of his composure. His dark gaze deepened, as the man's fervent breath momentarily froze in time. Although no secret arts exist on the Shenzhou continent to enhance one's soul power, it does not imply that such techniques are absent in the higher realms. Amidst the clamor of Ming Shu and his subordinates attempting to obstruct them, the shattering of tables, chairs, and signboards echoed in succession. She lightly stepped on Jia Yuan's foot before turning to exit the rosewood partition, puffed up with indignation as she descended the stairs. In the context of continuous modernization of military forces, economic development must also be pursued, alongside the initiation of various projects. The moonlight, soft and ethereal, shone brightly yet coldly. Qin Zhuang had stood before the Fengyi Palace for an extended duration, the stillness of the lake-like depths gently rippling, reflecting fragments of past memories. On this tranquil night, even outside the palace, one could feel the solitude and chill emanating from within. At that moment, Zhao Cheng staggered over from a distance. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, his exposed skin and the whites of his eyes flushed red. He wobbled toward the new house while turning back to greet those behind him. This location, one of the four great forbidden lands of the Xian domain, had long instilled terror across the realm. At this moment, several figures hovered in the air above the gorge, looking down upon the earth below. The Shun Duan Gorge appeared as a ghastly scar, cleaving the land in two, leaving only an abyss that seemed unfathomable. Minister Meng did not respond immediately, but Madame Meng hesitated, questioning whether Madame Xie was aware of the news regarding the Prime Minister's intention to resign. If she were aware, would her demeanor still be so cordial, so fervent? Could they truly be let go just like that? The black clam demon gritted its teeth, eyes glinting with animosity. An hour later, the brilliance of the 10th level of the giant's sword once again illuminated the air, but it soon dimmed once more. Lu Chen's attempt to breach the challenge ended in failure yet again. Lu Xiaomong, one of those capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth, did not expect this, yet could not deter Wang Meng's genuine affection for Lu Xiaomong. At that moment, Ji Yuxian comprehended the meaning behind Li Ailing's words regarding bullying. Her cheeks flushing crimson. During this time, had she been spared from the torment of men? She had been bullied almost daily, relentlessly. Chun Er and Lan Hua were both taken aback. Under normal circumstances, their master would have been the one to suffer such indignities, yet today unfolded differently. Although they did not understand the reason for their master's transformation, they rejoiced in it, for it meant she would no longer be subjected to oppression. How had things escalated to this point? One must acknowledge their issues. Yi Qingfeng's words were rather blunt, of course, due to Yu Ming's involvement. The benefit of the contract lies in the ability for the two of them to communicate at any time. She inquired whether Yuming wished to hear Xia Wangxing's version. Chapter 116. Reunion. At this moment, the beautiful country was enveloped in a tranquil night, though perhaps it was not entirely serene. If one possessed superhuman hearing akin to that of Li Ao, the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoing across this land of freedom would be unmistakable, pervasive in their presence. Li Ao, situated in a luxurious villa along the California coast, suddenly witnessed a portal materialize, for which a figure tumbled forth and fell to the ground, only for the mysterious gateway to swiftly close thereafter. Ding! Zhai Siqing cast a glance at the mobile device, his innate sense of danger alerting him that the newcomer bore ill intent, as he transformed the chaotic energy into his own true essence. Xiao Xian felt his cultivation rapidly ascend. "Who are you? What is your name? And what are your intentions lurking within my dreams?" inquired Shun Jianghu. The strength of the shadow soldiers surpassed that of Lord Zi and his subordinates, even with Zhao Tongliang and Daoist Long Yue by their side. They stood no chance against the shadow soldiers. The toad touched the lump on its forehead, chuckling nervously, momentarily at a loss for words. In terms of cultivation, he indeed surpassed the Huangma by several tiers, yet regarding bloodline, he and the Huangma existed in entirely different realms. He was the one grounded on earth. Navigating through several collapsed areas, Gulong beheld numerous corpses of Taoists and monks crushed beneath the rubble. How utterly unconscious, after spending so much time together. "I have washed your filth, and yet your consciences do not ache?" Shun Jianghu lamented, pointing at a pile of last year's dirty clothes in dismay. Reluctant to engage further with Su Qingxue, the man intended to move away, but Su Qingxue seemed to anticipate his direction, following suit. The crisp sound of her white high heels on the ground drew the attention of many onlookers. Ping Yaozi hastily waved his hands, saying, "Senior, I truly was just hungry and then sensed a trace of demonic energy, which compelled me to enter." Xiao Xian discerned that these fishermen had inadvertently wandered into Poyang Lake, ensnared by the mists, rendering their escape impossible. Indeed, they could all hear the distant sound of approaching footsteps. It was the guards of Huawei City drawing near. That night, the couple lay on the Kong, Bei Longyin cradling his head with one hand while embracing his delicate wife with the other. He had not informed anyone of their work that evening. After being away for so long, it was time for everyone to unwind. Lu Yu lay motionless in the bathroom, her body bare, as the lotus-shaped faucet on the wall continued to pour forth water, filling the space with the soothing sound of flowing water. In this regard, Emperor Lu Huadi held a broad perspective, recognizing that the future belonged to the inheritors, particularly the mightiest among them. Upon hearing this, Qin Hua paused momentarily before responding. "Your Highness, regarding the Emperor's whereabouts, this servant cannot disclose, for revealing the Emperor's location equates to treason, even if it pertains to past movements. It is not a matter of the future. That is also unfeasible. If the Emperor were to discover this, it would be a capital offense. I could lead a surprise attack on Baya City, with a swift exchange of horses, and surely rescue Warren from within its walls." Galad knelt on one knee, pleading fervently. He cared not for the lives of the common folk, but his bond with Warren was profound. The latter had taught him the art of swordsmanship and provided considerable support after the death of his father, serving as both mentor and paternal figure. Could it be that such a principled and disciplined soldier of special forces resorted to such extreme measures due to a grave threat? Alas, I have no time left. Even now, I remain uncertain if he harbors any affection for me, Lilith lamented, despite having mentally prepared herself to a degree upon hearing Claire's admission. The expressions of the other four, excluding Rob, reflected varying degrees of astonishment. Random shooting? Except for the somewhat reticent bird, who exhibited minimal reaction. The others shared equally astonished expressions. The skill of random shooting was all too familiar to them. No, it should be said that it was exceedingly well known to all players within the game. Let me demonstrate to you the strength I have gained after traversing 2 universes and battling the mastermind behind the New York conflict, the Death Titan. Leo declared with unwavering confidence. Now, aside from those extraordinary beings, am I not able to stride across this realm with ease? Moreover, I can now effectively utilize super hearing to cover the entire globe. However, before I embark, there is something I wish to show you, Leo said mysteriously. In the end, It is all the same. Death is inevitable and holds no terror. He steeled himself and boldly took several steps forward. This gold medal originally came in 2 pieces. When the Persian envoy paid tribute, one was presented to the emperor of the Tang dynasty, while the other was given to my father. Subsequently, I learned that the Tang emperor bestowed the gold medal upon the 3rd prince, the Lord of Shu. Thus, upon your revealing that medal, I deduced your true identity. At that moment, a young man clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, holding a cigarette, abruptly approached Wang Tao and inquired. After listening to the tales from both individuals, the crowd fell silent. In this world where the strong reign supreme and treachery abounds, how many can emulate Su Zhong? Jing'er, how could you be so foolish? How could you be so foolish? Lin Yu cried out loudly, grasping her hand tightly. Qian Mi exhibited an air of self-adoration, prompting Qian Duo to roll her eyes in disbelief. Lin Mu's expression darkened further, though fortunately, his stoic demeanor concealed it well. I find it difficult to part with such a handsome figure as yourself. They are a rarity indeed. Xingyan chuckled, shaking his head. Indeed, my dear husband speaks true. I shall heed your words. The plump girl, invigorated, embraced Cheng Huailiang and planted a kiss on his cheek before turning and dashing away with a sway of her belly. Unwilling to bring him over. Can he even kick you with such a physique? Madame Mu scoffed, causing discomfort to those who heard. Listen carefully. If you miss the appointed time, you will have to answer for it. They are all useless servants, utterly unreliable in critical moments. Lady Mu hastily departed. How impressive. He Guang, feeling the continuous surge of vitality emanating from Lin Chongyuan, instantly became despondent, clearly overwhelmed by that imposing presence. The 2 renowned figures in the gaming world had seldom encountered each other in person, only a handful of times in total. Yet each secretly held the other in high regard. Their unexpected meeting now elicited a shared, tacit smile. Did you allow Li Ming to escape? And took the heavenly thunder and fire with him? Wan Yin Honglai questioned with indignation. Another troubling issue arose for Xiang Zhuang. At this moment, Jiangdong had only just stabilized. The military was rather dispersed, with numerous battle docks requiring substantial manpower, leaving Xiang Zhuang with merely 50,000 troops at his disposal. The deployment of Gue Yinghao's garrison in Wuxian was thus of utmost importance. Huasibe cast a glance, his brow furrowed. He discreetly looked at Ryan, and their eyes met, Ryan's brow also slightly knitting. Aside from myself, I have met all the other 9 managers before. We have dined together and conversed about various matters. Many of them are loyal to Feng Xiaoyue, Huasibe remarked while bending down to pick up a pair of house slippers, carefully fitting them onto Ilan's bare feet. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yueru saw a plume of poisonous gas shooting toward her. Fortunately, she evaded it in time, swiftly turning her body to escape the greenish mist. The Western Legion was utterly annihilated, with over 20,000 soldiers perishing and the remaining 50,000 captured, including the Legion's chief of staff Yi Wentian and the division commanders Yi Dingxi and Zhao Yu, who committed suicide for their country, alongside Li Mingfeng and Wu Qida, commanders of the 1st and 2nd Divisions, respectively. At the entrance, a group of people streamed in. Ilan, experienced, recognized the patrol of the guard returning. She looked up and felt relieved to see Ryan and Murong. But then a wave of tension washed over her as she reminded herself not to let Su Ruojiao catch on. Chapter 118. Taro Village. A streak of light cut through the night. Just as Leo descended, the gates of the mage's sanctuary swung open for him. Speak. What brings you here to seek me out? Upon entering, Leo beheld Gu seated on a mat, seemingly in deep meditation, yet her voice resonated in his ears. With your remarkable abilities, surely you are aware of my purpose for coming? Leo shrugged. After changing his attire, Gu Chunfeng turned to see Lu Jiaxin's downturned mouth, indicative of her displeasure. Thus, he approached and planted a sweet kiss on her lips before departing. Lu Changjun remained cocooned in slumber when he was jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks at the door. He simply pulled the covers over his head. You are not a villain, Ziki. What brings you here? Shangguan Ruoqi inquired as she withdrew the space around her, returning to the royal residence. Shuer proceeded directly to Ma Yichen's chamber. As she had anticipated, he was indeed in the company of Lu Manxue. This afternoon, Qingha had a day off, and had summoned the head of the Human Resources Department to accompany him for a discussion with colleagues from the Yunbai office. Zhu Yin had nearly gathered all the necessary information, and the afternoon meeting was merely a formality. Ever since Master returned from Shirley Piaoxiang, Nuoyun had been inquiring about Chiyue's interests, even contemplating sending a gift, but was halted by Master. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for Ziki to find a residence. Distancing him from the child, the order was issued to Dao Tian. Love is love, and desire is desire. Here, the latter far exceeds what we typically define as love. Their union was solely for the pursuit of ecstasy. I would trouble Deputy Officer G to assist me in procuring the medicinal herbs I require. Su Ran recited the needed herbs to Deputy Officer G, opting not to write them down, but rather trusting him to remember. His ambition to establish a branch office had been in the making for quite some time, ever since learning of S.H.I.E.L.D's entry into the entertainment industry. He had been eager to pursue this endeavor. After much contemplation, he resolved to continue living in the same leisurely manner as before, for that was the life he desired. Regrettably, the time to sustain such a lifestyle was dwindling, yet it was precisely because of the limited time that he felt the need to cherish it more deeply. Before their very eyes, a swirling azure vortex arose beneath Wu Enki, an entity both ethereal and tangible, as if waves were undulating, releasing a shimmering radiance that enveloped the space surrounding Wu Enki. As a father, I too share this sentiment. Upon uttering these words, Lu Hua recalled the unfortunate incident that befell Lu Qi during his journey to Penglai Villa. I failed to inform my sister in advance, causing her undue alarm. Yang Hao wore an expression of remorse, smiling sheepishly. Qiong Ling then leapt to the treetop, kicking the blade above into the dark sea, while a flurry of blades resembling a pack of rabid dogs surged toward the nearby Sheng Ziyuan. Brother Chongfeng possesses keen insight. He is Mu Li, my newly acquired servant. Yang Hao explained with a grin. Who can enlighten me on how a one-star empire could possess such formidable energy? The advisor gazed in bewilderment, unable to fathom the veracity of what lay before him. Surely there had been some mistake. Li Yuyan nodded in understanding, affirming that his previous conjecture had indeed led to this conclusion. Luo Tian's pupils suddenly sharpened, the reflected arm quivering, intensifying the power in his fingers. Lu Ming, towering above Luo Tian, trembled violently as if struck by electricity, subsequently bowing his head. However, the defensive strength of this underworld demon was not to be underestimated. Despite being baptized by the light sword, it emerged with only superficial wounds, evincing no grave injuries. Yet, it was clear that its ferocity had been provoked, as it continuously growled threateningly at Sujio. This demon had once devoured the Buddha, who, reluctant to emerge from its bowels, was forced out only in a fragmented state. Thus it was also known as the Peacock Great King, or the Buddha Mother. Chapter 119. Killian calmly, Killian stated, as you can see, we previously attempted to reclaim the Cosmic Cube, yet you and your warriors appear to be no match for Stark. That is because we did not dispatch our most formidable warriors, and you Hydra have not contributed either. Those warriors are our trump card, and you are well aware of this. Moreover, how could Hydra not have made an effort? Otherwise, where did we acquire the scepter? The PR efforts of the team were utterly futile. Who would have thought they would be utilized today? Not for Ji Yinxian himself, but for his sister? Zhang San, oblivious to the intricacies, selected a variety of visually appealing items, gold and silver, ultimately accumulating over 200 taels of silver at checkout. Unfazed, he recognized the rarity of encountering such a lucrative client, and all the items were carefully packaged into 2 cloth bags, which he assigned to Yang Tai and Gan Xing Tai to carry. At that moment, Mbu Xian Yi's complexion was ashen. He longed to confront Xian Gong San Si Lang, yet lacked the courage. He felt akin to a boxer eagerly preparing to strike his opponent, only to discover that his adversary was clad in a suit of iron, Tony Stark. With no other option but to lie down and be trampled, he resigned himself to his fate. Fu Si refrained from responding to Zhao Weiyan, who stared intently at the screen, awaiting a word of pardon from the elusive boss. Originally, these individuals were innocent, each with their own blissful families, leading tranquil lives. Without mercy, he seized an ashtray beside him and hurled it violently at Bian Yuan Hang's head. Bian Yuan Hang, as he spoke, closed his eyes and began to seek the spatial coordinates of the magic martial universe. Tianjing Fu was merely 300 miles from the Shunchang Fu where Pang Wanchun resided. Within 2 days, the four had arrived at Lin Quan Town, where Pang Wanchun was renowned as an exceptional archer. Upon inquiry, they discovered that this place, being the homeland of Yang Yuji, had a considerable number of archery practitioners. In the sky, Hayu commenced his battle with 3 mutated avians. his timely intervention disrupting their destructive actions and providing an opportunity for a subsequent aircraft to depart. When it came time to sleep, the long-awaited reunion led to a flurry of activity that lasted until dawn. Wang Dechue's master uncle possessed remarkable sculpting skills, and Wu Di was profoundly moved by the inconspicuous lines that seemed to resonate with extraordinary significance. Just as the alien appeared poised to escape through the window, Li Hongming seized its tail with all his might, causing the creature to hesitate momentarily before being pulled back inside. "It's all right, even if I forego sleep and sustenance. I will outlive you all. Have you forgotten? I am not human," he muttered, the words oddly sounding like a self-reproach. Yet, General Bailu addressed Dao Yi with a furrowed brow. "Your thoughts, though not incorrect, are indeed perilous. We find ourselves within Wu Di's domain, where he could effortlessly end our lives. Child, your actions are far too dangerous." This last remark was directed towards Bei Ming Shui. Roland, secretly reveling in his amusement, gasped in shock at the scene before him, instinctively retreating several paces. It turned out that I, accustomed to gauging my surroundings through life energy, had let my guard down concerning the lifeless object around me, rendering me unable to perceive the imminent danger. Zhu Jiejun was not returning home for the new year. He had long lost his home in the city. Last night, upon seeing Yi Yaoyao board the train, Yi Mashi had called him to inquire whether Yi Yaoyao's former residence truly lay in B City. His words immediately aroused my suspicion. "What troubles have you encountered?" He was indeed, as he claimed, utterly devoid of any spiritual energy. Chapter 120. Achieving results while I concede that I was indeed a scoundrel in my youth. It cannot be solely attributed to me that Killian has become the person he is now. After perusing the documents, Tony lamented. Indeed, no rational individual would transform into a murderous fiend simply because their idol stood them up. Regrettably, very few villains in the Marvel Universe possess sound minds. Not only Killian, but also Electro from the Amazing Spider-Man. Both exhibit psychological instability. Wait, now is the prime opportunity for you and I, brothers, to eliminate Xiaoyan. Once our forces are divided, you alone may not be able to contend with him. I'm mused that this masked individual might be quite formidable and not easily dealt with. It seemed I needed to take this more seriously. It had been quite some time since I had engaged earnestly in a confrontation. Yet, regardless of his prowess, he hardly warranted my full attention. He would need to cultivate for several centuries before deserving my serious consideration. Lin Xiao lifted the hem of her skirt and jumped down from the carriage, causing the guards nearby to stare in astonishment. Where did such a fierce young woman come from? If they had harbored any doubts before, with Zhang Ziheo's demise, those doubts evaporated. In that moment, everyone chose to believe in Yi Hao and his words from the previous night. Cast out by heaven, each of them harbored deep resentment, which morphed into a curse through witchcraft, capable of cursing not only all things in the world, but also heaven itself, thus earning them the name of the clan of Heaven's Curse. However, Xiao Zheng fell victim to the enemy's ploy to lure him away from the villagers. After he departed, a group of cloaked figures emerged from behind the villagers and began a massacre. Is someone spying outside their homes? Who possesses the audacity to defy the heavens? A sweep of my consciousness revealed the identity of the intruder. Indeed, a person bold enough to challenge the heavens. A dark energy burst forth from Hu Yuan, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight, much like the Wei family in the past, had it not been for their poor health. The removal of the child would have cost them their lives, and He Yao would not have supported Wei Shi in giving birth to Wei Chao. Yin Yin was still sharing breakfast with He Yao when, in a flurry of anxiety, Yu Dai arrived, drenched in sweat. He had gone in the morning to seek Yin Yin, only to learn that she had already departed. The servants at the county office were quite familiar with Dai, and with a little inquiry, he discovered that Yin Yin had gone to Hedong village. The Su family? Su Montak? Wasn't Su Mo a cousin of Yinshen? Helian, Yi furrowed his brow. I apologize, grandmother. I shall remain here to keep you company. Zhu Zhiyuan adjusted the blanket over Ji Yuqing to keep her warm. However, after a while, the room was filled with singing, this time solely the voice, devoid of any musical accompaniment. At this moment, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He was merely driving the carriage, his back to He Yao, who remained oblivious. Carrying 200 pounds would have been a strenuous task for the former Gu Yinzhao. Yet for the current Yunshang, it was burdensome, yet still within tolerable limits. After a visit to the hospital yielded no ailments, he consulted Dr. Hao, who responded in a manner akin to traditional Chinese medicine, suggesting that losing an organ might have damaged the foundation, requiring several years of recuperation. He did not rush into cultivation. Rather, he meticulously organized all his preparations for the day. Lin Tian felt somewhat helpless, fully aware that these individuals had misunderstood him. Yet would they heed his clarifications? I may need to leave early as well. The family is reluctant to offend the Black Cross. As soon as Anna concluded, Su Yingchen equate her sentiment. Thus, there exists a possibility, as the spirit of the mind suggested, that dragging it out for a decade or so might result in the potential demise of the gods of humanity. Chapter 121. The Roadside Battle. In truth, according to the original storyline, the beings sealed within Taro Village from the Dark Dimension should not pose such a significant threat to Wenwu at this moment. However, the arrival of Leo altered everything. The ruler of the Dark Dimension had been severely wounded due to Ancient One's earlier intervention through Leo. This injury, a blend of energy from Superman and Darkseid, had yet to fully heal for Dormammu. Consequently, this led to certain disturbances among the beings from the Dark Dimension. Today, however, feeling sorrowful and intentionally indulgent, he was indeed somewhat intoxicated, the strings in his mind having snapped. Bai Yang possessed a slow and languid disposition, taking his time with everything, a trait he had previously noted and expressed dissatisfaction about. Emperor Jingen chuckled. What has caught your eye? Is it the fine wine here? Qin Fengyi was not inherently greedy, but this fellow had a penchant for delicacies. After sampling the imperial wine yesterday, he found himself quite enamored. One figure smiled. Though there are some discrepancies, it is of little consequence. A pawn is ultimately a pawn and cannot transform into anything else. Moreover, should I wish, I can at any moment redirect it back on course. I merely fear that Tangyu may discover it prematurely, which could lead to the failure of the plan. Thus, the time is not yet ripe. Very well, I shall seek out the frog and have him come to the capital to fetch the general. Meng Yuan was overjoyed, hastily setting down his teacup and departing in a hurry. Beneath the Weibo post, aside from the top comment being dominated by Fu Cici's fans, several fans from other groups also joined in, first praising their own, while also finding a way to compliment Nanshu. The Black Bull's hooves thudded heavily against the bow of the boat, causing it to sway ominously. The weight of its massive body sent tremors through the ferry, resulting in two soldiers stationed at the side toppling into the river with anguished cries. Though the soldiers of Datong Prefecture were valiant and skilled in combat, most of them lacked proficiency in swimming. After floundering momentarily, they succumbed to the depths. Chiyu grinned, remarking, that fellow, despite his formidable strength, rashly entered my soul sea and fell victim to my stratagem, sustaining grave injuries. Within the confines of my soul sea, he stands no chance of contending with me. After all, this is my dominion, where I can mend myself at will, while he cannot. Fanjua, with no choice but to endure, noticed that her makeup remained intact, and thus dutifully fetched a basin of clean water to wash her face. The scarred swordsman spat out a mouthful of blood, his face regaining a semblance of color, yet growing increasingly pallid, clearly due to the abrupt interruption of a secret technique. Lu Yu, rubbing her temples, felt overwhelmed, pondering if there were no other topics of discussion between them. Furrowing his brow, Chan Nan suddenly relaxed, raising his head and puffing out his chest, gazing with pride at the frosty Feng Qingyan, his words resonating like thunder in the Grand Hall. The outcome was inevitable. The immense medicinal energy erupted within him, wreaking havoc throughout his limbs. With the restroom faucet occupied, Lu Yu collected her scattered thoughts, lifting the basin that contained her toothbrush, cup, towel, and two garments needing washing, and made her way to the water room at the end of the corridor. In the 16th minute of the match, Su Bai, amidst the encirclement of 3 players from the Roma team, managed to head the ball to the trailing Silva, Jiang Huaining, whose name conjured images of clear, pure waters, evoked a gentle and soothing sensation, flowing softly and directly into the heart. The young man possessed striking features and an ethereal demeanor, reminiscent of a serene moonlight quietly illuminating the modest classroom. Had he not absorbed the 5 stars of the ancestral giant demon, his strength would undoubtedly be limited. After all, his true self lay dormant within a black coffin, with only minimal power at his disposal. Specialization is key. Jiang Huaining, lacking knowledge in this area, sought assistance from a senior in the law department. After reviewing the matter, The senior confirmed there were no issues, relaying the information to Liu Yu. In the midst of conversation, the elderly servant waved his hand, prompting the men in black to lead away the hostages captured by the bandits, one by one. Chapter 122. Shang-Chi observing the driver of the extended Lincoln, who had begun to fluster amidst the sudden turn of events. Leo could only shake his head in resignation. The security in the beautiful country was indeed a source of concern. As the out-of-control bus threatened to collide with his luxury vehicle, Leo could no longer remain passive. Pinching Elizabeth's cheek, Leo's figure vanished instantaneously from the confines of the carriage. On the bus, devoid of the murderous glares, Chung Lingji exhaled a sigh of relief. Watching as Situ Haoyu, seemingly nonchalant, entered the restroom with a bathrobe in hand. A twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her thoughts. Was this room not booked under a name? Upon their initial contact, a silent roar reverberated through the air, causing the palm of the holy soldier to recoil from the ominous black millstone, which came to a halt at a distance, slowly rotating. Chung Lingji's ears twitched slightly as her eyes darted skeptically towards him. The fire of anger in her gaze diminished somewhat, yet she still huffed coldly, indicating her lingering displeasure. The divine cavern, which was inherently tranquil, grew even quieter at that moment, enveloping the atmosphere in an oppressive heaviness. However, Tianming remained unperturbed. He had encountered such scenarios countless times before, even facing Donghuang Tai without trepidation, with the fierce sun archers providing ranged firepower and swiftly eliminating threatening foes. The Dragon Spearman's death toll had yet to surpass 10,000 units since their entry into the light barrier. While the losses incurred by both players and NPC factions were staggering, starkly revealing the disparity between them. Meanwhile, after a period of treatment, Ing Jun discovered that the massive creature had indeed begun to snore. In other continents, even in Africa, any aircraft was constantly monitored from the ground. At this moment, Su Yun had made his way from the city walls to the midst of the fierce sun archer troops, utilizing his battle magic to resurrect the fallen dragon spearman. However, his magical energy was entirely depleted, and upon exhausting his battle magic, he promptly headed back towards the city. Once Tianming had been adequately prepared, the Ice Beauty refrained from further aggression. Her Kung Pao chicken technique was already perfected. Should she choose to attack again, it would necessitate a different approach, and she would not act until Tianming was fully ready. Xiahou Inxue continued to gaze coldly at them, as if they had already met their demise, sending chills down the spines of Murong Prophet and his companions. It's fine, Ling Shichuan sighed deeply, while Lin Xiaoqi approached, carrying several bottles of beverages and offering a somewhat ingratiating smile, placing a bottle of iced red tea before her. Furthermore, her father had received a call that morning, informing him that Lung Xiling had been kidnapped and demanding 10 million for her release. Yet they had yet to specify the time and place. Fan Xingmei glared at Qiu Yingying's retreating figure and inquired, "Are you talking about me?" Qiu Yingying did not respond, retreating to her bedroom and shutting the door. Fan Xingmei wished to dig deeper, but, pressed for time that morning, had to abandon her pursuit, hurriedly preparing for work. Having returned late the previous night, she was sleep-deprived, her face slightly swollen. In such a wretched place, her body felt as if it were suspended, with no solid ground to stand upon. Terms like leopard speed and bear strength proved utterly futile. What to do? Were they simply to await their demise? Had she known it would come to this, she might as well have remained at Yuko, waiting for it to open its maw once more, perhaps to seize an opportunity for escape. Guanzhou barely managed to open one eye, and upon seeing the person before her, she was instantly jolted awake. "Xiabin, what brings you here?" In the end, Inqing Yu could not continue. Whenever he attempted to press on, the fear of the door being forcibly kicked open loomed over him, rendering him incapable of proceeding. Ling Shichuan felt a surge of emotion. She understood that Li Zixin was concerned for her. Yet her impulsive nature made her wary that revealing the truth would inevitably lead her to seek out trouble with Ing Yandan on her own. Chapter 123, The Final Revelation. Leaving behind the trembling, bearded man and his two companions, Leo turned to depart, for he was not a police officer. His intervention was merely a consequence of being caught in Shang-Chi's battle. To the astonishment of those present, Leo, who had just stood before them, suddenly vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the elongated Lincoln that continued its journey, Elizabeth unexpectedly found herself back in Leo's embrace. Under Friday's watchful eye, the vehicle became increasingly agitated, She had no particular concerns, yet the day's relentless exertion had drained her entirely, marking this as her final stand. Ronyu, having been trained by the national master himself, was acutely aware of her vulnerabilities. Zhao Sini's brow furrowed suddenly, her already pallid complexion glistening with cold sweat, transforming into an even more unhealthy shade of white. Her golden hair left behind shimmering trails of brilliance in the air. But anyone enchanted by this golden allure might find themselves ensnared, their lives claimed by obsession. She still needed to greet the shopkeeper Wu Laobua and request his assistance in making arrangements. That would indeed be entertaining. Mu Yunya's expression darkened instantaneously. Faint veins protruding from his forehead, and a flicker of ruthlessness glimmered in his ink-black eyes. Enough, we shall cease our search. I trust you. Let us first inquire about that elder. Long Zhantian wished to spare Feng Qingqing from lingering too long in the icy waters, fearing she might catch a chill. Although practitioners boast robust physiques, the water was excessively frigid. Moreover, this place was riddled with terrifyingly fractured space. Whether they could escape remained uncertain, leaving no room for distractions. After several attempts, even the most patient individual would struggle to tolerate such a temperament. Let us not forget that they were merely 17 or 18-year-old students, untouched by the trials of the world. How could one expect them to possess the fortitude to accommodate someone intent on concealing themselves? Mo Tunluo discerned that shopkeeper Liu did not intend to make things difficult for her. However, the mention of the black crystal seemed oddly familiar. That day, Xuanwu and Goqing infiltrated the Zixia cave, but were revealed by the golden tortoise's mirror. The jade-faced fox and the golden tortoise devised a plan to feign Qiu's resurgence of an old ailment, thereby luring the Yellow Emperor into battle, ultimately annihilating the Xianyuan soldiers unexpectedly. How could she allow Lan Lan to take her place? While I understood her guilt, this was not the solution to her predicament. Suddenly, I recalled that I had left the mountain shovel atop that iron chest and had yet to retrieve it. Rising, I made my way toward the chest, wondering how I could forget such a crucial matter. Yang Li donned a coat, and at Meng Fan's stern insistence, she ran out to procure an unknown red overcoat. Wearing it over her usual attire, still open and revealing the same old look beneath. In the heart of the mountains, a disheveled man staggered forward, akin to a startled bird fleeing in terror. Blood continued to flow from his wounds as Han Fei pressed on, fueled by a singular thought, the desperate desire to survive. Liang Weimin rambled on with an abundance of information, yet Su Qianru could only grasp one alarming detail. That Meng Fan was to be imprisoned for a year and a half, which left her quite unsettled. The old man smiled gently and replied, I, the humble Ning, have been crafting pottery here for many years. He then dared to inquire, might you three be warriors engaged in battle with Qiyu? At this, the trio expressed their astonishment in unison. He wished to step out and greet Songjia, to inform him promptly that the warriors had been searching for him in recent days. Mo Fan nodded. He was unaware of what Huang Jia intended to discuss. Yet Huang Jihui and Chen Ming appeared taken aback. Could it be that Huang Jia truly harbored feelings for the otherwise unremarkable Yang Dainyu? His alliance with the city lord had been established, albeit tenuous. Yet as long as he did not exhibit overt signs of defeat, their relationship remained relatively stable. Chapter 124. Ease, what's this? Am I not to be welcomed? Killian flashed a self-satisfied grin at Little Pepper. No, it's just that I seem to have not received any notice of your visit. Pates's demeanor softened slightly. Although Tony had instructed her to refrain from coming to the office during this period and to stay at his villa as the CEO, she still wished to complete her previous work before retreating. Pates's audacity remained intact. It appeared that all the monks had lost consciousness, and at the forefront of the Grand Hall, Master Ku Mu sat cross-legged, holding a golden Buddha aloft, his large earlobes nearly concealing his ears. Thus, even if Nano-technology did not establish itself in the Hanhai business building, numerous modern structures in the vicinity could be utilized. Cheng Buji and Wei Qing conferred and resolved to divide the 40,000 cavalry into two contingents. Wei Qing and Gong Sun Ao would lead 10,000 cavalry as the vanguard, while he himself would command 30,000 infantry as the central force, advancing northward simultaneously. Luo Qi furrowed her brows, an invisible sword aura erupting around her. Bai Tu and the dozen soldiers beside him were struck by the sword energy, tumbling to the ground. The emperor harbored doubts regarding Liang Zhao's assistance to Lu Xiang in training cavalry. He could comprehend Yin An's perspective. Liang Xiao was exploiting the internal discord of Nanyu to dismantle the defenses of its rulers. Yet he remained skeptical of the specific methods employed. Was this approach to training cavalry truly suitable for Nanyu? In an instant, the sound of war drums erupted, shaking the very earth, stunning everyone on the battlefield. In unison, they craned their necks to gaze in this direction. The war drums served as the command system for the Han army. Those truly part of the Han army were the individuals surrounding Liang Xiao. With the drums sounding, it was certain that a significant action was imminent. This legendary Chinese restaurant has preserved its traditions for decades, meticulously attending to details to ensure authenticity and genuineness. The presence of prominent political figures and celebrities, such as Ingrid Bergman and Madonna, has elevated the restaurant's status beyond mere culinary excellence. Liu Chang was in a state of frenzy, yet he understood that the car had yet to arrive. Even if he descended now, escape would be futile. Thus, he initiated a phone call to make arrangements, and once Su Yixian had changed her attire, he led her downstairs, heading directly to the hospital. Unlike the infantry, which preferred a frontal assault, cavalry possessed superior mobility, allowing for greater adaptability. When a direct attack faltered, they would swiftly alter their course to exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities. This was true for the Huns, as well as for Liang Xiao, who rose to prominence through cavalry warfare. The freezing spell, a primary ice-based magic, lacked offensive power. It merely solidified water within a certain radius into ice. This spell was typically employed by mages during summer to store ice blocks. Establishing a good rapport with Melinda was one of the few tasks Emma entrusted to Lena. Consequently, Lena was eager to execute it well. However, Melinda's recent actions left Lena with the unsettling feeling that she had failed, causing her to appear somewhat anxious. Recalling the Heian Association, a daunting challenge loomed before Lingyu. It seemed that to dismantle the Moondragon Gang, the Heian Association would pose a significant obstacle, not to mention the presence of a ghostly battle team. He chuckled bitterly and shook his head, realizing that to disrupt such deeply entrenched behemoths, he still had a long way to go. The old hunter, exhilarated, tossed the wolf pelt from under his arm onto the ground and reached for the closest blood wolf, still radiating a faint warmth. Li Yan's conversation encompassed everything that needed to be said, and even what should not have been mentioned. Yet this was precisely what Song Duanwu desired. When he recalled the mysterious 6'4" belonging to Qian Fuge, he felt fortunate for his earlier restraint. Watching Dong Fangyan being led away, the attendant felt beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. This matter could only be communicated to his employer, Dong Fangyan's father, and he lamented that his bonus for the month would be lost. Chapter 125. Poised for action, having heard the legend of the Ten Rings for so many years. Shang-Chi and Su Shaoling were acutely aware of the terror posed by their father, who possessed the Ten Rings and understood the immense power of the Ten Rings gang. They knew that it was impossible for the two of them to contend with their father. However, while they could not confront him, they could certainly flee. Upon seeing the arrival of the Ten Rings gang, Su Shaoling and Shang-Chi had no intention of facing them directly and chose instead to escape. Unfortunately, they found themselves unable to evade capture. Fortunately, Wei Yi, leveraging his superior abilities, managed to acquire one of the items. After deliberation, it was ultimately decided that Zhu Ling'er would consume it, as she had the weakest cultivation aptitude among the three, especially in comparison to Li Miaofu, who was nearing the pinnacle of the sacred domain. After exchanging glances, the three elders had Xie Yong respond. "We have been tracking this band of pirates for some time and have engaged them in battle. We are well aware of the prowess of these pirate warriors." When Li Yi turned his gaze inward, an uncontrollable smile spread across his face, quietly widening until it could no longer be contained. "Father is gravely ill. I fear he may not recover." Chu Tong spoke again in a low voice, his tone tinged with a hint of sobbing. The Empress, in her speech, deliberately cast a glance at Chu Tong, hoping that Princess Xinyue would grasp her intentions. Song Lingfei felt a surge of excitement, as if she could envision countless individuals recognizing the formidable prowess of the 8 trigrams palm and subsequently seeking her as a mentor. Interestingly, the unfolding narrative was far from the anticipated transformation into mere banditry. Did you think the young master from the Li family was merely jesting? Nian Liang offered a weak smile. However, Li Miaofu voluntarily requested to accompany them, leaving Wei Yi with little choice. After some negotiation, the Grand Elder ultimately consented, allowing her to join. Moments later, Xiao Shan's eyes were filled with growing confusion as he felt an uncanny familiarity with a figure he could not immediately recall. Chun Jianfeng was acutely aware that the other party sought to seize wealth through unscrupulous means, yet he was taken aback by the audacity of the individual, who offered a paltry price for 3 types of elixirs, each capable of making one a billionaire. Rather than a purchase, it felt more akin to a robbery. By the time Xiaoyun Mingyang and the others arrived at the gates of the Xiao residence, they were met with the sight of Mingyue engaged in fierce combat, attempting to break free from a formation composed of numerous Xia family disciples. Energy fissures spread outward with tidal swiftness, and then 3 starry energy blue holes emerged. The expressions of the 8 great star elders transformed into incredulous astonishment, and in an instant, they were left in stunned silence as they gazed upon the ongoing duel between the carefree Changsheng and the Western Emperor. At this moment, Li Ling'er appeared significantly improved compared to a few days prior. Her complexion was no longer pallid, her skin had regained its vitality, and her hair was no longer brittle, allowing her to move about briefly. Just then, Chun Jianfeng sensed the surrounding space returning to its original state, and the next moment, he witnessed a flicker of anger on Ao Lishue's face as she brandished a long spear, thrusting it towards the adjacent space. Inanan's memory. His family circumstances were rather meager. All he knew was that his parents worked the fields. The slow passage of time in the main world was primarily attributed to the star tower that Ren Wu was destined to visit. Particularly concerning the recent affair involving Shi Chun, the Shi family believed that Mu Feng was orchestrating the chaos from behind the scenes, leading to a noticeable chill in their demeanor towards him. Due to Li Ling'er's illness, the Li family courtyard was equipped with ample spare rooms and comprehensive medical facilities. Su Munin had visited numerous times, even becoming acquainted with the staff, navigating the premises with the ease of familiarity. Indeed, these gleaming, 3-dimensional characters were the Panga Dragon, a fragment of which was gradually manifesting within Chun Ziyun's consciousness. Chapter 126. Arrival at Taro Village. Li Ao raised an eyebrow, not wishing to be disturbed by Lu Dan while enjoying his blissful interlude with Elizabeth. It is worth noting that the presence of Hydra and Killian at the Cosmic Cube Research Facility was inextricably linked to the incompetence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Had Li Ao been the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra would have long since ceased to exist. Regrettably, it is not that Fry lacks capability, but rather that he is constrained by the vast national apparatus, rendering him unable to fully exert his talents. In other words, this moment coincides with the court assembly, and as Rain Xin and the others entered the spirit palace, countless pairs of eyes turned their attention towards them. Those who could not see resorted to their spiritual senses. The thought of Eve's anguished and furious visage brought an immense sense of satisfaction to Brandon, for at least someone could empathize with his suffering. With cherished individuals still in China, he found no desire to depart from its shores, nor to venture into the chaotic and murky waters of the entertainment industry. As night fell, the grand hall was ablaze with light, illuminating the jade cups and crystal vessels upon the table, casting a scene of resplendent gold and brilliance. However, the northern district was home to several dominators. This territory, inhabited by a mix of elves, specters, and powerful beings known as demons, suffered from an unstable order. Having only briefly articulated these thoughts, he sorrowfully lowered his gaze. Indeed, members of prestigious families and newcomers among the demons were to convene, exchanging mere salutations. Rias nodded, indicating that she had likely received prior notice, whereas Lu Xing remained in the dark, presumably unaware of the impending event until the appointed day. In a moment, it seemed he was still not fully conscious, muttering incoherently. Mei Duo gazed at her father with a heart full of compassion. This unforeseen circumstance prompted Lu Xing to swiftly twist his body, yet ultimately he could not evade and collided forcefully. Strangely, this did not trigger the divine fall technique or the embrace of sisterly affection, which defied logic. In truth, there was little difference. Wu Sansi merely closed the door, prepared ample wine, and indulged in revelry with these individuals. At that moment, Guang Chengzi elaborated on the origins of the two individuals, as he had once been the master of Emperor Xin Yuan and thus regarded the King Zhou with disdain, viewing him as a mere fallen monarch devoid of fortune. His words were tinged with disrespect. Presumptuous. If it were not for the teachings of the Jijiao, he would have seized her primordial spirit and refined it into a magical artifact. Shura glanced back at Zhuang Wangu, who exuded confidence, and nodded, since you possess such assurance, I shall refrain from intervening and continue my endeavors at my masquerade inn. Indeed, Zhuang Wangu's confidence was never feigned. It was genuine and rooted in his capabilities. Meng Ningjin and Li Yong were initially taken aback, then followed Ning Yao's pointed direction, discovering, amidst the weeds, an inconspicuous intermediate dungeon. The previously loquacious human venerable stood frozen in place, clearly at a loss for words. No, Zhao Jingse quickly responded. At this juncture, no matter how grand the aspirations, they cannot be acknowledged. In the past, the 10 ancestral witches possessed innate divine abilities, yet their postnatal cultivation saw no advancement, leading to their eventual eradication by figures like Yuan Shi after they achieved sanctity. Yet, through destruction comes rebirth. If the powers of the 10 ancestral witches could be unified, perhaps they could transcend to the realm of saints. Alas, if only the osmanthus tree were in bloom at this moment, how splendid it would be, Xiao Shuili remarked with a smile. In this gathering of 6 seekers within the boundary of my realm, aside from Ning Yao and Yin Sangshu, the majority are esteemed elders of considerable experience. Before long, the crimson expanse became increasingly tumultuous. Outside the ancient tomb of the myriad beasts, an enormous luminous screen materialized, projecting the events transpiring within the sacred 8 tombs. Bi Kai, with a smile, offered some refreshments to Xiao Wei, expressing curiosity about how the illustrious Marquis Allen was located. Chapter 127. I am here to obliterate calamities. Leo watched in disbelief as when Wu and his 10-ring legion vanished before his very eyes, a sigh escaping his lips. It was no wonder that despite Leo's exhaustive search across the globe, he could not uncover the existence of Taro Village, shielded by magic. It remained as concealed from the world as Wakanda, with one relying on sorcery and the other on advanced technology. However, as Leo's prowess grew, these minor enchantments would ultimately succumb to his might. He dragged the man into a corner brimming with blossoms, where Li Xing resolutely retrieved a copious amount of narcotics, administering them liberally for an entire year. Those who could enter this place were either ancient demons of several centuries or taskers who had at least completed one mission. None were simpletons. Had it not been for the venerable matron's relentless interference, even resorting to threats of death, he and she would not have found themselves in such a predicament, so close yet eternally separated by insurmountable distances. Moreover, Chung Chung was well aware of the formidable nature of this Bulbasaur. Although it had not evolved into a Venusaur, thus lacking in sheer strength, it maintained its agility, rendering the Bulbasaur even more formidable. This wooden plaque served as his gravestone, the still faintly read inscriptions written in her blood after she had bitten her finger years ago. With a voice filled with awe, Shui Linglong emerged from Jiang Shenwu's starry realm, while the sword intent within Zhang's mind quaked, producing a cacophony of resonant sounds. The ultrasonic waves from the Zubat targeted Yakram, who evaded deftly. Subsequently, Yakram unleashed a skill that rendered the Zubats incapacitated. Mo Lei observed the chessboard by Li Fong. Wielding the white pieces, faced a middle-aged man with the black pieces. The game had reached its climax, with the black pieces holding a distinct advantage, poised to capture a significant piece of the opponents. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the white pieces were destined for defeat. However, the ornament at his waist caught Zhong Shan's attention. Was that not a watch, akin to a jade pendant hanging from his waist? It was perplexing. She certainly would not seek out her uncle, who was likely squatting in some corner, engaged in a cricket fight. Not only was it uncertain if she could find him, but even if she did, he might not drive her to town. Thus, it seemed far more reliable to simply hitch a ride with the innkeeper Huang's carriage. Muchingan, you too are quite the unsavory character. Though my words may lack civility, your expressionless demeanor at this moment, smiling so radiantly, is quite the conundrum. This matter is rather intricate. If you must inquire, Chung Chung is involved and I have affairs to attend to. You may proceed inside. With a slight tilt of his chin, and Jihua appeared to be in a state of urgency as he questioned, Do you really think you know more than I do? Upon hearing this, Mo Kaichin seemed to find the situation increasingly amusing. Go ahead, I am well aware. Lin sustratent herself, draping a garment over her shoulders before allowing Chun Yin to assist her with a coat, leaning against the bedside. Before hanging up the phone, Xiong Ruei jokingly remarked, expressing his curiosity about when he might be fortunate enough to taste the soup prepared by his sister. offering to contribute 500 yuan for the ingredients. I see. Which establishment owns this casino? To create such a distinctive venue, it must surely belong to an extraordinary household, Miao inquired, unaware of Xian Yuanxi's peculiar demeanor. Yuya, I must head to work now. When the tutor returns, please rest a while longer before rising, all right? My brother advised me. Siyu gently brushed his fingers against Lin Su's, whispering, Indeed, my beloved understands me best. With a soft sigh, Lin Su responded by placing her hand within his palm. Has your elder sister never mentioned to you about? Ruru abruptly restrained herself from continuing, disappointment washing over her as she lowered her head and halted her steps. Chapter 126, Arrival at Taro Village. Leo raised an eyebrow. He preferred not to be disturbed by Lu Dan while enjoying a blissful moment with Elizabeth. It should be noted that the initial appearance of Hydra and Killian at the Cosmic Cube research base was inextricably linked to the incompetence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Had Leo assumed the role of director, Hydra would have been eradicated long ago. Unfortunately, Fury's limitations were not due to a lack of capability, but rather the constraints imposed by a vast governmental framework, which hindered his actions. In other words, the matter of Tianqi's nuptials took precedence. He was merely there to assist, ensuring that everything proceeded smoothly. From the very beginning, I sensed something amiss. She did not allow me to sit beside her, not out of shyness, but rather because someone else occupied that space. There were several instances when I attempted to serve her food, only to have my chopsticks seemingly intercepted by an invisible force. Have you yet to decide on what business to open? I inquired, referring to Lu Yuanfeng. Tu Guangrong's curiosity only deepened. Meanwhile, Song Mingyuan, overwhelmed with frustration, attributed Xiao Ruo Qing's unusual behavior to Hu Jinyuan. For carriages successively delivered individuals to a dead end, surrounded by thick fog, towering ancient pines lining either side, while before them lay a continuously roiling wall of mist. The remaining funds were intended to repay the village chief, with a small portion also reserved for the clinic, especially now that there was an addition of Zhong Ergue. The Holy Grail, though renowned for possessing boundless magical power, renders the free exercise of that power nearly impossible. It exists as individual units, with intricate spells that are far from compatible with healing matters. Spiritual energy coursed through the acupoints in his feet, repeatedly manifesting. At this moment, Yi Tianfeng found his energy significantly depleted, and after 10 breaths, he was compelled to halt his movements. However, what astonished the 4 individuals the most was the sight of several disciples from the martial academy sprawled haphazardly within the ancient tower, which stood 10 feet high. The man in black expressed his displeasure, eager to speak, yet his hands were immobilized, rendering him unable to remove the veil obscuring his face. As Qi Yao infused his mental energy into the core, a pattern at one corner of the core began to radiate a blue luminescence, which gradually filled the first pattern before spreading to the other 3 corners. The elevator had long been rendered inoperative by Ding Zhe, and for the soldiers to ascend, they would have to charge up the stairs, placing them at a natural disadvantage. Nevertheless, considering the circumstances in Jiangzhou City, a practitioner from the imperial capital with profound martial arts proficiency would be formidable enough to sweep across most of Jiangzhou. For someone like Zhou Yu, even the acquisition of relatively accessible cultivation techniques seemed nearly impossible. Zhen Yi, in a fit of anger, slightly raised her head to bump against him and then, as if venting her frustration, clutched her waist. From Lu Liang's vantage point, the proprietor seated in the chair had cascading, lustrous brown hair and donned a wine-red, alluring dress, her delicate fingers lightly caressing a glass of red wine. It mirrored her unspoken yearning, a desire she would never reveal to anyone, the lingering hope that perhaps one day, she and Ling Jingshun might return to their past. Yet now, having lived here for quite some time, she had come to understand their tribulations and witnessed Brian's unwavering resolve, who had adopted the purification of pollutants as his new mission. Though she was not the savior of this place, her innate ability for complete purification rendered her incapable of remaining indifferent. The expressions of others remained largely unchanged, save for Taoist Bai He, whose face bore an odd, unnatural look upon seeing Xiao Zhuoran. One of the servant warriors was reporting something to the chief, Zhang Xuehai. Fide cast a glance at Avi, whose solemn demeanor suggested an imminent interrogation, as if preparing for a severe inquisition. Regardless of whether this individual was indeed the Taoist of Taishan. His furtive arrival at Qingyun Mountain to spy on the Qingyun Dao sect clearly indicated ulterior motives. Chapter 128. Temptation. In a daze, Leo heard a series of whispers, akin to the cooing of an infant, or perhaps the calls of family. The beguiling voice emanated from a sealed door. Leo seemed to envision a scene from his childhood, where his parents held his hands while strolling along the seaside. As they walked, his mother suddenly turned to him, her familiar, gentle voice echoing. "We are waiting for you behind the door, dear son." This was a call from the darkness. Wu Xiao led him silently to his villa. Upon arriving at the villa, Su Li felt a reluctance to enter. At that time, the United States was preoccupied with avenging Uncle Layden and could not spare the resources to confront the deep-sea monsters. The U.S. held a global monopoly on oil. Even with the new energy technologies purported by Huaxia, he believed they could only be controlled by himself. Thus, he was not in a rush to assist Huaxia in dealing with the sea tribes. Xie Miao gazed at the neatly severed human soul, finally comprehending the peculiar connection between the white-haired and green-haired monsters. They possessed a shared soul, each holding half. Thus, even if the two creatures were separated by great distances, their souls instinctively sensed everything the other experienced. Situ Fei opened his mouth and savagely bit down on the bite mark, akin to devouring someone's flesh and blood. Rest assured, since they failed to strike true and Zhao Taisho has escaped into the army, they will no longer have another opportunity. Replacing a few individuals would merely be for show. Even if danger lurks, their presence is unnecessary, yet could allow them to experience the atmosphere of the battlefield. When the game connects to another realm, even to the divine world that players yearn for, they realize the gravity and uncontrollability of the situation. She evaded his grasp, yet her frail body betrayed her. The wine cup slipped from her hand, shattering on the ground with a soft sound, as she collapsed into Shun Ping's embrace. Before long, once the wound had fully healed, just as Chu Mo had stated, it left no trace of scar. So, does this imply that the deeper one's internal power, the less one is affected by the bewildering smoke? Qi Kishue couldn't help but inquire. Yichu looked up and caught sight of Lu Huai and Shan Jiu exiting the cafe. One as cold as the wind, the other extraordinarily enchanting. Is it truly this favorable? If acquiring this ability necessitates encountering a ghost, Qi Xiaoyan felt inclined to give it a try. No matter, becoming more familiar with it would suffice. Grandpa Tree smiled warmly, his tone infused with admiration for Zhang Buer. If Gu San, the president of the Gu Group, and Gu Qingshun, a student from the ordinary F class at the Noble Academy, share a hidden connection, the entire matter would undergo a transformative change. The man looked it on, or more accurately, at the knife's edge dangerously close to him. After a moment, his brow furrowed, his eyes suddenly reddened, and with a droop of his mouth, he burst into tears. "You two shall wait here. If there is nothing amiss, you may leave at dawn." With that, he produced 2 spirit stones from his storage bag, which floated towards the 2 individuals as their reward. After speaking, he turned and departed towards the city, heading inward. He was eager to witness the auction that even Nia Ying coveted. What could it possibly entail? As her words fell, the other elders momentarily halted their actions of snatching items, casting her suspicious glances. As the first official dispatched by the Great Xia to the ancient land of Tianzhe, the governor's rank is not particularly high. However, as governor, Jiang Lingshun wields significant power, personally overseeing matters ranging from daily necessities to the myriad aspects of civilian life. Zhang Yinfan waved his hand, signaling the 2 to leave promptly as he made his way directly to the elder's side. Chunyan remained silent, merely moving her fingertips slightly, emitting a faint crimson glow as she forcefully opened a path. Chapter 129. The Divine Dragon Appears. Wen Wu gazed at Leo, soaring through the sky, and waved his hand. The Ten Rings Legion behind him immediately opened fire on Leo, but they did not employ energy weapons that merely incapacitate. They wielded real firearms. The dark muzzles belched forth flames, and some even hoisted an RPG from their steeds, directing a shot straight at Leo. One can imagine that, were it not for Leo, these weapons would have been unleashed upon the Ten Rings Legion and the Taro village. The adage that one is judged by their attire holds true, and at a towering height of nearly 2 meters, his robust physique undoubtedly served as a perfect frame. How could one possibly attain the status of a great Luo Jingxian? The human race possesses but a scant few openly recognized great Luo Jingxians, and I am unaware of this particular individual among them. Furthermore, every successful ascension or demise of a great Luo Jingxian is accompanied by corresponding phenomena throughout the realms. She shifted awkwardly in Shang Qian's embrace before directing her gaze toward his holographic computer. They had already bathed before their excursion, yet upon entering the basement, Jin Shenhan's arm brushed against the dusty walls. Although these matters had only just come to light, they had already surged to the pinnacle of trending topics, becoming a sensational discussion among fans and onlookers alike. In the face of the mutated tiger's charged strike, Su Bei remained remarkably unperturbed, her expression unchanged. The reforms and advancements of the Qi sect were undeniably attributed to Gehui, and it is no exaggeration to assert that without his strategic guidance from the shadows, the Qi would not have achieved its present success. Meng Tinghuan nodded, since the Empress Dowager was concerned about this matter. And considering the news of Lu Jianghuai's awakening need not be concealed from the public, she proceeded to inform the Empress Dowager of Lu Jianghuai's health over the past 2 years. Outside the firewood room, a considerable number of servants, approximately 30, were making their way in, preparing to commence their tasks for the day. Su Han listened with a placid demeanor, sensing the situation but merely desiring to inform the viewers in the live stream. Thus, Qing Ling played Yangwan Sandai, urging the listener to drink another cup of wine, for beyond Yangwan, there are no familiar faces. The music echoed in layers, evoking profound sorrow. Yang Xian, probing with his divine sense, discerned that the earlier conflict had erupted between the knights and individuals, leading to a standoff. At this moment, Zhang Fuxing wore a troubled expression. In just over 10 days, he had acquired streaks of gray at his temples. News had just arrived that the Wu clan from Hangzhou had suffered a setback, leaving only Wu Xiaokuei gravely injured and yet to awaken after an entire day and night. How could he possibly relay this to the Wu family? Upon seeing us, Ayu erupted in excitement, emitting cries that seemed to signal for help. The outcome was all too evident. Although Su Sanshang sensed something amiss at the last moment and attempted to evade, it was too late. Liu Qing'e laokitatili, her garments slipping from her shoulders, drawing Xiao Ji closer for a kiss. Su Linyu remained oblivious to the silent exchange between the two men, her mind solely occupied with plans to take her father out of the hospital. Having ingratiated himself with Fan Wujiao, he would surely receive additional favors in the mortal realm. Is this not a more prudent course of action? The scene left all spectators in a state of shock. Even the ever-squinting Jin Bei raised his brows slightly. The hardness of granite rivals that of steel. Even a sword capable of slicing through iron would require immense effort to penetrate it. Bai Yujing found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to communicate with the 8 suffering before him. Yet he recounted the incident from that night, when Yu Chengzi unexpectedly visited the Taoist temple. With no further conversation at the dining table, Xiao Jie felt it inappropriate to linger any longer, citing matters at the yamen. He summoned his servants and swiftly departed in a carriage. "Father, I shall take my brother home," Princess Lu Xuan said as she bowed to the emperor. Chapter 130, The 10 Rings. Beneath the lake, the divine dragon hung its head in defeat. Upon closer inspection, one could see a substantial crack in one of its horns. Scales continually shed from its body, crimson blood seeping forth, staining the surrounding waters. Leo's punch had indeed inflicted severe damage upon the dragon, which now lacked the strength to thwart him. Hearing the sound of the seal breaking, the dragon struggled to rise, but ultimately collapsed back into the mire. Roasted chicken and Shaoxing wine. To call him a fool would be an understatement, chuckled Xiao Yue, suppressing an almost explosive laughter as he finally stepped into Wanhua City. Chun Jiji utterly refused to believe that the child belonged to Huating Han. They were already divorced, so how could Ning Wan still be carrying his child? Although each warrior received only a meager portion, the alluring aroma lingered in their memories. Su Huai voiced his doubts, questioning the wisdom of such a convoluted detour. Fearing it might prove to be a thankless endeavor, he began his campaigns in the Northern Dipper, battling along the ancient stellar path, gradually fortifying his own existence. The name of the holy body, Yi Fan, resonated among many races. However, upon considering that Su Chuan's intentions might be bribery, both Ru Zhen and Ru Fan quickly concealed their flicker of expectation, though their keen-eyed companion, Su Chuan, noticed. The once handsome visage had vanished. After days and nights of relentless travel, traversing thousands of miles, he had lost over 10 pounds, appearing gaunt and trembling as if he might collapse at any moment. The Lord of Ice Peaks, upon seeing the elderly man clad in ancient battle armor, bearing a sword on his back. Yang Hao immediately recognized him as the Lord of Ice Peaks. His demeanor was passive, yet at times it imbued a sense of positive effect. Sherluin, influenced by the philosophy of fatalism, did not feel particularly tormented. Instead, he bore the resignation of a gallant hero confronting his fate, standing proud and unyielding, revealing his true character. Just when Liu Baojian was racking his brain for a solution to his predicament, reality dealt him another crushing blow. Now, they could care less about which faction Lin Ku belonged to. This was a world competition, and naturally, they must rally behind their nation's representatives, casting aside all animosities today solely for the honor of their country. Upon arriving at a forest behind the city, she found a clearing and tossed out the family base model. Just as the undead creature was about to attack her, a figure emerged from a pile of dragon bones in the distance. "Boss, when did you return? I missed you dearly." A short, slightly balding man greeted her with a smile as he approached the entrance of the marketing center. With a resounding crash, 70 or 80 students divided into 3 teams, spreading throughout the bamboo grove, encircling Wang Yang and his group of over 30 classmates at the core. Just as he was about to step forward to engage in a debate with Liang Buwang, he was halted by Gao Qingchuan, who noticed that there were others nearby, Liang Buwang as well. "It's a simple mechanism principle," Gong Ping remarked, picking up another card and tapping different positions along the string, causing 3 different cards to spring forth with a whoosh. At that very moment, in a renowned sacred place of Zhongjing, Chun Lao, who had once visited and resided in Yi family village, set aside his distractions. Jiang Tian, unfazed, calmly approached the entrance of the 3rd level of the Tianweishan Songbing Tower. Sun Shangxiang widened her eyes, instinctively adopting an offensive stance, her gaze turning icy. He hastily reached for her pocket, and she immediately grasped his hand. Their eyes met, and she suddenly smiled, gently pushing him away. Chu Xiangxi was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by his reference to a certain aspect, and when she finally comprehended, she could only gaze skyward in exasperation. Chapter 131. Success. Clang clang. The indomitable 10 rings struck against Leo's body, producing a crisp sound. When Wu's pupils contracted, it was the first time he had witnessed someone withstand the attack of the 10 rings unscathed. Yet, what astonished him even more lay ahead. As the 10 rings completed their assault and sought to return to Wen Wu's side, Leo seized one of the rings with a powerful grip, yanking it away with extraordinary strength. Cultivators, even fearsome beasts, have traversed the path against the heavens. Though perilous should one succeed, the opportunities within would undoubtedly smooth Wang Yuan's future endeavors. Hearing the angelic voice of concern, Zhao Jian felt an inexhaustible energy surge within him and quickly shook his head. "Ha ha, did you not expect this? All that was merely a ruse. How could I strike you if you kept your distance?" Zhang Shuahai remarked while attacking. "It's him." Chen Wei, filled with excitement, embraced the child, showering it with kisses as tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. "Master Wei, why the sigh?" Yin Bing, now in a much better state, curiously inquired upon seeing Wei Ruoqing's demeanor. Kai Ming had taken care of nearly all of Wang Yuan's affairs. Every social obligation he had was handled by Kai Ming in his stead. Chen Wei's phone rang. Upon returning home, he plugged it in to charge, and shortly after turning it on, a call came through. "On the day I caught my first fish, the old man finally reappeared after vanishing for half a month." I gleefully remarked that I relished the envious and jealous expressions on their faces. As everyone observed my triumphant demeanor, they could hardly contain their irritation. The Empress glanced at Li Dong, then at Zhang Qingying, attempting to maintain a stern expression, but found it utterly impossible, letting out a sigh, realizing there was no remedy for her son's antics. After Qingyang's consciousness was obstructed by Elder Mach's protective barrier, it shifted towards Elder Feng, who immediately turned pale and raised his own barrier to shield against Qingyang's probing awareness. The reason behind this may lie in the fact that young Master Qian has already unilaterally deemed Chenxini as his personal possession. Meanwhile, those behind, having benefited from the earlier protection, though unable to engage directly with the members of the Absolute Kill Gang, could still strike through the gaps between the mercenaries ahead to eliminate their foes. I am aware of your reluctance, yet grandfather insists I convey this message. He even mentioned that if you find it too difficult to accept at present, you may take your time to come to terms with it. Lin Mai, understanding Lin Feng's thoughts, spoke up. Despite being physically restrained, the celestial figure maintained a calm countenance, yet the disappointment evident in his eyes sent a chill to the heart, as if he had grown weary of all worldly matters. The journey to Northzheng still spanned thousands of miles, so although Lin Sheng longed for home, he had to pause occasionally to rest. After all, what he could endure, others could not, as the majority of the mercenaries and soldiers from the Duan family were on foot, with only a few fortunate enough to ride. As the saying goes, though the body cannot be present, the heart yearns. For ordinary prisoners, the place is shrouded in mystery. Regardless, being incarcerated in a well-known prison offers opportunities for future boasts about their time spent behind bars. At this moment, I was able to equip the silver long sword, the Blade of Storm, significantly enhancing my melee damage output. Everyone should focus on recuperation. Those with injuries should tend to them promptly. Zhang Gudian approached the 20 or so individuals at the Star River stage and stated his intentions. She watched as Yin Lin tilted his head back, consuming the entire glass of red wine in his hand, visibly pleased. She then eagerly continued to refill his glass. Chapter 132. Collecting protection fees in Leo's hands. The heart of the demon dragon, its core of energy, began to absorb the malevolent soul energy relentlessly. This was the wrath and discontent of the newly ascendant deity, meant to dominate the universe, had been vanquished by a mere Kryptonian, an affront that Darkseid could not abide. Naturally, harboring deep-seated feelings of resentment and fury, Darkseid left behind an indelible obsession within this energy, utterly unwilling to accept his defeat. It turned out the television had not been turned off. Perhaps Su Mingming had rushed out that morning and forgotten. A news report currently airing captured his attention. Yi Junlin gazed at the line of text. Suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity, the characters seemed unmistakably reminiscent of those penned by Wei Yi. Valmut, come and meet your demise. Viangyi, upon spotting Yi Junlin, resembled a wild dog unleashed, with the rich essence of profound energy surging forth from the bronze-flowing sword in his hand. Is it wrong for me to ask you to call me sister? Zhao Mengmeng inquired with a cheerful smile, patting Chun Tianyu's shoulder. Lu Kai let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground as if he had endured a catastrophic and intense battle. The several skilled warriors dispatched to rescue Wang Yufei had all met their end at the hands of Old Wu's wrath, their heads severed by invisible sword energy. He unsheathed a dagger, wrapping it in his clothing, and cautiously extended the muzzle outward, gently squeezing the trigger. Yun Qian turned her head toward the sound, just in time to see Yi Mei with her enchanting yet cold visage, one hand gripping her left arm, while the other aimed to strike at the man embracing her. True to her training as an assassin, even while fleeing with the hazy moonlight, she made not a single sound, as the crowd remained enshrouded in their sorrow, oblivious to the unfolding crisis. Even in the presence of the foremost figure in the Xianwang realm, he was determined to take a chance. Such was the stubbornness of youth. Their faces were mere inches apart. Li Imo fixated on her, causing his ears to flush crimson. Zhongli paid no heed, naturally opening the car door and taking a seat, deliberately honking the horn twice. Wang Xiao no longer concealed the mark on her brow, allowing it to be seen, as one hand conjured a water sphere in her palm while the other channeled with spirit energy into her hand, the air within the vehicle seemingly solidifying under Wang Zhao's presence. Time and again, Hai urged her to return home and join in their endeavors. He Biao's mining rights were ample for the siblings and even the entire family to lead a life of grandeur. While the principal force in capturing Yin Zongzi was the esteemed president of the Divine Martial Academy, Hao Jinan, Zhou Tingsheng could not extricate himself from this affair either. Rubbing his aching shoulder, Wang Shi inquired. With Lan Ling's assistance, even if Mu Meng missed classes, she would not face failure under the teacher's scrutiny. Ning Yunan's compensation was solely managed by Ning Yuwei, with the brothers engaging in one-on-one cash transactions, leaving no trace of financial records. After Ning Yuwei's flight, he was left with no witnesses. Chu Qiao sprinted forth, the desolate gobi strewn with dry branches, yet before her lay a rare glimpse of verdant life, prompting her taste buds to awaken with delight. With purposeful strides, Mu Meng's abilities surged to their peak. Not only did the lucky effects shield her from the ominous black mist of the withered well, but even without such fortuitous enhancements, the well's attacks could not reach her extraordinary prowess in this moment. Seizing the opportunity while waiting for the snow to melt, Chu Qiao scooped up some snow, rubbing it against herself, both to warm her body and to cleanse her clothing. In her heart, she did not consider herself allied with Castle. She still held fondness for the elder brother who had patiently listened to her grievances in her dreams for several months. A faint smile flickered in Zhou Yuxiao's eyes as he observed Zhou Wuyin's remarkably composed demeanor. Wang Baoqiang was taken aback by the warmth extended towards him by Yifeng, especially considering that he is a newly crowned winner of the prestigious Palme d'Or, a title of significant renown. Chapter 133. The Twins. In the underground experimental base of Leo's villa, the 10 rings were meticulously arranged upon the laboratory table. Only a few hours remained until dawn, and the energetic Leo had pulled an all-nighter, for he vaguely recalled that the 10 rings might have a prototype. In a comic, a villain named Masterman had once possessed the 10 rings, a powerful artifact that far surpassed the strength of the rings wielded by Wenwu. Just as Leo had been engrossed in his research, Wu Li had entered, encountering a dapper young man wielding a folding fan, whose delicate features rendered him quite the handsome figure. As the words fell, an explosion of true essence erupted, instantly forming a massive wave of energy that surged outward, revealing the formidable power of peak post-ascension cultivation. At that moment, they all painfully retrieved their life-saving artifacts, using them without hesitation. The Yin family father and son had engaged, and the Mu family had suffered further injuries, compelling the observing Bai family to abandon their passive stance. Mountain climbing could indeed be considered a form of physical training, as this activity offers numerous benefits to the body. It serves as both an aerobic exercise and a practice for strength and endurance. The battlefield lay in disarray, with the bodies of the fallen outnumbering their own by 3 or 4 times before the French Foreign Legion. Masters, reveal your names. The query from the adversaries sparked a surge of thunderous power, and with a resounding punch, the air shattered, shaking the heavens and the earth. Unexpectedly, as he rose, he caught sight of his reflection on the smooth, mirror-like ice, a stark reminder of his presence. The madman had suffered defeat at the hands of the previous Grand Sword Master. As the inheritor, Zhan Wushuang had never encountered the sword inscription passed down from the former master, yet an intangible enmity had already formed between the two, stemming from the previous generation's legacy. Lu Qingqin's talent was astonishing. She no longer held the same certainty that such a paragon of perfection existed elsewhere in the principality. All right, I believe I understand your situation. I shall step out to inform them, and then we shall devise a plan. Wu Ai contemplated quietly while addressing the bound Hao Yu. His consciousness drifted as he floated in the sea, his limbs growing weak, gradually rendering him unable to breathe, his vision becoming increasingly blurred. Yet, that shadow approached ever closer, and in the moment he closed his eyes, he beheld the face that haunted his dreams. Under his fingertips, countless dimensions beneath the heavenly realm transformed into a blood rain, vanishing within his bloodthirsty command. With the countless realms offered as a blood sacrifice, guided by his essence, and the sole power of the blood realm's sovereign as its core, he directed a single finger towards the imperial crown. Wait, what? Class has begun. Under the unwavering gaze of Zhou Yuan, Huang Yi cleared her throat twice and hastily retrieved her textbook, seeking to redirect Zhou Yuan's attention. Mi Yiqing immediately snapped back to reality, glancing at Godan, only to swallow the words that had nearly escaped her lips. The cross-section was not cut with a glass knife. Rather, it appeared to have been sliced with a sharp blade heated by a fierce flame. Yang Shuo remained silent, feeling that her previous remarks had been somewhat excessive. In truth, she was quite moved but found the situation awkward. A certain inexplicable sentiment seemed out of place. Dog Egg, my beloved brother, I am about to leave you. Please do not harbor resentment towards me. Do you know how deeply I love you? It is out of love that I fear causing harm, hence my desire to escape. Rest assured, I will not surrender. Knight Liuli solemnly assured. The old prince felt a sense of comfort upon hearing this, and nodded before ultimately succumbing to fatigue and resting. The chilling aura emanating from all directions enveloped Zhao Yang completely, rendering the scene a veritable purgatory, with no glimmer of hope for escape. Yanxi had yet to ponder this dilemma when Shi Haoyin presented 2 photographs, speaking in a gentle tone. Thus, it would be utterly unbelievable for someone like him to claim he had no intimate companions in the brothel. Chapter 134. Nightmare. Sir, the city is under attack. Just as Tony piloted the Mark X-8 above the castle, evading energy beams. Jarvis's warning echoed through the communication channel. I had anticipated this. Strack would show no concern for the populace. As superheroes, Tony and Captain America would never allow Hydra to wreak havoc on the city and claim innocent lives. One must say, Baron Strack had indeed played a clever hand. Before entering the academy, did you believe your talents were inferior to those of the academy students? Ji-Wei inquired once more. She had intended to say a few more words, perhaps to sway Chun Qingyun's decision, but she was met with his snoring instead. Naturally, most of the rooms surrounding Mu Wanga had already been vacated. The competitors who had failed in the contest had nearly all packed their belongings and departed. He lacked the memories of the previous life that Feng Shujia spoke of, yet he could imagine that his decision to assist the desperate and remorseful Feng Shujia stemmed from his own loss of the beloved Lu Ying, having felt that heart-wrenching pain that could not be undone. In the distance, a row of low houses came into view. Though there were few two-story buildings in this era, and Nuping had hardly any, the one-story houses, even after the massacre, were still far superior to this mountain village. Fortunately, it was daytime, and there was no need for headlights. Otherwise, this number 5 would likely have struggled to run 100 meters. Mi Shui was struck in the face by the force of Xiao Yining's leg, collapsing with a thud onto the ground, letting out a third cry of anguish within mere seconds. And Ziki's desires were well understood. She had previously declined his suggestions to move. Ji shook her head, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea, and left his embrace to vomit into the spittoon. No matter how Dragon Yang urged, he could not sway Sherlin, who was as unyielding as stone. The meal was hardly touched, not due to a lack of appetite, but rather a profound disinterest in the thoughts that plagued the mind. Zhang Wei and the officers were rendered speechless by the scene before them, while Yi Jinhua and Shui Rong bowed their heads in silent anguish. The elder's eyes seemed to pierce through everything, yearning for today to be a moment where he could relinquish his resistance to imperfection and instead seek solace and happiness for his spirit. Next came the drawing of lots, an aspect of the competition at the Internet Cafe that introduced a semblance of novelty, offering everyone a glimmer of hope and possibility. In my past life, I must have saved the world, Gray murmured softly. At that moment, Gu Emoer, harnessing the power of the Emperor Flame to guide the red giant star, suddenly experienced an extraordinary sensation. Your Holiness, please entrust this important task to me, Karl earnestly requested of Paul, a flicker of confidence illuminating his bruised visage. One could only wonder what expression would adorn Viscount Adolph's face upon seizing Sigburg. As time passed, through his interactions with Gray, Xiaoyida had come to deeply sense his profound affection and commitment. If she remained silent, Mo Wanqin was certain to expose her past misdeeds, and should the young master discover them, her life would be forfeit. After a brief exchange over 2 cups of tea, the trio, noting the late hour, prepared to take their leave. At that moment, Ziyunyi moved with swiftness, a violet beam of light shooting forth like celestial lightning, aimed directly at Gao Fengjie. Chi-Chi could not quite grasp the meaning of this peculiar phenomenon, perhaps akin to a slight inclination towards supernatural abilities, much like Wu Shan. The scarred man seemed taken aback by Lu Fei's inquiry, momentarily stunned before awkwardly chuckling in response. Dai Tong, go fetch your master Zhang. Li Bin commanded upon observing the earnest training of his disciple, Luo Dai Tong, in the unarmed martial arts arena. Chapter 135, A Despairing Scene. Upon a lofty, frigid throne, a towering figure lurked in the shadows, revealing only the faintest outline. Countless corpses lay strewn across the steps leading to the throne, their bodies intertwined in chaotic disarray, with blood pooling into small rivers that stained the ground crimson. Tony scrutinized the lifeless forms on the ground, recognizing the familiar faces among them. Fury and his charred head, the captain with his cracked body, and the torn remnants of the Edelman shield. This aide was Shui, Judge's informant within the prince's estate, where she had invested a considerable amount of silver. Initially, she had intended to confront Di Exen, only to find herself on the receiving end of a counter-interrogation, leaving her quite vexed, yet now she found herself at a loss for words. Having witnessed numerous such scenes during the apocalypse, I felt little fear now. However, for reasons unknown, an unsettling anxiety lingered within my heart. However, he is now completely refined by Di Exen, his soul entirely dominated by him. Yet, The remnants of his former essence still exert a subtle influence on the abilities of the mosquito Taoist, particularly those instinctual imprints, which are immutable and truly uncontrollable. She coughed twice, exuding an air of reluctance to continue the conversation, and hastily fled the battlefield. The pressing matter at hand was to seek an opportunity to converse with Ling Qingyuan. In hindsight, Yao Zhongtian had always felt he had taken a misstep. He had placed unwavering trust in Chu Lianqing, only to discover in the end that betrayal awaited him. An agreement? After spending so much time together, Xue Qingyi harbored not a shred of affection for him, plunging Xiao Rue, who had previously been filled with joy, into an abyss of despair. Lu Daojing's eyes blazed crimson as he howled to the heavens, forming seals with his hands and stamping his right foot fiercely upon the sea surface. Li Yinsheng, witnessing the intoxicated Su Yi, visibly shuddered upon hearing those words. After a trip to the hospital for a stomach wash, he was finally escorted back to his dormitory. Could it be a yearning to become a martial sovereign, yet lacking the opportunity, thus exhilarated at the thought of personally slaying one? Go on in. I believe you have much to discuss with him. I shall await your return outside, Xiao Mingyi remarked. He steadied his grip on the hilt of his sword, moving cautiously behind the staff, striving to avoid aggravating his wounds. Not far behind the group, the black car they had encountered at the expressway earlier that afternoon was parked. Jingjing approached Tang San, settling beside him in a lotus position and offering a gentle nod. As Peters burst onto the deck, he beheld an enormous crimson tentacle emerge from the depths, slamming onto the deck and crushing a box of ammunition into a disc of iron. The matters of the market had been temporarily resolved. He had conferred with Hong Lei regarding subsequent issues and was confident that Hong Lei was well aware. It was you who collaborated with that great demon to oppose me, demanding my withdrawal from the engagement. How did it end up that I abandoned you? Burning ink? Supporting himself on the arm of the sofa, he glanced up to see the array of tilted and toppled bottles on the table, instantly recalling the events of the previous night. Indeed, it had been excessive. He had indulged too much, and now his throat felt parched beyond measure, let alone hers. The verification is accurate. The Dragon Balls shall be bestowed upon the two esteemed seniors. As for why we are participating in the auction, the Mountain Man has his own clever schemes. You need not concern yourselves with this matter, Chili remarked with a faint smile. Shang returned the antidote in Zhenhu's hand, forcefully tossing Zhenhu aside once more. We acted impulsively. We humbly asked the esteemed Minot to take offense. Several early-stage martial artists bowed their heads, their faces flushed, responding in a collective confession, feeling utterly humiliated in front of so many. A pale face was illuminated by flames, and as the man adjusted his lighter, the surrounding other pale faces gradually came into Jiang Yuyin's view. Chapter 136. Wanda and Leo, as if ensconced in an endless abyss of darkness. In the next instant, she found herself before the resplendent brilliance of the sun. Gliding through a sea of stars, she left behind a luminous trail of light. Wanda passed by two colossal giants that span the cosmos, their roars causing countless dimensions to tremble and shatter. Enveloped in chaotic magic, Wanda's body was safeguarded, allowing her to delve deeper. At the heart of all existence lay a warm, amber glow. After all, with Xiao Tai's stature, who would dare to offend him in a vast martial empire? As long as he did not court his own demise? Suddenly besieged, the 7 elder elves within the chamber were caught off guard, convulsing from the shock and rendered incapable of combat. In that moment, the other elves sensed something amiss and rushed out from their tree houses, striving to impede Caesar's forces. Good sir, you claim this artifact is an ancient jade from the Ming and Qing dynasties, correct? Su Yang inquired of the vendor. The Holy Temple is preparing to strike against our Kanglan sect, Yang Fan relayed succinctly, conveying the message from Zhurong. Though devoid of embellishment, it was sufficient to leave the Grand Elder in a state of shock. Hua Yanchao had always possessed great confidence in his swordsmanship and took pride in it. Yet, he was astounded to find that he could not inflict even a scratch upon the divine general. Upon hearing Hua Shang's terrified exclamations, Chun Ling turned to see Tola's expression. His eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale, drenched in sweat, and his chest heaving irregularly. Something was indeed amiss. With a thunderous crack, the entire mountainside shattered under immense force, causing Dan Zhongli to faint on the spot. Neither party in this contest inquired about the other's identity, for such a question would invite disdain. Each had discerned Su Yang's meticulous strategy and intentions, Yet Su Yong's plan unfolded with precise intricacy, leaving his opponent with no recourse. A terrifying bolt of azure lightning erupted in that instant, unleashing a frenzied explosion at an astonishing velocity, tumultuously surging toward the position of the gigantic hand. Regarding her affair with young Master Long, this was the first time in her life that she sought my assistance. I pondered, if I were to refuse her outright, she might eventually relent, yet the anguish she would endure in her heart could linger for a lifetime. I believe that practical experience far outweighs any theoretical discourse. Thus, dueling will be an essential component of our forthcoming lessons, and you would do well to prepare in advance. Only upon ascending the stairs did Geng Xingxuang spot Geng Xingbing and Geng Xingyu, who had parted ways with her and Geng Xingchen at the Huaiying Gate. They presumed that their claims of having poisoned Yi Yuzhong absolved them from the strict scrutiny of the divine demons. Hualien retrieved some silver and hurriedly rushed to the outer courtyard to hand it to Li Deng, before swiftly returning. Most of the content was glanced over by Kai, who merely skimmed it, but one particular line captured his attention. He was well aware that if Zhao Bin came to surrender with his men, accepting them would lead to a comprehensive crackdown. Even within the tax department of Hygiene City, whenever Yi Fei's enterprises were mentioned, people would invariably give a thumbs up, showing such a lack of discernment that they could hardly be bothered to conduct inspections. Si Yechen opened the medicine box and carefully disinfected and treated the injury on Oyan's right foot, placing it gently upon himself. The young man had donned a moon-white long robe, his elegance beginning to manifest, already bearing a semblance of noble grace. In this crucial quarter since the establishment of the company, as the principal owner, working overtime was of little consequence to him. His gaze lingered for a moment on Curtis, seemingly pondering the beastly tattoo upon him, before shifting to Parker, whose face bore 3 similar markings. There was a photograph, quite clear, depicting 2 men standing separated by a garbage bin, one of whom was savoring a dog food can that had been torn open. Chapter 137. The nightmare becomes reality. A surge of crimson energy emanated, causing Wanda's consciousness to be forcefully expelled from Leo's body, returning to her own. Accompanied by Wanda's delicate cry, her body was swiftly propelled backward, fortunately caught by Pietro. Regaining her senses, Wanda found her forehead beaded with fine droplets of sweat, utterly exhausted. At the critical moment, it was Leo who had forcibly thrust Wanda away to save her. Just then, a blinding light suddenly burst forth from one of the caves ahead. Initially, Fian thought Lu Yi would gladly accept her surrender, but upon hearing his decision, she found herself rooted to the spot in disbelief. Perhaps it had been taken away in advance, or there could be other reasons for its disappearance. Regardless, the vanished journal was evidently linked to the individual who had intentionally messaged them to come here. Given that most of Lu Ye's previous conjectures had proven accurate, Zhang Miao, upon hearing Lu Ye's new speculation, promptly inquired further. On the bedside table stood a Dana-style wooden lamp, its warm glow softening Lin Chen's gaunt features, which had become sharp due to illness. Since Molly and Su Lu were both quite protective of their personal space, Molly had arranged for Su Lu to have the room adjacent to hers. If Wang Huaipeng could remain, it would significantly bolster the Yuan kingdom from a masterful standpoint. From a distance, limited visibility allowed only for a vague impression. No figures moved within the office, likely having been empty for quite some time. Some were even willing to forego their guides for him, able to control their senses with just a word from him. The assembled officers were filled with uncontainable joy, cheering and celebrating, while some were even moved to tears. However, the recently awakened Lu Fan was not the same. Indeed, she had not granted me that opportunity. Never mind. Everyone should quickly sleep. We have tasks ahead tomorrow, remarked Zuoluan. I am indeed curious about the outcome of the confrontation between Zhang Si Lame and Dean. The red figure's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. After vanquishing the Sky Crocodile King, in order to stabilize the ancient Ape King and rescue all the monks, Master Huai Ji requested the assistance of his disciples to impersonate the Sky Crocodile King and return to Run Zung Temple, seeking to find the opportunity to rescue the monks and eliminate the demons. Zhuang Jian was somewhat astonished by the rapid trigger of battle. It was important to note that they had only just entered this realm, and even he needed to steady himself and survey the terrain before proceeding. His reputation gradually eclipsed that of Huan Qingyu, seemingly establishing him as the true sovereign of this realm of fate. The arrows flew as if preordained, and Song-Li narrowly evaded 3 of them. But upon hearing the commotion behind him, he could not evade the remaining ones in time and had to sidestep the oncoming sword energy. He was deeply intrigued by what lay concealed in that cellar that left such a profound impression on Victor. After casting Victor into the cellar, he immediately became invisible and followed him inside. Meanwhile, the fierce tiger Liang noticed that many brave warriors were impersonating him to protect him. Grateful for their efforts, he resolved to rescue all the warriors captured by the king of the wolf beasts. Under the cover of night, when the wolf beast demons were resting, he stealthily flew into Black Wolf Mountain to carry out his rescue. The demon soldiers quickly formed ranks, marching in a triangular formation towards Zi Xiang and the others with synchronized steps. The sentry soldiers initially lacked confidence, but the sight of the gallant Guan Yu in splendid armor instilled a sense of assurance within them. Beneath the moonlight and amidst the night breeze, Xiaomimi sat on the balcony, gazing at the moonlit scenery outside. She at least desired to entangle herself with the Liu family, yet unexpectedly, it was only Liu Liting who could offer her refuge. In the ere-long's perception, Liu Guangzheng's acts of revenge against the villagers were nothing more than crude tactics, and Li Erlong was unafraid of such rogue methods, especially now that he had acquired the spirit of the fox, endowing him with newfound strength. Chapter 138, The Ultimate Strategy. No, Captain, you must understand that we, bound together, stand no chance against him. Beneath his helmet, Tony wore a grave expression. So, are we to do nothing? The captain tightened his grip on the star-spangled shield and retorted. Tony fell silent, recognizing that the captain's stance was not without merit. However, he was uncertain how they, the underlings, could aid Leo in regaining consciousness. Thor and Zhou Jin secretly escorted Du Songming back to the precinct, while Tang Feng subsequently departed with 2 others from the Pang family nursery. Xie nodded, acknowledging, "All right, my mother is more knowledgeable in this regard. Trusting her is surely wise." Observing Zheng Xiao, Yin closed her eyes and continued to sleep. Lucier Xin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Earlier, seeing her awaken had caused him to break into a cold sweat, fearing she might erupt in anger. Thankfully, all was well. Lucier Xin cautiously climbed to the upper bunk, feeling fatigue himself, and soon fell asleep. "Be gentle. Be careful not to hurt the child's arm." Jiang Yushu gazed intently, fixated on the infant whose arm was barely longer than that of an adult, her heart suspended in trepidation. Could it truly be so wonderful? Alas! What choice did I have after offending the teacher? Knowing full well that I had fallen into a trap set by teacher Zhen, I reluctantly accepted the arrangement. Shang Xuqing watched for a while, finding nothing extraordinary, just an exquisitely crafted golden hairpin, devoid of any embellishments, pure gold. If the Empress had not heeded her request, what if the spirit of money lingered, troubling her? "I heard that my mother had lost her temper again, worried, and had come to check on you." The wife gazed sorrowfully at the palm print on her husband's face, feeling deep compassion, yet refraining from reproaching her mother-in-law. He had pilfered a bolt of cloth from a fabric store, ultimately slicing it into dozens of segments, inscribing the phrase, "Forbidden grounds" vanished upon each piece. "So what shall we do today? Should we return home first?" After this incident, Yuan Tianhaimi felt that practicing today would be futile and sought the opinions of others. However, Zhao Qian was confident that, given the current momentum, success should not be too elusive. Atop Mount Christ the Redeemer, one can behold the entirety of Rio, where almost the entire landscape of the city unfolds before the eyes. Bah, I had thought a significant figure had arrived, but it turns out to be nothing more than lowly scum from the lower ranks of the 36 heavens. Tuoba Hong was unaware, but I knew well of that old fellow Tuoba Yuanshuan. I wonder if he has passed on. The blood demon scoffed. The crowd gasped. Wang Mingyuan's medical prowess was renowned throughout Jinling, or else the municipal hospital would not have appointed him as honorary director. The mighty eagle screeched across the vast sky, while fish darted frantically in the Heishui River. In the fierce wind, petals danced and leaves fell as ants and blossoms navigated the stream. Zhu Hong couldn't be bothered to glance at Qin Tian. He had no intention of rescuing him, but rather, he felt compelled to do so because of Qin Tian's potential utility to him. The father, somewhat displeased, rose to the courtyard to stoke the fire beneath the clay stove for boiling water, while the mother, having wrapped the dumplings, brought a large basin from the yard, propping up the bathing curtain and pouring hot water from the kettle into the basin. The moment the sand armor formed, the golden sword light had already severed all obstacles. Arriving before the two zombies, resting upon the heavy sand armor. Her voice was soft and delicate, suffused with unreserved joy, her Wunong dialect exceptionally melodious. Yin Feima was straining to recall the events of the previous night, yet she had no memory of how she had ended up in this man's room. Like a painting, I now felt an emptiness within, as if I had lost my soul and did not know what to do. It seemed I had lost all hope and no longer understood the purpose of living. Shangguan Fian spoke, turning without awareness, and walked indoors. Dayo Village, located north of Sanlitun, was the only nearby village with a bathhouse close to an abandoned coal mine, the very village where Jiangsheng had sneaked to mine coal one night. Chapter 139, Leo vs. The Avengers. Under the skeptical gazes of the captain and Dr. Banner, Wanda extended her hand toward Banner's forehead. The captain was initially reluctant to acquiesce to Wanda's proposal, for he perceived her merely as an enigmatic enhanced individual from Hydra, her true allegiance remaining uncertain. He could not ascertain whether Wanda genuinely stood by their side, offering her sincere assistance. However, the current circumstances left little room for the captain's scruples. He had no choice but to take a gamble, allowing Wanda a chance to prove herself. Feng Duan raised his gaze, peering into the distance. The night was shrouded in darkness, rendering the horizon indistinguishable, save for a faint glimmer in the northwestern sky, indistinguishable as either starlight or firelight. Apart from that, only the murmuring flow of the Black Sand River could be heard nearby. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and a male server entered. Head bowed, bearing a fruit platter. He was acutely aware that smallpox was a terrifying infectious disease, manifesting in the form of red pustules across the body, which could lead to severe weakness, headaches, fever, and chills. Luo Feng approached the window, murmuring an incantation and with a gesture towards the sunlight. He appeared to grasp something intangible before casting it onto a wooden chair, which ignited instantly. Yi Zhongyue was taken aback, regaining his composure. He quickly instructed the soldiers to extinguish the flames, as the chair was already half consumed by fire. Ningyu silently acknowledged the situation while diplomatically declining Jean Sanpang's goodwill. Unexpectedly, after another bout of madness, Jean Sanpang chose to remain by Ningyu's side, waiting to accompany him outside, which deeply touched Ningyu's heart. Meanwhile, the cart before Ling Yu had been replaced with a new one. At the moment the red cloth fell away, Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with desire. Bai Feng, with a hint of disbelief and a surge of excitement, exhibited a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Ningyu slowly raised his head, recalling how Zhuo Qiuxi had been ruthlessly suppressed while attempting to facilitate the escape of two clansmen. A memory etched in his mind by the echoes of defiance and acts of valor. Inscribed upon it were the words Emperor Pure K, along with the name Qian Tianyi. The address located on a bustling street along Fengyu Road, not far from the city center. In an instant, Li Chao had incensed the remaining adversaries, who surged forward, brandishing clubs under the veil of night, the cacophony of metal clashing echoing through the air. We procured essential items for operating a spicy hot pot restaurant from the previous owner, including tables, chairs, dishes, refrigerators, and other necessary utensils, thus sparing ourselves the need for further purchases. Additionally, we replenished some vital, everyday supplies. In the face of life and death, the esteemed young master gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Star of the Cross, extinguish." Channeling his vital energy to its utmost limit, his body began to crack, seeping traces of his life essence. The tips of his fingers glimmered with a second starry light, propelling the second star of the cross towards the demon of hatred. However, glancing around the bustling highway, it seemed that no taxis were unoccupied. At this hour, they should be brimming with passengers. I submitted several resumes and interviewed at several seemingly large advertising firms, ultimately receiving invitations for second interviews from the last few companies. Had the breath of life entirely vanished? The golden-haired individual felt a sudden shock. Such effortless mastery could only belong to the most skilled of experts, a level he believed he had yet to attain. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and Colonel Neo realized the gravity of the situation. He dashed towards the window of his bedroom, reaching out to open it. But to his astonishment, the window refused to budge. It was then that Colonel Neo discovered he had become a fish trapped in a net. Upon hearing the words of Shishan Xiaoming, the Japanese staff officer appeared contemplative, yet after glancing at the submissive Chinese individuals surrounding him, he ultimately shook his head. dismissing them as unworthy of consideration. Enough, he declared. The daily flight missions are demanding. One must abstain from alcohol during operational hours. Old Tang waved his hand, signaling the two to depart. Chapter 140. The Awakening of Odin. Odin opened his aged, murky single eye, gazing at Frigga, who vigilantly awaited by his bedside. Although Frigga was not Odin's first wife, merely a pawn sent by the Vanir clan for political alliance, throughout the millennia, she had proven herself to be not only a competent queen, but also a devoted wife and mother. She and Odin had shared a profound bond, considering Asgard their true homeland. After a month of meticulous renovations orchestrated by Ling Feng, the collaborative efforts with the aquatic tribe had successfully transformed every luminescent surface of the underwater city. The flames of war roared like a furious lion, charging fiercely towards the oncoming bullets. The celebratory event, lasting merely a brief moment, saw the procession gradually enter Luoyang City. In truth, this press conference was unnecessary. However, Zhou Yuanxiang believed it could serve as a means to alleviate the plight of Somalia by stimulating the economy through arms trade. The glorious bar, despite its name, was anything but magnificent, merely a third-rate establishment. I recalled my illness, feeling that my life had lost all hope. All I could do was to make the greatest contribution possible. Even though my fate with Chunya was sealed, I would never permit anyone to slander her in my presence. That was my unwavering principle. Simultaneously, an army of 50,000 from Jiangdong stationed at Jiangxia, separated by several dozen miles from the Jiangxia Navy, establishing a mutual support system, which also facilitated joint naval exercises. With this clarity in mind, Zhou Yuanxiang completed his user information by filling in his bank account details and refining the other necessary data, allowing himself a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Bai Huafeng did not exhibit any bustling activity. The shop's door stood ajar, and from the street, it appeared desolate, devoid of patrons. How could she forget? Though His Majesty often fell ill at critical moments, he possessed a heart yearning to eradicate the ills of the age and to be a wise ruler, resonating deeply with the aspirations of the humble scholars, who held fervent hope and dreams for him. When he arrived at Mu Yu's computer and glanced at the software, he realized that Mu Yu had not installed anything at all. Alas, this poses a dilemma. It is quite a rare occasion to see you all, and the next opportunity may be elusive. The projection man sighed in frustration. Brother, are you curious about our identities? Well, there is nothing particularly secretive about it. This is Guofabua, the most authentic heir of the Miao Dao. The young man appeared somewhat bashful. Nangong Imo stared at Chao Er, then at Mu Qianxuan, hesitating to speak, momentarily lacking the courage to persuade them to stay. Long Bing seemed exceedingly agitated, as if he had already discerned the underlying issue. And upon Long Bing's reminder, Chong Quan also began to grasp the situation. Until now, everyone had been preoccupied with finding that group, neglecting to consider the reason behind Xiao Ruo's departure. The biting cold wind sliced like a blade against her face, yet she felt no pain, merely disheveling a few strands of hair that fell across her forehead. The snow-covered ground sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, glaringly bright. No, even though Li Cici was typically indifferent, she could not help but feel an overwhelming rage at this moment. Even a ferocious tiger does not consume its young, yet there exist such malevolent parents in the world. Mu Yuchun removed his cloak and wrapped Mu Qianxuan tightly within it, lifting her in his arms and stepping out of the prince's chamber, one measured step at a time. The captain's sudden exclamation startled Yi, causing him to instinctively shudder. In Run Beibei's boudoir, the atmosphere was warm and inviting, akin to the fragrance that lingered on her. Yun Shi's thoughts conveyed that if the formation were to be disrupted, the strength of the myriad beasts would be severely diminished, reducing them to the early realm of the earth immortal. I am grateful for my perseverance thus far, thankful for your favor and support that bolster my confidence, and appreciative of the trust bestowed upon me by the editors at Huya. Chapter 141. The Fall of Leo. Some say that Odin has aged, and his true combat power no longer matches his youth. However, that notion is utterly erroneous. At this moment, the aged Odin is at the pinnacle of his strength throughout his life. The eight-legged heavenly steed transformed into an imperceptible shadow, traversing space and time, bearing unfathomable power as it descended upon Leo with a thunderous stomp. Bang! Leo's fist collided with the steed's four hooves, even as an ancient aberration. The sheer force was overwhelming. Goblins were hurled by the trolls beneath the castle walls, some landing safely and swinging their wooden clubs before being slain by the guards, while others, less fortunate, plummeted over the walls to meet their demise within the castle. She extended her hand, resting it upon Mu Ruyun's face, causing Mu Ruyun to feel as though insects were crawling across her skin in that instant. Fei strode forward, effortlessly lifting to bow and air bow with his robust hands. Jiang Nana momentarily paused the motion of raising her cigarette to her lips, inhaling sharply without uttering a word. Early the next morning, the Shrek group arrived at the Xinghua Square as the second round of the competition was about to commence, with Shrek Academy facing their opponent, the Qianling Advanced Soul Master Academy. On this very day, Shrek would encounter their first Soul King adversary. Although the actors had rehearsed numerous times and were well aware of the specific sequence and steps, the enormity of the event, coupled with the presence of numerous dignitaries from Hong Kong, Macau, and the mainland, inevitably induced feelings of tension and anxiety. Hello. At that moment, Suwan was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry, her expression remarkably nuanced. As dawn approached, she entered the Wild Boar Fortress and relayed the matter to the Wild Boar Baron, whom she had awakened with her announcement. She opened the window. Although it was on the third floor, it was significantly higher than an ordinary building. This time, it was Wu Huai's third uncle who choked. For Su Wan's words were rather ambiguous, provoking further contemplation. Long Yuan fell into a steep pit, rolling to the edge of a pond, where his wrist inadvertently dipped into the water and was pierced by a sharp stone beneath the surface. Long Yuan felt dazed, his head heavy and his limbs light, and within moments, he succumbed to slumber. From a high vantage point, it would be impossible for anyone to discern that this was a valley, nor would they recognize the ancient tree that stood there. Nakagawa Jin did not reject Lin Chuan's tactics, but chose to embrace them entirely. Two arms transformed into a colossal python, its mouth gaping open to expel a green toxin, intent on eroding the Thunder Kirin. Moreover, this enhancement differed from other techniques that could instantaneously elevate one's power, but resulted in either diminished strength or severe injury. The Kunlun Jade Immortal technique bore no aftereffects, allowing for its bold and unreserved application. Looking toward the source of the noise, it became evident that the commotion originated from a clay sculpture, which was cracking. The earlier sound was simply the clay pieces flaking off and falling to the ground. Furthermore, I advise against seeking revenge. The current loss is merely some skilled fighters, and if you continue, your Wu family may very well be obliterated. The present situation is dire, with Nine Heaven City in distress and facing rampant destruction, while the main battleground here shows no signs of progress, with the scales of victory continually tilting in favor of the Leaf Village. The Flower Charm King had gone mad, attempting to breach Chu Yi's clone to rescue King Chu. Yet all of it proved futile. Just as Lu Fanfu was poised to take further action to eliminate Lin Feiyu, a voice interjected, causing Lu Fanfu to startle, rendering him hesitant to act. He had intended to inquire about Lu Oing, but she, along with Mu Zihan and the others, had already logged off to rest. After a night of fierce combat, a proper sleep was essential. Even Ling Yan's official account had posted that the assault on the third level would not commence until 8 in the evening, allowing players sufficient time to recuperate. Lu Qiming accepted the item, his brows slightly raised. Besides the list of herbs he had mentioned, there was also Qin Suesi's family head token within the spatial ring. Chapter 142, Leo in the Eternal Fire. The aged Odin sat upon the back of the 8-legged steed for a long while before regaining his former composure, appearing less disheveled. Finally, he affectionately stroked Sleipner's mane, and the steed, bearing Odin, transformed into a streak of lightning, returning to the chamber of the King of Gods. In the depths of the cosmos, the influential figures, perceiving the vanishing presence opposing Odin, were not all surprised by such an outcome. Odin's strength had reached a level where he nearly touched a higher realm, suppressing the 4 great families of Qiandang, annihilating the Nangang clan and the Sun family, and forcing the elder of the Ming family, Ming Chuanqiu, to meet his demise. Had it not been for Yi Xingtian's timely arrival, these individuals would have been sold out, unwittingly assisting in the counting of their own demise. You must surely be aware of the origins of the 8 domains. Yin Weiyue felt an increasing sense of the profound depth of this individual. Yet, before she could finish her words, a celestial spell shot towards the Heavenly Empress, striking her before she had a chance to evade. She cried out in pain, clutching her chest as she violently coughed up blood. Jiang Song took a deep breath, recalling the experience of being bound by others to attend school, understanding that there was no room for negotiation and had no choice but to seek a compromise. From this moment forth, she would kneel, awaiting the priest's divination for the optimal time to seek guidance. Last year, it had taken 4 time intervals. Bai Yin could only hope it wouldn't exceed that number. First, a shock wave surged from the heavens, followed by the Dragon Knight, engulfed in flames. Descending rapidly with a spear in hand, Pei Lin smiled upon witnessing the chaos below, piecing together his own name from the devastation. The great demon Bash, having accomplished all this, lightly clapped his hands, seemingly quite pleased with his handiwork. The arcane blood magic clashed with the supernatural abilities, in an instant of standoff. The explosive blood magic overwhelmed the supernatural. Yet, the damage dealt to Jennifer was minimal, merely imparting a slight repelling effect, leading her to the illusion that it was nothing significant. The tent fell into an abrupt silence. Aside from Li Xiaoning and He Panren, the others could not help but show a change in expression. Master, our demon sect has remained hidden for tens of thousands of years, and now that we have been discovered, it is rather unfortunate, chuckled the old village chief, revealing a set of sharp teeth. Those steel forks and hooks pierced through Chu Yi's skin, and with a sudden jerk, it seemed as though something was being drawn out. However, Yi Yusin remained unperturbed. She and her companion shared a beer, conversing while savoring the increasingly vibrant atmosphere. This giant was the ancient titan, the remnant soul of Yuan Jinte. A mere gaze into the giant's eyes would immediately lock one onto the divine slaughtering platform. The ancient behemoth had transformed, its divine essence multiplied several-fold, standing in equal footing with the dark demonic force. This Lu Qingho, though possessing only a single virtue, promptly sided with the opposition, which was precisely the intent behind Sima Taiji's emphasis on 3 great virtues. In truth, the injuries on her face had long since healed. However, Li Jinqing insisted that she remain for a couple more days to keep him company. As she spoke, Lin Xiao lifted her skirt, rising gracefully, her fair wrist raised in the air, pointing towards Chun Fengyan. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao's typically serene and gentle face bore a rare hint of anger, her pearly teeth clenched, her gaze piercing. How could I not be alarmed? This thing stands over 3 meters tall, thought Tian Yin, though her exterior remained calm. The pirates, confined to their ship, found themselves unable to wield heavy weaponry. This was due to Tian Yin's failure to infuse Jiomai with his life essence. Nonetheless, a formidable vitality surged within her. She was unafraid of fair competition, as she believed in the merit of true skill. Should she lose, she would graciously concede her inferiority. Target Individual 6, Nano-technology. The Belle of Menching University, currently the vice president of Nano-technology, hold a flirtatious relationship with Chun Feng and is deemed apprehensible. Your Highness, look. At the moment when Lu Hong felt despondent, Lu He discovered something intriguing. Chapter 143, Secrets of the Ancients. Upon seeing Loki once again, a myriad of emotions surged within Thor. This beloved brother of his was now commanding the destroyer with the intent to obliterate him. Since Loki's capture, Thor had pondered deeply over the events of the past, reflecting meticulously on everything that had transpired. He came to the realization that he had not been a good brother to Loki, nor had Odin been a good father, leading Thor to a sense of acceptance. When I came to Yinzhou, my mother left an album in my luggage. I have always hesitated to look at it, but I stole a few glances when the prince asked me to serve him, replied Su Xiao. This left her questioning whether she had truly been reborn or if it was merely a dream. The first boy to finish the vegetable medley pondered for a moment before suddenly opening his eyes wide and stretching his neck. Jiang Ning and her 3 children had been extraordinarily busy in recent days. The fame of their meat pie had spread extensively, with everyone discussing the method Jiang Ning had publicly demonstrated for eliminating the meat's odor. It had been over a month since the emperor had departed, and the complete lack of news left them deeply concerned. In her youth, she had been adored by many, with Duan Muqing being but one of them. Not a particularly memorable figure. Several bonfires crackled, upon which several horse legs were being roasted, as Sun Tzu and the other generals busily turned the meat. Xiao Fengran recognized that she may have lost her influence in Xiao Linchuan's eyes, yet she still wished to make an attempt to assist her boyfriend. After her words fell, Yin Liang naturally took the coffee from Lin Bei's table and began to drink it eagerly. However, when the system's connotations and external functions were poorly designed, it became akin to a pig's tail, unattractive without it, yet ineffective with it. Why does the 7th prince insist on remaining on the home planet? The current situation is so chaotic that even our spaceship requires a ticket, remarked a very youthful individual, who was Peng Cheng's assistant. Nothing is impossible. It is getting late. It's time to send you on your way, Qin Hao stated coldly, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Faintly visible were the bowed heads of children, most of whom had exhausted their energy amidst their earlier wails and had succumbed to a deep slumber. Lucien glanced helplessly at the exuberant Wells, struggling to comprehend why this matter, which was clearly between him and Norberto, stirred such excitement in Wells. Another pressing concern weighed on his mind, the freshly acquired system reward. He was uncertain whether it might be rescinded due to Zhu Kai's release from prison. These evolvers appeared to be natives of Chiefing Star, yet one had such a multitude of late-stage initial explorers emerged here. Could it be attributed to the emergence of the radiant divine domain? To articulate it more precisely, the pretense of seeking forgiveness masked a true intent of exoneration. The sky had deepened into a somber hue, pure as an exquisite piece of black velvet, adorned with twinkling stars that sparkled like diamonds. Let us procure a few more items before returning, he mused, glancing at the remaining 50 to 60,000 spirit stones in the system space. It seemed prudent to indulge. Virtually all newly constructed buildings were selling briskly, and property prices were soaring. Meng Tian and Fu Su found themselves entirely isolated and cut off from the outside world, oblivious to any happenings beyond their confines. Meng Tian was unwilling to sit idly by. He sought to rescue the Qin kingdom. Meanwhile, Tian Dan was not as composed, fidgeting with his hands, glancing furtively between various items, his demeanor suggestive of a thief. However, the portal to the underworld harbored secrets yet to be unveiled. Shuelong tilted Tang Xuyan's chin, pressing a deep kiss upon her lips. She closed her eyes, and after a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Chapter 144. The Passing of Odin. A deafening rumble of thunder echoed, reverberating through the thick mountain walls, striking terror into the heart. Beneath the rugged cliffs lay a vast cavern, where molten lava bubbled forth from cracks, saturating the ground and casting the dark cave in a deep crimson glow, resembling a scene from hell itself. The towering flame giant, Surtur, lounged casually upon a colossal rock, listening to the thunderous roars. Qin Ming moved with blinding speed, swiftly crossing his fists in front of him like an arch bridge. Shen Yinshu gazed at his slightly parted lips, which shimmered with a delicate sheen, exceptionally alluring, seemingly perfect for a kiss. The Red Emperor and the Celestial Star Prince emerged slowly from the cavern, while Mo Yue, Su Jing, Mu Tangtang, and others stepped forth from the radiant light. Though Wang Yunling may not have been particularly astute, her years of living alongside Jiang Zhou had granted her a degree of understanding of him. The recent exchange of 4 for 3 seemed disadvantageous at first glance, yet in reality, it proved to be highly profitable. Almost simultaneously, everyone shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome and brutal scene unfolding before them. He returned her to Zhanyuan, where they enjoyed a meal prepared by Fu Bo afterward. He carried her upstairs to rest while he himself retreated to the changing room. Shen Minghuan and her companion waited for a while, yet they saw no sign of movement from Shen Yinshu. Instead, her bright black eyes radiated an unwavering brilliance akin to that of solid rock, igniting a surge of anger within. This dimensional prison represented Qin Ming's final hope during his tribulations, should it be shattered by external thunder. There would be no recourse left for him. Upon seeing the two, Jiang Zhaoi smiled warmly, as if they had long been acquainted, and approached to assist them in rising. She bore no recollection of past tragedies, nor did she worry excessively due to Zhenai or anyone else. After all, this was a matter concerning the Gongza family. Since Gongza Zhenai had not disclosed the existence of her twin sister to others, it was likely a decision made with careful consideration. It was prudent to first discuss matters with Feng Shizhi and refrain from indiscriminate chatter. Naturally, these two soul Duluos had concealed their true strength, presenting only their soul sage capabilities to the outside world. If a powerful entity at the level of Soul Doluo dared to attack the first clan, they would likely be unable to escape. The sacrificial blade swept through the air, prompting Zhong Litsong to lightly spur his steed and leap into the sky, evading the attack. The military orders could command the banquet troops, yet that authority resided closely with Chu Shiyan, making it difficult for those close to him to act against it, as he held it in the highest regard. Ho Kuei chuckled, his corpulent visage quivering, and bid farewell before turning to depart. The audience nodded in agreement, as this could be seen as lending the holy sword of angels, albeit still firmly in the hands of the angelic clan. Such a backhanded compliment left Chu Shiyan momentarily speechless, prompting only a smile in response. The low cultivation level of Mo Wu was a consequence of his self-destructive choice to forsake his powers once. The other 4 demon generals had attained peak cultivations, reaching either mid or late stages of transformation. For instance, Mo San was at the mid-stage of transformation. Currently, the Qin and Chu armies had been at a stalemate in the Central Plains for 4 months, with both sides entangled in fierce combat. Although Xiang Yu held an advantage, he could not best Wang Jing's Qin forces. Wang Jing, relying on the Guangzhou region, steadfastly defended several strongholds, maintaining a distant connection with the Qin homeland, which caused considerable headaches for the Chu army. Shun Amlin, without your legs, how will you march in a battle, claim the title of Duke of Fuyuan, achieve fame, or seek new affections while discarding your wife? Upon hearing Zhang Qingding's words, Aunt Wu's round face, once flushed with health, turned a deep shade of purple. Thus, when Zhang Taining learned that his 2 younger sisters had received invitations while he had not, he felt a pang of annoyance, and alongside that irritation, he blamed Zhang Qingya for her lack of competence. As they witnessed the departure of Freya and Odin, Loki and Thor were engulfed in profound sorrow. Yet they maintained a remarkably clear mindset. Suppressing their grief, Thor immediately grasped Loki's hand and flew towards the Rainbow Bridge. With Odin's demise, Hela would soon be freed. Thor aimed to take Loki to Midgard to thwart Hela's emergence there. As they came to understand, Asgard was the source of Hela's power. Recently freed from her seal, Hela spoke in English, deliberately slowing her pace, fearing that S.H.I.E.L.D might not comprehend. She had come specifically to visit S.H.I.E.L.D, having heard of his reclusive nature and eccentric behavior, which naturally filled her with trepidation. Yet, she could not abstain from this encounter. If pursuers truly did come, S.H.I.E.L.D was her sole refuge for concealment. Regarding the 2 individuals who entered the selection for the latest single, do you possess any memories to share? Centered around the combat tractor, the entire clan encampment formed an irregular circular layout. To the left of the camp, adjacent to the sea, stood a sheer cliff with a drop of 100 meters, while the remaining 3 sides bordered the desert. In truth, the Doomsday Guardians were demons of a superior order, ranking just below the Abyssal Lords and the fearsome Demon Kings among the rare upper echelon of species, historically serving as the private troops of the Abyssal Lords. They were cunning, formidable, and cautious. This set of shackles was superior to the previous one, possessing legendary quality, enhancing the total attributes of the level 14 sea monster to level 15. It was akin to a beast draped in human skin, mercilessly stripped of that facade, revealing its original grotesque visage, inciting rage and humiliation. The venue fell into a profound silence, devoid of any sound. Although the Dia Silver Alliance found itself in a precarious relationship, should they enact Plan C and retreat to the Star Domain, external races would likely breach the Dia Alliance's borders, presenting a perilous dilemma akin to a hot potato. They stood a good 1.5 men tall, their bodies adorned with scales reminiscent of dragon skin, a short, robust dragon tail protruding from behind. Huang Yin directly entered the live-streaming room, immediately inundating the chat with messages. Unlike others, upon his arrival, without uttering a word, he extravagantly gifted 6 yachts. The moment this unfolded, astonishment swept across the entire platform. Was the Deep-Sea Church preparing to betray the Covenant? Lillian was momentarily taken aback, her delicate features instantaneously cooling. The next morning, Li Qianmu intended to first transport Yi Jinxian's body back to Wudong Mountain for burial before escorting Dan Sinan to Guangzhou to find Shenjin Shi. He, along with Shi, Baiyun, and Dan Sinan, accompanied the coffin of Yi Jinxian as they departed from Shenyang, heading towards Wudong Mountain. He insisted on compelling her to confess her love for him. A man of his stature could not merely utter love daily. He needed to cultivate her to be like him. Yi Si abruptly shut her eyes, shaking her head, and upon reopening them, she beheld the phoenix had landed. The distance between it and Yi Si, along with Mo Zian, no more than 10 paces. As they awaited the upper management's return to inspect the progress of the recent construction projects, everyone tightened their efforts, eager to leave a favorable impression. If the leadership was pleased, funding would naturally follow. After Boss Wang concluded his statement, he patted the foreman on the shoulder, twisting his considerable bulk and trembling with his ample flesh as he departed. Xin had been asleep. The doctor reassured that there was nothing serious, and she could be discharged by the following morning. Gu Yunkai spoke up, allowing Nian to breathe a sigh of relief. Each canvas was sketched with charcoal, the myriad lines composing a variety of landscapes. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. In a moment, I shall assist you in organizing your belongings for your convenience. Jiang Haoran cast a fleeting glance at Nian Nian before swiftly averting his gaze back to the cup in his hand, as if it contained some exquisite scenery. Let us go. Shall we? Ruan Mian muttered. Then with a decisive click, opened the car door and stepped out in unison, both hands and feet in sync. Chapter 146. Is your name Hela? With a heart full of concern, Thor gazed at the hammer of the god of thunder, which was marred by fine cracks through which electric sparks incessantly flickered. Raising his head, he looked in disbelief at Hela, who stood not far away. Had Loki not acted swiftly just moments ago, the hammer would have been reduced to a mere pile of debris by now. Hela regarded Thor with a teasing glint in her eyes. What's the matter, my dear brother? To be honest, it has been quite a while. Liu extended his hand, but quickly retracted it, smiling at the fearsome expression of Boss Lin. At this moment, I had once again formed an inner circle, binding myself to the infatuated Qiu Yu and transferring all my experience to her. As we approached a soldier, he was seen carrying a large cloth bag. Song Youyang's Hyang Guard belonged to the local militia, not the main troops, thus he was not involved in this grand drill. Instead, he busied himself, while others were preoccupied with inflating troop numbers for empty pay. Indeed, everyone was curious about this creature. The existence with a health pool exceeding 200 million. Was this even a player? Huilon nodded. All right, let me wrap things up and we'll leave. With that, Huilon called over Lan Yinji, instructing him to prepare the medicine and deliver it to Lei Wanjun next door before getting ready to depart with Jiang Han and the others. Could this information truly be concealed? When it comes to deceiving the common folk, one could say it is an exceptional skill. Beneath a tall hat, shadows concealed his features. It was undoubtedly Xiao Shuilin, who coldly snorted and shook his head as he began to turn back. In this world, due to the power cultivation system, medicinal herbs for healing were primarily limited to external injuries, with little research conducted on internal ailments. A single vial of liquid thus became an invaluable treasure. According to Shaoling, the reserves of the Turks were dwindling. Unlike past instances of pillaging and destruction, those Turks under Shaoling's control could only sustain themselves. If this dragged on for a while, they would undoubtedly be worn down. The Sinan Pass was constructed in the 5th year of the Changhua reign, serving as an important stronghold on the northern route of the Ming Great Wall in Liaodong. It is situated 4 kilometers west of the present-day Qinyunbeo Township in Kaiyuan County, Liaoning Province. The entire structure consists of 2 hollow enemy platforms flanking a brick archway. The remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken. Those who had not mastered the art of riding the wind would face dire consequences. This was all part of an evolutionary process. Living beings invariably adapt to the harsh demands of their natural environments, ultimately discovering ways to survive. The ox-headed and horse-faced figures, one with a cold expression and the other with a frigid demeanor, grasped Manager Wang's arms and escorted him away. Is this the complete visage of the pure blue world? Might this be considered a map? He suddenly entertained this whimsical thought. Yet, pondering this peculiar place, he decided to suppress his curiosity, lifted his head, took a deep breath, and forced a smile, striving to sound composed. In such a situation, one must recognize the times. Lin Bai, lacking other virtues, was notably astute in this regard, prioritizing the gathering of information. Yes, the servant understands, came the reply, as the crowd bowed. However, in Zisu's heart, a calculation began to form. It appeared that this princess was not truly foolish, but merely feigning ignorance. With this realization, a glimmer of amusement sparkled in her eyes. Those who adeptly masquerade as simpleton are, in fact, the truly clever. It seemed she had made a wise decision in aligning herself with the princess. This plan appeared promising. After marking the troops' positions on the map, the chief of staff nodded in agreement. Inori, thoroughly intimidated by the exchange between the two beside him, dared not move. Feeling a tremendous force press down on his head, propelling him toward the 2 gleaming objects before him. Chapter 147. A Fist Against Hela. Buzz. Enormous warships traversed the cosmos, now finally approaching the fringes of the 9 realms. Thanos continuously caressed the Power Stone in his hand, emanating a violet glow, contemplating that once he acquired the remaining stones, he would forge an infinity gauntlet with the Dwarf King. Even a being of celestial caliber like Thanos would succumb to the corruption of the stones. As he envisioned the splendid future after collecting the stones, Lancelot had not yet reached the vicinity of the Mordor cavern when he spotted an orc facing away from him. Occasionally jumping, twisting sideways, and bending halfway, performing a series of odd contortions. S.H.I.E.L.D, you need not provoke me. My reluctance to meet him stands firm. Even without the encounter, I can surmise that Mr. He will demand the return of his son. After penning this thought, I was disinclined to elaborate further, forcefully pulling at the door in an attempt to shut it. Following the initial treatment, his reaction had exceeded the doctor's expectations, resulting in a 3-day interruption until they deemed everything stable enough to resume the procedure. Mach had also discerned that I was aware of their calls for external assistance and dropped the pretense, stating directly, "If you have the capability, come again." Seizing this opportunity, I felt compelled to strike first to set the tone, and it was imperative that I target the one with yellow hair. Thus, I could lead the rhythm. "Please take your time. If you require anything further, simply call for me." The waiter refrained from further promoting the bar's offerings, as excessive persuasion could irritate the patrons. One could never be certain. A customer might have initially intended to purchase some drinks, but after a barrage of sales pitches, they could very well decide against it. Prior to this, they had swiftly allocated a batch of rations to distribute among the refugees. Fortunately, their numbers were still manageable. "Urahara Kisuk?" Upon a moment of seeing the newcomer, Eisen let out a gasp, a myriad of thoughts fleeting through his mind. Chin-Yi felt a flicker of surprise. The usually earnest and diligent figure before her now bore a mischievous glint in his eyes, starkly contrasting with his usual demeanor. Just as she was about to inquire further, she exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Ben, who discreetly nudged her back and communicated something silently. Suddenly, images from the animal kingdom flashed in her mind, recalling the narrator's commentary on various mating rituals, causing her to smirk wryly. Mayer, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded and touched her head, reminiscing about the sudden, excruciating pain she experienced amidst the ruins ravaged by torrential rain, a hint of fear creeping onto her cool cheeks. With a blade in hand, he approached Lin Xiao, jesting that such laborious tasks should be left for the men. He reached for the iron pickaxe in her grasp. On the blood-soaked earth, over 20 young men lay sprawled, their lower bodies gushing forth hot blood like a fountain after losing their manhood. The indomitable bloodline, though not the immortal deity, was nonetheless a pinnacle existence among divine beings, possessing the most potent bloodline. At that moment, a young man clad in Armani strolled through the entrance, exuding the aura of a successful individual, a bouquet of red roses in hand. Zhu Dachong dismissed him, regarding him as mentally unhinged, and returned to watching the spectacle. The monk, with his right leg forward and left leg back, assumed a charging stance, poised to spring into action at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression had transformed into one of ruthless malevolence. In the second round of strength testing, the prodigies who succeeded in the first round were to enter a secret chamber to face illusions of powerful beings from the demon or earth demon tribes. Those who either reached a stalemate or emerged victorious could be deemed warriors. The divine might emanated from Tianyang, and upon witnessing this, not only the Dragon Clan, but even the nearby Blood Sword Emperor stood in stunned silence. Chapter 148, The Arrival of Thanos. Gungnir transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, traversing time and space, and in the instant Leo released it, it struck fiercely behind Hela, piercing her body with unmatched force. Leo frowned, observing the cosmic law that merely quivered yet remained steadfast, and with a wave of his hand, the eternal spear returned to his grasp. Even with his genuine celestial father-level strength, he found himself unable to directly challenge the cosmic law. However, as disciples of the Ice Palace, it was imperative for us to understand your cultivation status, as this would facilitate guiding you during future training. Noticing Li Yichen's hesitance, Mei Werin spoke up. Guide Xianyang pleaded on behalf of Gai Ziyi, hoping to release Xiao Yanfang, but Xiao Yan was absent from Xiao Garden. Upon inquiry, it was discovered that Xiao Yan had gone to the governor's residence, indeed to meet Gai Ziyi. Thus, Gu Qin contemplated a plan for Elizabeth to attempt severing one of the opponent's fingers, testing whether her spiritual power could corrode it. If successful, it would confirm the efficacy of this approach. Is it perhaps due to the prolonged seclusion at home that one feels utterly devoid of any sense of crisis when venturing outside? Have you truly fallen into a deep slumber, oblivious to the world around you? Rest assured, I possess a strategy to incite the Iraqis to attack the Americans, and, simultaneously, we may employ them to assist us in locating the remaining hosts. Once we strike, we shall prevail. After making a throat-cutting gesture, Okamoto Sakata concluded his statement. The final blow delivered by Lewis resulted in the catastrophic destruction of the Rainbow Gate, leaving him trapped within to desperately utilize his empty abilities to carve out a pathway through the spatial rift. Habitually setting up vision, he focused on farming in the wilderness. After securing complete vision over the upper region, Miko observed the movements of the enemy. The mid-lane duo lay exposed on the minion line, while the upper half of the map revealed only a barrel and the top lane Nar. As Yang cautiously ascended the stairs to the second floor, he tread lightly, mindful of not making a sound. The situation on the second floor remained an enigma to him, fraught with peril. Elizabeth clearly sensed the peculiarities surrounding Copperpad. Yet rather than attempting to split on his own, he required Elizabeth's strength to manifest a doppelganger, a point that could be strategically exploited. After dealing with the intruder, its mood lifted as it flicked its tail. However, moments later, it abruptly stood alert, extending its consciousness outward with a cold smirk. After a considerable time, Baby remained unresponsive to my words, and I realized that Baby had been silent for quite a while. Could it be that my soul had departed, leaving only my spirit behind? Thus my child did not accompany my essence to the underworld? What do you wish to say? Your grand romantic tale with Chisuyo? My grandfather has consumed more salt than you have rice, and no one understands better than I whether Chisuyo is truly suited for you, Bai Yong retorted coldly. Ruanmeng, clad in white, stood tall, having finally attained mastery, though her rebellious spirit began to surface shortly after learning to walk upright. Wanwan, do not hold your brother-in-law in such high regard. Truth be told, he is not as exceptional as you think. As for the title of national idol, it is merely an empty accolade, Xiao Yin remarked with a smile, exhibiting a humility that was truly remarkable. Subsequently, the auction presented a coveted handle, precisely what Luo Minfeng had been searching for. Though it appeared unremarkable, its origin from Feng Yuntai attracted considerable competition. Ultimately, it was secured by Luo Minfeng and Luo Shui for 20,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. In the darkness, the grass in the marsh swayed as Zhang Xier concealed herself behind Yun Qi, holding her breath and remaining still. The malevolent spirit that pursued them seemed to lose its way, wandering in circles before emitting a low growl and departing. Chapter 149. I, Leo, though a wizard. This fellow appears to dabble in magic as well. Would you care to showcase your skills? Even in such perilous times, Tony continued to jest with Dr. Strange. However, at this moment, the formidable Thanos spoke. Excellent. I can sense that the Time Stone has also arrived here. As the piercing gaze of the purple-skinned being fell upon Dr. Strange's chest, there hung the sacred artifact of the Supreme Sorcerer, the Eye of Agamotto. Gao Ming reflected that although Yang Wei's words were harsh, they contained a semblance of truth, so he chose not to respond further. After hanging up on Yang Wei, Gao Ming pondered for a moment before dialing Duncan's number. A surge of violent energy erupted, accompanied by the sound of shattering, as the spatial barriers crumbled into countless specks of light. What formidable consciousness must one possess to sustain such a marvel? Currently, only those with highly refined consciousness, transformed into primordial spirits, could wield such power. Could it be that Wang Jiu possessed this level of strength? Observing the scene, Xie Yu understood that the moment had come to begin unraveling the curse afflicting Lin Qing. Jiang Yi was taken aback, immediately sensing the dark energy, which intertwined with the chains that had previously coiled around his ankles, a manifestation of primal force that contained both brute strength and magical might, exquisite in its complexity. Qin Hao soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc as his body passed through the window, diving into the water like a fish. There a soft, creamy yellow light radiated, providing an unparalleled comfort, akin to the only lighthouse in a dim world, drawing people towards it unwittingly. It opened its mouth, chattering in a series of incomprehensible sounds. Jiang Han, lacking the power of consciousness, found himself unable to decipher its words, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Regarding Huang Tsang's intentions, Qin Hao harbored some suspicions. The upheaval at the temple half a month ago had revealed the presence of the pure Enlightenment sect leader, Qin Hao, to the people of the southern region, instilling hope in the impoverished. Gao Ming retorted, "Do you truly believe I was unconcerned? When I visited your home, your parents wouldn't even let me through the door. Regardless, I am Xiao Xiao's father. I couldn't even check on her when she fell ill. Don't you think this is rather excessive?" As the brothers continued their banter, Wang Kezi waved his hand, prompting an old hand to immediately vacate his spot. The moment Huang Quan spoke, a chill enveloped me. Huang Quan's words held more than 90% truth. I retrieved a few photographs from my bag and handed them to the hefty man, who scrutinized them repeatedly. Eventually, he arranged the photos on the ground to spell out the name of Fengdu. Do you truly wish to see Wan Ting? If not, you are free to leave now, Lu Yuan said impatiently. Before Shi Yushuan could respond, she suddenly appeared to be struck by something, tumbling backwards. At that moment, she had no time to voice her pain, as she plunged the redwood sword directly into the heart of the Quasi-Hanba. Truly, she was deserving of the title of an exemplary sister, as Yi Qingfeng had meticulously considered her sister's well-being. Setting aside other matters, the location Yi Qingfeng indicated was the most perilous in the entire forest. Judging by Zhang's perspective, it was also the place with the greatest potential. However, my judgment of people has always been flawed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent 5 years hanging around that crooked-necked tree of Shenyang. Zhang Lu charged forward with a feather duster, and Yu Fei, caught unprepared, endured several strikes. What is fairness or unfairness? Our intentions are straightforward. The first is to amass wealth, and the second is to eliminate you. Wang Tao smiled and lit a cigarette. Only the dead can keep secrets. Ming Yi remained indifferent, evidently no longer believing in her integrity. Before him sat Xia Fan, equally unclothed and seated in the lotus position. When Duan Ran entered the sect, he had witnessed the battle between his senior brother Zhao Shi and senior brother Mu Changjue, which had once struck him as exceedingly thrilling. Chapter 150. Effortless control in a different dimension. Thanos coughed up blood, his trembling hand revealing the fury within. He had never anticipated that after expelling Gu, Yi, and Odin, Ali Ao would emerge from the 9 realms. Such seamless transitions were profoundly infuriating. Beside him, the Ebony Maw and his companions exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Just moments ago, they had been brimming with confidence, dismissing the native inhabitants of Earth. Having grasped the utilization of spiritual power, Xianling finally felt liberated from her previous mortal helplessness. Li Shi gazed at him with an indifferent expression. She harbored little sympathy for others. And were it not for her second senior brother, she likely would not have intervened in this matter at all. Surveying her surroundings, she found no trace of the Demon King's presence. After all, the aura of powerful beings is unmistakably unique. Moments later, they resolutely decided to act, producing 3 formidable sacred artifacts. Nguzi also emerged, leaning against a pillar of the palace, attempting to seize the Taoist token from Li Shi. However, she had noticed him long before, and without needing protection from Yi Yunzhao and the others, she swiftly approached him, striking his chest with a palm. She felt an immense surge of spiritual energy coursing through her body, and her previously grave injuries seemed to flourish, restoring her vitality in an instant. She shook her head gently and said, I am fine, though she felt a twinge of guilt towards him. Unsure of how to atone, she sometimes pondered why, with his abilities, he could have easily eliminated her and ascended to the throne. Yet after 3 years, he still refrained from taking action. In truth, they had discussed these matters in their letters, but trust requires discernment. Conversing with one another, hearing each other's voices, evokes a distinctly different sensation. Shun Qingran, filled with curiosity, inquired, her demeanor subtly transformed, displaying a newfound elegance. This time, Lu Xing did not intervene. If she wished to cry, let her do so. He approached a large wardrobe, where 2 sizable drawers lay beneath, retrieving a set of undergarments and tossing them to the bedridden Guan Tingting. Lu Qing understood that the current Chu Rongqi was no longer the princess he once knew, yet before Ning Zimei, he could not utter such words. Her focus was not solely on the eldest princess. Rather, it extended to all those he might find favor with. Tentatively, I unleashed a fire spell towards a bat, only to be taken aback by the fact that it did not perish instantly. The bat merely lost 1/3 of its health points, indicating that this wave of monsters was undoubtedly more formidable than the last. Xie Zhang retrieved some dried meat from his pack and offered it to Rongqi. The meat, dark and unappetizing, was difficult to stomach, yet she had no choice but to take a bite to survive. Upon tasting it, Rongqi instinctively spat it out. I interrupted Huang Quan's explanation, declaring, I can overlook the past, but should there be a next time, I shall ensure that you find no solace in life or death." Reluctantly, Huang Quan lowered his head. "Teacher, where are you? Might you come out and meet us? We miss you dearly," Han Ishue implored weakly, collapsing to her knees. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her face, reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom, stirred a deep sense of compassion in anyone who glanced her way. "Brother Lu, what has brought you such joy?" Lu Jingjing inquired of Lu Xing, who was leaning over the table, chuckling quietly. "I told you I gifted it to you. Just accept it with ease." Lu Xiao sighed, casting one last lingering look at the tea leaves before turning to step into the company. "You still seek my favor, plotting to usurp my position. Little do you know, Swallow, how pitiable my situation truly is." Beneath me, the flowers were soft and fragrant as I reclined upon them. Gazing up at the cerulean sky, a sudden feeling of vastness and distance swelling within me. Chapter 151. Then I shall graciously accept it. What method? I recalled seeing in the library of Komartaj that the life of the goddess of death was intertwined with Asgard. As long as Asgard existed, she would not meet her end. This rule had been in place since Hellas' inception, and no one had managed to break it thus far. Dr. Strange looked at Tony and Leo in bewilderment, unsure of what means they might possess. Hela, listening to their conversation within her sphere of light, wore an expression of disdain. Jing Shu suppressed a smile, sensing that her mother truly cherished her brother. If she could assist in fulfilling her mother's wish, even if she were to depart in the future, she would not feel overly lonely. However, the position of county governor would undoubtedly not be bestowed upon anyone from the Jingzhou clan by the Shanyang Lu family. This was an established fact. After all, being a frontline battleground, the Shanyang Lu family would certainly entrust this region to their own kin. Yilan Mei had intentionally sought the guidance of an etiquette teacher, learning everything from dining to walking and greeting others. Meanwhile, Tai Shirtzi displayed utmost confidence in his archery skills. After loosing 2 arrows, he did not even glance at the targets, but instead turned to descend the steps to pay his respects to Lu Qi. "Vining, what are you doing here?" A passing colleague called out to him. Li Vining replied, while glancing at the door, realizing it was time to leave. After a long moment of mutual gaze, Lu Yao suddenly understood. Indeed, they should not maintain eye contact. Look at my memory. How could I have forgotten? Su Qing rose from her bed, resolute and unwilling to retreat like a timid turtle. How dare they come here to demand a separation? Just wait. I shall tear your mouth apart. Lu Yao was about to utter a response, but, recalling the need for caution, swiftly abandoned the thought. "Hey, children, this audacious mud loach dares to intrude upon our doorstep. How could we let such insolence go unpunished?" Wu Yukong withdrew the golden hoop rod from his ear, shaking it in the wind until it transformed into an iron staff the width of a bowl. Tang Yi rested her chin on her hand, gazing at her with an envious smile devoid of hostility. It was hard to believe that the seemingly innocent youth before her was the mastermind behind this war. There were indeed whispers from the palace, but they did not come from you, He-S messenger. Rather, it was Shui who stealthily returned to report. According to him, the beggars led into the palace by you, he possessed some knowledge of sorcery. Shui Dian elaborated on Shui Gui's report, embellishing it with exaggerated details. Xuan Wu and Bai Hu exchanged glances, hastily attempting to flee, but Lin Tianqi coldly snorted, striking the two back to the ground with a single palm. Qinya Yinghua was momentarily stunned. Transformed, she had never encountered such inferior mortals escaping her grasp. She cast an incredulous glance in Lin's direction. Perhaps for her, an entity from the ancient past, this was the first instance someone had surpassed her speed. "This matter concerning our family, it seems it ought not to be known by outsiders," Lan Pingling observed, gazing intently at the seemingly obedient Sherry before finally inquiring about Lan Yuming. "Do you truly believe that you alone can take me away?" Calder stepped forward defiantly, the black sky and the crimson earth reflecting his unassailable authority, with the thunder rumbling incessantly, as if proclaiming the king's wrath. In a moment, Michelle and Calder found themselves at an impasse, tension palpable between them. This power surged through Lan Yoming's entire being, enveloping him in a formidable force field, transforming the surroundings into a dreamlike realm. A stunning blade of light cleaved through the air, rendering the earth a ghastly green, as if amidst the heavens and earth. Only this resplendent blade of light remained. As he spoke, his sharp gaze swept the area, causing the wealthy merchants to lower their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes. Khaled's demeanor visibly softened in front of Noah, losing the previous sharpness and hardness. It was evident that this astute boy had discerned some illogical occurrences. Chapter 152, The Journey Resumes. In recent days, Leo had been instructing Elizabeth and Wanda on how to proficiently harness their abilities. Elizabeth had awakened a rather peculiar power, telekinesis, after using compound number 7 a year ago. Despite lacking training or combat experience, her abilities had steadily enhanced over the year. She could now lift objects exceeding 8,000 tons using her telekinesis, enveloped in a protective field. Above the night sky, crescent moons hung gracefully, their silvery light filtering through the thin veil of black magic, casting a shroud over the entire Ning city. Amidst the shadows, the crowd navigated their way, ultimately halting before a dwelling, where He-Jun commanded their pause. However, those who lagged behind were swiftly engulfed by a cerulean ripple, their forms disintegrating into mere dust in an instant. Observing the vigilantly CC, the man's lips curled into a faint smile. Yet, as if startled by a chilling breeze, he could not suppress a cough that escaped his lips. This matter could have been resolved with greater ease. Yet due to Mu Qianxuan's impulsive remark, chaos ensued. The adage "concern breeds confusion" aptly illustrated the predicament, as Mu Qianxuan feared Mu Qianya's entanglement and spoke without discretion. Blood spirit he pursued relentlessly, her body transforming into a streak of sanguine light, rapidly darting forth to absorb the countless crimson droplets in the air, coalescing them into a multitude of razor-sharp blood arrows that enveloped the man. Her fists, shrouded in layers of dense blade energy, emitted a piercing wail, as if to rend the very fabric of the void. Upon catching up to Long Bing, he immediately discerned the injuries upon her arm, realizing 2 more casualties had emerged, prompting a surge of urgency within him. Barely had his words left his mouth when the devouring divine tablet seemed to respond. 4 robust chains with pointed ends descending from above, aimed at the 4 blood evildoers. Mu Qianxuan, too preoccupied to notice any oddity in Qianning, turned to find Mu Yuchen resting his head on one hand, gazing at her with a gentle smile. Yun Tinya, upon seeing the approaching figure, froze momentarily, his lips parting in surprise. He raised his trembling hands to rub his eyes, his expression somewhat dazed. Pan En remarked solemnly that these guards charging in a battle as sacrificial soldiers were somewhat more fitting, yet his scheme could not rely solely on this meager company of troops. No matter how formidable they were, what difference would it make? Following the direction of the voice, an elderly man with snow-white hair stood at the entrance of one Lulu, donned in a Taoist robe, his countenance benevolent. Lu Ying had previously encountered the elder and the young master. After dismounting, Lu Ying cast a fleeting glance at his father before advancing to pay his respects to the host. In I Ching, the Yuan family stood at the forefront, while the Liao and Bai families acted as steadfast allies, quietly supporting the Yuan family's enterprises. To outsiders, it might seem that the business landscape of I Ching was as such. Moreover, some comments were quite amusing. It appeared that the phenomenon of witty critiques was not confined to Huagua, but resonated globally, with humor flourishing across the internet. Meanwhile, the esteemed Han Yuan Jinren and Qin Pingzhen observed with narrowed eyes at the awakening wooden stick in Lu Li's grasp, filled with astonishment. Initially, the night leopard's movements had slowed, resembling a creature in a winter slumber. Yet, with the infusion of the black flame brought by Zhu Yanxing, its eyes gleamed with an extraordinary dark luster, instantly revitalizing its spirit and strength. He also provided Qin Feng with a brief introduction to the headmaster of the First Mountain of Kunlun, sharing insights into the headmaster's preferences. The divine hall served as the hunting hounds, while figures like Hooray were mere trifles in his eyes, insignificant tools whose sole purpose was to showcase the extent of his own benevolence in this world. Yet, this mildness is only relative when compared to the brutality of other demon clans. The inherent characteristics of the fiends still persist. Under normal circumstances, having saved a life, one would not only refrain from boasting, but at the very least would not deny it. However, she avoids any association, fearful of being linked to Li Yunzheng. Chapter 153, The Fall of Hellaboom. In the depths of the universe, the golden barrier surrounding Hela dissipated into a sphere of light. In truth, there exists no significant enmity between us. Yet, alas, you have chosen the wrong side. Leo gazed pityingly at Hela across from him. She was merely a failure, lost in her own desires. Even without Leo, and even without Surtur's destruction of Asgard, Hela would still find her vigor waning. Amidst the resounding chorus, the team members took their positions on one side of the arena, while the remaining participants stood shoulder to shoulder in an orderly fashion on the substitute bench. He contemplated the possibility that she might have encountered Chu Lin and Lin Jingsheng upon returning home, who, out of concern for him, might have inadvertently revealed secrets accumulated over the years. Shang Guanyin signaled to the guard behind him to escort Commander Chu to Yinzhou. Instantly, for guards advanced to restrain Chu Feng, leading him towards the awaiting carriage. In the distance, onlookers stood in astonishment, their mouths agape. The crowd was overwhelmingly vast. The Huangmei ancestral worship is an annual grand occasion for the Gu family, with the ceremony taking place on the third day of the first lunar month. On the second day, the ancient families of Lingnan, Hong Kong Island, and Chunan all return to their ancestral home in Huangmei City. This day is indeed a momentous occasion for the Huangmei Gu clan. Depart immediately from the head of the family's corpse, lest you wish to face our wrath. Wang Shan and the others coldly glared at the elder. It has been proven that not everyone can become a senior alchemist apprentice. Those with simple minds and brawn. From certain martial arts societies, dreaming of qualifying as senior apprentices are sorely mistaken, Wu Qianke remarked, his expression exceedingly sharp. In a world where victors dictate the narrative, he carried himself with the poise of a conqueror as he lectured. Yilan followed him, and soon several merchants approached. Jiang Tao was quite familiar with them, and after exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to inspect the goods. The hand she had grasped suddenly withdrew, and in a moment of surprise, that hand reached out again. Gently clasping Su Ling's hand. "You've arrived?" Mo Tsangyun greeted her with a faint smile, a sheen of perspiration glistening on his forehead, as if he had anticipated Su Ling's arrival. After a while, they would likely dispatch another contingent of guards to join the search. At that point, we would have the opportunity to slip out of this encampment, Chen Sheng whispered. Wu Hao gazed upon the rampaging dragon, exhaling a deep breath of resignation. Then his expression hardened, with brows furrowed and a surge of potent gray energy coursing through him. Accompanied by a faint purple glow, he cried out, "Great Sun Demon Body, Heavenly Demon Wheel." Wang Hanzhang's plan was to first complete the railway from Baoji to Yumengwen, ensuring that during the offensive against the Soviet forces in Outer Mongolia, operations would not be hindered by the lack of rail connectivity. He aimed to guarantee the completion of this section within 6 months before proceeding to construct the railway from Yumengwen to Urumqi and Karamay. Li Zicheng, upon receiving instructions, opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Shang Jiong leaned forward to scrutinize the situation closely, then took a moment to inhale the air exhaled by Li Zicheng before retreating, exhaling deeply. "Military advisor, I have a matter to discuss with the new king." Zhao Xing respectfully approached, addressing the new monarch. "Yes, father, it is my impatience that has led me astray," Li Jianqing replied candidly, though he felt a pang of dissatisfaction within, recalling how the guidance he received was often directed towards Li Shimin instead. Lin Qi, furrowing his brow, glared at the obstructing figures ahead and demanded with a fierce tone. Clearly, Lin Qi had been provoked, resembling an enraged lioness ready to tear apart any opposition. "Gome, let me witness the might of your calamity." A resonant roar filled with anger and defiance echoed across the heavens. Instantly, energy enveloped him, and Hao Ian felt as though his mind had been struck with a heavy blow, nearly causing him to faint. Warm blood splattered onto Xiao Lingxiao's face, jolting her back to lucidity. She wiped the blood from her visage with her sleeve, regrouped her resolve, and continued her journey towards the source. "I understand now. My life was given by Legu. I might as well return it." Without hesitation, she swallowed the crystal core. Zhang Tianjing's words sparked realization among several astute individuals from other sects, who began to grasp the implications. As he neared Wu Yuren, merely 2 feet away, he collided with the malevolent aura, the backlash from his sword causing it to tremble violently. Had it not been for Shun Buru's preemptive action, the force alone could have dislodged him from the blade. The ordinary residents were not something Shun Shursan needed to seek out, even if Guaer had tried. She would not have gained entry. Once misfortune passed, good fortune swiftly followed. Fei Hu felt it was time for a turn in luck. Surely he would not endure perpetual bad luck. Throughout the morning, He remained in an exhilarating state, his thoughts drifting to the beautiful Hong Kong. Zhang Jia leapt up, and her bodyguards swiftly secured both sides of the passage, exhibiting remarkable professionalism. You are mistaken. His spirit is one of steadfastness, the unwavering resolve of the Huaxia people. You will never understand, Zhang Yifei stated, shaking his head. With the mothers of Ruo heir and Xiu heir both embracing motherhood, they were enveloped in boundless happiness and joy. Now, she prayed that since Ji Yuyan could not even dream of the return of the Tianbu law, may the deities bless Ji Yuyan with his true form. As long as this calamity was eradicated, she ensured Qingxiang could traverse the demon realm without further concern for their friends and family in the Dao cultivation continent. After a resounding crash, a figure was hurled backwards like a stone launched from a catapult, soaring several yards before crashing into a nearby weapon rack, which toppled over with a loud thud, and then awkwardly rolling for a few more yards before coming to a halt. Zhang Bin extinguished his cigarette, but with determination. His excitement palpable as he declared, "Naturally, I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Furthermore, as the mayor of Heyuan City, it is imperative to greet such illustrious figures." With that, he prepared to rise and depart. As she drew closer to the former battlefield, the thoughts swirling in Hong Xie's mind became increasingly chaotic, surging forth unbidden, impossible to suppress. Chu Yanran returned to her previous spot to continue her meditation, while Yi Yang remained silent, fervently gnawing on a beef leg. It was precisely because he evaded Yi Yang's kick that his attack veered off course, landing directly on Yi Yang's shoulder. In the midst of conversation, he cast a glance at Guan Xian, noting the absurdity of this wastrel from the Dan Yi sect mingling with ordinary, unremarkable loose cultivators. Now, upon seeing these rogue cultivators from the Xianyun sect causing trouble, Pu Pingping could not help but feel a surge of murderous intent. Lin Tian regarded the divine sword celestial master, who spoke with undeniable logic and found his own heart brimming with anger, leading him to feel a sense of shame. Initially, the demon sound fairy wore a smug grin, but upon witnessing Lin Feng's cultivation level, she was instantly taken aback. Moreover, was it not expected that a star-level explosion should involve a descent in the level of the summoned beasts, directly invoking higher-tier monsters? What significance does it hold to lower the star level of beasts that have already emerged?